Chapter 1 Drowning. Sui's whole body was so hard, it felt like his whole body was drowned by the water. He struggled hard, but there was no way to struggle out. Suffocation. There was no way to breathe in oxygen, his chest was dull, and his whole body was suffering. What's wrong with me? The thought swirled around in Sui's head, but nothing could be grasped. Duo! Duo duo! A little girl was so anxious on the shore that she was about to cry, but her cries had no effect at all. Sui vaguely heard a familiar voice, and in his mind, a string of images spun at high speed. There was a review of his life in the countryside since he was a child, and his own fight in the city later. From a good-for-nothing small farmer to the chief engineer of a machinery company later, Sui had experienced too much. There were many more memories that were unfamiliar to him. This is also a child from the countryside, who grew up without enough to eat or wear. This child, also named Sui, grew up learning well and was smart. Because his family is not rich, so if he wants to go to school, he has to earn money by himself. The good thing is that this Sui is also smart, plus a handful of superb slingshot technology, is very earned some money. In addition to paying for his own schooling, he also bought a calf. The picture ends here. The life experience of this teenager called Sui ended not long ago. He failed in the midterm exams, and he dropped out. But he didn't really come to lighten up, he was depressed, so he came to the river for a walk. After seeing the wild lotus roots in the river, this teenager named Sui wanted to dig up some of them and sell them in town for money. In addition to wanting to repeat a year of schooling, he also wanted to earn some money for his family. But I don't know why, but he, who had never gotten cramps before, got cramps on this day. It looks like I've received someone else's memories? But even if I received it, so what? I'm afraid I'm going to die again. Why do you say again? Could it be that I've crossed over? To die on the first day of crossing over, this traveler is really lucky. I'm afraid I'm the unluckiest traveler of all. As soon as this thought arose, Sui felt himself being lifted up by something. Then, he emerged from the water and coughed violently. What's happening to me? Sui was a little confused, the sun was a little hard to bear, so he didn't react for a long time. On the shore, the little girl's cries came. Snap! The pain in his hand woke Sui up. He looked down, a fish was slapping its tail and bouncing on his hand. It was then that he reacted, his fingers had actually gone through the fish's gills. What was this? A perk of crossing over? Turning his head around, the unfamiliar surroundings were extremely strange. And, so backward. Not far away, there was a village, but in Sui's opinion, it was simply backward to the extreme. It was actually still all adobe houses, not even a single brick house. Many of the houses were actually still covered with thatch. Then a whole lot of information popped up. Sui shook a little, good thing that this information had originally turned around in his head, at this time just reviewing it again. But that was it, Sui also laughed bitterly, and then he started laughing. Ha ha ha. The laughter traveled out and scared the little girl. Duo duo. She originally wanted to call her brother, but because of her young age, she wasn't quite able to speak, so her brother became duo duo. Sui turned around and saw the little girl's eager eyes. He put his excitement away, to be able to be reborn once, to have a healthy body, what could be better than now? As for having traveled back, in this backward time and place, what was that? As long as he had a healthy body, with his knowledge and experience, was it hard to make money? Moo! The sound of a cow mooing came from under his butt. Sui lowered his head, and he saw his savior, life-saving cow. Black Star, go back. This Black Star was not the earliest cow he bought, it was that cow's child. As for the earliest cow, it was sold by his mother Yi Chuanqiu at the cattle market. It was because the second sister had gotten sick earlier and was in dire need of money. On top of that, there was also the fact that the eldest sister was about to propose marriage and needed a dowry. Sui smiled bitterly, the Black Star is very humane, seems to be able to understand Sui's words, turned around, and swam towards the river. Just at this moment, Sui once again had a black eye, almost planted down the river. In front of his eyes, the place where he had lived in his previous life seemed to appear, that big warehouse that he had spent a lot of money to buy. But soon, Sui recovered, and Black Star had also reached the bank. Sui came down, picked up the girl and coaxed, Little Pumpkin, what's wrong? Little Pumpkin was the girl's name, of course it was only a nickname, not a big name. When the name was first taken, Yi Chuanqiu saw a bowl of pumpkin on the table and casually took the name. Countryside children, the name to take cheap sum, good to feed. There are many such names, such as 2 dogs, 3 donkeys and so on. After coaxing for a while, the little pumpkin didn't cry, looked at Sui and said, Duo duo, we thought you jumped into the water. Diving is the meaning of suicide, light life. In past years there are people in this river diving suicide. Sui cried and laughed, the original Sui, depressed mood is depressed, but also did not want a light life. But this thing, Sui does not know how to explain. The fish in his hand jumped, Sui froze, and then it was a bright spot. Sui said, no, brother caught fish for you. The little pumpkin said with wide eyes, really? Sui smiled and nodded, of course, look what's this. When little pumpkin saw the fish in Sui's hand, he jumped down with a smile. It was a crushing carp, probably weighing 2 pounds. At this time of the year, it was a rare meat dish. 1979. Sui smiled bitterly. This time when he was reborn, it was too early. At this time, the country had only reformed and opened up not long ago, not to mention the extreme lack of materials. It was difficult to make money. Every family farmed, but unfortunately they couldn't make much money. Like Sui's family, planting the annual share of that grain, the family is not enough to eat, not to mention the possibility of selling them to send them to school. As for going to school, it was really too difficult. Otherwise, why would Sui want to earn his own money to go to school? Let's go back, Sui said to Little Pumpkin. Little Pumpkin let out a cry of joy. Will want to ride a bull. Sui didn't have any younger siblings in his previous life. He was still very loving towards his younger sister, not to mention that Little Pumpkin is only 3 years old this year, really cute and loving. Black Star, drive my sister back. Sui lowered his head and said to Black Star. This was just an ordinary buffalo, but for some reason, it was very humane. Of course, it only listened to Sui's words. It was also unknown why. Anyway, Sui was really good at these small animals, that is. Carrying the little pumpkin onto Black Star's back, Sui went to pull a few more grasses through the gills of the fish, then said to Black Star, let's go. Black Star then automatically followed along and left, not even needing to hold the lead rope. Chapter 2 The Strange Mr. Lai. Duo, do the nests go back to the cut just chaw fish? Little Pumpkin sat on the back of the ox, a pair of eyes looking at Sui with anticipation. Cha is the vernacular of Nanju village, meaning to eat. And cut, also a vernacular of Nanju village, means to go. Nest, needless to say, it means me. Sui knew that life at home was not good. The original family of a total of 6 siblings, Sui ranked 4th. There are 3 sisters above. These 3 sisters are as long as the flowers like jade, is the South Bamboo village near the near famous beauty. And all 3 went to high school, are intellectuals. Sui is the 4th in line, just graduated from junior high school this year, and failed in the midterm exam. The 5th brother is in 3rd grade this year, 5 years younger than Sui. 6th sister is the Little Pumpkin, not yet a big name, 3 years old, not yet to the age of school. A family of 8, but also for 5 children to go to school, was not enough to eat, let alone eat well. Sui memory, do not remember the last time to eat meat is when. Sui couldn't even endure it, let alone a 3-year-old child. Sui nodded, okay, I'll go back and cook fish soup for you to eat. The reason why it was boiled, that was because Sui knew that his mother Yi Chuanchu would never let him braise it. The oil in the house was all counted for use, how could there be that oil for him to fry the fish? Wait, Sui suddenly thought of that image that appeared in front of his eyes when he came up from the river just now. If he remembered correctly, that was the place where he lived in his previous life. Other people were fond of living in villas, so he bought a warehouse by himself, got himself decorated, and lived quite comfortably. But now was not the time to think about this. He shook his head and dispelled the thought. In his ears, a cheer came from the Little Pumpkin. This was the simplest and most direct happiness of a child, but Sui felt a little heartbroken. In 1979, it was the country's most difficult period. After passing through this period of darkness, the country was moving towards the dawn. 2 people and a cow slowly toward the Nanju village. In the village entrance, Sui looked at the front of the face of a woman, very familiar. After searching his mind, Sui remembered that this was not his 3-year junior high school class teacher, Ms. Lee. Ms. Lee, why are you here? Sui asked. Ms. Lee didn't know what she was thinking about. She was actually lost in thought and didn't see Sui. Or was woken up by Sui's call, came back to his senses, saw Sui. Mr. Lee smiled. Nothing, I came to your house to see. After a pause, Sui didn't know if it was his own illusion. He always felt that Mr. Lee's eyes were a bit evasive. But why on earth? Mr. Lee didn't know him anything, so what was there to hide from him? He must have been wrong. Mr. Lee continued, you failed in the midterm, so I'm here to ask you if you have any thoughts about repeating the exam? Sui did have the idea of repeating the exam, but with the Su family's current situation, how could they afford it? The expenses for studying before were all earned by Sui himself. Of course the living expenses, or the family paid. This point, the original Sui also has no way. After all, a child, earn tuition, already is not easy thing. Sui himself has the idea of making money, but it is not good to say it. At this time, individuals were not allowed to do business, and it seemed that self-employment had already appeared in the country, but there were definitely not many. At least in Province J, in Bishui City, there hadn't been much to hear about. It could also be that Sui was rather insular. After all, in this era, there were no cell phones, no computers, no internet, the speed of news spreading was still very slow. Sui shook his head. Mr. Lee, I'm not sure yet. He said this, but also because there was something strange in his heart. Some doubts. Sui planned to find an opportunity to confirm some thoughts in his heart some days later. But Teacher Lai didn't know Sui's intention and sniffed with some disappointment. But vaguely, Sui also saw a touch of other colors in Mr. Lee's eyes. As for what it was, Sui couldn't be sure. Teacher Lee, you came to my house, and I didn't invite you to eat. Otherwise, you can take this fish back and stew it for dinner? Sui said with some embarrassment. Teacher Lee was definitely very considerate of her students, and she came to Su's house, definitely for Sui's studies as well. But Sui forgot that there was a small pumpkin on the cow's back. Hearing Sui say that he wanted to give the fish to Ms. Lee, the little pumpkin immediately shouted, "Duo duo, will we don't cha fish?" Teacher Lee didn't know what was wrong with him. Maybe it was because he had heard the little pumpkin's words, or maybe it was something else. Teacher Lee shook her head and simply said, "No need. You can eat this fish yourself." After saying that, Teacher Lee bypassed Sui and hurriedly walked towards the outside of Pumpkin Village. This was a three-way intersection, one side leading to the river, one side leading to Shanlan Village, and there was a bridge over there that led to the town. The other one was the one that led to the village. Sui was a bit puzzled and didn't know what was wrong with Mr. Lee. But he looked at Little Pumpkin and sighed again. With the intention to educate the little pumpkin, we can't be too stingy. And it's for the teacher, all the more reason for us to respect the teacher. But looking at the skinny little pumpkin, Sui didn't know how to say these words. The little pumpkin is only 3 years old and doesn't know anything yet. This time of the year, the child is also the time to protect the food. How could he understand this? But Little Pumpkin asked with teardrops in her eyes, "Duo duo, did I do something wrong?" Because Yi Chuanqiu was a teacher, she usually enjoyed educating children. Although the little pumpkin was young, he usually learned a lot from his ears, and was also very understanding. For some reason, Sui felt his nose a little sour. He shook his head and said to Little Pumpkin, "It's fine. Let's go home and eat fish." Little Pumpkin then nodded happily, "Cha fish cut." Seeing Teacher Lee off in the distance, Sui's heart was still a little strange, but he didn't think much about it. When he returned to the door of his home, his mother Yi Chuanqiu happened to be outside washing clothes. "Mom, I'm back!" Sui shouted. When Yi Chuanqiu heard Sui's voice, she raised her head, and when she saw Sui, her eyes were also a bit evasive. Even, there was some redness. Sui was a bit strange. "Mom, what happened? Why are you crying?" Yi Chuanqiu shook her head repeatedly. "No. Just now a gust of wind blew and got into the sand." Sui always felt that there was something strange, as well as Ms. Lee just now. One by one, all seemed to have something in their stomachs. But Yi Chuanqiu did not want to say, Mr. Lee did not say, Sui simply do not know what happened. Unable to figure it out, Sui didn't want to. Just heart some inexplicable sadness, they actually do not know. Now Sui, in essence, has changed the core. Raising the fish in his hand, Sui said, "I just caught a fish, I'll go and cook it, let's have an extra meal for lunch today." Yi Chuanqiu paused, opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but in the end, he just said, "Good. Your second sister had an operation in the hospital before and hurt her body, it's good to replenish her body later." Chapter 3, A Family. This sentence is actually no problem. Sui also knows, before the second sister Su Rong hospitalized, loss of body is to make up more. But this heart, how are not a flavor? Sui knows that this is the original body's feeling, not his own. The reason for this is because, in the Su family, the mother prefers a few girls. Perhaps this is also related to the Su family's situation. The Su family favors boys over girls. The Su family is not Sui's own little family. Rather, Sui's grandparents were very patriarchal. But strangely enough, Sui's father, Su Zhaohua, was not liked by his grandparents. And Yi Chuanqiu's parents, that is, Sui's grandparents, although there is no obvious bias, but for male children, that is also favored. Yi Chuanqiu, perhaps having been treated unfairly herself, married, and her grandparents also disliked Sui's 3 sisters. So Yi Chuanqiu felt that she had to favor her 3 daughters a little more. So in the Su family, the 3 sisters were favored more, and Dad Su Zhaohua was also fond of the little cotton-padded girl. This was not a problem at all in later times. But in this 70s, it is really strange. Shaking his head, Sui did not think about this. With the wisdom and experience he had gained from being reborn, such things as competing for favor were long ago not something he would pay attention to. Just as he was about to go deal with the fish, a few wolves came out, and before his body arrived, his voice traveled first. Then, a black earth dog scurried out from the house, coming to Sui's side and circling around a few times. "Blackie! Let's go, I'll go kill the fish, and the innards are all yours." This dog was called Hazy, just a dirt dog, but it was not to be underestimated for watching over the family. Because the Su family is not rich, Blackie does not have enough to eat, but to catch all the rats in the house. People say that dogs are nosy. In the Su family, there was no way around it. If Blackie didn't catch rats, he would have starved to death. But this is good, the Su family's rats were all caught by Blackie, at least the family's clothes and food don't have to worry about being eaten by rats. Carrying the little pumpkin down, Sui brought Blackie and Blackstar to the side next to the water well to kill the fish. Next to it was Grandpa's house, because Su Zhaohua was not favored in the Su family. After giving birth to his second daughter, Su Zhaohua was forced to separate from the Su family. When the family was separated, the pots and pans were not at all, just took more than 20 pounds of grain, and was separated from the Su family. At that time, Su Zhaohua with Yi Chuanqiu and 2 daughters, not even a place to live. With no choice, Su Zhaohua and Yi Chuanqiu took their daughters back to Nanju village, where they have remained until now. Grandpa's house has a water well that was passed down many years ago, and the well water inside is warm in winter and cool in summer. Black Star himself went to the side of a poplar tree not far from the side to eat the leaves. It looks like he has not eaten enough. Suhi brought Blackie and came to the side of the well, naturally followed by Little Pumpkin next to him. Suhi knew that this little follower would definitely not leave until he had eaten the fish. Still just arrived, he saw grandmother's son Mei-shan washing things. "Grandma, let me fetch you water." Saying this, Suhi went forward, took the bucket in his grandmother's hand, and started to fetch water right away. Son Mei-shan just froze for a moment before agreeing, good. Suhi put the fish down and started to beat the water. But for some reason, it always felt that the way Grandma looked at herself was also a bit strange. After fetching a bucket of water, Suhi placed the bucket next to Grandma's pile and asked strangely, "Grandma, do I have anything on me today? Why are the eyes so strange? A patched dress, there is no difference from usual." Sun Mei-shan waved her hand straight but didn't say anything, lowered her head, and started cleaning things. Perhaps because Yi Chuanqiu is very partial to several daughters, grandmother Sun Mei-shan is very loving to Suhi. But today this situation, something is not right. But Suhi also did not ask more questions. If the grandmother did not want to say, he did not go to ask. Just always feel we're not right, just do not know from when. Suhi went to the house to get a knife and plate over, nimbly killed the fish. Children in the countryside, especially boys, because of the lack of snacks, usually go up the mountain and down the water, looking for something to eat by themselves. This killing fish was not a difficult task. Besides, in his previous life, Suhi was also a foodie, and very much learned a lot of cooking skills. Not to mention other things, this knife work is naturally very good. Numbly killed the fish, dug out the innards and put it aside. "Hey Z, these are yours." Sun Mei-shan looked up, saw this harmonious scene, and instantly laughed. "It's just that you like Black Star and Blackie, or else Blackie is afraid that he won't even survive. The people in the family don't even have enough to eat, how could they feed the dog?" Blackie was also the one who often caught mice to eat, otherwise he would have starved to death long ago. This made Suhi a little anxious, wanting to go back and check what was going on with the image of the warehouse he had seen earlier. Crossing over had happened, and anything else magical, so he didn't find it strange anymore. But he still followed the steps and slowly primed all the fish. Suhi laughed, "They're all treating me well." After packing up the fish, Suhi said to his grandmother, "I'll go back and cook the fish, I'll bring a bowl over to Grandpa and Grandma later." Sun Mei-shan nodded and didn't refuse. She knew that it was useless to refuse, so he said he would send it, so he would send it over. The child's peace of mind, Sun Mei-shan wouldn't reject it either. In her heart, it was still warm. There was just a bit of gloom. Sun Mei-shan thought, the thing that I accidentally heard before, should I say it or not? But if you say it, Chuanqiu's family really can't go on. The family also has no way, 5 children have to study. But if you don't say it, it's too sorry for this child Suhi. There are so many people in the family, why should this one child suffer? After hesitating for half a day, Sun Mei-shan still hadn't figured out what to do. In the end, she had no choice but to pretend she didn't know. Suhi brought the little pumpkin back and went to the kitchen. The household chores of the family, several siblings have been doing since they were young. Well, here to get rid of the second sister, Su Rong. Su Rong has been a bit of a petite bourgeoisie since she was a child, and is bent on studying and then leaving the countryside. This was probably influenced by her mother, Yi Chuanqiu. Therefore, Su Rong never did housework or anything else. Su Rong felt that doing housework was a waste of her time. This point also affected fifth brother Su Yucheng. In the past, Su He was actually very opinionated towards these two. A family, why should everyone do housework but you too? Su Yucheng may be the youngest son, Su Zhaohua and Yi Chuanqiu are very painful, so not doing housework, it is nothing. Sui shook his head, this family, thinking about it gives me a headache. Not thinking about that much, Sui chopped the fish open and directly boiled water in the pot. Without oil, there was no other way but to cook fish soup. Chapter 4, Fish Soup. Duo, nest to burn the fire for you. Little Pumpkin followed in and said in a serious manner. Sui smiled, where would he take it seriously? This little pumpkin must have a craving, so it was good to follow in and smell the flavor. Sui burned the fire, heated the pot, put in water, and boiled it. Over there, Yi Chuanqiu also steamed rice. In the countryside, it is all about cooking porridge in the morning. First boil the rice until it is half cooked and fish it out, leaving a few grains of rice inside, and it becomes porridge. Such kanji saves rice. Poor families had to economize in every way. And the fished out rice, waited until noon, then steamed on the pot. The rice cooked in this way is a bit dry and grainy, but also a bit stuck in the throat. In particular, such rice is more filling. It would create a false state of being full, and an act of saving rice. An adult man in this era would have to eat 2 or 3 pounds of rice in one meal, which in the latter days, would be unthinkable. The group of women in the latter days, in order to lose weight, there are those who only eat fruit salad at night. This was impossible in the 70s. Every day, they had to do a lot of work and labor on the ground, and if they didn't have enough to eat, they simply didn't have the strength. Sui also only ate this kind of rice when he was a child, and then when he grew up a little, he never ate it again. Yi Chuanqiu steamed the rice and didn't choose the vegetables. Instead, she put up all the vegetables that she had chosen. Sui was a little strange. Mom, don't you fry other dishes at noon? Yi Chuanqiu said, you've cooked the fish, let's use the fish soup to soak the rice at noon. Well, there's also some salted vegetables, just eat it. Sui was helpless, but also knew that this was Yi Chuanqiu's intention to save a meal. How much is this? But in this day and age, a poor farming family, this is how it is. Sui even suspected that if it wasn't for the fact that second sister Su Rong had just returned from hospitalization and needed to replenish her body. This one fish, I'm afraid it would have been taken out by Yi Chuanqiu and sold for money. The family is really short of money. And there is still more than a month, we'll start school. Sui failed in the midterm, I'm afraid the family can't afford to let him go to school. Originally, Sui wanted to earn his own money to go to school. This big sister is getting married, and she has graduated from high school, so she doesn't need to study. But this dowry is also a generous expense. The money from the previous sale of cattle, Yi Chuanqiu took to Su Rong's surgery, there are still some left, I'm afraid there is not much. The money left for the second sister Su Rong to study, there is still the third sister and the fifth brother. They don't have the ability to earn money to study on their own. Sui also has a big head, so thinking, Lu one after another also put the fish pieces in. Fortunately, there is a piece of fish oil in the belly of this fish, not so much as to cook out the fish soup without oil flavor. It is also because this time of the year everyone lacks oil and fishy, so the meal is also to eat a lot more. There is no way, no oil in the stomach, the whole body is no strength. Slowly, the fish soup boiled, Sui turned to low heat and slowly stewed. Little Pumpkin moved a small stool over and sat on it, waiting to eat. The small nose moved, very cute. Unfortunately, in this day and age, cuteness isn't worth much. That little stool was made by Su Zhaohua himself. The men of Nanju village, more or less all know a little carpentry. Su Yi, for example, has learned from the older generation to make bamboo baskets, bamboo chairs, and other things. In Su Yi's opinion, these are all crafts that can make money. Only, today's domestic, the first self-employed afraid has not yet appeared. To do business, one has to go to some black market. Anyway, at this time there is no market, we want to buy things, we have to go to the supply house to buy. But that attitude. The salesman's face is longer than a donkey's, that is the people of this era, for those salesmen's evaluation. But there are many people envy those people, after all, is the iron rice bowl, and the wind does not blow, the rain does not rain, the salary is also high. Yi Chuanqiu was an elementary school teacher, and her salary was just $12 a month. Su Zhaohua works as a forest ranger in a forest farm near his home, and his monthly salary is even less, only 9 yuan. And the salesmen in the supply and marketing cooperatives were paid close to $20 a month, and quite a few were paid more than $20. Hit the pulse steering wheel, eat pig salesman, visible salesman's job in this era, is very appetizing. However, in Sui's opinion, it is a blot on this era. Those salesmen who took the state salary, that face ugly up, really can't be helped. And if I don't remember wrongly, this era should still be the era where all kinds of tickets are rampant. You need an oil ticket to buy oil, and you need a match ticket to buy matches. And what about meat tickets, grain tickets, industrial coupons, and whatnot? Sui's eyes lit up as he thought of this. If he remembered correctly, those workers in the city didn't have that many tickets. So many people, not to mention buying meat to eat, vegetables and also grain, were not enough. If he could get his hands on these things, it would definitely fetch a price. But before that, to get these things before. But my warehouse there. When Sui thought so, the scene of that warehouse appeared in front of his eyes again. Sui just wanted to go in and take a look, when Little Pumpkin's voice came from his ears again, duo duo. The water is boiling. The scene in front of his eyes disappeared, Sui's heart was on fire, and he was eager to find a place to try to go in and take a look. If he could go in, then wouldn't it be possible to take out the warehouse of supplies that he had consumed with a vengeance before? Not to mention, he had bought a lot of grain and meat, as well as various snacks and such. If he could take it out, it would definitely be expensive. Shaking his head, Sui pushed these thoughts down for now, lifting the lid of the pot and looking at it. It was still early. Cooking fish soup, Sui is still very good at it, although there is not enough seasoning, just a simple bit of salt with a bit of fish oil, so he can also cook a pot of delicious fish soup. Thinking of fish soup, Sui thought of the large amount of seasonings he had bought, which were also in that warehouse. If he could go in, at least in the future when he made his own delicious food, he wouldn't lack too many seasonings. As for the salt, that couldn't be missing. If salt was scarce, not to mention the poor taste, if a person lacked salt, their entire body would be weak. It could be said that salt was the thing that could not be saved the most, even if one was poor, one could not go without salt. Soon, the fish soup started to turn white, and by this time, it was done. If it stayed any longer, the fish pieces would be cooked, and the flavor would be quite a bit worse by then. Because of the large number of people, Sui added more water. What about this large family? 2 pounds of crucian carp, boiled out, each person is only a few pieces. If this is placed in a few decades later, I'm afraid it's not enough at all. But in this era, every family is like this, there is no way around it. Little Pumpkin came over with a bowl and looked at Suhi with a baba. Suhi had no choice, bring it. Little Pumpkin just laughed happily. Suhi took Little Pumpkin's bowl and filled a bowl of fish soup for her, putting several pieces of fish into it, all the meat from the fish belly. Go eat. Chapter 5, Father's Injury. When Suhi placed the small bowl on the side of the stove, Little Pumpkin got up, moved the small stool she was sitting on over, stood on it, and began to drink the fish soup. Looking at that look, every spoonful of fish soup, he had to blow on it before drinking it. That look, I can't tell you how cute it was. Suhi touched Little Pumpkin's head. Little Pumpkin turned around and said with a smile, Duo, the fish soup you cooked is delicious. It's much better than anything cooked by MMA. MMA means mom, this is the dialect of this side of Nanju village. Over there, Yi Chuanqiu happened to be carrying a bowl of rice and was serving the fish soup. Hearing this, she also laughed and scolded, then in the future, I'll let you cook for you more often. Little Pumpkin nodded his head in a serious manner, more cooking is more cooking, anyway, more cooking is more delicious. Suhi was helpless, and turned around to see Yi Chuanqiu serving several pieces of fish into a bowl, almost a third of what was in the pot. This too catty fish, how many pieces of meat can there be? Then there was rice underneath this bowl, it was definitely for Su Rong. Suhi didn't even know what to say. Before he could say anything, Yi Chuanqiu was already carrying the bowl back. It looks like he is going to give Su Rong the rice. After all, after the operation, it's better to rest in bed. On this side, Suhi serves out the fish soup. There isn't much meat left, but there is still a lot of fish soup. Splitting a bowl, Suhi first gave the fish soup to Grandma. Suhi's house is connected to Grandma's house, and there is a door in the yard, so you can go there directly. At this time, Grandma was cooking, so Suhi put the fish soup down. Grandma, I put the fish soup here. You and Grandpa remember to eat it. By the way, where is Grandpa? Grandma turned around and smiled, still in the team, I guess he'll be back in a while. That's fine, I'll go back first. Suhi said, returned to his own kitchen. The fish soup filled a large porcelain bowl, a bowl full, is not much fish inside. Suhi also cannot help, he also just came to this world, where to improve to go? The end out, put on the table in the hall room. Suhi is ready to go to the kitchen and bring out the rice. Little Pumpkin also need to serve some rice, just a little bit of fish pieces, drink a bowl of soup, it is impossible to eat enough. At the doorway, there was a cacophony of voices coming. Teacher Chuanqiu, Teacher Chuanqiu. Suhi stopped his steps, listening to this shouting, there was some urgency. What's going on here? He was just about to go over, when his mom Yi Chuanqiu ran out and responded, what's wrong? The door of the courtyard was opened, so he saw that two people assisted a man to come in. That look, if it wasn't Father Su Zhaohua, who was it? Tiger, what's wrong? Yi Chuanqiu asked anxiously. This man was called Su Hu, a colleague of Su Zhaohua's forest farm, and usually worked together. Well, this person was also from Nanju village. Su Hu said, Brother Zhaohua stepped on a nail in the forest field and bled a lot. Suhi hurriedly went up and held Su Zhaohua up, not to mention, the weight was not light. Su Hu helped and helped the person inside. Yi Chuanqiu hurriedly went to pour water. Tiger, thanks to you. This hot day, you also sweat, drink some water. As for dinner and whatnot, this is all the food in the house, so I really can't afford it. Su Hu took the cup and tootled down a cup of water. Teacher Chuanqiu, this is the cup. What is this flavor, so fragrant? Su Hu was about to return the cup. When he smelled a fragrance, he couldn't help but ask. If he hadn't guessed wrongly, this was the fish soup flavor. These days, every household is short of meat, and this flavor is really gluttonous. Yi Chuanqiu also had no choice. People asked, she had to say, it just so happens that the family cooked fish soup, just not a few pieces of meat. Do you guys want to stay and eat some? How can this be good? Su Hu said, verbalizing politely, but his body was honest. There was also the forest colleague who came along next to him as well. These days, every household lacks oil and water. This person was originally embarrassed to stay for dinner. After all, it was just to send Su Zhaohua back. What's the point of staying for a meal? But smell this fish soup flavor, cannot walk away. Suhi is also helpless. There were not a few pieces of meat. This stomach is very greedy. There is no way to come. People also helped. Cannot let people go back on an empty stomach. Yi Chuanqiu, Su Mei, you go to give Uncle Tiger in their food. I went to bring the water. Give your father he clean. Suhi didn't leave. He stood by the side and looked at it, frowning. These days, there was no tetanus shot. But this was pierced by a nail in the foot, and looking at that wound, it wasn't small. Before coming back, it should have been bandaged, but it wasn't much use at all. Because of the excessive bleeding, Su Zhaohua came back with a pale face, and didn't he even say a word. Su Mei went to serve Su Hu, and the two of them went to the table to eat. Su Rui also came out in a hurry, went to serve himself and went to the table to eat. At this time, if you don't take some initiative, you can't eat much fish. Suhi was at the side, and said to Yi Chuanqiu, Mom, Dad's like this, it's better to go to the hospital. This wound is a bit big, and this weather is also hot, in case it turns into pus, that would be bad. Yi Chuanqiu also frowned, but the family doesn't have much money left. After selling the cows earlier, paying off some famine, and giving your second sister an operation, the rest of the money is enough for your second and third sister's tuition. Well, it looks like there's not even enough for the fifth brother and his own tuition fees. Fifth brother, well said, anyway, is in elementary school. Yi Chuanqiu also work in the elementary school, first owe a little. By the time there is then give is. But only Su-hee, he is in secondary school, tuition fees cannot be owed. Su-hee knows that Yi Chuanqiu is not going to let himself continue to study. It seems that this is intended to let himself back to work to earn money, send two sisters, and a younger brother to study. The heart is actually a little uncomfortable, but Su-hee can understand. This big, already read, cannot be halfway. The little one, still reading elementary school, cannot not read it. Only Su-hee failed in the midterm just to come back to work, make money to support the family. Not on the not too old, it is the most disadvantaged. Su-hee sighed and did not know what to say. Su Xiaohua only then gritted his teeth and said, "Do not go, I do not go to the hospital." A trip to the hospital was not cheap. No matter what time of year it was, going to the hospital was never cheap. The family still had a famine to pay off, and if they went to the hospital, it would be another big expense. Su Xiaohua refused to go. "I'll just rest at home, I'll be fine in a few days." But Su-hee was still a little worried, but there was nothing more he could do. Su Yuqing ran in from outside, covered in mud. It looks like he went out for a wave and just came back. "What is this smell? It smells so good." "Mom, I want to eat," Su Yuqing shouted. Yi Chuanqiu was also a little worried about Su Xiaohua. Hearing Su Yuqing's words, she immediately shouted, "Eating, you won't go add food yourself. You want me to do everything for you?" If this was before, when Su Xiaohua didn't have an accident, Yi Chuanqiu might still do it. There was no way, for this little son, Yi Chuanqiu was very fond of him. People say, the eldest grandson, the youngest son, are the treasure of the heart. In the Su family, it is really like this. This oldest son of his own, really is a no one pays attention to. Perhaps it was Su-hee's own understanding from a young age that led to this downfall. Su-hee was thinking wildly, when he heard Su Yuqing crying, he was a little strange, is not eating, what is this crying? Before he turned his head, Su-hee heard a sound of falling bowls. Enameled bowls fell to the ground with a crisp sound, so pleasant to the ear. Chapter 6 Farce. Su-hee turned around and saw Su Yuqing shouting over there, "The meat is finished. What am I going to eat?" An enamel bowl fell on the ground, still dancing. Su-hoo and another colleague were very embarrassed, still holding chopsticks in their hands. Looking at this scene, Su-hoo hurriedly said, "Sister-in-law, I'm done eating, I'll go back to the forest first." The other co-worker did the same and hurried back. Yi Chuanqiu went up and grabbed Su Yuqing, hitting him several times on the buttocks. Su-hee could see that the force wasn't very great. Originally, Yi Chuanqiu would not have hit Su Yuqing, after all, he was the younger son. But this today, Su Xiaohua was injured. If he didn't go to the hospital, in case it went septic like Su-hee said, then it would be troublesome. Plus a little something else happened today, and Yi Chuanqiu saw Su Yuqing drive the guests away again. This cannot be tolerated. But even so, Yi Chuanqiu did not hit very hard, just gently hit a few times. But Su Yuqing refused to do so, fell to the ground, and started rolling. Su-hee frowned, realizing that this kind of thing had happened many times in the past. In the end, it all ended with Yi Chuanqiu taking a few candies for Su Yuqing. This family, sure enough. Big sister Su Mei went over to coax Su Yuqing, but Su Yuqing didn't get the candy and didn't eat the fish, so how could he refuse to get up? Su Rong was eating in the house, but she was eating with great vigor. From this angle, Su-hee could see that even at this time, Su Rong was still slowly and methodically eating the rice with fish pieces. Little Pumpkin stood in the doorway, looking, was a little frightened. Yi Chuanqiu's love had been given to the three daughters in front of her, plus this little son. For the little pumpkin, there wasn't that much love anymore. Su-hee sighed, walked over, held the little pumpkin, and went to the kitchen. "Little Pumpkin, you eat first." Little Pumpkin had not finished eating the fish soup just now, so he gave her some rice and added it to the fish soup, as if it was fish soup with rice. Little Pumpkin, however, said, "Duo. Let's share half of the nest with you, you haven't even eaten." Su-hee was a little warm in his heart, waved his hand and said, "It's fine, I'll just take boiling water to soak the rice. When I was a child, I also ate rice in boiling water, the flavor was naturally bad." At this time, Su-hee also heard Su Rong said loudly, "He dropped the fish soup, what does it have to do with me?" "Mom, I say you can't be this biased, I don't even have enough fish soup to eat." Su-hee rolled her eyes, this family, really don't know what to say. The eldest sister is soft-tempered, a typical lady of the house, should be in the Su family before, was scared out by the grandparents. The second sister, this is okay, but the selfish character, their own study, look down on other people's behavior is also let Su-hee does not know how to say. The third sister is the kind of boredom to their own benefits. Just now dinner, the third sister secretly went to serve the rice, their own fish pieces in fish soup, and hide to the side to eat. As for fifth brother, this is a spoiled child. In this day and age, not to mention fish, even eggs are rarely eaten. He even dropped the fish soup over there. If it were Su-hee, he would have slapped him. Su Xiaohua also shouted a few words of rebuke before the quarrel ended. This family really do not know how to say. Originally poor, the family is still not united. No wonder he was kicked out by his grandparents. His father and mother also have problems doing things. Not being able to level the playing field is their biggest problem. Not long after, Ichiwancho came to the kitchen, saw Sui carrying a bowl of rice in boiling water, and did not say anything. She took out the hidden vegetables, quickly scrambled an egg, and fried a vegetarian dish and served it out, during which she didn't let Suhi and Little Pumpkin eat a piece at all. It looked like, in order to coax Suyucheng, Ichiwancho must have promised a bowl of eggs. This mom did it, you let him cry, is it? Once or twice, you're not afraid of spoiling a bully in the future? But Sui also has no way, this mother did so, what can he say? Sui hadn't completely figured out this family yet, so he didn't want to say anything for the time being. Duo, there are still dishes in the pot. Little Pumpkin shouted. Sui froze and came over to take a look, knowing that it was Ichiwancho who had left it. At this time, there was only himself and Little Pumpkin in the kitchen, and there was no one else but for the two of them. Sigh of relief, Sui also thought that he is a uncle does not love, grandmother does not hurt. Fortunately, this being a mom, didn't completely dislike him either. It seemed that it should also not be too good at expressing it. But naturally, she wasn't as good to him as she was to her 3 sisters and 5th brother. After eating, Sui washed his and Little Pumpkin's bowls. Then letting Little Pumpkin go for a nap, Sui himself went back to his room. In this room, there was a bed that was Suyucheng's. Next to it was a bamboo bed, not too big, which was Sui's. As for why it was like this, Sui wouldn't comment on it. After resting for a while, Suyucheng walked in, and also brought the door with force, making a good noise. Sui frowned. You won't lower your strength? Suyucheng choked. What do you care? Sui frowned tightly, almost unable to resist getting up and hitting someone. After thinking about it, Sui got up and walked out from the house. This moment, from crossing over, to now, it was only 3 hours of time, he was almost mentally exhausted. After thinking about it, Sui still walked to the back of the mountain. There was a big tree here, on top of which Sui made a small wooden house. Sui climbed up and stayed in the cabin. Here, it was a private space for Sui, a harbor for him alone. From inside a small jar, Sui pulled out a handful of Mao tickets. This was the money Sui had saved himself before, all the money he had saved from hunting or fishing to sell in town. Of course, it was all saved up by hiding, dime by dime. 10 cents, 20 cents. Sui counted, a total of $3.57. There were zeros and whole dollars, and a few penny dimes. Sui had used it when he was a kid in his previous life, but after he got older, he never used it again. Putting the money away, Sui sat down on the side. There were also some tools here. One of them was a slingshot, which Sui had made himself, using a spring made of ox tendons with a lot of force. Sui tried it and realized that he was still very good at it. Looks like it's inherited this ability from the predecessor. Good thing too, if the warehouse didn't come over, this thing is also a tool to make money in the future. Putting down the slingshot, Sui picked up the fishing rod on the side. Naturally, it is also a self-made fishing rod. In fact, it is a bamboo pole. Take the nylon line to make it. After trying it out, Sui decided to go fishing when he was free. Sitting on the tree trunk, Sui began to try and figure out how to get into that warehouse. What was the idea before? Is it just thinking about the warehouse in your head that allows you to go in? Chapter 7: The Accompanying Warehouse. Just by thinking so, that piece of warehouse appeared in front of his eyes again. Sui thought, I'm going in. Then, his eyes went black, and when he reappeared, he was already in the warehouse. Looking at the familiar scene in front of him, Sui's eyes were wet. From the year 2021, which was rich in supplies, all of a sudden he came to the year 1979, which was extremely lacking in supplies, and he still had to use tickets to buy things. He was really confused. Despite having a forward-thinking consciousness, there was still the saying that a clever woman could not cook without rice. In front of him this was a bedroom, a 2-meter wide king-size bed, a Simmons mattress, and a 4-piece set of silk. Sui very much wanted to throw himself onto the bed and take a hard rest. But looking at the patches on his body, and the clothes that had dried out before he got up from the river and had the time to change, the folds made Sui immediately give up on the idea of going to bed and resting for a bit. Opening the closet, the clothes bought in his previous life were all there. Pure cotton shirts, pajamas for the home, and all kinds of suits, everything was there. It's a pity that the height is not enough, and it won't hold up. Sui said with some pity. In his previous life, at least there was 1.78 m. Now at this age, the height is still just 1.5 m up and down. I don't know if it's because this body is developing late, or it's malnutrition. But don't be a genetic problem, or else you really want to be laughed at. Thinking of others calling him a short ghost, Sui's heart wanted to die. In his previous life when he was in school, he was often teased. The feeling was really bad. On the nightstand, there is an open bread, half eaten, still half left. Sui walked over to take a look, and realized that the bread had dried out, and was even starting to get moldy. I don't know how long has passed here. Anyway, this is inedible. Sui walked out from the room. Next to it was a gym with quite a lot of fitness equipment. Sui casually opened the door, and turned on the lights with his hand. Subsequently, Sui was bitterly smiling, all forgotten, this has crossed over, this warehouse is considered a miracle even if it follows along. But this electricity. Then Sui looked at the bright electric light shining on himself, his eyes were a little shaky. Hurriedly turned off the light, and then the next moment, Sui just laughed. Laughing recklessly, laughing loudly. It's impossible for the Power Supply Bureau to cross over and collect my electricity bill as well, right? Sui said self-deprecatingly, closing the door. Next to him was a study, inside was his computer, as well as a bookcase. Sui loved reading physical books, so he bought several cabinets of books in all aspects. A lot of books on science and technology, matters related to mechanics, were all his favorites. This warehouse covered a large area, 600 square feet, the bedroom and gym were not big and did not cover much ground. On the second floor, besides the bedroom and gym, there was only a study. So the study had a large area, more than 500 square feet. Sui had placed several bookshelves here, in addition to many desks that were filled with books. It looked like a small library. Sui's grandfather in his previous life was a very learned man, always teaching Sui that knowledge changes everything and to read more. When he was young, Sui didn't listen, so he mixed badly. It was only when he was in his 20s that he knew to rise to the occasion. That's why he bought so many books, and then when he made money, he bought this warehouse, set it up, and moved all the books. In addition to this, Sui also often buy books. Professional, non-self-professional, all purchased a lot. At this time, Sui felt that he was afraid that he was the person who owned the most books in this era. Here, I'm afraid that there are more than 100,000 books. Even a university library may not have this many. It was really hard to say if a university library in this era had this many volumes of books. Closing the door, Sui went downstairs. The first floor was Sui's workroom, which contained quite a lot of machinery. For a while, Sui enjoyed making shoes by himself, so he bought some machinery for making shoes. There were also some raw materials for shoes piled up next to it. These things were not afraid of expiration. Sui casually cleaned up a bit, lest the place look dirty. As for the other machinery, Sui didn't move it either. When you have time, come over to maintain the machinery again. All these machinery needed to find time to oil up. Without maintenance, the machinery would also age. After turning around, Sui didn't bother with these machinery either. This warehouse also has an underground layer, that is the original body of this warehouse. Downstairs, the first thing you see is a parking garage. Occupies a small area, is more than 20 square meters. Inside parked Sui's previous life car, not what particularly good car, is a Volkswagen. For the car, Sui did not particularly like it. Although proficient in repairing cars, Sui's not particularly demanding on the car he drives. Next to it was an electric car, which was considered Sui's substitute when he didn't drive. Next to the door, Sui walked in from here, is the warehouse. The warehouse is basically 600 square feet. Inside, all kinds of shelves are divided into different categories. A large portion of it were all kinds of materials. For example, Sui wants to make shoes of all kinds of materials, such as natural sole leather, bamboo, wood, etc., used to make soles, of course, also includes some synthetic soles, including rubber plastic materials, recycled leather, elastic cardboard, and so on. In addition, there are also materials for uppers, some canvas, and all kinds of natural leather, pigskin, cowhide, snakeskin, etc. Of course, some plastics and PU leather are also used to make shoes. Of course, some plastics and PU leather, etc., there are also many. In addition, there are all kinds of replacement parts for those machines, screws and steel tubes, and so on. And Sui's target this time was the shelf near the other side of the garage. That was Sui's revenge spending after he later found out that he got the disease and the treatment was fruitless. All kinds of food, starting from raw materials, all kinds of meat, grain including rice and noodles and sorghum, and so on. There are also quite a few various snacks, and there are several kinds of milk candies alone. A few of the better ones on the market, the Great White Rabbit and the Golden Monkey, are available in several boxes. There were also a lot of chocolates, in various flavors, so he unwrapped a package, took out a box of chocolates from inside, and ate one. Well, it's still wine heart chocolate, it tastes good. Although at this age, it wasn't very suitable for alcohol. But there wasn't much alcohol wrapped inside this chocolate, and the flavor was still very good. The chocolate was slightly bitter, but when savored carefully, it carried a sweetness. After looking around, Sui casually took a box of chocolates and left. Looking at the side, there was also a bag of Great White Rabbit milk candy, so he also casually took it over, tore open the bag, took one and ate it. It's also strange that all the food here hasn't spoiled yet. Well, this milk candy is also too sweet. It's snoozy. He checked the meats, and it was a bit strange that they hadn't spoiled by now. Obviously that bread in the upstairs bedroom had gone bad, but none of the meats here had gone bad? Forget it, traveling through all of them, even time has been turned back, what else is impossible? Chapter 8, Yi Sanjian's Conspiracy. After eating a few chocolates, and not having eaten too much at lunch, he was still a bit hungry, but this time he was all full. Chocolate is worthy of being a high-calorie food, eating so few pieces, already full. Sui casually picked up the bag of already moldy bread in the bedroom, thinking, I'm going out. When he came out again, he had already returned to the big tree in the back of the mountain. It was much more convenient to put away all the bits and pieces here, including that fishing rod and that slingshot, and put them in storage, so that they could be accessed at any time. Sui originally wanted to casually throw away the bread. Anyway, this thing is moldy, people can't eat it, those birds can still eat it. Who knows? Sui suddenly heard the conversation between two people. Well, all looked good? Yes, it's all looked good. Let's do it tonight. Saying this, the voices of these two people became smaller and smaller, and they should be far away. Sui was a bit strange, and came out from the treehouse, holding onto one of the branches above, looking downwards. Two people, only their backs could be seen. One was unfamiliar, but the other, Sui felt familiar. After a little thought, he remembered. This seems to be Yi Sanshou? Most of the villagers in Nanju village had the surname Yi, which was Sui's grandfather's surname. This man was not called Yi Sanho, but because he liked to steal chickens and dogs, the village people nicknamed him Yi Sanho. As for what he was originally called, Sui was not very clear. Sui frowned, he accidentally heard Yi San hands and whoever was plotting here, it must be to steal something. But they were talking without a clue, Sui didn't know what they were going to steal and from whom. Just knowing a time, but not knowing the exact time, this is wanting to stake out, there is no way. Sui also had no choice but to go down the tree. He himself has to think about how to make money. There are a lot of supplies in the warehouse. In 2021, he is spending millions of dollars to buy those things, put it to this time, although it may not be able to sell at such a high price, but it is also absolutely quite a lot. If he were to eat by himself, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to finish eating for decades. But it was still a little too dangerous to take these things out and exchange them for money. Not to mention the packaging, the quality of these things, are all very good. This era cannot be so good. Sui is not short of money, as the company's chief engineer, his salary is quite a lot. Sui also does not have an object, usually in addition to buy books and buy food, other spending is very little. The money he saved, in the end, he bought this warehouse of things. Naturally, he had to pick good quality to buy. These things were too eye-catching when taken out. Before there was absolute certainty, Sui did not intend to take them out and sell them. But eating it yourself, it's no problem. Sui came down from the tree. It was a large camphor tree, several hundred years old, with almost 30 meters high. It took several people to encircle it. The town of Jiangsu is also known for this. There are a large number of camphor trees in this neighborhood. Sui remembers, to the 21st century, camphor tree is defined as a national key protection wild plants. Private individuals are not allowed to cut down at will. Of course, most of the back of the mountain is still mozo bamboo, which is also the origin of the name of Nanju village. Without realizing it, we walked to the entrance of the village. There was a big banyan tree in the middle of the village, and at this time, there were quite a few old people cooling off over here, holding tools in their hands, knitting the soles of their shoes. Hisiko went hunting in the back of the mountain again? Third grandma asked with a smile, having lost many teeth because of her age. Siko is the dialect of this side of Nanju village, meaning boy or son. Sui smiled and responded, yes, it's a pity I didn't hit it. In the past, Sui also often went to the back of the mountain to hunt, and would always bring back a bird, or a rabbit or something. These, third grandma and the girls were already used to. Third grandma, you guys are busy, I'm going back. Sui said, while still fanning himself with his hand by his head. This weather, it was really hot. On the big banyan tree, the robins were not tired of spreading the noise. Third grandmother smiled and waved her hand, go. Go back early, on a hot day, easily don't go play in the water. The hotter the day, everyone likes to go to the river to play. But there were also many accidents. While Sui responded, a flash of light went through his head, this robin, it's also a good thing. But then, Sui wondered if it would sell. In 79 years, I don't know if anyone eats this. Forget it, Sui didn't care about it for now. Back home, went to the kitchen and took a bucket. Sui first planned to go to the river to see if there was any harvest. In addition to fishing and touching crabs, Sui also remembered that there was a patch of reeds by the river. He wanted to see if there were any wild duck eggs. Before he could leave, the little pumpkin ran out from the house, hugged Sui's leg and said, Duo, bring the nest cut to play. Sui had no choice, little pumpkin was at home and there was no one to bring him. Sui simply took the little pumpkin with him, and went to the poplar tree next to him again, calling Black Star on. Blackie also ran out and joined the team. So originally Sui intended to go alone. In the end, 2 people, 1 cow and 1 dog team. Nanju village is in a very good location, backed by bamboo mountains and flanked by 2 rivers. People say rely on the mountain to eat the mountain, rely on the water to eat the water. The only way to get in and out of Nanju village is to go to the far side of Shanlan village, and then there is a bridge to the town. So even if there is something in Nanju village, it can't be transported out. Coupled with the fact that business is not allowed in this era, the poverty of Nanju village can be imagined. The Su family was originally in the old river village across the wider river on the right, but later moved to Nanju village because of the separation of families. At this time, Sui brought the little pumpkin to the left side of the slightly narrower river, opposite the village called Rulin Village. It is said that back then, the ancestors of Rulin Village, there were several people who won the scholar, which is the descendant of a famous family. Coming to the riverside, seeing the sparkling water, Sui had an urge to go into the water. It is really too hot, this sweat is flowing ah. Little pumpkin said in a jar, duo, I want to go down and play. The river was not deep, it was only 20 to 30 centimeters deep, and it would only gradually get deeper if you walked out a meter or two away. Sui nodded, then you can play by the river, but you can't go in the middle of the river. The little pumpkin happily agreed, and ran to the river, grabbed the grass on the bank, and slowly went down into the river. Children in the countryside, they don't have shoes at all, and they don't use shoes, they just play barefoot. Sui looked at, are a little heartbroken. But there are no shoes for children of this age in the warehouse, and if there are, Sui doesn't dare to take them out. Such good shoes, if others saw them, it would be a trouble. Blackie, you watch the little pumpkin by the river. Sui let Blackie watch the little pumpkin over here. Blackie is also very humane. When he hears it, he just woofs a few times, and then plops down near the little pumpkin. This weather was hot, the dog didn't want to move much. Usually there is not much to eat, the dog is also hungry. Sui thought, turning back, he definitely needs to get some food for Blackie and Blackstar. These two animals can't talk, so they definitely won't leak. It's just a matter of hiding from people. Blackstar, you go into the water with me. Chapter 9, Catching Fish, Wild Lotus Roots, River Snails, Wild Duck Eggs. Sui saw over there was indeed a patch of reeds. He and Blackstar went into the water. In case he drowned, Blackstar could save himself. This is something that Blackstar did well before. Although Sui was from the countryside in his previous life, he didn't know water. In this lifetime, the predecessor knew water, but after one drowning, Sui found himself a little worried. Getting into the water, Sui slowly tripped over to the deep water area. Every step, he had to look at the Blackstar next to him. This buffalo is not there, Sui is a little worried in his heart. Fortunately, Blackstar was more reliable, Sui took a step, he also took a step. Sometimes even lowered his head, biting some water grass up from the bottom of the river and slowly eating it. Cows have a large amount of food, and they have two stomachs, one of which can store grass. In order to store grass and hide from enemies. Their stomach in the evolution of the formation of four chambers, rumen, honeycomb stomach, valve stomach and glandular stomach, but also has a ruminant habit, so that food can be better digested and absorbed. Cattle will stop eating when they are full, but will not stop ruminating. Cattle are vegetarian animals, and a wide range of food, the most favorite to eat grass, but also like to eat some green plants or fruits, such as peanuts, sweet potato vines, maize seedlings, rice, wheat seedlings, and so on. Of course this water grass is also eaten. At this time, the Blackstar apparently has not eaten enough, constantly roll up some water grass from the bottom of the water to eat. Perhaps, Blackstar is the only one in the family who can eat enough. The kind of water fishing rice at home, when eating it, it was easy to get full. But it didn't take long for that stomach to get hungry. After trying several times in the water, Sui slammed into deep water and almost sank. He fluttered a few times, ate several mouthfuls of river water, and actually floated up from underwater, swam, and was decent. Looking at that, it was very similar to Blackie's swimming posture. Dog paddle. After adapting for a while, Sui realized that he was quite good at water. In the water, there was no difference with land, both were very flexible. A white line swam by in front of his eyes, Sui fiercely zipped down, and in the water he saw a fish swimming by. Grabbing over violently, Sui grabbed the gills of that fish. This was one of the skills of the predecessor, grabbing the gills of a fish. Once grabbed, this fish could not run away. Getting up again, Sui then grabbed that fish, still bouncing around in the water, knocking on Sui's hand. It still hurt a little. In the water, the fish is still very strong. Sui swam towards the river. The little pumpkin saw Sui caught another fish, immediately excited to run over. Sui was shocked in his heart and shouted, "Little pumpkin, stop." But the little pumpkin only saw the fish at this time, simply did not care so much. Fortunately, Blackie swam over and stopped little pumpkin. Sui was relieved, and hurriedly swam to the shore and carried little pumpkin to the shore. Sui just wanted to reprimand little pumpkin a few times, but little pumpkin hugged Sui's leg first and said, Duo, I know I'm wrong. Nest just wants to see the fish. This damn cute. Looking at little pumpkin's face, Sui couldn't get angry. But what should be reasoned, Sui still had to reason. Little pumpkin, you are still small, the water over there is deep, if you go over there, you will be drowned. Little pumpkin nodded. Nest knows. Dong Siko drowned over there. Dong Siko was also a child from Nanju village, who had previously gone into the water to swim, and supposedly got cramps and died in the water just like that. Just like Sui before, the point that good swimmers drown, could definitely not be made up. Seeing this, Sui said a few more words to little pumpkin, put the fish in the bucket, and added some water in it. Sui said, Little pumpkin, you watch the fish here. Brother will go into the water and see if he can catch the fish again. Little pumpkin understood and guarded the bucket. Duo, one knows. Sui nodded, still uneasy. If you don't watch it and someone else takes it, you won't be able to beat the fish. Little Pumpkin nodded and grabbed that bucket as if it was everything he had. Suhi was helpless and had some heartache in his heart. If it was in the future, why would it be like this? Going down again, Suhi paid attention to the fish in the water. Unfortunately, there weren't that many of these fish, and they weren't that good to catch. Sometimes when he saw it and wanted to catch it, the fish had already run away. Can I receive this water into the warehouse, and then the fish go in with the water? Suhi suddenly came up with this idea, but then he dismissed it. To catch a fish, get the water into the warehouse. But in this warehouse, if you just get water in, no matter where, it's not good. The bedroom and the gym definitely wouldn't work, and the study would be even worse. The workroom on the first floor, those machines are the most afraid of being soaked in water. As for the warehouse in the basement and the Volkswagen, it can't be soaked in water either, can it? Negating this idea, Suhi then laughed, still too hasty. With the warehouse as a backing, it's better not to be in such a hurry, just take your time. When he swam towards the reeds, Suhi realized that there were some wild lotus flowers in this area. Suhi turned over the wild lotus flowers and found that there were quite a few wild lotus roots underneath. Breaking a few pieces up, Suhi found that these wild lotus roots weren't too small, with 3 or 4 cuts, they should be about a caddy. He brightened up and broke quite a few pieces of wild lotus root out. This was good stuff, the lotus root slices that were made out of it, it was a delicacy. When Suhi crossed over before, it was in the river on the other side of the old river village side that he tried to dig the wild lotus root, and then he got a cramp in the back and fell into the water. There were a lot of wild lotus roots in this area, so Suhi thought about it and prepared to get some more. Anyway, the warehouse seems to be able to keep fresh, get some more, exist in the warehouse, when the time to get to the city to sell, can always exchange some money. The family needs to use a lot of money. Su Xiaohua is suddenly injured, if the injury is well that's okay. If the wound healed, it would be fine. If it turned into pus in the next few days, it would be a problem. While digging the wild lotus root, Suhi also found out that there are quite a lot of river snails in the river. If this thing is willing to put oil, it's also a delicious food. No matter what, later we'll also fish a little. Because he didn't know what could be sold, so he planned to get a little bit of everything and go to the city to see what sells well. Next time, get more of whatever. Huh, what's this? Suhi fished out a duck egg from the water and immediately smiled. There are quite a few wild ducks in this area, and they really laid quite a few duck eggs. After digging up quite a few wild roots, Suhi directly tried to store things in the warehouse. Unexpectedly, it was really feasible. Only, it wasn't directly stored to the warehouse on the ground floor, but to that workroom on the first floor. The good thing is that there is a lot of machinery in the workroom, but in the corner, it is still possible to store quite a lot of things. I got a lot of wild lotus root. During the period also fished about a big bucket of river snails, even duck eggs are picked up to 5. Suhi planned to should go back. The little pumpkin can't keep soaking in the water, it's not good for the body. Returning to the bank, Suhi put the wild lotus root into the bucket. In addition, there were a few fish that he caught, he carried them in his hand. The wild lotus root can be put into the warehouse later to be stored. This fish can't be. If it waits for a long time, it will be damned. Look, pumpkin, what did I get? Chapter 10, Mom, I want to repeat a year of schooling. Fishy fish. Little pumpkin looked up and saw the fish in Suhi's hand. There were a few more, and none of them were small. There were 5 in total, 4 chubs, all probably weighing more than 3 or 4 pounds. The other one was a carp, red and beautiful. Little pumpkin immediately wanted to catch fish. Who knows, originally hand also grabbed a crab, at this time did not pay attention, was the crab pinched hand. The pain hit, the little pumpkin immediately cried out. Suhi also just saw the crab in the little pumpkin's hand, suddenly crying and laughing. Go up, take down the crab. He realized that the original small pumpkin also grabbed several crabs. The crab is not big, just 2 fingers so big, the whole body does not have a few pairs of meat. Such crabs, Suhi also ate in his previous life, with half fried, crunchy, the flavor is still very good. Unfortunately, it is now 1979, Yi Chuanxiu guarded the family's little oil, it is impossible to let him deep fry. But for the countryside children, cannot deep frying does not matter, build a pile of fire, directly baked and eat. The taste is not very good, but for the countryside children who lack snacks and are not even full, the taste is still very good. At least it was something to grind their teeth on. Looking at little pumpkin still crying, Suhi took a large white rabbit out of the warehouse and said to little pumpkin, see? What's this? Little pumpkin looked over, it's milk candy? Candies like this used to be only a few during the new year. Nest want cha, give it to Nest. When little pumpkin saw the food, he instantly forgot about the pain in his hand. In fact, after the crab was removed, it didn't hurt that much. Little pumpkin was a child, and with a parent in front of him, he would definitely cry. So he gave the big white rabbit to little pumpkin, who immediately uncovered the candy paper and didn't bite it, but licked it up with his tongue. This was the usual practice for small children over here, because once the milk candy was bitten, it was quickly eaten up. The sweet flavor also disappears immediately. But if you lick it slowly like this, you can eat it for a long time. Sui shook his head, seeing that the little pumpkin didn't even want the fish. He was also amused and at the same time felt a bit heartbroken. Children of this era, a candy is so hard. And then thinking of those children in the later generations, big handfuls of good things are just thrown away. Sui lifted the bucket and shouted to Black Star and Blackie, "Let's go. Go back." A cow and a dog immediately both came up and flung the water. Many water spots splashed onto Sui and Little Pumpkin's bodies. Little Pumpkin giggled, and Sui was relieved. It couldn't be better to be coaxed with delicious food. The snacks in the warehouse could easily handle the little pumpkin. Carrying a bucket with a little follower, with Black Star and Blackie following beside him, the cow's tail was constantly fluttering around, that was swatting at the cowflies. The cowfly, also known as the cowhide fly, can reach a body length of 15 millimeters, the same as a small bee. The biting of the cow is too much for the cow to bear, and if it bites a person, it is really like a knife cut. Walking to the entrance of the village, Sui saw his mother, Yi Chuanqiu, watering the cabbages in her own land. In 1979, everyone was still working together in the production team, and the household contract responsibility system hadn't yet been implemented or even started. It would not be until next year, or even the year after that, that it would slowly begin to be implemented across the country. Hollow cabbage is a relatively high-yielding vegetable, with long vines that have a lot of hollow cabbage on them. Every day, Yi Chuanqiu only needs to come here to cut off a few sections, which is a big bowl of hollow cabbage. The stalks of the cabbages can be cut up and sautéed with chili peppers, a very tasty dish. The leaves can also be fried and eaten, the flavor is very good. But without the oil and fishy, even the best flavor is just that. The reason why the Su family planted so many hollow cabbages also lies in the fact that Yi Chuanqiu will use them to make pickles every year. When the time comes, when there is a lack of vegetables in winter, you can take it out and fry a bowl of it, fragrant, and it goes down very well right away. "Mom!" Sui shouted. Yi Chuanqiu looked up and saw Sui with Little Pumpkin, and Black Star and Blackie. She quickly saw the bucket in Sui's hand. "What did you get today?" This son, his head is still very smart, his tuition fees all these years, he got it all by himself. This is something that Yi Chuanqiu still feels guilty about. Sui said, "Caught a few fish, stewed them for dinner tonight. There are also some wild lotus roots and screws, I'll see if I can sell them for some money. The wound on Dad's foot, I think it's better to go to the hospital. If it turns into pus, that's the trouble." Yi Chuanqiu was also worried, "But your dad, he won't go." This was all caused by poverty. Su Zhaohua was just afraid of spending money. But Su Zhaohua didn't know that if he didn't go to the hospital, in case of pus, the amount of money that would be spent would grow geometrically. After a moment of silence, Sui paused and said, "Mom, I still want to repeat a year of study. Next year I'm still going to go to the 4th high school." The 4th middle school was the city's key high school, and the 1st middle school was known as the 2 key high schools in Bisui City. But vaguely, 4th middle school's high school was more famous, and 1st middle school's middle school was a bit more impressive. The college entrance examination has been restored since 1977, and Sui doesn't want to be illiterate at home, even though he actually knows more than the college students in this era. But the memory of his previous life told Sui that a diploma was still very useful. At the very least, it gave a different first impression. Yi Chuanqiu opened his mouth before finally saying, "But the family doesn't have that much money. Su Rong is sick and hospitalized, right now Su Zhaohua is injured again, the eldest daughter is getting married and will be coming to visit in a few days. There are also several children going to school, and the family is still waiting to eat. Yi Chuanqiu also can't help it, Su Zhaohua is sick, I don't know if the $9 of wages will be deducted. The family really can't get the money. Otherwise, how could she do such a thing?" Sui froze, then said, "Mom, don't worry, the family has me. I will earn money." After saying that, Sui carried the bucket and prepared to go back. Yi Chuanqiu froze, picked up the watering tool and quickly followed. This watering tool, in fact, is a thin bamboo pole, added a bamboo tube in front, simple and convenient, was made by Sui. Walked to Sui's side, Yi Chuanqiu saw the bucket, there are several fish, below is the river snail, looks like there is a more than 30 pounds. Looking at his own son, but is only 14 years old, false age 15 years old, already so big strength. Yi Chuanqiu is also heartbroken, this is all forced by life. But what can she do? Can only try her best to let the family live well. Sucking in her nose, Yi Chuanqiu hid her inner thoughts. These 4 chubs, they are all hairy, your father can't eat them. At night, just cook this carp. Your second sister had an operation and needs to replenish her body. Your younger brother is also too skinny and weak, he also needs to replenish his body or he won't be able to grow taller when the time comes. Your eldest sister is going to propose marriage soon, eat better, lest you look at each other when the time comes. Chapter 11 Girl Peace, eat what milk candy? Yi Chuanqiu rambled on, talking about so many people in the family, but just didn't talk about Sui and Little Pumpkin. Sui's heart is still a little sour. They are all children, so because they know better, they don't have to think about it? There was also Little Pumpkin, at this young age, shouldn't it be the most favored time? Unfortunately, there are 3 sisters before, all the love to enjoy. And there's a brother on top who took all the favor. Forget it, from now on, my sister will be my favorite. At Yi Chuanxiu's words, Sui did not say anything. Anyway, this carp was cooked today, which was something that should have been done. The rest, he will take it to sell, save some money, whether it is for the family or to go to school, all of these, is to use money. At the village entrance, Sui met an acquaintance. Donzi, where is this going? This was Sui's classmate and die-hard friend, named Gudong, one of the few families in Nanju village not surnamed Yi. Gudong laughed, went to my uncle's house, just came back today. Speaking of this, Gudong hurriedly lifted up his school bag, which was a canvas bag, and pulled out a packet of things from inside. Here, this is from my uncle's house. Pastries from the city, for you to try. It was a pastry wrapped in oil paper, so he reached out and took it, thought for a moment, and said to Gudong, then, the fish I caught, you fish too back to eat. There wasn't that much embarrassment between diehards. Gudong reached out and fished for two, Sui said, keep that carp for me, my dad's feet are hurt, he can't eat chub. Gudong nodded, okay. Skillfully fished up the 2 silver carp, snapped the gills and left. Yi Chuanxiu opened her mouth, but the fish are given, she is not good to say. Besides, people also gave a packet of snacks. There is a son at home, who has not eaten much lately, and has been making a lot of noise lately. This packet of snacks is also a solution to the urgent need. Sui does not know, Yi Chuanxiu just this moment, gave him a place to go snacks. Even if he knows, Sui doesn't care. Su Yuqing this spoiled child, Sui still want to transform 1 or 2. Reborn back, a family, all quite strange. Sui didn't want such a family, naturally, he had to slowly remodel. I'll go this way, go away brother. Turn around and you'll bring me to get some delicious food. In this regard, you're better. When he walked to the village, Gudong said so and walked towards his house. Sui nodded, although he was a teenager, this friendship was still good. Teenage friends are friends that can go on for a lifetime. As long as there is no problem with the mindset, it's just a matter of taking your time. In the future, if you have the opportunity, you can also pull this friend. Gudong's uncle seems to be in the town's supply and marketing agency work, that is a fat job. In the past, Gudong also often take good food to Sui. However, in the past, generally gave Su Yuqing. Who left this as a child spoiled by parents, grandparents are also very fond of Su Yuqing. Separating from Gudong, the family continued home. Black Star himself went back to the cowshed. In fact, it was said to be a cowshed, but it was built by Sui himself. The main body is also built with mozo bamboo and covered with a lot of thatch. Sui didn't even lead the cow rope and directly put it on Black Star's back. An old horse knows the way, so does an old ox. Although Black Star is not old, it also remembers its own home. While walking, it also regurgitated and enjoyed the flavor. Sui planned to get some delicious food for Black Star later. This cow can't just eat grass, get some concentrate feed to grow well. Just as he entered the door, Su Yuqing, who was originally playing with ants on the ground, saw the bucket and pastries in Sui's hand. Oh, there's good food again. Su Yuqing came straight to the pastries in Sui's hand. As for the food in the bucket, he would naturally be able to eat it at night. But Sui lifted his hand, letting Su Yuqing return without any success, and stepping aside from the side. Seeing the food come, did not see this hand still carrying things? Su Yuqing saw that he didn't get it, and wanted to grab it again, but where could he grab it over Sui? Sui let Su Yuqing pass, and his body gently bumped Su Yuqing, causing Su Yuqing to stagger and almost fall. Immediately, Su Yuqing was starting to cry. But there weren't many tears, it was just a dry howl. He knew that this was moving for help. In the past, Su Yuqing was like this. Sure enough, when Yi Chuanxiu saw this, she busily said, Sikohi, Yuqing is his younger brother, can't you just give in a bit? He's always the one who eats this food anyway. Seeing this, Sui thought in his heart, this mom is really biased to the limit. On her lips, Sui said, my friend gave me this, so why is it for him? Is he the only child in this family? After crossing over, it was only 6 or 7 hours, Sui had experienced so much injustice. He also didn't want to spoil Su Yuqing, it wouldn't be a good thing to spoil a yummy and lazy one in the future. Yi Chuanxiu opened his mouth and wanted to say, isn't this usually like this? But when the words came to her mouth, Sui's words were spinning in her heart, and the words she was going to say were stuck in her throat, so she couldn't say them. Su Yuqing saw the situation, afraid that his purpose cannot be achieved, immediately lay on the ground, began to roll. This yard, originally all mud, a turn, already dirty clothes, even more dirty. Yi Chuanxiu said, look, your brother is like this, later this clothes should rot. The third sister Su Rui originally did not care, but when she heard Yi Chuanxiu's words, she immediately said, then the clothes are dirty, you will wash them later? Looking at this, it was also a crusade against Su He. Because most of the clothes in this house were washed by Su Rui. Although she was a bit treacherous, but this laundry thing, she couldn't escape. Sui also didn't pick up the conversation, but instead turned his thoughts and said, if he wants to turn let him turn is, if the clothes are rotten, mom, you patch them up for him is. The matter of a few patches, what I can wear, he can't. This let Yi Chuanxiu have nothing to say, our son, she this thing out, Sui did not mention, she also subconsciously forget. But Sui mentioned it, what could Ji Chuanxiu say? Sui so many years, are wearing people do not want clothes, that is patched and beaten. Su Yuqing year after year have new clothes to wear, this difference in treatment, that is, a child who will cry has milk to eat. Because Sui is all bottled up in his heart, while Su Yuqing wants something, he shouts it out loud. This also has to do with parental favoritism. Sui didn't care about this, and said to Su Rui again, what you mean by holding it in, is that you don't want to eat the dim sum. Anyway, this snack isn't much, I was expecting everyone to share a little, but in the end there wasn't much. It just so happens that there's one less rolling and one less washing, so little pumpkin and I can still have some more. Su Yuqing was still rolling around, thinking that Sui would compromise, who knew that Sui would actually say this. He stopped, but unexpectedly found that little pumpkin's hand was actually still grasping a milk candy. Bring it to me, you're a girl, what milk candy are you eating? Chapter 12 Quarreling. Woohoo! Sui turned around and saw little pumpkin sitting on the ground, her hands covering her eyes, tears streaming down her face. The milk candy also fell on the ground. Su Yuqing didn't mind the dirt at all, picked it up from the ground and put it in his mouth. Sui put down the bucket and slapped Su Yuqing's hand. The candy immediately fell to the ground. Su Yuqing could not believe his eyes. When did he eat a candy at home and still get beaten? He rushed over to Suhi, looking like that, he was definitely going to beat Suhi today. The nails on that hand were dirty, all stained from playing with mud and ants on the ground. The nails are also not short, looks like Yi Chuanxiu has been a little busy lately, didn't even have time to cut his nails. Sui gently pushed, Su Yuqing rushed from the side and crashed into Yi Chuanxiu's body. It was also Mom Yi Chuanxiu's heartache that made her deliberately go over and hug Su Yuqing. Mom, look at Siko, he dared to hit me. Sui laughed back in anger, what did you call me? See if I don't beat you so much that you don't even recognize your mother. Su Yuqing jumped to his feet, Mom. Look at him, he's going to hit me. Su Yuqing also had to shout Hisiko, which was something only elders could shout. Smaller than Su He, how can you shout like this? Sui raised his hand to hit people. Su Yuqing is also good man does not eat the loss in front of him, and quickly used the word he instead. Yi Chuanxiu pacified Su Yuqing. To Sui looks, the eyes are very complex. Sui said, what? Mom, you think I did wrong? Yi Chuanxiu's mind was complicated, he is your brother. Sui asked rhetorically, then isn't little pumpkin his sister? Could it be that little pumpkin is the one you picked up from the garbage? You weren't like this to your three sisters. Yi Chuanxiu is speechless. Su Rong walks out and says, Siko-e, are you saying this because you are upset with me? Su-he nodded, yes, I am dissatisfied with you, what's wrong? Not doing anything for a day, setting a good example for Su Yuqing, shouldn't I be dissatisfied with you? Su Rui lowered her head and did not say a word. Su Rui was also quite resentful of her second sister, Su Rong, for not doing anything. But Su Rong's grades were good, and in the city's 4th middle school, that was also among the top. Because of this, Su Rong has always felt that she can get out of the rural quagmire and go to work in the city in the future. Therefore, Su Rong's words on her lips every day were, I can't do this, I want to be a city dweller in the future. At this moment, Su Rong was also furious and pointed at Su-he, I'm going to go to university. In the future, I'll stay in the city, get a national salary, and eat commercial food, don't blame me for me bringing you up in the future. Su-he snorted, I can't even rely on you now, how can I rely on you in the future? When you go to college and go to the city, not to mention whether that little salary can bring me up, even if you can, I'm afraid it won't be enough for you to eat. Su Rong loved snacks, she was waiting for Su Yuqing to grab the snacks, and then the two of them would share them together. This family, but whenever there was something, it used to be the two of them who ate the bulk of it. Su Rong was also at a loss for what to say by this sudden defiance from Sui. After waiting for half a day, Yi Chuanxiu also stayed. She didn't think that the most obedient son actually has so much dissatisfaction in his heart. But think carefully, Sui should not have dissatisfaction? Yi Chuanxiu didn't know, so she didn't know what to say. Su Rong waited for half a day, but did not wait for her mom's support, and was also a little disappointed. Su Rong pointed at Su He and said, good. I won't rely on you, I won't use your stuff, and you won't count on me in the future. Sui scoffed too, I never counted on you before, and I definitely won't count on you in the future. I just hope you'll do what you say, and don't even use my stuff in the future. Oh, the fish and wild lotus roots in this bucket, I got them all, so don't eat them later. Su Rong was furious and went inside to look for Su Zhaohua. Sui also knew and didn't say anything. Going aside, he picked up the little pumpkin and said, little pumpkin, don't cry. Tomorrow, my brother will go and sell the fish and come back to buy you candy, no one else will give it to you. All for you. Little pumpkin then stopped, looked at Su-he and said, really? Su-he nodded, he had a lot of milk candy in his warehouse. Tomorrow, he would take out some and give it to little pumpkin. Little pumpkin said, then Nest go with you with Duo. Su-he said, I'll go early in the morning, you can't get up. Little pumpkin said with conviction, I'll be able to get up. When Duo calls the nest will definitely get up. Good. Sui casually agreed and didn't care. How could a 3-year-old child get up? He also didn't care. Lifting the bucket, he was ready to go to the kitchen to cook the fish. Yi Chuanqiu's cooking skills were not bad, but it didn't take much oil, and she couldn't handle this fish. Then he heard inside the house, Su Zhaohua bellowed, "Sikoi, come in." Sui didn't even need to think about it, he knew that Su Rong must have gone to Su Zhaohua. This little cotton-padded girl is really sweet. Sui put down the bucket and walked in. Little Pumpkin worriedly followed behind, fear in her eyes. Su Yuqing was also proud that his mom didn't give him a head start, he could look for his dad. Su Yuqing ran in first and found Su Zhaohua to complain, "Dad. Siko, he hit me and robbed me of my food." Listening to these words, I couldn't believe that these were the words of a child. He was spoiled. Sui walked in and saw Su Zhaohua's angry, reddened face slumped on the bed. There was still a bit of gauze wrapped around his foot, that was where the injury was. Sui just looked at it and said, "What? Dad, are you also going to favor Su Yuqing who bullied his sister? Don't you think that you're spoiling Su Yuqing too much? There's also Su Rong, how old is she? She doesn't do anything every day. School tuition not to mention the family's food, is she earning a labor point?" Su Rong rolled her eyes, clearly not amused. Su Zhaohua scolded, "I'm willing to raise it, it's your turn to say? This little cotton-padded jacket is also very sweet." Su Zhaohua the spoiling, also not a day or two. Sui said, "If you are willing to raise it, you raise it. I didn't say that you can't keep it, just that what I have, I won't give it to the two white-eyed wolves. After so many years, you have spoiled two people, don't you know? Su Zhaohua, they are good, they are my good daughter, good son." Sui sneered, "Yes, your good son just beat up your little daughter. He also said that female children don't deserve candy. You don't remember who said that, do you? That was last year's New Year's Eve, at Grandma's house, Uncle San said it to your 4 daughters. Well, to your son, it wasn't much better." After saying that, Sui turned back and was about to leave, but still said, "Don't you think about it, what's the difference between you now and your grandparents?" Chapter 13, Explosion. Su Zhaohua froze, and then it was to drink even louder, "What's wrong with your grandparents?" Regardless of what happened to grandparents, those were Su Zhaohua's parents. Su Zhaohua, as a person, didn't have any major problems either. The first time I saw this, I was able to see the man in the room, and I was able to see the man in the room. Su Zhaohua from the small eat not as good as the 2 younger brothers even if few ants are treated better than Su Zhaohua. But Su Zhaohua just feels that this is the right thing to do. For this, Sui did not want to make any comments. But wanting himself to be as foolishly filial as him, that was impossible. Su Zhaohua didn't think about it either. If he had enjoyed the treatment himself, did he still want Sui to enjoy it all over again as well? After that, wanting Sui to be as foolishly filial as him? Sui said that it was never possible. When Sui came out, he saw his grandmother Sun Meixiang and his mother Yi Chuanqiu talking. Yi Chuanqiu even wiped her tears. Sui didn't know, in this situation, shouldn't he be the one wiping his tears? How come in the end, it was as if he was the one who was unforgivable? Lifting the bucket, Sui didn't care about others. Little Pumpkin followed Sui step by step. She was worried and scared. Sui took Little Pumpkin with him. In this family, he was the least favored, Little Pumpkin was second. It looked like the two were going to comfort each other. In the back, Sumei walked out of the house, she was holding a pillowcase. Yi Chuanqiu knows a bit of embroidery, which was passed down from Sun Meixiang. After that, it's time to discuss the marriage, and Sumei is going to start embroidering the dowry. Because the family didn't have that much money to go out and buy, a lot of the ones that could be done on their own would have to be done in advance. Sumei also thought in her heart, what the 4th brother said, is actually also right. In this family, the 4th brother does the most and eats the least. He is the eldest son in the family, but 4th brother is just a child. If mom and dad are the same as grandpa and grandma, then this family, sooner or later, will be just as rowdy as grandpa and grandma's side. But in the end, she was still a bit timid, although she thought so, she didn't say anything more. Su Rong deflated her mouth and came out from the house, not caring at all about what Sui said. She knew from a young age that if she wanted to get benefits, she had to fight for them herself. Just like her little aunt, who had flattered her parents, even with her 2 uncles, her little aunt was not at a disadvantage. Although I don't know how the 4th younger brother suddenly rebelled today, but that's because dad was injured. Otherwise, go out and definitely beat the 4th younger brother to call his mother. Su Rui's eyes twinkled, she didn't know what she thought. Anyway, Su Rui felt that what the 4th brother said today seemed to be right. She still remembered that last year, when she went to her grandparents' house to pay a New Year's visit, she was beaten by the 3rd uncle. At that time, if it wasn't for the 4th younger brother who helped her block it, she would definitely have to be beaten and cried. As for Su Yuqing, at this time, he came out from the house, his face was ugly, his eyes rolled, and he went towards grandma and mom. When she got closer, she heard her grandmother Sun Meixiang say to her mom, "You too. Spoiling Yuqing is not like this." Su Yuqing deflated his mouth, he was also a bit annoyed with his grandmother, actually saying that he was not. Sun Meixiang said, "You don't think about it, that little one is also your child. He's Siko, but your eldest son." Su Yucheng's eyes revealed a look of disgust. So what if he's the eldest son? He should give me all the good ones. Then, Su Yucheng heard Sun Meixiang say, I heard what Mr. Li said when he came earlier. Yi Chuanqiu was startled and quickly said, Mom, you must not say anything that slipped out. The family really can't go on. If Mr. He doesn't come back to work, how can the family survive? His two sisters and Yucheng have to go to school. Su Yucheng stopped in his tracks, feeling as if he had heard something extraordinary. Sun Meixiang also lowered her voice and said, It's good that you know yourself. You don't want to think about how much you've shortchanged Hisiko since he was a child. He obviously got into the 4th high school, and you told Mr. Li not to say anything. You told Mr. Li not to say anything, so he came back to work to earn credits to pay for his two sisters' and brother's education. Do you know that if Siko he finds out later, you, as a mother, will still have a face? Yi Chuanqiu covered her face and sobbed. Sun Meixiang hurriedly consoled. Su Yucheng covered his mouth and didn't make a sound, instead he slipped away from the side. What did he hear? Hisiko actually got into the 4th middle school, then how did he say that he failed the exam before? Inside the family, the second sister, Su Rong, got into the 4th high school, so she's walking sideways in the family. The third sister didn't get into the 4th grade, but she got into the 1st grade, so she's not as good as the second sister. The third sister is also second only to him and the second sister. Now that Isai-chan actually got into the 4th middle school, if Isai-chan knew, what would happen? Good thing too, Siko he is going to come back to earn work credits and is not allowed to go to school. Everything in this house is mine. Big sister, second sister, third sister, all of them have to hurry up and marry out, and give all the in-laws things to me as well. Su Yucheng thought of what the second and third uncles once said to him, and he thought deeply. Su Rong heard her mother crying, walked out and said impatiently, Mom, why are you crying? If you're capable, just pull out Siko he and beat him up, then he'll be honest. Su He was in the kitchen not far from the side, and when he heard this, he just let out a cold snort. But Su He didn't continue to say anything. He was all thinking in his heart, with a home like this, is there any need to twist their minds? Such a poor home, actually made such an atmosphere. Didn't people say that the poorer the family is, the more united they should be? Thinking of the grandparents' family, Su He was helpless. I'm afraid this is hereditary. I don't know what mom and dad are thinking, the unfairness they suffered, do they want to play it again on their children? Little Pumpkin hugged Sui's leg and said, Duo, what's wrong with you? Looking at Little Pumpkin's relational eyes, Sui's heart only warmed a little. He hugged Little Pumpkin and also had an urge to cry. He knew that he had been impulsive today, but he just couldn't bear it anymore. This was the dead Sui's thoughts, his emotions, the aggression that the predecessor had suppressed for 15 years. After Sui vented out, he realized that his heart seemed to be much brighter and less suppressed. He knew that after this much repression, all those grievances of his predecessor had been told. The predecessor didn't really want to get it back, he just wanted to voice out the grievances in his heart. From now on, the emotions of the predecessor had been eliminated. Sui knew that he could still slowly test the waters later, to see if the people in this family, in their bones, were really the same as the grandparents. If that was the case, he would just have to take care of himself and Little Pumpkin. As for the others, he couldn't care less. Getting the fish done, Blackie burrowed out and ate the innards. At the same time, it was still whimpering at Sui's side, rubbing its head against Sui's thigh, comforting Sui. Touching Blackie's head, Sui also relaxed. No matter what, besides the Little Pumpkin, there was still Blackie and Blackstar around. Chapter 14, Midnight Cow Thief. Kill that car, Two Chub Sui did not move, that is ready to take to the city tomorrow to sell. Such a poor family, do not want to find a way to earn some money is not possible. Although just said rush, but Su Zhao was that injury, it looks like certainly to go to the hospital. When he entered the room just now, Sui vaguely smelled a bad odor. Although he didn't remove the gauze, Sui also knew that in this kind of weather, being covered by the gauze and sweating, the chance of pus was high. He had some anti-inflammatory medicines in his warehouse, but Sui didn't dare to take them out. Those medicines are not available in this era, take them out, it's not easy to explain. Cleaned all the river snails, since he was planning to do business, he had to uphold integrity. After cooking the fish, Sui first gave a little bit to Little Pumpkin, and a little bit for himself, and ate a big bowl of rice with the squash. Sui brought the fish soup to the hall, Grandma had already left, and the others had started to eat. Seeing Sui brought the fish soup, Su Rong or Su Yucheng, they all grabbed the fish pieces. It was as if the previous words of not using Sui's things had never been said. Sui also did not care, family, where can really care so much? Sui came out to find a place, flashed into the space. Go to that warehouse, found a pot of salad oil, and moved a bag of rice to the first floor of the hall. After thinking about it, Sui moved the unwrapped box of chocolates and big white rabbit milk candies to the bedroom. It was convenient for him to take. Moved another bag of soybeans, a bag of corn kernels out, thought about it, and took a piece of meat, weighing 2 pounds. Warehouse this outside also has a small kitchen, Sui walked over and found that the kitchen can go. But then outside, is a white fog. Sui doesn't dare to go in, it would be bad if he gets lost. As for whether it was possible to go straight out of the warehouse in the fog, Sui didn't know and didn't want to try. In case you go out and then come back in, you will still be in the mist, then it will be bad. Originally a good golden finger, by him messing around to lose, Sui does not want. Entering the kitchen, there was a full range of kitchenware here. Sui loved to make food for himself in his previous life, and the kitchenware he bought was still very comprehensive and useful. Cut the meat into pieces, and crushed the soybeans and corn kernels, ready to take the water and mix it. Turned on the faucet, Sui was embarrassed to find that the electricity could be used, but the fresh water was gone. Sui didn't care and put everything into the workroom on the first floor. For the time being, when he fetched it, there was still no way to take things directly from the warehouse, and there was no way to send things directly into the warehouse. It could only be deposited into the first floor workroom, or the second floor bedroom. There was no way to deposit things directly in the study or the gym either. That underground warehouse, Sui gave it a name, called the Preservation Warehouse. Then, Sui cleaned up those wild roots that were sent in before, and without washing them, moved them into the Freshness Warehouse. This side has an electronic scale that is Sui bought in his previous life, in case he did not buy enough things to weigh. Sui weighed, the wild lotus root is 50 pounds, a lot. Sui came out from the warehouse, the little pumpkin has finished eating, we'll go to the Hall house. Sui called on the black, brought a bucket of water out, to the Black Star of the hut to go. Before he got close, he heard Black Star's voice. It was sensing Sui's arrival, so he welcomed it. Sui opened the cattle pen and stroked Black Star's head. Taking the meat out of the warehouse, he casually gave it to Blackie. Blackie cheerfully took it, went to the side and started gnawing on it. Although Blackie often caught mice to eat, but such meat, he had never eaten it. Sui took out the soybean flour and corn flour again, mixed the water in the bucket in, and realized that he forgot to bring a stick. He went outside and found a stick with a thick hand pen over and mixed the soybean flour and cornstarch. Black Star, here's your extra meal for the night. Horses don't get fat without night grass, and cows can actually have extra meals as well. If you want to grow fast, you naturally need to eat more. Black Star mooed as a response. Sui casually put the stick into the storage. In the future, stirring food for the Black Star, it was also all useful. After talking to Black Star for a while, Sui turned back, went to the kitchen, and put a little bit of salad oil into the bucket of river snails. This was to make the river snail spit out sand. Sui put this bucket in the corner and went back to the hall. No one paid any attention to him at all. Sui sighed and didn't think much of it. By 7 or 8 o'clock, because there was no entertainment, everyone went back to their rooms to get ready for bed. Sui planned to get up early tomorrow to go to the city to take a look, so he also went to bed early. Su Yuqing did not know what to do on the bed, shouting a little while later, making Sui almost did not hold back to get up and hit someone. Confused, Sui fell asleep. I don't know when, I heard a cow mooing, followed by the barking of Hazy's dog. He secretly said bad, jumped down from the bamboo bed, opened the door to go out to see. Just after opening the yard door, Sui saw a person running over from the side of the cattle shed. Sui subconsciously took out the stick from the warehouse and knocked down violently towards that person. This is to come to steal cattle. Sui thought in his heart and wondered how Black Star was doing. The man screamed miserably as he was hit with the stick. Pushing Sui, he accelerated and fled. Sui originally wanted to go after him, but then he thought, it's better to go and see how Black Star and Blackie are doing. So Sui stopped his footsteps, this black light. Sui hurried into the warehouse, went to the warehouse to find a flashlight, and came out in a hurry. Open the flashlight. This is a small pen-shaped flashlight, the 21st century high technology, this time is not. Although the flashlight was small, the light source was still good. Walking to the barn, Sui realized that Black Star greeted himself, but looked a little wan. There was an unpleasant smell in the air. Sui searched and saw a handkerchief on the ground. Sui got closer and knew what it was. Ether? This is something that most people in later generations know. It's used to shoot flowers. Just by inhaling a small amount of a few, a person would faint. The cows were probably a little more resistant, and the Black Star was probably more alert, so the man didn't get his way. Sure enough, he's here to steal a cow. Without knowing why, Sui instantly thought of Yi Sanjian. Could it be that what that Yi Sanho said during the day was to come to my house to steal the cows? Siko He, is that you? Grandpa's voice came. Sui responded, Grandpa. Just now, a man came to steal the cows, but he was toppled by the Black Star and ran away. Grandpa cursed a few times. In the countryside, stealing cows was a big crime, and all of them had big grudges. As the main labor force, oxen were almost irreplaceable when it came to cultivating fields. Trying to cultivate the fields by hand was very strenuous. After talking for a while, Sui said, Grandpa, it's fine. Black Star is resourceful and wasn't stolen. Blackie is also keeping watch here. You go to bed early. You also go to bed early. If there's anything, let's talk about it tomorrow. Chapter 15 Going to the City. Sui answered, and also heard Grandma and Grandpa talking, both a little worried. Collected the flashlight. Sui entered the door. The home is also lit candles. Nanju village. This is not yet connected to the electricity. This is also the reason why everyone sleeps early. Yi Chuanqiu took a candlestick and asked with concern, "Is everything alright? Are you okay? I heard someone screaming, you didn't get beaten, right? Dare to steal cattle, how many are good people? When they meet those who don't want to die, they take a knife out to stab people." This kind of thing happened over at Old River Village, and Yi Chuanqiu was also worried. Su-mei, Su-rong, and Su-ruei also came out, although the candlelight is not very bright, but it can be seen that they are all very worried. Sui's heart was slightly better. These three people, each had their own characteristics. But at least, the three people still cared about their family. Little Pumpkin hugged a small pillow and asked, Duo, are you alright? I'm fine. That cow stealer was toppled by the Black Star, and then I hit him with a stick and ran away. He said. Only then did the others sort of relax. Yi Chuanqiu said, false alarm, it's good that the cow wasn't stolen. This cow is also the most important property of the family. If it was stolen, it would really be a heavy loss. Su-rong muttered, it's okay to be so loud, it scares people to death. Although the words were unpleasant to hear, the heart was still good. He wanted to say something back, but in the end he didn't. Yi Chuanqiu went back to the house. The three sisters also went back. Sui also heard Su Zhaohua and Yi Chuanqiu asking questions, and hearing that Sui was fine, Su Zhaohua was also relieved. Sui returned to the room. Su Yuqing, this kid is sleeping peacefully, actually no reaction at all. Lying on the bamboo bed, Sui thought of what he said tonight, and also felt that he was a little impulsive. The family can still be reformed, it's just that this thing is all caused by poverty. Sui knew that it was not just poverty, but also bad parental guidance. Yi Chuanqiu is still a teacher, encountering things on his own, also did not think to understand. The child is to start from a young age to guide the good. Looking at the lying Su Yuqing, Sui said, the first focus is this kid. If you really can't, beat him a few more times, then he will be honest. Lying on the bed, Su Yuqing, still dreaming, all felt a sense of danger. Wrapping his arms around his body, he curled up in a corner of the big bed. Sui laughed lightly, can't see that it's still a keen sense. Then, Sui planned to sleep for a while longer, and get up at around 5 o'clock, and go to the city at that time, arriving at exactly almost 7 or 8 o'clock. Who knows? Sui tossed and turned, couldn't sleep. Sui simply went into the space and found a book to read for a while. I don't know what time it is, Sui is thinking, to go buy a watch, otherwise, it's not convenient to look at the time. Su's family had an old pendulum clock, and every time it was on time, it would ring the bell the appropriate number of times. But other times, it would just tick and swing. After reading for a while, Sui came out of the warehouse and heard the pendulum clock outside ring 5 times. The light outside also brightened slightly. In summer, it would have brightened early. Sui folded the blanket that covered his body that had rotted a few holes. Even if it was rotten, it was still good to cover his stomach at least, wasn't it? Still poor. Coming out of the house, Sui thought of yesterday's bag of snacks. After messing around with Su Yuqing for a while, he casually put it in the space. At this moment, he took it out and opened it to see that it was a few pieces of pastries. The number is not large, only 7 or 8 pieces, family members each a piece, also finished. Sui originally did not want to go to call the little pumpkin, but thought of his promise to the little pumpkin. He still feel that he should keep his word. No matter what, children can't be lied to. There are only 4 rooms in the house, 1 for mom and dad, 1 for the 3 sisters, and 1 for Suhi and Su Yuqing. The remaining room was a utility room. Little Pumpkin's crib was supported in this utility room, and the things were arranged on the other side, with Little Pumpkin's tiny body shrinking on the bed. There is not much in this utility room, mostly some farming tools. Anyway, it is the miscellaneous things in the house, all piled up here. Suhi walked over and gently shook the little pumpkin. But the little pumpkin turned a body, continued to huff and puff. Children, sleep a lot, can grow body ah. Suhi smiled and prepared to leave, only to still say, Little Pumpkin, it's not that 4th brother didn't call you. It's you who refuses to get up. I'll go sell something and come back to buy food for you. I don't know if it was because I heard Sui's words and remembered what I said yesterday about going out together. Or hearing that there was food, the little pumpkin immediately woke up. Seeing Suhi, the little pumpkin hurriedly got up. Duo, wait for the nest. Suhi was helpless. When it comes to food, the little pumpkin got up. It was also funny. There is no way but to bring this drag bottle. When he came out, he saw that his mom, Yi Chuanqiu, was also up. Mom, I'm going to sell this stuff. These days, it was actually not allowed to buy and sell things. But there is a policy from above and a plan from below. Can't even survive anymore, so why not start a side business? It's all sneaky, just sell the stuff. Things are not much, caught, can also be sophomoric. Yi Chuanqiu nodded and instructed again, still be careful, don't get caught. Buying and selling things, that's a speculative thing, caught, but to be sentenced. That is, these 2 years are not as strict as before, but also not allowed to buy and sell openly. Suhi nodded, got it. Coming out, he took the bucket up and poured out most of the water, leaving a small portion still dipped in the river snail. You can't pour out all the water, this river snail will die without water. On the other side, the two chubs didn't die either, so he grabbed them, put them in the bucket, carried them and left. When he came out, Blackie followed him. Sui went to hold the black star again, thought about it, Sui came back, divided the things into 2 buckets and hung them on the black star's body with a rope. This amount of weight was nothing to Black Star. Sui used to go to the town to sell his things, then he would have to go to Shanlan village first, cross that bridge, and go to the town. But Sui felt that the town might not be able to sell at a good price, and thought that it would be better to go to the city. Anyway, according to the distance traveled, it's actually the same. It's just that to go to the city, you have to swim through the river on this side of Rulin village. Just in time, Sui placed the little pumpkin on Black Star's back and swam through the water himself. Sit still, don't fall off. Arriving at the river, Sui spoke to Little Pumpkin, and then to Black Star. I don't know if Black Star understood, but actually mooed, as an answer. Sui went into the water, he saw the Black Star followed up, he swam over, the Black Star also slowly swam over, the speed is definitely not slower than Sui. And the Black Star is also very stable, Small Pumpkin sitting on it, actually a little shaking did not. On the shore, Little Pumpkin patted Black Star's back and praised, Black Star, you are too mushy. Black Star returned, moo. Chapter 16 Thirst. First, there was a section of small road, and after walking for about a mile, they reached the main road. It was said to be a big road, but in fact it was just compacted a bit with a bulldozer and then covered with some sand on top. These days, cement roads can't be built here. While walking, Sui took out a straw hat and put it on Little Pumpkin's head, wear it, don't turn into a black baby when you go back. Little Pumpkin happily put it on, but his head was too small and the straw hat was too big. This is also something that can't be helped, although the straw hat is made by himself, but these days, no one will make a small straw hat specifically for a child. This straw hat is an uncle in the village to do their own, craftsmanship is not bad. Straw hats are usually woven with watercress, mat grass, wheat straw, bamboo gabions or brown ropes, etc. This side of Nanju village doesn't grow wheat, so this straw hat is woven with mat grass and bamboo gabions and brown ropes. The process is very complicated, anyway, so he will not do. After walking for a while, Little Pumpkin said, Duo, you come up too. She patted the cow's back, looking at Sui's head sweating, somewhat intolerant. This time, as well as almost 6 o'clock, the sun came out and the weather became hot. Sui took out the snacks he took earlier and handed it to Little Pumpkin, you eat it, not enough to talk to brother. I won't go up. Black Star stopped and seemed to want Sui to go up. Black Star was not even a year old and was still considered a calf, but his strength was not small. Sui didn't want Black Star to be too tired, so he refused Black Star's good intentions. When Little Pumpkin saw that Sui didn't go up, she had no choice, so she took the snack and ate it. So delicious, Duo. This snack was given by Lu Dong yesterday, it should have been taken from the supply house. Sui just took a few pieces out, the rest he left at home. Since his family was not unchangeable, there was no need for him to be so petty. He wasn't originally a petty person either. When Sui was at home before, he ate a little by himself, but he wasn't hungry. Maybe it was because she had eaten some snacks, plus the weather was hot and she was sweating a lot. Little Pumpkin felt a little thirsty. Duo, I want to drink water. These days, where are there so many water bottles? There was only one at home, and that was still prepared for use during the busy farming season. All other times, the family directly carried a boiling kettle over. Sui is also a little helpless, his warehouse is mineral water, but in broad daylight, how dare he take out? These days, there should be no mineral water in the country, right? This is difficult to bad Sui, he traveled from the future, even though he has much experience, but this is not in front of the village and not behind the store, where to find water? The water in the river is drinkable, but it is better not to drink it. Rural people playing pesticides, many are directly in the river to clean the spray pot. Even if it's diluted by the river water, there's no guarantee that there are no toxins. Well, this place, it's also far from the river. Siko, girl child, I have a jug of water here, if you don't mind, give your sister some. Siko means boy, and means girl, this is all the dialect of this part of Nanju village. Sui turned around, and saw a big mom, carrying a bamboo basket, not knowing what was inside. Sui wasn't worried, there are so many scams these days. Besides, it's just for the Little Pumpkin to drink, he doesn't drink, nothing will happen. Then auntie, thank you. Sui said with a sweet mouth, making Black Star stop. That big mom took out a kettle, and used the lid to catch a lid of water. The Little Pumpkin drank it, and asked for 2 more lids, and only then did he drink his fill. Thank you auntie. Without Sui saying it, the Little Pumpkin thanked politely. Big Mom smiled and pinched Little Pumpkin's face. Oh hey, this girl child is too cute. Putting away the water pot, the Big Mom then walked forward with Sui. The Little Pumpkin drank other people's water. Sui was a bit embarrassed, so he suggested, otherwise, Aunt put the basket on my cow's back? He just looked, the bamboo basket is eggs. It is estimated that the aunt saved, most likely in the village to collect some, or to help others to sell. This basket, there are more than 100 it. In addition, there are also some vegetables and other things, it looks like they should also go to the city to sell things. Big Mom smiled and didn't refuse, that's fine. This basket will be put on your cow's back. Suhi said, Black Star stop. I'll put this bamboo basket on, don't move. Black Star really didn't move at all, letting Suhi put the bamboo basket on. Big Mom laughed, this cow of yours is quite humane, obedient. Before Suhi could say anything, Little Pumpkin laughed, Black Star is the most mushy. On the road, there were also quite a few pedestrians. Still, as long as one wants to live and live well, there will always be people who will think of taking agricultural products to exchange for some money. People move to live, trees move to die, that's how it works. A middle-aged man picking a stretcher, seeing Suhi being so nice, he also said, Siko, why don't you also help me put this stretcher on the back of your cow? Suhi turned his eyes to see that the stretcher picked by this middle-aged man was loaded with a load of river sand. There were a lot of this stuff in the river on this side of Nanju village, or this side of Bisui city. As long as one had the intention to fish and then sieve it, there was quite a lot of this stuff. However, people in the city definitely couldn't go to the river to fish, so it was normal for someone to fish river sand to sell in the city. But this person wanted to put the river sand on the back of the Black Star, so he disagreed. Suhi directly refused, Uncle, this calf of mine is less than a year old. It's already carrying so many things on its back, but it can't carry your load of river sand. Besides, there's no place to put it here, isn't there? The middle-aged uncle deflated, wanting to say I'll help you carry that bamboo basket. But this is not a good thing to say, smothered his head and directly walked away. Suhi also does not care, although he wants to give people convenience, but also under the premise of not affecting himself, is not it? Along the way, and Big Mom chat, Small Pumpkin naive words, let Big Mom but more than laughter. She also knew that Suhi was taking something to the city to exchange something. Auntie said in a low voice, you go to that kind of staff building, look for the older ones and ask if they want it. Don't just sell it on the street. In case you are seen, that's not good. Suhi nodded, his heart warmed. This was the voice of experience, although Suhi was reborn, he really hadn't done this kind of thing. After walking for a good 2 hours, he entered the city. Big Mom then separated from Suhi, the crowd was conspicuous and easy to be discovered. Suhi didn't care and said goodbye to Big Mom. Little Pumpkin also waved his hand, bye Auntie. After separating, Suhi also led the cow around. He wasn't very familiar with Bisui city, he wasn't from this area in his previous life, and he wasn't familiar with this neighborhood either. What's more, even if he was a person from this area in his previous life, he was definitely unfamiliar with the Bisui city of 79. He planned to walk around first, feel out the situation of this neighborhood, and then find a staff building to sell to those big moms who buy food. Chapter 17 Unexpectedly heard news. After walking around for a while, Suhi felt out the situation of this neighborhood. There's a soy sauce factory and a liquor factory in this neighborhood, there are quite a few workers in it, it should be considered a good market. This soy sauce thing is actually very simple to make, but it's just that the process is a bit more troublesome and takes a bit longer. On the contrary, this brewery, if the seal is not qualified, it is easy to cause disease. In his previous life, Suhi also went to the brewery to help repair the machines and seal the wine-filling equipment. The doorway in this is clear. Walking along, Suhi found several big mothers carrying baskets, should be to buy food. These days, there are not so many plastic bags, everyone goes to buy food, all with a basket. It was a good phenomenon, but unfortunately it was all defeated by convenience. Suhi knew that if he wanted to sell something, he couldn't be too subtle, he couldn't wait for people to ask. He walked over with his ox and whispered to a kindly-looking older woman, Auntie, do you want fish? And wild lotus root, no tickets. Hearing Suhi's words, a few of the Amazons were startled. But after turning around and seeing that Suhi was a teenager, followed by a cow and a dog, plus a child on the cow's back, the Amazons were not afraid. What kind of fish? Let me see. Suhi let the big mom come over to look, there are 2 chubs here, both weighing 3 pounds. Only more or less. He had a bit of a headache, forgetting to bring a scale. Turning back, he had to go and buy a scale. But in this day and age, he didn't have a ticket either, and I'm afraid he couldn't buy a scale even if he had money alone. That's how it is in this day and age. Big Mom looked at it, the chub was still alive and kicking, she just loved it. Yo, there's still river snails here. Another Big Mom squeezed over to look and said, how do you sell this river snail and this wild lotus root? Suhi said, Auntie, it's my first time in town and I don't know the prices. I even forgot to bring my scale. Why don't you tell me the price, as long as it's not too low, I'll give it to you. Don't worry, I've already cleaned these river snails yesterday, and they've all spit out the sand. A few Amazons fished out a few and looked at them, nodding their heads, indeed they are clean. But it's hard to tell if it's spitting sand or not. After thinking about it, one of the big moms said, in this case, my house is in this neighborhood, you go over with me. I'll find a few people to buy all these things of yours. Auntie won't bully you, this chub will be 40 cents a caddy, river snails 25 cents, wild lotus root 10 cents, see if it's okay? Suhi didn't know the price level of this era and couldn't say much. In the spirit of the first time, as an accumulation of experience. Suhi immediately said, okay. I don't know the price either, but the ants look like good people, they definitely won't bully me. Little Pumpkin also raised his hand and said, "The ants definitely won't bully the nest." Little Pumpkin's adorable, although not well dressed, this adorable strength did impress a few Amazons. An ant came over and pinched Little Pumpkin's face, and Little Pumpkin didn't cry. This is to make a few moms even more favorite, are crowded over, want to pinch the Little Pumpkin's face. A few moms do not live far from home, and soon arrived at the place. Auntie took out a small scale, Sui first weighed the weight of the bamboo basket, and then the ant to add their own desired things. Sui said, the bamboo basket was originally 1 catty 7 tails, plus the river snail, a total of 13 catty 8 tails. Even if it's 12 pounds, the snails cost 25 cents a pound, so that's $3. Do you want something else? That big mom saw, the scaler pressed high, said 13 pounds and 8 tails, looks, 14 pounds are there. The others let the weight go, the big mom naturally had nothing to be dissatisfied with. Okay, then give me some more wild lotus root. Sui quickly weighed it, a total of 6 pounds of wild lotus root, you can give me a total of $3.50. She had let the scale go before, and now she was a penny short, so what was there not to be happy about? Immediately, she smiled broadly. The other two Amazons, one of the fish bought back 6 pounds and 7 tails, so he counted 6 pounds and 5 tails, gave away 2 tails. The big mom's face smiled and blossomed. Auntie called a couple of other women to come over and bought all the river snails and wild lotus roots. The river snails totaled 47 pounds, so he also gave some free scale, and finally collected $11. The 2 silver carp sold for $2.06, so he gave another free dime, only charged $2.05. The wild lotus root was 35 pounds in total, and I received $3. So when it comes down to it, Sui had a total income of $16.50. This amount of money, in later times, could not even buy a KFC chicken roll. But this time, these $16.50 seemed to be able to buy a lot of things. Sui stopped the ant who was about to leave and said, Auntie, look, I will definitely come back next time. Can I ask you to borrow a scale? Or, I see that you have more than one scale at home, so can you sell me this small one? Big Mom didn't expect that buying the river snails and wild lotus root had actually made a business deal. She had a few scales at home, all of which were taken back from the unit, and it would be better to sell them as they were just sitting around anyway. I have used this scale a few times before, or new. Let's do it this way, the supply house sells it for $3, but that's to be ticketed. I see that you don't have a ticket either, or else, you give me $3.50? Sui didn't care about the few cents, and cheerfully took out $3.50 and handed it to the Big Mom, taking over a small scale. Big Mom smiled, this was for nothing. Auntie got the benefit, even said, next time come again. Auntie also introduced you to the guests. If you go out, don't talk nonsense, in case people hear, that's not good. Come back to Auntie's place, it sells fast, and it's not dangerous. In fact, it's true that it sells fast here, but the income is also less. A few aunties are all catty people, everyone has to raise a family, it's not easy. Sui naturally nodded his head, even though how to do it was still uncertain, it didn't stop him from agreeing first. Holding the cow and bringing the dog, Sui was ready to leave. However, not long after leaving the neighborhood, Sui saw several people about the same size as himself walking past. While walking, one man even said proudly, today this meal, state-run restaurant, I'm buying. Sui smiled, not knowing which second generation this was, so generous. Then he heard a teenager ask, by the way, old he, how did you suddenly get into the 4th middle school? I remember that your grades aren't good, ah? Which one called old he deflated his mouth and finally said, what's wrong with that? I'm telling you, there's a guy in the town school with the same name as me, and my dad made some connections. Without hearing this, a few people walked away. But Sui pretty much understood what this person meant, it was nothing more than an imposter, or stealing a beam and replacing someone else's grades with his own. Thinking of this, Sui froze. He thought of, predecessors' grades have always been quite good, although not the most top-notch, but also the whole school top 10. This suddenly fell off the list, but the predecessor felt that he had done quite well on the exam. What the hell is going on? Could it be that I've also encountered a stealer? Chapter 18 State-Run Hotel. Sui had some suspicions before, but it wasn't that he suspected that his own exam paper had been stolen. What he suspected was whether his predecessor had forgotten to write his name on the test paper, or there was a mistake in the grading of the test paper, or a mistake in the transcription of the scores. Don't doubt it, in this age of no computers, everything is done by hand. The chances of making a mistake in the correction of test papers are smaller, but not unheard of. For example, those multiple choice and judgment questions that are always corrected can be wrong. As for transcribing the scores, as long as it was done manually, there was a chance of mistakes. But now, hearing what this old he and a few teenagers said, Sui had one more speculation, that is, whether his own scores were switched away by someone else. In a society of favors, there are always loopholes. As long as the favor arrives and the money is spent in place, under the pressure of power, this kind of thing is still very likely to be done. Especially in this kind of information blockade nowadays, even if the scores were swapped, I'm afraid not many people would know. It is also impossible for the news to get out. In such a situation, it would not seem out of the ordinary for someone to take the risk. Sui made up his mind to find a chance to check with the Education Bureau. But for the time being, Sui didn't have the chance. He didn't know the people in the Education Bureau, and if he went directly to the door to look for them, it was impossible for them to give him a check. Sui thought of the warehouse. He can use this, secretly go to the Education Bureau to check, figure out the facts, and then make plans. But the prerequisite is to find a good place to step on first. It looks like, in the next few days, it's time to go around the town. Sui had previously attended the town's middle school, so this exam paper was also kept at the town's Education Bureau. The time was almost 11 o'clock, and Sui didn't intend to go back to eat. Little Pumpkin, are you hungry? Sui asked. Little Pumpkin nodded, while hungry. Saying this, the little pumpkin touched his stomach. That look, it was really cute and tight. Sui touched the little pumpkin's head and let her sit on Black Star's back. The little pumpkin was only 3 years old and weighed less than 20 pounds, so it was evident that she was malnourished before. It couldn't be helped, she couldn't even get enough to eat, let alone nutrition. Sui laughed. Then brother will take you to the state-run restaurant to eat. Earlier, listening to that oldie talking, they were going to the state-run hotel in front of them. It must be very expensive. However, Sui had money and was not lacking in that. Plus Sui also wanted to go to listen to the previous oldie what else they will say, such as how to operate these, to Sui later check up, or helpful. State-run hotel is not far. Sui led the Black Star over, did not go far, saw the plaque of the state-run hotel. Approaching, he saw that the teenagers who spoke before were inside. Sui went forward, intending to ask how the hotel charges, what is there to eat. Vaguely, he also heard that oldie bragging there. What's this? My father invited those leaders to have a meal thing, wrapped in me. Sui still wanna hear. There is a waitress came out, pointing at Sui said, hey, I say what's wrong with you? Can't you see that this is a restaurant? If you bring a cow here, what if it spreads cow dung here later? Hurry up and go. Sui turned his head and frowned. He had heard of the former state-run establishments. Those employees had bad service attitude. There is no way. This represents the only one, but also the lack of it. As long as you beg for her share, not arrogant, how can it? The waitress saw Sui frowned, even more angry. Drink too. What's going on? I can't make sense of it, right? I told you to hurry up and leave, didn't you hear me? Are you deaf? Sui sighed in his heart and said, let's eat. Eat? The waitress snorted. Do you have food stamps? Do you have money? Just come to eat? Sui then suddenly remembered that at this time, everything you do requires a ticket. Buying food also required food stamps, and buying oil required oil stamps. This eating in a state-run restaurant actually also required food stamps. You need food stamps to eat? Can't you just use money? Sui asked. The waitress felt that Sui was just amusing her, and impatiently waved her hand and said, hurry up. You can't eat without food stamps, hurry up and go. Seeing that Sui still wouldn't leave, that waiter started calling people. A mud-legged man also comes to eat in a state-run restaurant. Sui turned around and led Black Star away. He almost went back to hit someone just now. This waiter had no mouth. But Sui still suppressed his anger. There was no way. What if he hit someone and was arrested? Little Pumpkin didn't have anyone to watch. He had already heard some information. This family called Lao. He was a bit powerful, and asked a person in charge of transcribing scores from the Education Bureau to modify the scores and write other people's scores under his own name. This practice, Sui had guessed before. There is one and then there is two. Like this operation, as long as you find the right person, it is actually very simple. Beneficial but not expensive, just move your hand and pen. But without realizing it, this action of theirs would affect someone's life. Sui was angry in his heart, and his face was not so good. Little Pumpkin whispered, duo, actually the nest isn't hungry at all. Sui was dumbfounded. Where is Little Pumpkin not hungry? She ate a few snacks in the morning, how could she not be hungry? She must have seen that she was defeated at the state-run restaurant and felt that she might not be able to get food, so her face was ugly. This was a misunderstanding, and Sui had no way to explain it. It's fine. Sui touched the little pumpkin's head and said, brother will go get you food. After a pause, Sui remembered that the place he passed by before had a water well. He could use electricity in his carry-on warehouse, but there was no water. After leading the cow for 10 minutes, he walked to the side of that water well. Sui took down the bucket and the rope, because everything was sold out and it was empty. Sui untied the rope, tied one end of the bucket with the rope, and threw the bucket into the water well. With just a swing, the bucket was filled with water. Lifting it up, he first cleaned the two buckets. Having been filled with river snails and fish, it still smelled a bit fishy. Seeing that Little Pumpkin's forehead was still sweaty, Sui wiped her again. In this hot day, there is no need to be afraid of catching a cold. Sui also cleaned himself. The water in this well, not to mention, it is quite cool. Seeing Black Star's appearance, Sui hurriedly beat another bucket of water and let Black Star drink it. Blackie also drank some on the side. Today came out in a hurry, also inexperienced, actually forgot to bring water. Little Pumpkin, you and Black Star and Blackie wait for me here. I'll go over there and buy you something. You mustn't leave, okay? Before brother comes back, no one comes to talk to you, you can't leave. There was no way, so he had to go to the warehouse to get some food. It was not good to bring Little Pumpkin in with him. Little Pumpkin didn't know any better now, and might blurt it out. And Little Pumpkin will eventually understand in the future, this secret, it's better not to let the second person know. Sui didn't want to use wealth to test any person's character. The human heart cannot withstand testing. The human heart, too, is the most easily changed, the most difficult to guess. Chapter 19, He Lang. Hey Z, Black Star, keep an eye on my sister, no matter who it is, don't let him take my sister away. Sui instructed Hey Z and Hey Xing again. This dog and cow both responded to Sui's words. Sui knew that they understood, although they couldn't speak, they were still very reassuring in doing things. Even Sui felt that it was not good to use them. After instructing, only then did Sui carry a bucket of water and quickly leave to a nearby alley to see that no one was around, and only then hurriedly dashed into the warehouse. He directly came to the kitchen, first added some water in the rice cooker, plugged in the electricity, and pressed the steaming button. Seeing the rice cooker functioning normally, Sui smiled before rushing to the warehouse to take a look. He first went to the place where he put the meat, took a piece of beef, and took 2 pieces of pork. Then Sui went to the side, and according to his memory, he found out the package of frozen buns, unwrapped it, and took a few boxes of buns. There were meat buns, as well as lotus seed paste and egg yolk ones. The warehouse can use electricity, Sui thought. That refrigerator should also be able to operate. Thinking this, Sui took a few more pieces of meat. There was beef, mutton, and pork. The neighborhood was empty for a while. When he went out, he saw another parcel with breakfast cakes inside. Sui also opened it and took it out together. The box was thrown to the workroom on the first floor, to be disposed of later depending on the situation. In this way, he made several trips before taking it out. The refrigerator really works, Sui put most of these things into the refrigerator. The rest were placed on the counter. A piece of pork cut up, a small piece, this was for Blackie. After being out for so long, people were hungry, and the dog must be hungry too. As for Black Star, it's still a mixture of soybean meal and cornmeal, it's also concentrate feed. In the future, we can get some pasture grass and add it in, it will definitely taste better. Although Black Star wasn't a picky eater, if it could eat better, I believe Black Star would be willing. A piece of pork and a piece of beef were shredded, and Sui fired and stir-fried them. The rest, Sui planned to brine it on later, and turn around and have cooked food to eat. This marinade, Sui also specially learned, is a secret recipe, the flavor is very good. For this reason, he went to the preservation warehouse and took a bag of spices out. Marinated meat is good to eat, this spice is the key. Cannot be more, marinated meat will be bitter. Can't be less, marinated meat will not be fragrant. Fortunately, there was more than one rice cooker in the kitchen, otherwise, he didn't have time and was afraid to boil the water in the marinated meat dry. This kind of thing, Sui often did in his previous life, for the amount of water put in that is clear. Put it in, and add the water, press the steaming button, set the time, when the time is up, it will automatically pop up. Before the rice cooker is also almost water boiling, Sui will put the buns on, 3 meat, 3 lotus seed paste, 3 egg yolk. In fact, he also bought quite a few other fillings, intending to eat them later. Over here, he put the breakfast cakes on as well, stuffing the beef and pork into the center of the breakfast cakes. The good-looking and delicious meat bun is ready. After waiting for a while, Sui saw that the buns were also steamed. He turned off the electricity, took a paper bag, and packed all of these things before carrying the bucket out. Inside the bucket was the stirred soybean flour and corn flour. As for the water brought over, it was placed in a container in the kitchen. When Sui hurriedly came out from the alley, he heard Little Pumpkin talking loudly. "You go away," Vodo Duo said to let Vodo wait for him here. No one can leave if they come. Sui was a little anxious, this shouldn't be encountering a flower shooter or an abductor, right? He was a little worried before, and had rushed back as quickly as possible. Who knew, he still encountered this kind of thing. However, he also noticed that it was a youth who didn't look like a bad person. However, these days, those who looked like bad guys, on the contrary, couldn't do bad things because they were being watched out for. What made Sui slightly relieved was that although that youth persuaded Little Pumpkin to go with him, he didn't make a move. Otherwise, with Little Pumpkin's body, he wouldn't be able to resist. However, it was hard to say, because Blackie and Black Star were both eyeing the youth. As long as this youth made a move, Black Star's bullhorn was no joke. Although Black Star was less than a year old, he was already more than a meter tall, and that bull's horn had already made its debut. Being toppled by this bull's horn, one would have to shed their skin without dying. The threat of the black sun is not small, the dog bites up, that is absolutely divided into horrors. That canine teeth can easily bite down the human flesh. Even bones can be bitten off. Sui had been bitten by a dog in his previous life, and to be honest, if it wasn't Blackie, Sui was still a bit afraid of other dogs. Little Pumpkin. Sui drank loudly. Hearing Sui's voice, the Little Pumpkin immediately just turned his head, then happily called out, "Duo Duo, you're finally back." He said to take me to. Where to go, obviously the Little Pumpkin forgot. Sui just wanted to talk to that youth. That youth said first, this child is also, how can you let such a child be left here? You don't know, recently the city has lost several children. Sui froze, knowing that this youth was being kind. Sui quickly thank you for your kindness. I have meat buns here, and meat sandwiches, would you like two? The youth was also a little embarrassed by Sui's words. He had the heart to say no, but when he smelled the meat flavor in the air, his stomach started to revolt. Sui was not dressed well, but the food was quite good. The youth did not say anything, Sui saw him a little embarrassed, directly stuffed a paper bag to him. This paper bag was customized by Sui himself, there was no marking, so there was no need to worry. Eat it, it's a kind of thank you for helping me watch my sister. Turning back, he threw a few pieces of meat next to Blackie. Blackie, this is your lunch. Another bucket was placed next to Black Star, this is yours. Both Blackie and Black Star ate cheerfully. That youth was just staggered when he saw this. Sui looked up and smiled, they helped me a lot, I have the conditions, naturally I can't treat them poorly. Hey Z, not to mention, the caretaker was powerful, and last night, he also helped drive away the cattle rustlers. Black Star, that was the beneficent cow that saved his life when he crossed over yesterday. Sui turned back, and gave the meat sandwich to Little Pumpkin again, eat quickly, be careful it's hot. Little Pumpkin received the meat sandwich, that couldn't wait to take a bite. It was indeed hot, but Little Pumpkin couldn't let go of the meat at all, opened his mouth, took several breaths, and then bit down again. Seeing this cute appearance of the Little Pumpkin, Sui and this youth couldn't help but laugh. After arranging for the Little Pumpkin, Sui then turned to the youth and said, by the way, I haven't asked your name yet? The youth smiled, just call me Helang. Wave? This word is a very funny put it in the latter days, it would definitely be flirted with. How about I call you Old He? Chapter 20, a grandmother on the roadside suffering from heatstroke. Helang had a generous personality, and after hearing Sui's words, he smiled brightly, it's fine. It just sounds a bit like someone calling me dad. Sui guffawed and chatted with Helang for a while, knowing that Helang's family was from the Public Security Bureau. If it was an ordinary person, Helang was afraid that he wouldn't dare to tell where he came from. But if it was the Public Security Bureau, it didn't matter. Those who have ulterior motives, when they hear about people's family situations, I'm afraid they will have to back off. Sui didn't have any special ideas, so it didn't matter. During the chat, Helang opened his mouth several times to say something, but in the end, he held back. Sui guessed that Helang probably wanted to ask himself where this meat came from. There is also, into the city, is what to do. Because they just met, not too familiar, Sui did not take the initiative to mention. If you are familiar with it later, this Helang is also a good partner, can help avoid a lot of trouble. After chatting for a while, Helang proposed to go back, Sui also intends to go back. The two separated, Helang stopped and looked at a small two people, a cow and a dog walking around, indescribable harmony. Helang was a little envious, but he didn't think much about it, so he turned around and went back. Because he met that old he before, and heard about the matter of changing scores. Sui then planned to go to the town first, then back home. It was almost 4 hours for this round trip. However, he just wanted to go to the town to see where the Education Bureau was first, or to step on the spot in advance. Before going back, Sui added half a bucket of water in the bucket, on the way to thirsty, can hold a handful to drink. Sui also thought, otherwise we have to find a way to buy a water bottle. These days, the military kind of kettle was very popular, he could try to buy one. If it doesn't work, the kettle at home will have to be lent out and used. These days, he'll run around a bit more and make more money. If the matter of the grades is cleared up and he can go to the 4th high school, then he will have to earn tuition in advance. If not, then also look at the matter of repeating, also want a sum of money. The eldest sister in the family got married, this dowry thing, is also a sum of money. And the second sister and third sister and the fifth brother study, again is a sum of money. Dad Su Zhaohua that leg injury, I'm afraid that also need to set aside a sum of money. Thinking about this, Sui's heart, that is really nervous. Moreover, soon we'll be harvesting rice, this centimeter certainly cannot run away, then certainly have to go to work. For Sui this kind of half-grown boy, usually did not have the full centimeter. But the things to be done, also the same not light. And the farm is busy, there is no way to come out and make money in a short time. Sui actually took a bag of rice out of the preservation warehouse yesterday, and had the intention of selling rice. But not yet mixed, Sui didn't dare to move easily. Getting caught, that would not be good. Duo, there's an old granny there. Little Pumpkin's voice made Sui wake up from his thoughts. He followed Little Pumpkin's hand and saw an old grandmother sitting on the side of the road. Her face was a bit ugly. Sui saw that her face seemed to be sweating profusely, and looking at that, she looked a bit dizzy and nauseous. Grandma, how are you? Sui asked. He actually had some guesses that he was probably suffering from heatstroke. This weather was hot, this old granny was alone, walking on the road with a small bundle on her back, not even wearing a straw hat. Sui hurriedly put his straw hat on the grandmother's head, and went to get some fresh water. A person suffering from heatstroke should drink some salt water. But in the middle of nowhere, Sui didn't dare to take salt out, so he had to take water to wipe the grandmother. Because he didn't bring a towel, he wiped his face with his hands for little pumpkin and himself. It's not good to wipe the old granny, so he took off his undershirt, dipped it in water, and wiped the old lady. After feeding some more water, only after a long time did this old granny open her eyes. But by the looks of it, it was still very difficult. "What's wrong with me?" the old granny said breathlessly. It looked like her limbs were weak, which was a sign of heat stroke. Sui busily said, "Grandma, it looks like you're suffering from heat stroke. We can't stay here for too long. Where is your home? I'll send you back." Although Sui didn't want to be abusive, it was still okay to help others when it didn't hinder him. As for being blackmailed, there should still be less at this time. Before the 90s, people in the country had a strong sense of honor, not excluding individual villains. Most people didn't care to be bad people. The grandmother said, "I'm going to visit my friends in Jiangsu town. Young man, are you on the way?" Well, it's really on the way. If one were to go straight back, it would definitely not be on the way. Isn't this going to Jiangsu town to step on the spot? So it's on the way. Sui said, "That's just right. I'm going to pass through Jiangsu town on my way home, so I'll send you there and then go back." Sui helped the old granny onto Black Star's back. He couldn't carry her that far by himself, so that was all he could do. "Little pumpkin, you help hold up the old granny a little. I'll hold her up a bit too, she doesn't seem to have much strength." Little pumpkin nodded. "Wano, duo. Although the old granny didn't have much strength and her face was ugly, but seeing little pumpkin's smiling face, she still nodded her head and said, "What a cute kid." Sui had to support the old granny at the Black Star's side, afraid that she would fall down. This was already suffering from heatstroke. If she fell down again, it would be troublesome. The old man's bones were brittle. Once she fell and broke her bones, it would be troublesome. As for that small bundle, he picked it up, didn't bother to look inside, and let little pumpkin hold it. "You sandwich it between you and old granny, don't drop it. It's old granny's stuff." Little pumpkin laughed. Nest promised to complete the task. He and the old granny both laughed, and continued to walk towards the front with the big sun. Halfway to the road, Sui saw another stopped jeep. He was a little strange. This car suddenly stopped on the side of the road, afraid that the car is broken, right? When he got closer, he saw that the owner of the car kept turning the key in the car, but the car just couldn't start. Although Sui is not too high on the car, but still know a lot about machinery. He turned his ears and heard that the starter wasn't turning, but there was a clattering sound coming out. Sui probably knew what the problem was, and as he passed by the side of the road, he said to that car owner, "Check the wiring between the starter motor and the battery, it might be a loose wire." After saying that, Sui didn't wait for the man to say anything and planned to leave. This person was dressed okay, indeed good fabric. I think the family's family is in a good position. Well, a poor family can't afford to buy a car. This car, but the symbol of money and status, no status, money cannot buy. When Sui didn't go far, the man got down from the car. "That's Siko, do you know how to fix a car?" "I don't know anything about it." "Why don't you take a look at it for me? I'll pay you." Sui didn't care too much about money. He was short of money, and he wasn't short of that, and he was also confident in getting money. But to help out, it was still possible. "Forget about the money, I'll help you take a look." Chapter 21. Dog's eyes look down on people. Asking the car owner for tools, Sui opened the front cover of the car and did some checking. Sure enough, there is a wire loose, and there are other places where the insulation on the outside of the wiring is broken, exposing the wires and making it easy to leak and short circuit. Sui fixed the line, and pointed to a few places and said, "Uncle, these places, turn back to find the tape to stick, lest short circuit. By the way, do you have duct tape in your car? If there is, I'll do it for you by hand, if not, you'll have to go back and get it again." The middle-aged man shook his head, "No." He also asked, "Is this a family visiting relatives?" Sui smiled, "No. This old granny got heatstroke on the side of the road, she's going to town to visit her friends, I was going to send her there on my way home." The man looked and realized that both the girl and the old lady were sober, and although they didn't intervene, they both smiled at him. The old lady did look like she had a heat stroke. Besides, human trafficking didn't abduct old ladies. Little Pumpkin said, Duo, are you ready? The weather is too hot, the old granny should get sunburned." "Come on," this child himself called his brother, although his lisp was a little unclear, but he could hear that it was calling his brother. There was no duct tape, and Sui could do nothing about it. He covered the car cover, let the middle-aged man to start the car. "This time really can start." The middle-aged man threw up his thumb. "Little brother, this hand is awesome." Sui humbly smiled, "It's nothing, it's just that I've heard a lot from people, and after seeing it a few times, I get it." He always can't say, he crossed over, he didn't learn to repair cars, he can only say so. The middle-aged man froze. He himself was also, because there was no way, so he was sick and desperate, to this teenager who pointed out the car's faults to request to repair the car. As for blackmail, he wasn't afraid. Seeing this, Sui was about to leave. The middle-aged man proposed again, "Otherwise, I'll help you send Big Mother to town? I happen to be passing by." Sui froze for a moment, then looked at the old granny. "Granny, what do you think? This ox of mine can't be as fast as that car, and it's going to be in the sun. But the old granny shook her head. It's fine, I'll just go on this ox of yours. That car is bumpy, not as smooth as your ox. Sitting on the ox was not really smooth. However, the Black Star was humane, and when it walked, it wasn't bumpy at all. The middle-aged man saw that the old lady was unwilling, so he didn't care. Taking out money again to give to Sui refused. It's fine, it's just a matter of moving your hands, no money. The middle-aged man insisted on giving, but Sui helped the old lady to leave and did not take the money. The middle-aged man looked at Sui's back, suddenly laughed, still a young man's heart, simple. The speed of the jeep was really fast, but when they were next to Sui, the jeep obviously slowed down. Although this road was paved with sand, once the car passed, it was a puff of dust. This car slowed down is also a manifestation of quality. Sui smiled and didn't say anything. This world is like this, everyone has quality, that life is also a lot better. After that, Sui did not encounter anything, all the way to Jiangsu town. At this time, Jiangsu town is actually not big, the population is probably only a few thousand. The buildings on this road are also relatively old, most of them are of earth bricks, a little better than Nanju village. The roof of the roof is tile, not thatch. Sui asked, Grandma, which direction is your friend in? I'll send you there. The old granny rested for a while and was considered better, her face also looked a lot better. Hearing Sui's question, pointed in a direction, it's that way, you go forward, when you arrive, I'll talk to you. There was nothing Sui couldn't do. When he entered the town, he took the cow rope, lest Black Star went the wrong way. Following the direction pointed by the old granny, he finally stopped in front of the door of a red brick house. This courtyard was quite large, Sui went and knocked on the door, and someone would soon answer. The one who opened the door was a middle-aged woman. When she saw Sui, her face was still a little wary, and she asked, Who are you? What's the matter? Sui didn't care about the middle-aged woman's attitude, turned around and pointed at the old lady on the back of the cow and said, That grandmother said she came to your house to visit a friend, and she got heatstroke on the way. I'll bring it here for you, see if it's right. I'll carry it inside for you. The middle-aged woman took her eyes and looked over, when an old woman in green clothes came out from inside, and seeing the old woman at a glance, she busied herself with, Shujin? What's wrong with you? Sui said again what he told the middle-aged woman before. Inside, the old lady in green clothes had walked out. The old lady on the back of the cow called Shuwan squeezed out a smile and said, I came to see you, who knows the road heatstroke, thanks to this child to see, to give me water to drink, and put the straw hat for me to put on, let me sit on his cow to come over. The two old ladies seemed to have endless words when they met, so he still had something to do, so he could only say, that, otherwise, I will carry you in, you two chat slowly. I still have to go home on my side. The old lady in green was busy slapping her forehead. Yes, I forgot to let you in. Siko, do you want some water? Sui shook his head, we brought water with us. Little Pumpkin, wait for me, I'll carry Grandma inside and we'll go back. Little Pumpkin nodded, okay, duo. I'll wait here for you, and I won't go anywhere, not even if anyone comes. It looked like Little Pumpkin was remembering what she had said before. After what happened with Helang, even though it was a misunderstanding, it was a good thing that Little Pumpkin remembered this. Sui carried Grandma Shujun inside. Grandma Shujun wanted to give money, and that old lady in green clothes also said she wanted to give. But Sui didn't ask for it and came straight out. Calling on Black Star, he let Black Star carry the little pumpkin and left. The old lady in green even exclaimed, Good boy, does good deeds, doesn't take money, doesn't even leave a name. The middle-aged woman interjected, he called the little pumpkin. The old lady in green clothes glared back at her daughter-in-law. The middle-aged woman deflated, and said, Look at that look, I know it's a country bumpkin, and his body is still covered in grease. The clothes are all patched too. The green-clothed old lady glared at her daughter-in-law again before the middle-aged woman walked out, leaving space for the two old ladies. Old lady Shizhuang said, on the way over, that kid saw a man's car break down and helped fix it. That oil stain was from that time. I saw him trying to hold me up again, and afraid of getting the oil on me, he rubbed it on his own clothes. Saying that, she also lamented. Old lady in green also said, It's a good boy, clothes with patches are not afraid, as long as the heart is clean, the person is clean. Old lady Shu Jing also nodded, This journey is also thanks to this child, I don't know where this child is from, I always need to thank him. Just now, I actually forgot to even say thank you. On this side, Sui came out from the courtyard, then brought Black Star around the town, saw where the education bureau was, didn't look much, then prepared to go back first. The matter of stepping on the spot will be said later when he comes alone. Chapter 22 The city came to the public security. Coming out from Jiangsu town, he saw a bridge. Past this bridge is Shanlan village. Shanlan village relies on this bridge, but it has taken advantage of it. Before business was banned, Shanlan village relied on this bridge, and people from all over the country had to cross this bridge to get to town. The village made a lot of money from this bridge. It was only in these years that business was not allowed in the country and everything had to be produced on a planned basis. Shanlan village has fallen behind, but it is also much richer than other villages. Leaning on the town, there were many benefits. After passing through here and traveling another 10 or so miles, Sui returned home. Before putting the bucket down, elder sister Sume came out and said, Hisiko, there is a public security officer in the city. Grandpa asked you to come back and go to the team. There are several meanings in these words. There is a public security officer, but also want him to go over there. If Sui had done something wrong, he would have been scared to death. But if you don't do anything wrong, you are not afraid of ghosts knocking on the door in the middle of the night. Sui asked, what happened? Why did the city come to the public security? Sume said, it seems like all the cows in the village have been stolen. What? Sui's heart shook and immediately thought of Yi Sanhuan. It must be this guy who did it. Not to mention that he heard this guy plotting with a strange man yesterday. Let's just say that last night, someone came to steal the Black Star and was beaten by him. Sui knew that it must be an acquaintance. Otherwise, it couldn't be so familiar with the road. I just don't know if the one who was beaten was Yi Sanhuan. To steal an entire village's cattle is no small matter. 1 or 2 people can't do this. When buffaloes bunch up, it's easy to fight. Unless it's a mother and son relationship. So to steal a cow, you need at least 1 cow with 1 person, or you'll have to make a lot of trips. But stealing cows is not a safe thing to do. Those cattle thieves surely don't dare to make many trips. So, it was a gang crime, plus the inner thieves leading the way. Okay, I'll close the Black Star and put the bucket back. This is the way to go. Although he knew about this, Sui wasn't in a hurry. It wasn't bad for a while. Sume came out and said, I'll help you take the bucket in. You close the Black Star and go over there. Sui nodded and let Black Star walk into the barn on his own. On the way, Sui found the blood on the ground. Looking at that, it should be from last night. Sui had hit the man with a stick and might have injured him. It was also possible that Blackie had bitten out the wound. Black Star, stay at ease, I'll bring you rations at night. In response to Sui, there was a moo from Black Star. This sound was very loud. Sui patted Black Star's head and didn't tether Black Star. There was no need. After that, Sui walked towards the brigade headquarters in the center of the village. There were quite a few people in the village here. Sui's grandfather Yijinhan was also here. Hearing the sound of a cow mooing, he said to that public security officer, it should be my grandson coming back. The public security officer raised his eyebrows and asked, how do you know? Yijinhan said, all the cows in this village have been stolen, and my grandson is the only one whose cows have not been stolen. He rode his ox to town in the morning, and this will come back, so it should be his ox. The public security officer nodded his head, and did not deny it. But in his heart, he thought, it can't be the teenager he met on the road, right? Sui came all the way to the center of the village, saw the jeep parked under the big banyan tree, and guessed in his heart, I didn't expect that the owner of that car who helped repair it halfway was still a public security officer. Third grandma, still knitting the soles of your shoes. After greeting third grandma, Sui turned around and went into the team headquarters next to him. Here, there were quite a few people sitting. The village chief, great-grandpa Yi Jinming. Next to him was the brigade secretary, Yi Jinbin, who was third grandma's husband, and everyone called him third grandpa. There were also a few cadres from the team, and the other was Grandpa Yijinhan, who was the accountant of Nanju village. There is only one person who does not recognize, it should be that public security. Sui took a look, it is really the owner of the jeep in the middle of the road. Before Sui could say anything, Yijinhan first shouted, Hisiko, come here, this is the public security of the city, you call him Director He. Then he turned to Director He and said, this is my grandson, you call him Hisiko. Last night that cow thief went to steal my grandson's too, but was overpowered by my grandson's cow and didn't make it. We heard the sound and came out. Director He laughed, still an acquaintance. How are you, Siko He? Sui nodded, good day, Director. Grandpa was a bit strange, what? Director He, you've met my grandson? Sui was a bit anxious and didn't know what to say. Director He then said, yes. When I came on my way, my car broke down halfway, and it was your grandson who helped me fix it. Grandpa was a bit strange, Siko He, when did you know how to fix cars? Sui had a quick brainstorm and said, when Uncle Jichen came back earlier, I watched him fix it a few times. I also asked a few questions, so I probably know a little bit. Grandpa laughed and scolded, you Siko He, you don't know anything and you dare to move around. If this is repaired wrongly and broken, you won't be able to pay for it even if you are sold. Sui laughed a few times and didn't say much. Grandpa's words were actually to protect him. If he repaired it, it would be troublesome. Although Sui was sure that he was still very good in this aspect of machinery. At least the people at this time of the year were definitely no match for him. Director He laughed, it's fine. If it wasn't for Siko He, I wouldn't have been able to come over so quickly. After saying a few words, Director He began to ask, right. Even though you helped me fix my car, I still have to ask, what exactly was the situation with that cow thief yesterday? I heard that you even beat up that thief? Sui didn't know who said that, but he nodded and said, yes. I heard Black Star in the middle of the night. Oh, Black Star is that cow of mine, he barked several times in the middle of the night. Then my dog, Blackie, rushed out and bit the thief several times. When I came out, I took a stick in my hand, and when I saw that man running at me, I subconsciously hit that thief with a stick. Director, he pressed his hand and said, it's fine. Even if you were injured, you still hit the cattle thief, it's fine. There's no need to be afraid. Do you have any evidence for what you said? Sui shook his head, and thinking of the little bloodstain outside the cattle pen, said, well, outside my family's cowshed, there is a bloodstain left behind from that thief being bitten by Blackie. Director, he immediately offered to go and take a look, so he had no choice but to take Director he over to his home. After some investigation, Director he didn't have any clue. Sui thought about it. If he directly said that it was Yi Sanjian who stole it, he also had no evidence, so it was not good to say more. As for saying that he overheard Yi Sanjuan's conspiracy, it is also not good to say. Sui turned back and asked Grandpa, who followed him over, Grandpa, all the cows in our village have been stolen? Chapter 23 Clues. Yi Jinhan heard Sui ask and didn't know what Sui was going to do. He just nodded and answered, aha. Sui frowned. This was a bit strange. This cow can be different from others. Strangers easily can't be led away. Even if he utilized the cow rope and restrained the cow's nose as a weakness, the cow would always scream. Sui also thought of the piece of cloth thrown on the ground in the cattle pen and the ether stained on the cloth. This is definitely a gang crime, and people certainly did not go far. The other party did not know what tools were used to drag the cow away. It's impossible not to hear such a big commotion. How did those people transport it in such a dark environment? Moreover, the cattle pen was in the innermost part of the village, so to transport it out, it would definitely have to pass through the village. In that case, it would be impossible for there to be no movement at all. Hearing Sui ask about the cattle, and seeing him frown, Director he thought that Sui had even helped him repair his car before, and was a little curious about this teenager. What? Do you have a clue? Sui shook his head and nodded again, confusing Director he. Yi Jinhan said, do you have it or not? Don't talk nonsense without a clue, lest you interfere with the public security case. This is a village of cattle, not a small number. More than 30 heads. And soon it will be the busy time of the farm, the late rice to be planted together. When the time comes, the lack of cattle, this matter will not be easy to do. At other times, we could borrow a few cows from other villages. But everyone is busy, this cow can still be lent out? Director he knew Yi Jinhan's concern and waved his hand, not so much. It's just that asking more questions and each person giving an opinion is also a reference, isn't it? Sui touched his nose and said, that. Last night, that cattle thief dropped a piece of cloth in my barn and I smelled the smell of ether. I think those people should have utilized the ether and dazed the cows before transporting them away. Director his eyes lit up. This was a big breakthrough. He also knew about ether. He had previously handled cases of child abduction. Those people were using ether to mesmerize the children. Then pretended to be the child's parents, saying that the child was sick, asleep, and other excuses to abduct the child. Go, take me to see. The blood on the ground was seen, but that piece of cloth? Sui took Director he to take a look, and actually found that the piece of cloth was gone. Director he asked, why didn't you see it? Sui is also strange, busy shouting, big sister, big sister. Sume came out of the house and asked strangely, who came to the barn today? Sume frowned and shook her head, no one. Sui was strange, no one had come here, how could that piece of cloth be missing? But Sume couldn't have been watching outside all the time, someone had come and might not have seen it. At this time, Su Yucheng came back from outside, looking at Sui standing there in the cowshed, his eyes flickering. Lowering his head, Su Yucheng wanted to run into the house. Sui frowned and shouted, Su Yucheng, come here. He always felt that there was something strange about Su Yucheng. Of course, the cow was definitely not stolen by Su Yucheng, but that piece of cloth couldn't have disappeared for no reason, right? When Su Yucheng heard Sui shout, he was like a mouse that had seen a cat, spreading his legs and running into the yard. While running, Su Yucheng also shouted, Dad, Mom, Siko he wants to beat me. Sui was so angry that he wanted to grab Su Yucheng and beat him up on the spot. The rest of the family is easy to talk to, but Su Yucheng is the only one who was difficult to deal with. In the end, other people still have family members in the heart, as long as Sui properly guide one or two, naturally can be transformed over. Only the Su Yucheng grew up being spoiled, and the second uncle of that second-rate son of the third uncle of a look, it is difficult to save. These, too, are that pair of not very reliable parents to raise out. When Sui entered the house, Yi Chuanqiu came out, her eyes a little red. I don't know what's wrong, but when Yi Chuanqiu came out, he said to Sui, he's your brother, don't keep hitting him. After yesterday's events, Yi Chuanqiu wasn't able to be so firm with Sui. So speaking, it was a bit soft. Sui didn't know if it was because of his own outburst yesterday or something else. Su Yucheng stood next to Yi Chuanqiu, that smug look. Sui sighed in his heart and said, Su Yucheng, what did you do in my barn today? Yi Chuanqiu wondered, he dislikes the dirtiness of the ground and never goes to that place. Cows will always poop. You can't tell a cow not to poop, right? But in the countryside, this cow is also a good thing. Farmyard fertilizer, not to mention, used to burn in winter, is also a good firewood. Don't believe me, many people in the countryside do this. There are also ethnic minorities who use cow to cook hot pots. Su Yucheng drank, That's right, your place is dirty, I don't care to go there. The eyes, however, were twinkling. Soo-hee knew that Su Yucheng must have been there. The more Su Yucheng denied it, the more Soo-hee was sure. Just don't know how to say, but out of the corner of his eye, he saw that the snacks he left on that table in the hallroom were all eaten. Only a piece of greaseproof paper was left sitting there. Needless to say, most of this dim sum must have been eaten by Su Yucheng. Su Rong might not be comparable, but definitely not more than Su Yucheng. If there was more, Su Yucheng would activate the great summoning technique. Summoning mom and dad. Soo-hee looked at Su Yucheng and said, I'm telling you, if you tell me who told you to go to my barn and take that piece of cloth away, I'll give you a few pieces of candy. Saying that, Soo-hee took out a few pieces of sugar from the warehouse bedroom, which he had put directly on that nightstand last night for convenience. Su Yucheng's eyes rolled, still refusing to say anything, taking his eyes to look at Yi Chuanxiu. Yi Chuanxiu's mouth moved, about to open his mouth. Soo-hee said, if you don't say it, I won't give you food. I was too soft-hearted this morning and actually left the snacks for you to eat. Let me tell you, this time, if you don't say anything, these few pieces of candy of mine I'd rather throw them into the cesspool than give you any. Su Yucheng said to Yi Chuanxiu, Mom, look at Hisiko, he threw the candies into the cesspit and didn't even give them to me. You hit him. When Soo-hee heard that Su Yucheng dared to be impudent, he immediately snapped, if you're impudent again, even if Mom protects you, I'll still beat you up. I'll see if Mom can keep you in her pants all day long. When you are alone, I will beat you. Su Yucheng was still going to sue, but hearing Soo-hee's words, he was also startled. He often went out to play and was alone then. If Soo-hee wanted to beat him, he really couldn't escape. The speed was not as fast as Soo-hee, and the strength of his hands was not as big as Soo-hee's. Mom! Look at him! Su Yucheng complained. Yi Chuanxiu said, Siko-hee, you can't hit him, he's your brother. Soo-hee said, Mom, you just spoil him like that? I don't even say anything when I have food and drink, and when I have useful things to wear, I cling to him. You're spoiling your youngest son, but you're not spoiling him like this. He's not big or small, yesterday he even spoke to Little Pumpkin like that. Aren't you afraid that in the future you'll spoil him the same way as second uncle and third uncle? Can you guys raise him for the rest of his life? Chapter 24 Disciplining Su Yucheng. Yi Chuanxiu was silent. Su Yucheng still didn't know what was happening and asked back, why don't you raise me for life? The scene was awkward for a while, and director he stood outside, too embarrassed to come in. Yi Zhenhan also knew what was going on in his eldest daughter's home, and at this time accompanied director he outside to chatter, not coming in either. Soo-hee also wanted to take this opportunity to talk her parents through. There are several sisters as well, all have to be said to get through. Otherwise, how can we live in the future? Soo-hee said, Mom, you feel that in the Su family, being bullied by my milk, you feel that my three sisters can't be bullied. This, I also agree with. But like the second sister, who does nothing all day, she dreams of being a city dweller one day. But what if she doesn't make it? At that time, how will you let her live? Su Rong was originally not concerned, but at this time, when she heard Soo-hee talking about herself, she hurriedly came out and said, Who said I can't be a city dweller? Soo-hee laughed coldly, Are you 100% sure you can be a city dweller? Do you think university is that easy? At this time the university is really difficult to test, if not, you can only settle for the next best thing, a secondary school, or teacher training. Yi Chuanxiu is a teacher's college graduate, but in the end is not also back to the countryside to teach it? The city is not so good to stay? No favor, no background, that is really difficult. Su Rong pursed her lips, or said stiffly, I just can become a city dweller. Soo-hee was helpless and said, Well, even if you become a city dweller, do you think city dwellers are that good? Do you think the city people don't need to eat when the commercial food is finished? Come on, there's a city public security officer right outside, ask him if he has enough commodity grain to eat for a month. Director he was a bit embarrassed, but seeing Soo-hee's look, he still said, There are many city workers who don't have enough to eat. He was a member of the system, and it was not good for him to say anything else. Su Rong pursed her lips, Soo-hee had shattered her dreams. She originally thought that as long as she became a city dweller, she would be eating and drinking spicy food and enjoying it endlessly. Who knew, only today did she realize that there were also many city people who did not have enough to eat. As for eating well, that was even more so. Su Rong wasn't stupid. When Soo-hee saw Su Rong was hit, he didn't feel embarrassed and continued, City people also need to live, they also need to buy wood, rice, oil, and salt. Mom, you were so spoiled to your second sister, you let her go to the city, she also can't live on. Our family isn't some mega-rich family that can still afford to raise 1,000 gold. After a slightly sarcastic remark, Soo-hee also took it in stride. Then he added, besides Su Yucheng, Mom, you're coddling him now. He is now a bully in the house. He has to choose everything first, and if he's not satisfied with anything, he just rolls around and looks for you guys to beat him up. Can you follow him for the rest of your lives? When you guys get old, who will support him? Su Yucheng said, Of course it's you guys. All of you will raise me. Soo-hee secretly said a good word. Pointing at Su Yucheng, he said, Mom, look at this, he looks so much like my second and third uncles. He's like a two-timer all day long, how can he be good in the future? Mom, you don't want us to raise him, do you? When he grows up, who's going to support him every day? Asks second sister. Even if she becomes a city dweller, will she be able to support Su Yucheng? Su Rong pursed her lips and didn't say anything. Of course she didn't want to raise him. Whoever is willing to raise. Yi Chuanqiu was silent, so he struck while the iron was hot and said, besides, even if you helped once, can you help every time? Who does not have a life of their own, every day after is asked to solve his problems? Mom, do you want to raise a scourge in the future and visit him in jail later? It was this sentence that did the most damage. Yi Chuanqiu stumbled and almost fell to the ground. No, it's not that bad, right? Yi Chuanqiu's speech even looked a little stuttered. Inside the room, Su Zhao's breathing was accelerated, and Su He could hear it. If it was said flatly, they definitely didn't have this kind of realization. But the Su family side of the old river village, as well as the second and third uncles, are all like this. Su Zhaohua can definitely think about it. Thinking that in the future, their own favored son would also become like that, both of them were a little scared. Su Yucheng, this little cutie. Still unaware of what was happening, he was still clamoring, Mom, you quickly tell him to give me the candy. If he doesn't give it, you'll hit him. Listen, is this what a younger brother should say? Yi Chuanqiu looked at his favorite son, unknowingly, actually became like this? Yi Chuanqiu had no way and couldn't lay his hands on him, turning his head and asking, then what do you say? Su He waited for these words. It's very well done. You give Su Yucheng to me, and if you don't listen, I'll beat him up. If he does well, I'll reward him with a few candies, and he'll naturally know what to do and what not to do. Although she couldn't let go, Yi Chuanqiu was also afraid that Su Yucheng would turn out to be like what Su He said. Nodding with difficulty, Yi Chuanqiu turned around and entered the room, and also closed the door to the room. In the end, she is a teacher, know what is good for children, what is not good. Su Yucheng still didn't know what was happening, and was still yelling and rapping on the door, Mom, what are you doing in there? Come out and grab the candy for me. You hit Siko Ho. Siko He. Su He sneered, stepped forward and picked up Su Yucheng, turned around and just slapped him hard on the buttocks. It was a piece of dead meat that hurt to hit, but nothing would happen. Su Yucheng howled, he was really in pain. From childhood to adulthood, except for the very few times he was beaten by Su He had never been beaten at all. Who dared to beat him? A few sisters didn't dare either, and Su Rong was just grabbing things and didn't dare to hit him. Siko He, you're killing yourself. Su Yucheng shouted. Su He just slapped down again, hearing that crunching sound, it really hurt. Su Mei's three people were all changing their faces, they didn't know what to think in their hearts. Su He also didn't care, right now was to discipline this bear child first. This thing is a long-term thing. Su Yucheng kept scolding, Su He kept hitting. Su Yucheng scolded a sentence, Su He will hit a little. Definitely quite a lot of beatings, the force is not small. Su Yucheng slowly, also do not dare to scold. He knows that today Mom and Dad will never come to save him, in order not to be beaten, can only not curse. As for fighting, Su Yucheng knew that he could not beat Su He. If he really wants to fight, what if Su He calls Blackie to come in and bite him? Blackie was not close to him. That was raised by Su He, to the family members can do not bite, but also will not be too close. Squatting down, Su Yucheng whimpered. That voice, sad. It was almost like smelling sadness and hearing tears. Su He knew that the time was almost right. Su He said, in the future, you have to be obedient. As long as you are obedient, I have a lot of the treats that I brought back yesterday, as well as this milk candy. I am not a stingy person, as long as you are obedient, I will give you milk candy to eat. There's a chance now, milk candy you eat or not, you decide. Chapter 25 Analysis. After waiting for a while, no one could see Su Yucheng get up. Su He wasn't in a hurry either, got up, and said to Su Yucheng, since you don't eat milk candy, that's fine. Your news, in fact, isn't that important, I don't need to think about it, I know that there are only a few people who can make you come and get that piece of cloth. I'll have director he ask just that. As for you, for not cooperating, this milk candy is gone. Little pumpkin, come out for the milk candy. Brother promised you yesterday. Be careful, don't let your fifth brother rob you. After a pause, Su He saw Su Yucheng move, and knew that Su Yucheng was too favored in the past. At this time, he still had the luxury of thinking that Mom and Dad or any sister would bring him milk candies. When Little Pumpkin came out, Su He gave 2 to Little Pumpkin, and said, if your fifth brother steals your milk candies, you can tell fourth brother. Fourth brother will beat him up then. Su Yucheng originally had this idea in mind, he could beat Little Pumpkin at home. When the time came, the milk candy was in Little Pumpkin's hands, he would just snatch it. But when he heard Su He's words, Su Yucheng felt that his buttocks hurt like hell again. Unable to resist, he moved outside. Su He distributed milk candies to a few more sisters. Su Mei was still surprised. I have some too? She is such a big person, actually also have milk candy to share? Su He said, the eldest sister did not do anything wrong, naturally have sugar to eat. As for second sister, Su Rong ferociously said, what's wrong with me? Su He said, if you help me wash the clothes today, I'll give you candy. The second sister's character was also somewhat unique and in need of a makeover. As for beating like Su Yuqing was not an option, girls were always treated a little favorably. Su Rong was unwilling, but she wanted to eat candy. If it was in the past, she would have gone to mom and dad's place to be pampered. As mom and dad's little coat, she is very favored here. But nowadays, even mom and dad's most favored fifth brother was unable to do anything, and she didn't think she had a trick up her sleeve. She pointed at the little pumpkin and said, "If she gets to eat, why can't I? And have to do your laundry? That Snow White milk candy, just looking at it makes me want to eat it." Sui glanced at Su Rong and said, "She's a younger sister, and you're not. She's only 3 years old, are you 3 years old too? Besides, she went with me to the city and yelled, 'You went?'" Su Rong was helpless, rolled her eyes and turned around to enter the room. Sui shrugged indifferently, "Don't eat it even if you don't. Anyway, I won't be as stupid as I was in the morning, things are not going to stay. After this village, when the milk candy runs out later, there won't be this store anymore." Su Rui smiled sarcastically and walked over, calling out, "Fourth brother?" Sui nodded and said to Su Rui, "You washed the dishes today, this candy is yours." Sui took out 2 candies, Su Rui thought about it and took it. Turning back, she asked, "I've taken the candies, if I don't wash them, what will you do? Anyway, the things are in hand, if you don't wash it, can you still snatch it?" Sui didn't care at all, just said lightly, "Today you may have taken advantage, but this kind of advantage, how long can you take advantage? Next time I have something delicious, can you still cheat away?" Su Rui froze at his words, shrugged his shoulders and said, "I'm just saying, I'll wash the dishes." This was being soft. Sume smiled, not expecting her fourth brother to suddenly become tough, but this change was quite good. She was about to get married, and in the future, all the things in the house would have to be done together by several younger siblings, so this was good. She was also more at ease. Sui looked at Su Yuqing and finally said, "Well, the last 2 candies. If no one eats them, then I'll eat them myself." As soon as the words fell, Su Yuqing stood up. "It was Gangzi's grandmother who asked me to come and get it." After saying that, Su Yuqing stared at Sui. "I said it out loud, my candy." Sui cheerfully gave the candy to Su Yuqing and laughed. "That's the right way. There's a reward for doing something right. There's also a reward for doing something wrong." Su Yuqing looked over blankly. "Didn't he just beat me up?" Sui said, "Reward a meal of fried pork with bamboo shoots." This was the colloquialism for getting beaten up on this side of Nanju village. Cut. Su Yuqing lost the battle and cut, then walked away. Touching his butt, it still hurt a little. Sui didn't think Su Yuqing lied, just Gangzi? Gangzi is a child in the village, the same age as Su Yuqing, usually play together. Just this Gangzi's grandmother, how did she get involved in this matter? If she didn't steal the cows, then someone made her do it. And there was only one person who could make Gangzi's grandmother do this. Sui walked out and said to Director He, "My brother said that it was Granny Gangzi who told him to take that piece of cloth." Director He's face was serious, he knew the importance of this information. If it had nothing to do with stealing cows, then how could someone be sent over to take that piece of cloth? Yi Jinhan said, "Don't talk nonsense. How could Granny Gangzi, an old man, steal a cow?" Sui said, "Naturally, Gangzi's grandmother wouldn't steal a cow, but doesn't Gangzi have an uncle? He's very close to Yi Sanjun. The more I think about it now, the more I feel that the man I beat up yesterday, the sound of his screams was very similar to Yi Sanjun." "Who is Yi Sanjun?" Director He asked. Yi Jinhan had a sardonic smile on his face, he was too embarrassed to mention this kind of village bully. Sui didn't have that concern and said moving, "Yi San Hans is an uncle in the village, but he's lazy and lives on petty theft." After a pause, Sui added, "In fact, if you want to chase these cattle thieves, at least chase those cows, it's not a difficult task." Director He looked at Sui with some surprise. "Oh? How so?" Yi Jinhan was a bit worried about Sui's credulity and said, "Siko He, don't talk nonsense. You don't have the ability to catch a thief. Don't be afraid that if you don't catch the thief, you won't be able to explain." Director He waved his hand and said, "It's fine, take it as advice for me." After he finished, he looked at Sui, his eyes gleaming. Sui said, "In fact, it's a very simple matter." Yi Jinhan glared at Sui, he was usually just very serious, this glance came down, if it was Su Yuqing, he wouldn't dare to roll. Sui, however, didn't care, he said to Yi Jinhan, "The cattle shed in our village is in the innermost part of the village, right?" Yi Jinhan said, "Yes, so what?" Director He, however, brightened up, "Right. If that cowshed is at the innermost part of the village, those thieves want to steal the cows out, even if they used ether and mesmerized the cows. They would also need trucks or something to transport it, it would make a noise. There's no way that none of the people in your village heard it, it's illogical." Sui continued, "And there's only one way out of Nanju village. It can only be the Shanlan village side. Director He only needs to have someone go to Shanlan village to ask if there are any cars that went over from the Nanju village side, and then we can be sure. We haven't heard a single sound in our village, so there's only one reason." Chapter 26, Su Zhaohua has a high fever. That means those cows are still in Nanju village and haven't been shipped out yet. Director He took over the conversation and said, But just as he finished speaking, Yi Jinhan dismissed his conclusion. Impossible. Our village is just this big, and with so many cows, it's impossible to hide them. Moreover, no one dares to hide them. More than 30 cows, that is the lifeblood of the whole village. With the upcoming double robbery, no one would dare to hide those cows at this time. Unless they don't want to die. When Director He thought about it, he looked at Sui, wanting to hear how Sui would explain. Sui laughed. If you don't hide them in the village, is there no other place to hide them? The corners of his mouth curled up slightly, a picture of a pearl of wisdom. Director He appreciated this kind of Sui. Yi Jinhan asked, then where did you say they hid? Sui pointed to the back of the village and said, besides the village, what else are we relying on? Yi Jinhan reacted, you mean, in the back of the mountain? There was a mountain behind Nanju village, and when it was said to be the back of the mountain, it was actually a mountain range. In addition to a few Maoju mountains, there were other mountains with quite a few various trees on them. Director He also brightened up, indeed. If it can't be shipped out, then hiding it in the mountains and waiting for things to cool down before thinking of a way out is also a good idea. But then he asked, then is it possible that they used a boat to transport the cattle out? Before Sui said anything, Yi Jinhan took the first step to deny it. Impossible. Without Director He asking, Yi Jinhan said first, it would require a very large boat. Ordinary boats, not to mention they can't bear the weight of those cows at all. It just can't even drive the cows. They can't keep using ether to mesmerize the cows, right? How much ether would that take? Although he didn't know what ether was, it wasn't something that was easy to get once he heard it. A cow, especially these adult cows in the village, were more than 1,000 pounds, or more than half a ton. It was impossible to transport cows out on those small sampans. Director Ho asked again, then what if they drive them out one by one? I remember that buffaloes can swim, right? Sui shook his head, unlikely. An animal like a cow is very difficult to lead away by someone unfamiliar with it, let alone cross a river. And once they lead out one cow at a time, it would be troublesome. It would be easy to be discovered. This 10 miles and 8 villages, although not everyone knows each other. But those who raise cattle are the ones who are somewhat familiar. If they dare to come out, they will be discovered. In the middle of the night, it's impossible for a buffalo to follow them across the river. Unless that cow is the Black Star. It was Black Star again. Director He had seen this Black Star before, it was very humane. Sui said, in fact, Director He, you should go make a call right now and call some manpower over. Those who are able to steal more than 30 cows in one night must be a gang. Even if you are more powerful, you can't beat a gang, right? Director He nodded his head and looked at Yi Jinhan. Do you have a phone in your village? He just came to take a look first, originally not intending to find out all at once. Unexpectedly, not long after this arrival, he met a teenager who helped him analyze the matter. Yi Jinhan shook his head. Our village doesn't even have electricity yet. Let alone a telephone. Director He was also helpless. Then how did you make your previous calls? Yi Jinhan said, before, we crossed the river by boat and made the call in Rulin village. Rulin village was richer than Nanju village, and it wasn't blocked by 2 rivers, so it was much easier to get electricity. Director He had no choice, then I'll have to drive over and see if Shanlan village or the town's police station makes a call. Sui called out to Director He, who asked, what else do you have to say? Sui said, you don't have to be in a hurry, Director He, those people couldn't have blatantly passed through the village. There is only one road here, they should be waiting for some days when things are less tense. Then they'll slowly transport the cattle across the river and ship them out together. After a pause, seeing that Director He agreed with this statement, Sui added, in that case, a gang of them can't keep eating dry food in the mountains, right? Especially since they also contacted the village's Gangzi grandmother. Your people just need to secretly keep an eye on Grandma Gangzi's house, as well as Yi Sanjuan's house, and there should be some gains. Director He came to a realization and looked at Yi Jinhan. For this, we'll have to rely on your village cadres to help. Yi Jinhan nodded repeatedly, and Sui added, Grandpa, this matter, don't tell anyone. Lest it be known by Gangzi his uncle and Yi Sanuan, it will be troublesome at that time. It wouldn't be strange at all for someone who dared to steal a cow to take a knife out and cut someone. These days, stealing cattle is a major offense. Anyway, if you get caught in, there's no way to live, so if you take out a few people first, you'll have a back. Yi Jinhan obviously figured it out and nodded, I know. Yi Jinhan and Director He went out and split up to do something. On Sui's side, he just wanted to take a break. Who knows that Yi Chuanqiu suddenly shouted in the room, Zhaohua, what's wrong with you? Sui frowned, the wound on his father's foot covered so tightly. This hot day, it's easy to turn into pasa. Su Zhaohua is also a physique that sweats easily, it would be strange if it doesn't get infected on such a hot day. Sui shouted, Mom, open the door first, I'll take a look. The 3 sisters were also busy running out, a little nervous. Little Pumpkin was holding milk candy in his hand, and had forgotten to eat it. Only Su Yucheng, this kid, actually ate it so sweetly. Sui went up and slapped Su Yucheng's shoulder, almost knocking the candy off. Su Yucheng just wanted to yell, when he saw Sui's gloomy face, his voice lowered and shouted, what are you doing? Luckily, he didn't yell out Sikohi or curse. Sui's big slap was waiting. Sui said, "Didn't you hear Mom crying? Why don't you go and invite Dr. Lu over? You're a fast runner, run errands." Su Yuching smashed his mouth. "I want milk candy." Sui slapped him down. "Running an errand for your father and you still want favors? I think your ass hasn't been spanked enough." Su Yuching then ran out. Although Sui had plenty of milk candy, but to educate a child, you can't just give benefits. Give more, form a habit, and in the future, you need benefits to do everything. This is also another form of raising waste. Yi Chuanqiu opened the door, Sui walked in, and several sisters also squeezed in together. Their faces were worried. Yi Chuanqiu's eyes were red. Even more red than before. Sui went over and saw his father Su Zhaohua's face was pale and his whole body was sweating. Sui touched Su Zhaohua's forehead. "It was so hot. Your dad seems to have a fever. He had a bit of a low fever before, now I'm afraid it's a high fever," Yi Chuanqiu said, with a choked voice. Sui frowned. "Why didn't you say so earlier? Can this matter also be delayed?" Chapter 27. I said, "I'm in charge of the house." Yi Chuanqiu didn't say anything. With red eyes, tears flowed down. Sui was helpless. He knew that it was all caused by poverty. Parents are frugal people, frugal to the point of near harshness. This was true for themselves, but it was better for their children. Of course, most of the benefits went into Su Rong and Su Yuching's mouths. Su Rui was sullen and followed and got a lot of benefits as well. At this time, the three sisters were all worried, and Little Pumpkin was too scared to speak. Sui firmly said, "It can't be done. This look can't wait. I'll go out to see." If director he did not leave, we will borrow his car to go to the town hospital to see. If it doesn't work, we'll go to the city. Saying this, Sui turned around and was about to leave. Yi Chuanqiu quickly said, "But the family doesn't have much money left." Sui said loudly, "How much to take? How much can we wait? But your sister is going to propose marriage soon, and your second sister they have to go to school." Sui really had no choice. If something happens to dad, how can big sister still marry in peace? This year can't, just wait for next year. It's not like big sister can't get married. The second sister can't go to school at ease, right? Sui turned around. Big sister just nodded. It's still dad's body that matters. Su Rong bit her lip and also said, "If I have to trade dad's life for my chance to study, I'd rather not study." Su Rui also hurriedly followed at this time. "Me too." Fortunately, although the family members each had their own shortcomings, at least this heart wasn't bad. Sui firmly said, "I have me for everything. In this family, you women don't count. I'm in charge of everything. Send dad to the hospital now." Yi Chuanqiu was still hesitant, so he said loudly, "I said, I'm in charge of this family. I'm in charge of this family. I'm in charge of earning medical expenses for dad, earning dowry and tuition for my sister, and sending Su Yuching to school. You guys just have to do what you're told." He was not such an overbearing person, but at this time, it's not good to settle without saying so, without a quick fix. Just came out and saw a jeep driving out from afar. Sui had no choice but to turn back. People cannot run away from the car, although the road is not good. Sui said, "Director, he has left, the car is not used." After a pause, Sui then said, "Eldest sister and second sister, you guys go to Grandpa's house and roll out the crate. I'll go and bring out the black star, we'll set up the ox cart and send dad to town." At this time, there was no way to go to the hospital. As they were talking, Su Yuching brought the doctor over. Sui greeted him and briefly said, "Dr. Lu, please take a look, I think it must be pus. I don't know if it's a nail or something, but if it's pus, it must be infected. Do you have any anti-inflammatory medicine? If you do, give my dad some. I need to send my dad to the town immediately. If not, I'll have to send him to the city overnight today." As soon as Dr. Lu came, he was dominated by Suhi to speak, and it was also a bit strange. But Suhi was right, it looked like it was really infected. He was the one who bandaged it before, but to be honest, a doctor in the countryside can, at most, treat a cold, and there's no way to treat a serious fever. Dr. Lu said, "I have anti-inflammatory medicine here, but the price is a bit high. Use it, I'll have my mom get you the money. Use it now, we'll go to town right away. Looks like the town isn't even safe, it's better to go straight to the city." Opening the gauze, Suhi knew that this injury, the town's hospital couldn't cure it. Yi Chuanqiu said, "But, it takes 4 hours to go to the city from here." This was the reason why they had to go through Shanlan village and go around from Jiangsu town. Sui said, "Third sister, go to great-grandpa's house and borrow a boat. Let's transport dad there, I'll have Black Star drag the crate and swim across the river, and we'll take a direct shortcut to the city." At such a tense moment, Sui's firmness was the backbone of the family. What Sui said, the family did. Dr. Lu was also emotional, but he didn't move slowly, and used a streptomycin. Sui was very sick in his previous life, he has been sick for a long time and knows some medical skills. Something like streptomycin, enchanamycin, minocycline, etilmycin, etc. are currently, and even in the next 10 years or so, the main anti-inflammatory drugs used in the country. Such drugs, however, have significant side effects. The risk of inducing the occurrence of ototoxicity and nephrotoxicity is high, such as dizziness, vision loss, vertigo, tinnitus, hearing loss, permanent deafness, renal function abnormalities, proteinuria, tubular urine, hematuria, renal failure, and a series of other side effects. But there's no way, if you don't use it at this time, are you waiting to die? Stabbed by the metal, most likely still rusty metal. If you don't use anti-inflammatory drugs, this will be pus. I'm afraid that if you don't wait until the city, you will have an accident. When Dr. Lu used the medicine, Yi Chuanqiu asked the price, to $3 apiece. At this time, it is really expensive. Sui previously went to the city to sell vegetables, chub are just 40 cents a cattyet. But it's not the time to skimp on money. Dr. Lu can't help it, it costs him to buy medicine. Looking at Yi Chuanqiu that way, Sui said, give me the money or save it. Lest mom you drop it in a hurry. Sui had no choice. If the money was lost, even if he had a warehouse and supplies, he wouldn't be able to get so much money in a short period of time. Yi Chuanqiu was also afraid that he had lost the money and hurriedly gave it to Sui. Sui counted it, a total of $357.03. This is all the money in the house. Together with his $10 or so, it was less than $400 in total. I hope it's enough. Sui said inwardly. The warehouse had some commonly used medicines for colds and fevers, as well as many anti-inflammatory medicines from the latter days. But Sui didn't dare to take them out in front of people. He can only think in his heart, let's see how it goes. If it doesn't work, we'll have to take a chance and use it. After all, he was not a professional doctor. Even if he had medicine, he did not dare to use it casually. One could only try again if there was no other way. Siko we got the crate out. Outside the door came Big Sister Sumei's voice, so he sent Dr. Lu out and went out to prepare the set of carts. Black Star, come out. Opening the cattle pen, Sui called out, and Black Star walked out. Sui said to Black Star, my father has gotten sick and has to go to the city. I'll trouble you to tow the cart. First go over the river, and we'll take a boat to the other side of the river. Then I'll let you tow it to the city. Black Star lowered his head, his tongue licked Sui's hand, so he knew that Black Star knew and agreed. He holstered the car and went back, saying to Yi Chuanqiu, Mom, go get all the quilts in the house. When you get to the crate later, pat underneath to avoid bumps. Also, take a cloth. Black Star dragged the crate over there, and wipe it down later, don't get the quilts wet. Yi Chuanqiu was already in six minds. Whatever Sui said, she did. When she was ready, Sui carried Su Zhaohua on his back and walked out the door. Sui said to Black Star, follow. Chapter 28 Military Hospital. By the time they reached the river, great-grandpa's second son, Yi Zhibua, had already brought the boat over. Relying on the two rivers, Nanju village had quite a few small boats like this, which could seat 5 or 6 people no problem. Sui carried Su Zhaohua onto the boat, and Yi Chuanqiu followed. Little Pumpkin was holding a milk candy in his hand, and also followed behind, also following in his footsteps. The third sister Su Rui was already on the boat, and the eldest and second sisters also followed. Yi Zhibua said, this is going to the city? Sui nodded, the hospital in the town, I'm afraid there's no way. Yi Zhibua nodded and was silent for a while, but when you get to the other side, how are you going to get to the city? Carry it all the way across? Sui shook his head, I'll let Black Star drag the crate over, we'll go by crate later. This was something that couldn't be helped. There were no cars in the village, not even a tractor. These days, there were very few tractors in Jiangsu town, most of them were only owned by state-owned units. Private ones, not a single one has been heard of. Yi Zhibua supported the boat and quickly crossed the river. Also saw the Black Star dragging the plate car, actually really swam over together. Even, it was a little faster than him holding up the boat. The crate was dragging some water plants, but it did come over and got on the bank. Yi Zhibua exclaimed, you're the only one in our village who raises cattle, Siko-e. Sui nodded and didn't say much. Yi Chuanqiu will dry the cart, so he also asked his elder sister to spread the quilt and put Su Zhaohua on it. Sui said, my house is open, Uncle Zhibua will help me bring the door later, give my grandparents a word, we are going to the city. Yi Zhibua answered, and Sui led Black Star towards the front. This crate wasn't much big in the first place, and with Dad Su Zhaohua lying on it, there wasn't much empty space. Sui let Yi Chuanqiu get on the crate, so he could also take care of Su Zhaohua. Sui also let the little pumpkin sitting on the back of the Black Star, out of the straw hat, Sui let the little pumpkin put on, lest heat stroke. Although it was already more than 5 o'clock, the sky wasn't dark, instead it was still very bright. At this time, although the sun is a little better than noon, but it is still very sunny. Yi Chuanqiu also wore one. The 3 sisters forgot to take the straw hat, there was no way. Sui's own, gave Yi Chuanqiu to hold for Su Zhaohua to shade the sun. This is already sick, don't wait to heat up again. Su Zhaohua will have been burned and confused, and he has no strength to speak. Sui held Black Star while walking, while saying to the 3 sisters, you guys take turns getting on the crate to rest. After all, Black Star is only a year old, so if you want to walk fast, you can't give him too much weight. This journey, it's not short. The 3 sisters also knew the importance of weight, and didn't say much at this time. The eldest sister let the second sister go up first, and the third sister looked and didn't say anything. Su Rong sat for a while, but also consciously came down, letting third sister Su Rui go up to sit for a while. Then it was big sister Su Mei's turn. Su Mei looked at Su He, who was sweating all the time, and said with concern, "Otherwise, let me hold it for a while? Anyway, it's just one road, I won't go wrong. This day, you went from home to the city, came back from the city, and will go again. How long have you been walking? Why don't you come up and take a rest?" Saying this, Su Mei was about to come down, replacing Su He to sit. Su Rong this time only then remembered that this younger brother was already walking this road for the third time. Previously bluffed by Su He's calm tone, only then did she remember that they were older. But thinking about it in his heart, he also felt very secure. Such a younger brother is the pillar of the family. Su He quickly refused, "No need. I'm not tired here. Besides, you guys can't handle the black star. When the ox cart shakes, it will be difficult for our father. Besides, our dad will definitely need to be hospitalized. Big sister, you guys need to rest well, and you'll have to take care of our dad at night." Having said that, Su Mei stopped talking. The three of them took turns to rest in the crate and might have to take care of Su Xiaohua at night. As for Su He didn't say anything. The three sisters also probably thought that as the son of the family, Su He was afraid that he would have to go out and find a way to raise money. "I don't know how much this hospitalization will cost. It seems that the family's money is not enough. The family has to go to the city, hospitalization costs money, and there's still food to be eaten, it's all money." Almost halfway there, Director He's jeep rushed up and stopped in front. Director He walked out, surprised, asked, "What's going on?" Su He said, "My dad is a forest ranger in the forest, and he was cut by metal in the forest before. Now it has turned into pus, I need to hurry and send my dad to the hospital." Director He then realized what happened, and also hurriedly said, "In this case, you carry your dad on my car, and I'll send you to the hospital." At this time, it was not the time to be polite. He himself had also done Director He a favor, so consider it as Director He returning the favor. Su He nodded, "That's fine." He carried Su Xiaohua on his back and called Yi Chuanqiu to get on the car with him. There was no way to bring more other people in the car. So he asked Yi Chuanqiu to bring the little pumpkin with him and said to Su Mei, "We'll go to the city's hospital first, it should be the people's hospital. You guys bring the ox cart over, we'll go there first." At this time, it wasn't the time to wink, and with a word, Su He was ready to get into the car and go to the city first. Director He, however, said, "I'll take you to the military hospital. My lover recently transferred to the military hospital to work. There is an acquaintance, it's more convenient. You guys come to the military hospital." Su He nodded his head. It would be best to go to the military hospital. The medical level and medical environment of the military hospital was much better. Ordinary people can't get in, without some connections, they can only go to the people's hospital. In the car, everyone didn't talk much. Director He actually had a lot of ideas he wanted to talk to this teenager. But people's fathers are now seriously ill, he is not good to say more. With a car, naturally, it's faster than a bullock cart. The jeep took so many detours, but didn't it still catch up with them? When they arrived at the entrance of the military hospital, Director He helped contact his lover and went through the admission procedures. The doctor had already gone ahead to check it out, and it was a section chief who came over to check it out himself. This is the benefit of having an acquaintance. General injuries are examined first by a junior doctor. Only when there is no other way will a superior doctor be called. People's following doctors also need cases to exercise their medical skills. Not any doctor, all of a sudden can become an experienced doctor. But there are acquaintances, naturally it is directly by the superior doctor to start. Su He went to the formalities. All of a sudden, the first deposit of $100, the remaining hand of more than $200, depending on the situation at any time to make up the payment. He was also thinking about how to get some money. When he came to the consultation room, he saw that the doctor looked very serious. "Clean the wound first." This wound wasn't cleaned before and left dirt in it. This is the main problem of infection. Of course, the hot temperature is also a very important reason. The doctor brought tools and had to cut the wound open. Even though he was unconscious, Su Xiaohua was still twitching in pain. Hold him down, don't let him move. Chapter 29. Dr. Chiu. Yi Chuanqiu also does housework, but this strength is still not enough. Su Xiaohua, who works as a forest ranger in the forest farm, sometimes he has to help the forest farm to move wood and so on. The strength is not small. The doctor took a knife to separate the previous wound. The pain made Su Xiaohua, despite being unconscious, struggled. Su He hurriedly went up and held down Su Xiaohua's body and feet. Perhaps sensing that someone was restraining himself, Su Xiaohua clenched his fists and slammed them down. Su He ate a few blows, some pain, but he didn't move, just muffled a few grunts. Yi Chuanqiu rushed forward to pull Su Xiaohua's hand, but it was still broken free, and Su He ate a few more blows. Bureau had wanted to step forward to help, but Su He grabbed a step ahead of him and pressed his body first. Bureau then did not go forward, but looking at Su He was smashed by Su Xiaohua a few punches, actually did not say a word. Bureau also secretly said, "Is a man." At this time, to see Yi Chuanqiu cannot press Su Xiaohua's hand, he went forward to grab Su Xiaohua's hand. "Do not let Su Xiaohua move." This treatment of wounds, if you move, it will be a problem. At this time, are in a hurry to save, there is no time to play anesthesia. After some treatment, a quarter of an hour down, the doctor cut open the wound, cleaned the pus, and indeed found some rust inside. The doctor frowned and said, "You guys are in a hurry to bandage the wound when the rust is still in it. In this hot day, won't it get infected?" Yi Chuanqiu stood aside. Now she didn't have a backbone, everything depended on Sui. Sui did not argue, did not say that he proposed to come to the big hospital. He nodded his head and said to the doctor, "None of us know medicine, we don't know about this. You are a professional, help give a look." We all listened to the doctor. This was a female doctor, who seemed to be Hiburo's lover, or wife. Hiburo also said, "Old show, do your best to help. This kid is quite good, today my car broke down and he helped fix it." As a result, he didn't ask for anything and just left. Sui also said, "Dr. Chiu, please help. My dad is the backbone of the family, he can't afford to have an accident." Dr. Chiu nodded, although he was a bit strange about Sui. At this age, he actually knew how to repair a car? It couldn't be a blind cat bumping into a dead rat, could it? Her thoughts were similar to Yi Jinhan's. In fact, at this age, people are either studying in school or running around outside. Those who know how to repair cars are really a phoenix feather. Dr. Chiu nodded and prescribed some medicines, helping Su Xiaohua to switch to the general ward and putting Su Xiaohua on N4. "You guys are in this situation. We can only clean the wound and give him N4. After that, it's up to him." The antitoxin for tetanus hadn't appeared at this time. Being cut by metal, if it got infected, this kind of thing could easily happen. This was something that had many cases in ancient times when they fought in wars. The number of people who were killed or injured in ancient wars, those who were killed directly, and the number of people who were infected afterward, were probably about the same. Sui knew about this matter, and he would have to look into it. If it really didn't work, he could only take the risk and try those anti-inflammatory medicines in his carry-on warehouse. Although he knew some medical science, he had figured it all out on his own. As for how those medicines worked, he was also ignorant. He hadn't experienced tetanus. At this time, the eldest sister, Su Mei, brought the second and third sisters in as well. "It's here, right?" It seemed that it was asked all the way here. So he didn't rush to ask where Black Star was. Black Star was very humane, plus Blackie was there, and wouldn't let anyone steal the crate away. In the countryside, this crate is a very important piece of finance. After the 4 was administered, Dr. Chiu gave instructions, "You should send someone to take care of this side, and if there are any problems, you should come to call me in time. I will let the nurse come over from time to time to take a look. The hospital can't keep too many people, you see, leave 2 people to take care of, the rest, I'll go back first." Yi Chuanqiu immediately said, "I'll stay and take care of it." At this point, Sui had no choice. Yi Chuanqiu definitely had to stay, otherwise, no one could make sense of it. Sumei thought about it and said, "I'll stay too. Mom and I will take turns watching." Sui said, "Alright, you and Mom will keep watch here. There's a bed next to me that no one sleeps in, so when you guys are resting, you can sleep next to this for a while." Sumei asked, "You guys plan to go back overnight?" At this time, Little Pumpkin had already begun to doze off. It should be because he was too tired today, plus he experienced a bit too much today and ran around a lot. The family hadn't eaten yet. Grunting sounds rang out from their stomachs, making the scene a bit awkward. Sui said, "It's a bit dangerous to rush towards home at this time of the day and have to travel in the dark. We'll just take a break outside the hospital, over by the crate. You guys wait here, I'll go get some food." Hiburo said, "Otherwise, I'll treat you to dinner?" At this time, where can I get dinner? However, although Hiburo's family's circumstances were okay, they didn't have the ability to treat so many people to dinner without moving. Dr. Cho glanced at Hiburo, turned around and left. Hiburo was a little embarrassed, and Sui wasn't surprised. Why would someone else's family invite you to dinner for no reason? Before the car repair thing, didn't they also help make Su Xiaohua march into the hospital for treatment? And they will definitely let the nurse take care of it more afterward. This favor, all cancelled out. He even owes Su a little favor. Dr. Chiu didn't know that Sui helped with Bureau's case. Sui said, "No. No one's family is rich, I have a way to get some food." Bureau, aren't you busy with the cattle stealing case? Bureau, looked deeply at Sui, took the step Sui gave and said, "Well, I'm going to find someone. This matter, can't wait, I'm going to rush to your village immediately overnight." After saying that, Bureau left. Only then did Ji Chuanqiu say, "Just now, I should ask Bureau that car, to drive you guys back." Sui turned back and said, "Forget it. This thing is not good to ask, people must still want to drive other police, where is that empty space?" Otherwise, Sui would have asked before. Of course, if it is not to carry people to go, it is estimated that Bureau also made a phone call back, let people go over. Yi Chuanqiu was silent, so Sui said, "Mom, you guys watch the Little Pumpkin. I'll go out and get you guys something to eat." Yi Chuanqiu, several people were silent. In this city, they didn't have much ability to get food. The military hospital's cafeteria, I'm afraid, wouldn't sell food to them either. At this time, they all needed food stamps. We don't have many food stamps at home, and we didn't bring them out, so where can we buy them? But looking at Sui's confident look, they didn't say much. Su Rong pursed her lips, feeling that she, at this time, was of no use at all. When Sui went out, Yi Chuanqiu suddenly exclaimed, "Where is Siko Yucheng? He didn't follow?" Chapter 30, The Warehouse Will Recover? Su Rong said, "Mom, don't worry. I saw him staying at home when I came out. For such a big matter, that Yucheng Siko actually didn't even come out with him. Although Su Yucheng was young, he knew a lot. When his father was injured and had to be hospitalized, Su Yucheng wasn't in a hurry at all, and went to find a doctor and exchanged milk candies. Such a person, Su Rong felt that when she became a city dweller, she would never raise him. Why should I raise him?" Then Su Rong froze for a moment, realizing that she seemed to be like what Sui said, she wouldn't care about Su Yucheng. Previously, she had felt that Sui had spoken without reason, but now that she thought about it, Su Rong felt that she seemed to be just like what Sui had said. This realization made Su Rong a little anxious. She was just a bit noble, but she didn't feel that she was selfish. But after this incident, she now felt that she really seemed to be a bit selfish. Over there, Sumei comforted Yi Chuanqiu, "Mom, don't worry. Grandpa and Grandma's house is right next to each other, can they still let Siko Yucheng go without food?" Thinking of her parents living right next to her, Yi Chuanqiu also let go of her heart. However, Yi Chuanqiu was worried again. "We only have a small amount of money, and we don't know how much it will cost to hospitalize your father this time. We several in this military hospital, food is a problem. And you're about to get married," said Yi Chuanqiu's tone with choking. "Life, how can it be so difficult? Back then if you listened to your parents." Sumei also cannot help, she is also a little anxious. Chen Rui before she said, "A few days, such as farming over, let the matchmaker door. This is no money, dowry can do?" However, Sumei also knows that this is not the time to talk about this. She froze and said to Yi Chuanqiu, "Isn't there he a Sei Zhao? He's always been smart, and he's earned his own tuition since he was a child. He should have a way." But to put the burden of the family on her own younger brother, a child who was not yet 15 years old. Sumei felt her face turning red. How could she say such words? But at this time, Sumei only felt that there was nothing she could do out of trusting Sui. Su Rui was at the side, listening to her mom and big sister. Her heart was also conflicted. On this side, Sui came out, turned a road, and heard He Bureaus and Dr. Chiu talking. "Dr. Chiu, you invite people to eat all day long, where's enough food with that ration at home?" He Bureau whispered, "We're all brothers, we did a favor, we did a job, how can we not buy a meal?" Dr. Chiu added, "What about the Su family?" He obviously lowered his voice and said, "Aren't I going to investigate that cattle theft case? This teenager named Su, he gave me counseling, and I think I'll be able to solve the case soon. You also know that I've just been transferred here not long ago, and after solving the case, I'll have a firm footing over here." The two of them said a few more words. Sui waited over here, lest he go out, bump into the two of them, and be a little embarrassed. "Who knows, when Bureau," he said, "I'm going back to transfer people." Then the sound of He Bureau leaving came, so he still wanted to wait for a while, before going out. "Who knows?" Dr. Chiu turned around. The two of them faced each other, face to face. Sui couldn't do anything about this embarrassing scene. If he had known, he would have retreated back to the ward first just now. Smiling at Dr. Chiu, Sui accelerated and left from the side. Embarrassed to death. Dr. Chiu also felt that he was very embarrassed. Just now he said a lot of bad words behind people's back. She also said things about not being able to invite for dinner. This awkward situation, she didn't expect it. This Su-hee, why is he waiting here to eavesdrop? If he comes out, it's even more embarrassing, and I'm afraid he is also embarrassed. As soon as Dr. Chiu thought about it, she knew that Su-hee must have been embarrassed as well, so she wanted to wait for the two couples to leave before coming out. Who knew that he would have to come over to take a look, which would be embarrassing. All the way out, Su-hee heard someone shouting, "Whose ox cart is this? Hurry up and move it." Blocking the hospital entrance. Sui accelerated his pace out, and saw a nurse over there, and was eager to go over and move the ox cart out of the way. But with Blackie gawking from the side, the nurse was also a little scared and didn't dare to go forward. "Sorry, I'll move it right away," Sui said, hurriedly going forward to take the ox cart away. The nurse muttered a few words, but didn't say anything else. This is the quality, in general, when everyone's service attitude is not very good. This nurse actually did not get aggressive, it's already very good. Sui led the ox cart to a remote place, and hurriedly received the ox cart and Blackie to the first floor workroom of the portable warehouse. There was a lot of machinery here, but 600 square feet was not a small area, and there was still a large amount of empty space. Both Blackstar and Blackie were anxious at being in a new place. The cows mooed and barked, and if they were outside, they would have scared people. Sui rushed in and calmed Blackstar and Blackie. Seeing their master come in, this cow and dog also quieted down. Sui said, "You guys stay here, don't run around, I'll get you some food. Don't destroy things here." The cow was fine, the dog had a personality that liked to destroy. The most famous one is Era, tearing down the house is no big deal. Earth dogs also had a bit of this personality, so Sui said a few more words. Black Star moved and sat down. Blackie also woofed a few times, indicating that he knew. Sui went down to the ground floor and went to the preservation warehouse, preparing to get some soybean flour and corn flour. The ones he got yesterday were already finished. Don't underestimate the amount of food a cow can eat. There are two types of feed for cows, roughage and concentrate feed. Concentrate feed, soybean meal, cornmeal, bran, cotton cake, canola cake, soybean cake, bone meal, baking soda, premix, salt and so on. Roughage, corn stalks, wheat straw, soybean stalks, peanut seedlings, groundnut seedlings, pasture, weeds, straw, wine lees, tofu dregs and so on. A cow, on the other hand, has to eat 20 pounds of roughage a day, plus another 2 kilograms, or 4 pounds of concentrate. That's a lot of meals. There is no need to take the meat, there is still a lot in the refrigerator, so I will cut it up and give it to Blackie to eat. The rest of the meat, it's better to put it in the freshness storage. If you put it in the refrigerator, it is said to be fresh, but in reality, it will be bad if it is put in the refrigerator for a long time. Sui came in and walked straight to the place where the soybeans and corn kernels were placed. Just walking here, Sui was just shocked. How could this happen? Sui couldn't believe his eyes. After coming in yesterday to get the soybeans, he also came in today, and at that time, it was clearly not like this. Then, in Sui's head, was a thought that popped up. Could it be that my warehouse will still automatically restore the supplies placed here? In front of Sui's eyes, the bag of corn kernels and the bag of soybeans that were taken away yesterday were just fine where they were at this moment, with no changes at all. This was simply a miracle. Chapter 31, Almost Hit Someone. Sui immediately went to the place where the chocolates and white rabbit milk candies were placed, and found that it was the same, restored to its original state. Sui went to that place where the beef and pork were put, and found that this place had not been restored. He rubbed his chin and wondered what was going on. It can't be that a thief got in here and then also helped me restore something. But the rest of this? Sui quickly thought of the reason. Maybe it's because these meats were only taken away today, and it's not yet time to restore them? As for whether it was or not, Sui could do an experiment. He again, in batches, lifted away a bag of soybeans as well as a bag of corn kernels, and came over to fetch some chocolates and big white rabbit milk candies. This time, take another bag of golden monkey. Although they are both milk candies and both are quite tasty, the golden monkey ones are a bit softer. The great white rabbit is a bit more suitable for kids. He put both the milk candies and chocolates in the bedroom. After thinking about it, Sui went to get some more beef, lamb and pork. Since these things could be restored, there was no need to save on them. Although he hadn't planned to save either. The supplies here, even if they weren't recovered, he would have no problem using them for more than 10 years. But if it can be restored, that would be great. Sui first went to grind up the soybeans and corn kernels and stirred a pot of dinner for Black Star before saying anything. Blackie was good at fixing it, a few pieces of meat plus a piece of ribs. Blackie ate it cheerfully. Sui went into the preservation warehouse for another round, and soon found something he could take out and sell for money. Cream of wheat? This thing seems to be a high-grade nutritional product in this era. It should be able to be sold for some money. Sui couldn't even remember when he bought these things, but it didn't matter. In the preservation warehouse, it wouldn't go bad. It's the labeling on the outside of this, and the shelf life and whatnot, all need to be changed. Sui also doesn't know what the cream of wheat is like at this time. He plans to go to the supply house tomorrow to take a look. Although there is no ticket, definitely can't buy it. However, he just need to see a look, then come back to follow the gourd, get a shape can be. There is machinery right outside that can be processed, which, for Sui who was engaged in machinery, is not a big deal. The matter of money, he about solved. Sui heart fell. And moved a few bags of rice out. In addition to corn flour, sorghum flour, and so on in this era is defined as coarse and fine grain, also got some out. After thinking about it, he moved a few more bags of flour out. These are all very high-grade foods in the 21st century. In this era, it should be very popular. Sui decided that when he went out tomorrow, he would try to see if he could sell some. The cream of wheat thing, after all, would take some time to process. Sui got some flour out and stirred it into a paste, the thicker kind. Later on, he will fry a few egg pancakes and bring them over. There is also marinated beef and marinated pork in the rice cooker. He is going to marinate some marinated lamb later. As for the dog meat, while he didn't purchase dog meat, there is none in the warehouse. Forget it, Blackie's nose is very smart, and I don't eat dog meat. Sui didn't eat dog meat, although there was a TV series, The Living Buddha Jigong in there liked to eat dog meat the most, but Sui didn't eat it. Sometimes, Sui wanted to ask, aren't you Jigong a Buddha? Why do you still eat dog meat? Don't you know that a dog is also a life? But after being reborn, Sui felt that he should not think too much. In case one day Jigong really came to him, Sui is just a good dragon Yigong. After putting oil in the pan, when the oil temperature came up, Sui poured the batter in. When the pancake was formed, Sui cracked an egg into it, and a while later, a fragrant egg pancake was ready. Sui made 7 or 8 in a row before stopping. Cut a little more marinated pork and took a box to put it in. Didn't dare to use a disposable box. At this time, there shouldn't be any disposable boxes in the country. Sui found some antique tableware in the preservation warehouse, a set of iron lunchbox that looked like enamel. Sui then used this to fill a box and washed some lettuce, after which he came out with these things. Black Star, Blackie, you guys just rest here. I'll release you guys tomorrow. Black Star and Blackie both nodded their heads that looked fully humanized, as if they really understood. Sui smiled and came out with his things. Coming out of the alley, he even almost collided with a person. Ah! It was a girl's voice. Sui hurriedly apologized. Sorry, I didn't see you. The girl shouted a few times, and when she saw Sui standing still, she didn't seem to have any intention of going any further. At this time, the sun had already set, the light from the hospital side in the distance shone over, it could still be seen vaguely. The girl saw that this side is an alley, the other party must be out of the alley, also did not expect to turn around so quickly. Thinking to understand, the girl is not afraid. Sui said in a loud voice, I'm sorry. I really didn't see you, I didn't expect you to be here, and so fast. Settling down, the girl looked at Sui again, the looks were not bad, just the clothes were a bit worn out and patched. Sui saw that the girl did not say anything, quickly took an egg cake and said, I'm sorry. My dad is hospitalized in this hospital, I went to get some food. My mom and my sister are waiting to eat at the hospital. This egg cake is even my compensation, I still have things to do, so I'll leave first. Lu Linlin held a paper bag and watched as the boy shoved a paper bag into his hand and ran straight towards the military hospital. Lu Linlin thought, it looks like it shouldn't be on purpose. The scent? Lu Linlin picked up the paper bag and saw the golden egg pancake that was fried inside. The flavor was very strong and whetted her appetite. Although she had already eaten one in the hospital cafeteria just now, at this time, Lu Linlin still opened her mouth and took a bite. Delicious. Lu Linlin swore that she had never eaten such a delicious egg cake in her life. The southern region, originally, didn't eat much pasta either. Lu Linlin had only eaten this kind of pasta in the north. Is it from the north? But there's a military hospital over there, what are you doing here? I don't know why, but Lu Linlin was deeply impressed by this boy she had only met once. Over here, after Sui apologized, he hurriedly entered the military hospital with the egg cake. Originally, not just anyone could come in, but the nurse recognized this boy, having just gone out from here before. So they didn't come over to stop. Sui found his father's ward, pushed open the door. Each one shows several people are silent, sitting on that bed next to him. Luckily, this ward was only Su Zhaohua for the time being, and there was a bed next to him to sit on for a bit, or else everyone would have to stand, which wasn't a solution. I brought something here, Mom, you and your sisters come over and eat some. Suhi closed the door and said. Chapter 32 All crave meat. What did you bring? It smells weird. Su Rong was the first to run over, not embarrassed at all. This was her nature, and a habit that had been cultivated over the years. Sui didn't care, and placed all the egg cakes on the bedside table, as well as 2 aluminum lunchboxes with marinated meat inside. Su Rong simply do not know what is polite, directly took a bag up, is surprised to, drink. Actually is the white flour cake, look there are eggs? You this affluent ah. Su Rui was silent, but also followed Su Rong, took a cake and started eating. She was originally this kind of character, not speaking, but the benefits that she deserved, she would not fall behind at all. Yi Chuanqiu and Su Mei were both a little worried, but having bought it all back, what else could they do? Yi Chuanqiu even muttered, your father's hospitalization fee is still not sure if it's enough. Su Mei was silent, in this case, the dowry was even more so. I don't know how Chen Rui is doing on his side, it seems like his mom isn't that nice to talk to. This no dowry? Su Mei is still a little worried, without a dowry, when the time comes to discuss the marriage, it will definitely not be a good time. Su He is not aware of Su Mei's thoughts, if he knew, he would definitely have an opinion. This is the dowry is not the man to take the initiative? The woman started to worry about the dowry, shouldn't the man's side worry a little more? The current Nanju village, although the bride price to marry a woman is also a lot, but definitely not as horrible as in later life. Although Suhi was not from this area in his previous life, he also knew that the dowry in this area was horrible. It's not like marrying a daughter, but rather like selling a daughter. Most of the people here are patriarchal, but when it comes to marrying off their daughters, it's a different story. The son-in-law has to be prepared to be exploited. Especially if there is a younger brother in the family, the demands of the in-laws are even greater. Can't wait to marry a daughter, will give the brother back a large pile of bride price. But when it came to Su Mei, Sui did not enjoy the pleasure of being treated as the younger brother of the foodie devil. Sui said, don't worry, I'm here for everything. I don't have food stamps here, but didn't I buy something back? Those 2 boxes are marinated meat, you guys eat 1 box and leave that box for me to be useful. Su Rong immediately opened the box, she wouldn't think that much. If you have meat to eat, why do you think so much? Didn't her brother say, he's there for everything? Yo, you even bought meat here, it's obvious that it's awesome. Su Rong didn't mind the heat and directly grabbed it with her hands. Just go wash it later, what are you afraid of? Sui couldn't do anything about it, he couldn't take out disposable chopsticks, could he? These days, where to find disposable chopsticks? After taking a bite of meat, Su Rong revealed a happy look, it's so delicious, I don't even remember the last time I ate meat. Almost forgot what meat tastes like. Su-Rui also nodded her head straight in happiness. Sui said, you guys eat less, save some for mom and dad, big sister hasn't eaten yet either. Su-Rong didn't care at all and said, anyway, you'll definitely get meat again tomorrow. Su-Rui and I are going back to the village tomorrow. We won't be able to eat it tomorrow, so why don't we eat more today? When Sui wasn't around, they had already discussed it. Yi Chuanqiu and Su Mei stayed behind to take care of Su Xiaohua. The others will go back first, the family is in the city, the expenses can be quite a lot. Although Sui didn't know this, but after hearing Su Rong's words, he guessed it. Rolling her eyes, Sui said, then you stay and take care of dad? In your condition, you don't dip your fingers in the water, you don't even know how to fold a piece of clothing, what can you do? In the face of Sui's contempt, Su Rong wanted to say that she would know much more. But after thinking about it, it seems like she doesn't know anything. Even her younger sister Su Rui could do housework, she was the only one who couldn't. Yi Chuanqiu also said, you save some for your dad, he's injured and needs to make up for it. But that's all, for Su Rong, she was used to being spoiled. That is, Su Xiaohua was sick. In the view of the people of Nanju village, anyone who is sick needs to be replenished. As for how to make up, naturally, it was to eat some meat and eggs. Sui chose the best 5 flake meat, a layer of lean, layer of fat and thin, does not look greasy, but also does not firewood. Su Rong's mouth was quickly stained with a layer of oil, calling out that it was delicious. These days, everyone's stomach is a little short of oil, there are 5 flour meat to eat, that is really addictive. Sui woke up Little Pumpkin, after a busy day, Little Pumpkin was really tired. But being woken up by Su-He, Little Pumpkin quickly opened his eyes. Duo, would dreamed of having meat to eat. Su-Rui was amused by the Little Pumpkin's words, and not being able to hold back, she actually laughed out loud. Sui also laughed, it's not a dream, it's really having meat to eat. He walked over and took the lunchbox from Su Rong's hand, seeing that the meat was already missing by more than a third, close to half. This was Su Rong and Su-Rui's fighting strength. If it was in the later generations, how could those beautiful women eat fatty meat in order to lose weight? That is, people in this era are short of oil and water, and prefer to eat fatty meat. Su Rong was still not satisfied. If it was in the past, she would definitely not comply. But in the past 2 days, she was educated by Su-He. Although she was not directly educated, Su Rong also got a lot of education. Inwardly, Su Rong was also somewhat touched. Family members, not her slaves, there is no need to spoil her in everything. Previously, Su Rong felt that she deserved to enjoy herself, but after being spoken to by Su-He, Su Rong also felt a little embarrassed. Sui took an egg cake for Little Pumpkin, chucked in some meat, and put a few slices of lettuce in it, handing it to Little Pumpkin. Put some lettuce inside, it's also delicious. Sui didn't look up and said directly. Su Rong deflated her mouth when she heard this. Without meat, how could it be delicious? But she tried it and found that it was really delicious. She didn't even realize that putting a raw vegetable leaf inside the egg pancake actually tasted so good. What kind of eating style is this? I've never heard of it before. Su Rong said incredulously. Sui gave a sanitary eye, there are many things you haven't heard of. Su Rong pouted, but didn't know what to say. The Little Pumpkin took a bite, just lit up before her eyes, and then accelerated to eat it. In the past, if there was this kind of good stuff in the house, there was definitely no share for her. It was all given to her by Duo. Sui got another one for Yi Chuanqiu. Mom, you eat first, how can you not eat? Dad is like this, if there is no way to wake up, let the doctor give glucose. This is also something that can't be helped. Yi Chuanqiu sighed, not knowing what to say. She thought of it. Sui had said before that staying at home wouldn't work, and that he needed to come to the hospital for a checkup. It was the two of them who felt that the hospital was costly and refused to come. This is quite a bit of trouble. Chapter 33 Making Good Relationships. Yi Chuanqiu eat, are a little choked, originally delicious things, put into the mouth, feel no flavor. Obviously before appendicitis or heart over, the small injury actually dragged these 2 days, it became like this. Saying this, Yi Chuanqiu began to cry. This matter, Sui also had some impression. Before Su Xiaohua had appendicitis, that pain ordinary people simply cannot endure. But Su Xiaohua just lay on the bed and pushed through. Later, nothing happened. This is a miracle, people appendicitis if not treated, later there may be perforated appendix and other things. At that time, can be trouble. Su Xiaohua, the results of this nothing happened. But this time, not so lucky. The nail that scratched Su Xiaohua's leg was a rusty nail. The village's Dr. Lu should have cleaned it to some extent, but it wasn't clean. Together with the gauze covering it, on this hot day, wouldn't it have sweated and then gotten infected? What's going on here? Sui consoled a few sentences, but it didn't do much good, the one who should be crying was still crying. Su Rong is also silent, even if she made up her mind to be a city dweller, but in her heart, she didn't want to abandon her parents. As for the brothers, she lay in bed last night and thought for a long time. Like Sui said, if it was a small matter, it would be fine to help. But to ask her to raise her brother, that was never going to happen. But thinking backwards, Su-rong was also a bit ashamed that she was now contentedly enjoying the benefits of Soo-hee's busyness, but didn't have the slightest idea of wanting to help Soo-hee. What she thought before was that all these benefits were given by her parents, so it was just a matter of honoring them when the time came. But last night when the three sisters were chatting in bed, Sume said, "Parents are everyone's parents, and what parents have, why can they only give it to a certain person?" Su-rue unprecedentedly agreed with this sentence, instead of choosing to remain silent as always. Su-rong was touched by this sentence, and she also thought a lot. Yes, what belonged to the parents, why would it be given to only a certain person? At home, it was just the two of them, she and Su Yuching, who were special, didn't have to work, and had the best food and clothes in the house. But why should the two of them enjoy it? Not to mention the countryside, even in the city, it was definitely patriarchal. She, a girl, enjoys the benefits that Sui should enjoy, but she doesn't have the slightest idea of gratitude to Sui. Isn't that a bit wrong? Cough. A cough interrupted Su-rong's thoughts. Yi Chuanxiu also looked at Su Xiaohua with surprise, and she didn't know if it was the aroma of the food that woke Su Xiaohua up. What fragrance is this? I'm a little hungry. Su Xiaohua opened his eyes with difficulty, it was just too heavy, it felt like he was going to fight. Yi-chan, go call a doctor. Yi Chuanxiu shouted, at the same time reaching for an egg cake, handing it to Su Xiaohua and serving him food. Su-mei, Su-rong, you two come here, help your father up. It's not good to eat while lying down, it's better to sit up. This time's hospital beds, unlike the kind in later generations that can be directly rocked up, this time's hospital beds can't be moved. The two girls helped Su Xiaohua up, and Yi Chuanxiu served and started eating. Sui had already come out of the ward before Yi Chuanxiu called out for him, and went to call out for the doctor. It's not like he's well versed in medicine, so for this kind of thing, it's better to ask the doctor. Sui held an aluminum lunchbox in his hand, walked out, and came to the service station. At this time it was already evening, the doctors had all gone back, leaving only the ones on duty. But there were also those who went to eat, so he didn't know who to look for, so he came to look for the nurse. Nurse sister, this is my family's own marinated meat, you guys try it. Sui was also gourmet to start, people in this era were short of meat to eat. Once they heard it was marinated meat, the two nurses smiled. They happened to be eating as well, but they were carrying a lunchbox, so he just took a look and realized that it was all vegetarian dishes. These days, it was all planned. A person, with a meat ration of less than £1 a month, where could they have that much to eat? Even if you have money, you don't have meat stamps, so you can't buy it at all. So this time the supply and marketing center, responsible for selling meat, are the meat and potatoes. Many women are willing to marry this kind of meat seller. If this is put in ancient times, no one is willing to marry. Ancient people believe that the killing of pigs, killing karma is too heavy, married to this kind of people, there is no good end. The nurse opened the lunchbox, saw that it was pork, that smile added a few more points. People in this era, all like to eat meat, because the inside with fat, can add a lot of oil. After eating the meat, one of the nurses laughed and said, "Okay brother, you can be a good person. In the future, if there is anything, just look for your sister." A meal of meat, this lunchbox can be quite a lot, looking like a caddy. This is the amount of 2 people for a month or more, where will still stink face. Not to mention that this was brought by the new director Cho's lover, and it wasn't without a backstage. Because of this, even though Sui was wearing patched clothes, the two nurses didn't look down on Sui. It can't be helped, these days, people are honoring their robes before they honor others, and wearing bad clothes naturally makes people look down on them. Even Buddha needs a golden body, let alone a human being. Sui laughed, "I will have to beg my sister this time." The nurse said, "You say." Sui said, "Our family came in a hurry and didn't bring a water heater. I don't know if sister can lend me a night, tomorrow I'll go back and bring a kettle from home. In addition, my father will wake up this time, but I see that the fever hasn't gone down yet, I wonder if the doctor on duty is there?" Eating the short end of the stick, the nurse graciously lent out a hot water kettle. However, when lending it out, the nurse still instructed, "Don't break it." Sui took it and smiled, "Naturally I won't. When I return it to sister at that time, it will still be the same as now." The nurse nodded and took Sui to the doctor on duty. Dr. Jean, this patient's father was brought in this evening, when Director Chio took care of it. His father was hit by a rusty nail. The nurse probably told the condition as well, quite detailed. It could be seen that this nurse was still very responsible and memorized the patient's condition. Of course at this time, the detailed description was also due to that box of marinated meat. For no reason at all, it's a favor for people to talk about it, and it's also a favor not to talk about it. These things, people do not have the obligation to give you to remember. Sui remembered in his heart, made up his mind, after giving these two nurses a few more times to bring meat, as a kind of repayment of this favor. Besides, to build a good relationship, in case there is a need in the future, or communication is not. Sui is not really a child, this point of favor is still known. "Dr. Jean, my dad is awake now, but the fever hasn't gone down, how do you see the rules?" Chapter 34, Second Sister, Be Kind to Fourth Brother. Dr. Jean came in and checked. After feeling Su Zhao's forehead with his hand, he knew that the fever would not go down. If the fever goes on like this, even a good brain will be burnt out. So the first order of business is to reduce the fever. Dr. Jean prescribed another bottle of fever-reducing it's not cheap, but it needs to be administered. When Dr. Jean left, the nurse brought in that aluminum lunchbox. Thanks for your brisket today, brother. If there's anything in the future, just look for me. Saying that, she brought that hot water bottle over to him again, along with 2 cups. The nurse is still very thoughtful. Just give the hot water bottle. People also have no way to drink water, so find 2 cups over. Sui had forgotten to take them before, and this time they were brought over. When the person left, Su Rong deflated. We don't have enough for ourselves, but you took it to that nurse. You don't think you have a crush on her, do you? I'm telling you, you're still young, only 15 or less, don't think so much about what's there. Su Mei pulled her a bit, but didn't pull. Yi Chuanqiu didn't say anything. At this time, her attention was on Su Zhaohua. After eating something, she passed out again. It couldn't be helped, people with high fever, that's how it was. Sui didn't even bother with Su Rong, but he heard her blah 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 over there. Sui said, I don't give meat to people, this hot water bottle can get it? People also took 2 cups by hand, otherwise you guys wouldn't drink water all night? Su Rong's voice stuttered, she just had no social experience, not really stupid. As soon as Sui said this, Su Rong knew that she had misunderstood. But Su Rong's condescending personality made her refuse to apologize. Yi Chuanqiu also said at this time, we are in the hospital, but whenever we have something, we always have to go and trouble those nurses. Inviting people to eat some meat, if it can make things go a little smoother, it's also human nature. Society, it's always human nature. A lot of things that can't be bypassed, the biggest, is human kindness. Obviously Yi Chuanqiu was not nothing, Sui was slightly relieved, afraid of Su Rong this kind, do not know anything, but like to not pretend to know. A little bit of small favor, just cannot give up, too petty. This kind of person, the big picture is too poor. Without social experience, they will definitely be beaten by society in the future. When Su Rong saw Sui's expression, she instantly became displeased. What's that look on your face? Sui was too lazy to bother with Su Rong. I'll go get you guys some water. Later at night you guys squeeze in here. Tomorrow second sister you and third sister go back. There's still a Su Yuqing to take care of. It's also troublesome. Su Rong saw Sui leaving and still refused. Stop right there. What's that look on your face? And Su Yuqing's foul temper. Who wants to take care of him? Yi Chuanqiu frowned, not expecting that his own favored son, in his daughter's heart, is actually a bad one. Thinking about what Sui said, one's own bowl of water is not even, it is no wonder Sui has thoughts in his heart. But this is not all 5 fingers have length, who let Su Yuqing is relatively small, do not understand things? These days, it's the child that cries that gets the milk. Sui understands things, so he has to be ignored. This thing, also cannot be said. Carrying the kettle of hot water out, before taking 2 steps, Sui felt himself being pulled by someone. Turning his head, he only saw a not-so-tall shadow. Well, it was Little Pumpkin. Why did you come out? Suhi asked with a smile. Little Pumpkin didn't say anything and just pulled Suhi. Suhi knew that it was because Su Rong had just admonished herself, and Little Pumpkin was afraid that she would feel bad. In the past, Su Rong was also like this, and the predecessor sometimes had a hard time. However, the predecessor was not the kind of person who liked to lose his temper and just sulked by himself. The predecessor's temper is that kind of stuffy, which is why the family was shocked by Sui's sudden outburst before. Pulling Little Pumpkin, he went to the hot water room and hit a pot of hot water. Fortunately, the hospital had a boiler room, and the hot water didn't cost anything, so it should be convenient for the patients. Sort of a benefit. After beating the hot water and preparing to come back, Little Pumpkin asked, Duo, what about Nest tonight? I don't want to go back tomorrow, I want to follow Duo. This child, presumably, was afraid of going back and being beaten by Su Yuqing. Things like this had happened before. Mom and Dad both just said a beating and that was it, because there was no chastisement, so Su Yuqing also liked to do that. Grabbing things to eat, that was very smooth. Suhi knew that this family was going to be transformed, not something that could be accomplished in a short period of time. Suhi said, it's fine. Later on, brother will find a place for you to sleep. Tomorrow you will still follow brother. Little Pumpkin nodded seriously. That look made Suhi couldn't help but laugh. After fetching water back, Suhi let everyone drink some water. When it was a little later, Suhi went to the nurse's station and looked for a nurse, asking to see if he could find a place for Little Pumpkin to sleep for the night. That nurse saw how cute the Little Pumpkin was and immediately agreed. It's fine, we have beds inside that were originally provided for rest. I'll take Little Pumpkin to sleep. As for Suhi, the person didn't mention it, and Suhi couldn't possibly go to sleep in the person's room. At this time, it was very tense for the relationship between men and women. Suhi didn't want to cause trouble for others, luckily he himself didn't lack a place to sleep. Sending Little Pumpkin to sleep, returning to the ward, Suhi said, you guys take turns to sleep, keep an eye on Dad. This windowsill can also be used to lie down for one person, leaving the remaining 2 to watch. I'll go out and find a place to lie down for the night, I'll bring breakfast tomorrow morning. Su Rong immediately picked up, then I'll go back after breakfast. Sui didn't even bother with her, what a foodie. Little Pumpkin was also an eater, but Little Pumpkin would still feel sorry for herself. This second sister is simply a gourmand who only goes in and out. Not a single word of concern. When Sui left, Sumei said, second sister, be nice to fourth brother, it's not easy for him. Su Rong was non-committal, Sumei added, he's only 14, not even 15. Su Rong was silent for a long time before she answered, aha. Su Rong was a proud person, with her noble character, to be able to this sentence was already a very rare thing. Su Rui also had feelings in her heart, the previous fourth brother, that was a stuffy person, doing things one way or another, not saying anything. Today's fourth brother seems to have changed, dissatisfaction will also be said. Su Rui recently thought, a family, always the fourth brother is paying, they enjoy a lot of things that should have belonged to the fourth brother. This is what they got more of. Originally, the things in the family were all the male children's. This was Nanju village, and even Bisui city, J province, it was all like this. Sui didn't know that something like this had happened after he left. He came out, found a remote place, and flashed into the bedroom of the carry-on warehouse. He had a place to sleep, much better than any other place in the environment yet. As for the little pumpkin, Sui didn't dare to bring it in case it slipped out, it would be a catastrophe. Chapter 35 The White Face. Sui went to the preservation warehouse and took some more beef and lamb pork, preparing to get some more marinated meat. This stuff usually doesn't go bad and can be kept for a few more days. In the preservation warehouse, that was kept fresh for as long as possible. Not to mention, it can also be put in the refrigerator, so it can more or less stay fresh for a while. It would be a good dish to take out and eat when it was inconvenient. Almost forgot about these wild lotus roots. Sui came in before seeing these preserved wild lotus roots. When he dug the wild lotus roots before, Sui dug some more. A part of it had already been sold in the city and got $16.50. Well, after spending $3 on the scale, there were 13 more. Another part was not sold because it was not good to take it out at that time. It's not easy to explain when you take something out of thin air. At that time, Black Star was right next to him, and Sui couldn't even use the excuse of going somewhere else to bring it over. If there was something else, he should have brought it over with an ox. Right. There are also these 7 or 8 wild duck eggs. In the river that day, I found some wild duck eggs, which I was going to leave behind for myself to eat. It was all put together with the wild lotus root, and I almost forgot about it. In a few consecutive trips, Sui moved everything out, and thought, those supplies that I bought in my previous life, in a day's time, can be recovered. The ones I brought in myself, I wonder if I can recover? Thinking of this, Sui planned to do an experiment. Tomorrow, go find the pigeon market, sell the stuff, and you'll be able to find out. The so-called pigeon market was the meaning of the black market. However, the black market was not good to hear, and generally people on this side of Bisui city called it the pigeon market. Out to get the marinated meat and let the rice cooker cook itself. Sui also prepared a late-night snack for Black Star and Blackie, and he himself ate a few breakfast cakes with lo mein. This body was also malnourished and not tall enough. Sui didn't want himself to become a dwarf, take advantage of the fact that he was just starting to develop, eat more and grow taller. As for the custom on this side of Nanju village, after a boy starts to develop, he has to eat a rooster, which is said to be able to grow taller. I don't know if there is a scientific principle, but many people eat rooster, long horizontal is quite a lot. Sui's bedroom, there is a bathroom. But because there is no water, want to take a bath is not convenient. Sui thought that he could bring some water in to take a bath himself in the future. This warehouse is not hot at all, so he can also turn on the air conditioning, a night of beauty, and so passed. The next morning, Sui got up. There was no such biological clock in my previous life. Perhaps because he was used to laboring in this life, Sui's biological clock was earlier. He got up and made a bunch of food. Yesterday he got a lot of meat. Although Ichiwancho didn't say anything, the worry in his eyes was still there. Although Sui has the intention to say that he can get money, everyone does not need to worry. But empty words, he is not good to say anything more. In the morning, he steamed a bag of steamed buns. All of them are the kind of small steamed buns, sweet, quite delicious kind. When Sui brought the steamed buns over, the little pumpkin had already gotten up and was looking forward to the hospital entrance. When Sui arrived, the little pumpkin directly ran over, immediately jumped in Sui's arms. Holding the little pumpkin over, Surong heard the sound, directly ran over to grab the bag in Sui's hand. Open a look, found only steamed buns. Surong is a burst of complaints, how no meat? Ichiwancho at this time has also returned to his usual state. Hearing Surong's words, for the first time, he chided to, it's good to have something to eat. This is outside, your fourth brother doesn't have food stamps, you have food, what are you still yelling about? Surong pouted her lips, originally wanting to retort. But thinking about what she said to her big sister yesterday, she felt that she shouldn't say anything. Sui took a steamed bun and gave it to little pumpkin, who didn't say anything, picked it up and ate it. Su Rui, however, let out a gasp, what a delicious steamed bun. Su Rong deflated, even more delicious, isn't it still a steamed bun? Sume rolled her eyes. This is white flour, not mixed with any coarse grains. You can tell by looking at the smoothness of the skin. Well, it's indeed delicious. In this era, being able to eat fine grains was synonymous with happiness. This Su Rong was also the one who was favored by her family, plus Su Zhaohua had a fair share in the village and was able to share the grain. Yi Chuanqiu and Su Zhaohua both had a job with a salary, so they could buy some extra grain. Otherwise, where could the family have a meal of white rice from time to time? Other families used sweet potatoes or pumpkins mixed with other coarse and fine grains such as sorghum and cornmeal, and some even simply ate coarse grains. Yi Chuanqiu also ate one and felt that Su Rong was indeed too much. So delicious white bread, no relationship, where to get to go? This is still too much? However, Yi Chuanqiu was also worried. Yi-chan, where did you get this? Are you okay? Yi Chuanqiu was also afraid that Suhi would go the wrong way, so he shook his head. It's fine, I can get it. He came closer and whispered, I found a pigeon market in the city, and I'll get something from the village to exchange. Don't you guys worry. Su Rong was right next to him, and when she heard Sui's words, she couldn't help but cry out in shock. Sume immediately covered Su Rong's mouth. Don't make a sound. Although Sume was used to being bullied by her grandparents, so her character was a bit weak. But in front of her own family, she would still speak. She stuck to Su Rong's ear and said, this matter can also be spread out? What is fourth brother for, don't you know? Where did Su Rong not know? If Sui didn't go, where would there be enough money to treat Su Zhaohua? Not to mention, big sister is getting married and she still has to study. The things that happened in the past 2 days were a bit much, and Su Rong was not in the mood to enjoy herself with peace of mind. Sui glanced at her and felt slightly comforted in his heart. This was progress. He didn't expect Su Rong to change in a day, or to suffer or anything like that. Anyway, he had the ability and unlimited supplies in place, so he wasn't afraid of depletion. Sui asked, how is this, Dad? Did the doctor come today? Yi Chuanqiu nodded. Dr. Chiu came earlier and took the temperature. Your dad's fever has subsided a little. Said it's going on like this, as long as the fever goes down, everything is fine. Sui nodded. As long as he could get well, he wasn't afraid. As for the money, just sell something at random and you'll have it. Even if he didn't have that, with his ability, casually going to the mountains to get something, he could still exchange money out. In this day and age, as long as one is willing, one can still make money. It just depends on whether you dare or not. Suhi nodded. Then, Mom. You guys watch here, I'll go over to Pigeon City first. When I come over later, I'll pick up the second and third sisters to go back. It's not a good idea for the whole family to be here. It's good that there's a bed for them to change into, but it's not good to be like this all the time when there's so many people. Besides, it's unlikely that someone will move in today, and this bed will have to be given up. This kind of thing is not easy to say. Although Su Rong was a bit reluctant, here, having eaten good food for 2 meals, she was a bit reluctant to give up. But to ask her to take care of Su Zhaohua, she would be willing to do so, but she's clumsy, so she's really not as good as her big sister. Chapter 36 Pigeon City. Sui came out of the hospital and planned to go around. Little Pumpkin wanted to follow. Sui thought, this Pigeon City is not a kind place. In case it came to catch speculators, it would be troublesome to run. Little Pumpkin, brother has something to do today, it's not really suitable for you to go. You just wait in the hospital, brother will turn around and bring you delicious food. Sui squatted down and talked to the little pumpkin, that look, was really respecting the little pumpkin. Thinking about it, Sui took out another handful of milk candies and gave it to little pumpkin. These are for you to eat. Nor did she say that she couldn't eat more, the little pumpkin itself wouldn't eat more. Children these days, when they have something to eat, they hide it and eat it slowly. Because they don't have to eat, or rarely have the chance to eat, so if they have something, they have to keep it. It's called a thin stream of water. Putting the milk candy in that broken pocket, little pumpkin nodded. Then duo, nest in the hospital and wait for you to come back. Sui nodded, watching the little pumpkin go in. Sui then turned around and walked towards the city. This military hospital was leaning on the outskirts, still a little distance from the real city. But it wasn't far, just walking there, it still took a bit of time. Next to someone riding a bicycle over, Sui saw this and had an idea in his heart. In reality, assembling a bicycle wasn't difficult, at least it wasn't hard to defeat an expert in mechanics like Sui. It's just that the various accessories at this time of the year are not that easy to get. Logically speaking, the place that repaired bicycles had all kinds of accessories. But Sui one was that he didn't have that much money for the time being, and the other, if he wanted to take that many accessories, people wouldn't give them. It looks like there needs to be an opportunity, or rather, there needs to be someone with a decent status. Putting this thought in his mind, Sui himself had a way to assemble it, but unfortunately there was no raw material. There were some raw materials for bicycles in his warehouse, but those were raw materials for mountain bikes that only existed in the 21st century. If he assembled it, the style would be too novel, and it would be a style of mountain bike that had never existed before, it would be too ahead of its time. Sui thought, there is a degree for everything, exceeding it is not a good thing. When they arrived in the city, there were not many people with bicycles. Or rather, at no time was there a shortage of rich people in the country. I remember as if you need a bicycle ticket to buy a bicycle, and this thing is not easy to get. If it can really be assembled, it's definitely not hard to ship. Sui had a number in his heart. How could a product that was planned out satisfy an entire society? By then, the assembled bicycles don't need tickets. Even if they are charged a little more expensive, more people will buy them. In society, there has never been a shortage of people who can afford to buy bicycles. The problem is that you don't find them. Pigeon City is not easy to find, but it is not as difficult as imagined. Sui circled around the city a few times before he saw people heading to a place, all carrying an empty backpack or taking some empty pockets. Sui carefully observed for some time, and then he found a small alley where those people went. But before those people went in, they all seemed to have spoken to a few people nearby. It looks like either they're all acquaintances or they were introduced. Sui found a remote place and got a pocket of cornmeal out. The first time he came over, it's better not to get something too good. First get 30 pounds of cornmeal to try the water. Almost to the alley, Sui was stopped by someone. This is not unexpected to him. This pigeon market looks like it is organized by someone. It makes sense. If there is no one to organize it, who knows where it will be held? Besides, without someone organizing it, this place would have been taken over a long time ago. What do you do? A bald man asked. This man didn't look like he could be messed with, a fierce picture of an evil man. Sui laughed. The family is in a hurry for money, and I want to come and take food for something. Saying this, Sui took his pockets down and let that bald man take a look. The clothes Sui was wearing were clean, but they were still full of patches. Such a person looked like he knew that he wasn't from a public family, or else he wouldn't be able to wear such clothes. It was also Sui's temperament, not quite like a rural person, that made him get stopped. Well, there was also the fact that Sui's appearance was relatively unfamiliar, and people were afraid that this was to touch the bottom. But seeing the cornmeal, and seeing Sui's rather childish appearance, still a child, that bald man didn't say much. Go in, be careful. If you hear any movement, run. This bald man was surprising and actually reminded Sui. Sui nodded his head and accepted this bald man's good intentions. Sui recarried his pockets and walked into the alley, and realized that it was an alley with openings at both ends. There were also quite a few people coming from the opposite side, and the wall wasn't too high. If one's body was a bit more sensitive, it wouldn't be difficult to jump the wall. This was good. Sui felt that if someone came to catch them, there was also a direction to escape. As for suddenly entering the warehouse, it was better not to. Being discovered the secret of the warehouse, it would be difficult for him in the future. Sui came in and also looked at what others were selling. There were all kinds of things for sale, but they were all food and eggs and so on. Sui found an empty space and just put the bag down. Someone came over, a middle-aged man. Seeing that it was cornmeal, the man directly asked, "How much?" When Sui came in just now, he also probably heard some prices. Most of those selling coarse grains were 25 to 30 cents a caddy. This was naturally not so high outside. Outside, the prices of coarse grains were all around 10 cents, but that required a ticket. As for fine grains like rice, they were also sold outside for 20 to 25 cents. As for the pigeon market, it had to be doubled to 50 cents. Sui, this is coarse grain, but also polished fine, can be eaten as half fine grain. This is barely considered fine coarse grain, Sui said, 40 cents a caddy. The middle-aged man said, too expensive. Coarse grains are all priced at 25 cents, you're too expensive. Sui laughed, those coarse grains of theirs are too coarse. Look at my cornmeal, how finely polished is it? Each grain is about the same size, and it's very delicate. Even if you eat it as fine grain, it's still fine. If you add some white flour, the flavor will definitely be good. The middle-aged man didn't leave on the spot just because he knew this. He was also taken aback to see this cornmeal beaten so finely, he hadn't even seen it before. After considering it for a while, the middle-aged man decided, alright, I'll buy it all. However, the middle-aged man added, but if you have this kind of goods in the future, you sell them all to me. I'll definitely give you a high price. Sui numbly waited for him, letting the middle-aged man see that it was more than 30 pounds, full scale. Collected the $12 that the middle-aged man brought over, so he gave the pocket to the other party. This pocket must be given to the other party, otherwise how can people take it back? Sui also nodded and agreed, okay. I see you seem to be a Pigeon City leader, turn around, I have goods, we'll contact you. Chapter 37, Lu Linlin. The middle-aged man froze, then looked at Sui and just smiled. Sui actually said this on purpose. He came into this Pigeon City, naturally, his eyes are watching and listening. Before, when he was outside, he noticed those lookouts outside, and even said a few words to that bald man. But this middle-aged man, it doesn't look like he came to buy something. Because that bald man from before also said a few words to this middle-aged man, and pointed at Sui. These were all things that Sui noticed. Although it had been a while, Sui still noticed it. Because it was an unfamiliar face, the man came over to keep an eye on things. As for what he bought this cornmeal for, Sui wasn't clear. Since the other party could manage this pigeon market, he must have a status in the open, otherwise he wouldn't be able to guard this place. And the other side can manage this Pigeon City, fine grain are not lacking, can lack of this cornmeal? As a matter of fact, the cornmeal in the latter days, that is the coarser the better. Because of the refining process, some of the nutrients of cornmeal will be lost. Therefore, when buying cornmeal, people in the latter days would choose the coarser cornmeal. But people nowadays are not like this, the coarse cornmeal pulls the throat. At this time, people do not use much oil in a month, and they do not want to put oil in, so this cornmeal pulls the throat even more. The middle-aged man laughed, but Sui did not move, looked at the middle-aged man, and did not retreat. Seeing this, the middle-aged man laughed. My name is LV Jianrun, in the future you have any goods, you can find me. I'll take it at a high price, as long as you get by with this quality. This name, and that how Jian have the same flavor. Sui did not smile, but nodded, and said, that's fine. I have quite a lot of fine grains on my side, and some cream of wheat, in addition to some meat. Do you want mountain goods on your side? There are all kinds of mushrooms, and of course some wild boar meat. Lu Jianrun was still smiling at first. All these things that Sui proposed were not rare goods for him. While others could not eat enough, he was able to eat enough. Not only can he eat enough, but he can also eat well. Rather, it is the cream of wheat that is a bit rare. If you can collect some, you can definitely sell it at a good price, not to mention. It can also be used as a gift, which is a high-grade gift. But when it comes to meat, it's a scarce commodity. As for those mushrooms, they are not rare either. But if you want to buy them on weekdays, it's not that easy. Finally hearing about the wild boar meat, Lu Jianrun was the one who brightened up, with a flash of light, looking at Suhi and asking seriously, there really is? Suhi smiled, you will know tomorrow. I'll bring something tomorrow, but trade here? It was natural to trade here, but it drew too much attention. Lu Jianrun laughed, you give an address, we'll go over there. This was worrying that Suhi was afraid that they would shoplift their customers and eat them in the dark. Suhi thought about it and said, there is a forest near the military hospital, let's trade there. Lu Jianrun agreed without even thinking about it, and after both sides agreed, Sui planned to leave. But at this time, a noisy sound came from outside Pigeon City. A girl's voice, something familiar. Sui looked over and saw a young girl and that bald man arguing over there. It looked like that girl wanted to come to Pigeon City, but because it was an unfamiliar face, that bald man was unwilling. LV Jianrun frowned, so Sui said, Mr. LV, I seem to know that girl, otherwise, I'll take her away? Having just reached an agreement, LV Jianrun wouldn't refuse this little thing. Seeing LV Jianrun nod, Sui came out, pulled the girl and left. The bald man wanted to speak, but was held down by LV Jianrun. When Sui pulled the girl away, a man walked behind Lu Jianrun and asked, Big brother, do you really believe he has that much goods? LV Jianrun smiled, it's fine. I believe that in this small place in Bisui City, no one dares to cheat me yet. The man behind him thought about it and didn't say anything else. Bisui City wasn't big, it was only such a small place in total. Lu Jianrun's face was still there. Sui pulled that girl away. That girl thought it was some kind of hooligan at first, and tried to yell. Even went up to make a move to prevent Wolf. But seeing that it was Sui, she frowned, but did not refuse. Waiting to walk out for a good distance, Sui only realized with hindsight that he was pulling someone else's girl's hand. Sui hurriedly let go of his hand, rubbed the back of his head, and said with embarrassment, sorry, I was in a hurry and forgot. Lu Linlin snorted and laughed out. Sui, such a teenager, it was the first time she had seen, always felt very cute. Yesterday, she still just felt that Sui was good looking. Today, she felt that Sui's character was also quite cute. You. After a moment of silence, the two said at the same time again. I. Again in unison, then the two looked at each other and smiled. Lu Linlin said, you say it first. Sui nodded, right, what are you doing in Pigeon City? Lu Linlin said, I just came to Bisui City and didn't bring food or food stamps over. Just wanted to go to Pigeon City to buy some. Sui was a bit strange, just came to Bisui City? Where was she before? At this age, she doesn't look like she has joined the workforce, she should still be studying, right? Could it be that he came with his parents? But if they came with their parents, then they came with organizational ties, and the food should have been received from the street office. This is commercial food, and you receive food and food stamps from the street office in monthly rations. If you run out of food, you have to buy it with food stamps. Or go to the street to buy steamed bread and buns and so on, also need food stamps. Because it was someone's private matter, so he was not in charge, he said, you're a girl, it's better not to go to Pigeon City. That place is not safe. Lu Linlin just wanted to say, then didn't you go there too? Otherwise, how did you pull me away? Sui then said, if you want to buy grain, I'll pull some for you later. After a pause, Sui added, it's cheaper than Pigeon City. Lu Linlin looked at Sui and asked, why are you being so nice to me? Sui laughed, didn't I bump into you yesterday, it's an atonement. Lu Linlin couldn't help but laugh, didn't you compensate me for an egg cake yesterday? Saying that, Lu Linlin couldn't help but laugh, and only after a long time did Lu Linlin stop and said, however, the flavor of your egg pancake is very good. It's better than the ones I ate in the north. Who made them? Sui pointed at himself, I made it myself. Lu Linlin obviously didn't believe it. At Sui's age, he was afraid that he was still in junior high school. At such an age, he could also cook? Sui said, "We rural people, we go up the mountains and down the river, we hunt birds and fish ourselves to eat, we all do it ourselves." After speaking for a while, Sui said, "That's it for today, I still have things to do. Next time, don't go to Pigeon City and ask for food, I'll bring it over." Saying that, Sui turned around and left, quickly leaving Lu Linlin's line of sight. Lu Linlin suddenly stomped her foot, said, "You'd give me grain, you didn't even say where it was, and I didn't give you an address, where to go to ask for grain?" Chapter 38, Difficult Face, Difficult Words. Sui left from there, and on the way, he came across a supply house. Sui thought of the one he thought of yesterday, to go in and look at the outer packaging of the cream of wheat, so that he could change those cream of wheat in the warehouse, and take it out for some money. When Sui walked into the supply house, he saw what a hard face, hard words, hard to do. Sui originally wanted the salesman to take a can of cream of wheat to show him. As a result, the salesman saw the patches on Sui's body and directly said, "Do you have money? Do you have a ticket?" Seeing that Snout turned to the sky, Sui almost didn't hold back from going up to her and punching her. Still chanting in his heart that it's hard to stop a kid from seeing the king of hell, Sui turned around and left. This trip to the supply and marketing center is considered to have seen Sui out. Also lamented no wonder the future of the supply and marketing center to close down, on this service attitude, who wants to come? But the current day, the supply and marketing center to sell things, is the people's needs of the daily needs. People's lives simply cannot be separated from the supply and marketing center. This is a seller's market, which is why it led to these salesmen's face difficult to see. But the basic purpose, Sui still achieved. The shape of that cream of wheat, Sui had seen it all. Going back to find some paint wasn't a difficult task. He thought about it and took a miniature camera out in a remote place. He found another supply house, and without talking to the salesman, he directly photographed all the inside appearance. Cream of wheat's outer packaging, but also carefully photographed down. Coming out of the supply house, Sui laughed, "I almost forgot, there is a technology called 3D printing at this time. There are a lot of technologies in the latter days. Wanting to print something on top of a cup or something else is actually quite simple. Just print some drawings out, then stick it on top of the cup or jar, heat it up a little bit, and later directly tear off the drawings, and those things were printed to find the cup or jar. Things that people in this era would never have thought of, it's that simple." Right, did I forget to ask Lu Linlin's address? After accomplishing one thing, Sui suddenly remembered that he promised to give Lu Linlin some grain. But he had forgotten to ask Lu Linlin for her address again, and there was no place to go if he wanted to deliver the grain. Slapping his forehead, Sui felt that his forgetfulness was also big recently. Forget it. Yesterday, I ran into Lu Linlin over at the military hospital. If Lu Linlin lives in that neighborhood, there will always be times when I run into her. Or Lu Linlin should know that someone in my family is hospitalized in the military hospital, so when the time comes, just come directly to the hospital and ask. As for any other misunderstandings and such, Sui didn't care too much. Looking at the sun, Sui estimated that the time was not too early, so he found a place and flashed into the warehouse. First went to prepare food for Black Star and Blackie. As usual, Black Star was a mixture of soybean meal and cornmeal, Blackie was a piece of meat and a large piece of ribs. Anyway, the things in the warehouse could be recovered, so he wasn't cheap, these things were big inside. After that, Sui thought about it and made a fried rice with marinated meat for a lunch that couldn't be said to be luxurious, but in this day and age, it was rare. With the stuff, Sui put Black Star out, set up the ox cart, and drove towards the military hospital. Blackie was running right next to him, not slowing down at all. Sui looked at Blackie, feeling that it was not like at the beginning, skin and bones, no meat at all. In the past 2 days, he ate a little more oil and water, as if he had grown some meat. Just like this thinking radiates out, Black Star will not go the wrong way, feeling more than human. Rushing to the entrance of the military hospital, Sui naturally was not good at putting Black Star away again. He could only lead Black Star to the side and instructed Black Star and Blackie not to walk around. Black Star is humane, plus Blackie is guarding at the side, it shouldn't be so bad that it will be taken in hand. Sui brought his lunch into the military hospital. Inside the big sister Sumei, a few people were still whispering. When Su Rong saw Sui come in, he just thumped and stood up, and went straight to the enamel bowl in Sui's hand. Open the enamel bowl, Su Rong is to exclaim, egg fried rice, marinated meat. Fortunately, she knew to keep her voice down, or else she would definitely have to attract people's eyes over. Sumei frowned, fourth brother, you know the situation of our family, we can't afford to waste so much. Su Rong was about to retort, but thinking about it, if this wastefulness continues, she may not even be able to read. Su Rong said, Hisiko, we should eat less meat after this. Just by looking at that look, I know that she is not willing to give up. Sui said, then once a month? Su Rong hesitated for a while and said, half a month? Su Rui's mouth was watering, but mom and dad hadn't eaten yet, so she couldn't make a move. This is not waiting for Su Rong to make the first move, so she can make the next move. After Su Rong said the date of half a month, she felt that it was too long. Especially after eating a meal of meat yesterday. When the aroma of marinated meat came, she said with a bit of hesitation, otherwise, once a week? Yi Chuanxiu frowned. The family ate meat once a month as the new year, and still have the luxury of eating it once a week. The family is not overdoing it? Sumei slapped Su Rong's shoulder and scolded with a laugh. The family is not over? You don't study anymore? You still eat meat once a week. Don't you know how expensive this meat is? Su Rong thought about it and bit her lip, not knowing what to say. This image made Sui couldn't help but laugh out, and the several sisters all frowned and looked over. Sui said, alright, don't stare. If you don't eat this meat, it should get cold. In the future, with me at home, the meat can definitely be eaten often, and the eggs are there too. Saying this, Sui took a small bowl out and filled a bowl for Little Pumpkin. Little Pumpkin had been drooling since just now. Because he couldn't grab a few sisters, Little Pumpkin was also used to waiting. So he wouldn't let Little Pumpkin starve, sharing a bit of egg fried rice and getting a few pieces of marinated meat for her. Su Xiaohua coughed a few times. Yi Chuanxiu hurriedly took a cup and fed him water. Su Xiaohua only got better. Sui frowned. This is not a problem. This high fever does not go away. When the time comes, the brain burns confused. That is also difficult to do. Thinking of the anti-inflammatory medicine in his warehouse, Sui felt that he had to find a way to take out the anti-inflammatory medicine. Otherwise, if Su Xiaohua is like this and waits for a long time, he is afraid that he will be confused in the future. Even, there was a danger to his life. But all these emotions, Sui didn't show them. He was the only one in the family that could be relied on. A family of women were all looking at him. If Sui were to show negative emotions, a few other people were afraid that they would all collapse. As for Su, he subconsciously ignored Su Yucheng's little friend, that was still a small child. So he served a bowl of rice and said to Yi Chuanxiu, Mom, you eat something first. If you are hungry, there is no way you can take care of Dad, isn't it? Yi Chuanxiu nodded, took the bowl and asked again, have you eaten? Chapter 39, Exchanging Food Stamps. Suhi was very pleased. This was progress. If it was before, Yi Chuanxiu probably wouldn't have noticed if the son ate or not. Suhi nodded, I ate. Before I came, I ate a little bit and then brought it over for you guys to eat. I can't keep that meat. Later I'll go and ask for you guys if I can buy 2 food stamps. You guys need to buy something to eat at the military hospital's cafeteria at night. I'll bring something tomorrow. Today, when they went to Pigeon City, they went to step on the spot. Because he met Lu Jianrun, he didn't go there many times. Suhi was afraid of being seen by LV Jianrun, so he didn't dare to take things over in batches to sell. Originally, he planned to buy some food stamps in Pigeon City today, and he still needs food stamps to eat in the military hospital. Suhi cannot come all the time to send food. Yi Chuanxiu and the girls are here, definitely need to eat. Yi Chuanxiu nodded, and Suhi came out, with 2 more boxes of lo mein in his hand. Came to the nurse's station, or which 2 nurses were on duty yesterday. It's good to be an acquaintance, so he took the brine meat over and said to the 2 nurses, 2 sisters, I have some brine meat here, how about exchanging some food stamps with you? Seeing the 2 nurses looking over, Suhi said, as you know, my parents are here, without food stamps they can't buy anything to eat. The nurses hesitated for a moment, but when they smelled the flavor of meat, they couldn't hold back. Yes, but we don't have a lot of food stamps. If we had more, we wouldn't be able to feed ourselves. People in this era, there is no such thing as staying slim, eating only a few bites of rice at a meal, or simply not eating at all. People in this era, even women, were very capable of eating. Without oil and water in the stomach, it was also difficult to gain weight, and it was not uncommon to eat 5 or even 7 taels in a meal. So he didn't expect to be able to buy much, so he laughed and said, I don't want much either, it's just that in these 2 days when I'm not here, my parents and they need to buy something to eat, having a 3 or 4 pounds of food stamps is enough. The nurse at the front was still hesitant, but the round-faced nurse at the back took the first step and agreed, okay, we'll get the food stamps together and give them to you. The 2 people went to the duty room at the back to get the food stamps, so he also heard the round-faced nurse say, it's only 4 pounds of food stamps, but it's a big box of meat, and I think it's at least 1 pound. We ate a caddy of meat yesterday, and I can't stand the taste. I'd rather eat less rice than this meat. After waiting for a while, the 2 people came out. The round-faced nurse then gave Suhi a few food stamps, so he probably looked at it, it was 4 pounds. This round-faced nurse is still quite good, so he said 3 or 4 pounds, she gave 4 pounds. Before Suhi left, she also said, okay. Tomorrow I'll come over and bring eggs for my sister to eat. The round-faced nurse immediately smiled, then it's a deal. An egg costs 6 or 7 cents, and you need an egg ticket to buy an egg, so if Suhi brings it over, at least one person will need one, right? In her heart, the round-faced nurse was also thinking that if something happened to Sue's family, they would help if they could. Usually, they also take care of more. The doctor is not available, they take care of more. It is always good for the Sue family. Suhi returned to the hospital room, gave the food stamps to Su Mei, and took $5 out, handing it to Su Mei. When I'm not here, I'll rely on you to keep an eye on this place. Just go to the cafeteria to buy some at night. I'll come over tomorrow at noon and we'll bring food over. After saying that, Suhi planned to leave. Su Mei took the food stamps and money, and was still a little nervous. Such a sum of money was not a small amount. Dad Su Zhao's 1 month's salary was only $4 more than this. This was Su Zhao's salary for most of the month. After the instructions, Sui took another look at Su Zhaohua. The fever was not going down, not many times awake, most of the time sleeping. This is also a protective effect of the human body. Sleeping, the recovery will be a little better. Turning back, Sui said, second and third sister, we should go back. This side of the little pumpkin naturally followed long ago. Sui left the lunchbox behind, so that Yi Chuanqiu and the girls would have something to pack their meals in the hospital. If you go to the cafeteria, they don't provide cutlery. The cafeterias in this era don't even provide cutlery. If you lose a set, it's a big loss. When you needed a ticket for basically everything, you simply couldn't afford to lose it. Of course, there was no such awareness. Everyone who went to eat brought their own utensils. Tidied up a little bit, in fact, there is nothing to tidy up. I was in a hurry when I came here yesterday and didn't pack anything. Fortunately, this is summer, there is no bedding, and it doesn't matter. Sui slept outside yesterday, and sleeping in the open in the Senate, isn't it more bitter than inside this hospital? Su Rong got up, together with Su Rue, and Yi Chuanqiu said a word, then followed to leave. It's not that they don't want to stay, but when they go out, they have to spend money, and their family can't afford to spend anymore. Although Sui promised to have him in the future, the family's life went on. But this is so sad. Sui himself is still a child, who can really put the burden on him? Well, it was already pressing on him right now. When Sui brought the people out, before they reached the door, they heard Black Star and Blackie screaming. This is a trouble, someone stole a cow? A cow is not cheap. The crate is also a more expensive thing. If you can steal it, this is worth a lot of money. Sui's face changed, rushed out of the hospital, and from a distance, he saw a man holding a hoe, gesticulating at Blackie. If not for Blackie's agility, he was afraid that he would have been killed by a hoe. What are you doing, stealing cows? Sui shouted and rushed over. The man who stole the cow, once he saw his master coming, and couldn't handle the dog, he had to carry the hoe and run away. Blackie did not chase, to be honest, although Blackie is a dog, but also too skinny. Chase up, not necessarily can be good. Sui also did not chase. Catching up is useless. This is an attempt to steal cattle. At most, it is only a few days in jail. Find some money thing. However, Sui looked at the ground, a little bit of blood, carefully checked Black Star and Black Z, and found that neither of them were injured. Is everything alright? Su Rong came up and asked, still carrying the little pumpkin. This was an improvement. If it was in the past, how could Su Rong bring the little pumpkin? Sui shook his head, carried the little pumpkin onto the crate, and said, it's fine, Blackie bit that person, we came out in time, that person ran away. Su Rong nodded and didn't say anything more. They got on the crate. Sui sat at the front of the crate. There was a prominent place where one could sit. Yesterday there was Yi Chuanqiu and Su Zhaohua, Sui didn't want Black Star to be too strenuous. Today there are just 3 girls, and a neglected one, Sui, which got on the crate. All the way back, when passing by from Jiangsu town, Sui also looked at that education bureau building. It's a pity there's no time. After this incident at home, he couldn't find the time to step on the ground to verify his guess for the time being. Chapter 42. It was already evening when he returned to Nanju village. Because it was summer, the sun hadn't completely set yet. Grandmother Sun Meixiang stood at the doorway and was hooking a tune with a long stick. This was a homemade tool. It was a long stick with a hook at the top. Raise the hook up, hang the tune, and then turn it at an angle to hook down the tune leaves. Tuna, Sui seems to have not eaten this for a long time. Sun Meixiang just hooked down a piece of tune, and when she saw Sui driving the ox cart back, she immediately stopped her work and came over. Siko, how is your father? Sui said, temporarily hospitalized. He had a high fever before. The doctor gave him anti-inflammatory medicine, but the fever hasn't come down completely. Little Pumpkin jumped down from the car. Sun Meixiang was startled and was about to help. Little Pumpkin, however, stood firmly, and even giggled. Sui inwardly sighed. The child still doesn't know what's happening, and can still laugh out happily. The 2 sisters, at this time, were not in that mood. Su Rong asked, Grandma, why did you come out to hook the tune? This tune is not delicious without adding eggs to fry. Su Rong saw this, rolled her eyes, and knew that Grandma's house must be frying tune and egg pancakes at night. This is one of Grandma Sun Meixiang's best dishes. The flavor is very good. Sui knew better, because to fry egg pancakes, this oil cannot be less. So this dish is already delicious. In this era of lack of oil, the flavor is even more delicious. Sun Meixiang said, no, Siko Yuqing said he wanted to eat tune omelette, but we don't have any tune at home. I found a hook and prepared to hook some down. Speaking of Su Yuqing, Sui was also in a bit of trouble here. It wasn't that easy to reform this younger brother. Fortunately, this was an era of lack of supplies. Holding a large amount of supplies in his hands, he was not afraid that this kid would not fall for it. After talking for a while, Sui unloaded the crate and put it in Grandma's yard. When he put Black Star in the barn, he saw Grandpa slowly walking back. Sui went forward, took the hoe off Grandpa's shoulder, and asked, what did Grandpa go to do? Grandpa said, the peanuts in the field are almost ready to be harvested. I'm going to loosen the soil. There are also some melons that can be taken back as well. This was planted on his own land. Grandpa was the team's accountant, with 4 sons, 2 of whom were married. The remaining 2, one is in the army, one is still studying. The 2 daughters are married, the family is not so difficult. Therefore, in the land reserved for themselves, they planted some more fruits and snacks to give their grandchildren a little more snacks. Sui didn't miss out on them either. Although Grandpa was serious, he was very fair to the 3rd generation. Whether it was the grandchildren or the grandchildren, it was all very good. The way this was handled was criticized by the 2 aunts and uncles. But Grandpa's majesty was there, and the aunts didn't dare say anything more. In any case, the 2 married aunts' families still had to rely on Grandpa for succor. Grandpa also asked, "By the way, what about your father?" Sui said the result, and said, "These 2 days, I found the pigeon market, go up the mountain to get some wild game to sell, money is enough." This is afraid that Grandpa said to take money out. Grandpa's family is not so difficult, but if you take money, it is still not too easy. Sui has money of his own and doesn't want to break up with his 2 aunts and uncles. Originally, the Su family occupied Grandpa's land, started a house, the 2 aunts in the heart of the boss's opinion. If it wasn't for Grandpa, it would have been a real mess. Sui looked around and asked in a low voice, "Is there any progress on that cow thing?" That cow thief is mostly Yi Sanhuan and Uncle Gangzi colluding with outsiders to do it, but want to catch is not so easy. Catching thieves should be done to catch the dirty. Without catching them in the act, those thieves won't admit it. Grandpa also whispered, "Haven't found it yet." Duroi said to hold off for a while, letting people keep an eye on 3 hands and Granny Gangzi. As long as someone comes over, they'll follow the trail and find the door. Suhi nodded and didn't care much. In the evening, Grandma did fry eggs and called Suhi and they all went over to eat. When Su Yuching saw Suhi, he was still a little afraid. But when he saw the omelet, he still rushed over and snatched most of the omelet into his bowl. Su Rong hesitated for a moment, only pinching the remaining 1/5, and did not snatch the rest away as before. Sui secretly nodded, at least Su Rong had changed some. Sui took out the halibut eggs he had gotten and laughed, "Those who aren't stingy, share 1 for each person." Little Pumpkin cooperated and brought the bowl over, duo, Nest not stingy. Sui smiled and gave him 1. Third sister silently handed the bowl over, Sui didn't say anything and also gave 1. Su Rong could not be polite, she asked herself that she was not petty today. Sui didn't make things difficult for her either, and gave 1. On the grandparents' side, there was also 1 for each of them. Su Yuching didn't have 1, he didn't want to do it, and was about to curse on the spot. Sui coughed, stretched out his hand and made a spanking gesture. Su Yuching quickly turned around and touched his buttocks, obviously not daring to curse. Seeing this, grandmother wanted to give Su Yuching the halogen egg, but was stopped by Su He. Su He said, "Grandmother, I know you have good intentions and are heartbroken for your grandson. But Su Yuching can't be like this. When he grows up, who will still give in to him? If he is so selfish to his family, who else do you expect him to be kind to? This character must be changed. Don't give him the eggs. If you do that, you're not being heartfelt, you're harming him." Grandmother smiled sarcastically, "Not so much, he's still a child." Sui said, "A child? He's 10 years old, why is he still a child? When I was 10 years old, I was working and earning half a laborer's wage. Look at my second sister, I scolded her once, isn't that an improvement? I'm telling you, children need to be educated from an early age. If they're spoiled, they won't change. You look at my second uncle, third uncle, you know." Sun Meixiang was going to say, "You just said Su Rong did not change? Su Yucheng, when he grows up, will be obedient too." Su He then said second uncle, third uncle. Sun Meixiang immediately had nothing to say. Yi Jinhan said, "All right. You listen to Siko he understands and wants to discipline his younger brother, don't interfere." Su Yucheng had already extended his bowl over, wanting to take the halibut egg and eat it. As a result, Sui stopped him, and when Grandpa said that, the marinated egg was gone. Immediately, Su Yucheng pushed the bowl and pouted his lips, indicating that he would not eat it. Sun Meixiang was a bit worried, but Sui said, "It's fine, everyone ate their meals. If he doesn't eat, we'll eat the eggs in his bowl later. If he's hungry, he'll eat white rice." What kind of behavior? The family is in a hurry to use money, some eggs to eat, already very good, but also dare to throw a tantrum, spoiled. Su Yucheng was just spoiled, but he was not stupid. Hearing Sui speak, he hurriedly came over to eat. Yi Jinhan pointed with his chin, his eyes looked at Sun Meixiang. Sun Meixiang also had to shrug. Chapter 41 Catching Eels. After eating, Su Yucheng threw down his bowl and left. When he passed by Su He even snorted coldly. This arrogant behavior, Su He just smiled and didn't care. Transforming Su Yucheng did not lie in a moment. Anyway, he had plenty of supplies, and there were times when Su Yucheng begged himself. At night, Su Yucheng didn't intend to be idle. He found a small torch in the preservation warehouse, and got a small tool, so he planned to go to the field to clip eels. Little Pumpkin wanted to follow, but Sui felt that the light was not good at night and didn't let Little Pumpkin go. The light is not good at night, it's not good if you fall into the field or ditch later. You stay home and wait for brother to catch eels for you to eat. Little Pumpkin nodded. Su Yucheng sneered, "Eat and eat. Sui turned back and saw Suyuching was a little scared, but still hard, but his body was a little stiff. Sui laughed, then when I clip the eel and come back, you can eat farts. Anyway, the eel is not for you. Suyuching was a little stiff. If mom and dad were at home, he definitely had something to fall back on. However, if mom and dad were not at home, grandma's side had been told by grandpa, so she definitely wouldn't help him. Suyuching felt that this home was really too dark. He was suppressed by the abominable Suhi, this abominable fellow. How come no one has taken you in? Suyuching thought viciously in his heart. Thinking of all that food, Suyuching had the heart to be soft, but he was embarrassed. Sui didn't care about him, took the tools and went out. In fact, it is also a clip, a strong flashlight, a bucket, and finished. Looking for eel holes is very skillful, but the field is actually quite a lot of loach and eel, plus eel and loach are resting during the day, only out of the night activities and foraging, catching eels at night, or very simple. Sui played the flashlight and searched all the way there. Soon found a nest of eels, the long-handled clip reached over and caught the eel in one go. It had to be said that the few talents left behind by the predecessor were all very good. Slingshot hasn't been tried yet, but it still feels good. I haven't tried fishing yet either, but I plan to try it tomorrow. This eel clamping skill is also very good, and has been tried now. These crafts are all related to Yi Zhichin, who is the ninth in line in the village. The juniors in the village call him Ninth Uncle, not the Ninth Uncle of Hong Kong Island, but the Ninth Uncle of Nanju Village. Ninth Uncle has a lot of handicrafts, and he is very proficient in going up the mountain and down the river. Ninth Uncle is also willing to teach people. The predecessor is very much in line with the temperament of the nine uncles, with the side, taught all the skills. In the words of the rural people, it is naughty and mischievous, and can do everything. Not long after, Sui clamped a lot of eels out. There weren't that many pesticides and fertilizers in this era, and there were still quite a few eels and loaches in the fields. I go. This is clip eel loach addiction. A yellow earth snake leaped over. Fortunately Suhi reacted, clamped the snake, did not let it bite. This snake is also a good thing, to the nine uncle, is certainly a good dish. Sui clamped down, fell on the ground several times, the earth snake 7 inches hard down, not a moment this snake will be dead. After confirming that the snake was indeed dead, Sui then got some grass and tied the snake up before putting it into the bucket. To more than 9 o'clock, Sui got more than half a bucket of eels and loaches, probably with more than 10 pounds. Sui intends to go back, too late, the spirit is not good, not to mention, in case of encountering any poisonous snakes, that would not be good. On the way back, I passed by the cowshed, and the house next to it still had lights on. This is the city down the youth, this year has not gone back, but should also soon. Sui suddenly frowned, the things in the cowshed, this young man really did not find out? I'm afraid not. However, Sui did not think too much, these youths may be afraid of being retaliated against, so knowingly not reported, is also possible. In the past, there are a few old professors living in the area. These professors should be returning to the city soon. The country's reform and opening up, all aspects of the talent is in urgent need, these old professors is the country's biggest treasure. Sui had some exchanges with these old professors before, and also gave them food, the friendship is still good. Thinking of these old professors, Sui's head, a flash of light. The knowledge in the head of these old professors, if it can be taken out and used, that is the road to wealth. Thinking that immediately, the country will start to develop the economy, Sui also thought of letting a few professors take some ideas and lead everyone to get rich together. One is that Sui was not a stingy person, most of the people in Nanju village were kind to the Su family. At least when the Su family moved here, most people in Nanju village did not object. Otherwise, the account could not be moved here. The foreign population, but also to share the village's food, many people are not willing. The other thing was that Suhi would definitely get rich. In order to avoid attracting attention and jealousy, it was better for everyone to get rich. Being a maverick often didn't end well. If everyone around you was poor and you alone were rich, even the kindest person would have an opinion. Who? Right at this moment, Sui heard a movement and shouted with a cold cry. There was no sound, no movement, it seemed that just now Sui was hallucinating. However, Sui dared to be sure that he hadn't heard wrongly. After carefully distinguishing the direction, it was the place where Gangzi's grandmother lived. Suhi was dazed in his heart, but he didn't say anything more. Just as a wild cat cried out next to him, Sui said, "So it's a cat, scared me." He pretended not to notice and carried the bucket back. However, he did not know that there was a person in the dark who also cursed, "What a keen ear." He merely stepped on a branch and made a little noise, and he was heard. Sui walked forward for a while, seeing no one around, he put away his tools. He quietly returned by himself, and just as he walked near Gangzi's grandmother's house, he saw two people. It was Yi Sanhuan and Gangzi's uncle Yi Jiming. These two people actually didn't turn on the lights, and they had taken something out from behind the kitchen of Gangzi's grandmother's house. Sui took a closer look and realized that there was originally a hole behind this kitchen, but it was blocked by firewood. Now that Yi Sanhuan and Yi Jiming had moved the firewood out of the way, they carefully lifted something out of it. Looking closely, they saw that it was a container for steaming rice. Another person also carried a bucket, and Sui could smell a little fragrance, which looked to be vegetables. What a cunning person! These two might not know that they had seen through their collusion with outsiders to steal the cattle, but since the police had come to the village, and Grandma Gangsi had asked Su Yuching to get the piece of cloth that had been left behind in Sui's family's cowshed, they probably wouldn't be careless. Be careful, just now it was you who stepped on a branch and made a noise. It would be bad if you attracted someone. What are you afraid of? Didn't those know-it-alls hear it the other day, or did they pretend they didn't hear it? Don't worry, it's fine. They won't find out. Chapter 42, Finding the Cattle Thief's Trail. These two moved the firewood back and continued to block that hole, then carried their things and left, so he looked around and didn't find anyone staking out the area. Where are the people from Bureau Sui thought, it should be that Bureau's people thought that Yi-san Hands and all of them were going to go in from the front. Who knew there was a hole in this kitchen that was blocked by firewood? There was no way, Sui couldn't shout out loud, police come quickly These two people do not hurry to run is strange. Look at the movements of these two people, during the day should not dare to return to the village, afraid of being discovered. Taking advantage of the night to come back to get food, which means that the other party is not far away from this neighborhood. Moreover, they must have dry food in their hands. But that flavor of dry food, it was definitely not as good as normal meals. Smelling this flavor, Sui cursed, there's still meat to eat. Such people, who could afford to eat meat, actually came to the village to steal cows. Well, don't say, a cow of 1,000 pounds, shaved of bones and skin, would yield about 700 pounds of meat. That's a lot of money. Beef was more expensive than pork at any given time. At this time pork was about 70 cents, while beef was going for $1.50, and that was with a ticket. If you didn't want a ticket, the meat would have sold for even more. A cow could be sold for about $1,000, and there were more than 30 cows in Nanju village, so that was more than $30,000. What's the concept of $30,000 in 1979? In the next century, 2021, you could buy several houses for that $30,000. That's a bit scary. The profits are huge. It was no wonder that some people were desperate. Sui quietly followed, he was familiar with all the neighborhood of Nanju village, including the back mountain. You say, why is Brother Biao so careful? It's so late, and he wants us to be so careful and take a detour. Don't talk too much, just listen to what Brother Biao says. Sui tried his best to make himself walk slower, not to step on any branches and make any noise. Hearing these two people's conversation, Sui made a note of the name Biao in these words. If he wasn't mistaken, this cattle stealing case should be guided by this Brother Biao. Sui is more familiar with this neighborhood, and see San Hands they went to the back of the mountain, then hit the flashlight. Looking at that light, will not chase lost. All the way to follow the past, these two people are quite cautious, detour a bit, sometimes also look toward the back. There were two of them, and they had no problem looking in several directions. It was good that Sui still had a warehouse. Once he was almost discovered, luckily Sui hid in the portable warehouse in time and hid for a few minutes before coming out. As a result, he almost lost him. Sui remembered that he had also bought an infrared night vision device in his carry-on warehouse. He simply lagged behind a little bit, and the more these two got behind, the more cautious they became as well. This was a bit off from the two men's usual character in the village, and Sui could only say, in order to make money, some people can even change their nature. These two were also surprisingly lazy, known as one of the 3 lazy people in Nanju village. But nowadays, they are not too lazy. Sui was still thinking, who the hell is this Brother Biao? The boss of the gangsters in this neighborhood? Or what kind of person? It had to be said that at all times, there was no shortage of people who fished for favors. These people were bad at stealing anything, and came to steal the village's cattle. This is the most durable reclamation tool for a village to survive. Without these cows, Nanju village has no way to plant this year's late rice. With less grain, next year's rations might not even be paid. But for people like this, who don't even think about the survival of others, the character of these people is questionable. There are also Yi Sanhuan and Yi Jiming. These two are usually as lazy as they can be, and Yi Sanhuan is also a frequent thief. The village people also look at the face of their elders, are more than tolerated. This time, actually dare to unite outsiders to steal cattle. Don't they know that without the cattle, Nanju village will not be able to get through next year? The hearts of these two are both very black. After this time, if the village didn't resolve it, Sui would have to think of a way to drive these two out as well. It's just that it's good to kick out the two men. But behind these two people, there are 2 other families. Thinking about that, Yi Sanho also had a pair of old parents, Yi Jiming's old mother. Neither of them were easy. But even if it wasn't easy, Sui also felt that it couldn't be tolerated. These two were time bombs, staying in the village. Sooner or later, they would blow up. Well, if they are caught this time, whether they can still come out or not is a problem. Sui thought about the result and smiled bitterly. Taking the night vision device out, Sui put it on and then came out from the carry-on warehouse. Yi Sanhans and Yi Jiming had also gone out a long way for a while, and Sui turned an angle before spotting the images of the two. With the night vision device, it was easier for Sui to be in this back mountain. He even spotted those wild things in the mountains, and just not far from himself, there was a nest of snakes. Sui was almost startled. Although he wasn't very afraid, he was also worried that he would be bitten by a snake. Many of the snakes in this mountain are poisonous. If he was bitten, he wouldn't be able to go back for help. There was no antidote to snake venom in the warehouse with him, so if he was bitten, it would be bad. Because there is a night vision device, Sui does not have to follow so closely, slowly, far from following is. He was even watching from afar, where there were dense infrared graphics. All the sights seen in the night vision device were only the shape of the creature. As for what it was, the person who saw it needed to judge for himself. Soon, Sui spotted the target, and the corners of his mouth all curled up, so it's hiding here. This place has gone out very far, half an hour away from Nanju village. It is a very small mountain pass. Sui had rested over here when he went up the mountain with ninth uncle before. Sui also admired these people for actually finding this place. No, maybe it's a place provided by Yi Sanjun and the others. Uncle Nine had done some remodeling here, so it was possible to rest here. Moreover, ninth uncle often put some snake medicine nearby, and those snakes didn't dare to come close to this place. The most feared thing in the mountains was encountering snakes and other fierce beasts. Among them, snakes are again the most feared. If you are bitten by a snake, you probably won't even be able to save it. As for the other beasts, there are more ways to cope with them. With weapons, regardless of whether it was a clay gun or a club, there was always a chance. Sui looked and determined that the number of people had a full 15, together with Yi Sanhuan and Yi Jiming, this was 17 people. No wonder, with such a gang, it's not surprising. But how did they come over? Over at Nanju village, there was only one road in, so if they came from the village, then they would definitely be discovered. It looks like it should be crossing the river to come over. There was a river on both sides of Nanju village, which was also a blind spot that made Nanju village forget to defend against the hidden dangers brought by these two sides. That river wasn't much wider, a dozen meters away. It could only be considered a small river. Chapter 43 Su Yuqing's Cry. When Sui saw the place, he planned to go back. He didn't intend to rush up by himself, that would be spooking the snakes and would be fruitless. He was alone. Even if he had a carry-on warehouse, could he still punch someone and retract into the carry-on warehouse? And then come out to punch someone again? What about so many people? One person with one fist could flatten him. Sui just crossed over not long ago. This body is still thin and weak, simply not the opponent of those people. I'm afraid that even Yi Sanjian couldn't beat him, so going up there would be just giving away his head. Not to mention this kind of thing, Sui originally didn't intend to venture out. Being known, it would be easy to be targeted. Especially after being caught, this Yi Sanjun and Yi Jiming, I'm afraid they will both go to jail. Then the families of these two people will have opinions about Sui. All those opinions before, Sui felt that he was a bit presumptuous for not letting Grandpa and Bureau he keep it a secret. After circling a little farther along the way, he returned home from the river. When he was at the door, Sui carried out the bucket, but he left a part of it in the preservation storage. He was going to do an experiment to see if he could actively add something into it on his own initiative, and if he could recover. If it could, then he would have made a big profit. Hearing the sound outside, Su Rong ran over and opened the door. Seeing quite a few eels in the bucket in Sui's hand, Su Rong's eyes just lit up. Immediately, Su Rong was going to carry the bucket. Sui didn't refuse. Anyway, so many eels, definitely want to leave a bowl at home tomorrow and cook a bowl, bring to the hospital for mom and dad to eat. I can't sell all of them, I have to keep some for myself. Sui is not the kind of person who falls into the eye of money, and will not treat himself poorly. Su Rong lifted the bucket, lowered her head to look at it, and then with an ah sound, she threw the bucket out. What's wrong? Sui was a bit strange, then suddenly remembered that he had also thrown a snake inside. Even though it was dead, Su Rong, as a girl, was definitely scared. Snake, there's a snake. Su Rong shivered and said, her two strands warring, she almost didn't pee in fear. Su Roi walked out, hearing that there were snakes, her eyes also flashed wildly, she didn't dare to come out, almost closing the door. Sui helpless, this is a dead snake, what are you still afraid of? There is no way, eels and loaches are crawling all over the ground, he had to look at the moonlight and bring all of these back. Just this, there are still quite a few not found. Sui also didn't bother, forget it, we'll get it in the morning. He put the bucket towards the kitchen, got some water in, and took the lid to cover it again. Don't kill the eels and loaches. That snake is also in there, tomorrow find a chance, just throw it to ninth uncle. This thing, few people in the village dare to get, not many people dare to eat. Snake this thing, a lot of parasites on the body, if you handle quite a lot, it is very easy to get infected with disease. Sui himself did not intend to eat more, will not handle, and lazy trouble. It is said that snake meat this thing is very delicious, but Sui is not necessarily eat. Eaters, too, have their own refusal to move. Well, but if ninth uncle handles it and invites him to eat it, he can still taste it by the way. Returning to the hall, Sui heard movement in the room. Sui smiled, he knew that Su Yuqing must not have slept, and would definitely want to know how many eels and loaches he had gotten. If I could eat them, how would that satisfy my craving? Su Rong this time also slowed down, heard that it was a dead snake, still a little worried. Few girls are not afraid of this. Even for boys, most of them are afraid of this long worm. Sui suddenly had some admiration for a teenager surnamed Su, who daydreamed about long worms and had a child. Rather like a certain teenager surnamed Ning. One suns up snakes, the other suns up ghosts. Little Pumpkin heard the sound and came out of the room, calling out, "Duo duo." Suhi nodded. "Well, it's late. Brother fished out quite a few eels and loaches. I'll make them for you tomorrow." Before the little pumpkin could say anything, Sui heard in the room, Su Yuching shouted a yeah. Sui sneered, "Wait until tomorrow, you will know what is called having a request. It's late, everyone go to bed first." Sui said and went to the kitchen to get some water to scrub up. This big night, the family lit an oil lamp, dim light, sprinkle a little light, although not much bright, but the basic lighting can be considered. When will it be to get this electricity on? Without electricity, nothing was convenient. After electricity was connected, it was easier for the village to develop. Otherwise, all this evening time would be wasted. Whether it's to do some handicrafts or something else, it's only with electricity that you have the conditions to do it, isn't it? Many of the people in Nanju village have handicrafts. For example, Sui knows a handful of scornwork, which Sui learned from ninth uncle. Not to mention, making a bamboo basket is not a big deal. After washing up, Sui came back and opened the door. Su Yuching was lying on the bed pretending to be asleep. This is known from the fact that he turns every now and then. It looks like he has a craving, and when he hears that there are eels and loaches to eat, he must have a craving. This big night, the cravings come out, probably can't sleep for a while. Sui was also too lazy to bother with him. He was tired all day, and went to catch eels at night, during which he also encountered an earth snake. Finally, he also went to follow Yi Sanhans and Yi Jining. He was still very tired after this day. Soon, Sui fell asleep and even let out a faint snoring sound. Sui didn't realize that Su Yuching on the bed made it up and looked in Sui's direction, his face changing. In the end, Su Yuching sighed and still lay down. Thinking of tomorrow's eels, he was a little happy, a little yearning, and a little worried. This Siko, he doesn't know what kind of madness he has gone through, but he has actually changed so much. He actually dared to hit me. Mom doesn't care anymore, and Grandma doesn't care anymore. The more Su Yuching thought about it, the more sad he became, and actually cried in a low voice. Sui vaguely heard a cry and thought he was dreaming. After listening to it for a long time, only then did he realize in a daze that it was Su Yuching crying. Do not need to think all know Su Yuching how, from childhood to be spoiled, this suddenly being disciplined, certainly feel aggrieved. But even more aggrieved, Sui also have to continue to discipline. This is not only good for Suhi, but also good for Su Yuching. What Sui said to Yi Chuanqiu earlier was not a lie. If you really continue to be spoiled like this, when the two families grow old in the future, will they still be able to spoil Su Yuching? As for the several siblings, after all, they would still have to start their own families. Even if the relationship is good, there is always no such thing as raising this younger brother. What does this look like? Moreover, if Su Yuching learns to be bad, and steals or robs or gambles in the future, how can they manage it? This day, relying on heaven and earth is not as good as relying on oneself. He is a brother, can support, but cannot be raised in vain. Thinking this way, Suhi went back to sleep. Over there, Su Rong vaguely heard Su Yuching's crying, and sighed inwardly, I myself am also aggrieved, let alone you. Chapter 44 Briefing News. On the second morning, Suhi got up early in the morning. He didn't know if it was because of his biological clock, but he woke up much earlier than in his previous life. In his previous life, Suhi also liked to take a nap or something when he was free. As a result, now there was no alarm clock, yet he couldn't sleep early in the morning. It's also possible that there's pressure because of the family's affairs, all of which are pressed on the shoulders. There is pressure, and then there is motivation. When Sui came out, he saw that in the yard, those loaches and eels were crawling all over the ground. This is what Su Rong knocked over last night, and the night was too dark to see too clearly. Plus the oil lamp was dim, and the oil was precious, so he planned to get it again this morning. Having just packed up the eels and loaches on the ground, Sui was just about to go get some breakfast, get some eels and loaches out, and make it. Grandma came over and shouted, Is Siko up? If you're up, come and eat. Before Sui could move, the little pumpkin behind him ran over. Grandma, there's still a nest. Grandma laughed, good, little pumpkin come over too. As for the others, the two sisters and Su Yuching, they were all still sleeping like dead pigs. This is not like rural people who don't come out to work early in the morning. While walking, Grandma also said, those cabbages in your house, I watered them, so you don't have to worry. In order for these cabbages to grow, they have to be given enough water every day, or else it will be hard to grow them. Grandma, this is what I caught last night. You'll make it later at noon and give it to second sister and the girls to make up for it, and you, and my grandpa too. Sui wasn't a stingy person, and took a bowl of loach and eel out and brought it to the kitchen for Grandma. Grandma opened her mouth, seemed to want to say something, but in the end said nothing. The congee cooked by Grandma was thicker, at least the rice grains in it, much more than Su's. Su Zhaohua, the person himself, also likes to drink thinner congee. Of course the fact that the family doesn't have that much rice is also a reason. Grandma fried a bowl of fragrant cabbage leaves, in addition to a plate of cabbage stalks. The stalks of this cabbage, with a little chili pepper, fried, it is really the best dish with thin rice. Sui drank 2 consecutive bowls before he was considered full. Grandpa came back from outside, so he went over and asked in a low voice, "Is there any progress on the side of Bureauhe?" Grandpa shook his head, "No. Yesterday, Gangzi's uncle didn't come back at all, and the guy with the 3 hands didn't make a move either." Sui lowered his voice and said, "I went to catch eels last night and came back, and heard a noise behind the kitchen of Gangzi's grandmother's house. I went over to look, and there's a hole behind the kitchen of Gangzi's grandmother's house that's just blocked by firewood." Yi Jinhan froze and came to a realization. No wonder a group of people squatted and ended up finding nothing at all. There was also a police officer who actually suspected that what Sui said didn't help at all. They squatted all night without sleeping and were a bit grumpy. Sui continued, "I followed them and went to that small depression. It's the one that ninth uncle took us to, they're all over there." Yi Jinhan was shocked. "You went with them?" Because of the shock, his voice was a bit louder. This attracted the attraction of Sun Meixiang and Little Pumpkin, who were drinking kanji. Without waiting for Sun Meixiang to ask, Yi Jinhan waved his hand, signaling her not to ask. Sui whispered, "I was far away, they had a light on at night, and I was following that light over from a distance. They didn't notice me." Even if they didn't find out, Yi Jinhan was still worried. Sui added, "I listened to their words, as if this thing was started by someone called Brother Biao." Yi Jinhan took a deep breath as he asked back, "Is it really Brother Biao?" Sui touched his head, "I'm not sure, it could be a cousin?" "Of course, I think I should have heard it right, it's that Brother Biao? Is Brother Biao very powerful?" Yi Jinhan paced back and forth for a few steps and came back. "You should not get involved in this matter anymore. That Brother Biao is very fierce, he is known in the city as a cattle thief, and he has failed to be caught in several arrests. He has several lives on his hands." Sui nodded his head, also a little scared. Where had he encountered these? In his previous life, even if there was some saber rattling in the workplace, at most, he was just dismissed. As for killing people, that was something he really hadn't encountered. Ordinary people who had faced such things. "Okay, I don't care behind me." Sui said, "I didn't intend to care either. If 3 hands and Uncle Gangzi were arrested, the people from those 2 families, they must have a problem with me as well. Grandpa, you talk to Bureauhe and erase all traces of me in this matter. Don't say anything about it." The matter was a bit late, and those police officers brought in by Bureauhe, I'm afraid they already know about it. But as long as it doesn't spread to the village later, then it's fine. Yi Jinhan nodded. Surprisingly, he didn't even have time to eat his meal before going out again. Sun Meixiang muttered, "What is it, so urgent? At least eat before going out." At this time, Su Rong and Su Rui also got up. There was no food in the house, and the 2 of them didn't know how to cook. At this time, they smelled the fragrance and came over. Sun Meixiang's craftsmanship is really good, even if there is not much oil, but also the 2 bowls of vegetables fried fragrant. So he went to get a bowl of thin rice for Blackie to eat, Blackie's side, so he also prepared corn flour and soybean flour. After serving Hei Xing and Hei Zi, Sui just came back. Su Rong licked her smile and said, "Sikoi, can I keep a bowl of eel at home for the eel you caught yesterday?" Just by looking at her, she knew she was craving it. Sui said, "I left a bowl for Grandma." After a pause, Sui added, "Besides, if I leave it at home, you won't be able to cook it. If you can't stir fry, you guys won't be able to clean up the eels, right?" Su Rui at least could still wash clothes. Su Rong really didn't touch the spring water. She can't wash clothes, and she can't even wash dishes. She can't wash clothes, she can't even wash dishes, and she can't even earn work credits, not to mention. This person has never been on the ground. In the countryside, that's impossible. Whose daughter doesn't do any housework? It's possible to have a son. These days, you have to have a son to carry on the family name. There are baby sons and grandchildren, but baby daughters are the only ones. At least the village is like this. Su Rong gave a sarcastic laugh. "It's not like I haven't done it before." Sui gave her a look. For Su Rong to learn how to do housework, Sui did not do anything hopeful. Probably clumsily and hurt herself. As long as this person stops being selfish and only cares about herself, so he will burn a lot of incense. Su Rui didn't say anything, never followed behind. At this time, when she heard that there were eels at her grandmother's house, she also gave a small cheer. It looks like this is not going to go back to cook. Well, this person can't cook either. Su family will cook, is Yi Chuanxiu, then is the eldest sister Su Mei, that is a child in the old river village side was forced out. Then there's Su He. Other than these 3, none of the others can cook. It was also unknown how this family survived. Chapter 45 Little 9 Yi Jichin. A group of policemen eat at the team. People are coming down to the village to solve the trouble. Big Grandpa must have to let people eat enough. At this point, the team still has some food. Originally, every year, when which family is really short of food, it will be lent to whichever family to get through the difficult times. In the past years, it was mostly the 2 families, Gangzi's grandmother's family and Yi Sanuan. This is really the village's oldest problem. 2 policemen brought a bowl of porridge next to eat, mouth a little complain. I thought that whose opinion some use, the result of guarding a night, nothing. It's also normal, milky yellow brats, what can they do? Yi Jinhan happened to walk over, and when he heard this comment, he immediately became crooked with anger. Although he was serious, he only wanted the children in the family to do well. But when the children in the family were doing well, and people were still evaluating their grandchildren like this, he was furious at that moment. Still in his heart, he thought that it was better for his grandson not to spread this matter, or else he would be more or less pointed out in the village in the future. Yi Jinhan also understands that the grandson's family is, after all, moved from the old river village across the river. Although the village is a relative of the corner, but there are many people do not like. The village is so many points of land, you get some more, people will be less. Or they are a few old brothers pressed, or else they could not pass that year. Past in big brother said hello. Yi Jinhan saw Hiburo also stood aside eating porridge. Yi Jinhan walked over, and Hiburo greeted him. Unlike those subordinates, Hiburo really felt that Sui's words made sense. It was just that this why didn't he see it, it seemed a bit fishy. Yi Jinhan came over, and Hiburo didn't expect to bring a surprise. Yi Jinhan whispered, yesterday, Siko he went to the field to catch eels, and on his way back, he passed behind Gangzi's grandmother's house, and saw 3 hands and Uncle Gangzi taking food out of a hole behind the kitchen. What? Hiburo's voice was loud, and his movements were a little too big. The porridge in his hand spilled out some, splashing in his hand, scalding Hiburo almost didn't throw the bowl out. A few policemen immediately got up. What's wrong? Hiburo waved his hand, nothing, just didn't hold his hand steady. After dealing with his subordinates, Hiburo asked in a low voice, can you see clearly? My people didn't see anything all night. Yi Jinhan said, your subordinates are only staring at the front, what can they see? However, Yi Jinhan did not say it directly, but said, there is a hole behind the kitchen of Gangzi's grandmother's house, which was blocked by firewood. Those two were moving firewood and entering and exiting from the back. Now, where did Hiburo have the heart to eat? Immediately, he put down his bowl and was going to look for Sui. Where is your grandson, Hisiko? Yi Jinhan slapped his head and said, there's something I'd like to ask you. He waved his hand, you say it. As long as I can do it, I'll promise you. But for now, it's better to find Hisiki first. He should have new information, why hasn't he come over to me directly? Yi Jinhan looked around and whispered, that. This matter concerns 2 families in our village after all. My grandson's family moved here from Old River Village, and there were already people in the village who had opinions about them, so if they know that this matter has something to do with my grandson, it won't be easy for them to gain a foothold in the village in the future. Hiburo slapped his head, this matter, he knew. Rural people, the concept of clan is relatively strong. If it wasn't about more than 30 cows, the late rice planting in Nanju village, and the livelihood of a village, he probably wouldn't have called the police this time. When he thought of this, he thought of the fact that he had a quick mouth and gave out the source of the information. These few of his own men also have no sense of confidentiality, have already set out. He was a little embarrassed. Yi Jinhan did not care, this kind of public person, what else could he say? Yi Jinhan said, Hisiki followed them last night and knows where they landed. Hiburo thought about it and said, let's just let Hisiki lead the way, I'll tell my people to shut up and won't say anything. Yi Jinhan shook his head, but this matter had to be resolved. If Sui didn't go to lead the way, he would have to find someone else to do so. Otherwise, these 30-odd cows, if you don't get them back, what will happen to the village's double robberies? After the rice harvest, the land will be reclaimed for late rice planting. At this time waits for no one. Yi Jinhan brightened up, otherwise, I'll find someone for you, he. This person is much more powerful than Hisiki, and can give you a hand if you encounter those people resisting. Hiburo also nodded his head in a hurry, these cattle thieves, that really dared to use their knives. Even, there are some clay guns, that loose bullets hit out, can't kill people, but also can seriously injure people. Who is it? Yi Jinhan had just finished speaking, but he actually regretted a bit. He looked around and said, it's Xiaojiu. The famous slacker in our village, in this way, you may not be able to talk to him, I'll ask my big brother to find him. There aren't many people in this village who can cure him, my big brother is still good at talking. At the same time, Yi Jinhan was still thinking in his heart, Nanju village 3 lazy. The other 2 thieves and gropers, this lazy, but does not do bad things. It is less than no money, that is really will not move. The village's work is also very little out, if it is not the big brother of his parents' love, support him a little food every year, I'm afraid it would have starved to death. Really, I've seen lazy, I've never seen such a lazy. With this in mind, Yi Jinhan came next to Yi Jinming and told him everything. He also said, big brother, you also know that some people in the village have some opinions about Sikoi's family. For this matter, just don't tell others that Sikoi did it? Yi Jinming hadn't cared, but when Yi Jinhan said this, he nodded, I know. Sikoi did this for a good cause. If Sikoi hadn't done this, I'm afraid our village wouldn't be able to cook next year. I won't say anything. Then Hiburo came over, and Yi Jinming took Hiburo over. This family, how can I put it, was really so poor that they didn't know how to describe it. Hiburo was a little strange in his heart, although the state did not allow one to do business. But some skills, their own hunting or not, or get something, can be exchanged for a lot of good things. This family, I am afraid that it is so poor that even the rats refuse to patronize it, right? He bureau's performance, there is nothing to hide. Yi Jinming looked in his eyes, a little embarrassed. This child is not small, just a little lazy. Jichin. Quickly come out, looking for you for something. Yi Jinming shouted, but no one answered for half a day. He asked, is no one home? Yi Jinming was furious, definitely at home. With that, Yi Jinming shouted inside, Yi Jichin, I'll give you 3 counts, if you don't come out again, I'll let someone pick 2 quarts of dung for you. This time, inside finally came the sound, the door was creaked open. Inside walked out a youth who looked a bit scruffy. Uncle, what are you doing? I didn't come out here. Chapter 46, First Transaction, $4,000. Sui didn't know these things that happened in Nanju village. At this time, he rode the Black Star and had already passed through Yuan River, heading towards the city. Speaking of which, Nanju village was sandwiched by 2 rivers, but none of these 2 rivers were named after Nanju village. It didn't even have a single relationship with the Yi family of Nanju village. The one near this side of Rulin village was called Yuan River, because there was a big village upstream called Yuan Family Village. The other one over there is the Old River. The Su family's original Old River village was named because of this. Thinking of the little pumpkin dying to come over just now, Sui was also in tears. Only by promising a lot of benefits did he let the little pumpkin stay. But also took a few milk candies to the little pumpkin. The little pumpkin was easily satisfied. Only because today, he was going to go and trade with Lu Jianrun, which was still unknown if there was any danger. How could Sui bring his sister along? In the future, after getting acquainted, he won't take little pumpkin with him either. Little children, the heart is still a little pure good. Although this in Pigeon City business, is also forced to do things. But in the end the current policy is somewhat contrary, small pumpkin or do not know good. She is still small, just enjoy life. All the difficulties, naturally have him as an older brother. As for Su Yucheng? This kid, after enjoying himself for so many years, it's time for him to suffer a bit. Rushing to the woods near the military hospital, Sui also took out his night vision infrared meter out and looked around. There was no one. Only then did Sui carry out all the things he had prepared. 50 bags of rice, all 100 pounds a bag. This was 5,000 pounds of rice, not a small amount. The other white flour also took 50 bags, which was another 5,000 pounds. For the first transaction, that's all there is. This is? Sui realized that he had brought that bucket of eels and loaches as well. He had wanted to put it away. Who knew that at this time, someone happened to come over. This brother, you've already arrived? The person who came was none other than Lu Jianrun, who had brought quite a few people with him. Not bringing people definitely wouldn't work, Sui didn't know the other party's situation, and the other party was also afraid of Sui's side. Therefore, Sui had iron rods in his carry-on warehouse. If there was really trouble, then he would find a place and take out the iron rods. Of course, at first, it must be running. Only if you can't run, will you turn back and fight? Looking at the 100 bags on the ground, what was inside, Lu Jianrun could see it at a glance. The traces of that rice, and those flowers, were all visible. Well, what is this brother's name? I forgot to ask yesterday. LV Jianrun was obviously very talkative, directly speaking first to open the topic. Sui said, just call me Sikohi. Naturally, he wouldn't say his full name. LV Jianrun obviously knew this and didn't care. Okay. Let's walk and see. You'll know the character of my LV Jianrun after more transactions in the future. Sui responded with a few words on the surface, yes. Big brother LV's name is definitely very loud. Being able to manage a black market, how could one not have some background? Other than that, to cope with the investigation from above, this was the background. Without saying anything, this LV Jianrun's explicit identity was definitely not low. Even, this Lu Jianrun's name is fake. Regardless of all these, LV Jianrun said, it's okay for me to check the goods first, right? Seeing Sui nodding, LV Jianrun let someone go to check. Naturally someone went to open the bag to check. It was the bald man from yesterday, looking very imposing. Don't say, with such a person guarding the door, ordinary people don't dare to blow up the prick. On this side, Lu Jianrun again saw a bucket beside Sui, saw that inside were eels and loaches, and came to be interested. Yo, there's some eels here. Sui nodded, I went to the field last night to clip them. Lu Jianrun turned it over a bit, and turned out a snake, and gave a shock at that time. Over there, Baldy also rushed over. Boss, how is it? Is it alright? Sui was a bit embarrassed, that, when I was pinching eels yesterday, this earth snake came out and I killed it. Originally, I wanted to give it to my 9th uncle for a while before eating it. Who knew I'd bring it here today? He was telling the truth, but Lu Jianrun didn't quite believe it. I'm afraid that this person was used as a defense against him. If he made any movement, I'm afraid the snake would be thrown towards him. Of course, dead snakes weren't harmful, but buying some time was still possible. These days, even men are rarely afraid of snakes. But the trading partner had a bit of brains, and he didn't mind. This kid looked like he still had the goods. In the future, if he can have a stable transaction, his black market can also be opened steadily. Seeing that it was really fine, the bald man didn't say much. Lu Jianran then asked, "How is it?" Baldhead said, "Boss, they are all good goods, I haven't seen such good goods before." LV Jianran was a bit surprised. "Oh? I'll take a look too. Yesterday, those cornmeal could tell that this person called Hiseki had good goods in his hands. I didn't expect that the bald head would say, good goods that he hadn't even seen before." Lu Jianran came over and opened a bag, inside was rice. "Haven't seen this kind of rice before, long, very full, and very white. This year's rice, after everyone grinds the rice, they all carry some chaff with them. This bag of rice, however, is very clean, and looking at it gives people an appetite." Sui introduced to, "This is the silk seedling rice grain white crystal, rich in oil. Cooked out, the rice has a rich aroma, soft and delicious. Brother Lu, take it back and try cooking it once and you'll know." Lu Jianran went to look at the flour again, and it was the same, white and tender. Lu Jianran pondered for a while and made a bold decision. "Okay. You can notify me of any future shipments, I'll pay a high price. These rice noodles, I'll offer 40 cents a caddy. How much do you have here?" Sui said, 100 pounds per bag, all standard. Lu Jianran nodded and said to the bald man, "Give him $4,000. The bald man hesitated for a moment, but still did what Lu Jianran said and took out $4,000. Sui took it and quickly counted it. "Not bad, 4,000 whole dollars, that's right." Sui nodded his head and added, "The eels in this bucket, count it as a hitchhiker's gift to you. But you'll have to get your own containers for it. You know, nowadays, you need a ticket to buy something. You can't buy anything with money alone." "That's fine." Lu Jianran laughed and added, "But if you want to buy something, tell me directly. Don't want your ticket, I'll buy it back for you." Sui looked at LV Jianran with some surprise, but LV Jianran just laughed and didn't say anything. The first transaction was still considered satisfactory for both parties. Sui nodded, "Then next time I have something I want, I will definitely ask Big Brother Lu." Saying that, the things in the bucket had been picked up by that bald guy looking for something. That snakeball didn't want it, so he took it over and still put it in the bucket. "Actually handled well, this is very tasty. Next time there is a chance to treat you. Then it's a deal." Chapter 47. Two sisters, there are eels today. After that, Lu Jianran gave a call and said to Sui, "In the future, if you have any good stuff, you can look for me. Whether it's grain, or something else, and this, eels, or wildlife or something like that, I'll take it all." Sui took the note and glanced at the phone number on it. With this phone number, it would be good to check LV Jianran's identity. However, since people dared to give it, they were not afraid of Sui to check it. After talking some more, Sui and took a packet of spices out from the warehouse and threw it to LV Jianran. "This is the spice, that loach fry, put water and this spice to cook. The flavor is still good, in the future there is an opportunity, this thing can also be traded." Lu Jianran was stunned, but didn't care. The spice was just a spice, nothing of much value. After that, Sui pulled out a handful of milk candies. "This is also one of the goods I can provide. You guys take a look, if it's okay, I'll bring some over next time." Lu Jianran saw that the milk candies were white and cute, and casually took them, but that bald guy directly took one, opened it and ate it. It's really good. This candy is sweet, and it's not hard." I didn't see that this bald head was actually a fan of milk candy. With this appearance, if you put it out directly, you can go and ward off evil spirits. Who knew, picking up milk candy and eating it non-stop. "Boss, buy more, if you can't sell it, I can even cover it." Lu Jianran cried blindly, "Alright, you restrain yourself. If you're like this, will you still be able to hold down the Pigeon City side next time?" The bald head quickly said, "Over there, I definitely won't eat." So he could see that this bald head might only be a little bit ugly on the outside, making people afraid. In fact, the original character might even be more pleasing, but none of this had anything to do with him. After saying a few words, Sui excused himself and left. Looking at Sui's back, Baldhead asked, "Boss, we're just going to let him go?" Lu Jianran rolled his eyes. "We are in business, not robbing houses. What's the point of keeping someone after the sale is over?" Besides, Lu Jianran could also see that after this deal was done, the next deal would be even bigger. It was possible to do business peacefully and not think about all the has-beens. The bald head owed and added, "But it's also evil. We have people in Yuanjia village, but we didn't even see how he transported these things in." Lu Jianran shook his head. "Forget it, it looks like this teenager isn't an ordinary person either. Doing business with him, just settle down." The bald man nodded his head and added, "But boss, you're giving too high a price, aren't you?" LV Jianran rolled his eyes. "Do you know that 1,000 gold is worth a horse's bones? Forget it, you illiterate, you definitely don't know. But his goods are also high-grade goods, which can be rare down there. These things, don't look at me, $2 a caddy to buy, turn back to double the sale is not difficult. Besides, haven't asked for food stamps yet, $2 a caddy, not a high price. My goodness." The bald man exclaimed, "This kind of rice, selling for $4 a caddy? Really can't afford to eat it." Lu Jianran was really speechless with this subordinate. There are many rich people, as long as the stuff is good, what price can't be sold? Forget about it, you simple goods, eating this rice is no different from eating rice at home. The bald guy touched his head, as long as I can eat, I'll be fine. Over here, although Suhi didn't know what Lu Jianran was thinking, he roughly guessed it. Finding a remote place, he dodged into the portable warehouse. A cow's head stretched out right in front of him, and Suhi also felt that if he didn't have a big heart, I was afraid that he would be scared to death. Appeased Black Star, Black Sun did not bring it out, so it will be at home to guard the house. To the Black Star got a pot of soybean meal and cornmeal, eat a lot, in order to grow up is not it? He thought to himself, Lu Jianran doesn't seem to be a good person, but he doesn't seem to have any bad thoughts. Well, that, too, may have something to do with the fact that he doesn't know about me. The unknown will always be more cautious. Of course there would be some more reckless people who might just go straight for it. But the reason why Suhi traded with LV Jianran was also because he could see that LV Jianran, as a person, was more cautious. This kind of person would not make a random move until he was sure. The other party had obviously passed the most primitive period of capital accumulation, so at this time, the eating was slightly better. In this way, Suhi traded with the other party and was also slightly more assured. To the preservation warehouse, will be left some eels and loaches out, dealt with some. The processing of eels and loaches is still relatively troublesome, but for Suhi, it is not a difficult task. In his previous life, Suhi loved to cook food, and knew how to deal with a lot of troublesome things. In this lifetime, Suhi went up the mountain and down the river. Wild animals and fish, eels and other things, were often handled. When there was really no way out, he even ate grasshoppers and robins. Combining the two, it really wasn't hard for Suhi to handle these. He made an eel loach casserole, which was to take a ceramic pot, fry it first, and then simmer it with yellow wine. During the period, put peppercorns, star anise, and other spices, simmer for half an hour. After the juice is collected, it is a fragrant dish color. Oil did not put more, but compared to this time to fry vegetables or only with a wet cloth to wipe a circle, Suhi this point of oil is a lot. Suhi thought, it's time to think of a way to get some oil. He had plenty of oil in his portable storage, and could recover in a day. But he had no way to take it out, just like those rice and noodles, without trading with Lu Jianran, it was useless for him to keep it. Eating it by himself, he couldn't finish it for a long time. Well, go back and ask Grandpa to take a look. Suhi thought and suddenly remembered, it seems like in Grandpa's study, there are quite a few medical books. I went there when I was a kid before, but then I wasn't interested anymore, so I didn't go there again. If Su Zhaohua's body really deteriorates, I have to be prepared. There were quite a few anti-inflammatory medicines in his carry-on storehouse, and Suhi also had some recognition. Anti-inflammatory medicines were, roughly, a few kinds. The first, and the earliest, was the penicillin type. The most commonly used is amoxicillin. This kind, he had a lot of it in his preservation warehouse. There is also the second kind, which is the cephalosporin. This kind, he also bought quite a few. There were several other kinds, including ofloxacin, Suhi bought them all. However, Suhi didn't know what was more reliable to use, so he would have to try it when the time came. Well, go to the hospital first. If it goes well, there's no need to think about it so much. If there were no accidents, Suhi didn't want to get himself into an accident. But if there was really no way, he was going to try. He couldn't just watch Su Zhaohua pass away because his condition worsened. It was just that the 2 days of procrastination still made the condition deteriorate a bit. This matter is all because of money. Su Zhaohua refused to spend money. Also, the family is poor, not willing to spend money is also natural. He made a pot of rice and cooked some porridge. Considering Su Zhaohua's body, he may not be able to eat the rice, it is better to cook some porridge. But he also got some lean meat in it to add some nutrition. Carrying vegetables in his left hand and rice in his right hand, so he walked into the military hospital. The nurses on duty were still the same too, and it was not known whether the duty nurses in the military hospital were fixed, or it was their turn again. Two sisters, there are eels today, will you have some? Chapter 48, Reclining Chair. The two nurses had eaten Sui's halibut a few times and had gotten acquainted. Hearing Sui's words, the round-faced nurse was the first to respond, come and chuck some for me. It just so happens that I just hit the rice, I haven't eaten yet. The other nurse thought about it and didn't say anything. Suhi opened the box, and when the two saw the eel and loach, they both salivated with gluttony. But the two nurses were also quite qualified, only one person clamped 2 or 3, and then did not clamp more. It's not much meat in anyone's house, if they eat more, won't they eat less? Seeing this, Suhi also smiled, clip a little more. On our side, we have a lot of this stuff. If you two sisters like it, I'll go back and clip some more at night. Listening to Suhi's persuasion, the two nurses added 2 more, and refused to add more. Suhi didn't try to persuade them any further, and carried the stuff towards Su Zhaohua's hospital room. Opened the door, the first to see, but not Big Sister and Yi Chuanxiu, but an unknown person. Suhi nodded, entered the door, and saw that the bed next to him was also occupied. It was thought that it was also here to see the doctor. Suhi couldn't do anything about it, he couldn't make other hospitals not allow people to be admitted in, could he? But those who can come to the military hospital, I think they also have some military background. Siko-hee, you're here? Sume saw Suhi first. Ichwanchio was on the side, leaning against that bed, apparently asleep. Probably didn't rest well last night. How can you rest well when you have to take care of a patient? Suhi put things on the nightstand, asked Sume, how is our father? Sume's face did not look too good. I don't see any progress. This high fever won't go down. I'm afraid that even if he gets better, our dad's brain will be fried. Suhi also frowned, feeling that the thing that he thought about before in his head, he would have to go back and try it. Ichwanchio also woke up, so he closed his mouth, this time, in front of Ichwanchio's face. Do not ask. A little expression could make Ichwanchio collapse. Mom, I went to clip eels yesterday, so I cooked some for you and big sister to eat. Also, I cooked some lean meat porridge. When dad wakes up later, you give him some. Ichwanchio nodded her head. Her eyes were red. Not only did she not sleep well, but it looked like she had also cried. There was no way, for a woman, isn't a man the sky? Now that the sky has collapsed, she is definitely sad and also a little apprehensive. Ichwanchio smothered his head, got some rice, saw that it was eel, some surprise. But think of Sue, he was originally very good at going up the mountain and down the river. Get some eels, in the village is not difficult. However, Ichwanchio still said with concern, go to clip eels at night, be careful of snakes. If this was before, Ichwanchio would have ignored it. This has grown quite a bit. Sume also slapped her forehead. I forgot to instruct you about this. Suhi waved his hand. It's fine, I can react. However, he didn't say anything about the snake he encountered yesterday. This is not a rare thing in the village. Sometimes when planting rice seedlings, you can get snakes. At this time of the year, there were no pesticides, no pollution, and all kinds of animals were quite abundant. Not only snakes, but also other things. Other than that, there are a lot of frogs. Suhi thought a lot, and a lot of things about the development of the village. Suhi also thought a lot. But none of them were very practical. He was a brat, and the adults in the village couldn't trust him, thinking that he had no hair on his lips and couldn't do anything right. And once he does something, it's okay if he succeeds, but if he fails, I'm afraid that there won't be many people who will believe in him in the future. Watching the two people eat, Suhi thought about it. There is no more bed here. Two people sleeping at night is a problem. Even if one person has to be awake to take care of Su Zhaohua, there is another person who needs to take a rest. Lying on the windowsill is not a good thing. It's a hot day, but it's also cool at night. Thinking about it, Suhi went out for a trip. He planned to ask Lu Jianrun if he could get a portable bed. He had one in his carry-on warehouse, but that one was too advanced. If he put it out now, wouldn't it make people suspicious? As he walked to the front desk, the round-faced nurse asked, Siko-hee, are you planning to leave here? Suhi said, no. I want to go and see if I can borrow one of those mobile beds. It turns out that in that ward, there is another patient. There is no bed. My mom and my big sister have no place to sleep at night. The round-faced nurse laughed. I thought it was something. Our hospital has one of those recliners where one person lies down. If you don't mind, I can borrow one for you. This was the benefit of having an acquaintance. A few times of halibut and eel didn't go in vain. Suhi smiled and said, then I'll trouble sister more. The round-faced nurse waved her hand. It's fine, you gave me meat twice more and everything. Let me tell you, I haven't eaten meat for a long time. Suhi waved his hand. This is nothing. I'll go back this afternoon and take a look up the mountain and bring it to my sister tomorrow. The round-faced nurse was also happy. Then it's a deal. Let's go, sister will go borrow a recliner for you. Suhi followed the round-faced nurse to the storehouse and borrowed a recliner. It was still covered in ash and didn't look like it was commonly used. Of course, people can't just borrow it if they are individuals. The round-faced nurse said, it's a bit dusty. I'll get you a cloth to wipe it. Suhi nodded and brought the cloth over, scrubbing it. Suhi thanked and left. Carrying a recliner in, Sume asked, where did you get this? Suhi said, I invited the nurse sister to eat meat twice, and they took the initiative to lend it to us. You guys can't lie on that windowsill at night. The little pumpkin is okay to lie down. Your words are too narrow. At night you and mom take care of dad, but also take turns resting. Don't dad as well, you two are sick again. Sume nodded her head, her heart warmed with warmth. Ichwanchio didn't say anything, but also nodded. After sitting for a while, Suhi said, I'll go to the payment office and ask, if there's no money left, I'll pay some more. Then I will go back. Today I went. Well, over there is good news. I'll go back and get more stuff over there. Originally wanted to say Pigeon City, but there is more people in this house, so he is not good to say anything more. Ichwanchio also know that Pigeon City thing had to not let too many people know. Just instructed, be careful. Suhi nodded, his heart was still somewhat comforted. Walking out of the hospital, Suhi said in his heart, after all, the family is not too much, this is still essentially good. After that one outbreak, several people in the family are starting to change. As long as we persist, the family can always be transformed. However, Suhi thought of the most headache-inducing hairy child in the family, Su Yucheng. A long way to go, more effort is needed. If it doesn't work, then beat it a few more times. Isn't it said that filial sons come out from under the stick? I'll beat you a few times on behalf of mom and dad, you can always be taught well. Then he laughed. Sui was just saying that, if he really wanted to beat you, it was impossible. Mom and dad wouldn't be able to pass that hurdle, at most, they would only spank a few times. Looks like it's still necessary to lure off. Material and spiritual rewards are both good. Chapter 49 Educating Su Yuching for the first time. When Sui rode the ox back, he happened to see Little Pumpkin and the girls at the village entrance. Well, there was also Su Yuching. This kid doesn't seem to have done anything good? Duo. Little Pumpkin cried and ran over. Sui hurriedly got off Black Star's back, picked up Little Pumpkin, and asked, "What's wrong?" Little Pumpkin cried and said, "5 Duo snatched my candy and even beat up Nest and Lon with them." Lon was a girl from the village, a playmate of Little Pumpkin. Needless to think, it must be Su Yuching the kid who saw Little Pumpkin having candy and couldn't hold back, so they grabbed it together. Well, Little Pumpkin was a generous one and must have shared his candy with Lon. After being robbed of the candy, Little Pumpkin and Lon were definitely unwilling, and Su Yuching must have used force. Sui looked over, and Su Yuching was instantly shaking. Then, probably feeling a bit abashed by this action, he forced himself to stand straight again. "I didn't hit anyone." See, using the most horizontal tone, saying the most wimpy words. Sui estimated that Su Yuching and the others wouldn't hit anyone, and probably just pushed. How could two little girls be a match for this kind of half-grown boy? Sui coldly glanced at him, went over and pulled a hand over, is a slap on the buttocks. They are smaller than you, and you grabbing candy is inherently wrong. Seeing Sui about to hit someone, those half-grown boys dispersed in a flurry. But they didn't run far, they were still watching from afar. Sui only slapped him once, then let go of Su Yuching. Then he picked Lon up and put the two little dudes together. Sui reached behind his back. Dang, look what I brought back? Little Pumpkin took a look, it was the most familiar great white rabbit milk candy. In the past 2 days, Sui had given her a lot of them, and this was the happiest day of her life. The corner of Su Yuching's mouth tugged, wanting to say something, but felt ashamed to say. He wanted to grab it, but he didn't dare to do so. Mom and Dad aren't home, and there's no one to back him up. I don't know how Isiko has changed, but he dares to beat him up. That hit just now really hurt. Little Pumpkin smiled and took the milk candy and distributed it to Lon. The little girl, with food, immediately stopped crying. Watching the two girls break into smiles, Sui also smiled. Such a simple smile, it was really rare. This era is one of the most innocent. A single candy can be exchanged for joy. Sui looked up and saw Su Yuching's flashing eyes, so he immediately said, "If you still dare to grab their candy, the next time it won't be a matter of a slap." After a pause, Sui saw Su Yuching wanting to explode, but did not dare to do so. It was still very cool. Of course, after a slap, it was natural to give a candy. Of course, if you help me work, I'll manage enough sugar in the future. Hula, all of a sudden, the group of brats who ran away all came back again. He-sae. Sui brother, can we do the same? The person who originally wanted to call He-sae-chan just like Su Yuching called out halfway, then came to a screeching halt. Only then did Sui's raised hand lower in satisfaction. "You bunch of brats, all of you, give me some manners. By the way, I'm collecting loaches and eels here, one for a candy." The group of boys immediately ran away. Loach and eel they will catch, rural children, the lack of food, are to get their own. The family refused to fry them in oil, so they tasted good when cooked directly, but not as good as sugar. Sugar in this era is also very expensive. A sugar for a loach or an eel, of course, is a good deal. Watching this group of people run away, Sui knew that the loaches in the field will suffer. As for the danger, there is no need to be afraid. This group of boys, which one is not a master of catching loaches? As for snakes, there is no need to be afraid. Generally speaking, snakes are actually afraid of people. Sui turned around, ready to leave. Behind him, Su Yuching opened his mouth and didn't know what to say. When Sui greeted Little Pumpkin and Lon, he was really ready to leave. Only then did Su Yuching stammered, "That, Hiseki. Brother, can I also?" Sui turned around and saw that Su Yuching's face was red as a monkey's butt. This person is not completely hopeless, his age is still young, there is still something to teach. Sui said, "You apologized to Little Pumpkin and Lon first, you robbed them, that's your fault. This, do you admit it?" Su Yuching also knew that he was wrong. In the end, he also went to school. Although it was still 3rd grade, the teachers had all taught what was right and what was wrong. It's just that when he was at home in the past, Mom and Dad spoiled him, and also raised Su Yuching's character of caring about everything. However, Sui's actions in the past few days also let Su Yuching know that he was no longer the Su Yuching who was spoiled by Mom and Dad. At least until Mom and Dad came back, it was like this. Blushing red, Su Yuching had the intention of not saying anything, but he wanted to eat candy. At this age, there are probably not many people who don't like to eat candy. Especially in this era of lack of supplies, Su Yuching wanted it even more. Otherwise, why would he come and grab his sister's candy? And it was candy that was stained with his sister's saliva. Su Yuching was actually complicated inside. He didn't know why everything in the house was his before. By now, Sui dared to beat him and things were not given to him? When Sui saw him hesitating, he laughed. Do you say it or not? If you don't say it, we'll go back to eating candy. On the word sugar, Sui emphatically aggravated with it. Sure enough, when he heard the sugar paper, Su Yuching couldn't help it, hesitated for a while, and finally didn't hold back. The temptation of sugar was too great. I'm sorry. The voice was as small as a mosquito, so he shook his head. What did you say? I didn't even hear the voice. Su Yuching's face immediately turned red, but the candy paper flung in Little Pumpkin's hand made Su Yuching lower his head once again. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have pushed you. He really did not intend to hit anyone, it was the Little Pumpkin that refused to let go, and Su Yuching pushed. Little kids? When they fell to the ground, they were naturally hit. Little Pumpkin smiled cheekily. I forgive you. After thinking about it, Little Pumpkin parted with a candy and handed it to Su Yuching. Duo, here you go. Suhi was very pleased, and felt that his eldest daughter was really good. Suhi was reborn, and raised the Little Pumpkin as his daughter. Su Yuching's face even more red, thought about it, still did not give up the sugar. After receiving the candy, Su Yuching turned around and ran. He is also a naughty character, usually play everything. Countryside children, even if they are spoiled by their family, what they should do, they will still do. Well, besides housework. Su Yuching also knew how to catch loaches, and his skills were pretty good. It was not as good as Suhi, because Suhi was a direct teacher from ninth uncle. Suhi shook his head and didn't care. To teach children, one should be reasonable, but one should also be enticed. Anyway, it's not a matter of a day or two, take your time, you can always teach them well. Suhi brought Little Pumpkin and Lon Lon, and together they walked towards the village. Go home, brother also brought you other food. Chapter 50, Canning, Cow Thief Caught. The two little girls cheered, and Little Pumpkin asked, Duo, what good chaws did you bring for the nest? Suhi laughed, go back and you'll know. The village entrance wasn't far from Sui's house, and they soon arrived. The Little Pumpkin couldn't wait to eat the delicious food, but Suhi said, I'll send the Black Star. First. Well, there is no need to send, that cowshed is also not closed, Black Star went over by himself. Suhi said to Black Star, I'll get you some delicious food later. Responding to Suhi, there was a cow moo from Black Star. Blackie also ran out, and Suhi laughed and scolded, how do you look at Little Pumpkin, and make her cry? Little Pumpkin quickly waved her hands, but didn't cry. Suhi smiled and didn't continue. Little children, they are quite facetious. Even though, it was a black dog. Entering the house, Little Pumpkin couldn't wait to look at Suhi. Suhi went into the kitchen and turned his hand to take a canned food out from the accompanying storage. Suhi found it yesterday when he went to the fresh storage, and didn't remember when he bought it. Anyway, it was kept fresh in the preservation warehouse and wouldn't go bad at all. Little Pumpkin has never seen this thing, canned this thing, in the 21st century is a commodity that not many people buy. Everyone eats fresh fruit, who still eats canned food? Well, there are still some people who buy it, otherwise, Suhi wouldn't be able to buy this stuff. But this thing, in this era, it was synonymous with high-grade gifts. Duo, what is this stuff? Little Pumpkin asked. Lon Lon also nodded her head, while also Mao have seen this. Suhi opened the can and brought over 2 more bowls, giving each person a portion. Suhi said, this is canned food. It's made from fruit, you guys eat it. The rest, I'll give it to grandparents. Grandpa and Grandma were very good to the Su family, there was no place to live, Grandpa even took out his own homestead. Grandpa also pleaded with a few cousins to allow the Su family to move the whole family to Nanju village, and also owed a lot of favors. When he had the opportunity, Suhi naturally wanted to be kind to Grandpa. Even though at that time, Suhi had not yet crossed over. But now that he inherited this body, he naturally inherited everything. There was food, and the Little Pumpkin was not sticky. Waving his hand, he signaled that Suhi could go. Suhi was dumbfounded, but it was still good that the Little Pumpkin was not protective of food and had filial piety towards his elders. Taking the canned food, he went through a door and arrived at Grandma's house. Grandma happened to be cutting hollowed-out vegetables. Suhi walked over. Grandma, is this preparation for making pickles? People in Nanju village would harvest the hollow cabbages in the summer and make pickles. When there were no vegetables in winter, they would take them out and eat them. In this Nanju village, the ones who were the best at making pickles were grandmother and mother Yi Chuanxiu. Yi Chuanxiu that is better than Blue, in previous years have done a lot. But this year, it looks like grandma will have to do it all. There weren't many supplies in the village, but there was still plenty of time. Grandmother looked up, nodded, and saw the canned goods in Sui's hand. Got it in the city, give grandma and grandpa a taste. Grandma shook her head, it's better to take it back to your dad, or to replenish your body. Sui said, I still have some there, I found a way. Grandma was a bit worried, will it be alright? Sui comforted, don't worry, it's fine. In fact, going out to do business is already allowed by the state. The third plenary session of the 11th Central Committee had already finished, and the tune of reform and opening up had also set sail. It was only that Province J was inland in principal Yanjing, so it wasn't as well informed as it could have been. Of course, this was also related to the fact that Nanju village itself was also relatively closed. Well, it also had to do with the fact that news did not spread quickly in this era. Grandmother waved her hand. I don't understand those. I'm just afraid of further repetitions. Sui didn't say much. This kind of worry was something that people in this era generally had in their hearts. But still, the country would not go backward again. Perhaps there are some places down below that will misinterpret the documents from above. But all these people, in the end, will be swept away by the tide of history and will no longer be able to stop the rise of the motherland. Right now, it's just a bit of the darkest hour before the dawn. Well, it's still better than some years ago. Sui didn't care what Grandma said, pulled Grandma inside and loaded Grandma up with some. Enough. Keep it for your siblings to eat. Sui said, it's okay. They all have it, but Grandma, you can't save it for Suyuchun. This kid has been spoiled by all of you. I'm planning to teach him properly these days. You guys don't want to disrupt my rhythm. Grandmother gave Sui a funny look and said, no. As for staying or not staying, it wasn't up to you? But under Sui's watchful eye, Grandma had to eat the can. It's sweet. There was a smile on her face and an even bigger smile in her heart. There was some noise outside. Sui was a bit strange, wondering what was going on at the time. Grandma, you eat it first, the rest is reserved for Grandpa, you can't give it to others. This other people, including Su Rong, there were also a few from the great-uncle's family. For those few cousins, Sui naturally had plans. This is for Grandpa, you can't give it to others. Just as he walked out the door, he saw a group of police officers pressuring a group of people to come out. There was a truck on this side, and it looked like Bureau he had captured all the people. But this is also delayed a little time all 5 or 6 hours. Bureau also saw Sui, nodded, but did not say anything. For Sui's scruples, Bureau knew, also warned the police officers below, they will not involve Sui in this case again. There were some people following behind, among them were Gangzi's grandmother, and Yi Sanawan's mom. They were all crying, and pleading with the police. They were just confused for a moment, they didn't mean for this to happen. Please let my son go. Next to them, there were Yi Sanhan's and Yi Jiming's family members, all of whom didn't look too good. This was the reason why Sui was not willing to let people know about his credit in this matter. Anyway, it was at most a reputation, and there was no substantial reward. On the contrary, Yi Sanhan's and Yi Jiming's family would definitely hold a grudge against themselves. Although one's own analysis had allowed the police to catch the cattle thieves, and those 30-odd cows had definitely been recovered. This was something that was favorable to Nanju village, but not everyone would remember Sui's credit. In Nanju village, where the clan is the most important one, many people will still remember Sui. This was the countryside, this was the clan. Unity was the reason why their group survived. In the back, Su Rong and Su Rui were also watching the fun, and it dawned on Sui that no wonder he didn't see the two of them at home. Chapter 51 Ye's Medical Scriptures, Milk Candy for Mudskipper. Come in with me. Sui still wanted to take a look. Grandpa came over with his hands behind his back, his face was still a little sad. Sui didn't know why, and followed Grandpa in. Grandma then said, Siko, he brought back the canned food and said he saved it for you. On Grandpa's face, a little smile rarely appeared. On weekdays, Grandpa was always very serious. When he smiled like this, Grandpa was also a handsome man. Well, the old handsome man now. Grandpa nodded and turned back to Sui. That Biao ran away. Sui was stunned, then thought of it, wasn't the boss of that cattle thief called Brother Biao? This person could pull together a team to steal cattle, so it was evident that it was not simple. Grandpa said with a grave face, luckily, I reminded Bureau he early on so that he wouldn't mention you. Sui nodded, but his face was still a bit gloomy. Bureau had already sold him out before, albeit unknowingly. Sui himself wasn't too afraid, he had a carry-on warehouse, if he couldn't, he would just hide inside, others couldn't reach him. Well, also have to be careful of being sneak attacked. This point, Sui was not particularly worried. He crossed over and realized that his body's agility had been improved. And it was also more perceptive to the surrounding situation. It was just the rest of the family that was a bit worried. Grandpa reminded Bureau he said that Biao has a few lives in his hands. Let you be careful, when you encounter Brother Biao, don't be tough. Sui nodded, I know. What skills I have myself, I know. But in his heart, Sui still thought, if it is possible, if he encounters Brother Biao, he still needs to try. Seems like I bought an airsoft gun before? Add a little bit of anesthetic, with a higher concentration, and when you encounter it, it's not like you don't have the ability to resist. Sui planned in his heart, and didn't say it, lest Grandpa worry. Turning around, Sui said, Grandpa, I'll go to the study to take a look. Grandpa was a bit surprised. In the past, Sui also liked to go to his study to take a look. But after growing up, he rarely went there. But it was also filled with books passed down from the past, so he wouldn't break them anyway, so let him go. Sui entered the study, which had several shelves of books. After that difficult period, there were actually so many books left behind. I have to say, the atmosphere of Nanju village itself is not bad, plus grandpa is an accountant, and several cousins are all in power in the village. This home, then, was less patronized by those red sleeves. This bookshelf, it won't be mahogany, right? The predecessor certainly did not care, but Sui seems, these bookshelves, looks, like mahogany. If they were mahogany, they would definitely be worth some money in some years. Well, when the time comes, it will be another bloody case of competition for the family property. Several uncles are good, but the aunt who married home is not so good. This, when grandpa was around, could still be suppressed. After all, is the brigade accountant, in the village, that is also a powerful figure. Besides, a few of the village's famous heads are grandpa's cousins. Auntie wouldn't dare to be too prickly. Otherwise, the Sui family couldn't have moved here back then. Not to look at the mahogany bookshelf, which is all left before. Sui turned over the basic pamphlets. There are basically still bamboo briefs. Sui was surprised. This thing looks like a long time ago. It won't be an antique, right? Yes, medical scriptures? Sui saw a few small seals on the bamboo slips. Of course they were ancient characters, not today's fonts. A feeling of antiquity rose. Sui briefly looked at it, or thanks to the fact that he had read a lot of various novels in his previous life, and had risen up a period of studying the Taoist scriptures, these small seal scripts were only able to be understood. It looks like the year of this bamboo slip is definitely not short. Yi clan, could it be that it used to be some very famous family as well? This small seal script had been passed down since the Qin dynasty. Sui also didn't know this thing, which dynasty it was from, and he didn't know anything about archaeology. If we do a carbon-14 test? Stop it, he didn't have this kind of machinery in his carry-on warehouse. Domestic probability at this time also did not do this. This test is still relatively high-end. Sui then laughed. Forget it, don't want to think about all that. For a long time, Sui only reacted when his grandmother shouted outside. Closing the bamboo slip, Sui laughed. Originally, I just wanted to come in to find an excuse. Who knows, this is actually looking mesmerized. I'll come out. Sui answered and carefully put the bamboo slips away. This study, in Sui's heart, the importance climbed rapidly. Originally, I only thought it was just a cover, but now it looks like the importance of the books in here is very high. Sui planned to come and look at it more often in the future. The medical scriptures on that bamboo slip, he read some of them, combined with his own self-taught so many medical techniques from his previous life when he was desperately ill and sought medical treatment. Although the reading was not very understandable, there were some touches. At least before, he planned to just muddle through. Now Sui realized that he could still get something out to cover it up. A little something. Sui packed up a bit before preparing to go out. But the things here were on Sui's mind. Not to take them away, but to learn them all. Bring a camera one day, take pictures of it all, then scan it into the computer and store it. It's only safer. As for these things being older and more precious, being antiques and such, Sui didn't care too much. A carry-on warehouse was worth countless. So what if it's an antique? Could it still be more precious than a carry-on warehouse? This point, Sui thought very clearly, will not be planted in the eye of the money. Coming out, Sui knew what it was without asking. The group of boys who went to catch loaches came back. Sui smiled, went to the kitchen to take a bucket over. A group of boys began to emerge, cannot wait to bring their own loach over. That look, is afraid that Sui's sugar is not enough, then they cannot get sugar to eat. Little Pumpkin ran over and guarded Sui's front. Sui laughed and said, in that case, you guys count the loaches. Then come to Little Pumpkin to get the candy. Although Little Pumpkin didn't read, he could already count up to 100. Sui went to the room and took a big bag of milk candies out, and only then did this group of little ones quiet down. The milk candy was in sufficient supply, so they didn't have to worry about it. This side, one by one to trade. Little Pumpkin's serious look made Sui couldn't help but laugh. Su Yuching on the side was also puzzled. Where could he hide such a big bag of milk candies in his room? How did Siko he hide it? How come I didn't notice it at all? Su Yuching's eyes rolled, turned around and went into the room, searched all over the room, and didn't find even a single wrapper of milk candy. When Sui saw this scene, he couldn't help but laugh. Su Yuching is still really stupid and cute. Chapter 52 Ninth Uncle, Roasted Chicken. A few hundred candies were spent out in exchange for roughly 30 pounds of loaches and eels. Among them, there were also some smaller ones, all of which were used by that group of hairy boys to mix up the quantity. Sui said on the spot, let's forget about it this time. Next time you bring such small ones over, you'll be disqualified from exchanging. Really can be exchanged for sugar. These hairy boys are also worried, smiled sarcastically and said that in the future will not. Only then did Sui let this group of brats go. Su Yuching also exchanged about 20 pieces of sugar. There was more than a kilogram. The eel was bigger and heavier. The loach was slightly smaller and lighter. Sui is considering, is not the loach 2 for 1, eel 1 for 1? Otherwise, this weight is not right, obviously will cause this group of boys in the future all take loach over. Nanju village hairy boys do not know, this only changed once, Sui this black-hearted businessman, thinking about how to exploit them. Thinking about it, Sui said to Su Yucheng, "You go in your group of young friends to say a word, in the future too small, cannot be brought again. If you bring it, I won't give it to you. And the loach should be exchanged 2 for 1 in the future, and the eel is still exchanged 1 for 1. Su Yucheng let out a miserable scream, feeling that in the future, the sugar will be changed down, some strain. He was also a bit thankful because today he brought more loaches than eels. When everyone was gone, Su Rong walked up and smiled sarcastically. With that look, Sui felt creeped out just by looking at him. Su Rui also followed behind, obviously also wanting to eat candy. These two sisters, without doing anything, they thought of relying on face to eat candy? Sui thought about it and took 2 out, 1 for each person. Su Rong pouted, "Only 1. Sui said, "You guys aren't doing anything, and you want to get candy for nothing?" Su Rong said, "But you can't let us go catch loaches and eels. That stuff is weirdly disgusting, and so similar to snakes, so scary." That was true, but that wasn't the reason why Su Rong and the girls didn't work for it. Sui said, "If you can't get the loaches and eels, then it's fine for you to go and touch the river snails or field snails. 1 caddy for 2. Well, 3 of them. The field snails actually took up a lot of weight. He thought 2 at first, but then thought about it, 2 was indeed a bit less. Su Rong still wanted to bargain, only 3 for a caddy? Sui rolled his eyes. Field snails take up weight, and the outer shells are not considered meat. It's not expensive in the first place. Besides, after paying back the money, you still have to pay for Dad's hospital bill and pay for your tuition. You've earned a lot." When Su Rong heard this, she was a bit embarrassed. Originally, she had planned to just go and have a little fun, and then mix 2 candies and forget about it. He had brought a little back, so he was too embarrassed not to give one, right? However, when she heard Sui say that it was for her father's hospital bill and her tuition fee, Su Rong was too embarrassed to quit. Su Rong is also embarrassed to quit, immediately pulled Su Rui out. "Su Rui, this little belly, never speak, there are benefits also absolutely cannot fall. But work, can also dry out a look. Pick up snails, this thing, is not difficult, the field a lot of this thing, the river is also a lot. You don't even have to go to the center of the river, there is a lot of shallow water near the river." Sui is not worried about the 2 sisters drowning, in fact. Rural girls often go to the river to swim. Seeing the 2 sisters leave, Sui thought about it and didn't go back to Grandpa's house to read. That matter is not urgent, anyway, the bamboo slips and books are there, after so many years, aren't they still there? Sui didn't know how Grandpa saved so many bamboo slips and books in that decade. But as long as it could be done before, it must be possible afterward as well. Sui thought about it, and took out that snake from the carry-on storage, and got some loaches and eels, and thought about it, and took out a roasted chicken. After that, wrapped a small bag of rice, carried the things and headed towards the other side of the village. The village was actually not that big, just over 100 households and a few hundred people. How big could the village be? But when he arrived at the door of the room he remembered, Sui frowned, but didn't care. Ninth uncle, ninth uncle. Yes, he came to find ninth uncle. In his memory, it was ninth uncle who taught Sui many skills. Such as scornwork, such as slingshot, such as the ability to go up the mountain and down the river to catch wild animals. Not long after, the door opened and ninth uncle came out with a bearded face. "Who is it? Oh, it's Siko he." Opening the door, Sui walked in. "A smell," he said with disgust. "Ninth uncle, can't you clean up a bit?" As far as I can remember, ninth uncle wasn't like this when I was a kid. The ninth uncle at that time was still quite good, otherwise, he would not have taught Sui those skills. When exactly did ninth uncle become like this? In the last few years, ninth uncle's name has been merged into the 3 sloths of Nanju village. The other 2 are Yi San Hans and Yi Jiming, who have just been arrested. Ninth uncle didn't care at all and said, "Alright, so much bull. What are you doing here looking for me?" Sui raised the roasted chicken in his hand and a snake, looking for Uncle Nine for a good meal. Sure enough, when he saw the roasted chicken, ninth uncle's eyes lit up, as well as the snake. Ninth uncle said, "Not bad, this earth snake tastes okay." He took it over. "This snake thing, there are too many parasites, if you don't handle it well and make it, you're just getting yourself into trouble." Ninth uncle went to deal with the snake, so Sui took out the tools from ninth uncle's house. In fact, it is a purple casserole. Looking at the pot is not dirty, so he knows, in fact, these should be nine uncle's camouflage. Think, also what happened. Sui took it out. There is a water well in the yard. This is one of the few wells in Nanju village. Sui fetched the water, cleaned it, and went to the side to get firewood and burned the fire. Ninth uncle then brought over the handled snake and threw it into the purple casserole pot. When the water boiled, ninth uncle took out quite a few more seasonings and put them in. These were ninth uncle's secret seasonings, made with herbs from the back of the mountain. Sui had seen it before, but he hadn't learned it yet. But Sui actually had some secret seasonings, but they were all in the carry-on storage. During the process of putting the seasoning, ninth uncle picked up the roasted chicken that Sui had taken the time to cut up and put it in his mouth. After turning it once, the bones were spat out and the meat on it was eaten cleanly. Uncle Nine's kung fu with this mouth was really impressive as well. Not bad, the flavor is okay. This roasted chicken was purchased by Soo-hee in his previous life. The quantity was not much, but since it could be restored, it was not little. It was made by an old restaurant near Soo-hee's house in his previous life. The flavor was naturally good. Soo-hee had tried to make it himself, and the flavor was close, but he couldn't learn how to do it. There must be a recipe in there, as well as the process of making it, the order of adding the seasonings, etc., all very secret recipes. Ninth uncle likes it, I'll bring it over next time. Ninth uncle pointed at Soo-hee, what do you kid have, just say it. What else is there to bend with me? Chapter 53 Unwelcome Guests. Soo-hee actually has a lot of things he wants to say, such as he wants to start his own business, and wants ninth uncle to help. But in the end, it only turned into a sentence, ninth uncle, it's not a solution for you to go on like this. Ninth uncle froze, and Soo-hee said, you always have to take care of yourself as well, and when the time comes, you will say a kiss and have a child in the future as well. Do you plan to stay alone like this? Ninth uncle shook his head, there's nothing wrong with being alone. One person lives, one person eats, and the whole family doesn't go hungry. There is also no need to think so hard about how to make money. Soo-hee didn't know what to say, so he could only say, always think about Grandpa Nine as well. Ninth uncle's father also ranked ninth in the village, seems to be the year that decade to go. For what? Soo-hee was somewhat not very familiar. He moved in his heart, was it because of this that led to ninth uncle's decadence? Speaking of his father, ninth uncle froze, but in the end, he still touched Soo-hee's head. At a young age, you're in charge of your ninth uncle me. Alright, I know my own matters, don't need you to care more. Soo-hee still wanted to speak. Ninth uncle said first, alright, this snake soup is ready to drink. I'll get you a bowl. Ninth uncle gave a bowl of snake soup. Soo-hee drank it, the flavor was really great. The snake meat was really tasty, but to handle it, it was too troublesome. And cooking was also troublesome. Not being a great chef, you usually didn't dare to move it. If one was not careful, one would eat something. Non-venomous snakes were fine, venomous snakes were troublesome. Even if it's a non-venomous snake, there are definitely a lot of parasites inside. It's like a puffer fish, handling it, it's not that easy. Soo-hee was a bit afraid in his previous life, but in his new life, he didn't have so many scruples. It is also Uncle Nine's good handiwork. After eating, Soo-hee left, and ninth uncle cleaned up himself. This purple casserole nine uncle is very concerned, not the same as other things at home. Soo-hee walks, still a little strange, do not know nine uncle in the end because of what has become so. Have the heart to ask, and do not know who to ask. But in the bottom of his heart, there is still some speculation. Soo-hee made up his mind, definitely want to help nine uncle out. People cannot be too decadent, always have to do something, always like this, people will be waste. Back home, no one. The second and third sisters are estimated to go to touch the snails, do not know how long they can last. Soo-yuching this kid got candy, I'm afraid to go and play with the little friends. As for little Pumpkin, he should have gone to play with Lon Lon. There were many children in the village, but Pumpkin's playmates were actually just those. The one who played well was Lon Lon. Soo-hee rested for a while and almost fell asleep. But all of a sudden, he was woken up by a voice. Soo-hee walked out and saw the second and third sisters each carrying a bucket with field snails inside. This was definitely a great effort, even if there were a lot of field snails, it wasn't that easy to touch so many. Quick, give the candy. Soo-rong said as she nonchalantly extended her hand. The money was what she was going to use, but the sugar couldn't be less. Soo-hee also didn't care, took a bag of sugar out, and directly threw it to her second sister. I'm also too lazy to weigh it, this bag is all for you. One bag, that's like 80, not less. Soo-rong also did not count, Soo-hee felt good, some progress. If it was before, it would definitely be unwilling. But also, this bag of milk candy, to go out and buy, it would cost a few dollars. These 2 buckets of field snails, want to sell for a few dollars, not so easy. First of all, transportation is a problem, 2 girls, want to go to the town or the city, it is not so easy. In addition, this time does not allow the private sale of things. Soo-rong is afraid that she cannot give up this face, other people's eyes can make her retreat. Soo-rong didn't care, nodded, and put away the bag. Soo-hee said, remember to share, don't keep it all to yourself. Soo-rong froze, then her face turned red, I know. Still knows about propriety, righteousness, integrity and shame, not bad. Transformation, it's a little bit, one little thing at a time to start with. Dinner was eaten at Grandma's house, Soo-hee would cook, but Grandma wouldn't let him. As for Soo-rong, it would be better to expect her to drink the northwest wind. Soo-hee was afraid that she would make dark dishes and spoil her appetite. At 7 or 8 o'clock at night, an unexpected guest came to the house. Siko-hee, where's your dad? The one who spoke was third uncle. Coming to the house at this time of the night was definitely nothing good. Soo-hee had a premonition that something was wrong with the old Soo family, and they needed money or labor, so they came to call on Soo-hee's family. Su Xiaohua is a bit of filial piety, as long as his old mother a word, crying too, Su Xiaohua will be on the set. Sui said, my father was injured, hospitalized in the hospital. It's just that you're here, my family can't afford to be hospitalized, you're all relatives, you'll have to put some money together. In the past years, when you had an accident, my family also contributed money. Now that my family is in trouble, you can't just sit back and do nothing. Su Jiahua looked at Su He with a questioning face, a little unconvinced. Your father is really hospitalized? Su Rong drank. What's there to lie about? Everyone in the forest farm knows about it. Su Jiahua was a bit foolish and filial. The others were pressurized to think that the old Su family would give money, so they had no intention of going to Old River Village to bring up this matter. If it wasn't for Su Jiahua coming today, they were afraid that they wouldn't even remember this relative. It's also the sadness of the old Su family. It's all because of the pair of grandparents who spoiled them. In the old Su family, apart from Su Jiahua who was honest, there was only one person who was more generous, the eldest aunt. That is the grandmother and the previous husband. Because the previous husband is good at gambling, the grandmother gave birth to the great aunt, not a few years on the run. She then married her current husband and had 6 children, including Su Jiahua. Together with the eldest aunt, there were 7 children in total. This was the norm in this era. As the great leader said, there is strength in numbers. The people down there were dying to have children. Well, there are many who keep on having children because they don't have sons. After hearing Su Rong talk about it, the whole forest farm knew about it, and Su Jiahua knew about it. He turned around and left. So he said, "Third uncle, you go back and talk to grandpa and grandma. Get some money together tonight, I'll come get it first thing in the morning. I still have to pay the hospital bill tomorrow." Su Jiahua walked even faster, afraid that he would be pulled. He could come and ask for money. Hitting and delivering money was something he would never do. But in his heart, Su Jiahua was still somewhat skeptical. Where is the coincidence? I came to the door and he was hospitalized. But at this point, they are actually not at home. It is also a bit strange. Could it be that things in the house came over first, so big brother and sister-in-law hid out? Where is big brother that's smart? It's not like this hasn't happened before. As long as the old mother cries twice, doesn't big brother still have to go into the jar? Well, first go ask that Sula kid. Chapter 54, Questioning. Arriving at the riverside, there was someone here with a small boat waiting. Seeing Su Jiahua returning, he asked, "How is it?" Su Jiahua was getting upset and said in a jarred voice, "I don't know." The man was a bit upset. In the middle of the night, the boat brought you here, and this is your attitude? However, the old Su family is used to dominating the old river village. The man did not bother to ask more questions. The boat, a moment to cross the river. Su Jiahua got out of the boat and left without any meaning. The man stretched out his hand, but in the end he didn't say anything. He just cursed. Zhen Sheng's family, are they all like this? Only the boss is a bit better. In the future, if the Zhensheng family wants me to support the boat, they will absolutely refuse to do so. Cursing, the man drove the boat away, resolving in his heart that he would never drive a boat for the Nejizan family again. The whole family, including the daughter, had no one good. Well, the only good one was driven to Nanjuk village. The other good one is not the seed of the Gunsang family. Su Jiahua got off the boat and came all the way to Su Li's house. Su Lu, Su Lu. Su Jiahua thumped on the door, very impatient. Sula came out. His tone wasn't too good either. Who is it, calling for souls? This big night, all went to bed, was called up, naturally unhappy. Su Jiahua was about to hit someone on the spot, but thinking that he was here to ask for news, he strongly resisted the urge to hit someone. Su Jiahua asked, Su Jiahua. Sula froze, and the words he was about to curse were swallowed. This Su Zhensheng family, there wasn't a single normal one. This second son and third son were not good people, beating up people, that ruthless But being called up in the middle of the night, Sulu was still not happy. What is it? Su Jiahua was now full of questions about Su Jiahua, and didn't care about that, I'm just asking, my big brother was injured in the forest before? Sula froze, somewhat strangely glanced at Su Jiahua. Su Jiahua immediately thought, sure enough, he was blindsided by that kid. Next time he goes back, he must hammer that kid. Even Laozi dared to cheat. There's also Su Jiahua, now he also dares to hide, it's a talent. Sula froze for a moment before saying, yes. When I was at the forest farm earlier, I was scratched by a nail, a big old gash. Su Jiahua thought it was some kind of big injury. Just this? Scratched by a nail? I'll go over first thing in the morning, and I'll have to hammer you. Sula said, that's not enough? Boss a wound, recently heard that the wound is infected, sent to the hospital. He also works in the forest. The two people who sent Su Jiahua back that day, one is Su Hu from Nanju village, the other is him. In fact, Su Hu is actually also the old river village, only Su Hu's parents have died, was taken over by the maternal grandfather's family, so it is living in Nanju village. It was a common occurrence for the villages in this neighborhood to marry each other. Su Jiahua huffed and puffed away. Sulu was inexplicably called up, and then did not know how. This person left. Sulu turned back and closed the door with a lot more force. Bang! The wife who was resting in the house was shocked. You're going to die, that door is broken by you. Wife, I'm wrong. In Zhengshu town, Li Jianran returned home and was surprised to see no one at home. He washed the rice he brought back and put it on the stove. And got a little bit of loach and eel and put them in the pot to stew. For a while, his wife came back with the child. Li Jianran went up to the wife on the sleeping child to carry down, asked, "Why so late?" The wife had taken her son on a trip to her mother's house, but it was strange to come back so late. Lu Xiting shook her head and said, "It's not because of that cow in the village." Li Jianran asked strangely, "Those cows were really stolen?" Lu Xiting nodded, "Yes. More than 30 cows. All of them were stolen. But then in the afternoon, the city's bureau he led people to arrest them. The cows were all recovered. But the village was still busy for a while. I helped out there for a while and didn't leave until evening." Li Jianran asked, "Then your big brother didn't give you a ride, you're a woman with a child?" Lu Xiting said, "Sent. Arrived at the door, this is only to go back." Speaking of this, Lu Xiting suddenly shrugged her nose, "What are you doing? Why does it smell so good?" Li Jianran laughed, "Fragrant, right? This is what I bought from a little old brother, silk seedling rice, different from all the rice we eat, elongated grains, crystal clear. There are also some lochin eel, or that little brother taught a method, said that just so stewed, the flavor is good. Well, but he also gave me a packet of seasoning, I smell fragrant as well." Saying that, Li Jianran went to bring up the rice and loach. It was only when the pot was uncovered that a burst of fragrance came out. Lu Xiting had originally eaten, but smelling this smell, coupled with the fact that it had been a while since she returned from her mother's house, this time she was also a bit hungry. "Go get the bowls and chopsticks, I'll eat some too." Li Jianran smiled and didn't say anything. Although he was a big husband, and usually went out, he was also the boss. But at home, he also loved his wife. After taking the dishes, Li Jianran thought about it and got another bottle of wine out. "Let's drink today?" Lu Xiting rolled her eyes, "I still don't know what's on your mind." However, after thinking about it, Lu Xiting also nodded, "But it's fine for us to drink today." Li Jianran immediately went to pour the wine, and Lu Xiting then clamped a bit of rice and ate it. Not to mention, this rice was steamed out, crystal clear, and the flavor was really good. Li Jianran was not a very good cook, at best he could cook it. But this loach? Lu Xiting chucked one and ate it, that flavor was really good. "How did you make this loach?" Li Jianran froze, "It's just fried first, then directly boiled ah." "What? Doesn't taste good?" He wasn't a good cook, that is, he just couldn't fry the kitchen. But the flavor was quite fragrant. Lu Xiting shook her head, "It tastes good. You've made progress in your cooking skills?" Li Jianran took a sip of wine and ate a loach himself. Then Li Jianran laughed, "I know, it's those spices." Thinking of that time, that teenager called Hisiko mysteriously threw himself, saying that he wanted it later and that it was something that could be traded. Before, Li Jianran didn't care about it, but at this moment, Li Jianran took it to heart. "Also want those milk candies, this teenager is very mysterious but it is a handful." The two couples drank a little wine, and without realizing it, they moved to the bedroom. A night of spring dawn. Nanju village, waiting for Su Jiahua to leave, Surong then said with an ugly face, "The third uncle came to our house again, it won't be that he wants us to pay again, right? The second uncle owes money for gambling, or he was caught stealing again and has to pay for it?" Chapter 55, So You're Being Bullied. The old Su family's business is just a little bit of flopping around. Anyway, most of those who messed up were the second and third uncles. Well, a few aunts actually didn't mess up much, but most of it was settled in the village. Now that the second and third aunts are married, there's only one little aunt left, and that's the hardest one to deal with. Because she is an old-fashioned woman, the youngest aunt is especially favored in the family. It's the two uncles that are not comparable. The second and third uncles are all lazy, and their reputation in Lala village is the same as Yi Sanawan's in Nanju village. But in the end is the village, plus her relatives, also so mixed over. Lala village's orientation is good, is to go to the city of Linshan Anshi city must pass through, relying on the location, but also earn some money. These days, although you cannot go out to do business. But people passing through the village, thirsty and hungry, always have to buy something to eat, right? The old Su family is on this road at the fork in the road, taking advantage of the cheap, made some money. Unfortunately, although the family could not be rich and famous, at least they did not need to be poorly clothed. It's a pity that this family are not a save. Sui sighed, "No matter what, soldiers come to stop water to cover the earth." Thinking of the more than $4,000 lying in the carry-on warehouse, Sui slightly put his heart down again. "Anyway, all the money in the family is with me, even if Su Jiahua is foolishly filial, there is nothing he can do without money." Sui said, "Anyway, our father is hospitalized, and our family has no money. If they want money, let's let them contribute some." Su Rong muttered, "That's the way it has to be." Su Rong is such a character, she is quite cross at home, but in fact, when she goes out, she is just a white rabbit. Sui got up and smiled, "Don't worry, I won't let you get on." This sentence, Su Rong is quite loved to hear, but next, Sui added, "Let you on, is purely a gift. Your legs are soft when you meet the old Su family. You're just a lair. Go to hell." Su Rong cursed. Sui then dashed into the room, "It's so late and there's no electricity, what's the point of not sleeping?" Su Rong also got up, just now she was chagrined, but at this moment, thinking about it, in fact, Sui was right. She is actually a nest, to the family more horizontal, that is based on the mother Yi Chuanxiu's favor. Hiseko, who used to be a bully, can't be bullied anymore. She dared to bully Hiseija because he wouldn't fight back in the past. But when he resisted, she didn't dare to bully him. She really didn't dare to go up to the old Su family. These were all habits that were developed from being a child and being bullied more. She gritted her teeth, blew out the oil lamp, and went back to her room. Behind her back, Surue was also clenching her teeth. In fact, she was also afraid. Suyucheng didn't come out before, and went straight to sleep. The little pumpkin was tired of playing outside and came back to eat, so he gave her a wash and let her sleep. Suhi went into the room, lying on the bamboo bed. Do not say, this summer, this bamboo bed is very cool. This is Suhi's own doing. In the back of the mountain cut down a number of mozo bamboo to do out. All the bamboo, he polished very smooth, do not have to worry about burrs. At this moment, Suhi actually figured it out. In fact, second sister's this nature is also related to being bullied as a child. It's the second uncle, third uncle, and a few aunts. None of them are good people, even the children were bullied. As for Yi Chuanxiu who married over, then she was even more bullied. Su Rong was probably bullied, so she forced herself to pretend to have a big temper and hide her cowardly character. It wasn't impossible, in fact, Su Rong, as a person, was still very timid outside. Su Rue was even more so. Sui sighed, this family, it's really intricate. However, thinking of the old Su family, Sui knew that the matter of borrowing money would definitely not escape. That side of the family, there is no matter that is absolutely can't think of Su Zhaohua's family. As long as they want money, they will let people come over. No matter what, there is no one with a good heart anyway. It's rumored that great aunt is also disturbed by this family. Sui actually wanted to laugh. This family didn't treat the great aunt as a relative, but whenever they had to use the great aunt, one by one, they actually remembered that there was such a relative. Forget it. For the time being, I can only take care of my own family. In the future, this family, mom and dad's side, give some pocket money is enough. The rest, still can't give. Sui had originally earned $4,000, he also thought that in the future, when the family's life was better, mom and dad would need more money in their hands. However, when he thought of the old Su family, Su Zhaohua had money in his hand and would definitely be coaxed away. Su Zhaohua, also 40 people, is so soft. By a few siblings coaxed a little, they do not know the sky and the earth. In any case, the family gave the harm, have forgotten cleanly. As for Yi Chuanxiu, if Su Zhaohua asks, she won't refuse. So this family, the money cannot give more, or it is to give each other to cheat life. Sui also sighed, come back to life, this encounter, are what kind of extreme relatives are? In this comparison, those two slightly meaner aunts and uncles, also seem less mean. In fact, it's not really mean, it's that this countryside is too poor, and the aunts and uncles are just trying to make their children's lives a little better. Who wouldn't want their own little family to be better off? Also, in the countryside, there is definitely a preference for men over women, and the daughter who marries out and returns to her mother's home, brings a large family with her. The aunts and uncles must have felt that the Sui family had taken over their family's possessions. There was also resentment towards the grandparents, it was all the son's stuff, how could they give it to their daughter? In the village, there is still some truth to this. There is no law that says daughters have the same inheritance rights, even if the country develops in the next century. But the thing that only the son has the right to inherit is still the big market in the village. While thinking about it, Sui also felt some headaches. He wasn't very good at mediating his family's feelings, or else he wouldn't have erupted all at once before. Su Zhaohua's family were all quite kind, even if it was the second sister who looked selfish and self-serving, it was actually because she was hurt. But the old Su family's family, Sui was completely helpless. There is a saying, from the bone is bad, how can be saved? Sui did not want to pull the old Su family's hand at all, those people might be able to make money later by chance. For example, in the 1980s, which is coming soon, and in the 1990s, when the economy is booming, most of the people who can seize the opportunity will be able to make money. Can seize the opportunity, most of them have made money. But those who didn't make money were still the majority. At this point, Sui also didn't know what direction this family was heading. But wanting to pull his own weight, it was impossible. While thinking, Sui fell into a deep sleep. Unbeknownst to him, at this time, the old Su family in Old River Village is still in a meeting. Chapter 56, Old Su Family Conspiracy. What's going on? Where is your elder brother? Su Zhencheng asked somewhat strangely when he saw Su Jiahua return alone. Su Haihua was also anxious and said, yes, where is Big Brother Man? Su Jiahua shook his head and said, I went to Nanju village, Big Brother Man is not at home. Then you won't go look for it? You just came back by yourself? Deng Meishan was a little anxious when she heard this matter today, the big brother didn't come, it can't be done In Sui's memory, both grandmother and grandmother were called Meishan, only the surnames were different, and this character was also too far apart. Su Jiahua said, he seems to be injured and hospitalized. Not at home, where can I find him? Despite some doubts in his heart, Su Jiahua still said this out. Su Haihua was immediately anxious, how could he be hospitalized? What a coincidence! As soon as we looked for him, he was hospitalized? Su Zhencheng also mused, yes. Such a coincidence? But Gung Meixiang said, the boss doesn't seem like someone who would lie either. By the way, who told you that the boss was hospitalized? Su Jiahua said, Hisiko. When I went to the old house, only Siko he and the two money losers were at home. The boss and his wife were not there. Su Zhencheng frowned, was it on purpose? Has boss learned this trick too? Gung Meixiang was unsure, I don't think so. If the boss knew this trick, he would have learned it long ago. After so many years, when the family was divided, just a few pounds of grain drove people out. Even Yi Chuanqiu's dowry wasn't taken away, a family of losers would still do this? Su Jiahua said, the hospitalization shouldn't be a fake. I went to ask Su Lu, and he was the one who told me. This is something that everyone in Nanju village knows. Now, Su Haiwo was just anxious. Dad, Mom, what can we do about this? They will beat me to death. Su Zhencheng did not have the good sense to look at his second son, had known about this matter. What kind of loan sharks did you borrow? It's all from playing cards. Gung Meixiang, on the contrary, much more calm, she thought about it, the old everyone's things first put aside, tomorrow I go to a trip to Nanju village, I'll also give you back a little. Even if you are hospitalized, you still need to get money. The two in her family who have jobs, mustn't they take care of their younger brother? Su Haiwo was like he had found a savior, and immediately responded, yes, that's it. Being the boss, his money is mine. Su Jiahua rolled his eyes, he wanted to say, I have a share in that money too. But this thing just went on like this, it couldn't be helped. Su Zhencheng reminded, if the boss is really hospitalized and goes away, then the family definitely won't have enough money. Su Haiwo said, didn't his family sell a cow before? Su Zhencheng, but before your third brother's incident, your mom went and got $400 back. Her family paid back some famine, I'm afraid it's not enough. Su he didn't know about this yet, if he did, he would have exploded. Yi Chuanqiu bought his cow and got more than $1,000, but Gung Meixiang actually cut off $400. He always thought it was to pay back the famine. The Su family has 6 siblings, all of whom have to study, and with the annual work credits from the team, plus Yi Chuanqiu's and Su Zhaohua's monthly dukes, there's barely enough to eat. They also have to study, that is a really heavy burden. Gung Meixiang glanced at the old man and said, don't worry about this matter, I'll step in and naturally get it. Only then did Su Haiwo put his heart down and added, if you really can't get it, call back the eldest sister, second sister, and third sister, and let them get the money. This person's thinking is really beautiful. Su Qin rolled her eyes, and thought in her heart, only the eldest sister is good to hold. But the old willful man that big sister married, where is there any money left for you? As for the second and third sisters, they are all ghostly and can still give you money? No, when mom goes to Nanju village tomorrow, I'll go with her. If you get the money, share it with me. I've used up all my allowance this month. I haven't bought any snow cream yet, and I need to buy some snacks, but I don't have a ticket. Otherwise, have Siko he go and hunt 2 rabbits for me to eat? Sui turned around and frowned, wondering if he felt that someone was counting on him even when he was dreaming. If Sui knew, he would definitely snort out a laugh. The family's thinking was quite beautiful, and I don't know what they would think in the face of Sui's rejection. Anyway, in this family, the most valuable thing is the land. The family, in addition to commonly used things, even the quilts are very tattered. Early the next morning, Gung Meixiang got up and went to look for the boat supporter. Here he happened to also meet Su Lu, who was going to take the boat to Nanju village and then to the forest farm. Gung Meixiang went up and said, just in time, let me ask you something, Su Lu. Is it true that my family's boss was injured and hospitalized? Su Lin, who was supporting the boat, deflated. Seeing Gung Meixiang wanting to get on the boat, he stopped Gung Meixiang and said, Auntie Zhensheng, yesterday your third son in the middle of the night to let me support the boat to Nanju village, and came back to not even give a boat fee. Today Auntie Zhensheng is not together to give it? He usually just fishes or sends people across the river in a boat, and collects a little boat fee to make a living. Uncle Zhensheng's family really want to take advantage of everything. Yesterday he figured out that if this family didn't pay, then he wouldn't let anyone ride the boat. Gung Meixiang rolled her eyes, I didn't bring any money. Su Lin refused, then what's the point of taking the boat if you don't have money? Auntie Zhensheng, you can swim there yourself. Gung Meixiang squeezed up, after I ask for money from the old folks, I'll naturally have the money to pay for it. She said and turned to Su Lu, you haven't answered me yet. Su Lu nodded, yes. Everyone in the forest farm knows about this. A few days ago it seemed to be infected and sent to the hospital. What? Aunt Zhensheng, your family didn't know that your boss was hospitalized? You didn't buy anything to see him? Knowing that this family is petty, Su Lu also said with a squeeze. If it wasn't for Su Jiahua going to his house last night, he wouldn't have had a fight with his daughter-in-law last night. It's just that there was no nightlife, but he was also scratched by his daughter-in-law, and now he is still vaguely in some pain. Gung Meixiang words also do not return. She then Su Zhensheng to point face, of course, is in the face of outsider's face, not the actual face. In fact, Gung Meixiang also do not want face. Otherwise, she wouldn't have pickpocketed her eldest son's family and constantly made him bleed. Seeing Sula keep staring at her, Gung Meixiang had no choice but to say, "Aren't I going to look?" Then, she turned her head to Su Lin and said, "Still not sailing? If you go late, this little Joy will be late for work." Su Lu rolled his eyes. "Little lazy, do you think this is still the Qing dynasty? Why don't you buy something when you're going to see the boss? How can you go empty-handed? Also, don't think I didn't hear you just now. You said that when you get to the boss and ask for money, you'll have money to pay for the boat." Su Lin had no choice but to look at Gung Meixiang and knew that he couldn't get the money. He props up the boat, and so on across the river. Gung Meixiang got out of the boat, but also instructed, "I'll be back in a while, you wait for me here for a while." Su Lin promised nicely on his lips, and waited for Gung Meixiang to get off the boat and walk away. Su Lin spat at Gung Meixiang's back. "Bah! The hell will wait for you, you can swim back by yourself later." Saying that, Su Lin propped up the boat and left, and didn't wait by the river, he propped up the boat and left. "Today, this job, don't do it, anyway, there is not a few money, or go fishing." Chapter 57 Gung Meixiang. Suhi was woken up early in the morning by a group of hairy boys. When he walked out, he saw several hairy boys, all covered in mud, carrying a bucket, looking at Suhi with a smile on his face. Suhi was a bit helpless, he didn't understand why these kids were so crazy. Is this from last night, or did they go and touch it early this morning? He's Siki. "Brother, can I still change candy today?" There were some who exchanged it yesterday, and some who didn't hear the news yesterday and only learned about it today, so they went down to the field early in the morning to touch this many loaches. Exchange, of course. With such a good thing, why not exchange it? Anyway, those candies don't cost anything. He exchanged these loaches. No, he can still eat them himself, can't he? Going in to cover himself from the carry-on warehouse to pull out 2 big packages of big white rabbits, one by one, he exchanged them. All of a sudden changed more than 50 pounds of loaches. It can be said to be a big profit. Well, with the current prices may not be much, but earn their own food can still be. These days no pesticides, these things are all natural and pollution-free. This group of hairy boys have not left yet. Not far away came a person. Su Rong was originally still brushing her teeth, and when she saw the person coming, she was startled. Getting up, he subconsciously closed the door. Suhi was a bit puzzled, looked over, and saw a person who had a bit of an impression. The hairy children dispersed in a flurry, and when they were beside that old lady, they also accidentally rubbed a hand. The old lady instantly exploded. "Whose hairy child? Is there any sense of public morality?" She used her hand to brush the mud off her clothes, and then rubbed it on Sui's door. This door had just been opened by the group of hairy children and she happened to come in. Suhi remembered who this person was. If it wasn't that legendary milk Gung Meixiang, who was it? He carried a big bucket of loach into the door, and then hid the stuff. Dang, this is also a sensitive word into the carry-on storage. This person is not a good person, and when he cannot find the money, he is sure to take the things. The family has 4 walls, this loach is still worth some money, it is meat. Milk! Why are you here? Suhi rushed out and didn't know if Gung Meixiang had seen the bucket of loaches. Su Rong had no choice but to shout, "Milk!" Gung Meixiang rolled her eyes and asked, "I can't come?" Suhi laughed, "Naturally, you can." Su Rong was a bit strange. This younger brother is very out of place. He was so mean to me before, and so abashed to milk. So it's also a colorful one? Who knows? Suhi then said, "Milk must have known that my dad was hospitalized, so she brought money over." "Thank you for the milk, my family has no money," the hospital side said. "If you do not pay, we'll be kicked out." "My dad borrowed money from his second and third uncles and a few aunts, so is he going to return some of it to my family? Otherwise, I'm afraid your eldest son will die in the hospital." Gung Meixiang hadn't reacted to a single breath. When she heard Suhi say this, she almost lost her breath. "Where are you to talk? Where's your father?" Gung Meixiang drank in. Suhi frowned. "Milk, your ears aren't very good. Not deaf. I just said that my dad was hospitalized. Wasn't third uncle here yesterday? Didn't he go back and tell you? He wouldn't have gone to that Mei widow again, would he? Su Jiahua did a lot of petty thievery and also liked to do that kind of unethical thing." This was something Suhi thought about for a long time last night before thinking of a rumor circulating in Old River Village. Mostly true, otherwise Su Jiahua would have cursed his mother. But this thing and not good to speak out. Gung Meixiang on the spot to hit people. "Put your mother's ass. My third son is very good, how will do that kind of thing? Is it your shameless mother who said that?" Suhi retreated a bit. Gung Meixiang's outstretched hand missed and almost stumbled and fell. Suhi was not Su Jiahua's foolish and filial person. For Gung Meixiang's kind of countryside old lady, and an unreasonable old lady at that, he would not back down at all. Suhi said, "My mom is not shameless. I'm afraid that some just know how to raid the eldest son's family money. The family is not even given a kitchen utensil. Shameless old woman." Suhi was furious in his heart. Where there is such a division of family. Is it possible that the eldest son was not born to you? Some people are so strange. You love the younger son, you love his. Why do you want your older son to pay for your younger son? Gung Meixiang suffered this kind of pain, on the spot to sit on the ground and cry. Suhi didn't give her this chance to perform. He turned to Su Rong and said, "I'll go to the hospital later and see where I can earn money." The hospital side still has to pay the hospitalization fee. Su-rong looked at Su-hee with some worry. Isn't there enough money? Su-hee were good to tell the truth. This statement was originally used to block Gung Meixiang. Su-hee shook his head. It's fine. If there isn't enough money, I'll go back to Old River Village and ask Master for it. Su-rong deflated. Master won't give it. You'll know if you look at milk. Su-hee waved his hand. It's fine. We don't have enough money. We can't really die in the hospital, right? When the time comes, I'll go to the brigade, go to the ancestral hall and ask if the old Su family really doesn't have a penny to spare, and the eldest son will just die in the hospital. This is a bit heavy. Gung Meixiang had wanted to sit on the ground and cry for a while. Yi Chuanxia was afraid of this. Before those money, half of them or so to get. Gung Meixiang in the Old River Village to point face, in the village of Nanju will not want. If you don't, you can't get the money at all. Grandmother stood under the fence and asked, what's wrong? He's Siko? Seeing Gung Meixiang, son Meixiang was also startled. This in-laws, she knew them well. This would, again, come to ask for money? Where did her daughter's family have so much money? Su-hee said, it's fine. My third uncle came here last night and knew that my dad was hospitalized. My milk to confirm it. She will go back in a moment to raise money. Cannot let the eldest son really because there is no money to die in the hospital, right? This is not a good thing to say, always die die, unlucky. But Su-hee can't help it, his identity is here, can't fight with Gung Meixiang, right? Gung Meixiang shouted, bull, my old Su family has no money. Su-hee said, then sell my mom's dowry, you can always raise some money. When the family was divided, didn't you take it for safekeeping? No. I didn't take it. How could Gung Meixiang admit it? Do you still want to lose face? Having said that, Gung Meixiang knew that she wouldn't be able to ask for the money today. Su Zhaohua and Yi Chuanxia weren't at home, and the money definitely wouldn't be on these hairy kids. Gung Meixiang entered the door as if it was her own home, not polite at all. Her eyes rolled around, wanting to see what there was in this home that she could take. Unfortunately, this home was really poor and there was nothing to take. She couldn't take the dishes back, could she? Although the dishes were worth some money, they weren't pretty. When I came in just now, didn't you carry a bucket of loaches? Where is it? Take it back for me. Chapter 58, Stealing and Robbing, pay me anyway. No, you're looking at it wrong. Su-hee was simply furious, Gung Meixiang's righteous tone, as if anyone owed her. Su Zhaohua for so many years, he didn't know how much money he gave his family to the old Su family, and he still hasn't paid it back? Even if she gave birth to Su Zhaohua has an obligation to her for old age. It's not like this. I've never heard of a big brother who has to support his adult siblings and help pay off debts. Su Zhaohua is willing, Su-hee is not willing. He has no obligation. Su-hee came out of the house, not bothering with Gung Meixiang. As he came out, he said to his grandmother, you mustn't give her any money, let her make as much trouble as she wants. This is a matter of age and status. To make a scene, there's no way around it. But to give money, that is absolutely nothing. Su-hee's heart once again made up his mind, in the future, the family's money absolutely can't give mom and dad to take. Even the tuition fees of several sisters also want the family to contribute part of it. Not to borrow money, but also cannot let mom and dad hands left too much money. Su Zhaohua is too filial, casually let the second uncle and third uncle to fool around a bit and then give the money. There is also Gung Meixiang this, a cry, 3 hangings, Su Zhaohua cannot stand, Yi Chuanxia cannot stand. As long as there is no money in hand, there is no way to fool away. After Su-hee can certainly earn a lot of money, Su-hee does not want to support the old Su family. That big family, but a bottomless pit. Holding the Black Star, he walked all the way towards the city. Behind him, Gung Meixiang stared at Black Star, her eyes flickering. Woof woof. Black's barking led Gung Meixiang back to God, have the heart to scold a few words, but now this Black seems to have the strength. Gung Meixiang is also afraid that he was bitten by the dog. There is no way to do it, only to turn around. There is no game came out. With a small curse on her lips, Gung Meixiang had no choice but to return the same way. She wanted to take something, but this home, just a few beds of tattered quilts, other than that, just a few dishes, she wanted to take also that cannot go back When she walked to the river and saw that Su Lin was not there, Gung Meixiang didn't need to think to know what Su Lin was thinking. After cursing for a while, Gung Meixiang had no choice. She had the intention to go back and ask Su Rong to find a boat to send her across the river, otherwise, she would have to walk for more than an hour to the bridge near Shanlan village to cross the river. In this neighborhood, there was a bridge just over there, connecting to Jiangsu town on one side, and the Lawa village side on the other. This was a major road from Bisui city to Anchi city. But by the time she came back, both Sui's house, and Sui's grandmother's house next to it, were all closed. She had the intention to climb over, but she was an old woman, where could she climb over? She stood at the door and cursed for a while, but no one answered. Either they have gone out, or they are still sleeping. Su Yuqing was woken up by her scolding, rubbing a pair of sleepy eyes out. See as Gung Meixiang, instantly as ouch, hit in. No matter how Gung Meixiang scolded, Su Yuqing is not answered, also not out of the. Gung Meixiang cannot help, Su Yuqing so small, want to find the boat cannot find. Back to the river, Gung Meixiang had to get into the water and swim back. There were still things going on at home. Where did she have a few hours to make a detour? When she came back with a wet bang. Many of the young men on the road were whistling, not to lure her, but by accident. This old woman, with a wet bang, didn't know what was wrong. Gung Meixiang turned around and was a loud curse, and scolded those young people away. When she returned home, several daughters also returned. The eldest daughter Suingha brought back a bag of melons, which Suingha planted herself. Other than that, there are no more. I don't want to. Suingha's family is also poor. It's better than Sui's family. Well, I mean in the sense that the family is poor. The second and third daughters didn't bring anything back at all, and Gung Meixiang didn't expect her daughters to bring anything back either. The ones she bullied were her eldest son and eldest daughter, and the rest were all her beloved ones. What happened? Did you get the money? Su Zhenqing naturally knows what Gung Meixiang went to do, but such a miserable look back, something is not right off. Su Zhizhen's eyes immediately lit up. Mom, what money? You called me back, are you preparing to split the money? There had been something like this before, but it wasn't Gung Meixiang who called her back, it was her who came back to ask for money. Gung Meixiang then went to her big brother's house, and anyway, more or less, she could always get money back. That family, so good at cheating. Su Qin rolled her eyes. Mom, why didn't you tell me to get up? I clearly told you to tell me to get up and go together. If I had gone, I could have asked for a little more. Right, Mom, how much did you ask for? Give me $5, I'll buy some snow cream. Su Haihua scolded, shut up all of you. All the money Mom asked for is mine. Although he was the second son, he was even more favored than the younger son. The oldest son had to go to school, all by himself, to earn money, as well as living expenses. He didn't go to school, and was beaten by Gung Meixiang with a stick to go to school. But in the end, he didn't go, and at that time, Su Haihua and Gung Meixiang exchanged insults across the street for more than an hour, and Gung Meixiang finally gave up. Gung Meixiang was also angry, not a single person cared about what was going on with me. But their own sons and daughters, their own favor, did not get. The boss is really hospitalized, and at home it's just Siko he and that money loser. Well, Siko Yuching is there too. There's no money at home, I didn't get it. Su Haihua was immediately disappointed, then worried. Mom, you didn't get the money, what am I going to do? Su Zhenqing asked, what's the situation with your water? Su Lin didn't drive you back? Speaking of Su Lin, Gung Meixiang was just angry, just a few boat money wasn't paid, and he didn't even wait for me. I'll beat the door down later. But Su Haihua couldn't wait. Mom, if you don't pay today, what if those people come to the door? Turning back, Su Haihua looked at his second and third sisters and said, quick, where's your money, take it out. And big sister, where is your money? Didn't I tell you to bring the money? Suingha said helplessly, my family has sold out, where did I get the money? Just that bag of melons, they were all grown on the family's own land, that was for the family's children to quench their hunger. When they went to the field to pick melons today, the children in the family cried. Su Haihua said with a fierce face, I don't care, you guys are going to steal or rob, anyway, give me money. Sui came all the way to the city hospital, or first went to cook and brought some rice over. When he met the round-faced nurse, Sui gave a box of mud fish. The loach that I promised you yesterday. The round-faced nurse laughed out in surprise. Thank you. How luxurious is it to eat meat these days? Not to mention that this meat tasted so good. Sui smiled and came to the ward, but in the ward, the atmosphere didn't seem to be very good. Sui is a little worried, afraid that the condition on Su Zhaohua is not optimistic. Chapter 59 The disease is not good. What's wrong? Sui asked in a deep voice. Yi Chuanqiu touched her tears, unable to speak. Sumei said, originally the fever receded a bit, but last night the fever was oh so high again. The doctor said. Sumei also cried. Sui had no choice but to turn around and ask the doctor. Dr. Chiu was on duty. Sui asked, Dr. Chiu, how is my father's condition? Dr. Chiu shook his head. We've also given anti-inflammatory medication. Your dad's fever can't come down. The situation is very crisis. And? She paused and said with some difficulty, even if the fever goes down by then, the fever will be too long by then, and this head will be burned out. Sui had heard many such stories in her previous life about a child who was burnt and confused, and her intelligence was permanently kept at the level of a 3-year-old child. Sui had no choice but to take a risk, he secretly thought. He had quite a few advanced anti-inflammatory medicines in his carry-on warehouse that hadn't even appeared in this era. If he used it now, it should be able to work, right? Sui asked, Dr. Chiu, our old family's prescription, can I try it? Dr. Chiu was embarrassed, you know? We don't advocate such things. Not advocating it doesn't mean it can't be used. Chinese medicine was actually still very marketable at this time. It wasn't that time to relegate Chinese medicine to a feudal superstition, and those who worshipped foreigners were still young, or hadn't been born yet. Dr. Chiu's concern was that in case something happened to Su Zhaohua after using a partial prescription, these people would rely on the hospital. Although medical disputes were not yet commonplace, they were not unheard of. But if the patient's family was not allowed to use the medicine, when something happened, there would still be a riot. Dr. Chiu was in a dilemma and suddenly felt that Lao He was simply making trouble for himself by sending this family to him. Originally, she had just arrived and hadn't yet gained a firm foothold, so if something happened here, it would be troublesome. Sui looked at Dr. Chiu and knew what she was worried about. Things like this happened a lot in the latter days. Moreover, there were teams out that specialized in asking for money for people like this, professionally. Sui said, Dr. Chiu, don't worry. Whether it's a success or not, we won't blame the hospital. This is also a way out of no choice, a way to survive in death. A dead horse is like a living horse, if you don't try, something might really go wrong. Dr. Chiu was silent for a while, but finally agreed. Sui came back, said a few words, and went to the payment place to check. The hospital used a lot of medicine in the past few days, the money is almost used up. Sui paid another $100, then came out and immediately went back. As soon as he arrived home, he went to Grandpa's house and entered the study. There were ways to make medicine in that book, yes, medical scriptures, and what Sui wanted was not a certain kind of medicine, but a way to make medicine. Flour, or honey to mold it? Sui recorded the methods and came out of the house. Grandmother asked, You're so windy, what's wrong with you? Sui didn't say, It's better to take on something like this by yourself. Lest everyone in the family is worried. Besides, if he makes his own medicine, the adults are definitely not at ease. Of course, making medicine, it can't just be flour and honey, he still needs a little something else. So when the medical scriptures to find a stomach medicine, using red dates and cinnamon and other things, these portable warehouse have. Sui went to the carry-on warehouse and searched for most of the things, and found them all. This is the characteristic of Chinese medicine, a lot of the medicines used can actually be eaten, they are ingredients. It just so happened that Sui was a foodie in his previous life and liked to make some food himself, so all these raw materials were there. It was just a pity that there was no honey. This, he forgot to buy it seems. This pile, there's no recovery Still that pile of wild lotus root, Sui used some of it, but after these few days, it still didn't recover. Sui basically understood, only these things on the shelf will recover Anything outside the shelf, are they all only preserved and not recovered? In this way, and the value he expected, it was a little smaller. But not much smaller. To be able to have a steady stream of millions of supplies was already a great bargain. So Sui was only slightly emotional, but didn't think much about it. We can get some honey, it's also a good ingredient. At least, it's used for barbecuing. Unfortunately, it seemed to have been literally forgotten in his previous life. Sui decided to come one day to count things and make a list, labeling them all well on the shelves, so as to avoid the trouble of finding things later. At least it was a big warehouse of 600 square feet, trying to find one thing was still quite troublesome. Coming out from the portable warehouse, Sui thought about it. It seems that someone in the village keeps bees. Well, they used to keep bees, but then they didn't dare to keep them at home, so they put them in the back of the mountain. It can't be helped, these days, it's not allowed to do anything at home. Even chickens have to be raised in quantity, and when they're done, they have to be handed over to the supply and marketing center. But it's only for these 2 years, almost self-employed people are going to appear, right? This is an inland area, policies and all, there are delays. It can't be helped, J province transportation is not too convenient, later repair the railroad, are the country to pay for the construction. If it wasn't for the state paying for it, the people of Province J wouldn't be able to afford to build that railroad without eating or drinking for years. Even if it wasn't for the fact that someone from Province J participated in the meeting and brought up Province J's previous contributions, and the difficulties, if the railroad wasn't built over here, I'm afraid that Province J would have been poor for the rest of its life. It was only then that railroad made a slight detour and passed through Province J. That railroad also did bring a lot of business opportunities, as well as convenience. But J province is still one of the poorest provinces in the country. No way, resources are not rich, not to mention, transportation is too inconvenient, not by the sea, and is not a transportation hub. Culture is also not colorful, just think about the revolution of that year, there is no other way out. Sui walked along the village, the road met a lot of people, all asked about Su Zhaohua's disease. Sui all saluted politely, and then said that in the hospital, everything depends on the doctor. It should be that Gung Meixiang had come in the morning, and the matter had quickly spread throughout the village. Sikohe, why are you here? Great-grandpa asked. Sui walked over and spoke to great-grandpa, I'm looking for 11th grandpa to ask for some honey. My dad is in the hospital taking injections and medicine, his mouth is a bit bitter. It couldn't be helped, this matter, Sui still didn't want to say it directly. At that time, with Sui's age, there would definitely be no support. Besides, Sui hadn't even studied medicine before, and using medicine rashly, that definitely wouldn't be allowed. It's not like they knew that Sui was actually practicing openly and secretly, using the anti-inflammatory medicine in his carry-on storage. Great-grandpa nodded, people who take medicine are a bit bitter in the mouth, it's hard for you to have thought of this. Your 11th grandfather is over there, I just saw him go to the back of the mountain, he should be going to cut honey. You just happened to go over there and ask him for some. Chapter 60 Peeping Gaze. Sui said a word to great-grandpa and headed towards the back of the mountain. 11th Grandpa's beehives were actually not far away, not far from Sui's secret base. There were naturally not many flowers in this area of the Mozo Bamboo Hills. Maoju also seldom bloom, because once it blooms, it's the end of the Maoju's life. But not far from the Mozo Bamboo Mountain were several other mountains, and a mountain of tea seeds. This is a type of tree that grows tea seeds and presses out tea oil, not the type of tree that grows tea leaves. There are quite a few tea trees for picking tea leaves in Jay Province though, and there are quite a few planted in the forest next to it. In the spring, farmers from Nanju village and nearby villages are also asked to help pick tea leaves. It's 10 cents a caddy. But as long as which little buds, you can't pick a few pounds a day. But that was already the fastest means for the children of Nanju village to earn pocket money. Not long, far away to see 11 Grandpa casually with clothes set, holding a sickle, in cutting honey. In fact, the honey just cut from the beehive is not pretty, and also has a lot of impurities. But the smell was sweet as soon as I smelled it. Grandpa 11. Sui didn't dare to move forward, those bees weren't good. Although it was a lose-lose situation, the bees would not be afraid. Therefore, Sui didn't move forward, lest he kill them. Grandpa 11 turned around and saw Sui. It's Siko-i. What's up? Sui knew how to be polite and respected all the elders in the village. The group of elders, including great-grandpa, were actually very kind to Sui. Otherwise, the Su family wouldn't have been able to move here back then. It is said that back then it was including the 11th Grandpa, who saw Sui who was just born not long ago, and looking at that appearance, it was really delightful, and only then opened his mouth to respond to this matter. Sui said, my dad that wound infection hospitalized, always say mouth bitter, I want to ask 11 Grandpa to ask for honey, give my dad sweet mouth. Saying this, Sui suddenly felt a strange sense of prying eyes. But pretending not to care, he turned his head and looked around, but saw nothing. Sui felt this line of sight, with a kind of malice. Grandpa 11 laughed, it's fine. I haven't filtered these honeys, I still have some at home, you go back with me to get it. He laughed, and had already put the honey into the bucket and put the lid on the beehive. Grandpa 11 didn't finish the honey because it was the bees' ration. If he finished it, these bees would also starve to death. Sui actually had the intention to stay, wanting to see just who was snooping around. He hadn't offended anyone, at least not before crossing over. Then, is it someone from the old Su family, or is it Biao? Sui quickly locked on to a person's name. The probability is that it's brother Biao. Those people from the old Su family don't have this kind of patience. If they come over, I'm afraid they'll charge straight over. Following 11th Grandpa over, at the doorway, he saw Grandma Guehua choosing vegetables over there. Grandma Hohat. Sui took the initiative to shout. Grandma Hohat smiled, a mouthful of teeth had fallen out. These days, it was not known if there were any dental implants, but even if there were, the probability was that the people of Nanju village could not afford to plant them. Sui's head was rambling, still thinking about the things in the back of the mountain. That brother Biao should not know Sui's role in this matter for the time being, but because of stealing Nanju village's cattle, it led to brother Biao being hunted down, and his men were all arrested. Brother Biao's heart was definitely not at peace. Moreover, this person had a human life in his hands. This person was definitely dangerous. Sui didn't think about going over to catch brother Biao out himself, he wasn't sure where brother Biao was. Sui planned to make a trip to the city and look for Bureau He. This matter still had to be closed by the public security, it should have been their business in the first place. Moreover, without catching the ringleader, Bureau He's not done with their business. This is a big ringleader, without catching Biao, this time, none of the things are complete. He Bureau seems to have just transferred over, and this time, it's also the key for He Bureau to stand firm. He Bureau should not refuse. Grandpa 11 said, he came to get some honey, wait for me outside, I'll get you some. By the way, did you take something to hold the honey? Sui slapped his head, he net thought that he had it in his carry-on warehouse, but he forgot that he couldn't take it out in front of people. Grandpa 11, I'll go back and get it. Saying this, Sui ran home. Grandpa 11 and Grandma Hohat couldn't help but laugh at the back, this kid. But in reality, Sui didn't head home. After running for a while, he turned a corner and arrived near the back of the mountain again. He cautiously went up, he was going to see if someone was really spying. If it was really that Piao, then everyone in the village was in danger. In the middle of the night, it would be troublesome if brother Biao touched the door. Also, like Grandpa 11, if he went to the back of the mountain, wouldn't he be a sheep in a tiger's den? Sui searched around and didn't find anyone. He had the intention to take the night vision device out to look for, but then thought, night vision device is not good in the daytime, and also easy to break the night vision device. Sui was not afraid of breaking it. Anyway, the portable warehouse was able to recover by itself, just wait for a day, then he could take a new one out. But the night vision device wasn't very effective during the day. However, with the cover on, the field of view will be smaller than at night though. But this can simulate the effect at night, so you can try it. Thinking that, Sui took out the night vision device out, wanting to see if he could find someone. But after turning around, Sui found several silhouettes. Sui went over to check one by one, none of them were the target. Although Sui didn't know what Brother Biao looked like, but these several people were village people, he recognized them, obviously not Brother Biao. Sui put away the night vision device and felt some pity. He tugged the slingshot in his hand, without any other weapon, Sui this slingshot was his defense weapon. Sui picked up quite a few stones to use as weapons. In fact, there are quite a few things that can be used as weapons, such as the glass ball of checkers. A wild rabbit leaped over, Sui tried to hit the rabbit with the slingshot. Don't say, that feel is still there, the bullet is not a bullet. In a few minutes, Sui hit 2 rabbits and a pheasant respectively. Carrying the wildlife down, Sui thought that he still had to get honey, hurriedly put the wildlife into the warehouse, and took an enameled cup out. This kind and the enamel bowl used before were a set, both purchased online. Anyway, the carry-on warehouse can be restored, this can be taken out and used more, anyway, it will be restored again later. To 11 Grandpa's house, took a cup of honey, this kind of original, uncontaminated honey, and there is no counterfeiting honey, nutrition is good, if it is put into the later generations, it will certainly be able to sell a high price. Sui, however, rushed back home and tried to make that medicine. Let's see, just get some cephalosporin first and see. But external, cephalosporin seems to be unable to apply externally. Look at this, erythromycin ointment seems to be the external anti-inflammatory medicine, can be used to try. Chapter 61, Meeting Grandma Chow again. Get good pills, erythromycin ointment Sui also put away, ready to go to the hospital to find the opportunity to Su Zhaohua used. When he came out, Su Yuqing happened to push the door in. Sui was startled, why did you come in at this time? Because he was startled, Sui's tone was a bit heavier. Su Yuqing was about to curse on the spot, but seeing Su-hee and thinking of his own ass, Su Yuqing felt that if he cursed, he would definitely be beaten. He was also a little aggravated, his own room, now even he can't enter? I came to get something, what for? Su Yuqing was truly aggrieved. When Sui's words left his mouth, he knew that something was wrong. He paused and said, I'm going to the city. You turn around and tell second sister and the girls, and little pumpkin, where did they go to play again? Su Yuqing sniffled a little and said, I'll tell if I remember. He wanted to hit someone on the spot, this damn attitude. What about the arrogance? Coming out the door, he saw Su Rong and Su Rue coming back with a bucket, without asking or looking, so he knew that it must be field snails. As soon as Su Rong saw Sui, she said, Su Rue and I picked up another bucket of river snails. Well, I got lucky today and caught a crowfish. Sui took a look at it, and the crowfish looked like it was dead. But Sui knew that it definitely wasn't dead. Sui glanced at Su Rong with a skeptical look, and Su Rue said weakly, it was picked up. Someone used poison ivy to poison the fish, and we picked one up downstream. They didn't dare to pick up more, fearing that others would come and ask for it, so they rushed ashore and came back. Sui knew that it must have been poisoned by someone else with something. However, this poisonous fish vine is not considered poisonous, the effect is to reduce the oxygen in the water, so that the fish can't breathe enough oxygen, so they will fall into a coma. Fish also need to breathe. Similarly, there is also thunder vine, which is not very toxic and can be eaten after a while. Sui knew what Su Rong wanted, and was ready to go back to his room to get a packet of candies back, but thinking that Su Yuqing was there, he couldn't go to the house and show off his empty hands turning into milk candies in front of Su Yuqing, right? Sui lifted the bucket, turned back and said, I'll go to the city, come back and give you the milk candy. Su Rong pouted and said, you don't want to renege on the debt, right? Sui was speechless, I still have to come back? Can I still take a bucket of river snails and run away? If there are no milk candies, I'll go to the river and pick up 2 buckets for you. Su Rong stomped her foot, who wants river snails? That stuff isn't tasty, I want candy. After a pause, probably feeling embarrassed, I still have a fish at your place. I was going to make soup for Dad. Sui had already let Black Star out by now, split the bucket in half and tied it to Black Star's body. He then got on the cow's back himself. I'm off, I'll bring you candy later. Rice was cooked in the accompanying storehouse, cooked in a rice cooker, fast and flavorful. As for the dishes, the marinated meat was already made, and in the preservation warehouse, there were some bags of squash and such, so you could take them out and try them. Well, there are also seaweed and the like, and most importantly, there is lao gon maa. However, these Sui didn't dare to take them out. Right, old godmother hasn't gotten it out yet, if I get it out before her, is old godmother still called old godmother? Old godfather? Sui thought of that scene and immediately just shook his head, bah. It seems like there was a fake brand called Lao Gon Dai in his previous life? Or is that what they were originally doing? Regardless of that, if Sui wanted to do it, he definitely wouldn't take this kind of name. Just as he was thinking about it, Black Star had already gotten down the river, hitching a ride on Sui, as if he wasn't carrying anyone. Black Star's strength has grown. Although it was a calf that hadn't even completed a year, Black Star's strength was even greater than those big cows. Swimming all the way over, Sui's body was also wet, but it was just his pants and nothing else. Even the bucket was just a little more water, not full over. When Sui saw the swimming fish in the river, he was thinking about whether to get more fish out. Well, it seems like there's canned scallops and stuff in the preservation warehouse, it's all cooked food, how could I forget? There was also some kind of herring or something, all factory made, open lid ready to eat kind of thing. Along the way, there were quite a few people on the road, and suddenly he seemed to see a familiar face. Black Star walked 2 steps closer, so he got down from the cow's back and said, "It's really you, Grandma." It was a bit embarrassing that he forgot to ask the name before. Sui only remembered that the old lady in green clothes was called Shujun, as for which 2 words, Sui didn't know. Xiao Shujun turned around and saw a young man. Well, it was the same young man who had saved her before, or else it must have been a bad day on the road that day when she got heatstroke. There was no chance that it would have been gone that day. "It's you, Hisae-chan." She remembers as if this kid, that's his name. Sui smiled. "It's me, are you going back to the city? Otherwise, I'll give you a ride?" Xiao Shujuan looked at the ox next to her, which was carrying 2 buckets of stuff, and there was a crowfish inside. Casually guessing, Xiao Shujin knew that Sui was afraid to go to the city to find a way to sell these things for money. A patch, looks like the family is not too rich. These days, in the countryside, there are very few rich ones. This cow of yours is so small? Xiao Shujuan was a little hesitant, but she was really in a hurry, and being old, it was a little tiring to walk such a long way. Sui smiled and patted Black Star's back, saying, "It's fine, although Black Star is still small, but its strength is not small. This bit of your weight is nothing." Half pushed, Xiao Shujuan got on the ox's back. "Don't say it, this ox of yours is quite stable. Right? The Black Star is very humane, knowing that there is someone on its back, it will pay attention when it walks." After walking for a while, Xiao Shujin realized that this ox was really good. She had also ridden a bull when she was a child. It wasn't this kind of feeling. Sui asked again, "At this time of the year, Grandma went back to the city, your son didn't come to pick up?" Xiao Shujun said, "My name is Xiao Shujun, you call me Grandma Xiaoas. My son, they are all busy, there is only one old man at home, he is very busy. My grandson said he was sick, so I rushed back to take care of him. Otherwise, I wouldn't have left in the middle of the afternoon. Oh, my home is in Hongdu, not Bishui City. Hongdu is the capital of Jie Province, not close to here, take the train is not a short time, afraid of 8 or 9 hours or 2. This time the train, and the latter-day train speed cannot be compared, and high-speed rail that is even more incomparable. However, looking at Grandma Qiao's expression, I'm afraid it's not as simple as the child being sick. Look at the tiredness and a little bit of anger in the eyes, I'm afraid it has something to do with the family that Grandma Qiao came to visit. That green-clothed grandmother looked quite amiable, was she a junior in that family? This matter, however, had nothing to do with Sui, and Sui didn't care. Chapter 62 Feeding Medicine. Sui didn't bring up this matter, but Xiao Shujun asked, "What are you doing with these 2 buckets of river snails to the city?" In fact, the state does not allow private trading. To buy things, have to go to the supply and marketing center. But privately, many people were trading privately. Otherwise, how did Lu Jianrun's pigeon market get started? Sui avoided the question. "My father was hospitalized, the family lacks money." Although he didn't say what he was doing, the meaning had already been shown. I don't know what's wrong with Xiao Shujun, but she keeps asking questions around this topic. Now the state doesn't allow private shopkeepers or private transactions. What is said about speculation? What do you think? I don't know out of what kind of mind she asked such a topic, but Sui didn't hear anything harmful in her words. However, there is nothing wrong with being careful, Sui said. Last year's December, the 3rd plenary session of the 11th Central Committee held, the old man all proposed to shift the focus of the country's work to economic construction. Think, the future will be good. A sentence did not say that he wanted to do business on his own, but the meaning of these words indicated economic construction. Xiao Shujuan's eyes revealed a brilliant light. You're still concerned about this? A child who looked like a junior high school student was actually also concerned about the 3rd plenary session of the 11th Central Committee? Sui touched his head. I just saw it in the newspaper and then memorized it. Xiao Shujuan became interested. Do you think that the future direction of the country is really economic construction? Do you think that the country will allow private business? If it was an ordinary person, she would never ask this question. Sui could see that this Xiao Shujun was not an ordinary person. The whole body's temperament showed that this was a public meal. At least, the old man in the family should be eating public food. Otherwise, why is her family so busy? Sui thought for a moment and said, I remember, the old man made a report at the closing ceremony, emancipate the mind, seek truth from facts, unite and move forward. I think that the situation in the country will definitely go in a better direction. 2 people, one old and one young, one on the back of a cow, one walking on the road, actually so talk up. To the city, Xiao Shujun is still talking about, her talk is not reduced, so he simply hold the cow to go to a train station. Sui remembers, before Grandma Qiao said, is to go to the train. The car wasn't necessarily any faster, and the roads were not easy to navigate these days. When the cow stopped outside the train station, Xiao Shujuan was a little embarrassed. I actually forgot the time when I was talking. You're going to be busy, go quickly. Sui nodded, then take care of yourself. On the train, it wasn't just safe. If you get on the train at this point, I'm afraid you won't arrive until tomorrow, or in the middle of the night. Xiao Shujun waved her hand. It's fine, my youngest son works on the train, I'll take his class. This is good, there are acquaintances, and a seat can be arranged at that time. At this time of the train, the conductor above has a place. Even if it was the passenger police in the latter days, then there was a place to rest. Not to mention, there were workrooms. Looking at the teenager who rode away on the ox, Xiao Shuzhuang felt that this world was amazing. She just talked to her old partner at home the other day, and in the last few days in Jiangsu town, she talked to her good friend as well. Who knows, randomly started, this teenager also said the right things. Go back, is not to talk to the old companion, this teenager is quite amazing. For this mountain village teenager who had helped himself twice, Xiao Shujin felt that he could not also extend his hand to help. Moreover, if Province J wanted to develop, there had to be a change. It wasn't allowed before, but isn't there a policy now? The third plenary session of the Central Committee has been held. That old man is very concerned about economic construction. Over here, Sui left the train station and came all the way to the military hospital. In fact, he took a lot of detours, but there is no way, is not it? River snails and fish he put away, have that $4,000, for the time being, so he does not need to be anxious about money. As for doing business and so on, there is no need to rush. At this time, Huaxi village have not yet engaged in it, he does not want to engage in special Shaojiang village things, but also until next year, only to get the old man's approval, that time, only a little mess off. As for the individual households, it seems that the first one will not appear until next year. And that place is still coastal, more open place. Like J province, this kind of inland area, coupled with the transportation in bad, more backward place, individual households, I'm afraid it is very difficult. The leaders here, now are still relatively closed off. Whenever, are afraid of the head. Shook his head, so he did not go to think more. Walking into the hospital, this time, so he brought some meat to the two nurses as usual. In addition, yesterday to get the river snail, so he also picked out a few pounds to the round-faced nurse, hormone pick-up, to sister taste. The round-faced nurse took it, her face was not very good, she was a nurse, naturally she knew Su Zhaohua's situation. Saying goodbye to the round-faced nurse, she didn't say anything, but Sui got what he wanted to know. Coming to the ward, it was rather depressing inside. The patient in the bed next to him, it seems like the situation is not very good either. The couple accompanying the bed, their faces were not very good. Yi Chuanxiu's face was not good, it looked like she had cried. Those eyes were swollen. Su Mei sat on the side, also not in much spirit. Su Zhaohua was lying on the bed, his eyes were closed, as if he was sleeping. Sui touched his forehead, he still had a high fever. No, it can't wait. Sui decided to use the pills he made himself, in fact, still pinning his hopes on the cephalosporin. But Yi Chuanxiu and Su Mei are here, definitely not, they won't allow it. Sui took out the pills he made, thought for a moment, and then said to Yi Chuanxiu and Su Mei, eldest sister, you help mom to go wash her face. In this state, she'll boil herself up later. At that time, who will take care of dad? The couple next to them looked over and Sui didn't greet them, those two turned back to look at the old man on the bed. Thinking about it, that should be the couple's father. Su Mei wanted to say something, but didn't say anything afterward. Pulling Yi Chuanxiu out, perhaps Yi Chuanxiu also understands that he cannot collapse first. Waiting for the two to go out, Sui saw that there was a bit of water next to him, he helped Su Zhaohua up and quietly gave Su Zhaohua the pills to eat. Feeding some more water, he let him take it smoothly. Fortunately, although not too awake, but the pill was taken smoothly. When he lifted his head, he saw the man in that couple looking at himself, his face full of surprise. Sui thought that he should have seen himself feeding the pill. But the other person just opened his mouth wide and didn't say anything. Sui also didn't say anything, just smiled and left it alone. When Yi Chuanxiu and Su Mei came back, this person opened his mouth, but in the end didn't say anything. Chapter 63, Finding the Hospital. Because Su Zhaohua's condition wasn't really good, although Sui gave anti-inflammatory medicine, he also needed to see the efficacy. Sui didn't leave, but planned to spend the night here today. Yi Chuanxiu and Su Mei could switch rattan chairs to rest, so he then planned to wait for the night to get late, go out and find a random place, and enter the bedroom of the carry-on warehouse to rest. In this regard, I'm afraid that there is no one in this world who is more convenient than him. However, before evening, there were noisy sounds coming from outside the military hospital. It didn't take long to find a sound that was getting closer and closer. Sui felt some familiarity, and for a moment, he didn't think of whose voice it was. On the contrary, Yi Chuanxiu, who had been quite sad, looked at Su Zhaohua. From time to time, he also went to change a towel for him, wet the towel with cold water and put it on Su Zhaohua's forehead. This is a physical approach to reduce fever for family use, a kind of physical cooling method. Sui also planned to wait for a while and ask the doctor for some alcohol to wipe Su Zhaohua's whole body. In this way, the temperature could also be lowered. But at this moment, hearing the noisy sounds outside, Yi Chuanxiu's body suddenly stiffened. Then, there was a loud crash and the door was opened. It's here? It won't be hiding here, right? As the arrogant voice came, Sui also saw the owner of the voice. Second uncle, Su Haiwa. These shadowy souls, they actually chased them here? Sui stepped forward and blocked Su Haiwa. Second uncle is here to send money to my father? Previously, Uncle 2 used to gamble a lot and owed a lot of debts. My dad paid you back a lot, and this time my dad was hospitalized, and the family is all out of money. The hospital side is urging us to pay the hospitalization fee. Is second uncle here to deliver money? Sui first blocked Su Haiwa's words, but who knows, Su Haiwa pushed Sui away. He had no intention of going through the motions with Su-hee, he was here to ask for money. He pushed Su-hee away and went straight forward, and he saw Su Xiaohua. Sleeping is sleeping, but you have to pay even if you hide here. Sister-in-law, you actually came to be hospitalized in order to hide from me. Listen, are these the words of a human being? Su Haiwa is cannot say such words. Yi Chuanqiu cried, second uncle, your big brother he's injured, can't you see? The couple next to him also looked at this sight in silence, not daring to speak. Su Haiwa, this person, at first glance, is a mixed-up person, this kind of punk can't be messed with. Sui estimated that he was not yet Su Haiwa's opponent, this is indoors, he is not good to take weapons out from the carry-on storage. Otherwise, electric shock baton, he really wanted to try the power of this thing. Sui was ready to go out and call security over. Yi Chuanqiu and Su Mei didn't dare to move. This Su Haiwa is a gangster, he dares to do anything. But they still try to protect Su Xiaohua as much as possible. Sui just came out and saw Geng Meixiang and Su Zhizhen. Sui also said, just now obviously heard the sound of a woman, how come this will be Su Haiwa went in alone? Sui coldly looked at these two people, and did not greet them, so he went straight over. Su Zhizhen pointed at Su-hee and said, Mom, look at this big brother's son Hisiki, he has no education at all, what is that look at us? He didn't even say hello. Geng Meixiang said, his family has no talent, it's not the first day you've known. Listening to this voice, it's almost too much. This family, I don't know how they live to be so old. Sui lazily ignored them and went over directly, and saw the round-faced nurse pointing over there. Seeing Sui come over, the round-faced nurse was a bit embarrassed and said, are those your relatives? I thought they came to visit you, so I gave directions. Sui then realized that it was no wonder these three people found the ward so easily. But Sui couldn't be bothered with people he didn't instruct them not to point out the way. Sui smiled bitterly, quickly find me two people, first drive them out of the hospital only. This is a military hospital, it won't be the same as an ordinary hospital, just watch, right? Ordinary hospital that is no way, only security guards, with the old Su family's temper, that is definitely to blackmail people. But this military hospital was different, there were soldiers guarding it. The round-faced nurse slapped her head, I'll go find it for you. Soon, the round-faced nurse got two soldiers to come over and led them over to the ward. At this time, Geng Meixiang and Su Zhizhen were still watching outside, and Su Haiwa was already searching for things inside. He also searched out the meals that Su-hee had brought over. Mom, look, the other boss's family still has meat to eat. Still lacking that little bit of money? It was simply arrogant to the point of no return. Su-hee was no match for the other party for the time being, and couldn't get a weapon here, so he could only say to the two soldiers, please help drive the people out. The soldiers nodded and went inside. At this time, Su Haiwa had already started to grab meat with his hands and eat it, that looked just like a dog that hadn't eaten for a long time. Saying Su Haiwa is a dog is a slur on dogs now. The soldier came up, grabbed Su Haiwa and brought him outside. Su Haiwa shouted, what are you doing? I'm eating from my own home, what are you guys doing? Geng Meixiang was shocked and wanted to go forward, but she was still a little wary of people in military uniforms. This wasn't the oldest family in her countryside home that didn't have much insight and only dared to be coy. Geng Meixiang wanted to do it, but still afraid of the uniform. There was no other way, Geng Meixiang had to sit on the ground and began to howl and cry. Aya, this day can't be lived. Giving birth to a son, not caring about my old man, do not give a way to live This day, how can I live? Around a lot of wards are out of people, do not know the situation, thought the hospitalized is on the ground. Geng Meixiang what people, and Su-hee is the one who does not pay for medical treatment. Su-hee's face was ugly, and he also saw a smile on Su Zhizhen's face. This person is really disgusting. Su-hee stepped forward and went to pull Geng Meixiang, not to mention, this old lady was quite strong. No matter what, Geng Meixiang still has to go down to the fields to farm, the strength is still there. Seeing Su-hee come to pull her, Geng Meixiang's claws scratched Su-hee's body. Su-hee only felt a gripping pain, this Geng Meixiang was really exerting herself. Su-hee was furious and reached out and pressed hard on Geng Meixiang's body. This is what Su-hee learned from ninth uncle, it can make people lose their strength in a short period of time, and it will hurt a lot. For Geng Meixiang, Su-hee that was no affection at all. Su-hee had originally traveled across the world and didn't feel any kinship with Geng Meixiang at all. On the contrary, many of the memories brought by the original body, all of which were of Geng Meixiang bringing people to bring hurt to their family, but scene by scene, they all came to mind. He didn't have any mental burden at all, and anyway, this maneuver would only cause Geng Meixiang to temporarily lose her strength and feel pain. But there was no after effects at all. So he dragged the person and ran outside. Geng Meixiang ouched out while still having to curse. But there was no way to hit someone if you wanted to. Chapter 64, A Kick in the Face. Gung Meixiang opened her mouth to curse, but Sui turned a deaf ear. He couldn't go and cover Gung Meixiang's mouth, but dragging Gung Meixiang on the ground wasn't good for her either. Many people were pointing on the road, and Sui happened to see Bureauhe and immediately said loudly, "Bureauhe, it's just as well that you're here. The one outside is my second uncle, he should be gambling and owes people loan sharks. I'll report it. If you arrest him back, not only can you break up that gambling spot, but you can also arrest that loan shark along with him." The voice rang out, the pointing was gone, but Gung Meixiang's tirade was even louder. She looked at Su Zhizhen followed, but did not come up. Another scolding, "You dead girl, just watch your mom to and drag? Hurry up and come save me, you scratch him, you tickle him." Su Zhizhen looked at Gung Meixiang's fighting strength, all at once put down by Sui, for a moment did not dare to come up. But Laomiang's tirade made Su Zhizhen not dare to continue waiting. Otherwise, turning back Laomiang would not be polite to her. Su Zhizhen turned a direction and rushed over. The nails on that hand are very sharp, but also left about 3 centimeters long, which if caught, is certainly to break the face. Moreover, it was also very painful. Sui turned around and kicked out, kicking Su Zhizhen out 2 meters away. Just as Bureauhe came over, Sui said, "I also acted in self-defense. They owed money to loan sharks, so they came to my house for money. But my family's money has been spoiled for them in the past. Now that my father is hospitalized, where is there so much money for them to spoil?" Sui's words, is to explain the beginning and end of this matter, is also to plug here people's long mouth. Sui himself is not afraid, but Ji Chuanqiu is still a person who wants to face. Besides, the people here, I'm afraid that many of them have some background. If they don't explain, I'm afraid that it will be a bit troublesome in the future. Bureauhe nodded, but this kind of gambling thing, without catching the scene, it is not really good to manage. Sui dragged Gung Meixiang outside, found a remote corner, and directly threw it to the ground. For this nominal grandmother, he really did not feel good at all. Just now that time, his hands are purple. Gung Meixiang let out an ouch and slightly climbed up, but his hand still didn't have that much strength. Gung Meixiang cursed loudly, "Hisiko, you this no big or small, you treat your grandmother me like this, you don't have a good end." Sui snorted, "For a grandmother like you, I wouldn't even want to give it to me. If you are such an old man who can't distinguish between right and wrong, who favors the youngest son, and who hates the death of the eldest son's family, you are really a scourge that will last for 1,000 years. Anyway, I don't eat your set, your eldest son will not be able to get through this, in the future, without your eldest son, you come to a trip, I will beat once. He is really ready to hit, of course not openly hit, is the same as just now, with skillful strength. You can't find out afterwards, not even in the hospital. But the body does hurt, the feeling of powerlessness will soon pass, but this pain will last for a while." Gung Meixiang still wants to curse, so he made a gesture, and Gung Meixiang shut her mouth. With such a shrew, no one to back her up, and Sui displaying the appearance of wanting to hit someone, Gung Meixiang extinguished her fire. Her eyes turned, saw Bureau, and immediately shouted, "Police I report this grandson of mine he is unfilial he." Before Gung Meixiang could finish, Sui said first, "It's her son, I report, gathering people at home to gamble, they gamble in the old river village." Sui said, Gung Meixiang did not dare to say more, just ouch shouting, at the same time mouth tirade out. When Sui saw that she didn't say any more, Sui also stopped talking. Over there, the soldiers drove Su Haiwa out of the hospital, and Su Haiwa didn't dare to break in again. This kind of person who has committed a crime is still most afraid of the military and police, and only dares to wander in front of the hospital. Su Zhizhen climbed up and came out of the hospital. Seeing Sui come back, there was some fear in her eyes. In her heart, she did curse. It's best, that big brother also died in the hospital. Just now, she also looked at the door, that face is very bad, it looks like the fever does not go down. That face is very wrong. But on the surface, Su Zhizhen did not dare to say any more. This nephew, different from before, dared to hit people. She, a woman, is no match for Su He. Wait, when you see it outside in the future, let the second and third brother beat you to death. Su He and Bureau walked into the military hospital, ignoring Su Haiwa on the side. After coming in, Bureau said to Su He, "For this kind of thing, arresting gambling should be done in flagrante delicto. I can't arrest anyone right now." Su He laughed, "Of course I know, they don't, I'm just using your name to scare them. At a time like this, they can't be allowed to make a scene here. When something happens to Su Zhaohua, they won't take the responsibility." After a pause, Sui did not want to continue this topic. After all, it was a family scandal, and it was still a bit embarrassing to be seen. But then, Sui turned this matter over and said to Bureauhe, "When I went to the back of the mountain today to ask 11th Grandpa for honey, I felt that someone was staring at me. I think it should be that brother Biao." "Bureauhe, what is the constitution of your police department? Is that brother Biao not arrested?" Bureauhe was a bit surprised. "He hasn't left the vicinity of your village?" Sui shook his head and analyzed, "A person like Brother Biao is bold and has killed people. This kind of person is definitely not afraid of anything. I think that he definitely wants to take revenge on our village." Bureau frowned, "This hasn't happened before, he's been exposed, doesn't he run?" Bureau had previously thought that Biao had not been caught, he must be running away. At least for a short period of time, he wouldn't appear within Bisui City. He actually had some regrets that he hadn't caught the ringleader, and the credit would seem slightly less. Although he had already used this to stand firm, who wouldn't want more credit? Sui said, before, that was because he succeeded every time, and even if something happened, it had nothing to do with the subject of the stolen cattle. But nowadays, he was led by the people of our village to get caught, and besides him, the men were all caught. With this kind of man's character, he will surely retaliate. I'm afraid he'll feel his way into the village at night and seek revenge. Bureau he also frowned, he somewhat believed in Sui's judgment. Previously, Sui's judgment had been partially realized. If that brother Biao really did so, then Bureau he would also have to take some responsibility. At that time, not only would half of the credit for catching the cattle thief be deducted, he would also be chastised from above. This was the first case he was in charge of, although it was itself a case thrown to him by someone else, a case that no one else was willing to take over. But since he took it over, he had to be responsible for the aftermath. Bureau he was silent for a while. In this case, I'll bring a few people to secretly lurk down to your village, and make sure to catch the person. Sui nodded and added, I can't go back with you today, I have to watch from here, my dad is not well. Chapter 65 The fever is gone. Okay, I'll go there by myself, just look for your big grandpa. Big grandpa was the village chief, and also the patriarch of the village. Bureau originally came over today, one was to ask Sui about his father's condition, and the other also came to ask Sui, wanting Sui to help him analyze Biao's situation. I don't know why, although Bureau felt that Sui didn't necessarily know the situation either. But Bureau just subconsciously felt that Sui should be able to help. No, Sui really did help. Even though Sui himself didn't see if it was Biao or not, and Sui didn't know Biao. But there was also a direction that Bureau he felt was very likely, and that was Brother Biao. Sui's analysis was right, Brother Biao would most likely come over for revenge. He nodded his head and had turned to leave, it was already late, any later and it would be dark. He decided to hurry over, once something unpredictable happened, then he would have to take some responsibility. Neither of them realized that not far from the hospital, there was a girl who saw all of this. Lu Linlin bit her lip, this bad guy, he's really in the hospital. Before, he even said that he would help me get some food, and now he hasn't even heard a word. He even fought with the old woman before, this guy is really. Bureau walked out and saw Lu Linlin, and immediately said, Linlin, go find your sister-in-law yourself. I have something on my side, I have to go out. Lu Linlin nodded, I know, auntie. However, when Bureau left, Lu Linlin didn't go inside the hospital, instead, she turned around and left. Sui didn't know all of this, he returned to the ward, saw the still somewhat bewildered mom and big sister, and sighed inwardly, this is all from years of being bullied by that pair of grandparents. Now there is no temper at all. Sui said, it's fine, chased me away. Mom, you quickly see if my dad's fever is better. Yi Chuanxiu then came back to her senses, well, let me take a look. Sumei also reacted and looked at Suhi with some embarrassment. Just now, when second uncle rushed in, she didn't have a single thought. In her head, there were all the images of being beaten by her second uncle when she was a child, and she didn't dare to resist at all. Later, she also heard her grandmother Gung Meixiang's shouts and abuse, and knew that it was Sui who framed her grandmother out. Sumei asked in a low voice, aren't you afraid? Sui glanced at Sumei, fear can solve the problem? Sumei was silent, Sui sighed, she's just an old woman, what are you afraid of? Your strength is still smaller than hers? Not to mention, Sumei's strength, I'm afraid it's not as strong as Gung Meixiang's. At least, she's not as strong as Gung Meixiang. Gung Meixiang has at least worked in the fields. Although the oldest Su Zhao's family is used to being bullied, but so much work, several daughters refused to go down to the ground, and the two youngest sons will not move. Gung Meixiang also had no choice but to go down to the ground. This is what happens when you spoil your children. Suhi said, it's okay, in the future, you avoid it. I'll deal with it. Sumei drummed up a lot of courage, but in the end, she didn't dare to say anything, and could only say, well, I will hide. Yi Chuanxiu touched Su Zhao's head, somewhat hesitant, it seems to have dropped a little. Suhi went forward and touched Su Zhao's head himself, feeling that the fever had subsided a little. This anti-inflammatory medicine itself also had a certain effect, as long as it did not become inflamed, the fever subsided was also something that should happen. He nodded, I'll go get a thermometer to take a measurement. Saying this, Sui went out and found the round-faced nurse, I'll find a thermometer and test my dad's temperature. Also, do you have any alcohol here? I'll try to use alcohol to wipe his body and artificially lower the temperature. The round-faced nurse asked, where did you hear about that method? But this method might actually work. This kind of method would be taught in regular medical schools, right? In the future, with information so developed, it's all over the internet, what's the need to learn? The round-faced nurse brought over alcohol, and this was to be charged. However, the round-faced nurse did not say, because she ate Sui's meat several times, plus today also gave Sui's second uncle directions. Although Sui didn't count it, the round-faced nurse herself felt that she had done something wrong. Forget it, consider it as me making amends. The round-faced nurse thought in her heart. Soo-hee, however, turned back just at this time. Write it down first, and let the payment office deduct the money together at that time. Ha? The round-faced nurse didn't react for a moment, and Soo-hee left with the thermometer set up at the nurse's station. This person. The round-faced nurse stomped her foot, but she was still quite happy in her heart. Soo-hee returned to the ward and gave the thermometer to Yi Chuanqiu. Mom, you clip my dad's cackle in the asshole and check the temperature. In fact, the temperature in the asshole is the most accurate. Adults, it's not good to clip the asshole, then you have to clip the creaky pit. Soo-hee took some cotton and started to artificially cool down Su Zhaohua's temperature. This body, the temperature is really high and scary. The temperature was already high, and when Soo-hee touched Su Zhaohua's body, it was a bit hot. If it goes on like this, it won't burn his head, right? Thinking of Su Zhaohua's day after holding a spoon in his mouth and giggling, his face was still stained with some rice. Soo-hee subconsciously shivered. If this happened, Su Zhaohua was afraid that he would want to die directly. Soo-hee hurriedly gave him rubbing alcohol. This thing evaporates quickly, can absorb a lot of heat away from the body. But in fact, it gives a not so good feeling. But it's such a time, who cares about that? A few minutes later, Yi Chuanqiu took out the thermometer and looked at it. 39.5. High fever, no words. Soo-hee had no choice but to continue rubbing alcohol. Just like this, measuring once in a while, Soo-hee also went to look at the infection on that foot. He secretly before also rubbed erythromycin ointment, which Yi Chuanqiu did not see. The infection on the foot is slightly better, so he slightly put down his heart. To the evening passed, Yi Chuanqiu once again gave Su Zhaohua a temperature measurement. This process, Soo-hee has been wiping him on the line. Artificial cooling. Fever is gone. Yi Chuanqiu was a bit surprised and couldn't believe her eyes. Soo-hee took the thermometer and took a look, and indeed the fever had gone down, 37 degrees. Although it was still a little high, but at least it wasn't feverish anymore. Su Zhaohua slowly opened his eyes. My mom and my second brother are here? Yi Chuanqiu did not have the good sense to give a blank look. Yes, your second brother chased to come here to ask for money, and also searched all the places here, and ate all our meals spoiled. Before all did not think to go over to clean up. Su-mei also froze half a day, this time rushed to clean up a little. Before the police came in, Su Haihua grabbed a few handfuls, the rest fell to the ground. The couple on the side, without saying a word, also refused to help clean up a bit. Su Zhaohua was still a little groggy, but when he heard Yi Chuanqiu's words, he also revealed a bitter smile. Soo-hee said, alright, since the fever is gone, I'll go ask the doctor to come over and take a look. It's alright to recuperate for a few more days and take some more medicine, then you can be discharged and go home. Chapter 66, What did you give him to eat? Dr. Chiu looked at Soo-hee with a strange look for a long time. Luckily she didn't continue to look and just coughed. Then Dr. Chiu turned back and said to Yi Chuanqiu, once the fever is gone, things will be fine. After that, I'll prescribe anti-inflammatory medicine. Continue to watch for 2 days, and when the infection on this foot is completely gone, you can go home. Saying that, Dr. Chiu gave another medical prescription. Part of it was for the nurse, and that round-faced nurse wrote it all down. Previously, because of her, she had caused Deng Meixiang and the others to look for her, and she still felt a bit guilty about it. Looking at the marks on the ground here, and the smell in the air, the round-faced nurse knew that Soo-hee and their meals had all been spilled. It's a strange pity, it's all meat. Somehow, in the round-faced nurse's heart, this was the first thing that came to mind. Dr. Chiu said to Yi Chuanqiu again, your family should pay close attention to the patient's temperature. Once it rebounds again, it will be troublesome then. If there's the slightest sign, have the nurse come to the doctor. You can't procrastinate, understand? Yi Chuanqiu nodded vigorously, which was as if she had found her backbone. Su Zhaohua fell into a deep sleep again. Before it was because he was sick and his spirit was not good. Now it was to recuperate the body. This was an active change in the body. Dr. Chiu glanced at Soo-hee, and Soo-hee followed Dr. Chiu out. Dr. Chiu asked in a low voice, what did you give your dad? Soo-hee shrugged, it's just some herbs passed down from the family's ancestors. I didn't dare to give more, just one pill. Dr. Chiu shook his head. No, what else did your dad rub on that leg injury? I can smell it. You dog nose ah. Soo-hee inwardly cursed. The surface smiled. It's also ointment, the family got it by themselves, partial prescription, put it on the market, no one believes it. Dr. Chiu looked deeply at Soo-hee, thinking in his heart, if possible, this prescription should be taken out and dedicated to the country. How good. Soo-hee luckily didn't know what Dr. Chiu was thinking. If he knew, he would have been shocked and then tried his best to stop Dr. Chiu. This thing is not a prescription at all, but a good medicine that will be brought back in the future. That's Western medicine. Chinese medicine may have good things, for example, that medical scripture in Grandpa's house has a lot of them written in it. But Soo-hee do not understand it. These, that is, Soo-hee bought in his previous life, fast results are the characteristics of Western medicine. The first thing you need to do is to get rid of the pain. Even if there are side effects, at least they work fast, right? Dr. Chiu left, Soo-hee returned to the ward, until very late. Yi Chuanqiu went to measure the temperature from time to time, and often stood up directly, feeling like extremely disturbed. Soo-hee also has no way, cannot directly press Yi Chuanqiu, right? That is her man, is her heart rely on, so we also have no way. Sume is put down the heart, and then should start worrying about their own dowry. Sui is also worried, these days it seems to be 3 turns in a ring. Where was he going to get a sewing machine? Moreover, Big Sister's date hadn't been seen yet, so he didn't know what kind of person she was. Sui only begged, just don't be the same as old Sue's family. Even if they were poorer, it didn't matter. Sui had the certainty to bring his family together to become rich, as long as he was willing to work. Being a little poorer was not a matter at all. It's just that it will have to wait a few more years. These 2 years are still a bit dangerous. When 84 years pass, it will be completely safe. Sui thought, but before that, we have to lay a good foundation first. There was no rush to make money, he could secretly make some deals with that LV Genrun and accumulate some starting capital first. These, the portable warehouse could take care of. These days there was a lack of supplies, and he had a warehouse full of supplies that were definitely worth a lot of money. $500,000 household. These days, there aren't many 10,000 yuan households. Especially not allowed to do business privately, if not a little backing, such as what second generation and so on. Or like Lu Genrun, operating the black market. I don't believe there are many $10,000 households. Well, LV Genrun is afraid that it is also not a real name. People may also not be ordinary people, also a second generation may also be possible. By the end of the night, Su Zhao's temperature had gone back and forth a few times, but in the end, the fever had completely subsided. Su Zhaohua woke up and looked at his wife who was at his wit's end, and sighed inwardly. He was actually quite lucid in spirit, and when the second brother came earlier, those words, he heard them all. Including those words from his old mother later, he also heard them. But what could he do? That was his brother, it was his old mother. He glanced at Sui, and he knew that he was the one who racked his old mother out. And vaguely heard some of Sui's words. Hisiko had grown up, and there was nothing he could do about it. Su Zhaohua was still a little heartbroken for his old lady, being that old and still being dragged out by his son. Sui is unaware of Su Zhaohua's thoughts. If he knew, I'm afraid he would have to shout, you might as well be sick. Sick is not to be sick anymore, otherwise the family is nervous. Although Su Rong didn't show it, Sui knew that she was actually worried. Worried about her father's health, worried about the family's future. Even more worried, if something happens to the family, she has no way to continue her studies, so there is no way to be a city dweller. This time, Su Rong was even more determined to be a city dweller. But her temper changed a little. He was right, who owed her? If she became a city dweller in the future, she would definitely return what her family had given her over the years many times over. This is what Su Rong thought in her heart. She took Su Rue to touch the river snail, also has the meaning to cure Su Zhaohua. It's just that Su Rong herself didn't have much of a solution, so she could only use this method to express herself. Sui probably guessed a little bit of Su Rong's inner thoughts and was slightly comforted. People can be selfish, but they can't be too selfish. In the middle of the night, Sui said to Sume, you go and rest for a while, and when it's the latter part of the night, let mom rest as well. I'll go out and find a place to spend the night. In the hospital, it was too late to let too many people stay. This was the military hospital's rule, and Sui didn't want to violate it. When Sui left, Su Zhaohua opened his eyes and looked at this son with complicated eyes. From the day Sui shouted, he felt that this son seemed to have changed, no longer the meek, nothing to fight for son he used to be. But in his heart, Su Zhaohua didn't know whether he should be happy or angry. The youngest son at home doesn't know how it is. There is also the old mother who was dragged out, also don't know if she has gone home yet. There was also his wife, who was sitting on the side and hadn't closed her eyes, and he felt a little guilty. There is also the eldest daughter, soon to be married, to look at each other. He is afraid that even the dowry cannot take out 3 turns in a ring, where to get to go. And the second brother, so anxious to find over, do not know what happened? Will not happen, right? Worrying about what to worry about, should not worry about, Su Zhaohua fell into a coma again. As for his own family, just ate a little bit of the leftover food that the second brother overturned before. Su Zhaohua did not think about it at all. His brain capacity was temporarily insufficient. Sui also didn't have the means to change it again, he could only do so. Chapter 67, Strange Qian Rui. In the carry-on warehouse, in the warm environment, Sui was unable to sleep. He simply got up and went to the underground preservation warehouse and started counting the supplies. The supplies here had everything. For example, food, daily necessities, basically the commonly used ones, could be found here. Even some of the leather used to make shoes, and the cloth used to make clothes, could be found. Because of these, they were originally procured by Suhi and prepared to be shipped back home to the old family. The saddest thing in life was when a person died and the money was still unspent. So in the last stage of life, Suhi in his previous life, revenge spending, all the money in the bank card is used to purchase. He even sold his original house and borrowed some additional money to procure a large amount of supplies. These supplies were scattered, so he counted them all out. He was going to try and put the fresh food and other things, all in separate categories. I also wonder if the recovery attribute of the warehouse will recover this arrangement as well? Sui Xingxing swapped the milk candies and some chocolates and recorded all their original positions. These were written down in a book. Afterward, Sui would record the positions on labels and stick them on these shelves. Then, the locations where things were located and their quantities were recorded within the computer. It would be much easier to find things in the future. Who made him so sick in his previous life that when the delivery arrived, he just put it inside and didn't categorize it? It probably made it to 90 o'clock in the evening, and Sui had only recorded a small half of it. It looks like there are still several days of busy work to be done. Sui returned to the bedroom and had a beautiful sleep. There was air conditioning in the bedroom, so this sleep he slept soundly. When the next morning came, Sui only made some pastries and brought them to the hospital. Su Zhaohua's condition had slightly improved, so he should actually eat something good. But Su Zhaohua's performance yesterday let Sui know that the process of reforming his father was destined to be a long and hard process. Seeing that it was just pasta cakes, Sumei did not refuse. This pure white flour noodle cake was already something very rare. Yi Chuanqiu asked, "Why is there no meat?" It could be seen that it was easy to go from frugality to extravagance, but difficult to go from extravagance to frugality. In the past, there was no meat once in a few months, but now that he had eaten a few times, he actually asked why there was no meat. Su Zhaohua also looked over, although he hadn't eaten all that meat, he had felt it before. Sui said, "It's already good enough to have something to eat, we don't have meat stamps or food stamps." Dad's hospitalization also used a lot of money. Yi Chuanqiu reacted and nodded, not saying anything. Su Zhaohua had already lost his fever, and apart from the infection in his legs, he didn't have any problems moving around. He took a piece of pasty for himself to eat, and to be honest, it was already pretty good. But the smell of meat earlier still aroused a craving within him. After the family finished eating in silence, Su Zhaohua asked, "By the way, how much money does the family still have?" Yi Chuanqiu subconsciously looked at Su He, who frowned, "Not much left. What do you want to do?" Su Zhaohua said, "Yesterday I heard the second brother came, he must be in a hurry to use money, if we have." Before he could finish, Sui interrupted Su Zhaohua, "There's no more. You used more than $200 for your hospitalization. The rest of the money, the second and third sisters have to study, and your precious son Su Yuqing also has to study. Big sister still has to get married, so you're not going to buy a dowry?" Su Zhaohua was choked speechless, looking at Su He. How could he feel strange? The previous Su He would not dare to speak to him like this. But Su He didn't even bother to look at him. "Anyway, I won't take out this money, you have the ability to earn it yourself and give it to him. This money is all earned from raising my own cattle. You are all using my money. I don't need you to worry about my own studies, but everyone else, it's your responsibility." These words were a bit heavy, and Su Zhaohua fell silent. It wasn't that he didn't know, but that was his brother, his old mother. Yi Chuanqiu opened her mouth, but in the end did not say anything. If it was before, she might have advised Su He to take the money out. But now, she felt that she should focus more on her own little family. The situation yesterday when Su Haihua came over, she was still a bit scared even now. That wasn't a person, that was a gangster. A punk who was stabbed by 1,000 knives. Su He asked the doctor to come over to take a look again. Dr. Chiu examined her and said, "After the fever subsides, it's no big deal. After that, as long as you get rid of the infection on your leg, you can be discharged. But it's still better to be hospitalized for 2 days for observation." Sui thanked him and sent Dr. Chiu away. After coming out, Sui went back to the round-faced nurse and exchanged a box of meat for a few pounds of food stamps. Coming back, Sui gave the food stamps to Sumei. "In the next 2 days, I might not come over that often. You take the food stamps, when it's time, you guys go to the cafeteria to get food." After saying that, Sui said goodbye to his mom and dad and turned around to leave the hospital. Su Zhaohua reached out, opened his mouth, and finally said nothing. Sui's words are not wrong, but Su Zhaohua is also aggrieved. That is his own relatives. Could it be that he wants to sever his relationship with his loved ones? Su He is really too cruel. From the author's own experience, the author's father is this character. Yi Chuanqiu sighed, if it wasn't for her husband, she would never have felt any favor towards that family. In the future, forget it, in the future she cannot care. That family can't be fed. Sui came out and went to a remote place, releasing the Black Star as a substitute. All the way back to the Yuan River, he was called by a youth. Sui. Shenrui chased out and asked Sui, "Is your family not at home lately?" Sui remembered that this seemed to be a classmate of his big sister. What was his name? He forgot. But this question, how does it feel as if there is an adulterous relationship? Could it be that this is the object that big sister Sumei's one is going to look at? Sui didn't ask out, but said, "My dad was hospitalized, my sister and I sent him to the hospital. Is that going to be alright?" Qianrui asked nervously. Sui was almost certain that this Qianrui was afraid that this Qianrui was really related to his big sister Sumei. Even if it wasn't, it was still the case that this Qianrui liked big sister. He just didn't know how the environment of this Qianrui's family was. If it was the same as the old Su family, then Sui would rather be an evil person than let Sumei marry over. At that time, it would be another troublesome matter. The marriage was definitely not between two people, but two families. If the future big sister's husband's family had a complicated situation, the Su family would definitely not be calm either. Sui said, "It's not bad, I'll be discharged in 2 days." Xianrui asked about the hospital again. Sui did not hide it, said the hospital, and said the ward. Separated from Xianrui, Sui felt that he should go to explore the bottom of this Qianrui, saving for a rainy day. When the Black Star went down the river, Sui felt a little strange. Has this water level dropped a little? Chapter 68. Piao broke into the house of the youths. For Qianrui, Sui's first impression was still okay. He didn't look like a nosy person, and his character was relatively honest. However, looking at that eye, it seems that he is not someone who has no plans. If the family situation is not complicated, then it can be considered. He suddenly felt a little funny. I'm not an old father, worrying about this. Then, Sui saw the water level in this river, and always felt as if it was a bit lower than the previous days. Black Star, how many days has it not rained? Responding to him was a cow moo. Sui naturally did not know the significance of this cow moo. He searched his mind poorly and realized that it hadn't rained for a long time. It seemed like it hadn't rained since the midterm. Oh no, if it doesn't rain, then the late rice in the second half of the year will be in trouble. The moo yield of early rice was much less than that of late rice, at least a quarter of both. Moreover, the taste of early rice was also slightly worse. Nanju village all chose to use early rice to pay for the public grain and keep the late rice for themselves. If it hasn't been raining since before, then the late rice is naturally going to be affected. Without knowing why, Suhi remembered the previous 3 difficult years in the country. It seems like there hasn't been that big of a disaster in my memory, but it's hard to say. That kind of disaster, it's nationwide, it might be localized here. Suhi was still a bit worried, but it was useless for him to worry anymore. His own family was fine, there was the warehouse anyway. It was the village. Over the years, the village was still very good to his family. Suhi could not possibly sit back and watch the village suffer and not care. But the warehouse can't be told, it's really a troublesome thing. With some worries, Suhi returned to the village and let Black Star go back to the cattle shed by himself. Suhi was thinking, when, directly to that cattle rope to go forget, anyway, Black Star humane, without cattle rope can also control. But for the time being, he didn't bother. The second and third sisters don't seem to be at home, there are some river snails in the yard, it should be the second and third sisters to touch back. Su Yuqing came back from outside, saw Sui froze, then let out a cold snort and walked straight over. Sui didn't care, this bare child, sooner or later, will have to clean up again. Who knows that Su Yuqing raised a small half bucket of loaches and eels from inside, so he almost didn't laugh out loud. A total of more than 60, there are a few very small, Su Yuqing generously said, those a few as a gift. Sui smiled, went back to the house and took out a pack of milk candy, counted them and gave them to Su Yuqing. Su Yuqing was shocked, the house is so big, where did Siko he hide the candies? He searched for it many times, but couldn't find it. Sui smothered a laugh in his heart, but didn't say anything. But we can't do this again in the future, sooner or later, Su Yuqing will understand, and then it will not be easy. Avoiding risks, Sui felt that he had to do it from the start. Maybe I should get a backpack and take it out of the backpack later, or get a one-shoulder school bag, this is good to get. Dodo. Just as the little pumpkin came back, Sui gave the rest of the candy to the little pumpkin in passing. Su Yuqing bit his lip, wanting very much to ask, little pumpkin is your sister, am I not your brother? But in the end, he didn't ask, because asking would be in vain. Little pumpkin happily took the candy and went out. Sui smiled, knowing that little pumpkin should have gone to find Lon Lon to share the milk candy. Sui packed up the loaches and river snails and put them in the portable storage, lit some fragrant oil to make the river snails spit out sand. Those loaches and eels were put into the freshness storage. Although this place cannot restore the things Sui took over in this life, but the role of freshness is still there. After that, Sui came out from the warehouse, passed through the courtyard wall, and came to Grandpa's house. Grandpa was not at home, and Grandma was outside making pickles. Granny had to make a lot of pickles like this, or else there wouldn't be enough to eat in a winter at all. There were also some pickled bean curd and the like, and some dried bean curd to be dried. These were the main dishes of Nanju village in winter. Grandpa is not at home? Sui asked. Grandmother nodded, should have gone to the team. Grandpa was the team's accountant, but whenever there was something in the team, Grandpa would definitely be called to go. It was precisely because Grandpa had read books that he asked his children to read and his grandchildren to go to school. Otherwise, in the countryside, I'm afraid that Su may several have no possibility to study. A girl child, in the end, is to be married, what books to read? This is the concept of rural people. Suhi nodded, originally planning to go to the study to take pictures of all those books. But thinking about the water level of the river, Sui turned around and went out again, intending to go to the team to ask. Third grandma was still napping under the big banyan tree, while also napping the soles of her shoes. It seemed that third grandma could never finish knitting the soles of those shoes. Saying hello to third grandma and looking at third grandma's face, it seemed that something was going on. Entering the team, the atmosphere here was also a bit tense. Suhi went in and saw great-grandpa, grandpa, and a few other grandfathers. What happened? Suhi asked. Grandpa looked over and said, "It's Sikohi, where's your dad?" Suhi said, "It's all okay, the fever is gone. The doctor said that in a few days, when the infection clears up, he can be discharged from the hospital." But what's going on in the village? Why do I feel that the atmosphere is a bit off? Grandpa sighed and said that Biao seems to be staying in the village. Suhi was shocked, although he knew about this, but as long as brother Biao hid and didn't come out, no one here would know about it. What exactly happened? Big Grandpa said in a deep voice, yesterday that brother Biao entered the house of the Jiqing and tried to use force on a female Jiqing. But then the male Jiqing next to her heard the noise and clamored, and when the rest of the village came over, that brother Biao ran away. It seemed like nothing had happened, but Biao running away wasn't the problem, Biao still being in the village was the problem. Everyone knew that brother Biao was in the village, and they were all worried. Big Grandpa said worriedly, nowadays, all these youths are restless, they are also a trouble. Suhi was just about to say something when noisy sounds came from outside. Then a bunch of Jiqing poured in. Elsewhere, the youths had already returned to the city, but this side of Nanju village, or this side of Jiangsu town, hadn't come over yet. Speaking of youths, Suhi remembered a joke. That is, when these youths first came, with the village to the field, see the seedlings, are exclaiming, "You hear leeks grow well so tall." This is the group of 5 body not clear know the youth made a joke, of course down for so many years, these know the youth also know how to do farm work. Even the most delicate, but also to learn to work. Otherwise, who will feed you? Big Grandpa frowned, these Jiqing, not village people, and cannot be forced to suppress, but also really troublesome. Chapter 69, Let Them Go. The knowledges are making a lot of noise, so he listened, in fact, the knowledges are not asking for much, is to ensure their safety. The weeping female youths, it seems to be scared. Although this person has not been what that Biao brother, but I am afraid that the reputation cannot be saved. In this day and age, the reputation of a girl was still highly valued. To Suhi's surprise, his second sister Su Rong was actually among these young men. Standing close to Su Rong was a male youth. Suhi didn't remember this young man's name, but looking at that look, could it be that Su Rong and this young man had something going on? Because the youths were all here, the room wasn't too big, and everyone was very close. If Suhi didn't notice the eye contact between the two, he really didn't know that Su Rong and these youths knew each other. Suhi frowned, the first sister's matter was already troublesome. This second sister also has problems? If she fell in love with the youths, when something happens, and the youths go back to the city, where will she find her second sister? Could it be that she wants to be a city dweller because of this Jiqing? Looking at the appearance of this male Jiqing is still kind of clean, is not much handsome, but in this year, white and clean, looking at let a person feel the spirit. With the eyes of the later generations, there is a very flow of feeling. But this person certainly cannot shoulder, hands cannot lift, in this rural area, want to live, not so easy. Well, the youths certainly don't have enough to eat. Wait, second sister wouldn't have stolen food from the family, right? Suhi remembered that the house seemed to be infested with rats every so often. Yichuanqiu even scolded Haizi, useless dirt dog, watching the house can't even finish eating the rats. Thinking about it this way at this time, Suhi felt strange. Could it be that those grains were not eaten by rats, but were stolen by house mice? This one and all, it's really not worrying. After great-grandpa pacified these youths and they all left, great-grandpa came back and also sighed. Third grandpa also frowned, these youths, they don't get much work done, but there are quite a lot of these farts. Big Grandpa said, there's nothing we can do if we don't solve it. They came all the way from the city, so they can't get into trouble in our village, right? Grandpa said, yes, we can't have an accident here, but we don't know where Biao is hiding. The mountain is so big, Biao's target is too small, even if we let Xiaojiu bring people into the mountain, I'm afraid we won't be able to find him. Big Grandpa was even more worried, even if we find it, with that brother Biao's size. I'm afraid that the village people won't be able to beat it, and will be victimized by this Biao when the time comes. Suhi interjected, I don't have any idea about brother Biao, but for these Jiqing, I think it's a good idea. What to do? Great-grandpa asked. Grandpa drank, children don't know anything, if you don't know, don't say anything. Suhi was also helpless, he was young, in front of the old man, he just didn't have a card. On the contrary, it is the third grandfather smilingly stopped the grandfather, and said, children have ideas to say. We are all old people, listen to the opinion, and then consider what to do is. It's not like we have to be responsible for what we say. Then what do we need these old men for? Big Grandpa also encouraged, Suhi then said, since they want to be safe, then just let them go back. By the time they leave our village and go back to the city, we won't be responsible for their safety. When Suhi said this, he also had two intentions. One was to solve the Jiqing's problem, and the other, that Jiqing who was close to the second sister left, it was better to leave again after something happened later. Anyway, the youths must go back to the city, so it's better to go back sooner rather than later. It's better to go back sooner rather than later. Grandpa cried and laughed, what kind of idea are you giving? Sui spread his hands and said, I can't catch Brother Biao. Besides, in many places out there, the youths have almost all returned to the city. We're the only place where the news is a little bit backward. I think Grandpa will give them a letter of introduction and let them go back to look for their own connections. They can move their household accounts back to the city. We'll have less to do, and at the end of the year when we distribute the grain, we'll have less to share. I came back from the city today and realized that the water level of the Yuan River has dropped a lot. It hasn't rained for over a month this year, has it? When these words came out, Great-Grandpa was just stunned. Then there was horror as Great-Grandpa looked over. It seems to be the case. If it's really going to be a drought, then things will be bad. Great-Grandpa originally just wanted to hear opinions, and what Sui said made sense. Elsewhere, the youths had returned to the city. He had issued a letter of introduction, so if all of them could go back, then the village would have less of a burden. Speaking of which, all these years the youths have not contributed much here, and they still have to go from the village to distribute the grain. If the youths could leave, it would be less of a burden for the village. But what worried Grandpa was the second half of what Sui said. People who had lived through that era were worried about droughts and floods. Third, Grandpa also said, it does seem like it. This hot weather makes me want to go down to the river to take a look. Are you sure the water level in the river has dropped? If this matter was true, then this matter would be troublesome. To be able to make the water level in the river drop, it was obviously not just the section of Nanju village, nor was it the section of Jiangsu town and Bishui city. I'm afraid that the entire province of Jie will be in drought. When the time comes, this is a big deal. Grandpa also said in a deep voice, I hadn't thought of it until I said it, this is indeed the case. Immediately we'll be double grabbing. Early rice is not a problem, but this late rice transplanting and late rice yield, I'm afraid it's all a problem. They did not despair. There is a 3-leaf pool on the back of the mountain, said pool, is actually a lake, not big, but those years also rely on this 3-leaf pool through the difficulties. But if there is another drought, even if the 3-leaf pool did not dry, that late rice production is absolutely will be affected. At that time, the village so many people do not want to starve to death? Sui added, among the several professors next to the young know-it-alls, I remember there is one who is in meteorology. Otherwise, let's go over and ask? Great-Grandpa nodded his head and walked out with a deep expression on his face. Several other grandfathers were also together, so Sui followed Grandpa and walked over there together. There were a total of 3 professors present in the village. One was in meteorology, one seemed to be studying physics, and another was studying biochemistry. If memory serves, it should be like this. Sui asked in a low voice, did Bureau he not come? He took advantage of the fact that no one was paying attention and asked in a whisper. Grandpa also looked around, came. But he didn't squat on Brother Biao and let him get away. Bureau he said not to show up in the open, but also to squat on Brother Biao. Last night, Bureau he was also startled. This is not a small matter if Brother Biao violated that female youth and murdered her. Chapter 70 Professor Wu's Affirmation. This matter is true, but if he Bureau is delayed in catching Brother Biao and let Brother Biao commit a crime here, he Bureau is under a lot of pressure. On the way, he encountered Gudong, Sui said a few words to him. Gudong followed along. Sui frowned. He forgot to call the second sister just now, must have gone back with those youths. This unconscious second sister, for the Jiqing, wants to be a city dweller. But city people, is it your city people here? They have connections in the city, do you? By the time you come back from 4 years of college, I'm afraid they'll be married and have children. Or do you plan to? Sui was inwardly shocked, but he had heard many such unfortunate facts in his previous life. There is also a TV of the magic city of the young people in Zishuangbana, the hard take on that, so he does not want his own family to taste. The second sister is not so incomprehensible, and it is impossible for him to cut off this affection. Came to the Jiqing courtyard outside, a leading Jiqing thought it was to find them, and quickly came out to ask, old village chief, you are here? Over the years, these Jiqing hadn't received any unfair treatment in Nanju village, and had eaten better than Jiqing from other places. So they were sort of thankful, and they treated Great-Grandpa with respect. Now that it was mentioned, Great-Grandpa thought about it and decided to adopt Sui's suggestion. Great-Grandpa said, earlier you all came to ask me what to do to ensure your safety. I thought about it and there's really no way. This Jiqing's face was just ugly, but there were quite a few of them, and the other party was just one person, so couldn't they guard themselves? Big Grandpa didn't look at his face, but said, in that case, I know you all want to go back to the city. I can write you a letter of introduction, so you can take the letter of introduction and go back to the city to look for connections to move your household and food relations. I won't give you any constraints from my side. The moment these words came out, all of the youth's faces were joyful. Really? Big Grandpa laughed, can I still fool you guys? You guys discuss it among yourselves, and if you want to go back to the city later, come to the team to find me for a letter of introduction. After saying that, Big Grandpa took the people to the professor's house next door. Over there, the youths were still celebrating and cheering loudly. Sui shook his head, and Gudong asked, are these people that eager to leave? Sui glanced at him, you don't want to go to the city? Gudon laughed. It's better to be in the village. When are you going to take me to get some good food? Sui said, turn around. Let's go get some robins and grasshoppers, they're quite tasty when roasted. Well, I'll go catch a few more fish, and we'll have a good meal later. Gudong cheered. Hey, in the countryside, there are too few snacks. Over there, Big Grandpa had already entered the yard and asked, Wu family's big sister. This Wu family's eldest sister is actually Professor Wu, the one who studied meteorology. Hearing Great Grandpa's words, Professor Wu walked out, accompanied by two old men. One was Professor Ding, studying physics, Professor Wu's husband. The other was Professor Niu, studying biochemistry, a friend of Professor Ding's, one who came from the university. Village Chief Ah, you came over in this is? Professor Wu asked strangely, and with so many people, if not for living in the village for so many years, Professor Wu would have to think that this was to come and arrest them to parade them through the streets. In the city, it wasn't the first time they had seen this kind of thing. Fortunately, the people of Nanju village were quite good, especially the village chief and the other older generation. They didn't frame them, instead they all took care of them. Big Grandpa spoke Sui's words over and asked, eldest sister, I heard that you studied meteorology, do you think what Siko he said has any truth to it? Professor Wu wrinkled his eyebrows, glanced at Sui, and turned back to Great Grandpa, hey. Actually, if you don't come to me, I'm going to look for you too. Looking at this weather, I'm afraid there won't be any rain lately. I've been to the river when I went to wash clothes, and there is indeed such a situation. Originally there was always 20 to 30 centimeters of water on the bank. Now I'm afraid it's reduced by half. I'm afraid there's going to be a drought this year. They also lived in the village and ate the village's food, so if the village was short of food, they were afraid that they wouldn't be any better off. Besides, the village had treated them all very well, and this kind of thing, Professor Wu certainly wouldn't hide it from them. But it's a bit unusual that the village found out about it first. Siko he? He's a smart kid. But I heard he failed the exam? I'm sorry to hear that. Hearing Professor Wu's words, Great Grandpa and his group were all a little heavy inside. Great Grandpa took another trip to the river to see the falling water level with his own eyes. On the other side, the old river near Sui's house was the same, the water level had fallen. Great Grandpa said again, Sikoi, go up the mountain and see how the water in the three-leaf pond is doing. We have to plan for the worst. This was a decision that in the future, if the river ran out of water, they would have to go up the mountain to carry water. This was how Nanju village got through the hard times back then, and to say that the back of the mountain was Nanju village's treasure mountain was definitely not an exaggeration. Sui answered and came out of the house. Big Grandpa and the others definitely still had to discuss some things. This was for Sui to come out and take shelter, and of course, for Sui to run errands. Duo. Little Pumpkin and Lon Lon ran over, grabbing a milk candy in their hands, eating with their mouths full of saliva. Sui wiped her and said, you guys just play here, I'll go to the back of the mountain to take a look. Little Pumpkin wants to follow. Sui stopped and said, I'll go up and come down soon, on the way there are wild strawberries, I'll bring them back for you. Little Pumpkin instantly had a twinkle in his eye and agreed with a smile. Little Slick. Sui laughed, he knew that the Little Pumpkin was hitting on the idea of the wild fruits on the mountain. Children in the countryside didn't have many snacks. But relying on the mountains to eat the mountains was right, there were actually quite a few good things in the mountains. There are a lot of wild strawberries, wild grapes, wild hawthorn, wild prunes, wild apples and so on. Not long after going up the mountain, Sui saw a piece of red wild strawberries, not too big, so he picked one, and it still tasted very sweet. However, these wild strawberries have thorns, so you can't grab them all at once. Sui didn't go directly to pick them, but chose to go up the mountain first. Only on this road, he always felt a strange feeling that someone was staring at him. But for a moment, he couldn't find the source of that gaze. Several times, he suddenly stopped and pretended to pick strawberries to eat, or picked a little bit of mushrooms, taking the opportunity to look for that person who was secretly spying. All turned out to be fruitless. Is it that brother Biao? He's staring at me? Why? Or is he staring at everyone who goes up the mountain? As for why the other party hadn't made a move, Sui didn't know, and he secretly decided that when he had the chance, he'd better get his electric baton ready first. Lest the next encounter, caught off guard, I suffer. Chapter 71, the water level is falling, it's not good. When Sui climbed up the mountain and reached the three-leaf pond, there were quite a few other visitors here. A few sika deer, which were some of the few large wild animals in Jie province. In addition, there were several black muntjac, which were also a type of deer, small deer. Commonly known as muntjac, they were very responsive, and when they heard the news of Sui's arrival, those few black muntjac ran away directly. They came here for drinking water. This is considered a water point for many animals in the back of the mountain. Of course, it's also a hunting spot. The black muntjac is supposed to be the prototype of the 4 unimaginable beasts in the mythological stories. Province Jie is where Taoism was molded, and many of the Taoist canonical books were done in Province Jie. There are many prototypes of mythical beasts here. There are also some wild wolves and wild dogs and the like, and in the distance there are several yellow-bellied weasels and yellow weasels, which are also commonly known as weasels. There were also several hares, and in the distance there were golden monkeys climbing. Some egrets flew up, and these later seem to have become state-protected animals as well, but now, there are still many of them over here. The people of Nanju village sometimes caught them and ate them as meat. At this time, the number of these animals is quite large. Suhi was somewhat moved. If the warehouse could be saved, he would like to get some of these wild animals, just for himself. Looking at the water level, Suhi's face was gloomy. The water level of the three-leaf pond had obviously dropped as well. Suhi didn't go back immediately. Instead, he turned his head and walked towards another mountain. In this back mountain range, there were still a few mountain springs. If the springs could gush out, they could also be of some use. But when it came to the first mountain spring, this was the wild deer spring, named because there were quite a few wild deer that came back here to get water. The wild deer spring was okay, but you could also tell that the amount of water coming out seemed to be a little less than you remembered. Although it was not too obvious, but it did decrease. Suhi heart some worry. He preserved warehouse, yesterday looked, but there are a lot of mineral water. But let him pour out one bottle at a time, that is also a drop in the bucket. After that, Suhi went to the Broad Mouth Spring, as well as the Green Mountain Spring. This is the neighborhood of the three mountain springs. The spring water are very sweet and cold. Suhi cupped a handful and drank it, but his face didn't change for the better. Coming down from the mountain, he passed through the small valley, where traces of a large number of buffaloes could still be seen. But the buffaloes have all returned to the village. There are still some traces of people moving around here, but most of the people have also been arrested. Suhi shook his head, not bothering about this. On the way down the mountain, Suhi picked a handful of wild strawberries, and then some pity. If the carry-on storage can grow things, it is possible to transplant some. Suhi froze. The preservation warehouse is not possible, but the hall on the first floor can. However, it is also not good to operate, and can only use the situation of potted plants. It's possible to get some shelves. Anyway, in the studio on the first floor, there are electric lights as lighting. With this idea up, Suhi was a bit unable to stay. But everything had to go back before saying anything. A lot of things hadn't been done yet. He went into the carry-on warehouse, got a pair of scissors out, got a whole bunch of wild strawberries, and stored them in the freshness warehouse. Also, there were wild grapes and such, and cut some of them in as well. These things, perhaps, could be grown on their own. Wild apples and the like are not. He also picked a little bit and put it into the fresh storage, as a snack for the little pumpkin to store. When he returned to the village, Suhi felt that he had forgotten something. It was only when he came to the brigade that he remembered that he hadn't gone to find that Biao. But he didn't quite dare to go, this body was too weak. He gave the slingshot and electric baton to the bedside of the bedroom, convenient for him to access at any time. Entered the brigade. Inside everyone is smoking dry tobacco. This is the village, everyone grows their own tobacco, cut their own, rolled with paper. Or directly with the kind of tobacco stick smoking. Smoky, everyone's expression is not good. Seeing Suhi come back, great-grandpa asked, "How was it? How's the water level?" Suhi shook his head and said, "Not too good. The water level of the three-leaf pond has also dropped quite a bit. The atmosphere stagnated quite a bit," and Suhi added, "I stopped by Wild Deer Spring, Broad Mouth Spring, and Green Mountain Spring, and the amount of water coming out is decreasing." The replenishment of mountain spring water was actually also groundwater. And a lot of the replenishment of groundwater came from rivers. However, after being purified by the mountain range, the mountain spring water would be cleaner and also carry some minerals only. Suhi's words made everyone even more silent. Grandpa said, "It's not a solution to go on like this. We need to think of a way how to get more water, not to mention food is also a big headache." Great-grandpa also said, "Looking at the situation, this should be province-wide. Hoping for relief from above is not going to work. We still have to be self-reliant." Third grandpa also nodded his head. He was the branch secretary, and the village's power was in his hands. However, because great-grandpa's prestige was high and he was the patriarch, third grandpa used to take great-grandpa's opinion as the main one. Suhi suddenly raised his hand and said, "That, we can actually have a few ways." Grandpa looked over and droned, "Sikoi, you little brat, hurry back, adults are talking, why are you interfering?" Suhi deflated. Grandpa was actually afraid that he had said something wrong. He didn't care. At that moment, Suhi is going back. He himself get more things to store as. He also needs to save for a rainy day. However, great-grandpa stopped Suhi and smiled at Grandpa. "Old 7, don't say that. These past few days, Sikoi still gave us a lot of advice, not to mention that Sikoi discovered this time. Let's listen to what Sikoi has to say, no matter if it's right or wrong. How can we, as grandpas, blame a child?" Seeing this, Grandpa had no choice but to keep quiet. However, he also looked towards Suhi, obviously saving his thoughts as well. Originally, Grandpa had planned to turn back and ask himself, and then discuss with his cousins at that time. Seeing this, Suhi turned back again, and after weighing his words, said, "We are relying on the Yuan River and the Old River, and there are quite a lot of fish and river snails in there itself, so we can try to catch some more, and store them to make food as well. What wouldn't you eat when you're hungry? Not to mention fish, which can also be used as meat." Third grandpa said, "But these things can't be kept for long, they won't solve the problem. But it can also reduce the amount of grain we eat and save it for the second half of the year or even next year to get through the famine. This one, of sorts, was accepted by third grandpa. Suhi, however, laughed. We can pickle it. This thing is pickled in salt. It won't go bad for a short period of time, and the same goes for the river snails. You can remove the shells and dry them up in the sun. When it's time to eat, soak it in water, then fry or boil it. Big Grandpa nodded. This is a solution, but it won't solve the problem. Not everyone is good at fishing, but this river snail can get more. Well, there seems to be wild lotus root and wild rice in the river. They can all be gotten down and stored as food. Chapter 72 Advice. Great Grandpa is worthy of being a great grandpa. I just said one point and Great Grandpa was able to cite one thing. Worthy of being our Nanju village's astrolabe, our wise star. Suhi gave a thumbs up and said in praise. Screw you. Big Grandpa laughed and scolded too, stretching out his hand, making a gesture to hit, so he dodged a bit. Big Grandpa then said, quickly tell us all the ideas behind you. You just said that there are several sayings. Suhi smiled. Great Grandpa is really old and strong, listening to the words one by one. Seeing that Great Grandpa was about to reach out again, Suhi hurriedly said, it's like this. In addition to these, there are actually a lot of fruits in the back of the mountain that we can pick. Before he finished speaking, third Grandpa interrupted Suhi. Those fruits don't have any meat. What can they be worth? Pick them and give them to you guys as snacks? All the grandfathers laughed, so he didn't get annoyed. As a snack for me, I like it very much. Not to mention, the flavor of these wild fruits is still very good. Third Grandpa rolled his eyes. The whole village is waiting to eat, and you're still picking snacks. But the wildlife in the mountains can be hunted. There are some sika deer and black muntjac in the mountains as I recall. Get some when the time comes. In fact, the Taoist atmosphere in Province J was still very strong, and the 4 unimaginable statues served as the mounts of the first Heavenly Father among the myths. In fact, the people of Nanju village would not normally go hunting for black muntjac. The plum blossom deer didn't have this concern. Well, those golden monkeys, people wouldn't go hunting either. But it's come to this point, it's going to be a famine, so people can't care about it. Even if there is something, the big deal is that a few old ones will have to bear it. This was probably what a few grandfathers thought. Suhi whispered, we don't care about those fruits, but there are always people in the city who care about them. We can pick them and go to the city. Grandpa said, Sah-Chanhi, you're really out of your mind. How dare you say such things, aren't you afraid? Grandpa waved his hand. Old 7, there's no need to say anything. We're all village elders here. Which one of us doesn't have some offspring? Siko, his intentions are actually for the sake of the village. It's not like he's doing it for himself. Big Grandpa said, then turned to Suhi and said, however, it's just a matter of saying this here, and none of us will say it out. Outside, don't say it. Suhi was touched inwardly. This was for his own sake. He thought for a moment and said, actually, when I was studying in the town before, I read a report that was said by that old man. Suhi pointed to the sky and said, that old man said that it is necessary to reform and open up, to liberate the economy. Going forward, the country is definitely going to follow an economy-oriented path. We can actually try it first. The country just said that private trading is not allowed, but aren't we a collective? This was actually a stolen concept, but everyone stopped talking about it. Suhi said, it's all come to this point, we can go small and exchange some of it. After just mentioning one sentence, Suhi stopped continuing this topic, and then deflected the topic and said, for water, I also have a proposal. Big Grandpa was still thinking about the question just now, and didn't react for a moment. The report you mentioned, in which newspaper? Suhi shrugged, forgot. Seeing that Big Grandpa was about to hit someone, Suhi said, next time I will go to the city and find that newspaper for Big Grandpa. It's better to talk about the water issue now. Third Grandpa laughed, go ahead. But in his heart, for that report, Third Grandpa was also up in arms. That one old man was also very much in their hearts. Back then, that one old man could have been decentralized in J province. Suhi said, actually, Great Grandpa, several grandpas. Have you guys thought about it? Let's get a pipeline and take water down directly from the 3-leaf pond and a few other mountain springs on the mountain? If we carry it ourselves, how long would it take and how tiring would that be? Grandpa said, that's easy for you to say. Where do we have so many pipes? You can't even buy this stuff in the city. Suhi crooked his head and laughed. I didn't say I wanted steel pipes either. If you don't use steel pipes, what do you use? Grandpa questioned with a cry too. Suhi spread his hands and said, whatever we have the most of in our village, we'll just use it. Third Grandpa clapped his hands and said, that's right. Why didn't I think of that? We can use mozo bamboo. Many people in our village have scorned work and can do the ceiling. There are so many mozo bamboo in the back of the mountain, aren't they enough for us to use? Big Grandpa said expansively, even, we can spread the mozo bamboo to our home. This is the tap water in our village. With one word from you and one from me, you perfected Suhi's proposal. Big Grandpa finally looked at Suhi and said with emotion, otherwise, I'd say it's better to study. This Siko he's head is quick and smart. Old 7, I heard that Siko he failed the exam? Shouldn't we go back to school for one more year? Mr. He will definitely have a great future, so it would be a waste if he doesn't study. After a pause, Big Grandpa glanced at Suhee and added, if your family is short of money, the village will pay for it. It would be a waste if Sae's son he doesn't study. Our village will depend on Siko he and the others in the future. Grandpa froze and didn't say anything. His silence seemed to represent something. Great-grandpa didn't push, but only mentioned it. Suhee knew that this was great-grandpa returning the favor, and the solution Suhee proposed could be considered a solution to the big problem the village was going to face. Although it was not necessarily a cure, it was more or less a solution. As for the mozo bamboo cannot be completely sealed, more or less water will leak out. Anyway, it's something that doesn't cost any money, so it's okay if it leaks a little bit. As for the problem of running water, until the solution of this year's drought. By then, it will definitely be connected to the kitchens of each family, and a little leakage should be acceptable to everyone. As for Suhee's grandpa's house with a well, whether to connect, we'll see. Next, it was time for a few village cadres to discuss the matter. Suhee was then kicked out, Suhee deflated, unloading the mill and killing the donkey, breaking down the bridge. But Big Grandpa overheard his words, and he was about to beat him up. Suhee smiled and ran out. Big Grandpa is also helpless, Suhee is even more helpless, all a handful of years old, this hearing so good. When he came out, he saw Gudong waiting over there. I'm waiting for you to catch grasshoppers and robins together. Grasshoppers are locusts, which are especially abundant in the sweet potato fields. But if it wasn't a locust plague, the number was not bad. Mockingbirds are also called robin turtles, robin monkeys, or golden cicadas. Well, that's right, it's the prototype of that Tang monk in Journey to the West, the second disciple of Rulai. Suhee laughed, you take this net, at most, you can catch some grasshoppers, robin monkeys or almost. Listening to the robin monkeys roaring from the big banyan tree outside, Suhee laughed, catch robin monkeys at night, I have a way to catch more. Chapter 73 Delicious Grasshopper. What is the way? Gudong carried a bamboo pole with a small net in front of it, this was the tool used to catch robin monkeys. Suhee didn't say it out loud, instead he said, wait for the night, you'll know. Gudong also has no way, Suhee did not say, what can he do? He could only follow along, and when he heard that he was going to catch grasshoppers to eat, many of the boys on the road followed him. Little Pumpkin and Lon Lon also squeezed over, duo, catching grasshoppers cha? Suhee nodded, later on brother will roast grasshoppers for you to eat. A group of people followed over, as well as Su Yuching, who also followed along with a group of furry boys. Suhee said, all be careful, don't step on the sweet potato seedlings. Everyone catch grasshoppers and throw them into this bag. The bag was brought by Gudong, and when he heard Suhee's words, he added, take off the wings and the big claws, then put them over here. The grasshopper couldn't fly, well I should say, it couldn't fly high. With the wings removed, the grasshopper could at most jump up. Plus, with the big claws broken, the grasshopper can't jump up, and at most, it can slowly crawl. It was impossible to climb out of the big pocket. Su Yuching deflated his mouth, looking unwilling to catch grasshoppers with Suhee. Suhee didn't force himself. When it was time to eat the grasshoppers, Su Yuching realized that it was his loss for not joining with him. This kind of bear child needs to be educated more before he understands. However, there were a few furry children who were willing to follow Suhee, and Suhee didn't refuse. The children were divided into several groups and dispersed in the sweet potato fields in the village, which attracted grasshoppers the most. Just as they arrived, they saw a patch of grasshoppers flying everywhere, and when they grabbed one with their hands, they could catch one. Suhee asked Little Pumpkin to guard the pocket on this side, and he went out to catch grasshoppers. This thing is actually very good to catch, as long as there is no numerical advantage, the grasshoppers cannot jump up. Only grasshoppers that covered the sky would cause a locust plague. That kind of situation, too horrible. Suhee had never seen it anyway and didn't want to. Catching grasshoppers wasn't a difficult task, children were very proficient at it, so in a while, Suhee and the others caught a few hundred grasshoppers and put them together, so densely packed that it still looked a little bit scalp-numbing. Almost done. This thing, it can't be eaten as a meal, right? Suhee let the people all stop and go back with a bag. Su Yuching they also want to catch a moment, Suhee also does not care. This is in the village, is there anything else? Well, cannot be careless, that Biao can still be there. Suhee asked Gudong to go and call all the people. Suhee whispered, that brother Biao hasn't gone far yet. Gudong was startled, but also went over to drive a group of small children back to the village. This much, already enough. Back in the village, it was already evening. Some families were calling their children to go back for dinner, so he didn't go back directly, but said to Gudong, go get some firewood, we'll roast grasshoppers under the big banyan tree, and when we're done eating, it's almost time to get the robin monkeys. Gudong pointed at Suhee, just keep selling out. Looking at Gudong's back as he led the men to move the firewood, Suhee suddenly thought, with Gudong's status, I wonder if I can get some bicycle parts through the supply and marketing agency's channels? I can assemble bicycles to sell instead. Buying bicycle parts through which bicycle repair stores was just too fragmented, and it was expected that no one else would sell them. Even if they did sell, they couldn't buy enough parts. Some scattered screws and such, I can process them myself. But there's no way for the big parts, especially the steel rims and tires. There were tires and steel rims in the accompanying warehouse, but they were for mountain bikes. Wouldn't Sui take them out? Wouldn't he make people suspicious? Not long after, Gudong moved over quite a bit of firewood, and there was some straw and such inside. This is used to ignite. Gudong lit a piece of paper, and then lit the straw, and then lit the firewood afterward. Sui went to the third grandmother's house, asked the third grandmother borrowed a wood chopper, and took a section of bamboo, chopped into bamboo sticks, led a group of hairy children to string grasshoppers. These days there are no pesticides, and it's okay to eat the grasshopper's innards, so we don't mind. Sui also took an enamel cylinder out, got some lard in it melted, the grasshopper thrown in, fried. Also put some salt. Gudong bumped Sui's shoulder. It's okay, where did you bring it from? Sui said, I went home and took it earlier. While Gudong wasn't paying attention, Sui got a little more spice in, and this time, the grasshopper could smell too good. Come on, everyone is coming to share the grasshoppers. One by one, the hairy children lined up and didn't use chopsticks anyway, directly grabbing them with their hands. It's not dry and clean, and you won't get sick if you eat it. Sui also didn't have any tools to give them, so he let them use bamboo sticks to insert them. All use bamboo sticks, use your hands to give burns. One by one, the hairy children laughed, and all used bamboo sticks to insert grasshoppers. Anyway, there were many grasshoppers, and one person could eat dozens of them. Sui got them in batches, and a few people on Su Yucheng's side wanted to come over, but Sui just wanted to strike Su Yucheng. This hairy kid actually wants to blow up the thorns. Since this is the case, it is necessary to eliminate a little bit of your prestige. Even the few hairy children that Su Yucheng brought with him didn't eat the grasshoppers that Sui's side got. Su Yucheng snorted coldly, I'm going back to eat. What's so delicious about this grasshopper? Who knows, this side of the three dogs laughed. This grasshopper is delicious, I think it's better than the meat made at home. This is not bragging, Sui used spices, but at home we don't even bother to put oil in, so how can it compare to these? Not to mention Sui's cooking skills were already good, this bug was originally a delicacy to come. Su Yucheng's footsteps lurched, looking at Suhi, seemingly wanting Suhi to call out to him to eat. But Suhi ignored his gaze, and Su Yucheng's eyes were turning teardrops. In the end, he still went back unwillingly. Gudong asked, is everything alright? Don't turn around and make a scene at home. Sui shook his head, this kid's temper, I deliberately rubbed it in. Otherwise, he will definitely be a gangster in the future. Seeing this, Gudong did not say much. The little pumpkin ate his mouth full of oil, Sui but put lard, this thing fried vegetables, that is a fragrance. Sui just loved eating lard fried rice, the flavor was especially good. Don't believe those who say lard is unhealthy, olive oil is unhealthy, those particles are everywhere. In the end, everyone ate a lot of grasshoppers, the smaller ones, like Little Pumpkin, were full. Little Pumpkin rubbed his stomach and said, Duo, the nest are cha full. Sui laughed, then it looks like you won't have the pleasure of eating the robin monkeys afterward. The little pumpkin touched his stomach in a very entangled manner, his face struggled, then, the nest will only have one, no, two, well, 5 good ones. Suhi and Gudong looked at little pumpkin's tangled look and both laughed. Chapter 74, Where's second sister? Hasn't come back yet. Sui made the fire smaller, and took out water, poured some water on the straw, and covered it directly onto the fire. Because the straw was wet, it didn't burn completely enough, and all of a sudden smoke rose from the fire. Cough, cough, cough. Gudong couldn't help but cough. What are you doing? Suhi laughed, aren't you trying to catch robin monkeys? There must be a lot of them on this tree. Gudong was still about to speak when the robin monkeys started to fall from the tree. At first, there weren't many, but soon they were snapping down. This big banyan tree was as thick as 7 or 8 people could hold. The whole tree is more than 10 meters high. And the branches are very dense, and the leaves are also very thick. Here, it is the best habitat for the robin monkeys. This smoke a smoked, robin monkey cannot stand, but not fell down? Suhi laughed, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and pick up the monkeys. The furry kids who hadn't left yet cheered, and then spread out, picking up the robin monkeys in the surrounding area. Little Pumpkin grabbed several over with 2 hands, duo, I can't hold it anymore. Sui laughed and brought back the bamboo skewer that he had previously strung the grasshoppers on and strung them on the robin monkeys. This thing could be kept for sale, but there was no telling if it could be sold. Sui was not short of money anymore, holding $4,000 in his hand, he was not worried for the time being. Sui helped Little Pumpkin burn a few robin monkeys, and Little Pumpkin held and ate them with his mouth full of oil. Sui raised his head and saw a bunch of hairy boys, their faces piled up with a sarcastic smile, all fawningly looking at themselves. Sui was helpless, stretched out his hand, bring it. The hairy boys cheered and all brought the robin monkey over, Sui took the original enamel cylinder and got them another robin monkey. Although Gudong usually ate a lot, because there was an uncle who worked at the supply house, Gudong usually had a lot of snacks, but he still ate with his mouth full of oil. Giving a thumbs up, Gudong said, man, this hand of yours, it's simply excellent. Sui packed up his things, greeted Little Pumpkin, and said to Gudong, alright, I'm going back. Gudong nodded, I'll look for you later. Sui always felt that there was a bunch of unsuspecting gazes staring at him, the light was not good, and Sui didn't want to scare the snakes, so he didn't turn back. Sui took the little pumpkin and Lan Lan back, passing by Lan Lan's house on the way, sending Lan Lan back. After Sui brought the little pumpkin back, grandmother shouted dinner, all shouted half a day, all went to do what? Sui laughed, catching robin monkeys over there, look, this is all eaten full of oil. Little pumpkin cooperated and said, yeah. I'm full. With that, little pumpkin patted his stomach and made a thumping sound. Grandma laughed and picked Pumpkin up and gave him a kiss. The little pumpkin giggled. Sui asked, where's Grandpa? Grandma shook her head, he hasn't returned yet, the brigade is still meeting. Sui also knew that this matter could not be small, and Grandpa probably still had to discuss it for a long time. But in this case, Grandpa should let Grandma send something over, and the rice and noodles will be paid for by the team. Sui nodded, I'll go shout at second sister and third sister, right? How come Su Yuching hasn't come back yet? Before Sui refused to help Su Yuching roast grasshoppers, Su Yuching snorted coldly, didn't he come back? Grandma said, smacking me for not frying the meat, he went back inside. Grandma is a little bit better, will not be the same as Mom Yi Chuanxiu, unconditional compromise to Su Yuching. I don't know how Yi Chuanxiu inherited this character, obviously Grandma is very smart, Grandpa that's serious, didn't even inherit it. Since Su Yuching came back, Sui is also too lazy to bother with him. If you don't eat, if you are hungry at night, you don't have anything to eat. Who wants to spoil him? Back home, third sister Su Rui was at home, Sui said, where is second sister? Grandma called for dinner, why don't you go to dinner? These three sisters, really worried. Except the eldest sister can do everything, even embroidery. The second sister is not touching the spring water, even washing clothes and cooking, that is not at all. The third sister is better, she can wash dishes and clothes, but cooking? What is that? So if Yi Chuanxiu is not in the family, they all eat at Grandma's. Otherwise, the family would starve to death. Well, Sui used to cook, but the flavor wasn't very good. Su Rui's eyes flickered for a moment, but she didn't say anything, just said and then walked towards her grandmother's house. Sui was a little strange, connecting to the fact that today, her second sister was very close to those Jiqing, so he couldn't help but think. It can't be? Sui couldn't help but think so, second sister's thoughts, how to see, are somewhat similar to those Jiqing who just came over. After a few years of transformation in the countryside, to eat, those Jiqing have changed a lot. But the second sister is still the second sister, and even the second sister is more like the Jiqing than those Jiqing. Really, Jiqing is also a kind of disease. The young people from the big city don't know how to do anything at first. The second sister, Su Rong, must have thought that those people were pure city people, right? But forced by life, these youths made changes. The second sister, however, under the favor of her parents, remained that way. No, it's gotten even worse. Truly. Sui turned around and walked outside. Su Rui walked for a while, saw that Sui didn't follow and asked loudly, what are you doing to go? To call second sister back. Really, it was in defense of these youths that he asked great-grandpa to give them letters of introduction and let them leave. What was this second sister doing getting together? Did she still have to prepare travel expenses and dry food for people, afraid that they wouldn't take advantage of the situation and not leave? Su Rui opened her mouth, wanting to say something. But in the end, Su Rui did not say anything. Forget it, he shouldn't know where second sister is, it will be fine. Unbeknownst to him, this afternoon, Sui had seen the interaction between his second sister and those youths. Even Sui combined the things that happened in the house before, and figured out the things that he had overlooked before. Sui walked all the way to the end of the village, the night had already fallen, and all the families were lit up with oil lamps. Sui was thinking, when can electricity be connected in the village? Also, in the past, I only heard of biogas digesters, can this be built in the village? If a biogas digester could be constructed, then a household electricity could be designed, and generally speaking, with a little diligence, it should be enough for a family's own use. Right now, even if the village wants to use electricity, there's nothing else that costs electricity other than that little light bulb. There are no rice cookers, no televisions, let alone computers. A light bulb, a day is less than 1 degree of electricity, a biogas digester cannot send this electricity? Another thought got angry, and Sui suddenly felt sweaty hairs explode. Someone is staring at me? He quickly got the slingshot in his hand, a glass bead pressed in his hand, he was carefully feeling where the person peering at him was. This feeling of danger, that person couldn't be far away and was definitely up to no good. Otherwise, he wouldn't be feeling this way. Where, exactly? Chapter 75, The Person Who Spied in the Dark, Wounded. He didn't know whether it was because Sui had found out, or because he didn't dare to come out, that strong feeling of shock from being spied on, that feeling of blowing up his hair gradually subsided. Sui also breathed a sigh of relief, having traveled over, his senses had also become sharp. This was his latest discovery, as long as someone gave him a hostile gaze, Sui could feel it. He turned back, in front of him was the courtyard of the intellectuals. But just then, that feeling of fried hair reappeared, and the feeling grew stronger. It was as if it was about to get close. Instead of being frightened in this situation, Sui turned back very calmly and a glass bead was shot out. Ah! A miserable scream rang out in response, so he didn't even think about it and continued to take out an ammunition. This time, it was a stone with prongs. So he didn't even think about it, and continued to shoot it out towards the direction of the scream just now. There was another miserable scream, and the man was still trying to lunge over. What happened? Not far to the side, opposite that big banyan tree, the voice of Third Grandpa rang out from the brigade. That figure hesitated for a split second, then turned around and fled. Sui didn't even think about it and continued to fire ammunition towards that person. After a few screams, Sui could no longer see that person's figure. Sui didn't dare to chase after him alone, this was someone who dared to kill. Sui guessed that this person might be that brother Biao. He also didn't know why this brother Biao was staring at him, he was a bit strange. Could it be that those policemen had leaked his existence? But brother Biao shouldn't know about himself at that time, right? Or was it that at that time, Yi Sanwan or Yi Jiming came back, heard the news and told brother Biao? Later on, under brother Biao, even Yi Sanhans and Yi Jiming were arrested. Biao then hate themselves? Sui didn't know and had to shake his head. Third Grandpa and Great Grandpa, they had already arrived close by, carrying an oil lamp, dimly lit, not too bright. It's Siko what was that just now? This was the reason why Sui didn't go after them anymore. There would definitely be people asking about it. He was going to wait here for a few grandfathers. Sui said, I don't know, there was someone staring at me. Then tried to pounce on me directly, so I hit him with a slingshot. Saying that, Sui brought a few grandpas closer to the place where that black shadow stayed before, and there was clearly some blood on the ground. Brother Biao was injured. Sui was inwardly shocked, looking up and seeing Great Grandpa in the crowd. Sui busily asked, Great Grandpa, where is Bureau he and his men? This person is most likely Brother Biao. He was injured by me with a stone and is bleeding. Do you think it's a good idea to let him lead the men to track them down? Even though such a small injury from being hit by a stone was actually nothing. But didn't the police still have weapons? Without batons, they could use wooden sticks. A few policemen going up there shouldn't be a problem, right? They were all systematically trained, not these people in the village. After pondering for a while, Great Grandpa had someone go and invite Bureau he over. Originally, Bureau he and his men wanted to squat on Brother Biao in the dark. But now that Biao had already come out and was injured by Sui, there was no need for He Bureau to hide anymore. After the scene was silent for a while, He Bureau was led over by someone with a flashlight in his hand, which was a lot brighter than the oil lamps in the village. He Bureau said, What's wrong? Village chief? Big Grandpa pointed to the blood on the ground and said, Biao should have heard about Siko. He's giving you guys an idea and set his sights on Siko he. Just now, Biao tried to sneak attack Hieseija and was injured by Hieseija with a slingshot, and on the ground is Biao's blood. You guys see what to do back there? He Bureau touched his nose, a little embarrassed. It was all his fault for not paying attention for a moment, and then he betrayed his informant. It was also the fault of those brats in the police station. All of them had hairless mouths and couldn't do anything right. This kind of thing, can you just say anything? The villagers who were there that day, as well as the youths, all heard about it. How many people spread behind He Bureau do not know. It's possible that Biao heard about it. He Bureau said, It's a big night, he's in the dark, we're in the light, it's not too safe to go up the mountain at night. But we can explore it first. Saying this, He Bureau led the men, using flashlights to illuminate them, and explored forward along the blood trail. This pursuit, however, didn't last long, as the blood trail soon broke off. It wasn't known if the wounds had stopped bleeding, or if Biao had used some means to press the wounds. There were traces on the ground, but it was really hard to find in this big night. When they reached the edge of the back of the mountain, He Bureau made the people stop. There was no way, this big night, if they went up the mountain to search, and that Brother Biao caught the opportunity, it was hard to say if they would kill someone. It's not like Brother Biao doesn't have any previous convictions. He Bureau had no choice but to retreat. It was so late, they couldn't squat in the village. In fact, it's useless, they don't have a few people, it's impossible to guard the village. Guarding a handful of places, and not being sure where Biao would show up. The fact that Biao had set his sights on Sui before was representative of that. He Bureau led the people back to the place that Big Grandpa had arranged for them to rest, preparing to call for people tomorrow and search the mountain again. He Bureau said to the police officers below, This Brother Biao has been hovering around and refusing to leave, he must have an obstinate character. He must be looking for Sui to take revenge, let's watch Sui's house more closely. At night, let us split shifts to keep an eye on it, and if necessary, I will allow you to shoot. The police are armed with guns, but in general, they can't shoot. However, Biao was a dangerous person, and after thinking about it for a while, Bureau he finally gave this order. The police in the country, as long as they fired a gun, they definitely had to write a report afterward. Why the shots were fired, how many shots were fired, and where the bullets were, all must surely be explained clearly. This is where it gets strict, but it is also the means by which guns are controlled in the country. In this world, there weren't many places that were safer than the country. On Sui's side, after bidding farewell to great-grandpa and then letting grandpa go home first, he himself came to the Jiqing side. When he pushed open the door, the lights were still on in the houses of the youths. Of course, they were oil lamps, not too bright. The house is quite lively, the youths are discussing the matter of returning to the city. Even just now Biao screamed, these people did not pay attention. Or rather noticed, just do not want to go out, do not want to cause trouble. The door was open, because it was hot, open to breathe. Sui immediately saw the second sister sitting next to a clean-cut know-it-all. That look, it was really breathless. Those who didn't know thought that she was also a Jiqing. However, her face obviously has worry. This is worried about that Jiqing back to the city? Without thinking too much, Sui called out, Su-Rong, come home for dinner. The second sister wanted to pretend she didn't hear it at first, but Sui was already standing at the door, so she had no choice but to get up. Su-Rong. That Jiqing shouted. Su-Rong's face showed joy and turned her head, but she only heard that Jiqing say, be careful on the road. Chapter 76 Eating Candy at Night. Su-Rong was a little disappointed, but still nodded and gave a small hum as a response. Sui didn't urge, just standing at the door was the biggest urge for Su-Rong. In the gaze of a group of youths, Su-Rong was also embarrassed to continue to stay. Her family was looking for her. Coming out of the house, Su-Rong's eyes were a bit unkind, but Sui was not worried at all. This is all for the sake of Su-Rong. If something really happens, then it will be too late to regret. Sui took the lead to leave. Su-Rong had no choice but to grunt coldly and follow. Along the way, Sui didn't say anything, not slow and steady, so step by step toward home. In the end, Su-Rong did not hold back, asked out, how did you find here? Sui turned back, calmly looking at Su-Rong, that kind of calmness, making Su-Rong a little embarrassed. Then, Sui said, when you went to the brigade with that young man in the afternoon, didn't you see me? What would I see you for? Su-Rong subconsciously said, then just closed her mouth. She knew how Sui knew. After this line of conversation, Sui didn't say anything else. Su-Rong also didn't say anything else, all the way to the door of the house before Su-Rong whispered again, he won't go back to the city, at least he will wait for me to join him. It turned out that Su-Rong was playing this idea. Perhaps Su-Rong did not mean to utilize the other party, but just thought that the youth would wait for Su-Rong to return to the city together. This means that Su-Rong wanted to go to college and then go back to the city with that Jiqing. But the young man didn't seem to go to school. After returning to the city, will she look for a job, or will she continue her studies? Can the two people really come together? Sui did not comment, did not say anything, directly into the door. He just need to watch Su-Rong not to do things that make him regret can be. As for that Jiqing will not stay, and will not go to the city with Su-Rong. These were all things for later. If the young man is really willing to stay, or willing to return to the city with Su-Rong, then Sui will not stop. As for the future life, is there no way to make money without going to college? Sui here, there are many ways to make money. As for their feelings in the future, that is not something Sui can interfere with. In this world, the most difficult to interfere is the feelings. The two of them entered each other's door and went to Grandma's house. Grandmother said, I'm still warming the food, what have you all gone and done? Despite the nagging, in the end, she still served warm rice, Sui only felt warm in her heart. As for where Su-Rong went, Grandmother did not ask. Perhaps Grandma didn't know at all, but Sui felt it was unlikely. Su-Rong had been in and out of the Jiqing side, and the women in the village, without entertainment, were the most gossipy. And these people hadn't said anything? As for Yi Chuanxiu's choice, it seems that for now, the tendency is to let nature take its course. As for whether there is no obstruction, Su-Rong, and why I want to do what I want, Sui does not know, and did not speculate. The matter of feelings was a personal matter. If Su-Rong chose this way, in the future, even if she was unhappy, it would still be Su-Rong's own choice. In terms of feelings, Sui could not reverse Su-Rong's thoughts. A woman in love is the most stupid and stubborn. Lying on the bed, Sui heard Su Yuqing's stomach gurgling. Not long after, a loud chewing sound was heard. Smelling the sweetness in the air, Sui lost his smile. I forgot, he even exchanged sugar with me before. Be careful, eating candy at night, your teeth will fall out later. Be careful of tooth decay. He reminded. But Su Yuqing snorted coldly, clearly not appreciating it. Sui knew that people in this day and age didn't have any intention of paying attention to their teeth. Domestic people these days didn't even have the habit of brushing their teeth. Especially the village people, buying that toothpaste, so expensive, it would be better to buy some meat and still have a tooth fight. Waiting for the future, losing teeth at a young age, only then would people's attention be drawn to it. Sui can't get up and force Su Yuqing not to eat sugar, he can only think, in the future, to control the sugar Su Yuqing exchanged to. So one-to-one exchange, although I'm not losing here, but they are still too easy. Thinking like this, Sui fell into a deep sleep. The next morning when he got up, Sui got up, opened his eyes, and gave a shock. Su Yuqing actually still huffing and puffing sleep, pillow side, there are some saliva, at this time a lot of ants climbed up, crawling on the edge of that saliva. Should be yesterday to eat sugar, a lot of sugar fell on the bed, was the ants smelled, actually came so much. Sui pushed Su Yuqing, this dead pig, actually sleeps so deeply. Sui pushed several more times. Su Yuching only impatiently opened his eyes, immediately is scolded. Hisiko, you make death off. Sui laughed coldly. You're the one who's doing something to die, look at the side of your pillow. Su Yuching, despite his disbelief, still looked down and then just screamed. Sui didn't care about him, directly came out, first went to get water to rinse his mouth. There was no way, he had a toothbrush and toothpaste in his preservation warehouse, but he didn't dare to take it out. Or first rinse his mouth, no matter what, keep your mouth clean, always right. Su Yuching yelled in the room, no one paid attention to him for a long time. As a result, Su Yuching came out on his own, and glared at Su He, before letting grandma's house go. Su Yuching knew that mom and dad weren't home, and no one in this house would help him clean up his bed. Su Rong blinked a pair of drowsy eyes out, and it looked like she didn't sleep well last night. What's going on here? It's staggering early in the morning. She was a bit angry, she slept well, why is she suddenly yelling? Sui pointed to the room, just go and see for yourself and you'll know. Su Rong turned around and went into the room, then there was an awe and then she rushed out. Sui didn't bother to help Su Yuching clean up, not a single kind word, and no big or small, who would help him? Not long after, Su Yuching pulled grandma over, Sui called out grandma. Granny nodded, followed Su Yuching into, not long began to clean up. There's no way, there's still grandma in the house, you can't see all these ants and not clean them up, right? In the eyes of the older generation, it doesn't make sense for a boy to clean up the housework or something. The homework, especially washing and brushing and so on, are all the girls' things. When she came out, grandmother said, if you're up, come over and eat the porridge. Sui nodded and followed over. The kanji cooked by grandma was thicker, at least it wasn't the kind cooked by Su Zhaohua. The grains of rice in the kanji were all counted by a slap. Carrying the bowl, Sui was at the door, and saw a police officer entering and exiting in the distance. A little thought knows that Biao is staring at himself, and these police officers are probably squatting that Biao here as well. Obviously, there was no gain yesterday. Sui nodded his head, as a greeting, people staring all night, is also considered to help Sui vigil. Chapter 77 Gudong, wrapped in my body. Sui found that the policeman smiled awkwardly, not knowing what was going on, somewhat puzzled. He didn't know that yesterday, Bureau he gave them a good talking to about them leaking Sui's information. Most people these days are quite simple and feel embarrassed for causing trouble for Sui. He walked back inside and put down the dishes. Then went to prepare breakfast for Black Star as well as Blackie. He forgot to give extra food last night, they were all hungry at this moment. Grandpa walked out and said, the village has organized manpower to cut down the mozo bamboo, you yourself watch what you're going to do. This kind of half-grown kid, they didn't intend to gather up, but let them act on their own. Sui nodded and watched Black Star and Blackie finish their breakfast. Sui was still thinking about what to go and do today. He didn't plan to go to the hospital today. Su Zhaohua's fever had already gone down, and as long as the infection was okay next, he could be discharged from the hospital. This time, is about a few days. The antibiotics in this era are not very advanced yet, but relatively speaking, the bacteria at this time are not as crazy as in the latter days. As long as Su Zhaohua didn't make it on his own, there was probably no problem. Before Sui could think of what to do, second sister Su Rong walked out again, carrying the small bag in her hand. When Sui looked over, Su Rong just froze, then put the small bag in front of her back. This action of hiding her ears made Sui want to laugh. Sui was a little helpless, but there was nothing he could do. Su Rong looked like she was really a girl extrovert. People say, if you have a few sisters, they must be all helpers. The three sisters of his own family could not be seen at all. However, Sui cannot care. Su Rong also intends to quickly walk a few steps away. Sui said, you take the family's food to others. Have you ever thought about the situation of their own family members do not have enough to eat? Su Rong's eyes were a bit flustered. Who took the family's food? Sui snorted, look at your skillful movements, it's not the first time, right? He walked over to Su Rong's side and said, I won't talk about the past, when Little Pumpkin and I were starving, and when I went to earn money for my own studies, didn't second sister ever think about the fact that originally these were supposed to be Little Pumpkin and I's food rations or my tuition fees for my studies? He just stated flatly, but Su Rong said anxiously, I didn't do anything. This is my own. Saying this, Su Rong hurriedly ran away. Sui could never go up and grab Su Rong either, and in response, could only sigh. Your own, you don't dip your fingers in the water, you don't even do housework, besides sitting and eating, what else do you know? Oh, you can also read, but that chance to read, you didn't earn it yourself. Siko what are you doing here? Gudong came out from nowhere, patted Sui's shoulder and asked. Sui shook his head, banishing the random thoughts in his head. Anyway, he came over, he and Little Pumpkin would definitely not go hungry. As for the others, since they still had to be remodeled, they couldn't be taken out. Su Rong has to take care of that unknowing know-it-all. The eldest sister Sume might have an old classmate as well, and the third sister's side is unclear, but it's definitely not a saving grace either. The fifth brother, Su Yuching, let alone, is even more of a bottomless pit. Dad Su Zhaohua's side, an old Su family, so he cannot carry. Finally, mom's side is not much of a burden, but mom everything depends on dad's character, is also difficult to do. This family, the whole thing down, only he and Small Pumpkin to worry. Sui did not think about these bad things, said to Gudong, right, you come over is? Gudong laughed, many people in our village have gone to the river to catch fish, I remember that you are also very good at catching fish, why don't we go catch fish today? We'll roast a fish for lunch later, the flavor will be good. Sui nodded and agreed, okay. Gudong used to take care of himself, and many of the things he took back from the supply house were given to Sui for a portion. For this alone, he would have to take care of Gudong. Not to mention that the relationship between the two was still very iron, there was no reason not to take care of it, right? Sui said, I'll go to the house to carry 2 buckets, let's go. By the way, have you eaten breakfast yet? Gudong nodded, I've eaten, originally I wanted to bring some for you to eat, but I met Yi Chungbwa, he just came back from his grandmother's house, so I gave him the stuff. Yi Chungbwa was Sui's other best friend, the 3 of them were from the same village and in the same class. As for grades, Gudong had always been at the bottom, but his family had connections and he was able to go to a key middle school. Yi Chungbwa's grades had been in the middle of the river, not up and down, this time the midterm examination, I am afraid that there are no books to read. The best reader is Sui, but this time it seems that he also failed the examination. No, it seems like I did pretty well in the exam. Judging from Ms. Lee's performance, as well as Mom Yi Chuanxio's as well as Grandma's performance that day, it's really a bit strange And also the news I heard in the city that day, that old he revealed, it's weird. Sui picked 2 buckets out from the house, and was ready to call Black Star, and go to the river together to get some fish. Little Pumpkin ran out from inside, duo, the nest also cut. Sui asked, you're not going to play with Lon Lon? Little Pumpkin said, Lon Lon and her mom went to hunt pigweed. I see, this is no more playmates. Sui carried the little pumpkin to Black Star's back, and hung the bucket on Black Star, turned to Gudong and said, let's go. Some years ago, the cow was still owned by the production team. It was only in these few years that the family was allowed to raise cows. In the past, there was a limit to the number of chickens, ducks and pigs that could be raised. But here in Nanju village, there wasn't much regulation. Everyone wasn't that strict is all. While walking, Sui asked, Gudong, in our town, is there anyone with the same name as me? Gudong touched his head, this I don't know. What's wrong? Sui said his guess, Gudong was his die-hard friend, so he didn't have to worry about Gudong leaking information. When Gudong heard this, he immediately was storming out, so it's like this, I said Siko he that your grades are all so good, how could you fall off the list, so it's like this. Sui also said, I also thought that I did well in the exam, my grade should have been a bit higher than usual. Originally I didn't think much about it, but then I went to the city and happened to hear a guy named Lao He talking about it, and I wondered if I had encountered the same thing. Your uncle seems to have some power in the supply and marketing center, help me ask around. Sui originally thought of going to step on the spot himself, but not to mention that this thing itself is against the law, if he was caught, it would be a big deal. It is that the roll of paper where, he does not know, 2 eyes in the dark over, may things did not find, but the time spent in the past. Moreover, there is still danger. Gudong patted his chest and said, you're my best friend, your business is my business, I'll take care of it. Chapter 78, the children of the whole village came to catch fish. When Suhi and the others arrived at the riverside, there were already quite a few children from the families who had already arrived. It seemed like they should have gotten orders from their parents to come here to catch fish as well. Children in the countryside, especially these in the 20th century, were good at going up mountains and down rivers. Gudong suddenly asked, Siko-hee, will there really be a drought this year? Sui looked over, even Gudong knew, it looked like it should have been Big Grandpa or Third Grandpa who had told every family that there was going to be a drought. Now every family is grasping at straws, preparing more food. The matter of the reduced yield of late rice has basically been finalized even before it is planted. Without water, how can rice grow? Sui pointed to the river bank and said, just look at the water level. There was 10 centimeters away from the river bank before there was water. Before, there was one right next to the river bank, and the water level wasn't low, but what about today? Gudong nodded, then it's more troublesome again this year. Gudong's own family was not to worry too much, his uncle was working in the supply and marketing agency, as if the position was not low. What kind of place is a supply and marketing center? In 1979, there could be a shortage of food anywhere but the supply and marketing center. That place is supposed to have food for sale, in fact, only that place has food for sale. Gudong's uncle would have gotten grain over by then. Somehow, Sui remembered the way her second sister Su Rong took the grain out in the morning. After the hospital row, Sui felt that the grain and meat in his warehouse could not be taken out easily. The Su family still had to go through the crisis of poverty and no food before the family could be closely united. If he kept taking things out without a crisis, this family, for fear, would not wake up. It's also good, we can't starve anyway, at most the food will be worse. There were still quite a few sweet potatoes in the house, and it wasn't easy to keep them until now. That flavor was definitely not very good, mix a little fine grain into it, and it was a meal. In his previous life, Sui's family had also eaten such a meal. Sui also quite liked to eat pumpkin rice, that is, cut the pumpkin into small pieces, put in the rice cooker to cook rice, and the same as usual. When the rice was cooked, the pumpkin was mashed and mixed into the rice, which tasted very sweet. But Sui's father didn't like it at all, and once Sui's father spoke from the heart. Why don't I like eating rice like this? It's because when I was a child, my family ate sweet potato rice every day, and I ate so much of it that I still get sick to my stomach. Even though sweet potato rice and pumpkin rice weren't the same thing, the way they looked, they were actually quite similar. Sui went down to the water and said to the little pumpkin, "You stay by the river, don't come to the center of the river." After thinking about it, he took 2 candies out and handed them to the little pumpkin. "You eat the candies right here, don't ever come over, okay?" Little pumpkin happily took the candies and started eating them. All those candies she had before had already been eaten. Won't overcut. Little pumpkin excitedly opened the candy paper and put the candy into her mouth, slowly licking it. She was not going to bite it, because then, the candy would be finished in one go. Little pumpkin treasured these candies, and she put away the candy paper as well, which was one of the best collectibles for a child in this era. Others, there were wine bottle caps and such. Of course, the girls collected more sugar paper, and the bottle caps were the boys' collection. At this time, there were no comic strips, or no new ones, no stickers, no cards, and the collection was limited to these. Suhi and Gudong went down to the water. Gudong said he came to catch fish, in fact, more, or to play in the water. This hot day, swimming in the river, that is very comfortable. Black Star also went into the water, soaking in the water, while also lowering its head, rolling up some water plants from the river and eating them. Sui said to Gudong, "I'm going to catch some fish. Be careful yourself. In this weather, in case of cramps, it's no joke." When going underwater in the heat, the thing that was most feared was cramps. Once a cramp occurred, it was no joke and could easily result in the fact of drowning. Gudong laughed and scolded, "Just be careful yourself. I'll just have some fun in this shallow water." His family didn't lack food and didn't need this. Having an uncle who was an official of a supply house, Gudong had never been starved at all. Without having tasted hunger, how could he have that feeling of urgency? Without further ado, Sui went down into the water and made a fierce dive into the water, his eyes searching for fish in the water. He also thought, it would be good if I could take out my swimsuit and goggles. In Sui's carry-on storage, there was also a set of diving equipment. If he could take it out, wearing an oxygen tank, catching fish would be much simpler. Unfortunately, he couldn't take it out. Sui's ability to catch fish was still good, and he soon saw a crowfish. The fish was quite big. He approached slowly, afraid that he would scare the fish away. He waited until it was only a few dozen centimeters away, then he quickly reached out his hand and grabbed the gills of the fish. The fish was alert and almost ran away. Fortunately, Sui had anticipated the possible escape location of the osprey in advance, judging by the water current, his orientation, and the orientation of the strike to calculate. This is what Uncle Nine taught, although not always accurate, but the probability is still accurate. This fish has a lot of strength, so he was led to swim for a while. Sui hurriedly put this fish into the first floor workroom of the carry-on warehouse, where there was a bucket with water already in it. When the osprey entered the carry-on warehouse, it actually jumped a few times and almost popped out of the bucket. The strength of this fish was really big. Sui surfaced, changed his breath, and a smile appeared on his face. The crowfish just now, at least 7 or 8 pounds. This era didn't have the pollution of later generations, and there were more fish in the river. Together with the fact that there were usually not so many people thinking about it, this fish was really quite a lot. Sui dived down several times, although most of the time he went empty. This is something that can't be helped. A river that is more than 10 meters wide, although there are many fish, there will not be a crowded state. The fish themselves had intelligence. There were many fish here, and they would spread out. This also has the reason of food. Some fish eat plankton, more fish of the same species, less plankton. Chasing after food, this was also a biological instinct, right? But Sui's luck was not bad. After a few trips into the water, he managed to catch 4 fish. Slowly, Sui reached the piece of wild lotus root. Sui suddenly thought, if I were to get a few large tanks in the portable storage, I could also transplant some wild lotus roots into it. This thing is also a good thing. In addition to fish can also get a little bit of it to raise. I remember, in my portable storage, there is a small oxygen generator. That way, the fish won't die easily. You can also get some water plants or something. There is light. Do not have to be afraid of water plants do not grow. That's a more complete food chain. Chapter 79 Mallard Duck, Gudong Cramps. Water plants and phytoplankton were the food of herbivorous fish, such as grass carp and other fish. The small fish of some other fish, along with snails and the like, were in turn food for fish such as the crowfish. The ospreys in turn are eaten by humans, who then add some water plants and other grassy foods to this ecology. This is a complete ecological chain. Sui yesterday also thought, to get some shelves, pile some soil inside, transplant some wild grapes and wild strawberries and so on in. Thinking about this, he also got some wild strawberries yesterday, all piled up in the fresh storage, forgot to take out. There is time, and then go up the mountain to get a little bit, these things when there is enough food, when the fruit to eat. When food is tight, they can also be used as hunger food. He decided that tomorrow he would go and get some mozo bamboo back and make some shelves and such. Well, I also have to go to the city tomorrow to see when Dad will be discharged from the hospital. Sui thought about it. Dad Su Zhao's condition should be almost done. As long as the infection was cured, he could be discharged from the hospital. With Su Zhaohua in Yi Chuanxiu's frugal character, if it's fine, then he won't stay in the hospital for more than a day. Not to mention that if you stay in the hospital, not only do you have to pay for medicine and hospitalization fees, but in addition you have to pay for food stamps for meals. Before Sui left, with Meat and Round-Face Nurse exchanged a few pounds of food stamps, well as to Round-Face Nurse, and the group of nurses in the military hospital together. A nurse, more food stamps, also refused to exchange a box of meat, eat it all at once, that's cool. And after that? After the meat is eaten, do you not eat? I'll go and take a look tomorrow, and I'll get it when I come back this afternoon. Sui made a decision and started to get some wild lotus roots. Only digging the roots, the seedlings will not be gotten. Wait, if I can neat that Lu Jianrun, I should ask if there is a water tank. In his previous life, how would Sui know that he would have to get water tanks? One was to raise fish, and the other, these wild lotus roots, were also considered a channel to produce oxygen, enriching this food chain. He probably got more than 30 pounds, then turned to the reeds. The reeds over there, the people of Nanju village, all need to make brooms, will go to get a little back. This kind of reeds made broom, than those made of bamboo is more delicate, is used at home. The broom made of bamboo was mainly used to sweep the yard, or the road. Sui realized that there were quite a few small fishes wandering around. But as soon as Sui came over, he stirred up the calmness of the place, and those small fishes, all of a sudden, gave out and swam away. But what surprised Sui was that there seemed to be a nest of wild ducks in there. This thing, put into the 21st century, that seems to be a protected animal. But in the year 79, this thing was abundant in the countryside, and it was simply impossible to catch them all. There are many types of ducks, there are about 10 kinds of domestic, each species of male duck feathers are more different. This nest in front of me, it looks like it should be the green duck. Sui took out his slingshot and took some small stones, too big for fear of breaking the ducks. Mallard duck is the most common relatively large duck. This duck disease resistance is strong, high survival rate, wide adaptability, good group living, a variety of food, easy to feed, with the possibility of domestication. Sui saw the right spot and shot several stones out in succession. The sound of quacking rang out, and a few mallards flew away. However, Sui wasn't discouraged at all. He walked over and left 3 in place. This nest of mallards, there were quite a lot of them. Sui went over and probed, and found that it hadn't been killed, it had just fainted. What's wrong? I don't know whose voice rang out. Sui hurriedly received the 2 mallards, 1 male and 1 female, to the first floor workroom of the carry-on warehouse, where he planned to raise a nest of ducks. In addition, there were quite a few wild duck eggs, all of which were put away by Sui. Just as he picked up the remaining duck, a teenager walked in. What's wrong? Sui turned around and saw a teenager, and immediately laughed. It's Long Siko, I shot a wild duck. Long Siko, formerly known as Yi Chenglong, was Yi Zhibu's son, a year younger than Sui, and would be in his 3rd year of junior high school this year. Yi Chenglong said with some envy, you still have the ability, I can't. Sui shook his head, no, it's still Uncle Nine's skill that is more powerful. I just shot down 1, if Ninth Uncle had come, he would have been able to round it up. Sui still felt a bit unsatisfied. Yi Chenglong rolled his eyes. If it was someone else, you wouldn't be able to shoot down even 1. But you came to the river to catch fish, and you brought a slingshot with you? Sui opened his mouth and was about to speak when he heard someone outside shout, Dongzi, what's wrong with you? Then, there was the sound of fluttering water. Sui's face changed, hurriedly came out from the reeds, and saw Gudong flopping water over there. By the looks of it, he was cramping. He secretly said, he had said to be careful before, this is actually to the center of the river. Sui hurriedly shoved the mallard duck into Yi Chenglong's hand, hold it for me. Then, Sui made a sprint, plunged down into the water, and swam quickly in the direction of Gudong. When Sui reached Gudong's side, he didn't rush to save him, but instead went around Gudong's back. People who go into the water to save people know that people who generally fall into the water will hold on to any life-saving straw. So if he was in front, when the person being saved held on to himself, then the person who saved him, I'm afraid, would also be dragged under the water. Even, perhaps the person being saved would hold on longer, while the person saving the person, on the contrary, would suffocate first. This was also something that could not be helped. Sui went around to his back, reached out from behind Gudong's back, bypassed Gudong's cackling nest, and lifted Gudong up. Sure enough, Gudong then opened his teeth and claws, trying to grab the person who saved him. If Sui had come from the front, he would have been hugged by Gudong, and the result would have been troublesome. Fortunately, Sui had experience and knew that he couldn't go from the front to save people. Gudong, wake up! I'm holding you up. Perhaps because he had a chance to breathe, or because he heard Sui's voice, Gudong also gradually stopped struggling, but he was still not very conscious. Sui supported Gudong and was about to swim to the shore when Black Star came from underwater and propped the two up. Since Black Star came, and the buffalo was in the water, it was definitely much more flexible than a human. It didn't take long for Black Star to support the two to the shore, so he got off the back of the bull and helped Gudong to the shore. After correcting the soles of Gudong's feet again and smoothing out the cramped feet, he saw Gudong spit out a few mouthfuls of water. AI, almost accounted for in the river. Gudong gasped for air and said. Sui rolled his eyes. I've told you to pay attention, don't cramp up. Gudong said aggrievedly, I was doing fine before, I was swimming in a race with those melon children, and I gave a cramp. Saying that, he rolled his eyes and said to Sui, it must be you kid who cursed me, otherwise, with my old river little prince, how could I possibly get cramps? Chapter 80 Water Storage, Sweet Potato Hole. Sui couldn't help but roll his eyes and choked out, still old river little prince, you almost turned into Yuan River old turtle. At this moment, seeing that Gudong slowed down, Sui was able to let go of his heart. But in his heart, Sui also thought to react to the great-grandfather, this catching fish to catch fish, this is supplemental food, but also cannot take safety in vain. If people's lives are lost, it is meaningless to ask for this food. On this side, Yi Changlong came over and handed over the wild duck in his hand. Here, your wild duck. Little Pumpkin was also beside him and was worried just now. Gudong was Sui's good friend, and used to often bring Little Pumpkin snacks to eat. It could be said that in this village, apart from Sui, it was only Gudong who treated Little Pumpkin the best. Sui took it, thought about it, and handed the wild duck to Gudong. Alright, this duck is for you to eat. Take it back to suppress your fear. Gudong, who was still a bit scared, immediately smiled when he got the duck. That's good, I'll go back and let my mom cook it for me. After saying a few words, Gudong turned around and went back. Little Pumpkin pouted her lips, she thought she had duck meat to eat today. Sui smiled and touched Little Pumpkin's head, saying, Brother caught a few fish today, I'll burn them for you to eat later. As long as the Little Pumpkin had food, this emotion came and went quickly. Immediately it was smiling, duo, cha fish. Sui re-entered the water, and before he could walk to the river, he saw upstream, the adults of Nanju village were all picking their stretchers over, ready to pick water. Sui was a bit strange, this time of the year, it was still relatively long before the drought, and it had not manifested itself yet. Wouldn't it be a little too early to start picking water at this time? Sui didn't understand it very well, but these things must be organized by great-grandpa, otherwise, it wouldn't be like this. As for what Big Grandpa was going to do, he didn't bother to ask, he would just find out later. Sui re-entered the water and saw that quite a few children were touching fish in the river. Those who were not skilled enough to touch the fish were touching the river snails here. Sui felt that Great-Grandpa must have listened to his advice. This river snail will open the shell, the meat inside the sun drying, by then, when there is no dish, soak open the same as a good dish. Sui dived into the water, looking at a lot of fish. Sui had a sudden thought, if there is a little distance from the fish, has not alarmed the fish, directly to this piece of water, including the fish received together with the carry-on warehouse to go, do not know if it works? If it was possible, his success rate in catching fish would also have to rise. Thinking, Sui went to do it. Anyway, there were a few buckets of water in the carry-on warehouse. There was no need to worry about those water going in and flooding the machinery in the workroom. If that was the case, for the sake of a few fish flooding the machinery, that would be a loss. Those machinery were all bought by Sui in the 21st century, money can't even be bought in this century. Soon, Sui found a few fish under the water. He didn't take the initiative to move, so he swam with the current towards the downstream. When he was almost half a meter away from those fish, Sui thought furiously and put the half meter of water in front of him, including the things inside, into the portable warehouse. Then, a section in front of him was suddenly empty. All that water disappeared, and the water around it fell and filled the gap in the section. Sui was also crushed by the water, but Sui was still very happy. Because this showed that his idea was right, if the range he could control was large, then he could also use this feature to hunt. But then, a wave of dizziness came, causing Sui to almost suffocate under the water. But fortunately, this feeling of dizziness came and went quickly. Exhaling a mouthful of turbid air, Sui surfaced, almost had to hide in the carry-on storage. Missed a trick. This attempt was right, but next time, one should be more careful. This encounter gave Sui a head start. Don't think that just because you're reborn, you don't have to worry about anything. Don't rely on the fact that you have a carry-on warehouse, so you don't have to worry about any danger. Sometimes, visible environments that one thinks are safe, are actually dangers hiding. But then, when he noticed in the carry-on warehouse, the large bucket of water and a few fish on the ground, as well as some moisture, Sui smiled. Then, his brows furrowed again. There was water on that floor, which was not good. Sui thought, I can take things out of the warehouse and put them in. Then all this water, can I just take it out? Sui thought, I'm going to take this water out of the ground. A miraculous scene happened, all the water on the floor of the workroom on the first floor of the accompanying warehouse was directly moved out. Sui immediately just laughed. The next few teenagers were strange. What are you laughing at? Sui was stunned, then immediately took a fish out and held it up. Caught a fish. That teenager immediately let out a curse. I go, you're so good? I was originally also known as the #1 fisherman in Nanju village, how come I couldn't catch it? Catching fish with bare hands was really not very simple. Sui had only caught it a few times before, because it took too much time and energy, and if he didn't have the experience to catch the gills directly, even if he caught the body of the fish, he would have let the fish run away. The fish is already slippery, plus in the water, the fish's strength is very big, escape from the person's grasp, that is a very simple thing. Sui went ashore, and brought up a fish, not very big, just the kind that would allow everyone to eat a few pieces. Thinking of the food Su-ron took out in the morning, Sui felt that in the future, he couldn't take out too many good things. It would just be good to have everyone replenished every few days. As for more, it was completely unnecessary. Anyway, if there was more, it would be taken by dad Su Zhaohua to subsidize the old Su family, and taken by second sister Su-ron to subsidize the Chiching. Let's go, little pumpkin, go back and eat fish. Little pumpkin cheered, cha fish now. Black Star and Blackie both followed. These two animals are really very humane, they don't need to be greeted at all. When they walked to the entrance of the village, Sui saw the adults who were picking water to the sweet potato hole. This is the village used to save the sweet potato, because the sweet potato left for a long time, also easy to bad. So the village dug a few big holes around it, and painted them with lime. At this time, most of the sweet potatoes were taken out, and in the sweet potato holes, there were no more sweet potatoes. The adults poured water into it, supposedly with the idea of storing it here. Although such water, after a long time, is not good for eating and drinking. But it can still be used to water the fields. Sui saw Grandpa standing over there, walked over and asked, Grandpa, this drought hasn't started yet, why are you storing water at this time? When Grandpa heard the voice, he turned around and said, Siko-he? After a pause, Grandpa whispered, the drought hasn't started yet, so no one is talking about storing water at this time. But if we wait for the drought to start and then store water, I'm afraid there will be a fight between the villages. Chapter 81, Your second sister is quarreling with someone. Sui nodded, it was this truth. Now that other places haven't noticed the drought that might come this year, Nanju village prepares first. This is a chance to live. Don't think it's strange, starvation is a real possibility to starve to death. People born in the new century really can't appreciate being starved to the point of starvation. Because at that time, hybrid rice came out, and the land was distributed to households, there was no possibility of starvation. Even if one was lazy, it was still possible to fill one's stomach. Well, the kind of deadbeat who is not willing to move, another story. Yi Jinhan continued, besides, this water exists here, besides not being eatable, watering and washing things or whatever, it can be used. Sui suddenly thought of the well in Yi Jinhan's yard and asked, it should be okay for the village to drill a few more wells, right? Yi Jinhan sighed, drilling wells is not that simple, we don't have the tools, and our skills are not up to par. The well we have at home was specially hired to be drilled many years ago. Well, that well was left behind by an ancestor more than 100 years ago. Speaking of which, the water from that well, which was warm in winter and cool in summer, was really good. But for Sui's opinion, Yi Jinhan didn't completely dismiss it. I'll talk to my eldest cousin later and see what he thinks. Sui nodded his head, and was about to say something else, when he saw quite a few youths, carrying their own baggage, coming out from the village entrance. Seeing Yi Jinhan, they even greeted each other warmly. Sui suddenly realized that these people really intend to go back. It's still early, are they ready to leave? Don't you need to buy train tickets in advance? Yi Jinhan looked at the youths who took the letter of introduction and couldn't wait to leave, and also lamented, yesterday, you mentioned your opinion, and in the afternoon, the eldest cousin gave them a talk. They didn't seem to sleep last night, and came early in the morning to open the letter of introduction. Then this moment, it's all packed up and ready to leave. Sui nodded his head, wanting to see if that clean-cut Chiching had left. To be honest, Sui was hoping that the clean-cut know-it-all would leave. But unfortunately, after watching for such a while, Sui didn't even see that person come out with a bundle on his back. Sui frowned, not knowing what was going on. He always felt that this matter was not yet finished. Grandpa, I'm going back. Sui said. The little pumpkin also hurriedly said goodbye to Grandpa. Grandpa, the nest also goes back to cut. Grandpa smiled and nodded his head. Although life is rather bitter, one must still smile at life. Sui family is also at the entrance of the village, but is closer to the old river village side. Behind is the back of the mountain. This Nanju mountain, the old river village look over the line of sight blocked, but in fact is not very high. It was the side near Sui's house that wasn't very high. Before he could walk to the door of his house, he saw Yi Changbua. Shangbo. Sui exchanged greetings. Yi Changbo nodded his head, walked over, and bumped shoulders with Sui. It's been a long time. How come I heard that you fell off the list? Sui nodded. I don't know if there's a problem, I'll ask Gudong to ask his uncle. Saying that, Sui said his guess again, and instructed, this matter is still a secret, you must not tell anyone. I'll only tell you in Gudong. Yi Changbua nodded and lifted something in his hand, the loquat from my grandmother's side of the family, for you to taste. Sui took it and placed it on Black Star's back, letting little pumpkin hold it. Of course she couldn't hold it, but most of the weight was on Black Star's back. She only had to be responsible for locking the mouth of the bag to keep the loquat from falling out. Sui also wondered, isn't this loquat ripe in May or June? Do you still have them here? Yi Chenghua said, these loquat trees in my grandmother's house are late ripening, a month later than others. But they are also sweeter than others. Whether the fruit is sweet or not depends entirely on the species of the tree. Well, there is also the reason why the fruit tree undergoes photosynthesis in it. Why do people say that watermelons in the north are sweeter? It refers to those watermelons that are not hormonized. It is because the north of the day and night temperature difference is large. Plant sweet accumulation of an important factor is high absorption and low consumption. That is to say, the higher the daytime temperature is more conducive to the accumulation of sugar, and the lower the temperature at night can reduce the consumption of sugar. It is also true that the higher the temperature difference between day and night, the more favorable the accumulation of sugar. Of course, there is also the cause of rainfall in it. The more rainfall, the sun comes out less, watermelon photosynthesis less, not so sweet. After a couple of sentences, Yi Chenghua came to Sui's ear and said, I just came from home, and saw your second sister and a young man quarreling over there, and then your second sister cried. Sui was a bit surprised, but didn't say anything more. He nodded, don't you say anything. If this matter spreads out, I don't know how many people are going to spread their wives' tongues. By then, Su Rong's reputation would be stigmatized. Pulling and pulling with a jiqing, and quarreling. Well, Yi Chenghua only said quarreling, but when it got out, it was definitely rah 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 and more. These days, there is no entertainment, it all depends on this bit of wife tongue to pass the time. Even if the villagers of Nanju village is relatively simple, this pass up the wife tongue, pass up the gossip, that is also very keen. There is no electricity, there is nothing to play, we get together, in addition to gossip, what else can be said? This is supposed to be human nature, everyone is gossip Yi Chenghua nodded, you still don't know me? I'm a person with a strict mouth. Sui is very relieved, these two good friends' mouths are quite strict. After thinking about it, Sui asked again, right, your exam this time doesn't seem to be too good. What are you planning to do afterward? Yi Chenghua waved his hand, don't need to cover for me, it's just that the exam is not good, anyway, there is no high school. My dad said that he will find a place for me to learn a craft, and then I will earn labor points with my craft. Sui also did not think about this aspect of things, all of a sudden also do not have a clue. Okay, I'll look for you later. The two parted, Sui led the ox back to the front door of the house, took down the small pumpkin and loquat. In the bucket there were just a few wild roots and a fish, not too big. The family each drank a bowl of soup and ate 2 or 3 pieces of fish chunks, and there was no more. Black Star himself went back to the shed. Blackie also ran away, it looks like, should be to catch mice. Although Sui would give meat and bones to Black Z every day, but Black Z seems to have gotten used to going to catch rats to eat. Despite having meat and bones to eat, Black Z did not put down his own skills. If this were an individual, it would definitely be a model of struggling on one's own and not relying on others for charity. Well, even if it was a dog, this was still an advancing dog. Sui entered the door, gave both the wild lotus root and fish to his grandmother. He must have eaten at his grandmother's house in the past few days. He thought about it and went to look at the place where he put the food in the house. It didn't matter if he didn't look, he was shocked when he looked. This is all the grain left in the house? Chapter 82, Another conflict, the rice vat is going to be empty. In this era, the grain that each family shared was rationed. An adult's ration was about 320 pounds, while a half-grown child only had about half to a third. Well, it's both fine and coarse grains. But this wasn't a certainty, it also depended on the number of labor points. If a family earns a lot of labor points, the grain will naturally be more, and there will also be money earned collectively by the village, which will be sent down as well. But for a family, it's probably just over $100, well, per year. But what about Sui's family? Su Zhaohua was full work credits, yes, but he also had to go to the forest to work, so he couldn't be on full work credits. Even if the village takes care of it, it's only 260 pounds of grain a year. The same goes for Yi Chuanxiu, who is a woman and doesn't get full work credits. These days, men get more work credits because men do heavier work. For example, the work of picking a stretcher is 10 full labor points. For other work, it was less. For example, if you are raising cows or something like that, you may only get 8 labor points. And for women, the maximum number of labor points is 8. Although Yi Chuanxiu wasn't weak, she wasn't that strong either. Adding to the fact that she had to go to school, the grain that Yi Chuanxiu could get each year was only 200 pounds. Sui counted half of the work, about 180 pounds. Sumei was about the same, she was a little less, just 150 pounds. This was all the Su family's grain, and together, it was only 790 pounds. Sounds like a lot, but the Su family has 6 children, plus Su Zhaohua and Yi Chuanxiu, that's 8 people. On average, a person is only 100 pounds. This year's people, less oil, eat more. In one meal, the Su family would have to eat more than 4 pounds of rice. Of these, the men ate more, the women a little less. How can this be? Also share some food stamps, plus forestry and school wages. There is also a food stamps issued. The Su family took the food stamps to buy food. This, too, requires Yi Jinhan to subsidize part of it. But just this, every year, Su Rong will also sneak a little grain out. The original Sui didn't care, and probably didn't know, at least the current Sui had no memory of this. Even if there's going to be a double robbery soon, a portion of the grain will be sent out afterward. But this, it's not enough to last until the second half of the year. Because early rice didn't taste as good as late rice, but the payment of rations was only based on weight, regardless of whether it was early or late rice, so Nanju village all liked to hand over the early rice, and leave the late rice to eat themselves. In this way, after the collection of early rice, Nanju village will not have much rice left. In this way, each family will not get much food. But at this time, the family's rice jars were all empty. Sui didn't know with what kind of mind Su Rong had taken the family's grain out. Perhaps, Su Rong felt that the family would give birth to their own food if they couldn't eat it all? Just at this moment, the sound of a door opening came from outside. Sui came out and saw Su Rong returning with red eyes. The youths didn't have enough food to eat, that was for sure. One by one, there was no way to do heavy labor, so naturally, they could only get the same amount of work as the women. In this way, the food of the young men was similar to that of the women. But the men eat, how is it comparable to women? In this way, there was not enough to eat, right? Some of the youths' families would send them some food stamps and other things from the city, which they would exchange for food. But some families don't have any, and some of them may even ask the youths here for food. Sui didn't know what kind of Qingshou Jiqing was like, but Sui still hoped that Qingshou Jiqing could go back to the city. At least the family could have more food. Su Rong glanced at Sui, didn't say anything, and went directly to her room. Sui also didn't talk to her, didn't have time. Not long after, Grandma called for dinner, and Sui said, "Dinner is ready." Whether Su Rong came out or not, Sui was not planning to come over and shout. Su Yuqing rushed out of the house and went straight to grandmother's house. This person must have known that there was fish for lunch. This speed was not something that could be compared to usual. Su Rue came out, Sui didn't say anything. Su Rue opened her mouth and said, "Second sister is crying in the house." Sui said, "So what?" Su Rue said, "Should we comfort her?" Sui shook his head, "There's nothing to comfort. Today, second sister even took the family's rice and gave it to someone. We don't have any rice at home, and in a few days, I'm afraid we can only drink thin rice. Before the late rice comes down, the family will be out of food." Su Rue was open-mouthed and didn't know what to say. Su Rong heavily opened the door and drank. "I'm giving him my own grain, what's it got to do with you?" Sui laughed coldly, "It's only been a few days. Another new problem has come out?" Sui said, "Your grain, when did you have grain? You are old, and do not work, not a single labor point, where do you have food?" After a pause, Sui said, "Consider that mom and dad are willing to raise you, and pay for you to study. But you eat one portion for yourself, and you have to send one portion out. Where did you get such a big face?" Su Rong had originally had a fight with the man and was very sad. Now Sui not only didn't comfort, but also settled scores with her. Su Rong was even more aggrieved. "Then I won't eat, it's always okay." Su He, however, nodded, "It can be. I'll see how many days you can endure not eating. If you have the ability, you won't even eat in the future. Such a foodie, starving without eating at one meal, can't even endure it. How many more days?" Su Rue opened her mouth, wanting to say something for Su Rong, but thinking that the family was going to run out of food, she closed her mouth again. She felt that the rice Su Rong took away might be her own rice. When Su Rong saw that Sui actually said this, she immediately just turned around and went back to her room, heavily closing the door behind her. There was a bang, scaring the hell out of an individual. Su He deflated, "If you have the ability, when the door is broken, don't look for someone to fix it." Saying this, Sui was ready to go out. "Let's go third sister, I caught a fish today. Since some people say they won't eat, this fish is also exempted, there wasn't much of it, we can still eat one more piece. If you don't eat, who cares?" Sui shrugged his shoulders, turned around and left. Su Rue also followed. Going to serve the rice, he saw Su Yuqing trying to pull most of the fish into his bowl. Su He went up and knocked Su Yuqing's movements off with a chopstick. "Siko He, you're killing yourself." Su Yuqing opened his mouth and left. Su He just lifted Su Yuqing and slapped him on the buttocks. "I told you not to be big and small, this fish is just this much, if you eat it alone, what will others eat?" Grandmother walked in, opened her mouth to speak, but thinking of what Yi Jinhan said before, Sui wanted to discipline his brother, and told her not to open her mouth. She closed her mouth again. Su Yuqing saw his grandmother not helping herself, she also deflated and got up on her own, and muttered, "I don't know how to do more." Sui said, "If you're capable, you went and caught the fish yourself and came back." Grandma naturally did more. Someone who doesn't do anything and just knows to come back for dinner at mealtime, still has the heart to say that others don't know to do a little bit of both? Chapter 83 Second Ant Jiingxiu. Su Yuqing deflated his mouth, he was used to enjoying himself, wanting him to change was not that easy. Despite the temptation of food and the suppression of force, wanting to change Su Yuqing in a short period of time was not that easy. In the end, Su Yuqing obediently carried the bowl and ate. Grandmother walked over and asked, "Where is Su Rong? How come I didn't see her come over to eat?" Su He said, "Don't mind her. She carried rice out early in the morning to give it to someone else, and when I said something, she gambled and didn't come out to eat. Sui didn't say that Su Rong and that Jiqing might have some unclear relationship. While there is no substantial relationship, it might be that they have some good feelings for each other. This thing spreads out, it's not good for Su Rong. It's just as well to avoid the importance of the matter and say the matter of grain. These days, food is already a big deal. Sun Meixiang immediately was aghast. You don't have enough food at home. She also took grain to others. To whom? What to whom? Grandpa Yizhenhan came in from the outside, listening to only half of the words. Some strange. Sui told the story. When my parents came back, they locked her up for a few days. When that young man leaves, it will be fine. This was said without a clue, but Yizhenhan and Sun Meixiang both understood it. Su Yuqing's eyes dribbled, and Sui slapped over. Adults talk, children eat is all. You should be happy that you can still have enough to eat now. When our family runs out of rice, you won't even have enough to eat? Su Yuqing didn't believe it. He was the precious son of his parents. How could he not have enough to eat? Sui didn't intend to help his family get through the hard times, and this lack of food crisis was a great opportunity to reorganize the family. This, and the fact that he would take meat out at first, but then, there was no meat, only white flour cakes. Next, there wasn't even white flour biscuits. Everyone was starving. He could take pumpkin and eat some extras and not starve pumpkin. The only one in this house that didn't have a problem was little pumpkin. Phew. There's still fish to eat in this house. Mom and Dad, you didn't know to call me and your grandson back to eat some. A woman walked in from outside, so he looked over and just frowned. This is the second Aunt Jianxiu. People are harsh and mean. At first, grandmother and mother Yi Chuanxiu are not agreed. Because this Jianxiu is lazy, and personal reputation is not very good. This is not in Su Rong-like, this is a bit ambiguous. Jianxiu is really, and a lot of men are not clear. Jianxiu's mother's family that the village is spread all over. But I don't know which point was the second uncle saw. Hard to marry home. Sun Meixiang and Yi Chuanxiu also did not argue with the second uncle, and finally married home. This is not long to marry home, 6 months to give birth to a son. Jianxiu said it was premature, but who can give birth to a son in 6 months? And that son is also very strong, full of 8 pounds and 5 tails. This is not a little, to know, the 21st century food level, many children born, only 4 or 5 pounds. This 8.5 pounds of child, how can it not be a premature baby? Anyway, that kid and Sui didn't really get along, so he was treating it as if he didn't see it. Second auntie. But this person has already married in, so he also can't turn a blind eye. I fished this fish in the river in the morning. Yi Changhua is also there, he saw it. Needless to say, it must be that Yi Changhua saw it, so he let Jianxiu come over. Grandpa was already more serious, and that boy Yi Changhua didn't dare to blow up the spines, so he let Jianxiu come over. Jianxiu didn't look at Yi Zhenhan's ugly face and just said, your family ate here at mom and dad's place and didn't even give rice, right? What's wrong with me coming to eat some fish? But Jianxiu glanced over and there were only a few pieces left. Originally there was not much left. Su Yuqing pinched a few pieces. Grandmother also gave a few pieces to the little pumpkin. The third sister, Su Rue, as usual, quietly ate without speaking on the surface. Sui came and also chucked 2 pieces, and the rest was for Grandpa. Grandmother herself ate 2 pieces and did not plan to eat more. Jianxiu went up to the bowl of fish soup and said, there are only a few pieces left, I'll take them away. Mom and Dad, you have to love your eldest grandson too. That boy, Changhua, eats so little, he's as thin as anything. Put. Sui really didn't hold back. Yi Changhua eats a lot, he's very fat, I'm afraid he has to be 130 pounds. That's all, and he's still as thin as anything. Then what is a thin person, like Sui? Jianxiu rolled her eyes. What are you laughing at? Sui said, my weight is less than 2/3 of my cousin's. Does second aunt really think first cousin is skinny? Then second auntie's eyes are probably growing on top of her head. Isn't it? Because Nanju village was poorer, second auntie's mother's side of the family was Shanlan village, which was much richer than Nanju village. Even if they don't do business nowadays, but Shanlan village relies on the town and can still make some extra money. So this family is richer than the Yi family. Jianxiu cannot see the Yi family. Jianxiu still want to say something more. Yi Zhenhan said, okay. If you want fish soup, take it away, and remember to give some to Asai-chan. If you don't want it, just put the bowl down and leave. Jianxiu was still afraid of Yi Zhenhan, and her mother's family did not dare to make too much noise. When she married, Yi Zhenhan went to her mother's house and said that if she could live a good life, then for the sake of his son, Yi Zhenhan would not care. But if you can't live well, all day long, then go back to your mother's home. Back then, Jianxiu's mother's family refused to do so, and there was a great urge to beat people. Anyway, Yi Jiwu was looking at Jianxiu, they will not return it. However, Nanju village was more united, and great-grandpa led the people over and shocked the people of Shanlan village. Nanju village could have many people and fight, Shanlan village didn't have such people. Some might say that poor mountains have many unruly people, but the people of Nanju village are united, that's for sure. They also easily don't go out and bully people, and fight because other people bully their way to their heads. This was not being unruly, but a reasonable counterattack. Jianxiu deflated her mouth, didn't say much, took the bowl and left. Sun Mei Xiang waited for the people to leave before saying, "It's also a sin." Su Yuqing said, "Grandpa, you should have beaten her, this person is simply bad." This was the only sentence Su Yuqing said that Sui felt was half right. Half right on the 3 words bad to the core. Great aunt was more simple, but also liked to be catty. But most of the time, it was the second aunt who was urged to come over and cause trouble. As for the first half of the sentence, Grandpa will not easily hit people. Sui blackened his face and said to Su Yuqing, "I think Grandpa will beat you first." Not listening at all, after eating hurry back and rest. Su Yuqing glared at Sui, put down the bowl and ran back. Chapter 84, Woman in Love. Su Rong. Sui also had no choice, he put down the bowl and prepared to go read the medical scriptures for a while. Those books in Grandpa's study were still valuable in Sui's opinion. But suddenly, he thought of that clean-cut Chiching, and there was also that Biao who had not been caught. This person's existence always made Sui a bit distracted. He always felt that this brother Biao would bring something bad to him. He walked out with some annoyance. Black Star was quietly grazing in the barn. Blackie ran over, and Sui thought, "I should go and take a look, no matter what that Jiqing thinks. I should go and take a look." In addition, Sui also wanted to go and see if he could catch that Biao. Looking at Hazy, Sui suddenly thought, "A dog's nose is very smart, can it find that brother Biao? Blackie, come with me." Sui said. Blackie just woofed and responded to Sui's call. Sui brought Blackie with him and didn't rush, but slowly walked over. But he soon found someone, Su Rong. Second sister. What is she going to do? Sui discovered Su Rong, but he couldn't lock Su Rong, could he? Moreover, Sui immediately thought that Su Rong was afraid that she was still going to find that Jiqing. Sui was simply furious. This second sister, she really didn't have any reserve at all. In broad daylight, if she is seen, how can she discuss marriage in the future? Well, it's even worse in the middle of the night. In short, in this era, Su Rong's behavior like this could easily be criticized. If it was anyone else, Sui wouldn't have objected. But this was a Jiqing. Sui didn't have a problem with the Jiqing, but soon the Jiqing could all return to the city, and when the Jiqing left, the woman who married the Jiqing would become an abandoned woman. If she is pregnant with a child, it will be even worse. In the future, this woman, want to marry cannot. No one would want a woman with a baby in tow. Unless it was a mischievous gangster, or an old bachelor. Sui was a little dissatisfied with his second sister, but he didn't want her to marry an old bachelor, or to bring up a child alone and live a miserable life. This Su Rong was simply too unyielding. He had said so much before, but Su Rong hadn't listened at all. Then, he laughed to himself and thought, "That's right, a woman in love, her IQ is definitely negative. It would be strange for me to expect her to figure it out." As for locking Su Rong up in her home, I'm afraid Su Rong's resentment would be enough to ignite the entire home. This was the power of a resentful woman. Following along, sure enough, Su Rong came to the courtyard of the Jiqing. There were still a few Jiqing left here, not knowing what the situation was. As far as Sui could see, there were 2 male Jiqing and 3 female Jiqing. Most of them had already left, only these 5 were left. Sui was not good to go over there, he had already come once yesterday, if he went again, gossip would spread. Fortunately, when Su Rong came over, no one saw her. Sui saw Su Rong and that youth say something, and then the 2 of them went into a house. Sui hurriedly turned to the back of that house, wanting to hear what they were saying inside. Anyway, doing that kind of thing should not be in the mood, and there were still people outside. Sui was also here. Once there was that sign, he would definitely show up to stop it. I'm afraid a relationship like this is doomed to have no future. Coming a little late, Sui didn't hear the front, after all, he had to hide from people too. Even the matter of brother Biao, he put it down for the time being. Su Rong said, "Zhang Xingzhou, do you really want to go back? Didn't we agree that we would take the college entrance exam together, get into college together, go to the city together, and never come back?" Sui didn't expect that Su Rong actually had this idea of never coming back. Could it be that mom and dad don't want them anymore? Brothers and sisters and so on, Su Rong can give up, so he also does not have any idea, Su Rong must remember his brother. But mom and dad gave birth to her and raised her, since childhood, except in the second uncle and third uncle as well as grandpa and grandma, she suffered a little loss. At home, she is more favored than even herself, the eldest son. Well, the eldest son is not favored at all, this second daughter, on the contrary, is favored. Jiang Xingzhou? Not a bad name, but probably not a good person. Even Su Rong can say yes to a decision like this, so it's obvious that both of them have agreed to it. In other words, Jiang Xingzhou also hopes that Su Rong will never come back, and doesn't even want mom and dad anymore. How could such a person be good? Jiang Xingzhou was also in a difficult situation, but I haven't gone back for many years, and no letters have come from home. I'm afraid that something will happen to my family. Now that the village is giving a letter of introduction, I want to go back first to see how things are going. If the family is alright, I will come back. In addition, if I can move back, I must find a way to come back to pick you up. Listen, is this person still a human being? What a promise, so he wouldn't believe it. But Su Rong seemed to believe it. Xingzhou, are you telling the truth? Jiang Xingzhou nodded his head. I naturally said it's true. If you don't believe me, I can swear. Saying that, Jiang Xingzhou raised his hand and said, I swear here, if I don't keep my words, let me go out and get hit by a car. That word death finally didn't come out and was blocked by Su Rong. I believe you, don't say this kind of oath. Su Rong really loved Jiang Xingzhou, so she couldn't bear for Jiang Xingzhou to take this kind of poisonous oath. Even if Jiang Xingzhou wouldn't come back, she didn't want Jiang Xingzhou to be hit by a car and die. Jiang Xingzhou smoothly hugged Su Rong and kissed her. Su Rong naturally responded fiercely, so we stood outside and could hear it. This house is not soundproof, don't those few youths know about it? But none of them said anything, all stood outside watching the show. These remaining few cannot say that the character is bad, can only say, this is self-preservation. Who knows if Su Rong's family is supportive of this kind of thing? Rashly intervene, in turn, by the Su family to blame, where to go to reason to go. In the past few years, this Su Rong from time to time to take food over, to say do not agree, also cannot say ah. So he really wanted to slap Su Rong to make her wake up. Jiang Xingzhou's words were the same as those scummy men with flowery mouths who cheated women's feelings on TV he had watched in his previous life. He signaled Blackie to call out a few words, and Blackie immediately called out. The room was slightly chaotic, but then the sounds of kissing resounded again. This Su Rong was simply furious. Sui felt that he couldn't wait, or else they would change to do something they couldn't do later. In the past, there were too many people here to do it. Now isn't it just right that everyone is gone? Jiang Xingzhou was a bit pleased in his heart. After getting the body and cheating some money, it would be good after that. Who knows, before Sui could act, the door was knocked. Xingzhou, we still want to discuss it again, whether we should go back to the city or not. Do you want to come out and discuss it with us otherwise? Chapter 85 Give me $100. Jiang Xingzhou somewhat ignored it, but the sound of the knocking outside kept on going, which made him annoyed. Plus, Su Rong, as a girl, still wanted a face in the end, and sniffed and pushed Jiang Xingzhou as well. Jiang Xingzhou just shouted in annoyance, Wang Hang, what the hell do you want? I definitely want to go back. After saying that, he also whispered to Su Rong, I'll take you back. Sui wanted to sneer, who do you think you are? Which second generation? You can take someone back just because you want to? Unfortunately, Su Rong was really worthy of being a love brain. This IQ plummeted, and even nodded her head and agreed after hearing this sentence. Jiang Xingzhou added, I do intend to go back, but I just lent this money to other youths. Hey, otherwise, I'll wait for a while before going back. I'll think of a way to earn some money, or else, let my family mail some over. They can definitely send it over. Su Rong waved her hand, no need. I'll go back and get you the money. Sui could only be thankful that his family's money had been given to him, and Su Rong shouldn't be able to find any money. Well, even if she found it, it would only be a very small amount. Solid, so he could be sure that this Jiang Xingzhou was definitely a liar. Opening the door, Jiang Xingzhou was annoyed and argued with the man called Wang Hang, and Su Rong took the opportunity to leave. Sui did not stay, but was ready to go back to see what Su Rong could do. But he also heard a female youth say, Wang Hang, why do you need to do this? That Su family itself doesn't even object. Otherwise it could send food over so many times a year? In these words, a bit of sourness was revealed. It was estimated that Jiang Xingzhou had used his beauty to lure Su Rong into giving her a lot of goodies, and she hadn't even eaten any of them. Wang Hang, however, said, I don't care about anything else, but this kind of thing, if you do it. Not only is it a loss of face for us youths, if the Su family knows about it, they will find someone to settle the score in the future, and everyone else is gone. We are the only ones left with a large family and a heavy burden to support. If they don't come after us, who will? Don't forget, you can't go back to the city right away. The female youth muttered, this kind of thing, you and I are willing, how can they find us? Wang Hang said, then didn't you see it, but didn't stop it or correspond with them? This kind of thing happened in their village, we didn't say anything, aren't we not justified? After that, Sui didn't hear the words. But to this Wang Hang, Sui had changed his opinion a little. Before, he thought that these people had no responsibility and were not good people. But this time, he thought that it was already rare for a youth to be able to do this. Sui didn't have time to find that Biao, directly back home. As soon as he returned home, he saw Su Rong rummaging around, definitely looking for money. Second sister, you're not eating here, what are you looking for again? Su Rong directly returned, what's it to you? Sui shrugged his shoulders and didn't care much, coming out of the house, preparing to go prepare some food for Black Star and Blackie. Previously, although in the river, Black Star ate some water plants, Black Z also fished some fish to eat, but this is half a day has passed, or prepare a little more. Sui found a place where no one was, prepared a pot of corn flour and soy flour mix for Black Star, and prepared a 1-pound piece of meat for Black Z. Only after putting it down for Black Star, Su Rong came out of the house in a flurry of wind and reached out to Sui, I think you have all the money in the house. Give me $100. Sui turned around and looked at the condescending Su Rong and sneered, Missy, do you know how much you can buy with $100? Have you ever earned even a dime? Reaching out for $100, are you still awake? Su Rong's face darkened. That's the family's money, what's wrong with me wanting it? Give it to me quickly, I need it urgently. In a hurry to give it to her lover? Sui directly refused, no more. Missy, you probably forgot that your dad is still hospitalized. In these few days, a few $100s were used, right? The family more or less doesn't have enough. Oh, there's also your 2 times of food, it cost a few dollars, Missy, or you can give me the money? I don't have any money here. Su Rong was anxious. Where did dad use so much money for his hospitalization? You must have swallowed it. Hurry up and give it to me. Saying this, Su Rong was about to come forward to search her body. In Su Rong's mind, this was her struggle for her love. The sooner Jiang Xingzhou went back, the sooner he could come back and pick himself back to the city yet. Sui slapped Su Rong's hand away, and with that heavy sound, Su Rong's hand was immediately red. Sui drank too. Don't forget, that money was gotten back by selling my cows. And you spent a lot of money on me when you were hospitalized once. What are you going to do with the money? Are you going to run away with a wild man? Since you were a child, you've done nothing, you haven't earned a dime. But how much money has the family spent? How dare you ask me for money? Why do you have such a big face? Why don't you just go to the city with a man and become a madam? I don't know if you have this fortune. Su Rong's face was dark, she looked at her arm and couldn't believe it. This was the first time Sui had hit her, although she only slapped her hand away, Su Rong had never suffered this kind of aggravation. She cried and went back, wanting to go to her grandmother to complain. Sui didn't take care of her and directly called on Hazy, who finished eating meat. Let's go and see where that Biao is hiding. Coming to the place where Sui hit brother Biao with a stone last night, the bloodstains on the ground were already very faint. Sui pointed at the bloodstain and said, Blackie, go and smell it, see if you can track the person. Blackie went straight over to smell it, but the smell was already faint. Hazy followed the smell and looked around, but in the end, there was nothing he could do. There were a lot of people coming and going in the village, and the smell had washed out. Besides, a long time had passed. If he had come directly over yesterday to look for it, I'm afraid that he would still be able to find it. Sui sighed, there was nothing he could do but to look around more. He had a feeling that Biao was not far from the village. After searching for a few hours and not finding it, Sui had no choice but to come back first. Su Rong at home, looking for grandmother to complain, but grandmother asked why she wanted $100, Su Rong stammered and could not say. She still wants to face, and knows that if she says it, the family will not give it to her. She had never suffered without money, so she had no concept of $100. But the family's annual share of money, she forgot. After thinking a lot in bed, Su Rong suddenly came up with a good idea. She came out of the house, just in time to meet Sui coming back from outside. Su Rong coldly grunted, not to look at Sui. Sui also frowned, looking at Su Rong like this, she went to find that Jiqing again. Is that person so good that Su Rong can't stay away? This is simply a joke. Sui is sure that after Jiang Xingzhou goes back, he will never come back. This countryside, Jiang Xingzhou is afraid that he has long been tired of staying, right? As for there being a beautiful girl here waiting for him to come back, Jiang Xingzhou wouldn't remember. Chapter 86, Discovering the Trail, actually in. During the evening meal, Grandma even asked about it. As for Su Rong, she might have cultivated immortality and actually didn't eat dinner. Sui said, you don't pay attention to her, but you also pay attention, never put the money in plain sight, and don't give her a search. I think she is bewitched. Actually asking me for $100. Sui said here and asked in a low voice, Grandmother, haven't you realized that she steals food from the house? Grandma asked in surprise, she still steals food? Sui nodded, it hasn't been a day or two. Sui suddenly heard a bit of movement beside him and turned his head to see this guy Su Yuqing eavesdropping. Seeing Sui looking over, Su Yuqing let out a cold snort and walked over from the side. Sui ate his meal, still intending to keep looking. This time, he seemed to feel that prying gaze again. But while Sui was alerted, that gaze disappeared again. Sui asked Hazy to quickly look for it, and Hazy was very attentive. Slowly, the direction Blackie walked past was a bit strange, Sui stood still, took out his night vision device and looked around. At this time, the sun had already set, and the night vision device was better. But Sui never found the man, and Blackie had no way to lock Biao's location. Some strange this place, not my. He was suddenly a little surprised. Looking up, he saw the tree, the hut he made, a humanoid lying inside. Sui probably understood, I didn't expect that it would end up being found in this hut of mine. Sui quietly backed away, returned to the village, and went to find Heburo. But Heburo's people were not easy to find, so he had to go to Great-Grandpa's house first, not realizing that Heburo was here. Great-Grandpa asked, Siko-he, what are you doing here? Sui said, didn't I injure that Biao yesterday? I felt that this person must not have left yet. So I went to look for it today. Before he could finish his words, Great-Grandpa drank, nonsense. Finding that person is an adult's matter, you're a child, be honest with me. Sui didn't get angry, instead he felt a little warm. Big Grandpa's words were for his safety. However, Sui still cried and laughed and said, Big Grandpa, hear me out. Heburo also hurriedly said, yes, old village chief. Siko, he is not a man without a plan. Let's listen to what he has to say. Maybe it can help us? Only then did great-grandpa nod his head, and Sui busily said, I found his trail in the back of the mountain, and he should be hiding in that hut I made in the back of the mountain. Big Grandpa asked strangely, it's the one on that big camphor tree? Sui touched his head in confusion, Great-grandpa knows that too? Big Grandpa laughed, it's not just me who knows, in fact, most people in the village know. Your kid doesn't know what he's hiding there, and one day someone will touch it. It would be funny. Sui's cold sweat flowed for his predecessor. He had hidden some money there, as well as a fishing rod, a slingshot, and a few scattered things. If someone else touched it, the predecessor didn't know how sad it would be. The money he earned before, put at home for fear of insecurity, are hidden there. Sui touched his forehead, luckily no one went there before, or else I wouldn't be able to keep the money I made from studying. Big Grandpa slapped on the back of Sui's head, you think everyone is Yi-san Han's and that Gangzi's uncle? How could they take your money for your studies? Sui then smiled back, not taking it personally. Anyway, things didn't happen, and nothing happened. Hiburo quickly asked, where is the place? Can you take us there? This time, how can we catch that Biao back? Great-grandpa nodded his head as well, but he didn't let Sui follow. Siko, go call your ninth uncle over and ask him to bring someone over. This kid is good with his hands, but he's just a bit lazy. It was also before. Sui stretched his head, wanting to hear Big Grandpa say something he didn't know about the hidden secrets. Who knew that when Big Grandpa said this, he refused to continue. Slapping the back of Sui's head, he said, quickly go and call someone, Siko, you can't run up to something that dangerous. Sui had no choice, this was also Big Grandpa lovingly protecting himself. He had no choice but to go out and go call ninth uncle over. The process of calling ninth uncle was still smooth. Hearing that it was Big Grandpa's order, ninth uncle didn't push back. Alright, I'll come as soon as I get my tools. His tool was a slingshot, which was made from ox tendons and had very good power. Sui had seen ninth uncle use the slingshot to shoot a rabbit from a few dozen paces away with it. If it was a human being, it would have been the same. Ninth uncle also has a bow and arrow, also homemade, which is more powerful than this one. Well, that one was point to point, but it was used to catch people, and ninth uncle wasn't trying to kill anyone, so naturally he wouldn't use a bow and arrow. By the time Sui and ninth uncle came over, bureau he had already called several other police officers over. Ninth uncle lazily saluted with great-grandpa and called out great-uncle. Great-grandpa nodded his head, he was the village chief and the clan's patriarch. Well, it's the patriarch of the Yi family, it can't control the Su family. However, the people in this village, all of them are related to the Yi family, and they have great respect for the patriarch. Hiburo glanced at great-grandpa and asked, then let's set off? Great-grandpa nodded, and the group of people prepared to go out. Sui took his slingshot and called Blackie, ready to follow. Big Grandpa grabbed him by the shoulders, Siko, I've told you not to go. How dangerous is this? Sui smiled and said, I'm not afraid, I have ninth uncle and great-grandpa to protect me. Besides, I still have Blackie here, he can track that Biao, in case that Biao runs away again, won't I still have Blackie to track him? Big Grandpa was about to say something else, but Hiburo interceded, old village chief, Hiasei-chan is right. Besides, if Biao runs away again, we do need a dog to track him. Besides, there are so many people here, it won't be dangerous. Big Grandpa nodded his head then, but still instructed, Siko, just follow me, don't go forward, it's too dangerous. Sui was a little warmed up, Hiburo was a little unsure of what to say. Ninth uncle said, I have stepped out, can still let him Siki out of the limelight, you old also blindly worried. Big Grandpa went up and slapped him, don't brag to me. If the village's Siki doesn't keep up, who's going to take care of the village after our old man is gone? Ninth uncle wasn't annoyed at being hit, instead he asked with a smile, Uncle, you said back then that this village would be passed on to me in the future. Now you're going to bypass me and pass it on to Siko? He is not a member of our Yi family. Big Grandpa slapped him again, pass it on to you? You're dreaming. You're so lazy, if we pass it on to you, will our village have a future? As for the second half of the sentence, Big Grandpa didn't say anything, seemingly denying it. But upon closer examination, it seemed to be a tacit admission. Hiburo carefully glanced at the old village chief, and then at Sui, secretly saying, this kid is the future village chief that the village is training? It doesn't look like it, but this Siki is resourceful, and if he's cultivated properly, he'll be fine. Chapter 87, Piao falls into the net. For a group of people to come over like this, there was definitely no way to do it without a sound. A few people in the village, not a trained police officer, this is in the forest, as long as they step on a little branch, in the silence of the forest, it will definitely make a sound. This is not, that lying in the treehouse Biao, is a jolt, rolled over and up. Sui also said, not good, that brother Biao has found us. Sui also said, no good, brother Biao has found us. He didn't care about being exposed, quick, surround up, if brother Biao resists, you are allowed to shoot. This brother Biao is a ruthless character, he has killed people before. Hiburo also did not restrict his men from shooting, compared to the lives of the police, Biao's life was not worth anything at all. If you let Brother Biao escape, you don't know how many people will suffer. A few policemen ran up, and that Brother Biao immediately knew that he was exposed. Immediately, he was about to come down from the treehouse. Before, he felt that the treehouse was very hidden, but this time, Brother Biao felt that it was too high, and it was not easy to come down. Who the hell made this treehouse so high? Still hanging from the tree, with 2 meters to go, a few police officers had arrived. One of them picked up a stick and went up. This can not shoot, or do not shoot good. The control of guns in the country was still too strict, and he didn't want to write a report. Biao was hit with this stick, and immediately was furious. He also did not come down slowly, and jumped directly to the bottom. He also looked at a policeman and jumped directly onto this policeman's body, and he saw the policeman's gun hanging on his waist right above him. Brother Biao's anger was so great that he immediately had to reach out and grab the cop's gun. The policeman was also confused when Biao jumped down and pressed on him at once. Sui saw Brother Biao's action at once, and immediately picked up his slingshot and shot out a stone. Ah! Brother Biao let out a miserable scream, and the gun holster he was grasping in his hand fell off, flinging it out a ways. Ninth Uncle stepped forward with a pick, and the holster came into Ninth Uncle's hands. A few other police officers also reacted at this time, went up and punched and kicked. For this cattle rustler who had killed someone, everyone was angry. Just now actually wanted to grab the gun, this if the criminal took the gun, but instead killed the police, or the villagers, then they all have to eat hanging fall. Even, may also be written off, be fired. At this moment, the fight, that is all exhausted. Biao this person, how to beat cannot be too much. Bureau went forward, took out handcuffs, and cuffed Brother Biao. During this time, Brother Biao naturally resisted with all his might, and several police officers were unable to grab him. Or Uncle Nine went up and pressed a few times on Brother Biao, so that Brother Biao's whole body had no strength, and only then did Bureau succeed in arresting this Brother Biao. Bureau he got up and exhaled a breath of air. Finally, I've caught him. This Brother Biao is vicious and has killed a lot of people. This time, thanks to you guys. The policeman is still frozen. Bureau is drinking too. Do not come to thank Hisiko and Brother Joe, otherwise your gun was robbed. Let's see how you explain. As a matter of fact, Mr. He himself was also scared. If Biao snatched his gun and killed someone, his future would be over. Fortunately. Sui stepped forward and said to Great-Grandpa, Great-Grandpa, look, am I useful? Great-Grandpa rolled his eyes. Yes, just you are useful. Bureau he quickly said, thanks to Siko he this time, I'll ask the Bureau to give you a merit, I'm relying on you. Sui waved his hand, I don't want others to know about this. Besides, my great-grandfather was just joking with me, he didn't blame me. This was a matter of people's grandchildren getting along with each other, so naturally, Bureau would not get involved. However, Bureau still said, I'll still apply for one for you, but it won't be publicized. We have to protect the masses too, we know that. After Bureau had said this, it would be a bit pretentious for Suhi to still refuse. Bureau led the men to escort Biao away, and Great-Grandpa also told Suhi to hurry back. Watching Sui leave, Great-Grandpa said, this Siko he is a talent, it's just a pity that he's not from our Yi family. Ninth Uncle snorted, you're still clinging to your clan's beliefs. What's wrong with Mr. Yi? Isn't he also a grandson of our Yi family? Besides, we don't have such a person in the Yi family, do we? Big Grandpa froze and said, that's right. I'm still narrow-minded, but you're not, so how much longer do you have to hide? Ninth Uncle waved his hand and directly left. Big Grandpa sighed, this village's descendants, all the others were no match for this Xiaojiu. But on the contrary, this Xiaojiu's experience is a bit complicated, his parents are gone, there is no one to hold on to, this person has become like this now. To say the least, or at that time he did not strong some, all is his this when the big brother's fault. At that time when those red sleeves came, if he was a little stronger, Xiaojiu's parents would not have left so early. But after all was said and done, it was already too late. I hope that in the future, Siko he can replace me and take the village forward. But this Xiaojiu, he can't keep on with all this decadence either. It looks like it's still necessary for Siko he to put in more effort. Over here, Suhi went home, but saw second sister sneaking into the Jiqing's yard. Suhi originally wanted to go over, but after thinking about it, he gave up. He can control it once, but can he control it for the rest of his life? He wasn't Su Rong's father, he didn't have that kind of power. Besides, there were other youths at the youth center, so even if he wanted to do that, he couldn't do it. Thinking of this, Suhi returned home. The little pumpkin is already sleepy, so he washed her face and sent her to her room to sleep. Suhi himself went to get some evening snacks for Black Star and Blackie, and when he saw them finish eating, Suhi then came back, washed himself and went to bed. Su Yuqing the lazy bastard had already fallen asleep a long time ago. Since the last time he ate candy and attracted a swarm of ants, Su Yuqing didn't dare to eat candy in bed either. This was a good result. It looks like it's still necessary to experience some bad consequences in order to change some bad habits. Sui figured out that trying to save the Su family with warmth was not promising. It was still necessary to let all the people in the Su family experience some pain, in order to learn from the pain and change. So next, he couldn't do everything for the Su family. Good food, good use, can't be taken out directly. He originally had good intentions, he might also get bad results. In a daze, Soo-hee fell asleep. But he didn't realize that in the dead of night, two people quietly touched the vicinity of Soo's house. A man said fearfully, "Is it really all right? Your village just lost a cow once, and those police haven't left yet." The woman said, "It's fine, what are you afraid of? I brought you here, and besides, I saw those cops take that biao away. It's okay. Everything has me." Chapter 88, Cow Stealing Su Rong in Jiangxingzhou. The two tried and found that Su's family was asleep. The woman even threw a stone over, and Blackie got up and sniffed it, then got back down and went back to sleep. Even though Hazy was wondering, why is this woman so strange? In the middle of the night, what are you doing lying down here? Then the woman took the man and touched the cow sheet, opened the door. Black Star was still chewing, still regurgitating. The woman's hand was about to take the cow rope. As soon as the Black Star reversed its head, the woman's hand fell short. The woman cursed and said to the man, "I'm looking at it quite oozing, it's better if you do it." The man hesitated, "But I'm also afraid. I've heard that even those cattle thieves who used ether before didn't get confused, and were even toppled by this cow. Look at its horns, if it pushes against me, I won't get hurt." The woman said, "Then you see what to do. Aren't you short of money? My brother is holding onto the money and won't give it to me, and my father needs money for his hospitalization, so if you don't sell the cow, what will you do?" The man had no choice but to reach out and grab the cow rope. This time, he was caught. The cow, as long as the lock of his nose, basically can only be at the mercy of God. The man wanted to lead the cow out the night to the city, then find someone to sell, we'll have money back to the city. But the cow refused to listen to him, and it was hard for him to pull it out. The man was furious and went up to the cow and kicked it. Then, Black Star was a top corner over. Ah! Soo-hee was awakened by this loud scream, and there was also a woman's cry coming at the same time. Second sister's cry? How did it come from outside? At this time, the Black Star's cow mooing sound rang out, so his heart surged with a bad idea. He took the flashlight and ran out. When the flashlight shone, he saw a man holding his other hand. The blood in that hand was flowing down. Next to him, Su Rong was also looking at this scene, giving a fright and constantly shedding tears. Black Star had already been let out, and the cow rope had been thrown aside. Blackie also ran out along with him, also staring at these two. Where would Soo-hee not understand that this is 1,000 defenses, but it is hard to prevent a family thief. During the day Su Rong asked for $100, and he refused to give it on the grounds that the hospital had to pay the bill. This Su Rong then thought of the previous time when she was hospitalized. Her mother Yi Chuanxiu sold that cow of his. Now Su Rong is trying to copy Yi Chuanxiu's action, also sold his calf, to raise money for this Jiangxingzhou. Right, that screaming one, that's Jiangxingzhou. What's wrong? This day by day. Grandpa came out of the house, the oil lamp in his hand shone over, and when he saw the scene, he also wondered, "Siko-hee, what's going on?" Sui said, "Jiangxingzhou and Su Rong are trying to steal the cows, but my Black Star has been pushed up against them, so I'm afraid they're injured." As soon as Sui spoke, Su Rong scolded, "Who stole the cow? Isn't this our cow? I took it and sold it for money. What happened to letting Jiangxingzhou go back to the city? Listen to this, you don't beat yourself up, and this attitude is so rightful." Sui corrected, "This cow is my own money to buy a cow calf, that is to say, this cow belongs to me. If I want to sue, you and Jiangxingzhou are both cattle thieves. Now the village has just arrested a group of cattle thieves, and Bureau he has said that they will all start with at least 20 years. What? Second sister, you want to go in and get locked up for 20 years? Su Rong was anxious, stealing what to steal, one's own family's cattle, what is considered stealing? This woman's face, Sui thought that she had changed for the better. He didn't think that for an outsider, she could actually go this far. He shuddered in his heart. Should we simply split up the family and bring the little pumpkin out to live alone by himself? But he quickly removed this thought, not to mention that mom and dad wouldn't agree, grandparents wouldn't agree either. If they split up, they wouldn't have a place to live. These days, it was basically impossible to buy a house. It will take a few more years before the business opens up. Only then will there be a chance. When he heard Sui said he wanted to call the police, Jiangxingzhou was terrified. Biao and the others had just been arrested. If he was also arrested and locked up for 20 years, his life would be ruined. He was so anxious that he didn't care about the injury in his hand. Jiangxingzhou jumped up and said, "It's all because Su Rong asked me to come. She said this is her cow, she and you agreed. I didn't steal the cow, it was all stolen by Su Rong. If you want to call the police, arrest her alone, I just came to help." Sui coldly laughed, "She's going to steal the cow and sell it for money, but it's for you? It's easy for you to do this favor, the money can come fast." Jiangxingzhou busily said, "I just borrowed it, I want to go back to the city. She also wants to go into the city, said to give me money, take her into the city." Su Rong couldn't believe what she heard. This is what Jiangxingzhou said? The sweet words in the past were all fake? Jiangxingzhou also knew that he shouldn't have said that, but if he let Sui call the police and get arrested for 20 years, it was also something he couldn't accept. He said he was going to run this matter, it's none of my business. It's all because this woman compelled me, saying that she called me to help or a family matter, not stealing. Soo-hee, however, said, whether it is or not, it's not even up to you. If you say it wasn't stolen, then it wasn't stolen? Grandpa, go and call the great-grandfather, Jiang Xingzhou. Even if you want to go back, on this file, you have to write this down. I don't know how much food he stole from Su Rong over the years. This time, however, it should also be written down. Jiang Xingzhou, this person is definitely not a good person, so given the chance, he will definitely not let him go. Directly calling the police to be imprisoned, then Su Rong would also be imprisoned. This was something that Mom and Dad wouldn't agree to. Grandpa won't agree either, so he can only give this youth a mark on his file, making it difficult for him to move forward even after he goes back. Soo-hee wasn't the kind of saintly mother who didn't care about anything after being hurt. Grandpa was relieved to hear that it was just a notation. If the family had fallen out, it would have been a problem. This family has never stopped. Jiang Xingzhou's face was ugly, but it was better than being imprisoned. Still, he kept emphasizing that this matter was led by Su Rong, and he was the one who came to help. Big Grandpa was called up in the middle of the night and was not happy hearing that it was such a thing. He even came over and spoke to Soo-hee. In the end, it's a family, doing this, it's not good for your face when the time comes. Soo-hee whispered, if we don't do this, my second sister won't come to her senses. Look at her now, she's been tricked by this man. This man is definitely not a good thing when he returns to the city, so give him a demerit and prevent him from going back to scourge others. Great-grandpa sighed, and in the end it was all he could do. After writing a letter of introduction and making a note in the file, he said to Jiang Xingzhou, go away, our village can't accommodate you anymore. Chapter 89, Su Zhaohua discharged from the hospital. Jiang Xingzhou very angry, this backward countryside, you think he really want to come? If it wasn't for the fact that his family really had no choice, if it wasn't for the fact that everyone in the city was going down to the countryside, he wouldn't have come at all. How can this place be compared to the city? He took the letter of introduction and left angrily. Just you wait, I'll be back again, and when I do, I'm going to leave you high and dry. What do you think you have here? A bunch of cuties. Jiang Xingzhou has been doing well in Nanju village, he's disguised himself well and hooked up with Su Rong. Not only does he eat better than others, he often has extra meals. Those snacks from the supply house in the city would often appear in his hands. He also relied on these and got along well with the youths. Well, that was his opinion. In reality, those people despised him for cheating on a woman's affection in exchange for some food. But Jiang Xingzhou was good looking, and quite a few of the female Jiqing actually liked him. Jiang Xingzhou refused on the surface, but privately they were all coupled up. What those men think, Jiang Xingzhou does not know. Even if they know, they will certainly think that those people are jealous of him. When he came back in the middle of the night, Jiang Xingzhou started to pack up his things, and these actions woke up the 4 remaining Jiqing. A female Jiqing asked, Jiang Xingzhou, what's wrong with you? Jiang Xingzhou said, I'm going back, I just went to ask the village chief to write a letter of introduction. I can't stay in this backward village for a moment longer. The female youth froze, you have money to buy a ticket? Jiang Xingzhou said, yes. I've saved some money over the years. But in reality, it was Su Rong who had saved all that money. Jiang Xingzhou secretly said, even though I didn't sell that cow, I can buy a ticket with this money. It's just that there will be some trouble on the bus, I might have to starve for a few days. Jiang Xingzhou looked at the female intellectual youth and suddenly smiled, he felt that he had found a way. When the male intellectuals had all left, Jiang Xingzhou leaned over and spoke kindly to the female intellectual. Early the next morning, Jiang Xingzhou took his bag and left. Shortly afterward, the female intellectual youth screamed loudly. Wang Heng got dressed and came over and asked, what's wrong? The female intellectual youth cried, my money, it was all stolen by Jiang Xingzhou. Wang Heng sighed, I've warned you. Long ago. Wang Heng couldn't say the latter words. The female youths were already miserable, if he said any more, he would be sticking another knife in someone else's knife's mouth. So he got up early in the morning, he had to go to the city to see his father Su Zhaohua. The family had such a big event, there are people hospitalized in the city, but do not know it at all. When he came out, the house was all quiet. Well, little Pumpkin came out, still rubbing his sleepy eyes. Duo, what happened last night? Pumpkin had woken up yesterday too, only she hadn't come out, she was a little scared. It seemed like Duo and his second sister had a fight. Sui sighed, if you're up, come with me to the city. Staying at home, in case second sister doesn't see eye to eye and takes it out on little Pumpkin, that would be really aggravating. Little Pumpkin nodded fiercely, okay, I'll go with Duo. After waiting for a while, the little Pumpkin came out, so he went to lead the Black Star out. After thinking about it, so as not to let last night's things happen again, so he removed the Black Star's cow rope. Lest in the second sister like this, was taken away in the dark. Although Black Star is resourceful, but in the end it is a cow, in case it is restrained by this cow rope, it is also troublesome. Anyway, Black Star is humane and can understand Sui's words without the cow rope, which is actually for Su Zhaohua and other family members. He decided to feed it all himself in the future, even if he went to study, he would still bring Black Star along just the same. Well, in this case, it will be necessary to rent a house in the city, which is a bit troublesome. Sui walked while thinking, also, that achievement thing, I don't know how Gudong's side is going. He thought about this matter, but all of a sudden, there wasn't much he could do. When he crossed the river, Sui remembered that he had done Bureau He a favor, and wondered if he could ask Bureau He to help him ask. Things like this were usually not done by some big shot, it was most likely done by some people below. Well, even if it was done by someone from above, it would definitely be a temporary laborer leading the box. After crossing the river, Sui also got on the back of the ox. Because he didn't think of bringing anything to trade, during this period of time, Black Star's size grew quite a bit again, and had the strength to carry him and Little Pumpkin. Thinking of rebellion, Sui took out a bread and handed it to Little Pumpkin, eat this, consider it breakfast. Little Pumpkin excitedly took it and asked again, Duo, did you eat it? Sui nodded, I ate it. He touched Little Pumpkin's head, this child, too, had suffered. The two in the family who didn't suffer were both difficult to deal with. All the way to the city, Sui didn't go to Pigeon City or anywhere else, directly to the military hospital. Also just entered the door, was called by the nurse, you should pay the fee. Sui nodded. Su Xiaohua had been hospitalized for 4 days, during which time he had used a lot of expensive medicines, so it shouldn't be enough. When he paid the bill, the man added, if it wasn't for Dr. Chio's guarantee, the medication would have been stopped yesterday. How can you, who took the money, not see anyone for a day? Sui hurriedly answered, something happened at home. I'll pay the bill. Taking the bill payment, Sui was also relieved, this 300 plus is finally enough. Just entering the door, Yi Chuanqiu saw him and was also relieved, and then blamed, why didn't you come yesterday? The hospitalization fee is not enough, the hospital urged to pay. If it wasn't for Dr. Chiu yesterday, the medication would have been stopped. If this was in the latter days, it would have been time to push for discharge. Sui raised the bill in his hand and said, I've already paid it. Sumei asked, this time, how much money was used? Yi Chuanqiu also asked, when can I be discharged? Sui said, there's not much money left, so I'll ask the doctor when I can be discharged. Something happened at home, so I didn't come yesterday. After that, it was an answer to what Yi Chuanqiu said earlier about how he didn't come. But what happened, he didn't say. Sui directly came out and looked for Dr. Chiu. Doctor, in my dad's case, when can he be discharged? Dr. Chiu said, I know about your family's situation, let's put it this way, you are hospitalized every day and have to pay hospital fees. Your dad's recovery is okay, I'll prescribe you some medicine, you take it back, it's okay to go home and recuperate. This is fine, so he let Dr. Chiu prescribe the medicine, he went to pay the fee, took the medicine, and went to do the discharge procedures. Only then did he come back and say to Su Xiaohua and the others, the doctor said it's okay to prescribe the medicine and go home to recuperate. I paid the money and took the medicine. It just so happens that I brought the Black Star, I'll carry Dad out, let Dad and Little Pumpkin ride the Black Star, and we'll go back. Chapter 90, Splitting up the family if it's a big deal. Hearing that he could be discharged from the hospital, the family was overjoyed. Su Xiaohua was about to get up, but Sui stopped him. Dad, why don't you let me return this hot water bottle and cup to the family? We can't just take back everything they have, right? Su Xiaohua smiled embarrassedly, and Sui took Little Pumpkin to take the things to return them to the two nurses. The round-faced nurse was still a bit reluctant to leave when she heard Sui was leaving. Sui laughed. Sister is wanting to eat meat, right? Next time I come to the city, I will definitely bring it for you. The round-faced nurse laughed. That's a deal, you must come. Sui nodded with assurance, definitely. When Sui left, another nurse said, he must be just talking. That's meat, how could he give it to you? But the round-faced nurse said, so what? I didn't lose anything? These days, we eat meat, isn't it normal to give him a little convenience? The other nurse opened her mouth and realized that the round-faced nurse was right, they really didn't have anything to lose. When Sui came back, the family had also packed up, mainly some changes of clothes and such. When Sui was about to leave, the son in the bed next to him pulled Sui and said, I saw it that day. Sui inexplicably looked at him, what did you see? The man said, I saw that you gave your father other medicines, and also anointed him with other medicines that were not prescribed by the hospital. Sui was helpless, what's wrong with seeing it? It's actually as if you can still pinpoint me. So what? Sui asked back. The man froze, and then realized that this seems to be unable to scare the other party off. He let out a smile, can I also ask for that medicine? My dad's infection is also serious, similar to your dad's condition. Sui shook his head, no way. That's a local recipe from our place, and I'm trying it out. If I give it to you and your dad eats it badly, I can't afford to pay for it. After saying that, Sui got rid of the man, carried Su Xiaohua on his back and left. After coming out, he let Su Xiaohua on Black Star's back, and carried Little Pumpkin up again. Little Pumpkin, hold on to Daddy's clothes, don't fall off. As for Yi Chuanqiu and Sumei, they had to walk. There was only a little space on the cow's back, but it couldn't sit on so many people. After walking for a while, Su Xiaohua suddenly asked, what did you give me to eat? Sui glanced at Su Xiaohua and said, just according to what was written in the medical books in Grandpa's study, I gave you a prescription. It was impossible to lie, the man had seen it. Not only Su Xiaohua had heard it just now, Yi Chuanqiu and Su Mei had heard it. Yi Chuanqiu scolded too, how can you just give your father food? Sui asked back, if I didn't give him food, at that time, would he still be alive? He was also beating a dead horse. Well, it was mainly a strong anti-inflammatory medicine from the 21st century, but this matter couldn't be given to them to know. Not to mention that people's hearts are in the wrong place, but with the family in this situation now, he wouldn't dare to say anything about it in any way. All of a sudden, everyone fell silent. Su Mei whispered, Mom, don't blame fourth brother. At that time, the doctors were all out of ideas. If fourth brother didn't try, where would he be now? The reasoning was so reasonable, but there was no way to accept the feelings. Sui was also angry. He did all this, did he still do it wrong? Su Xiaohua suddenly asked, how much money is left at home? Sui turned back and looked at him. Su Xiaohua was a little embarrassed, but still asked. Sui said, before Mom gave me a total of more than $300, your hospitalization expenses, plus today's medication, a total of $40 left. What? Are you going to take it to pay off your debt to second uncle? The truth is that he didn't spend that much money, so he just said that to let Su Xiaohua die. Su Xiaohua didn't say anything, but should have acquiesced. That is his younger brother, he cannot care? Yi Chuanqiu was also sullen. Su Mei bit her mouth, not knowing what to say. Sui laughed, causing the others to be surprised. Then Sui said, go back in a while, I'll give you the bill and the rest of the money. Su Xiaohua was a bit strange. Sui was so nice this time? But next, Sui said, but Dad, you have to think about it. It's almost time for school to start. The second and third sisters are going to school. That tuition fee is quite a lot. The eldest sister is going to meet someone. The dowry is always needed, right? Fifth brother also needs to study. Where will this money come from? Su Xiaohua was silent and glanced at the ox under the seat. Sui then said, you can't hit Black Star's idea. You guys sold my cow before, I've already given in. Black Star is absolutely impossible. Yesterday, second sister even teamed up with that Jiqing Jiang Xingzhou to steal my cow. You can't do this. When these words fell, Yi Chuanqiu was the one who exclaimed out in shock, how could there be such a thing? You're mistaken, aren't you? Speaking of this, Sui was also furious. Su Rong has often stolen grain out for that Jiang Xingzhou all these years. Don't tell me that you guys didn't realize it. What I even know, you guys actually don't know anything at all? Silence, no one spoke. Sui knew that this matter, they actually knew. It was only because of coddling that they chose to turn a blind eye. Sui laughed in anger. I myself worked hard to earn tuition and living expenses, and you guys actually let her steal food to raise an outsider. Siko he. That's your second sister. Su Xiaohua drank. Sui was a bit angry and bitter, but he still said, alright. I don't care about your affairs, but don't expect me to help with yours. I'll just mind me and little pumpkin. Yi Chuanqiu said, didn't you say before that you managed the home? How could one manage a home like this? It was better to wait for them all to suffer before they would know what was right. Sui was exasperated by Yi Chuanqiu's words. The premise of wanting me to manage is that you all have to be obedient. What about the second uncle and the third uncle? I won't be in charge, but do you think Dad cannot care? I can't control two people who steal chickens and dogs, gamble everywhere, and own loan sharks. And the second sister, she's lazy, her life is thinner than paper, but her heart is higher than the sky. How can I control such people? Anyway, I can't control them. If you guys hit Black Star's idea again, I'll ask Great-Grandpa to do justice. How dare you? Su Xiaohua drank too. For Big Grandpa, he was also afraid in his heart. This is a family matter, how dare you? Sui sneered, see if I dare. Big deal, let's just split the family ahead of time. Just think of it as me being the same as you were back then. You'll also give me 20 pounds of grain and kick me out of the houses. I'll also give you guys the little pumpkin to bring along with you, lest you can't afford to raise it. These words made Su Xiaohua fall into silence. It's not that Sui wanted to say such harsh words, it's really that a serious illness needs a strong medicine. Without reminding from time to time, Su Xiaohua simply couldn't remember the lessons given by his grandparents, still thinking that it was his parents, that it was his younger siblings to be in charge. His own ability is not enough, and expect to let him Sui to control? Don't be delusional. Chapter 91, Meeting Acquaintances on the Road. Because they brought Su Xiaohua and Yi Chuanqiu as well as his elder sister Su Mei, this time they didn't have a way to spend time directly from Yuanhe, but had to make a detour to Jiangsu town. This greatly increased the time, so they left from 9 o'clock or so, and now that it was noon, they hadn't yet arrived home. Because Su Mei walked slowly, they had just arrived at Jiangsu town at this moment. It couldn't be helped that there wasn't even a private hotel in this era. Yi Chuanqiu said, it's noon, Siko-he, can you buy something to eat? Perhaps it was the food Sui took out in the city before that made Yi Chuanqiu misunderstand a little, thinking that Sui could get food anywhere. Well, it wasn't a misunderstanding. Sui could indeed take out something, but it was impossible for him to do so. Because what would happen if he did so was that he might be in constant trouble in the future. Su Xiaohua would feel that Sui had a warehouse anyway, so what if he gave a little money to his second and third brothers? Yi Chuanqiu would also think, Sui has the ability anyway, so what if he supports a few sisters? The family would also feel that Sui could solve everything without moving anyway. Even Little Pumpkin, Sui didn't intend to let them know, let alone Su Xiaohua and Yi Chuanqiu nowadays. Sui asked, by the way, do you still have the food stamps that I exchanged for you before? Yi Chuanqiu frowned, it's long gone, the three of us ate for several days. Why are you asking this? Sui had no choice but to spread his hands, without food stamps, I have no way to get food. Then didn't you get it in the city? Yi Chuanqiu asked out. Sui frowned, and happened to meet Lu Jianrun, who happened to be carrying a bag towards his home at this time. Huh, it's you, Siko He. What's this? Lu Jianrun asked. Sui didn't answer Yi Chuanqiu's words, but said, my dad is hospitalized, otherwise why would he have gone to Pigeon City before? LV Jianrun nodded his head and didn't say what the deal was. Those things couldn't be said in this public. Lu Jianrun was in a hurry to go back to eat, so he said, that, I remember last time you said you could get cream of wheat. I haven't seen you contact me these days. One day get bring you essence contact me, surely give you satisfaction. Sui nodded, and Lu Jianrun excused himself and left. Su Xiaohua frowned, who is he? How did you get in touch with him? Sui rolled his eyes, he is the person in charge of Pigeon City. Su Xiaohua said, you can't do anything speculative. Sui asked rhetorically, if I don't go, you guys didn't eat during those days when you were hospitalized? That meat was also what I exchanged from there. When saying this, Sui lowered his voice, this kind of thing still can't be known by others. Sui then said to Yi Chuanqiu, before it was all through the person in charge of this Pigeon City that I got the stuff. Now I don't have anything on hand, how can I exchange things with others for food? Sumei pulled Yi Chuanqiu and said, Mom, let's walk a few steps faster, we'll be home soon. Yi Chuanqiu had no choice but to do so. Sui took out a candy from his pocket and gave it to the little pumpkin. You eat a candy first to pad your stomach, you'll have something to eat when you go back. Su Xiaohua frowned, where are the others? Sui spread his hands, I only have one, I don't even have any myself. This is all the money we have at home, we don't have any tickets yet, the ones I got before, I exchanged them with the village people for loaches, and with the one just now, I exchanged them for meat. Part of it you ate, and part of it went to that round-faced nurse to take care of. Other than that, there's nothing left. Sui had previously exchanged milk candies with the village's hairy children for loaches, which was a big loophole. It couldn't be done in the future, and Sui had to plug this loophole in advance. Su Xiaohua had no way to say it, after all was said and done, it was all his own fault. If he hadn't been scratched by that nail and hadn't gotten infected, where would there be so many things? Next, they met the daughter-in-law of that old lady in green and got a sanitary ball. The old lady in green clothes was the friend of the old lady in heatstroke Sui had saved on the road before, the old lady called Shujin. When leaving the town, Sui met another acquaintance. Of course, this acquaintance does not know him, it is that old he, said to give people change the results, so that the person to replace the people to go to the 4th high school. Sui was a bit puzzled, so this old he is actually from Zhongshu town? There's a chance, if I can get acquainted with this old he, I can get the person who helped change the scores out of his mouth. Generally speaking, there wouldn't be many people who would dare to do that. Then maybe the one who changed this score was the same person. If we could find out who actually moved it, then it would be much easier to find someone to investigate this matter. After leaving the town, next, there were no other people encountered. All the way back to Nanju village, there were still people picking water outside. Grandpa is still standing outside to record, which no one watched. Many people will turn back, watering their own family-owned land. That's the way it is with the big pots of rice, everyone wants to be lazy. That's why Grandpa came up with the idea of having a bunch of old men here to keep an eye on them, and whoever dares to be lazy will have their labor points deducted. But honestly, people have weaknesses and selfishness. If Grandpa is here to watch, if Sui is lazy, Grandpa will definitely turn a blind eye. The same goes for everyone else, so this system won't work. Hey, maybe it's because people's ideological awareness is not yet home. Not everyone is a highly conscious person who is familiar with capitalism. Yo, Xiaohua is back, this is out of the hospital? Someone shouted, picking a stretcher and went back to the river to pick water to see. Yi Jinhan heard that person's words and turned around, and indeed saw Sui's family returning. Inwardly, he also sighed, that the oldest too is also an uncaring one, and is still causing trouble at home. What's so good about that Jiqing? Yi Jinhan came over and asked, discharged from the hospital? Is this all right? Su Xiaohua touched his head and said with some embarrassment, the doctor said to recuperate at home to see. Yi Jinhan nodded and added, a lot of things have happened recently, you, as a father, should also think about it. A good home, have been you managed into what kind of, a bowl of water is not level, how many things have been caused? Facing Yi Jinhan, Su Xiaohua only kept nodding his head and said yes. Yi Jinhan added, there is news from Lala village that your second brother has gone gambling again. This time, you must not care. This family of yours, are you still going to make it? Speaking of his second brother, Su Xiaohua fell silent. When he didn't speak, Yi Jinhan knew that Su Xiaohua hadn't turned the corner yet. This dead brain, he had to glare at Su Xiaohua and said, when your family came from Lala village, there was no place to live, not even food. What did you say at first? Seeing Su Xiaohua still looking like that, he had to wave his hand, forget it, I don't care about you. Anyway, this time, your family is also short of food, so look after yourself. Don't come to me if you don't have food to eat. Chapter 92. Su Xiaohua was not amused, how could the family run out of food to eat? Not to mention that there was still a lot left, plus this early rice harvest will soon be distributed grain. The family will not lack food to eat. He did not know that his precious second daughter, in batches, the family's food to other men to eat, this family will only have a few days of rice left. So he gave his grandfather a thumbs up from behind, this threat doesn't matter to Su Xiaohua right now, but he should care when he waits for a few days. Yi Jinhan nodded, he understood that Su He was supporting him. He originally just said this, the daughter's family has no food to eat, that's not good? But now, he felt that he just wanted Su Xiaohua's family to have no food to eat, so that Su Xiaohua would reflect on it. In the past, every time he blamed a sentence, he would take the family's grain to Su Xiaohua, in this way, Su Xiaohua will not reflect. That old Su family in Lala village was like a vampire, sticking to his son-in-law's family and constantly sucking blood. If this goes on, when will it end? Back in front of the house, Sui bowed his body and prepared to carry Su Xiaohua inside. In the past few days, his strength seemed to have grown quite a bit. Before he even entered the door, he heard Su Rong inside going crazy. Su Xiaohua frowned, what's wrong with the second girl? Sui didn't say anything, first carried the little pumpkin down, and carried Su Xiaohua on his back, before turning back to Black Star, go back to the cowshed by yourself. Su Xiaohua snorted, just one can still understand you? But I say, how come you didn't rope the cow for it today? Sui didn't say anything, the Black Star itself went straight back, and even closed the door in passing. This series of maneuvers stunned Su Mei. When he entered the door, Su Rong was still crying there, Su Xiaohua was still on his back, so he couldn't wait to care about his little cotton-padded jacket. Rong girl, what's wrong with you? When Su Rong saw Sui, she wanted to rush over and hit someone, but was pulled by Su Rue. Dad is still there. Su Rong stopped and glared at Su Rue. Su Yuqing came out of the house, seeing Su Xiaohua and Yi Chuanqiu was a bright light, immediately shouted to, Mom and Dad, you guys can finally come back. Hisiko has been beating me up for the past few days, and Rong Yao, she's acting like she's having a seizure. Early this morning packed up things, said to run away with a man. Listen to this. Is this something a human being would say? Su Yuqing is so little that he would say this. So he put Su Xiaohua down, looked at him and said, look at what words your son has learned from second and third uncles. Even if he is telling the truth, this is too hard to hear, what running away with a man? Su Rong was about to go and hit Su Yuqing right away, something she didn't dare to do before. Now for the sake of a man, Su Rong also dared. Su Xiaohua still didn't know what happened, his face was low and he drank, what exactly happened? Who will tell me? How come it seems that after a few days of not being at home, this home has completely changed? So he didn't want to say, if he did, Su Xiaohua wouldn't believe him. Su Xiaohua looked around and finally pointed at Su Rue and said, you say. What has happened here? Su Rue looked at Su Rong somewhat timidly and was glared at by Su Rong. Yi Chuanqiu pulled a hand on Su Rong and said to Su Rue again, it's fine, just say it. Only then did Su Rue slowly say, the matter is like this. She told almost everything. Last night, the second sister brought that Jiqing named Jiang Xingzhou to steal the fourth brother's cow, and was toppled by the Black Star, a good-sized gash on her hand. Then the village chief said, this village can't tolerate cattle rustlers, and that the cow's Biao brother had just been arrested. Then Jiang Xingzhou took the letter of introduction and left early in the morning. As a result, second sister is like this. Su Xiaohua frowned, he really didn't know about this. His little cotton girl, when did she get so good with a man? And even brought people to steal cows and give them money for traveling expenses? Su Rong scolded, isn't it just a cow, just buy another one. Sui choked, if you have the ability, go buy a cow yourself and raise it. A maid's life, a princess's heart, life is thinner than paper, heart is higher than the sky. You think you are a princess. And also steal a cow from a man to make up for the traveling expenses, you are not afraid of being sunk in a pond. Yi Chuanqiu drank, Hisiko, what are you talking about? Over here in Nanju village, women who misbehaved would be sunk in a pond. Well, that was before liberation, and there were some after liberation, but not many. But this thing is sort of clear, Su Xiaohua also has a headache. This family, how could this kind of thing happen? Think of the old father-in-law said, a bowl of water is not even, he asked himself to love his daughter a little, right off. Boys are so skinny, daughters should be loved a little. As a result, Su Rue added, today the Jiqing Point spread the news again, yesterday Jiang Xingzhou stole money from the female Jiqing. Su Rong scolded, that person is having a seizure, how could Jiang Xingzhou steal her money? Sui said quietly, even cows dare to steal, what's a little money? Su Rong was about to get up and hit someone, Sui faced her straight and said, I will fight back. You'll just hit Su Yuqing, if you dare to hit me and Little Pumpkin, I'll beat you up too. Su Rong was a bit intimidated, this brother had completely changed. Su Rong then cried, isn't it just a cow? Didn't mom sell you a cow before? Yi Chuanqiu's head hurt, why did I sell the cow, don't you know? Sui laughed coldly, yes, addicted to taking advantage, so you think everyone else's is yours is still yours. He turned back to Yi Chuanqiu and said, such a Su Rong, do you think I can rely on it in the future? Maybe your precious son Su Yuqing can be relied on. Ever since listening to the conversation between Su Rong and Jiang Xingzhou, they said that they went to the city and never came back. Sui knew that if Su Rong went to the city, he didn't even want his mom and dad. Not to mention him, his younger brother. Su Rong opened his mouth and finally did not speak. Yi Chuanqiu was also puzzled, what did I do wrong? Su Xiaohua drank too, alright, how big a deal is it? Wasn't it not sold? Sui asked rhetorically, yes, anyway, have already sold ahead. However, I think mom and dad, you guys are not here to talk about this now, all of this has already happened and there is no way to change it. As for the Black Star, you guys are not going to sell it. I won't agree to that. You guys should still go to the utility room first, our family won't have any food to eat in a few days. Yi Chuanqiu was shocked, how can that be, there was quite a bit of it before. Sui pointed at Su Rong and said, it's not the first time that your family's house thief has stolen cattle. He walked to the door of the house and turned back, moreover, I'm afraid that there will be a drought this year. I'm afraid there won't be much of a late rice harvest, and it's not certain how much grain our family will be able to share this year. It's not certain if we'll be able to eat until next year. If there is no food, our family will starve and see who starves to death first. Chapter 93 Things happened. After saying that, Sui came out and looked at the cow shed, so he went over and touched Black Star's head, his heart was annoyed. This family, there isn't a single normal person, it's not as good as a cow or a dog. Duo. Sui's hand was held, so he looked down and saw the little pumpkin. Well, there was a little pumpkin. He hugged the little pumpkin, which would really make him want to cry. At the same time, Sui also made up his mind, starving anyone, but also can't starve the little pumpkin. Fortunately, he had a lot of things in his carry-on warehouse, and there was no shortage of this. Inside the house, Su Xiaohua and Yi Chuanqiu looked at each other in dismay, and Yi Chuanqiu hurriedly went to the utility room to take a look. This look almost didn't make her faint. When Yi Chuanqiu walked out disoriented, Su Xiaohua said sharply, what's wrong? Yi Chuanqiu came back to her senses and only said, our family only has a few days of food left. I'm afraid we won't even be able to survive the double robberies. The double robberies won't last long, but we have to eat, right? If we don't eat, where will we find the strength? And if you don't work, where will you earn labor points to share the grain? Su Rong still had a face of disbelief, in the past it was always like this, although the family didn't have enough to eat, she was able to get enough to eat. So, without ever being hungry, how can one have this experience? Su Xiaohua was silent for a moment, looking at his favored daughter, he didn't know what to say for a moment. After a long time, Su Xiaohua said, go and call Li Siki in. Yi Chuanqiu nodded and came out to call Su He. Su He originally didn't want to go in, but thinking about it, he followed in. What's wrong? Su He asked. Su Xiaohua was silent for a moment, but still said, sell your cow. This sentence, he also considered for a long time before saying it. As soon as he said it, it seemed as if he was relieved, and his essence instead improved a lot. No way. Sui flatly refused, this is impossible. Previously, you guys hid one head from me and sold it, this one is impossible to sell in any way. Su Xiaohua spoke in a deep voice, if you don't sell the cow, how will the family live? Your second and third sisters still have to study, and your second uncle. It's okay not to talk about the second uncle, as soon as he talked about the second uncle, Sui became even more determined, it's impossible. I will not promise. The second and third sisters studying, that's your business. You as the head of the family, making money is your business. If you don't have money, let them come back. These days, not to mention girls, boys don't even have books to read. Look how you've spoiled them. They don't even know how to cook. They're all about being city dwellers, and they've made a deal with their men that if they go to the city, they won't come back. Do you think she will come back to be filial to you? Su Xiaohua couldn't believe it. Su Rong stood up in surprise. How do you know? This sentence was exported. Su Rong just regretted it, but having already said it, there was nothing she could do. Sui laughed. Listen, this is what she herself admitted, it's not something I made up. Su Rong said, you also said before, minding our reading. Sui sneered, that was before you stole my cow. Su Rong, but I didn't steal it. Su He, regardless of my heart, I won't care anyway. If the family starves to death, I won't sell the cow anyway. If it's a big deal, I'll take Little Pumpkin and split up, and I don't want your food or anything else, so just open a separate account book for me. With me around, there's no way she'll starve to death. Little Pumpkin hugged Sui's leg, nest with Duo. Su Xiaohua only felt miserable, his daughter was like this, and his son was disobedient. He looked up, it's all family. Sui laughed a sentence, but people don't regard me as a family member, and mom and dad, you ask yourselves if you don't lose heart? Since I was a child, I seem to be a found. I have to earn my own money to study, and I have to earn my own money to eat. Even when I bought a cow, thinking I could make some money to go to college, my mom sold it. That money I didn't get a penny, didn't use it. He looked at Yi Chuanqiu and said, it's not the first time that second sister stole grain. Dad doesn't care about anything, he only knows that his old Su family is a nest of gamblers. Mom, you cook every day, you wouldn't have failed to notice, right? But Mom, you'd rather let second sister steal grain to feed wild men than tell me to take a bag of grain to school. Am I not my own child? Yi Chuanqiu suddenly burst into tears, and Sui laughed miserably too. Don't cry, as if you were the one who suffered since childhood. I didn't even cry. As a result, the tears flowed down. This family, is there any possibility of rehabilitation? This one, it just broke up unhappily. Sui walked out, and unconsciously went to the back of the mountain, and saw the treehouse he had built. When he climbed up, he felt that there was something different here from before. There were some food remnants and a foul odor. Thinking that it was what that Biao left behind, Sui was that angry. He took a broom from the storage and cleaned it up, and sprayed some air freshener, and only then was Sui slightly satisfied. When I went back, it was almost evening. In front of Grandma's house, Sui suddenly heard Grandma and Grandpa talking. Grandma, this Chuanqiu's family is making a lot of noise, why don't you go and persuade them? Grandpa, don't go, if this family doesn't quarrel, they will be divided sooner or later. Grandma hesitated and stammered, there's one thing I don't know if I should say. Grandpa said seriously, speak up. What is it? Grandma hesitated before saying, the other day, Hiasei-chan's teacher came to the house and told Chuanqiu that there must be something wrong with Hiasei-chan's grades. There must be something wrong with Hiasei-ja's grades. Hiasei-ja's grades are usually so good, how could he do so poorly? The teacher wanted Chuanqiu to go to town with her to find out if there was a mistake or if someone else had taken the grade. It's rumored that quite a few people did that. Grandpa was shocked and said, why didn't you say so earlier? How can you hide this kind of thing? So has it been checked now? What happened to Siko-he's grade? Grandmother said, Chuanqiu said the family was in trouble, with Rongma and Ruema both studying, and the two younger ones below them, the family couldn't cope, so they wanted Hizizi to come back and work to earn work credits. Grandpa drank, confused. How can he not study? He is the smartest child in our family, how can he not study? After a pause, Grandma was a bit aggrieved, she didn't let me say anything. Grandpa scolded, you are her mother, not she is your mother. If she's wrong, won't you talk to me? This kind of thing, in the future, if Siko-he knows about it, this family will be completely broken up. You're confused. Sui was right outside, hearing all of this, and thinking about what happened the day he first crossed over. Including the wrongness on Teacher Li's face, as well as Mom Yi Chuanqiu and grandmother Sun Meixiang all looking so unnatural. Originally, I only thought it was strange, but now I realized that it was so. Just for a moment, this heart was completely cold. Chapter 94 Sui has a fever. Back home, Sui did not pay attention to anyone, directly into the room, lying on the bamboo bed, closed his eyes and began to sleep. Just head-mind complex, how can not sleep? On the one hand, there is a person said, the family is so difficult, only you know how to do, and the age is not too old, not sacrifice you sacrifice who? On the other hand, there is another person said, know how to do things, do you have to sacrifice? Who should be sacrificed but honest people? Two constant fights in his head, so that he could not sleep at all. He didn't eat dinner either, and was just so muddled, like he was awake and like he couldn't hear anything. Over there, Yi Jinhan knew the truth of the matter, and immediately called Yi Chuanqiu over, and directly gave him a lecture. It's just that you're not even, but even if it's not true that Siko-he got into the 4th grade, you still have to find out the truth. If you do this, are you still a mother? Yi Chuanqiu aggravated, I can't help it, the family is like this, if I don't do this, the family can't go on. Fart. Yi Jinhan drank, your mom and I had 7 children, which one did I not send to school? Except for the oldest who didn't want to read on her own, your second sister couldn't get into school. The other few, which I did not provide. Did I starve you, or didn't I send you to school? Yi Chuanqiu was a bit aggrieved, but Yi Jinhan's words were right. Father always emphasized that one must study. Yi Jinhan is like this, if not in the private school read a few years, no words, how can be this accountant? Yi Jinhan has always felt that studying is the only way to have a future. Even in the most difficult years, he did not give up. Yi Chuanqiu was a little ashamed that she, as a mother, was indeed unqualified. Yi Jinhan said, have you never thought that if many years pass and Hisiko is farming at home, he suddenly learns the truth of the matter? How will you face him then? Won't this conscience hurt when you see him every day? Yi Chuanqiu cried, I'm hurting, but isn't it hopeless? Yi Jinhan scolded, just your family, a bowl of water is not even, how can you live? That Rome girl, spoiled by you, can't do anything. We rural people, do we really want to raise a princess? Does your family have a throne or a fortune to raise a princess? A girl from the countryside, not to mention haymaking, must be able to cook, right? Do city people not cook? Yi Chuanqiu had nothing to say, and Yi Jinhan continued, there's also that Rui girl who is like a bottle of oil all day long. Wasn't it you who raised her? And that Yuqing, tiny person, just like those gambling addicts of his old Su family, what kind of words are they? Of the 6 children, Sui is the only good one, and the oldest one has been raised like a rabbit, unable to speak a word. Little Pumpkin doesn't even have a big name, is this how you do motherhood? Every time Yi Jinhan said something, Yi Chuanqiu was ashamed. She originally thought she was doing very well, how come in her father's mouth it was nothing? Yi Jinhan said, you are the result of a bowl of water is not level, and your mother has always been a bowl of water is level, you see your younger brothers dare to say what? You also owe them some of this house, but they also know that you have no choice. It's only right for a family to be like this. As for the several daughters-in-law, Yi Jinhan didn't say anything. That was their own lives, and Yi Jinhan couldn't care less. Yi Jinhan's words were so loud that Su Zhaohua next to him at home heard them and was ashamed. Old father-in-law didn't scold him, only his wife, but how is this different from scolding in his face? But it's just that people are in the right. Next to Su Ron with a disbelieving face, Su Zhaohua is also reflecting, did I really do wrong? Is it wrong for me to love my daughter? He felt that he was right, but as a result, the family was in a mess. The family really can't go on. What can we do in the future? And Rongya, actually planning to never return, he raised such a daughter? At dinner time, Yi Chuanqiu came to call Suhi for dinner, but there was no response from the house at all. Yi Chuanqiu shouted for a long time, Suhi did not come out. Little Pumpkin stood aside, timid, not even dare to come over the table. Yi Chuanqiu suddenly felt that she, as a mom, is really too unqualified. She added rice to Little Pumpkin and said, you take it to your fourth brother. Little Pumpkin took the bowl and left, afraid that Yi Chuanqiu would scold her. Seeing this scene, Yi Chuanqiu smiled even more bitterly. Su Zhaohua didn't know what to say, he was still agonizing, what can this family do in the future? There is also the second and third brother's side, cannot pay back the money, will not be beaten, right? Little Pumpkin brought rice in and pulled Sui's clothes, duo, I brought rice for you. Sui was still in a daze, as if he had lost his soul, obviously awake, but he couldn't get up. Little Pumpkin's words were like pouring a pot of water down, causing Sui to immediately come to his senses. He got up and touched his forehead, only to realize that his forehead was very hot, it was a fever. He saw the Little Pumpkin served a bowl of rice, which was salted vegetables, originally he liked to eat, Yi Chuanqiu was very good at doing this. All the relatives in the family liked this bite. But now, Sui didn't have any appetite at all. He said to the Little Pumpkin, you eat it yourself. Brother isn't hungry and doesn't want to eat. He thought that he would find an opportunity to take a few tablets of fever-reducing medicine later. It was a good thing that he had made preparations before in order to reduce Su Zhaohua's fever. The anti-inflammatory medicine was also prepared, so later on, he would take a tablet, sleep, and sweat would be almost done. Little Pumpkin still wanted to talk, so he just let her eat by herself. When the Little Pumpkin finished eating, came out from the house, Sui hurriedly took the medicine and ate it, and then drifted off to sleep. When Little Pumpkin came out, she went to Yi Chuanqiu, Mom, Duo seems to be sick. She only felt that Sui was not right, but she did not know that Sui had a fever. She was a little afraid of Yi Chuanqiu, but she still came over and spoke to Yi Chuanqiu. Yi Chuanqiu froze and walked into Sui's room, Sui had already drifted off to sleep. The face, however, was indeed red. Yi Chuanqiu touched it and realized that Sui had a fever. She was also startled, but there was nothing she could do. These days fever, also rarely take medicine, cannot afford to eat. Yi Chuanqiu came out, went to get a towel, and realized that there was not even a towel for Sui at home. She took her own towel, dipped it in water, wrung it out, went inside, and put it on Sui's forehead. At this time, Sui was already sweating a lot and his head was groggy. Yi Chuanqiu sighed, I seem to be really unqualified. You're sick, I didn't feel a thing. If it wasn't for Little Pumpkin telling me, I wouldn't even know. At the same time, she was thinking in her heart that Little Pumpkin was 3 years old and didn't even have a name. It's true that I didn't level the water in one bowl, in the future Mom will definitely change. Chapter 95 The fever is gone, do you change it or not? When Sui woke up, he felt a bit of coolness on his head. When he lifted his head, a huge black shadow was right in front of him. He was also startled. But then, Sui looked adapted to the darkness and saw the black shadow clearly. It was Yi Chuanqiu. Mom, these two words immediately just jumped out. To be honest, although he had received the memories of his predecessor, and Sui also treated the Su family as family, there was still so much of a disconnect in the end. Having inherited someone's body and memories, it was inevitable that he would accept their feelings. But the unfair treatment for many days still made Sui a little disheartened. But seeing Yi Chuanqiu sitting here so late in the evening, especially the cool towel on her head. This is a stupid method used by the country people, through the constant use of wet towels, to take away the heat emitted by the body, so as to achieve the purpose of fever reduction. Suddenly, Yi Chuanqiu seemed to move. Sui hurriedly lay back and closed his eyes, pretending not to be awake. Yi Chuanqiu opened her eyes, still a little confused, but she immediately just looked towards Sui's head. Why did this towel fall off? Sleeping isn't honest either? Yi Chuanqiu said, and then she touched the towel, thinking to get up to give a new one. She touched Sui's forehead and said to herself, it seems like the fever has gone down? But it's still better to apply it a few more times. Saying this, she was about to head out to show. But when she got up, Yi Chuanxiu felt a wave of dizziness, her body swayed, and her meal fell over. This is bending over and sitting for a long time, the feet do not pass the blood, paralyzed. Suhi reached out, but in the end, he did not say anything. Suhi waited for a while until Yi Chuanxiu left, and he sat up, a little confused. Suhi did not know what he should do. Obviously before, he had made up his mind to completely ignore the Su family. The Su family is so bad, the old Su family does not have a good person, and Mom Yi Chuanxiu actually hid it from herself, and the matter of the midterm results, Yi Chuanxiu cannot be sure. Just say, it is possible, but since Mr. Li notified, and even personally came to the door to say, if it was someone else, I am afraid that I would immediately have to go with Mr. Li to check this matter. But Yi Chuanxiu thought that no one in the family to do labor, simply not enough money, cannot afford to support so many children to go to school. She thought, let the age of Sui sacrificed a little, do not study, back to work to earn money, to support the other siblings to go to school. For a family, this may be a choice of last resort, so choose, at least can ensure that most of the children have books. But in Sui's position, this is a sacrifice of his own interests. Why? They are all children, why should they be sacrificed, is my interests. Moreover, it's not completely out of the question. But where the two families, do not be so spoiled daughter, we all have to do work, more or less can earn work points. The situation, too, would not have become so awkward. Both families have a job, and then thrifty, cut off the old Su family side of the idea, not every time to the old Su family ass. With the money from the sale of a cow, you can't send a few kids to school. Sui has just softened his heart a little, once again hardened. Until, Yi Chuanxiu touched the door to come in, give him a towel. This night, Yi Chuanxiu probably did not sleep long, Sui is the same. There was always someone around, constantly returning cool towels to you, and you couldn't sleep either. It was good that he took the medicine and sort of lowered his fever, perhaps there was also a reason why Yi Chuanxiu kept changing the towel for him. After a night's time, his fever finally subsided. Although his body still felt a bit sluggish. Su Yucheng still snorted coldly and walked past Suhi. Suhi was trying to hit someone, but he didn't even have the strength. Yi Chuanxiu walked over and said, there is still thin rice left in the pot, I fried the stalks of the hollow cabbage and added chili peppers, you like it very much. Perhaps it has not said such cozy words, this first time to say, there are still some stumbling. Yi Chuanxiu said, you just got rid of your fever, your body definitely doesn't have the strength. For the village work, you should not go. Suhi didn't comment, he didn't intend to go to work either. What was that small amount of labor points enough for? And even if there was no money and Su Rong didn't have any books to read, so he didn't plan to care. Anyway, he had money of his own, and this book was definitely going to be read. Even if he didn't find someone and didn't fix this high school opening, so he would still repeat a year and take the high school exam again. But that person who took away his grades, he would definitely find out. When the time came, there would definitely be grudges to be avenged and revenge to be avenged. Taking up someone's grades was the same as swallowing their fate along with it. This was a great hatred. But not now, but in the future. With the memories of the future, so he didn't doubt that he could make it that far, and would definitely have the strength to take revenge in the future. Going to the kitchen to serve some kanji, he had just come out when he saw Little Pumpkin walking over, holding a candy in his hand. Duo. Are you sick? Nest here has a candy, Chai you will be fine. Sui cried and laughed, what do you think this is? Immortal elixir of Lord Taishong? Even if it's the immortal elixir of Lord Taishong, it's useless. I'm just immortal, how can I still eat immortal pills? Aren't you afraid of exploding and dying? Touching the little pumpkin's head, Sui said, eat it yourself, brother doesn't like candy. In fact, it's not bad, but because there is no shortage of this, Sui wants to eat, naturally there is a large amount of it. He sat in the doorway and drank kanji, the little pumpkin sat aside and asked again seriously, Duo, you really don't cha? True is also the dialect of Nanju village, which means true. Sui drank a big mouthful of porridge, ate a mouthful of hollow cabbage stalks, don't say, this Nanju village's specialty, it's really delicious. Nanju village side to eat breakfast, there is a feature, porridge whether thick or thin, anyway, is a dish under the porridge. Early in the morning, go to the field to pick a few sections of cabbage back. There are many leaves on the long vines. The leaves are picked and stir-fried at noon to be eaten as a vegetable. And the stalks will be left, cut into 3 or 4 millimeters long, fried with chili peppers. This is a very delicious bowl of dishes under the porridge. Really under the rice, that's not good. But with kanji, and is a perfect match. A bowl of kanji down, Sui's appetite is quite good, and went to serve a bowl. Just sat down, there is a hairy child brought a bucket of loach over. Sui knew that Su Yucheng certainly did not help him to convey. He just wanted to say that he would not accept it in the future, but when Sui thought about it, Sui changed what he was going to say, I can still change the loaches. However, what I exchanged before, are all benefits to you. This loach is not valuable, but the milk candy is very expensive. In the future, only 5 loaches can be exchanged for 1 candy. Ha? So cheap? That hairy child was clearly unwilling. Sui shrugged, this milk candy is very expensive, and you need milk candy tickets to buy it. I'm also exchanging it for someone else here, not a lot of it, are you exchanging it? Chapter 96, the first step toward decision making. Looking at the dozen or so milk candies that were exchanged for a bucket of loaches, Sui also smiled. He took the loaches to the kitchen and gave them to the fresh storage. After eating breakfast and filling his stomach, he was able to have some energy. Over there, when Yi Chuanqiu left for work, he went to ask Yi Zhenhan for his opinion. Yi Zhenhan said, since you want to remedy the situation, then you should ask Gudong, his aunt's husband. His aunt's husband is a leader in the supply and marketing cooperative and always has some face. If you go and ask yourself, you definitely won't be able to ask anything. His aunt's husband stepping in will have more of a solution than you. Yi Chuanqiu nodded and came towards Gudong's house. Over here, Yi Zhenhan was quickly called back to the meeting by Yi Zhenming. Yi Zhenming said, today's meeting is to ask everyone if there is any way to get more grain. Seeing that production will definitely be reduced in the second half of the year, we can't just sit back and wait for death. Yi Zhenbin nodded, this is what I think, for the first half of the year's rations, we won't pay so much. Pay half, and like other villages, leave half of the grain, lest by then, when the situation is bad, and we want to allocate funds from above, we won't be able to get the grain. Yi Zhenming nodded, this matter, I have also considered it. There's also the village's retention money, let's try to ask if we can stay a little more. Before the rural tax and fee reform, the main fees levied on farmers were referred to as the 3 retentions and the 5 coordinations. The 3 retention refers to the Provident Fund, Public Welfare Fund and collective management fee collected by the village-level organization. The 5 integration refers to the fees collected by the township-level government in the areas of family planning, preferential treatment, militia training, rural road construction and private education. A few village cadres discussed, can only think of these. As they were worried, Yi Zhenming said, Zhenhan, I think that Isiki of your family is quick-witted, so why don't you ask him to come and give us some ideas? Yi Zhenhan was stunned and said, Isai-chan is still young, he didn't even go to high school, it's not appropriate to ask him to come, right? The others won't agree either. As soon as Yi Zhenhan finished speaking, Yi Zhenbin said, I think it's okay. This Isai-chan's head is quick, and he's the one who discovered this drought, so let's ask him to come. After Yi Zhenbin finished speaking, several other people also agreed. Yi Zhenhan had no choice but to have someone go and call Sui. Sui froze for a moment when he heard the news. But he didn't push back, the drought was something the whole village would have to face. When the time came, it wouldn't be a good idea for just his family to have enough to eat. Even if he hid himself, and the two of him and the little pumpkin ate enough, it would still cause others to be suspicious. People are yellow and skinny, but you guys are fat and white, like what? Packed up, Sui came to the brigade. Yi Zhenming laughed and said, come on, our Hisei-chan is here, sit here with Big Grandpa. Sui smiled coyly and really went over to sit. Yi Zhenhan coughed, and Yi Zhenbin then laughed, there's nothing to it, just sit like this. We let people come to give us advice, and we still don't let them sit? Sui touched his head and asked, Grandpa's asked me to come, what exactly is the matter? Yi Zhenming said, you're so smart, I don't believe you didn't guess. Sui smiled bitterly, alright, I won't sell myself short. Grandpas are trying to ask how to get more grain? Yi Zhenqi pointed at Suhi and laughed. Originally, when Big Brother and Third Brother said that they wanted Sikohi to give advice, I didn't really believe them. Yi Zhenhan said, then you still agreed to let Sikohi come? Yi Zhenqi perked up and said, Seventh brother, am I not beating a dead horse? I couldn't come up with a solution anyway, but maybe Sikohi will? Seeing Yi Zhenqi's picture of a dead pig, Yi Zhenhan had no choice. Yi Zhenming pressed his hand and said, alright, don't talk nonsense. Time waits for no one, Sikohi, quickly tell me what to do about this. Sui didn't offer an opinion, instead, he asked first, I'll ask Grandpa first, otherwise, I wouldn't dare to say anything. Yi Zhenming nodded, you ask. Sui said, for the sake of the entire village, do you dare to speculate? When this was said, everyone here's face changed. This was a crime to be punished, just like stealing cattle before, only the nature was not as serious and the punishment was not as great. But through that previous incident, Yi Zhenming understood one thing, Sui had a quick brain. The fact that the cattle thief could be found so quickly, and that the village's cattle were recovered, Sui was really to be credited. Although this credit, not too good to say out in the village, lest Yi Sanhan's and Yi Zhenming's family come to make trouble. Yi Zhenming nodded his head and said in a deep voice, the whole village is going to starve to death, so what are we doing sticking to that little rule? Hisiko, you say it, whatever it is, I did it. I'll take the blame for this, Sikoi, just say it, when something goes wrong, I'll be responsible for this as the clan chief and village head. I take full responsibility. In the village, the clan chief speaks better than the village chief. The others were busy saying, where can I put you in charge, boss? This matter, it's better for me to do it. Yi Zhenbin also said, it's better for me to do it. There is nothing more appropriate than me, the branch secretary, to take charge. Watching a few grandfathers fighting to be ready to take charge here, Sui almost laughed out loud. Yi Zhenhan slapped Sui on the back of his head, just say what you have to say, are you happy watching the grandpas fight? Sui said, it's the grandpas bearing that I admire. But in fact, let's all do a good job, let the whole village keep their mouths shut, and after a while, this matter is actually nothing. Yi Zhenming asked doubtfully, how so? Sui said, last year's November, our country under the leadership of that one, has ended in the third plenary session of the 11th Central Committee, that one put forward, our country's future focus will be on economic construction. That is to say, Yi Zhenbin took over and said, that is to say, in the future, the country will definitely allow us to do business. Isn't that the truth? Sui gave a thumbs up and said to third grandpa, it's still third grandpa who's smart and understands it at a point. Yi Zhenhan again slapped his hand, let you fool around. Speak as you speak, don't fool around. Sui deflated his mouth and muttered, there is really no sense of humor. Seeing that Yi Zhenhan was about to slap him again, Sui immediately said, yes, I do. That one made a speech at the end of the third plenary session of the 11th Central Committee. His old man emphasized emancipate the mind, seek truth from facts, and look forward in unity, and he stressed the need to learn to manage the economy with economic methods in terms of economic policy. In terms of the management system, special attention should be paid to strengthening the system of responsibility. This speech actually became the theme report of the ensuing third plenary session of the 11th Central Committee. Chapter 97, Division of Labor to the Household. Thanks for the reward plus more. Sui said a lot. These were some of the accounts about the past that he had found in the study of his carry-on warehouse. Luckily, he had another grandfather who liked to collect knowledge in his previous life, allowing him to buy so many books, otherwise there was really no way to be so specific. Sui said a lot about this legendary figure, the old man who brought the flower planting family into wealth and power, and the people of Nanju village especially respected him. Cover, this one before the devolution, is in J Province. Several old men listened with excitement, and they all expressed their great joy at the old man's return to the position of the country's decision-maker. Yi Zhenbin asked, it's possible, Sikoi. Sui nodded his head proudly, and was hooted on the back of his head again by Yi Zhenhan. Grandpa, if you hit again, I'll become stupid. Let you fool around, come up with an idea, just talk about this nonsense. Yi Zhenhan said, but from the arc revealed at the corner of his mouth, Sui knew that Grandpa actually liked to listen. Really, the mouth is too much, don't you like to hear it yourself? Sui said, then next, I predict that our country is definitely going to open up the economy, to open up private business. Just for the time being, the policy above can't come down, and the news here is still a bit closed. It will definitely be a bit tough, but as long as we get through it, the future will definitely be bright. Yi Zhenbin said, you these, where do you know? Read the newspaper. Sui didn't hesitate at all and directly said his excuse. It couldn't be said that it was known from the future, could it? Regardless of whether the people who got rich first brought other poor people rich with them, at least the people in the country were well fed and warmly dressed, and they were all starting to dislike meat. This is the speed of planting flowers. Yi Zhenming said, all right. What you said, we all understand. Isn't it just about doing business? Tell us, what are we going to do? Sui said, this matter, we still need to do it secretly. Yi Zhenbin nodded, this I naturally know. Then what do you say, how many people do we need and what do we need to do? Sui waved his hand, what I mean is, the less people know about this matter, the better. It's fine for me to operate alone, grandpas just collect the things in our village that can be used to exchange for money and food, I'll take them out, exchange them with people, and then have them sent over. But? Yi Zhenming nodded and shook his head again, letting you risk it all alone, I'm not very assured. But you said, what else do you require? Sui added, I also don't want to risk it alone but if one more person knows about it, it's one more danger, our village and other villages have many intermarriages. At that time, if anyone goes out and says something, we won't be able to do anything about it. So, I'll do this alone. It's just that after people collect the stuff, at most they will send the grain to the river, we need to go over and transport it back ourselves. Yi Zhenbin waved his hand, you don't have to worry about this, when the time comes, I'll call a few trustworthy people to go and move the stuff back while it's nighttime. Saying that, he turned back to Yi Zhenshi, you go and clean up all our warehouses. These things, bring them back, they can't be seen and won't be handed out. The village will manage it first, and when it really comes to a time when we can't get by, I'll see that the village's cauldron can still be made up again. This one sentence, the others were not too keen on. Because of the big pot rice, it was destined to be unfair. Yi Zhenbin said, I know what you guys are thinking, when the time comes, the cooking will be a big pot, but it will be divided to each family individually. Yi Zhenshi said, I'm afraid that someone will be lazy. It's about to be a double robbery, so you can see that there are definitely people who are lazy. Sui laughed and was slapped by Yi Zhenhan again. Sui got up and sat on the other side of Yi Zhenming, away from his grandfather. Really, just know how to hit me. Yi Zhenhan said, then why don't you stop laughing, this kind of thing, you can also laugh? Sui said aggrievedly, I'm laughing because this matter is very easy to solve, can't you guys think of that? Yi Zhenhan wanted to get up to fight, Yi Zhenming hurriedly stopped, children, it's only right to be a little bit jumpy. You can't let him, a teenager, be as dull as are dozens of people, right? Saying that, Yi Zhenming turned his face and smiled, since you have a solution, then tell us. Sui said, since we all work together, someone will always be lazy. Then why don't we just work separately? Separate all the fields in the village, and each family is responsible for a portion of the field. Ask them to do it within a set time, so there's no way for them to be lazy. Yi Jinbin asked again, then what if it's just someone being lazy and everyone else is done and they're the only one left, and then they ask everyone to come along to help? Deduction of work points. How simple. Suhi blurted out. Yi Jinhan was silent for a while and said, there's no such reasoning, the People's Brigade doesn't have such reasoning. Sui said, whoever did something wrong, are they still not allowed to deduct work points? Yi Jinhan said, it's the reasoning that there is no reason to divide the fields and make each family responsible. At this time, it was all about working together and distributing according to need. But in reality, there were simply not that many supplies, and the little that came according to the plan was simply not enough. Sui said, then several families will be allocated together. Whose family will be lazy and whose family will be more diligent, several grandfathers should always know, right? Let the lazy ones stay together, and when the time comes that they can't finish, just deduct their labor points. It wasn't impossible to shift things this way. Yi Jinbin nodded, there's a lot of work to be done in the village anyway, and it would have been necessary to separate quite a few people to do different jobs. Let's change it up this year and divide it by family, it's not impossible. Anyway, women can also hold bags and deliver rice seedlings. Those picking and hauling rice can be done by the men, with the women doing the slightly lighter work. Yi Jinming also nodded, I think it's okay. Since it was so decided, the work of double robbing, they also began to constantly distribute it according to their memories. It wasn't something that could be done in a moment, so he added, Grandpas, it's better for you to discuss this matter later. Let's first discuss the matter of what to take in exchange for food. Yi Jinming slapped his head, this man is getting old, so he forgets the main thing. Tell me, what can we exchange in our village? I can't think of anything to exchange here. Sui heatedly smiled, there are many things. Not to mention the scorn work made of mozo bamboo, that takes too much time. It just so happens that during this period of time, aren't there a lot of wild fruits ripe in the mountains? When I went up the mountain to see the spring a few days ago, I saw a lot of wild grapes and so on, and the flavor was quite sweet. Everyone go up the mountain to pick those, and get some wild vegetables and such. When the time comes, I'll take it to the city to take a look at it, and sell it for some food to come back. Chapter 98 Yi Chuanxiu's Change. Oh, right. I see that all the families have planted a lot of melons and watermelons, and those things, too, are in short supply in the city. If you guys can get them, get some as well. I'll go to the city tomorrow to take a look. Sui said, walking out from the brigade. He still had to go to the city and ask Bureau He to see if there was a way to check the matter of the midterm results. Just as he came out, he was asked by a woman, Sikoi, you've been coming to the brigade a lot during this time. Sui laughed, Auntie, great-grandpa said he would just drink the tea I made, I can't do anything about it, can I? Sui's playing cheap and cute, but it made the group of women laugh. Sui said a few words and left from the side. Within a few steps, he arrived near that youth center. There were 4 people left inside, 2 men and 2 women. A female youth asked, by the way, the village lost the cow earlier. We all heard it, so why did everyone say not to make a sound or tell anyone? At this moment, the cow-stealing pugilist was arrested, and a few Jiqing let go. Wang Hang sighed, what else can there be? Everyone is afraid of retaliation. That day, that brother Biao, with just a few scars on his face, made Jiang Xingzhou and the others scared to death. The other male youth asked, then why didn't you say anything? Wang Hang said, I actually wanted to talk about it, but Jiang Xingzhou and the others blocked me. Otherwise, there would be no need to wait so many days. The female youth also sighed and said, if we had said it before, maybe the village would have given us a little reward and we could have gone back. The few people who stayed behind were all in special circumstances at home. Some couldn't afford to buy a ticket to go back, and some had no one left at home, so it was useless to go back. That male youth suddenly said with a heave, that Jiang Xingzhou, do you know why he suddenly ran away in disgrace? Sui shook his head, no matter who it is, there are times to gossip. This male Jiqing also gossiped. The female Jiqing was very facetious and asked, because of what? The male Jiqing said, it's because Jiang Xingzhou went to steal a cow and was caught by that Isizi. Then the village couldn't keep him, otherwise, why did he come back and steal Qinlan's money and leave overnight? The female youth from before was very toothy, she was Qinlan. Don't let me meet him, or I'll give him a good look. Qinlan gritted her teeth and asked strangely, but it's also strange, how can that Isiko raise cows? These days, don't all cows belong to the village? Wang Hang said, at that time, you happened to go back on vacation. I do know that the cow, which was born weak and sick, was about to die. The cowherd in the village said he couldn't keep it alive and wanted to get rid of it. Hisiko heard the news from somewhere, and took all the money he had saved to buy the cow back from the village to be disposed of. He took good care of the cow for a few months before he was able to raise it. But even after it was raised, it was no better than other cows, its body was slightly thin and weak, and its strength was not as good as other cows. But fortunately it was a female cow, and gave birth to another calf for Sikohi. As Sui got further and further away, Wang Hang's voice gradually became inaudible. Back home, the Cold War continued. But during dinner, Yi Chuanxiu took the initiative to call Suhi for dinner, and Suhi felt a little strange, realizing that his mother, Yi Chuanxiu, had changed since yesterday. But because of the matter of the midterm results, he is still a little twisted. After eating, Yi Chuanxiu called him out, so he took out the money and thought that Yi Chuanxiu was going to take back that money. Who knows, Yi Chuanxiu said, if I manage the money, sooner or later we'll be coaxed by your father. It's better for you to take it. You can manage your family's money in the future, and I'll take care of your dad's side. You're right, I can't balance the water in one bowl. In the future, Mom will try to change, and your second and third uncles, as well as your several aunts, Mom is on your side. You're right, if your father can't get rid of his younger siblings, our family won't be able to get along in the future. Suhi was a bit stunned. Yi Chuanxiu's change is a bit big. This is what happened? Yi Chuanxiu saw Suhi's look and thought that he did not believe. Yi Chuanxiu continued, you see, I will definitely change in the future. Your big sister, second sister, third sister, I will be a bowl of water. Your second sister will definitely learn to do housework, but you also know that your second sister has never done, to step by step. Can you understand if I say this? Suhi just nodded slightly, thinking in his heart, and we'll see. The two of them went back. Su Xiaohua was again ready to ask Suhi for that money back. Yi Chuanxiu said, in addition to the money for your medicine, we also ate at the hospital for several days. Besides, we still have to buy some food afterward, so where is the money left? There's no money. Su Xiaohua frowned, then my brother's side? Yi Chuanxiu then drank, if you want to sell your children to pay off your brother's debt, you can just go back to Old River Village and live with your siblings. Su Xiaohua did not expect that Yi Chuanxiu would suddenly become so tough. He froze for a moment, and the others froze as well. He was the same. Afterwards, Yi Chuanxiu also called out to Su Rong, you've washed the dishes today, your brother is right, you don't do anything at home, and you're not a princess. It doesn't make sense that other people can do it, your brother or son can work in the fields, you, as a daughter, don't do anything, it doesn't make sense. Su Rong couldn't believe her ears. What did she hear? She had just fallen out of love, or her brother had caused it. As a result, not only did Mom not comfort her, she actually wanted her to work. When Yi Chuanxiu saw her like this, she felt more and more that her previous education was wrong. She is a teacher, how can she let her daughter go astray? This is all her fault. There is a mistake, should be changed. Yi Chuanxiu said, that's it, if you don't wash and don't work, then you don't want to eat. You haven't done anything for so many years, don't feel aggrieved. Everyone in the family has done more than you. Even your third sister, she also has to work, so why don't you do it? Su Rong deflated her mouth, wanting to say they can be compared to me? I'm the one who wants to be a city dweller. And then she thought, that city dweller had already left, giving up on their common dream. Su Rong's eyes darkened, she wanted to go to the city to look for him and ask him what the reason was. But there was no money in her hand, so she couldn't go. Su Rong looked at Sui, she knew that Sui had money in his hand, but she just didn't know where Sui had put it. Sui frowned, always felt that Su Rong's eyes were not right, but did not know where it was wrong. Sui could only decide to be more careful in the future, don't be set up by Su Rong. Yi Chuanxiu said, that's it. In the future, you should also think more about your family when doing things, no one is born to do things for you. Su Rong aggravated too, what about Su Yucheng? Su Yucheng deflated, I'm a precious son. Just heard Yi Chuanxiu say, in the future, Su Yucheng will also have to do things, starting with cleaning the house every day. Chapter 99, Building Shelves, Digging Soil, Raising Seedlings. Su Yucheng deflated his mouth, wanting to say, who am I to work? Yi Chuanxiu had already said, if you don't work, don't eat. If you don't eat, don't eat. Su Yucheng said in a very tough manner, but in his heart, Su Yucheng felt that sooner or later, Mom Yi Chuanxiu would compromise. He was Mom and Dad's precious son. Unlike Su He, who was a dispensable person. Sui nodded slightly in his heart, but Yi Chuanxiu's change, it was not known whether it was momentary or permanent. Therefore, he did not comment on it, everything depends on whether it can go through the test of time. Sui thought of his previous desire to get a shelf and get a few acres of land out in the carry-on warehouse. When he thought of it, he went ahead and did it, and mozo bamboo wasn't a refined thing in Nanju village. Or rather, it was something that was going to be rotten in Nanju village. Sui got a dozen or so mozo bamboo, and got some stones, and soon in the portable warehouse, got a prototype out. Next, is to get some soil. This thing, there was plenty of it in the back of the mountain. But to get enough soil, it was really a big effort. At this time, quite a few adults in Nanju village were chopping mozo bamboo, an activity organized by the village. Taking advantage of the fact that there were still a few days left for the double robbery, Great-Grandpa was apparently preparing to organize people and cut down the mozo bamboo first. As for getting the pipes, it would definitely have to wait until after the double robbery. Although the drought was imminent, Nanju village still had a slight advantage over other villages. The back of this mountain range, there are 3 springs, plus a large lake, in the end can still hold out a little longer than others. After a morning's effort, Sui was able to get almost all of the soil, and got all of this soil into the portable warehouse, where Sui dispersed all of the soil pieces and laid them flat on the shelves. Then it was time to transplant the plants. Sui got some wild grape seedlings, and some wild strawberry seedlings, and after thinking about it, Sui thought, I should get some potatoes and plant them, this thing, drought resistant. Maybe, also, I can suggest great-grandpa to plant some in the village? Sui didn't understand this either. As he thought of this, he suddenly thought that in his study, there seemed to be books on this. He washed his hands and went up to his study to look for information on this. Soon, Sui was a little frustrated. When potatoes use tubers to reproduce asexually, this would have been good. However, seed potatoes can sprout and grow under the condition of soil temperature 5 to 8, the optimal temperature is 15 to 20. Suitable for plant stem and leaf growth and flowering temperature of 16 to 22. The most suitable temperature for tuber formation at night is 10 to 13, soil temperature 16 to 18, higher than 20 is slow to form. This shows that today's weather, potatoes are not very long. But soon, Sui also thought of his own portable warehouse. The temperature is not so high, but can be used for seedlings. When the time comes, then use the ones bought from the outside, and then transplanted out will be fine. After looking it up, Sui was still very excited. There is also fruit corn, this thing is delicious, and the yield is not low. Most importantly, this thing is drought resistant. Also sorghum and whatnot can be planted. But no one in Nanju village has ever planted it, so you can replant some sweet potatoes. This thing is something that can grow if it's ground, and it's also highly productive. Thinking of this, Sui found a few sacks of sweet potatoes and potatoes from the carry-on warehouse and began to raise seedlings. He didn't know how fast it could grow in the portable warehouse, he could only do his best. When he came out of the carry-on warehouse and returned home, he saw Su Yuching sitting at the door, the broom thrown on the floor, not cleaned at all. It's time to eat. Yi Chuanqiu shouted, so he went to get a bowl and just added rice. When he heard Yi Chuanqiu say, you didn't sweep the floor, you're not allowed to eat at noon today. Whenever you sweep the floor, when will you eat? Su Yuching burst into tears all of a sudden. Su Zhaohua tried to speak several times, but was blocked by Yi Chuanqiu. Su Yuching ran to his grandmother's house next door, but it was obvious that Yi Chuanqiu had spoken to his grandmother this time. Su Yuching didn't get to eat and sat at the door in a huff. Sui didn't care at all, looking at Su Yuching, but instead felt that the rice, which didn't have much oil, smelled a lot better. This is the first time in so many years to enjoy fair treatment, right? Inside, there seems to be a resentment leaving. Sui Du felt that his chest seemed to be much more comfortable. He did not care, just smiled. Su Yuching had a gloomy face staring at Su He, as if he was about to drip water. In the afternoon, Sui rested a little and went to Grandpa's study to read a book. He realized that Ye's medical scripture was still very interesting. If he could learn it, it could be quite useful. Unbeknownst to him, just today, at this very moment, a man rushed into the military hospital with a child in his arms. After Dr. Chiu came over to examine it, he said to the man, how did this get infected? You should have come to the hospital when the wound appeared. A woman then ran in, crying, I thought it was nothing serious. They're kids, they play at the construction site, and many of them have cuts and wounds. How come our child's wound got infected? Dr. Chiu said, there is rust in the wound, plus the high temperature, isn't it easy to get infected? Doctor, you have to save my son. This is the only seedling in our family. Wei. Dr. Chiu thought of a certain teenager whose father seemed to be the same way. She tried hard not to think of anything else and said to the man, you follow your son. I'm going to get alcohol to clean the wound, this rust is in the wound and will cause repeated infections. It has to be cleaned up. After a few operations, Dr. Chiu gave the patient another injection and hung in 4. Only then did Dr. Chiu say to the man, whether he can get well or not depends on himself. The other day. With that, Dr. Chiu waved his hand again, forget it. You guys look after him carefully, don't get a fever. Sui naturally didn't know about this matter. He was currently holding that Ye's medical scripture and reading it with great interest. He didn't even know that one day, he would also be interested in this kind of bitter Chinese medicine knowledge as well. Moreover, Sui realized that his memory had grown, and once he had read it once, he would be able to remember it roughly. After reading it a second time, basically there would be no mistakes. Although it's not unforgettable, it's not far off. If I had the ability in my previous life, what 985, what 211, wouldn't it be a handful? As he was talking, Grandpa's voice came from outside. He Sei-chan, come out quickly. Your grandpa is here. Su-hee was a bit reluctant to part with this medical book, thinking of taking it back and scanning it, then printing a copy. This was something that Grandpa easily didn't let Su-hee bring out. With a thought, he put the Ye's medical scripture into his carry-on storage, then turned around and came out. Grandpa, great-grandpa, what's wrong? Chapter 100 A Wild Boar. Neither great-grandpa nor grandpa said anything, but came out and were by Black Star's barn. Great-grandpa looked at Black Star in the barn and was also emotional. That calf back then, I didn't even think it would survive. I didn't expect that it could still give birth to such a humane calf. Sui looked at Black Star with concern in his eyes. Afterward, Sui said to Great-Grandpa, "What exactly is it? It has to come out to say." Yi Jinhan clapped his hands, and Sui hastily crouched down to avoid the love lash. Great-Grandpa whispered, "I counted it in the village. Our village can take out 1,000 pounds of watermelons and 500 pounds of melons for the time being. In addition, sweet potatoes and whatnot, it's not yet time to harvest, and for the rest, we only have some vegetables, such as hollow cabbages. This one is the most abundant in our village." The yield of the hollow cabbage was also very high, and with the long vines, pulling off a few, one could make several big bowls. Sui didn't even think that Great-Grandpa's movements were so fast. He hadn't even reacted yet, but 1,000 pounds of watermelon wasn't really much. The watermelons of this era did not move 10 or 20 pounds like in later generations. Most of the watermelons at this time are 7 or 8 pounds, and the big ones can grow to 11 or 12 pounds. There is no watermelon in his portable warehouse, so if he can really get some more in. Sui said, "I haven't gone to the city yet. Let's do it this way, Big Grandpa, you guys first put the watermelons and melons in the warehouse. I'll go into the city first thing tomorrow morning and feel out the door. I'll talk to you when I come back." He planned to get some vegetables and stuff and go to the city to sell them. Returning back, he would buy some things that he didn't have. As for the watermelons and melons, he would keep them for himself. After talking for a while longer, Sui said to Great-Grandpa, "By the way, Great-Grandpa, I thought carefully again today, we can actually replant some more sweet potatoes. This kind of thing has a high yield and is hardy. Also, I think that we can get some potatoes to plant." On this side of Nanju village, it was all called potatoes, although the name potato was more widely spread. Big Grandpa nodded and said with great relief, "Very good, worthy of being the smart boy of our village. It's good that you have this heart. Sweet potatoes can be replanted, but potatoes, at this temperature, seedlings are too slow." Sui didn't say much. "All of these can be traded through that mojito, can't they?" After that, Grandpa left. Grandpa also carried a hoe, ready to go to the ground to loosen the soil. Sui originally wanted to go back to Grandpa's study to take another look, but after thinking about it, he went back. Entering the courtyard, Sui saw Su Yuching sneaking into the kitchen, stealing food. Who is stealing food in the kitchen? Sui very unkindly bellowed. Each Wanshio had been at home napping the soles of her shoes. When she heard this, she came out, and then there was a burst of chickens and dogs. Sui saw the anger in Su Yuching's eyes, but didn't care too much. Sui came back and sat for a while, but still felt like going up the mountain to get some wildlife. The slingshot technique left behind by his predecessor, Sui felt was really useful. After shooting down 3 hares and 2 pheasants, Sui suddenly felt that he wasn't getting a few cages. Wild rabbits and pheasants could also be raised. The things that wild rabbits would make holes and wild chickens would fly away could be restricted in the carry-on storage. Suddenly, a sound woke Sui up. He looked ahead with some surprise, and saw a wild boar huffing and puffing. Sui quickly turned around and climbed up the tree. The boar looked like it was at least 200 pounds, but the slingshot in his hand looked like it had no chance. The boar's thick skin, as well as the earth shield made up of a layer of dirt stuck to the outside, made it difficult for the boar to be broken by the slingshot. As for hitting the eyes, it also commanded to provoke the boar only. Such a big boar, if it went berserk, the tree Sui stayed in, might also be knocked down by the other party. Don't underestimate the boar's strength. There is that team of tusks, also very sharp. Sui thought of the electric baton that hadn't been opened yet in his portable storage. He thought that he should try the power of this electric baton. There was nothing more effective than a wild boar to try it out. If even a wild boar couldn't stand it, then a person would be even more so. Even if he couldn't, he could always hide in the carry-on storage. Thinking of that, Sui took that electric stick out of the carry-on warehouse. He turned on the electric stick and a crackling sound came out. But Sui knew that the voltage of this electric stick was very high and could reach 40,000 volts. The kind used by the police could even reach millions of volts, or even tens of millions of volts. But with such a high voltage, it wouldn't kill anyone. Because the electric current of this stun baton is very low, the lowest grade is even only the level of microamps. At this level, it would just make a person feel paralyzed. But for a wild boar, it might not feel that strong. Sui cranked up the current output. This was a weapon for self-defense with an upper limit. Sui could have modified it, but it wasn't necessary. In case he didn't pay attention and took it and electrocuted someone, it would be troublesome. Sui was also unwilling to accept killing people himself inside. Perhaps it was because Sui hadn't been able to go on. The boar turned around and left. Sui took this opportunity to hurry down the tree. That wild boar had not gone far, so he ran over, directly an electric baton electric shock down. The wild boar just shook. Apparently nothing happened. On the contrary, this electric shock, the wild boar was enraged. Sui hurriedly increased the current, continuous electric shock, half a day, before the wild boar to stun. During this period, Sui felt dangerous several times and almost hid in the carry-on warehouse. Looking at the wild boar that fell to the ground, Sui smiled. But soon, his face changed again. In the distance, there were other wild boars. Sui remembered that there were wild boars in the back of the mountain, and they were the ones that sometimes came out as a family unit. This wild boar in front of him wasn't traveling alone? He hurriedly put away the wild boar on the ground, then hurriedly tried to hide in the carry-on storage himself. But Sui changed color when he tried. What's going on? Why can't I get in? The boar's voice was getting closer and closer, and Sui had no choice but to run a distance and climb a larger tree. He was incredibly fortunate that his predecessor's tree climbing skills were good. Someone who could build a small house on a tree would not be bad at climbing trees. At this time, while paying attention to the several boars that came out from below, he was still thinking, what's going on with the carry-on warehouse? Why can't I get in all of a sudden? Obviously, it's still possible to take things outside, and it's fine to put things in. Sui tried some more, there was no problem accessing it, but the problem was, he couldn't get in. There's a bug? Or something else? Chapter 101, the accompanying warehouse became bigger. Perhaps it was because Sui's body carried the odor of wild boars. These few wild boars actually kept wandering under the tree, just refusing to leave. Sui had no choice but to wait on the tree. The warehouse cannot enter. If it is possible, he can also use this to divert the attention of the wild boar, and then when the wild boar is gone, he can leave. At the same time, Sui's heart, to this portable warehouse, also some worry. I don't know if the portable warehouse will disappear in the future. His previous settings for the future were all based on this portable warehouse. If this portable warehouse disappeared, although he was confident that he could live out his life. But in the end, there was still a lack of convenience, wasn't it? After waiting for a while, the village people found these boars, excitedly called people over, and only then can be considered to drive the wild boars away. Well, left ahead. Ninth uncle also struck out. He was usually lazy, and only when there was prey would he seem to have some spirit. Brat, why don't you come down? Ninth uncle said to the tree. Everyone else was strange, so he came down from the tree and smiled sarcastically. How did Ninth uncle know I was up there? Ninth uncle's nose twitched. Did you lure these wild boars? Sui had no choice but to explain. I just happened to see one, and thought that if I hit it, I can eat meat in the future, right? Ninth uncle rolled his eyes. You didn't learn martial arts well, you couldn't hit the wild boar, instead you attracted a group of wild boar, and forced yourself to block the tree? Sui wanted to ask, Ninth uncle, who did you learn this poisonous tongue from? The old ninth uncle was not like this? A group of people carrying a wild boar back. This wild boar is quite big, not as big as Sui that one, but also should have 150 pounds almost. Kill the pig is 17 grandpa. This is the village of the royal pig killer, the village every year to kill the annual pig, also 17 grandpa. Looking at the 17th grandfather's knife work like a butcher's knife, Sui was just amazed. Ninth uncle said gently, there are many capable people in the village. Just you kid learned a four unimaginable, just a little bit of flowery fist, but still want to go to kill wild boar alone. Sui blushed slightly. Could he say that he came across it by chance, and then thought of having a stun baton, that's why he was prepared to try hunting wild boars by himself? Thinking of the several hares and pheasants and a wild boar in his carry-on storage, he forced himself to hold back his braggadocio tone and could only nod his head in response. Turning back, the family received roughly half a kilogram of pork back. People these days all like to eat fatty meat, but because the wild boar needs to find food to eat everywhere by itself, and has a high amount of exercise, so there is less fat on its body. The pork on its body was naturally the best seller, and then the front leg meat and so on. Sui received half a caddy of front leg meat and went back. This is still because of relying on the ninth uncle, 17 uncle special care. The fat meat was naturally given to the village elders. This point, Nanju village still did very well. Back home, Sui gave the meat to Yi Chuanxiu, and Yi Chuanxiu didn't say anything else. At night, Yi Chuanxiu made the pork. There was also some fat on the front leg meat, but it added a little bit of oil and fishy to the house. Su Yuqing wanted to eat on the table, but Yi Chuanxiu this time is really determined. Must Su Yuqing work before allowed to eat? Su Yuqing was not able to do anything, but was finally attracted by the smell of meat, and reluctantly picked up the broom and began to clean. Second sister Su Rong became silent, but after eating, Yi Chuanxiu also asked Su Rong to wash the dishes. If you don't wash them, you'll be just like Siko Yuqing, and you won't even eat in the future. After saying that, Yi Chuanxiu also muttered, it's a problem if there's any food left in the future. Sui only felt relieved. This is the only way to reform the family. It was only Su Zhaohua who was difficult to reform. He is too filial. At night, lying in bed, there was no electricity, no entertainment, and he had no other place to go. Then between drowsiness, Sui sensed that he seemed to be able to enter the carry-on warehouse again. He jumped straight up and couldn't wait to get out. Su Yuqing was startled and muttered, sick. After this day, Su Yuqing felt that the family seemed different from before, and that his position was being challenged. But Su Yuqing didn't know what to do. He had once seen the second uncle and third uncle's unfulfilled performance. He imitated it, but it didn't help at all. He suddenly didn't like this home anymore. There was no more of the enjoyment he used to have. Closing his eyes, there were some tears left. Sui came out of the house, opened the door and walked to the yard. He meditated on entering the warehouse, and then he came in. The first feeling, there were some changes here. It seems to have gotten bigger. Sui said, walking from one end to the other, estimating the distance. It seems to have really gotten a bit bigger. Before, it was around 600 square meters, now it's around 50 more. The increase wasn't much, but it made Sui a little excited. He saw that shelf that he had made, and it had gotten a little bigger along with it. The wild boar on the ground, still unconscious, didn't know if it was the warehouse or something else. Sui was afraid that this wild boar woke up. By then this carry-on warehouse can be built by this wild boar is not the same. The boar's strength is not small. Sui found a pig knife. Messenger killed this boar. But he just watched 17 grandfather killed a pig once, himself to get, is really laborious. Especially this layer of hard earth armor outside the boar's skin. Sui thought of the carry-on warehouse that could assist some movements according to his own mind, and he spent a good half-day dismembering the pig. Even the pig's blood didn't fall to the ground, all because of the carry-on warehouse. Sorting these things into tubs, Sui brought these tubs to the preservation warehouse. Sui then realized that there was also an extra shelf here. This made Sui very excited. Now these shelves were empty. Does this mean I can increase the variety of things? Although it was only one shelf, there weren't many things that could be added, and the quantity couldn't even be too much. With a small quantity, it wouldn't be good to recover too little every day. Therefore, both the quantity and the type had to be considered. First of all, this wild boars all over has to be taken into account, no matter if it's pig head meat, pork, pancetta, front leg meat, and so on, all of them have to be added. In addition, some underwater, Sui also likes to eat it. If it can be marinated, pig heart and so on, the flavor is also very good. There are also pork ribs, Sui especially likes to eat pork ribs. What stewed pork ribs, braised pork ribs, sweet and sour pork ribs, he loved them all. After considering for a long time, Sui put these things on the shelf. For the rest, get some watermelons and melons and tomorrow, put them here, and you can also have more fruits to eat. He didn't buy a lot of fresh fruits in his previous life, which was an oversight, and it's not bad to be able to add on one now. Chapter 102, Bicycle Parts. Back in his room, Sui suppressed himself for a long time before gradually falling asleep. The next morning when he got up, Su Xiaohua was sitting at the door. When he saw Sui, he opened his mouth and asked Sui for money. Sui asked in return, the family is all out of food, I have to go to the city to see if I can buy food. Otherwise, the family will starve to death? Su Xiaohua opened his mouth, but in the end he didn't say anything. He was in a difficult situation. On one side was his own child, on the other side was his own brother. He always wanted to help his brother first. But right now, the family does not have food, he does not have any way off. This matter, so passed. Yi Chuanqiu was cooking in the kitchen. Sui went in, intending to wash up and leave. Yi Chuanqiu said, I heard your father's words. Sui looked at her, waiting for her post. Yi Chuanqiu said, your father is just foolishly filial, I already know. I won't even neglect you guys in the future. Your grandparents' side wants money, that's impossible. Don't worry, I won't be like before. After a pause, Yi Chuanqiu took a hair cake out. You'll eat it on the way later. I heard your grandpa say that you're going to the city to find a doorway. Be careful yourself, if you can't help it, don't try to be strong. Your own safety is more important than anything else. Sui this heart, some do not know what the situation. This mother's change is also too fast, right? He took the hair cake out, called Black Star, and prepared to leave. Having Black Star walk on his behalf would save him a lot of time. Blackie chased out, and Sui thought about it and didn't let him leave. All the way through Yuan River, Sui set off all the way towards the city. On the road, Sui encountered another broken down car. Looking at that driver's anxious and sweating, Sui casually said, check the carburetor. He didn't stop either, seeing that the driver should know something about repairing cars, he just didn't find the exact problem. When that driver heard this, he immediately brightened up, opened the carburetor, and really found the problem. In the car, there was another old man sitting. When the driver fixed the car, that old man asked, that Siki was right? The driver froze for a moment before nodding, yes. I didn't even think that it would be this problem. The old man was puzzled. There aren't many people who know how to fix a car in this day and age. Sui didn't care about this, he rode the ox all the way to the city. This time, Sui didn't want to go to that pigeon city of Lu Jianren. He didn't want to be caught by Lu Jianren's channels, which was a very bad thing at this time. He planned to find another pigeon city by himself. Although Bisui City wasn't that big, it shouldn't have only one pigeon city either. However, he didn't find a pigeon market, but he did see a bicycle repair store that was closing. Sui thought about it and went up and asked, by the way, is this place closing? A middle-aged man nodded, yes. Sui rolled his eyes and said, can I buy some bicycle parts here? The middle-aged man thought for a moment and said, yes you can, but not too much. This stuff is all public. Sui saw the twinkle in his eyes. It was obvious that this man was planning to make one last buck before leaving. This was also very common in this era. For example, the gatekeepers of scrapyards often collected some money and casually went in to get your stuff. Sui suddenly thought, this time the scrapyard is also a good place off. Not to mention those antiques and cultural relics, a lot of what mahogany furniture and so on, as well as small books and so on, in fact, can go get some. Thinking about it, Sui almost couldn't help but go over there right away. Sui strongly resisted the impulse to look for some here, looking for parts that could probably assemble 2 bicycles. That middle-aged man stopped him. No more, any more will easily be discovered. Okay, then see how much it costs. Sui agreed. That middle-aged man looked and said, these things are not cheap, you give me $40. Sui agreed quickly, these things, purely purchased, must also be more than this price. If they were assembled, the money would be even more. He paid the money, and the middle-aged man even asked if he wanted to help deliver it. The people of this era were still pure and simple. Sui refused the middle-aged man's good intentions, and only asked him for a rope to tie up everything, and put it on the Black Star's back. The middle-aged man laughed, you have this cow, but you really don't need me to send it. Sui left, and when he was far away, he looked around to see that no one was around, and hurriedly put everything away. These things, but can assemble 2 bicycles. At that time, one could be put at home and one taken out and sold. It was also a sum of money. Wait, forget it, sell them all. The family can't use the bicycles. Sui could even think that if there were bicycles in the house, it would be easy to attract the old Su family. For the time being, there was nothing to do with the rule of law old Su family, and a foolish and filial father, it was not a good thing to do. Therefore, it is better not to stay. After that, then let Gudong ask his uncle, if he can get some more parts, assemble it himself is. By the way, Gudong and Yichunghua both can get one. Having a bicycle at this time, it was definitely a very cool thing. In this era, one had to buy 3 revolutions and 1 ring for marriage, which meant a radio, bicycle, sewing machine and a watch. These 4 items were big and not cheap. Bicycle generally refers to the Phoenix, permanent or flying pigeon brand. For example, this time he bought the parts in the repair store, are all Phoenix brand. When assembled, it will be a Phoenix brand bicycle. Riding a cow, so he wanted to find a scrapyard, and went in search of treasure. It's not easy to come back. If you don't buy some scraps, if you don't buy some monkey stamps, you haven't come back. Sui suddenly remembered these 2 things and burst out laughing. Suddenly, a silhouette rushed out from the side, almost scaring Sui to take the stun baton directly. When Sui saw this person clearly, who was it if not that bald guy? I say, what are you doing running out so suddenly? Sui was frightened and said in a bad mood. If it wasn't for the fact that he didn't feel any danger, he immediately came out with a stun baton. Even so, Sui was still pinching the slingshot in his hand. When this thing hit someone, it still hurt too. If it hit, for example, the eyes and temples or something like that, it would also be easy to kill someone. The bald man touched his head and said with embarrassment, it's just that I haven't found you for a long time, and my boss said that he wants to take some goods from you. Do you still have those rice and flour? Also, those spices and cream of wheat, prepare some for me. Speaking at the back, the bald head lowered his voice, letting Sui know that this bald head actually had times when he was careful. Sui then realized, knowing what the bald head wanted, he lowered his voice and babbled, then tomorrow, I'll call you guys when I arrive at the place tomorrow. Chapter 103 Silver Dollars, Another Pigeon City. Waiting for the bald head to leave, Sui smiled, looking scary, but actually very delicate inside. Is this having a fierce tiger in your heart and being delicate? Shaking his head, Sui rode the ox away. After searching for a while, he really found a scrapyard. Grandpa, I'll just go in and find some newspapers to use as a fire starter at home. Sui made an excuse, and the grandpa asked him for 20 cents and got out of the way. Feel free to look for it, but you can't take too much. Sui nodded his head and agreed to go in, but went in, and when the time came to move as much as he wanted, the Moncler outlet store wouldn't care. Anyway, he has a carry-on warehouse, but he can get some more. Just came in, a smell came, Sui almost didn't throw up. There's everything in here, this smell is really bad. Sui used his hand to fan it, trying his best not to smell this odor. But there was really everything in here. It was a large warehouse, and Sui did see that there was a bed. But it was just an ordinary wooden bed, and the firewood was just ordinary cedar wood, not worth much. Sui casually rummaged around, most of them were newspapers. Sui thought about it and still got some. It's good to use it as an ignition. He had a lighter, but there was nothing to ignite. Getting some newspapers was good. Huh, Little People's Books? Sui flipped through it, and there were really quite a few Little People's Books. Cheng Bite Jean robbing the Emperor's platform, Haunted Lanterns, Jean Shong selling horses. All of them were some small human books unique to this era, so he found them and put them all away. All of these things are doubling up in the future. When they met people who liked these things, they were still worth a lot of money. It wasn't a problem to sell a set for a few $1,000s, tens of thousands of dollars. There were quite a lot of Little People's Books here, so he ended up finding hundreds of sets, and he put them all away. Instead of burning them as firewood or spoiling them as waste paper, it's better to collect them for me. Subsequently, Sui got a bunch of porcelain bottles, and a few sets of tea sets. Some of them were broken, and Sui didn't recognize these antiques, so he just collected some of them based on his own vision is all. That bed is an old-fashioned bed, but there is no secret box or anything inside, anyway, so he didn't find any gold or anything like that. Instead, he turned up a jar of silver dollars, not inside the bed, but under the bed. I don't know if it was thrown underneath when he moved back at that time, and no one saw it at the back. Sui rummaged through it, and there were actually a lot of yuan datu in it. This thing is not too valuable. Yuan datu is divided into official and private, the year of 3 years, 8 years, 9 years, 10 years. The most common is the 3-year yuan datu. The difference between the 8-year, 9-year, and 10-year ones and the 3-year ones is that there is no signed version, while the 3-year ones don't have the word made. Billions of yuan datu were issued in the Republic of China, and there are many different types of versions. But even if the yuan datu is not valuable, it can still be sold for hundreds to thousands apiece in later times. No matter what, Sui put it away. No, just collect it as silver, that's all. From the inside out, Sui took a few bundles of newspapers. The grandpa who watched the door just looked at it and didn't care much about it. I'm afraid the heart is still thinking, 2 cents to get so many newspapers is not stupid? I don't know what the grandfather thinks. He turned around again, not to mention, he really found a pigeon market. He found a woman who sells eggs, the same woman he met last time, and gave the pumpkin a drink of water. Sui and the Yama asked the price. 1 egg was 3 cents, so he bought all of the Yama's eggs. That's cheap. Sui also had eggs in his preservation warehouse, but in the latter days, you didn't even know if they were made through a factory. The process was simple, the raw materials were easy to get, and even buying a machine, one person could run it. The eggshell can also give you some chicken poop, let you look like a farmyard chicken laid eggs. In fact, it's the almighty industry that does it for you. Like this kind of original soil eggs, it is really hard to find in the latter days. Even if you can find them, they are laid by chickens that eat feed. Nowadays, chickens either eat worms, or eat some grain or rice bran and so on. Pure natural, no pollution. It just so happens that the shelf that just got out, there is still a little bit of space left. Sui decided, finally put the eggs on it. After that, he bought some cornmeal, and some of the rice of this era is genuinely not as good as the rice in the carry-on warehouse. Those rice are particularly good silk seedling rice, a grain is distinct, long, boiled out, crystal clear. After that, Sui left this pigeon market with these things. He thought that the next time he had the chance, he could come here to sell some things. But without seeing the person in charge of the pigeon market, it wasn't too good to communicate. The last time he saw Lu Jianrun, it was pure luck. And without multiple small transactions, Sui didn't dare to casually trade a large amount of supplies with others. Riding the ox to his home, on the way, Sui met a group of people dressed as if they were similar to the people of Bishui City. Only, looking at them, there was something strange. Sui also heard them say a few words by chance, and was a bit strange. Why does it feel a bit like the voice of the TV series in his previous life? He walked out a long way, and those people's goings-on were gone, before Sui remembered, isn't this the accent of the people talking on the bay side? Bay people speak a bit of wine, in fact, it is very recognizable. He is just a bit curious, how can there be bay people here? Then, Sui remembered that in this era, there were still a lot of infiltrators left over from the bay. Also, there were some spies and stuff. In addition to the people from the bay, there were also the Ming Empire and the like. In short, there were traitors in any country, and this couldn't be helped. It was just that the group, there was no trace of them anymore, and there was nothing he could do about it. When he left not long after, some more plainclothes appeared here. Just want to find the group of people in front, not so easy. All these, Sui didn't know. When he went back from Yuan River's side, he found that the river had dropped some more. The drought looks like it's really unavoidable. I also don't know how much panic will be made this time. There were no large-scale disasters similar to those 3 years, but there was never a shortage of small-scale, small-area disasters that didn't involve that many people. Sui had no choice but to just take care of the people around him. Too many people, and there was nothing he could do. The things in the accompanying warehouse were also limited. Even if they were taken out, they couldn't save the people of a province. In a short period of time, what was restored in the warehouse was also limited. Besides, a piker can't make too much of a fuss. When he returned home, he let Black Star and Blackie go their own way, and he went to Grandpa's study. He thought about it later. Only this volume of Ye's medical scriptures was the one he put in yesterday, and after that the carry-on storehouse went out of change. Does it mean that all the books in this study will cause changes in the carry-on warehouse? Chapter 104 Pumpkin Rice. What is it? Before Sui could leave, Yi Chuanqiu walked in and wiped her hands with a rag. A little bit of cornmeal, 20 pounds of rice. Sui said, I bought it at the pigeon market today, it's more expensive. There are better ones in his preservation warehouse, but Sui doesn't want to take it out. The family has to be remodeled, otherwise, how much is not enough to build? The second sister washes the dishes, the third sister washes the clothes, Su Yuqing sweeps the floor. This is what the 3 more cunning-some people in the family are now responsible for. Even though it hadn't been completely remodeled, in the end it was all going in a good direction. Yi Chuanqiu said, that's also very good. These days, wanting to buy some food is not that simple. I'll add more pumpkins into it. Filling the stomach is not a problem. When the double robbery is over, we'll be able to share some grain. Sui nodded and turned around to go to Grandpa's study. He first put back the book of Ye's medical scriptures, which he had already scanned and printed a copy of. Sui found another book and put it into his carry-on warehouse. But this time, the carry-on warehouse didn't show anything. Is this type of thing no longer useful, or is it that only this one book, yes, medical scripture, is useful? Or words, is the amount too small to manifest? With anything, the first time was definitely the most effective. Just like medicine too, slowly, after using it more, it would be easy to develop resistance to it, which couldn't be helped. Sui also didn't receive any feedback from the carry-on warehouse, so he had to try all the books in this house. But Sui realized that there still wasn't much change. He scanned them one by one, and as for printing, we'll talk about it when the time comes. Siko-hee, your great-grandpa is here. Grandpa's voice rang outside, frightening Sui to hurry to take out all the books in this room full of books and set them in their original places. Fortunately, Grandpa didn't come in, Sui also felt strange. This house of books, Grandpa seems to almost never come in. I don't know why. If you don't like it, why do you want to get a special room to set up? But if it is like, Grandpa and seems to have never come in. Sui set up the books, only to walk out, and saw Great-Grandpa waiting in the hall. Big Grandpa pointed outside, Sui nodded and followed him out. Grandmother muttered inside, I don't know what's going on, a child, what are you guys talking about out there? Grandpa turned around and said, don't meddle in the village's affairs. Grandmother, do you think I want to meddle? Isn't that my grandson? Sui and Great-Grandpa came out. Outside Black Star's cowshed, Great-Grandpa asked, by the way, you went to the city today, did you make any progress? Sui knew that he came to ask this. It is about the stomach of the whole village. Big Grandpa was originally a responsible village chief, asking, it is normal. Sui nodded, I know a person in charge of Pigeon City before, he promised me to buy our watermelons and melons. In addition, I asked, they also accept our pickles, it's just that the price is not too expensive. Big Grandpa waved his hands repeatedly, what's that pickle worth? In our village, who doesn't have a few jars? It's just that we can't take those jars out, and we can't sell them here. And we can't afford it. By the way, what is the price of watermelons and melons? Sui had already thought about it, and immediately said, 4 cents a caddy for watermelon, and 3 cents for melon. Although it was a fruit, at this time of the year, it really wasn't too expensive. Especially at the time of year when watermelons were in abundance, the price wasn't expensive at all. Well, this time of year also doesn't allow for takeaways. The Supply and Marketing Society collects them at a lower price than this. Big Grandpa was a bit delighted, and also a bit not quite daring to believe, are you sure you can sell it at this price? Sui nodded, yes, but they said that the cars can't be transported in, and they don't dare to come in. We have to transport the watermelons and melons, as well as those pickles across the river. They'll send someone to get them, and until they come over, it'll be fine as long as I'm the only one guarding that side. Big Grandpa nodded, that's no problem, after the sun goes down later. I'll bring someone to transport it over with a boat, it's just a matter of a few boats. Things were prepared a long time ago, Sui added, that pickles, jars we can't give, jars also need money to buy it. I want to think. Well, let's cut a few bamboo jars, and transfer the pickles from the clay jars. Seal it well is all. There are quite a few scornful workers in the village, this kind of thing is easy. Great-Grandpa nodded and was a little worried, what can this pickle be worth? Sui said, not much, 2 cents a caddy. Big Grandpa was shocked, so high? This pickle used big head cabbage, or hollow cabbage, which were not worth much here in Nanju village. Sui knew that he had given it high, and said at once, didn't we still use some salt in it? And they must have given more at the beginning. When there are more pickles later, the price won't be higher. This, too, was acceptable to Great-Grandpa. After that, Great-Grandpa hurried back, and Sui knew that he must have gone to dispatch those things. There was also a need to find reliable people to carry those things at night. With Big Grandpa's prestige in the village, few people in the village dared to disobey Big Grandpa's words. The fear was that they would go back home and casually talk about it, and then it would spread to the neighboring villages. Most of the villages in the neighborhood are in-laws, you marry your daughter and I'll marry my daughter. Nanju village location is not very good, but close to the back of the mountains, the family can also be more wildlife, so the marriage is not particularly difficult. But to say how much, that is also absolutely no. Sui returned home, Yi Chuanqiu has already made a meal. The night is pumpkin rice, not to mention the flavor is quite good. But inside the pumpkin more, picky Su Rong and Su Yucheng, are deflated, only added a little. Yi Chuanqiu also did not care, she figured out that the child cannot be raised like this. She is a teacher, and when she teaches children in school, it is all very set. At home, there was no such realization before. Now that Yi Chuanqiu was determined to change, she naturally had a set way. Eat more, when you're hungry at night, there's nothing else to eat. Yi Chuanqiu took a precaution. Su Rong pouted, can I eat this? Our family used to eat japonica rice. Yi Chuanqiu glanced at her, isn't there no rice? If it wasn't for your brother getting some rice from the city today, our family would be out of food. What did that glance mean? Su Rong read it. If it wasn't for you stealing food, how could our family be short of food? Su Rong was a bit aggrieved, you didn't stop me before. But in the end she was in the wrong, in her heart, although she still felt not too concerned, but on the surface she didn't dare to say. Sui did not say anything. This pumpkin rice, he in the latter part of the world is quite like to eat, every once in a while, will do a meal to eat. But the rice at that time, then this time is much better, at least not stuck in the throat. After eating, Sui looked at the time and went out to look for great-grandpa. At night, there were still quite a few things to be transported. Chapter 105, Someone in the Reeds. When Sui arrived at the river, he happened to see Big Grandpa leading people to transport things. Ninth Uncle reluctantly followed behind and muttered from time to time, "This child, Sikohi, has no sense of propriety in what he says. Will it work? Let's keep these melons, we can still eat them fresh." When Sui coughed, Ninth Uncle looked over and said without changing his color, "What are you coughing about? What did I say wrong?" Sui rolled his eyes and lazily ignored Ninth Uncle. Without doing something, Ninth Uncle would definitely not believe it. Ninth Uncle went out on his own and was afraid that he wouldn't even be able to find a buyer. If it's a little bit of two, then there's no problem. The problem was that there were several thousand pounds of stuff here. Although Big Grandpa's face couldn't see it, in his eyes, he did have worries. Seeing Sui coming, Big Grandpa beckoned Sui over. "Cross the river with us, but don't feel pressured. Even if we don't sell it, we won't blame you." Several of the uncles looked over, and although they didn't say anything, they definitely didn't think so inwardly. There were so many things, it wouldn't be good if they were all gone. Sui also had the confidence to do so because he had a carry-on warehouse. After crossing the river together, Great-Grandpa and the others divided into several batches and transported the things over. After that, they left. Sui said, "All of you go back. This kind of thing, people don't let too many people see it. I'll just keep watch here." Great-Grandpa nodded and turned back to Yijibwa. "You leave that boat with Sikohi, he'll have to come back later." Yijibwa nodded, but Sui waved his hand and said, "No need, Uncle Jibwa, you prop it back. I have a way to get back." Yijibwa turned his head to look around and asked, "How will you go back?" Sui pointed to the river. Yijibwa looked over and saw Black Star staying in the water, and immediately laughed. "You rode a bull over?" Sui laughed, "Yes. These past few days, this is how I've been crossing the river. Otherwise, it would take quite a bit of time to go to the city." Since Sui didn't want it, Yijibwa propped the boat away. Sui looked at the fact that there was no one else around here, and only then did he quietly put away all the watermelons and melons on the ground. In addition, there were some bamboo jars. Sui opened them and knew that they were pickles. The pickles of big head cabbage and hollow cabbage were the specialty of the people of Nanju village. If one is willing to use oil, these pickles are very tasty. The fragrance can be carried out for miles. Putting them all away, Sui spent a little more time transferring them to the preservation warehouse. This place, Sui has no way to directly put things in, also have no way to directly take things out from here. I don't know if it was because it wasn't possible for the time being, or if it had always been impossible. On the shelves, he put 2 watermelons, as well as a few melons. Forget about the pickles, they would always be there anyway. Looking at the watermelons all over the ground, Sui's mouth watered, so kill one to eat. After coming over here, all the fruits are eaten less. He had counted the supplies in the portable warehouse before, and the living supplies that were there were everything. At least the ones for daily use were there. But there really wasn't much fruit. Because fruits were easy to spoil, he planned to wait for everything to arrive before hiring a car to transport everything back to the village. So he didn't buy a lot of fruits that were easy to spoil. Taking out a 10-catty-sized watermelon, he cut it into 2 halves. Sui covered the other half with plastic wrap and put it in the refrigerator, intending to eat it tomorrow and the day after. He carried half of the watermelon and went to the bedroom to eat it. There were some videos in the computer, they were all variety shows, so he liked watching this before. He opened one and watched it, although he had already watched it before, but isn't there no such enjoyment in this era? After watching an episode of the variety show, Sui's watermelon was also finished. He came out of the carry-on warehouse, surrounded by darkness. Sui casually threw away the watermelon rind, which could actually be used for stir-frying. But he couldn't say that he also ate the watermelon, these things were to be used for sale. He had to casually throw the watermelon rind into the river and called out again, "Black Star, come here." Black Star had been waiting in the river, and when he heard Sui's voice, he hurriedly swam over. Blackie woofed and shouted a few times, Sui just turned around, but he didn't see anything. After getting down the river and onto the oxen's back, Sui didn't make any movements. It wasn't until he crossed the river that Sui found a tree, hid, and took out his night vision device and put it on, and looked over to the opposite side of the river. There's actually someone hidden there? When he came over earlier, there was no one there. Otherwise, Big Grandpa and the others would have definitely been able to find it. This should have been when he came over while watching the variety show in the carry-on warehouse, he just didn't know what he was coming over for. These people were definitely not good people, and it was a wake-up call for Sui. Even if it's nighttime, you can't just go in and out in the dark. In case someone finds out, that would be bad. Could it be that there was going to be a killing spree? This kind of big secret absolutely cannot be known. Therefore, the only way was to be more cautious. Sui didn't go over. Crossing the river would make a sound, not to mention that it might also have attracted the attention of that group of people just now. But Sui knew that these people would not be any good people. Are they thieves, or something else? He remembered Brother Biao. It couldn't be that they came to steal the cows again, right? This thing was unlikely, and there was someone guarding the side of the cowshed. There was definitely no way for someone to succeed in stealing cows again. With no way out, Sui could only go back first. While Black Star went back to the cowshed, Sui gave the prepared night snack to Black Star, and took meat and ribs to make a night snack for Blackie. What Sui didn't know was that after he left in that reed swamp, someone cursed, "Damn, how could there be someone? You guys didn't line up in advance?" Exhausted, there was definitely no one before. Then how do you explain that boy just now? Should I go over and get the guy then? What's the point of you saying anything now when the person is gone? Then should we change places? Change what? Let's leave it like this for now. Examined for many days before choosing this place. Sui didn't know about these things, and when he returned home, everyone had gone back to bed. Without electricity, people didn't sleep and had nothing to do. Electric lights wasted oil, and Yi Chuanxiu was definitely unwilling to do so. Pushing the door in, Yi Chuanxiu's voice came out, "Is it Sikohi?" Sui said, "Yes." Yi Chuanxiu said, "You've washed your own feet, go inside and sleep. There's no light, so we'll sleep first." Sui answered. He went out, washed his feet under the light of the moon, and took a foot wipe to dry them, before going back to the house to sleep. Su Yuqing didn't sleep, but also didn't pay attention to Su He, not knowing what he was thinking. Chapter 106 Plainclothes. Thanks for the reward plus more. When he got up in the morning of the second day, Su Zhaohua was already able to get up, and he carried his hoe out. Sui opened his mouth. Before he could speak, Yi Chuanxiu said, "He can't stay at home, let him go. Anyway, the medicine has been taken, it will be fine." This is true, Su Zhaohua, except for the point of filial piety, other things are quite good. Well, there's besides spoiling a few daughters. Su Zhaohua is very diligent, the family's several pieces of land are Su Zhaohua in the get. Whether it's turning over the soil or planting seedlings, it's Su Zhaohua alone. Yi Chuanxiu only watered the cabbages when she had time. Well, Su Zhaohua didn't know how to grow melons, so there were no watermelons or melons in the house. In this regard, if Su He wants to eat, he can only go to his grandfather's house to pick from his own land. When he came out, he saw Su Rong in the yard, carrying a bowl to eat. Seeing Su He come out, Su Rong's face didn't look too good. This is a grudge that he didn't let her steal the cow and go back to the city with Jiang Xingzhou? Su Rong didn't think about it. Even if she followed Jiang Xingzhou back to Chengcheng, would she have a good life? Su He is also lazy to take care of Su Rong. This is not to accept the society's poisonous beatings. Wait for the future to accept the society's poisonous beatings, she will know how wrong she is. After eating, Su He only came out and shouted to the cowshed, "Black Star, come out." Black Star opened the door on his own top and just came out. Grandpa walked out and said, "Going to the city again?" Su He nodded, to look at those things. Yi Zhenhan knew what he was going to do there, just nodded and walked over. "Get more coarse grains, those fine grains are more expensive. Looking at the color of the sky, this year's production is definitely going to be reduced. Tomorrow is going to be a double robbery. I discussed with Big Brother. These days you will run this thing. The things in the ground don't need to be managed by you." Su He asked, "What about the labor points?" Yi Zhenhan said, "How can we shorten your labor points? We'll give you full labor points." Full labor points are 10 labor points, which are only available to adult men. Even many adult men had only 8 labor points. This is the labor points that the women get, and some of them are less, only 7 or even 6 labor points. Before Su He was taking 5 labor points, only half a labor point. This is also something that cannot be helped. Su He is young, strength is also small, work can take half a labor point, has been taken care of by everyone. Su He nodded, rode the Black Star and set off. Yi Zhenhan looked at Su He's back and also lamented, "These days, there is no way around it. Otherwise, how would one let a child go out and run around?" Even though Su He was more lively and would come to things. Grandmother asked, "What have you been doing lately? Why do you keep whispering to a child?" Grandpa looked away, knowing that he couldn't hide it, and that if he didn't say anything, his wife would go and ask Su He. He whispered, "Didn't we say there's going to be a drought soon?" "What?" Grandma said loudly. Grandpa quickly calmed down, "Don't be loud. I can't do anything about it." "Grandma, then we can't let him go out alone as a child." Grandpa was helpless. "How can I not know? But isn't this the only child they recognize? We would like to follow him there, but they want to keep it a secret. Who would dare to come out like this? Won't we get caught?" Su He rode the ox, and when he went down the Yuan River, he found that the water level in the river had dropped some more. Although the magnitude was not that obvious, the signs of drought were already obvious. Perhaps many people didn't expect that after many years, this wee city would see another drought. There was still a lot of water in this river, and for the time being, it was not clear whether the flow would be cut off. Su He thinks that the probability will not. This river is still very wide, the water flow is very good, as long as the upper reaches will not be drought, the probability of this place will not be cut off. I'm afraid of the upstream drought, then close the gate and cut off the flow. Upstream of the Yuan River and the Old River, there are gates, which are the hydroelectric power stations in Province J. Although the hydroelectric power station was owned by the state, there were villages and towns in that vicinity, so if a drought really came, the upstream would most likely close the gates and minimize the water downstream. Could something that only had the task of generating electricity be more important than the village's harvest? Legal reasoning is no more than a favor, and when the time comes, it's a bit scary. Nanju village was fine, with a mountain spring in the back of the mountain and a not-so-small lake. The villages on both sides of the river are in some trouble. But these things didn't have much to do with Suhee. He was only one person and didn't have that much power. After crossing the Yuan River and getting on the bank, Blackie woofed a few times and headed into the reeds. Suhee frowned, but Blackie didn't show more. There shouldn't be anyone inside. Suhee remembered that yesterday, after he watched the variety show and ate watermelon, when he came out from the carry-on warehouse, he heard a movement behind him. He had also seen it with the night vision device in the back, and there was indeed someone hiding in here. Suhee got down from the cow's back and followed Blackie in, and saw Blackie circling around a piece of land. Found something? Suhee asked and went straight over to check. It was obvious that someone here had been there last night. There's also cigarette butts, not afraid to ignite this reed and burn you to death then? Suhee felt that these people must not be good people, or else what were several people doing hiding in this reed at night? For some reason, Suhee was reminded of the man with a Bayou accent that he met on the road earlier. In addition to some cigarette butts, there was also some very unpleasant smell. I don't know what is the residue of something. Without any clue, Suhee also had to come out of the reeds. Riding the ox, he headed to the city. While walking, Suhee was still considering, I don't know what kind of person it is, but unfortunately, I'm not strong enough, and I don't know anything about lurking. Otherwise, I definitely need to go and explore clearly. After walking for a while, Suhee suddenly remembered that there is that kind of surveillance camera in the carry-on warehouse. As long as you find a place, this kind of pinhole camera doesn't need to worry about being discovered. The people at this time, I'm afraid that they didn't think that there would be such a thing. I forgot to install one just now. Suhee also suddenly remembered he decided to install one when he would come back later. It was also unknown if those people would come back again, but Suhee thought that they should. The group of people coming towards him, although they were wearing civilian clothes, Suhee always felt that these people were not simple. From the way that walked, one could tell. Are they soldiers? These people's bodies carried an aura of righteousness, especially those eyes, which carried righteousness. Suhee couldn't help but catch these people's attention by just looking at them a few more times. One person just wanted to open his mouth, but was pulled by the others. It's just a hometown, don't be nosy, don't forget what we're here for. Well, there was no need to guess, it must be someone with a special mission. For some reason, Suhee remembered that reed swamp. Chapter 107 Second Deal, Black on Black. Suhee also did not rush to the top, whether it is all a question. Moreover, the identity of those people just now, in the end are just his guess, in the end is not military, Suhee still do not know it. On the face of a jeep drove over, Suhee in it, and saw the old man who had a chance yesterday. Seeing Suhee, that driver hit the horn, Suhee also nodded, as a gesture. After that, the two left. The old man did not know what to think, but Suhee always felt that the old man's oncoming aura should not be an ordinary person is. As for whether it is or not, Suhee also has no place to ask is not it? Coming to the woods near the military hospital, Suhee got out the same amount of rice and flour as last time, and took a few cans of cream of wheat, as well as a few large packets of spices. Black Star, Blackie, you guys stand guard here, I'm going to make a call. With that, Suhee came out of the woods. He knew that the military hospital must have a phone, but it was not good for him to make this call in the military hospital. Besides, he didn't have any dealings with the military hospital, and if he went over to borrow a phone at this time, they wouldn't necessarily be willing to lend it. Fortunately, this is the city. He quickly found the post office, paid the money, made a call. The person who answered the phone should be that bald guy. Suhee said a couple of sentences, and then directly said, still the same place as last time, you guys hurry over. Did not say specific things, this time of the phone, as if it still needs to be transferred. If you say specific words, it is easy to be eavesdropped. Speculation is not a small matter. Putting down the phone, Suhee went back to the woods. Over there, Li Jianran asked, what's wrong? Who called? The bald head said, that little brother. But big brother, you've told people this name, how come you still use your sister-in-law's last name? Li Jianran rolled his eyes, mustn't keep an eye out? Although he wasn't afraid, there was no need to tell people everything. The bald head owed a sentence, not sure if he heard it clearly or not. Boss, it's still the same place as last time. He said the stuff is almost the same as last time. Specifically, did not say much, the phone is not a reliable way. Li Jianran brought people over, Suhee only arrived not long ago. Looking at the goodies that were still of the same quality as last time, in addition to some more spices as well as cream of wheat, Li Jianran's eyes revealed a fine light. Suhee didn't know why, always felt that this Li Jianran's eyes were very strange today, looking at himself, seemed to be glowing. There was also a feeling of seeing through himself in there. He shook his head and dispersed these thoughts. How could it be? We have only met a few times, how could LV Jianran know himself? LV Jianran laughed. Rice and flour are still the same price as last time. I'll give you $4 a can for the cream of wheat, and I'll give you $100 for the spices in total. How about it? Sui had understood the price before, it was almost this price. As for the cream of wheat, the supply house sells $2.09 a can, but not as large as the amount Sui gave. As for the tickets, the price went up on that. Received a total of more than $4,100, Sui gave the bald man a bag of milk candy before leaving. The bald man couldn't wait to open the bag, peeled one and put it in his mouth, very happy. Turn around and send some to my nephew, such a good thing, can't be exclusive. Li Jianran looked at Sui's back, somewhat amused, looking for half a day. It turned out to be a relative. But Li Jianran didn't say it out, so he didn't know this matter until now. He picked up the money and didn't go back. He went to the city and accidentally found another pigeon market. Sui took a hat out of his carry-on warehouse, changed another set of clothes, and brought Black Star and Blackie to the warehouse. After that, Sui went back and forth to the pigeon market, sold his rice, and bought some more coarse grains. Of course, the rice at this time also bought some, not as good looking as the ones in Sui's own warehouse, and with quite a bit of rice bran. Sui even saw a lot of wild rabbits and pheasants and so on, he also bought them all. Pocketing a total of more than $8,000 in his pocket, Sui felt it was better to buy everything. In that pigeon market that he found for the second time, Sui accidentally found someone selling wild boars. Even though he had them in his own warehouse, he asked the price. 75 cents a pound. Sui didn't bargain and directly bought all of one head. Coming out, he realized that he was being followed. Sui secretly said that he was still too ostentatious. He brought the wild boar meat to a hut-on, and immediately just dashed into the warehouse. After the warehouse became bigger, he realized that he was in the warehouse and was able to see outside. Last night just didn't have that realization. Sui saw a few men in the carry-on warehouse. These few people, Sui had seen before, were the people who guarded the black market. This is being an administrator again and wanting to go black? Sui frowned. He decided not to come to this pigeon market afterward. Originally, Sui still wanted to find the person in charge of this side of the pigeon market to sell another batch of goods after he got familiar with this side. Sui always felt that it was unreliable to only look for LV Jianrun. Moreover, the look that Lu Jianrun gave him today always felt a bit strange. Sui decided that for a short period of time, he wouldn't even look for LV Jianrun to trade anymore. By the way, the third pigeon market can still be visited. I've been in and out many times today, and there's no sign of anything strange. Also, it's possible to go over to Anchi City. The next city over, to go over from the Old River Village side, wasn't really that far away from Old River Village. It was probably about the same distance as the downtown area on this side of Bisui City. After that, Sui went to that pigeon market and bought quite a lot of cornmeal and sorghum, and rice, and flour as well. At noon, Sui ate a meal with Black Star and Blackie in the carry-on warehouse. Black Star was the same as usual, a mixture of cornmeal and soybean flour for the concentrate feed. Blackie ate a large piece of meat, biting the last bone over there. Sui then had potato, carrot, and rib casserole, no frying, straight out of the rice cooker in one sitting. In the afternoon, Sui made several more modifications, went in and out of the pigeon market, and bought a lot of things. Close to half-afternoon, Sui rode the ox back. He suddenly slapped his head. I forgot to ask that LV Jianrun to buy some big tanks. There was oxygen-generating equipment in the accompanying warehouse. He could have raised some fish fry in it. Before, he only remembered to get some shelves, transplant wild grapes and wild strawberries, and get some potato seedlings. The rest, he'd forgotten. Let's talk about it next time. Anyway, there's still some time before the big industrial development in the country, and before this, there's actually not even that much pollution. On the way back, Sui actually encountered that jeep again. This time, the car was parked on the road. The old man's brow was furrowed. It looked like something was bothering him. Sui passed by the side and just nodded, letting Black Star get into the water, swim across the Yuan River and return to the village. Chapter 108, Sui offers a plan. Sui descended from the river and directly sat on the ox's back to go over. The plainclothes behind him, one of them couldn't help but say, "What a humane ox, what a handsome young man." The driver asked the old man next to him, "There are quite a few old folks passing by here. Should we ask the old folks in the nearby villages?" The old man thought about it and waved his hand. "Better not. This kind of thing will easily cause panic. It's better to let them seize the time to catch those people out, and on the old folks' side, don't bother for the time being. If it was just to catch these people who were causing destruction, then the old folks could still be notified. In the past, this was also how our party defeated the enemy. But these people had weapons in their hands, as well as guns, and the old man was also afraid of accidentally injuring the people." Sui came from the riverside, and in his heart, he was also thinking about how to tell Grandpa as well as Great-Grandpa. He had wanted to go and install a pinhole camera in that reeds, but with those people around, he couldn't move well. Also with them there was no way to hide things spaced out in advance, so he couldn't bring people over and then suddenly release things and say that Big Grandpa and the others couldn't see it before, could he? That's the cutie. Only then did it. When I returned home, I saw that Yi Chuanqiu was a little sullen. Sui was a bit strange, had a fight with Su Xiaohua? But he didn't have time to take care of this for the time being, it was better to go and talk to Grandpa first. Seeing Sui come in, Grandpa came over and asked in a low voice, "How is it?" Sui nodded, shook his head again, and said in Grandpa's eager eyes, "Across the river, the area where we put our things, there seems to be official people. I was over there last night, and I seem to have seen a few sneaky people." After a pause, Sui added, "Oh, right. When I came back from the city yesterday afternoon, I seem to have seen those people as well. Listening to the talk, they don't look like they're from our area." He couldn't say that those people sounded like Bayou people talking with some whiny voice. Grandpa asked, "How do you know how the Bay people talk?" So he didn't know how to answer. Grandpa mused, "This thing, we can't do, at least not under their noses." Speculation, at this time, as long as it's not an arrest scene, in fact, those people should not care. It couldn't be helped, the populace didn't have enough to eat, and they couldn't let people get something for themselves? But if you do this under people's noses, do you think they're all blind? Grandpa walked back and forth a few steps, and said to Sui, "You and I will go and talk to Big Brother, let's stall for a few days first. I'd rather not have anything, but I definitely can't let anyone catch it." Some years ago, the good things that Red Sleeves had done, they still remembered it clearly. After leaving the door, they saw Yi Chuanqiu again. Sui frowned and softly asked Grandpa, "Grandpa, what's wrong with my mom? It wasn't like this in the morning." Yi Zhenhan waved his hand, "Don't say anything, over in Old River Village, your grandmother is here again. Splashing and rolling around here, your mom said she didn't have any money, so she wanted to snatch all the grain back. But your mom pulled hard and ended up only taking half. Where's my dad?" Sui asked, and just as he said it, he knew he shouldn't have said it. With Su Zhaohua's foolish and filial character, if Geng Meixiang wanted to take all the grain back, he definitely had nothing to say. I just don't know what Su Zhaohua is thinking at this time. Does he really want the family to starve to death? Sui decided not to take the grain to the family first, everyone would starve together for a few meals before Su Zhaohua would have a profound feeling. He said to Yi Zhenhan, "Grandpa, these days, you must not take food to my family." Yi Zhenhan laughed too, "Aren't you afraid of going hungry if you don't get food for your family?" Sui said, "It's just that we all need to starve together for a few days before my father will be impressed. Otherwise, he must be thinking that his father-in-law's family will give it anyway, and it doesn't matter if his son gets it back and his old mother takes a little bit of it anyway. But he didn't know that my second and third uncles were a bottomless pit. Partial to my grandfather and grandmother are still biased, always help pocket. This thing, my father does not resist, my family is how to get rid of it. Unless Yi Chuanqiu is willing to divorce Su Zhaohua and bring a few children to live separately. Otherwise, for this family to sever ties with the old Su family, it is necessary for Su Zhaohua to awaken on his own." Yi Zhenhan nodded, "It's fine, if you guys are really hungry, you can also come to Grandpa's house to eat." Sui waved his hand repeatedly, "Don't, my family still has a second sister, and the third sister's side is also treacherous. It's just that it takes a family to be hungry to have this kind of realization. The previous days were all too good." Yi Zhenhan didn't even think that Sui could be so ruthless when he was ruthless. "You yourself are hungry? Little Pumpkin is also hungry?" Sui laughed softly, "I'm fine if I'm hungry myself, but on the Little Pumpkin side, I've hidden some food. When the time comes, I will secretly give it to her. If I'm not also hungry, there will be trouble at home at that time. It's impossible to be hungry, looking for an opportunity, one doesn't know how to sneak a little bit of food." Soon, they arrived at Great-Grandpa's house. Yi Zhenhan called Great-Grandpa out, and everyone whispered outside. Grandpa talked things over, "What I mean is, let's wait first, they can't stay over there every day. Even if we're not afraid, the people of Pigeon City are also afraid. Those people, are most afraid of meeting the official people." Great-Grandpa nodded, "That's true, but yesterday when we went over, Jibo seemed to have discovered something. Now that I think about it, it does seem like there's something wrong." The two of them discussed for a while, and Yi Zhenhan said, "Do you think we should take the initiative to contact the officials? This is still mainly us dealing with those bad people, and in addition, it is also helping ourselves." Great-Grandpa nodded, "This is fine. It's just that, we're not sure if those people are official or not." Sui laughed, "This is fine, I'll go find Bureau He to come over and take a look. If they are bad people, they will definitely be exposed. Even if they don't reveal themselves, they will definitely be scared and won't dare to wait on the other side of the river. If it's an official person, they will definitely take the initiative to come over and contact Bureau He." Big Grandpa smiled and stroked Sui's head, saying to Yi Zhenhan, "What did I say? Of the next generation in the village, it's Siko He who's the smartest, and this smart boy still needs to go to school. What's your family's situation? If it's not possible, the team will pay for it, I'll pay for it, and I'll also give him a repeat education." Grandpa's face changed, not knowing what to say. Sui also didn't say anything. This matter, the family's scandal, can't be publicized. At least Grandpa and Grandma treated him well, and Yi Chuanqiu also started to change. As for Su Zhaohua, slowly change is. A large family cannot be missing anyone, right? As for whether or not they will slowly go far away in the future, that is also a matter for the future. This was the feelings left behind by the predecessor, so he was not willing to directly extinguish this feeling. You go back first, the old Su family must still be making trouble. Yi Jinhan dismissed Sui to leave, Sui left obediently. He knew all of this, others thought he didn't know it. Chapter 109, Another House Thief. Thank you for the reward plus more. During the evening meal, it was obvious that the amount of food was much less. Su Rong pouted her lips and said, Mom, why are you only cooking this much rice? How is this enough to eat? Usually, everyone adds their own rice, but today, Yi Chuanqiu serves the rice out, and one person only has half a bowl of rice. Yi Chuanqiu rolled her eyes. The rice was all taken away by your grandmother. We will have to eat for at least 10 more days. After the village pays the rations, only then will a portion of the grain be issued. I don't even know how to eat the second half of the year. More, Yi Chuanqiu didn't say, but when she looked at Su Rong knew this was blaming herself for stealing the grain before. Su Rong felt aggrieved. Didn't you see it in the beginning? And didn't stop me. Su Zhaohua silently picked up the bowl and didn't say anything. Sui couldn't see through what he was thinking anyway, but Yi Chuanqiu's skill at this pointing and cursing today had risen quite a bit. At least, Su Zhaohua wasn't as righteous as before. This is a good phenomenon. Little Pumpkin had eaten half a bowl of rice, and obviously wasn't full yet. Sui put the bowl away and secretly took a few cookies, and when Little Pumpkin finished washing up and went into the utility room to sleep, Sui gave them to her. Eat when you're hungry, and hide, don't let Siko Yuqing see you. Little Pumpkin revealed a smile and gave Sui a kiss on the cheek. Sui himself couldn't sleep so early, he ducked out and walked around. Sui was tempted to cross the river to plant a pinhole camera, but he was afraid that there would be people over there. He found a remote place, took the night vision device out and looked across the street, and there was no one for the time being. His heart fluttered. Those official people didn't know where they had gone. I also wonder if those Baywatch people know that the official people have traced them here? No matter what, Sui came back, led Black Star out, and crossed the Yuan River. Taking a pen flashlight, Sui found a place, not far from the previous baymen, and where he could see the side, and would not be too likely to be discovered, and installed a pinhole camera. It wasn't very big, and even if you stepped on it, it probably wouldn't be noticed. Well, provided it was at night. Those Baywatchers probably wouldn't dare to stay here during the day. Not far away came a sound, Sui's heart moved, and hurriedly touched back to the river, sat on Black Star's back, and went back to the opposite bank. Sui went into the carry-on warehouse and prepared a late-night snack for Black Star, and of course, Blackie's was not missing. After that, he hid in the carry-on space and read a medical book for a while. Don't say, after being reborn, Sui found that his memory became much stronger. At least, he could actually read and remember all these awkward words. However, in this aspect of Chinese medicine, there was no one to learn, it wasn't that easy. He didn't intend to learn how good the medical arts were, so he just learned how to make medicine. In this regard, slightly easier. And then according to some symptoms, targeted medicine is. When Sui went back, it was already more than 9 o'clock. Sui always felt that there seems to be a sneaky silhouette, but looked carefully, and seems to be nothing. He didn't care. Biao was caught. After that, he must have been shot. Sui didn't take out his night vision device. This would be hard to explain if he was seen. Black Star, Blackie, pay attention. If a stranger comes over, don't go with strangers. Moo. Woof woof. After instructing a sentence, Sui turned around and went into the house. He had washed up in the carry-on storage earlier, so he wouldn't need to wash up this time. Back in the house, Su Yuqing was asleep for a sentence. Fell asleep and smashed his mouth a little. This is eating in a dream. Sui also did not care, lay down to sleep. In the middle of the night, he was woken up by a barking dog. Sui rolled over and got up, took the stick and came out of the house. When he walked through the utility room, Sui also heard the sound of cookies being bitten in the house. Sui guessed that this was the little pumpkin waking up in the night from hunger and eating cookies. He didn't care, and when he came out of the house, he saw a dark shadow groping in front of Black Star's barn under the moonlight. He heard the man still cursing. How come there isn't even a cow rope? Sui rushed up and directly hit the man with a stick, and the man just let out an ouch. Why does this sound so familiar? Blackie was hesitant before, but this time he rushed up directly and bit down. Sui did not think, in case of being bitten, how to get rabies. He will be really angry. This how one by one to steal his cattle? In this era, other places, even Nanju village, he is the only one who has a cow. There is no way before the Black Star's mom is almost sick to death, only to let him have the opportunity to buy back at a low price. The predecessor had taken care of Black Star's mom for a few months before he was able to bring her back. It was also because the predecessor itself was very kind to animals that he was able to snatch Black Star's mom back from the hands of the King of Hell. But later, it was still inevitable to be sold out by Yi Chuanqiu. The man was bitten by Blackie, and immediately he let out an ouch, cursing and shouting, "Who dares to hit me?" So he went down with a few more sticks, and Grandpa and Su Zhaohua both brought out lamps. When this light shone, Su Zhaohua lost his voice and shouted, "Haiwa, why is it you?" Su Haiwa, no wonder the voice is so familiar. Seeing Su Xiaohua, Su Haiwa said stiffly, "Boss, I've been beaten by your son and bitten by your dog, so you'll see what you can do. If you don't get me $30 today, this thing won't pass." Sui immediately wants to curse. Yi Jinhan pulled him a hand, said himself, "I see, I'm going to go to call my big brother tomorrow to the police. The family has come to the cattle rustlers again. Last time that brother Biao was said to be arrested, to be shot." Su Haiwa obviously shrunk back, a little scared. He looked at Su Xiaohua. Su Xiaohua really lived up to his expectations, and said to Yi Jinhan, "Dad, look at all the family members." Yi Jinhan snorted coldly, "My surname is Yi, not Su. This is Nanju village, not Loha village. There's no way this can just go away today. Hisiko, you go and call both your great-grandpa and third-grandpa here. In addition, go and call your ninth uncle here as well. There has to be an explanation for this matter today." After Su Haiwa heard this, he immediately had to run. Blackie went over, another bite. Yi Jinhan took the stick in Sui's hand, a stick went down. Su Haiwa just planted on the ground. Su Xiaohua wanted to speak, but this is the old father-in-law, he has no face, no position to say. He immediately went to call the great-grandfather, third-grandfather, and ninth uncle. The village people are this good, everyone is united, if there is something, everyone will come. Only ninth uncle yawned and said, "Not sleeping at night, catching thieves." Sui hemmed and hawed, "Naturally, I caught a thief, but it was a house thief." Ninth uncle deflated, "Your old Su family has too many house thieves." This would just happen to arrive near the Su family. When Su Xiaohua heard this, his face was dark. Chapter 110 Double Robbery begins. The house was lit with oil lamps, which was a rarity. Su Xiaohua's face was ugly, this was his brother as a result, he was now being triple robbed. But he had no words to say, he had to stare at Su-hee, that look, as if he wanted Su-hee to withdraw the lawsuit. Su-hee didn't even look at him, being a father, wanting to be majestic, you have to make something happen. There is a responsibility, in order to be called a father. Su Haiwa was very tough, it's impossible to ask for money or life. I just came to my big brother's house for a walk, what gives you guys the right to treat me like this? Sui laughed coldly, stealing cattle at this time is a felony. Haven't you heard that some time ago, a few groups of cattle thieves were caught? Haven't you heard what happened to them? During this period of time, it wasn't just this side of Nanju village that caught a gang of Biao. All around, a few gangs were also arrested. In fact, Su Haiwo also heard about the cow thief and couldn't get the money, and the debt collectors over there were chasing after him, and that's why he thought of Sui the cow. Or Gung Meixiang said that, before Yi Chuanqiu sold cattle, Gung Meixiang dead take back $400. But take it back, in the end it was Su Haiwa who gambled it away. Su Xiaohua coughed, village chief, branch secretary, you see, this is my brother, and there is nothing, just forget it? He was definitely doing a competent job as the boss. Yi Jinhan was not willing, no, it doesn't matter whose family this is stealing from, this is stealing our Nanju village's cattle. This matter can't just go away. Yi Chuanqiu also said, when I sold Hisiko's cow before, mom took $400 from here. If this time it still passes like this, the family won't be able to make a living in the future. Su Xiaohua glared at Yi Chuanqiu, and Sui realized that Gung Meixiang had already taken 400 yuan from the previous cow sale. Sui immediately said, this matter can't be left like this. Su Xiaohua glared over, the previous Sui might be afraid, the current Sui is not afraid. He said, but after all, it's my father's younger brother, I can't really send him to prison. Saying this, Su Xiaohua was satisfied. Su Haiwa coldly grunted and glared at Sui, thinking in his heart, he must beat this Isiki up when he turns around. The place on his body where he was beaten, it still hurts a little. Sui added, however, that $400 from before should be returned. Su Haiwa immediately said, no way, I didn't take that money anyway, I'm not returning it. Sui said, if you don't return it, I will go to the police tomorrow, my father can't control me. Do you want to go to jail, or pay back the money? Su Haiwa was a little scared, thinking to muddle through first. I don't have any money. Sui said, if you don't have money, write a note, and also, write down what happened today, sign, and pledge. In the future, you are not allowed to come to Nanju village again. If you are caught coming back, we will arrest you and take you to the police station. Su Haiwa refused, Su Xiaohua also refused, but Sui just insisted. Yi Jinhan stopped Su Xiaohua from stepping forward, and Yi Chuanqiu didn't look him in the eye. Yi Chuanqiu is really trying to understand that this family, if it continues like this, sooner or later it will be broken up. At this moment, sure to pinpoint Su Haiwa, not counting the money is not returned, this person is not allowed to come back later. In the end, Su Haiwa had no choice but to write a confession of guilt and guarantee that he would never come back to Nanju village. Sui said, the borrower write my mom's name and my name, not my dad's. If you write Su Xiaohua's name, if Su Xiaohua says that he doesn't need to pay back the loan is the same as not writing it. Write Yi Chuanqiu and Su He's, this loan has a deterrent effect. After signing and pressing the handprint, Su Haiwa said with an ugly face, I can go, right? Only then did Yi Jinhan open the door and let Su Haiwa leave. When great-grandpa and third-grandpa left, they also said to Su Xiaohua, this is not the way to be a family, the younger brother is to be in charge, but there is no way for you to be in charge like this. Even if there are mountains of gold and silver in this family, you can't manage it. Su Xiaohua cold face, not even send off. Sui sent Grandpa and Grandpa out. Grandpa and Grandpa patted Sui's shoulder. Every family has its own problems. When he came back, Su Xiaohua asked, "Give me the IOU." Sui had already put the loan note in his storage. How could he give it to Su Xiaohua? No way, if he dares to come back next time, I will really send him to jail. Su Xiaohua was furious. Who is in charge of this family? Sui said, whoever can get back the grain, whoever keeps the family from starving, whoever is in charge. Speaking of this, Su Xiaohua was a bit faceless and huffed back to his room. Yi Chuanqiu patted Sui's shoulder and didn't say much. But this time, Yi Chuanqiu was considered to be on his side, and it was only then that Sui felt that there was a possibility of remodeling this family. It wasn't that he hadn't thought about separating out and spending time with Little Pumpkin alone, but the obsession left behind by his predecessor, so he didn't want to ignore it. What a trouble. The next morning, Su Xiaohua still had a cold face. But after eating some thin rice, Su Xiaohua couldn't help it. The village organization started double robbery. Sui's sentence last night, who let the family not starve, this made Su Xiaohua's pride was hit hard. So after breakfast, Su Xiaohua went out to work. Yi Chuanqiu boiled water and took her 3 daughters and Su Yuqing with her. Even if you can't do full work, do something you can. The team gives the children half work to do, you must do a good job. The way this year is going, we probably won't receive as much grain as last year. We don't have much food left at home. If you don't want to go hungry, do it all for me. Su Yuqing pointed at Suhi and said, why doesn't he want to go? Sui laughed, I work for the village, and Big Grandpa said that he would give me full labor points. If you also have this level, you can too. Su Yuqing clenched his fists, always feeling that he was despised. He resolved that in the future, he must be even better than Suhi. In only Su Yuqing's eyes, the current Suhi was much more powerful than Su Xiaohua. Not only can he get back food, milk candy, but he can also get full labor points without having to work in the field. As for lying, Suhi never lied. Su Yuqing did not think in this direction. The family went out. Sui rode the ox and took Blackie to the city. He also had to look and buy himself some more coarse grains as well as the rice of this era. The rice in the accompanying warehouse looked high grade, saying that it was bought for more than 20 cents. Big Grandpa didn't believe it either. Next time, it's better to visit Anxi City. On this side of Bishui City, there are just those few pigeon markets. Walking more than a few times, it's easy to be seen through. There was one of those pigeon markets that was still planning to go dark. If it wasn't for Sui having a carry-on warehouse and being more resourceful, I'm afraid that he would have been eaten. When crossing the river, Sui realized that the water level had dropped slightly again, and he felt that this year was definitely going to be a drought. Chapter 111 Help, Old Chief. After crossing the river, there was not much movement on this side. I don't know if those people came yesterday. Sui rushed in and found that there were some signs of those people's activities. Sui did not know what these people were doing here hovering, whether they were stepping on the spot, or planning to do something bad in this neighborhood. These people, for sure, didn't have good intentions. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been chased. He carefully found the pinhole camera. This one was using its own lithium battery, very small, but the time used was still considered long. There was a memory storage course card inside, and Tai Chi replaced it with a memory card and hurriedly left from here. The pinhole camera was still sitting here, so there was no chance it would continue filming. He took Black Star and Blackie and left immediately. The road was endless, not a good place to go into a carry-on storage. Sui then went all the way to the city, first going to Pigeon City to buy some grains. These were to be given to Nanju village. The grain in his own preserved warehouse was too good for Sui to dare to take out. Take out, Nanju village people also do not believe so good rice, only that price? Now is in order to eat, in order to live, instead of the need for large quantities, rather than the pursuit of quality. After that, Sui came to the police station and also just came in. He saw a familiar person. Siko He, you're here? The police officer asked. Sui smiled, this big brother, I'm looking for Bureau He. That police officer was the one who had seen Sui before, and seeing Sui looking for Bureau He led Sui over to the person. When Sui saw this, he knew that He Bureau was completely on his feet. Sui knew that He Bureau and his wife, Dr. Chiu, were both transferred from outside and only recently arrived in Bishui City. There are many cases like this. Anyway, mobilization, it's best for couples to mobilize together, otherwise the family life is not harmonious. Bureau He, Siko He is looking for you. The police officer said, and when he saw Bureau He looking over, he nodded and went out. Things were still busy at the police station, and he still had to go out to do his job. He Bureau walked over and was a bit surprised. What did you come over here to find me for? Nothing, Sui was fine, should not come to him. Sui smiled and said, there are 2 things that I want to find He Bureau you to help. He looked around, so Bureau He said, okay, come to my office. Let's talk inside. He Bureau was the chief of this one police station, and also doubled as the deputy director of the Public Security Bureau in Bishui City. His status was still very high. Entering the office, Bureau He asked, want some tea? Sui waved his hand, no need, I drank water, not thirsty. There is fruit juice and mineral water in the accompanying warehouse, so he just drank fruit juice, is really not thirsty. Bureau, he was also not polite, turned around, looked at Sui, say it, what is it? Sui smiled, this first one, it's my personal matter. I think my midterm results should be good, even if I didn't get into the 4th middle school, the 1st middle school should be fine. But the reality is that I failed the exam. I think there's something fishy, so I want to ask you to help me look into it. Bureau froze, and Sui added, when I came to the city before, I heard a middle school candidate bragging about how his father had invited people for a few meals and gave them some gifts, and changed the score of a candidate with the same name as his to his. Immediately, it just dawned on Bureau, you're thinking that it's possible that you might have had your score changed as well? Sui nodded, please, Bureau, ask and see. Bureau nodded, I'll ask later, I have a friend in the education bureau, I'll ask you later. What about the second piece? The second piece is official business. While Bureau was wondering, what official business does Sui have, Sui talked about his encounter. The group of people I met before spoke differently from all the people in our J province. And also with a little bit of wine, once you hear it, you know that it is not the people in our area. Later in the evening, I also heard them moving in the reeds across the river from my house. Then before I saw some more, as if possessing some temperament, and Bureau such a temperament of people, but not sure, so I want to ask to see, Bureau passed to see, if it is true, our village can send people to help Bureau immediately is alert, not to Sui, but to the whiny person in Sui's mouth. He came to turn around a few times, then said, okay, I'll go with you. If they are still tracing those people, they should still be acting on your side of the house today. Bureau was a little excited and almost told the truth. This thing, still more sensitive, Bureau still need to pay some attention. Sui came out, Bureau originally wanted to drive over, but seeing Sui holding a cow, he had to turn back and went to push a bicycle out. Sui laughed, Bureau, otherwise you can drive over first, and just wait for me outside Rulin village. Bureau, he shook his head, forget it, I'll just ride my bike over directly. I saw before that you're not slow with the socks, so I'll ride slower and go over together. The two of them were on the road, chatting for a while longer. Of course there was no chat about work, but about studying. Although Bureau, he promised Sui to ask, he also wanted to see if Sui really had real talent. If the study itself is poor, he entrusted someone to check and came back to find that Sui's grades are fine. Then it would be embarrassing. After this chat, Bureau realized that Sui's knowledge was really profound. Not at all like a middle school student, many of his topics, Sui could keep up with them, and could also put forward some ideas that Bureau himself had not thought of. Bureau felt more and more that this Sui was really smart and did a good job. It's not like that ancestor at home, who has no hair on his mouth and can't do anything right. Thinking about that oolong at home, Bureau had a bit of a headache. Unfortunately, even if it was a headache, there was nothing that could be done. All the way to Rulin village not far away, those people really are also there. Sui did not rush forward, Bureau said, I went over to see, test. If it is true, then call you over. Sui nodded, at this time, the police officer naturally had to go ahead. After Bureau he went over, it didn't take long before he smiled and waved at Sui. Just this? Didn't even say a few words, right? This is a good test? It's not possible that Bureau he is not doing his job well and is making random decisions, is it? When Sui approached Bureau he said with a smile, old chief, let me introduce you. This is the teenager who helped me solve the cattle theft case before, his name is Sui, you can just call him Hisiko. Sui, this is my old head, I came over here and realized that this place is really full of the kind of people you said, there's no need to test the old head, just tell his old man directly about your discovery. Chapter 112, I'll find you to ask later. Sui rolled his eyes, you also introduced the old head, could it be that I am also called the old head? The old head laughed loudly, just call me Grandpa Ram. It seemed that this old head Ram was still relatively broad-minded. However, the surname Ram was not common. Speaking of Rams, the most famous one was none other than the author of the book The Biography of Rams. The Ramchuan, also known as the Spring and Autumn Period, one of the Confucian classics. It was written in the year of the Duking of Lu and ended in the year 14 of the Duke Ai of Lu, which is the same time as the beginning and end of the Spring and Autumn Annals. It was written by Gongyang Gao, a disciple of Bu Shang and a native of Qi during the Warring States period. At the beginning, it was just an oral tradition, and when Emperor Jing of the Western Han Dynasty, it was passed on to his grandson, Gongyang Shou, who together with Humishing, wrote the Spring and Autumn Annals on bamboo and silk. Grandpa Gongyang. Sui obediently shouted, an old man of this age, shouting a grandpa is not a disadvantage. Head Ram touched his beard, he had grown some beard, this was something that old people in this era liked to do. For example, grandpa, for example, great-grandpa, all grew beards. Chief Gongyang nodded, you repeat the events of the past 2 days. Sui nodded his head and said the general things once more, then said, this weather is very dry, I think this year is likely to be a drought. That's why I also come to the river at night to catch some fish and such, one is to give the family more meat. Also, it can be salted and used as food afterward. Sui also saw that this chief Ram's status should not be low, so he wanted to remind this chief. If preparations could be made in advance, the disturbance caused at that time would be much smaller. Sure enough, as soon as Sui said this, Chief Ram's face became serious. He looked at the sky and asked again, "Little he, how long has it not rained?" Hiburo was still a bit unconvinced by Sui's words before, but thinking about Chief Gongyang's question, he also froze. It seems like it hasn't rained for more than a month. Head Ram's face was serious as he looked at Sui. "How did you come up with this?" Sui said, "One is just like what Grandpa said, it hasn't rained for a long time. Also, I found a problem." He walked to the river and said, "Because we often play by the river, I realized that the water level in the river has dropped. The water level used to be up to at least a half of the river bank here. Now there is no water at all for a few centimeters along the river. You guys, the sand is still wet, but it's obviously not saturated with water." Head Ram nodded. "It does seem that way. You, Siko-he, are also interesting. I was thinking about when to talk to you before, but I didn't expect you to come to the door first on your own." Hiburo asked with concern, "Old Chief knows about Siko-he?" Head Ram glanced at him. "In vain you call me an old head. My sister-in-law came over here to visit her friends before, and you actually don't even recognize her." Hiburo was a bit strange. "Your sister-in-law is?" Head Ram said, "My sister-in-law is called Xiao Shujun, and she even met you before when she had a heat stroke on the roadside." It was only then that Hiburo came to a realization, but the old head's sister-in-law, he had never seen her before, so how could he know her? Sui could only lament that the world was too small. And thought of the Ram chief said to find himself to talk about. What is to talk about? Sui also helped that Xiao Shujun a hand, the head of the Ram, always impossible to find their own trouble. It seems that there is only that. Sui thought of what he and Xiao Shujun grandmother said about the economy. Now the whole country is talking about this. Province J belonged to the interior, news traveled slowly, and the bureaucracy was a bit more rigid. There is no convenient transportation, and there are no special products. Economic development has always lagged behind the country. The head of the Ram seems to be enlightened, or just want to ask about this aspect? But Sui felt, and a little wrong. Ram's head of sighed. What economic talent does not? Could it be that he still had to come and ask a child of his own? Even though his soul carried experience beyond this world, in this era, he was just a child. If he himself hadn't discovered the signs of the drought and had the idea to capture Biao, I'm afraid that great-grandpa wouldn't have let Sui get involved in the village's affairs. People believe that a man with no hair on his mouth can't do anything right. Although there is also the saying, there is a will to do something, but most of the time, people always subconsciously forget about this saying. Of course, there were a few smart people in the world after all, especially if they were still in the child stage. After asking some more questions, Head Ram let Sui go back first. "You go back first, and if you find anything afterward, you can also come and tell me directly." Seeing Sui still want to speak, Chief Gongyang said, "This is our matter. You are just the people, and you are still a child. This matter can't involve you. On the contrary, after you go back, think more about economic matters. Turn around, I want to find you to ask about this aspect." Sui realized, sure enough, Chief Gongyang wanted to ask about this aspect of things. Thinking that it was also that day when Grandma Xiao Shujun went back and talked to their brothers about this matter? When Sui left, Hiburo asked, "Old Chief, are you asking him about economic matters? Are you looking for the wrong person?" Chief Gongyang glanced at Buro without any good humor. "Then did you ask you?" Hiburo aggravated too. "I'm just a big old man, ask me about this, I wouldn't know how to do it." Chief Gongyang said, "So I had to ask a child." Nowadays, the senior officials in the province are all more conservative, preferring to do less and make fewer mistakes. But I don't think that should be the case. Since the country has such a policy, we should be responsible for the lives of the people. Otherwise, on what basis can we sit in this position? Obviously, this was a hawk, a man of action. He nodded and didn't say any more. He didn't understand this, but he knew that as long as he supported his old head, that was it. Over here, when Sui returned home, everyone was still in the double robbery and hadn't returned yet. He thought about it. Although he was doing this, he was also doing something for the village. But now that he's back, it's better to show up and do something. Otherwise, it would inevitably lead to criticism from others. Even if a few grandfathers were covering him, he didn't want to make things difficult for them. Wearing a straw hat and coming out, so he didn't return his clothes, this patched clothes, there is no need to change. Just to the edge of the field, he saw Su Rong a few paddling at the edge of the field. This person is really. Sui walked over and asked, "Big sister, how is this divided? I look as if everyone is working separately?" Sume shook her head. "I don't know, this year is so strange. Big Grandpa said that everyone divided some fields among several families and worked separately. Those who don't do a good job will have to deduct labor points." Saying that, Sume worriedly looked at Su Rong and Su Yuqing. Just these two were the worst slackers. Well, Su Rue next to her seemed to be ignored by the eldest sister. This was the third sister's soul skill now. Chapter 113, The Roller Cereal Beater Idea. It's funny to say that although third sister is pretty, she always makes people subconsciously forget about her. Because of this skill, third sister was beaten much less often when she was a child. Even when she made mistakes, mom and dad couldn't remember her much of the time. Of course, there were naturally fewer goodies. But the third sister silently remembered it for herself on the side, so there wasn't less of it. At this moment, the eldest sister apparently also forgot about this lazy little powerhouse. Suhi went down to the field, took the sickle and started cutting the rice. He had also done this job in his previous life, and his predecessor in this life also had such memories, so when he did the work, he was still very skillful. After a while, Suhi got up. This waste was a bit tired. He looked at the distance. Su Zhaohua took the rice, on top of that bucket to wrestle hard. This was using inertia in threshing the rice from the rice seedlings. Then it would be transported back and dried in the sun on the playground, after which it would be hulled again, and in the end, what you would get would be the rice that everyone would eat. But this way, it was really laborious and time-consuming, not to mention inefficient. Suhi remembers that he has come into contact with a threshing machine, that kind of harvester aside, this place also does not have that kind of ability to make it. But the threshing machine, he remembered that there is a kind of roller-type threshing machine, and it is not very troublesome. It was actually a shell, with a lid on this detached vat, a drum inside, connected to the outside by gears, and then a pedal designed. By stepping on this pedal, the high speed of the drum is brought about. After that, just put the rice seedlings on it, and the rice can be detached easily. And not to mention the high efficiency, the completion of threshing was also high. Just like Su Zhaohua now, even if they detached like this, even if they used up all their strength, in fact, there is still about 1/10 of the rice seeds still on the rice seedlings. This is very difficult to detach clean, time-consuming and laborious, not to mention, the efficiency is also low, pathetic. Suhi got up and took his sickle to the edge of the ridge. Fourth brother, sit down for a moment. Sume shouted. Suhi could have not come, but Suhi still came, which was much better than Su Rong. Suhi shook his head. I'm going to talk to ninth uncle about something. Su Rong then sourly said, still not here for a show? Suhi didn't say anything. Sume whispered, the work that fourth brother did in this moment is more than what you did in a day. Suhi vaguely heard it and snorted. Su Rong immediately just quit, turning her head away, not looking at her big sister. This big sister is also talking blindly. Su Rong was furious in her heart. Aren't they sisters who should be together? Suhi was too lazy to bother with this second sister who didn't have much of a brain, this kind of person. Her studies were okay, but her work wasn't very good. On the contrary, the eldest sister, learning is okay, not compared to the second sister, but do things than the second sister reliable. Suhi searched for a while before he still found ninth uncle. Ninth uncle. Suhi shouted, ninth uncle actually personally came out today, really rare ah. Ninth uncle rolled his eyes, your great-grandfather personally came to my house to pull me out. The implication was that he wouldn't come if great-grandpa didn't go. But one good thing about ninth uncle is that when he comes, he won't be lazy. It's many times better than that Su Rong who was lazy on the ridge, I don't know how many times better. Ninth uncle came over and said, what's wrong? I remember you kid don't have to go to work, right? Suhi nodded, I came back, so I came over to take a look. After cutting the rice for a while, I took a look at our threshing machine, it's too inefficient. I have an idea, let's on top of this, add a roller, and then this. Way. Suhi's previous life was mechanical work, very good at this aspect. When he said something, ninth uncle immediately understood. Can you kid, a little idea. With the affirmation of the ninth uncle, Suhi said, who can make such a thing in our village? Ninth uncle said, then go find eighth uncle. He was an iron worker before, and only in these years did he put it down. But that hand of iron-working craftsmanship is definitely still there. Suhi nodded, and ninth uncle went up the ridge and went over with Suhi. Before looking for eighth uncle, they still went to look for great-grandfather first. At this time, grandpa was also there. Grandpa was an accountant, specializing in counting. He didn't need to go down to the field, but at this time, he also saw Suhi coming over, and saw the mud on Suhi's legs. You went down to the field? Suhi nodded, I came to help, I can't just come back and sit at home, right? Grandpa nodded, and great-grandpa asked, Xiaojiu, what are you doing here with Sikohi? Are you trying to slack off again? Uncle Nine kind of had this in mind, but at the moment he said righteously, Sikohi and I talked about an idea that could improve our threshing machine. I think it's of great help, so I came over to find you, great uncle. Great-grandpa looked at ninth uncle with seeming faith, and Suhi hurriedly took over the conversation and said moving, yes. I read in some book before that there is a roller that can speed up threshing. In this way, our village's labor force can save a lot, and then the double robbery can also be faster, right? Let's hurry up and then plant the late rice, or go do something else. Suhi said the principle and construction of the roller threshing machine again, and great-grandpa nodded his head as if he understood. In this way, you guys go find old eight to try it. He should not have lost his ironworking skills. Suhi felt that there were many skilled people in this Nanju village. Including the medical scriptures in Grandpa's study, Nanju village gave him a feeling as if it was shrouded in mist. Big Grandpa led a few people to find the eighth grandpa down the field. Great-grandpa said, Siko he has an idea, what is it called roller? Suhi hastened to say again, for this iron connoisseur, then the big grandpa know much more. Hearing Suhi's words, the eighth grandfather immediately nodded, there is something. Big Grandpa then said, "That's fine, old 8, your acres of fields will be put aside first, you first go back to get this thing out, how long will it take?" Grandpa 8 said, "I can't do it alone. Let Xiaojiu, and Hiasei-chan come with me. We'll get a sample out first, and we should be able to get it out tomorrow." Great Grandpa nodded, "Then you guys go. I've granted special permission." After that, 8th Grandpa went to wash it, and Sui followed along. After washing it, they went back to the village. When some people pointed their fingers, they were scolded by Great Grandpa. "That's what I arranged, what? You all don't listen anymore?" Great Grandpa's prestige was high, especially as the head of the Yi clan. No one dared to say anything more when he spoke. Even the few people who were usually more hangdogs didn't dare to say anything more. When Yi San Hans and Uncle Gangzi saw Grandpa in the village, they were also like rats who saw a cat and didn't dare to blow up their thorns. To the 8th Grandpa's house, the 8th Grandpa took Sui them to a side of the house. "This is our family used to make iron, and then after the big steel refining, we stopped this thing. There wasn't even any iron, what's the point of making iron?" Chapter 114, Xia Shuaihong is a little anxious. Now there is not much iron, our 8th Grandpa used old iron pots with holes and so on. This is many years down, slowly eliminated down. Grandpa 8 said, "First this way, melt these, first make one out. Xiaojiu, you go get that roller, while Isiko and I burn the fire here, melt the iron, and get the wire ring out." That roller was, in fact, made out of wood. Then on top of the drum, some wire rings are inlaid or something. Threshing is the power of these high-speed wire rings. 9th Uncle sniffed and went, making just a roller was not difficult at all. Over here, Grandpa 8 slowly cleaned up the ironworking house, so he also helped out at the side. After cleaning up for a while, it was evening. Sui took the time to have lunch in the city, but he still had to go home to cook dinner. Grandpa 8 said, "Go back first. It's not good to do things at night. Tomorrow morning, get up early and we'll start beating iron. Try to get a threshing machine out by the afternoon." Sui nodded his head and bid farewell to the 8th grandfather. Back home, Su Zhaohua and the others hadn't returned yet. They didn't come back so early because of the division of tasks, and with Great Grandpa still keeping watch, there must only be some women coming back to cook. The others still had to stay over there. Sui then started cooking, and soon, Sumei and Su Rong came back and Su Rui followed. Su Rong said, "Isn't someone cooking here?" Sumei frowned. "Mom said for you to learn how to cook." Su Rong refused. Sui said she thought that all the cities eat cafeterias, and that there would be a nanny to cook for her when the time comes. That. He was going to say that Jiang Xingzhou would hire a nanny, but after thinking about it, Sui swallowed the words. Sumei said, "I'm back, so I'll be the one cooking. You go out and sit for a while." Sui nodded and came out from the kitchen. In fact, the dishes he should have cut were all basically cut. After that, just steam the rice and wait for a while to stir-fry the vegetables is all. Su Rong's temper, without some setbacks, it couldn't get better. Sui also didn't have time to remodel for the time being. Because it was a double robbery, Sumei didn't reduce the amount of rice, all of them were made in sufficient quantity. By the time Su Zhaohua's group came back in the evening, the rice was also cooked. Su Rong actually wanted to eat first, but was blocked by Su He, and Sumei also persuaded a few sentences, which waited for everyone to eat together. The mud on Su Yucheng's body looked like it was more from playing with mud there. But in the end, they all went to the fields. That's a change. It's still pumpkin rice, there's no way, pumpkin production is high, there are still dozens of them at home. Food is not enough to eat, do not eat pumpkin rice cannot be helped. Sui kind of feels that the older generation to the back of the reason for not eating pumpkin rice. After the pumpkin is finished, the sweet potato is definitely on. The food is all gone, what will we eat if we don't eat sweet potatoes? Su Rong pouted her lips and looked at these with disgust. But there was no one to spoil her, there was no chance. Su Zhaohua did eat quickly, finished eating, went out to repair the hoe. In the evening, the old Su family came, it was third uncle Su Jiahua. "Boss, Mom and Dad are calling you back." Su Zhaohua muffled his voice and followed, so he didn't care. Anyway, Su Zhaohua has no money, even if he goes, it's useless. Suddenly thought of Su Zhaohua's work, after the double robbery, Su Zhaohua should go back to work in the forest. Sui said, "Mom, in the future, when Dad pays his salary, you go to the forest farm in advance to receive it back." I'm afraid that the old Su family's side will hit this idea. Su Zhaohua wanted to make money, where was it so easy? These days, there was not much of a method to make money at all. In addition to going to Pigeon City, but with that character of Su Zhaohua, I'm afraid that he can't go to that place, and whether he can find it or not is a problem. Yi Chuanqiu froze, then nodded, "Don't worry, I'll get that money back. You siblings have to go to school, which has so much money for the old Su family to build." Very good, at least Mom Yi Chuanqiu remodeled well. Yi Chuanqiu opened her mouth, wanted to say something, and finally said nothing. After washing the dishes, Yi Chuanqiu went out the door, so he did not know where she went. At this moment, Jiangshu Town, Xia Shuaihong walked around the house a few times with some uneasiness. Wang Jilan asked strangely, "What are you doing walking around?" Xia Shuaihong did not dare to say, just heart secretly said, "That boy is obviously a no backing." How come Director Lee of the Supply and Marketing Agency would ask about this? Strange. She did not know, at this moment, in addition to the Supply and Marketing Agency Director Lee, there is a leader of the Education Bureau is also asking about this matter. Under the night, with oil lamps everywhere, Xia Shuaihong was a little uneasy in her heart. Outside the courtyard door was knocked, she was startled. Wang Jilan was a little strange, but Xia Shuaihong refused to say anything, so it was not good for her as a mother-in-law to ask more questions. I'll go open the door. Xia Shuaihong said and came to open the door. It was a colleague from the Education Bureau, and Xia Shuaihong worriedly asked, Xiaoqi, what are you here for? Xiaoqi anxiously said to Xia Shuaihong, Sister Xia, you said that Sui didn't have a background, so I casually changed the score. Now the Lu Bureau of the Education Bureau is asking about this matter. Sister Xia, you have to help me out. If I'm expelled from the Education Bureau, I won't have any other work at home. Xia Shuaihong's face changed. Bureau Lu asked about this? If no one was checking, how could Bureau Lu ask about this? How long has this been going on? Could it be Auntie Shujiao? Xia Shuaihong remembered the teenager who had sent Xiao Shujun to her house before. She also realized that it was only because someone had checked today that the original teenager was Su He. Thinking of this, Xia Shuaihong panicked a little. Xiaoqi looked at her like this, and immediately was also anxious. Sister Xia, you have to help me. I'm doing everything you said. Xia Shuaihong's face changed. Did you not take the money? Xiaoqi inwardly slandered. The bit I took, it's not even a fraction of what you have, right? But on the surface, Xiaoqi naturally didn't dare to say so. She smiled and said to Xia Shuaihong, I naturally don't mean this. I'm just saying, Sister Xia, before your mother-in-law retired, but the Provincial Education Bureau, as long as she says something, this is not a matter of. Xia Shuaihong naturally knew that his mother-in-law was the Provincial Education Bureau. She said a sentence, then how many sentences he said are useful? But my mother-in-law is not dead-eyed, refused to take advantage of the public family. If not, why would she stay in this countryside education bureau? On the surface, Xia Shuaihong to Xiaoqi appeased his sentence. I know, you don't worry, it's okay. Back I let my family that and my mother-in-law to say, this thing, what is it? Xiaoqi was pacified, and also felt that this matter was nothing to Sister Xia. Sister Xia's parents-in-law are from the old generation, and although her mother-in-law has retired, her father-in-law is still in office. Moreover, in this domestic society, even if they are retired, their faces are still there, and it's a matter of saying something. That's fine, Sister Xia, I'm counting on you. I don't even know who I'm counting on myself. Why is it so evil? Chapter 115, To Pay the Grain Money. It was already late when Su Zhaohua returned. Everyone had already gone to bed and rested, so he only heard some noises coming from outside. Because he was worried that it was cattle rustlers, or coming to the house to steal something else, even though there was nothing to steal in this house. So he still got up and prepared to go out to take a look. Is it Zhaohua? Yi Chuanqiu asked. Su Zhaohua answered in a muffled voice, yes. Then, the sound of him entering the house was heard. Su He was a bit strange, feeling that the old Su family must have some kind of conspiracy going on. It was just a pity that he didn't know what the old Su family was trying to do yet. But when he thought that Su Zhaohua had no money on him at all, whatever the old Su family was plotting, it was useless. Su He was not good enough to listen to the corner. He didn't think much about it. Instead, he was thinking that he would have to get that roller's threshing machine tomorrow. That way, the village would be able to save a lot of time and could get more grain. As he remembered, at this time of the year in the country, there shouldn't be that kind of mega area disaster, and anyway, he didn't see much of that kind of disaster that killed a lot of people. This time, there shouldn't be any major problems either. But there were certainly difficulties on a smaller scale. And then there was that Ram chief he met today, who said he wanted to find himself to talk about economic matters. Does this mean that there are leaders in the province who are willing to try an open stance? They are also willing to try to develop the economy? Forward-looking leaders must have heard something different from the third plenary session of the 11th Central Committee. Although there were some who would be more stubborn, this was something that would certainly not be repeated. If this was an opportunity, Su He was willing to seize it. The first people to get rich were those who dared to seize the opportunity. As long as there was support from this Chief Ram, even if there were some things that some people wanted to do to him. At least safety is not a problem. As long as he gets the meaning of the Ram Chief, then he is doing business by decree. Thinking this way, Su He slowly fell into a deep sleep. Waking up early the next morning, everyone was ready to go out to work. This weather was hot, and getting up in the morning was a bit cooler. Su Rong and Su Yuqing yawned, and despite 100,000 reluctance, they were still pulled out. Yi Chuanqiu looked like he was really planning to properly cure these two people. It was just that the time was a bit late and the difficulty was a bit great. But as long as one is willing to do it, there is still a chance of salvation. Incidentally, there was no way for third sister Su Rue to be lazy. Sui took on the task of making breakfast, and in fact, it was the task of cooking pumpkin porridge, or winter melon porridge. Pumpkin and winter melon were highly productive, or else it was sweet potato porridge. Anyway, these were the ones. There definitely wasn't that much rice to add these to fill up the stomach. Even though the flavor is not good. It's naturally delicious when you eat it a few times every now and then. But eat it every day, day after day, you will know the flavor. Sui cooked the congee and came directly to Grandpa 8's house. Grandpa 8. Sui greeted, and Grandpa 8 had already started working. Grandpa 8 nodded. Come over and pull the bellows with me. Your great-grandpa had people send firewood over. You'll watch later. If the fire is small, you'll add more firewood in. Then, the iron-making thing, leave it to me. Sui was a mechanical engineer, but regarding iron-making, although he also knew how to do it, but this kind of old-fashioned iron-making equipment, he really hadn't gotten it yet. In the back, Sui and the others all took the parts directly from the factory under the order. Rarely did they come to get the parts themselves. After working all morning, Grandpa 8 also built out a few iron coils. This thing, in fact, doesn't need to be very smooth or anything. Anyway, as long as it's so-so, it mainly relies on speed to thresh. People said, a stone flying at high speed can smash the airplane through, relying on speed. Set a few up. 8 Grandpa looked at it. Okay. Your 9th uncle this point is still reliable, just a little lazy. The 8th grandfather said, this roller is the 9th uncle made overnight. In order not to affect this side of the work, the 9th uncle also gritted his teeth and made it overnight. After that, Grandpa 8 asked Sui to go home to eat first. After eating, we will work hard in the morning to get the rest done. Sui nodded, and after going home, he made the porridge. He didn't make it too thin, he still had to work. If he didn't eat enough, how could he have the strength? People say that people in this era who go to the fields have to eat 1 or 2 pounds of rice. Although slightly exaggerated, but not too much. Dry is strength work, do not eat full. How to go to the field? Sui also fried a hollow cabbage stalk, which was the best dish to put down the porridge. When Su Zhaohua and others came back to eat, one by one, they all had a bad expression. Su Rong, a few is tired. These few people, every day is delicious and lazy, cannot be tired? On the contrary, Su Zhaohua, this situation is a bit strange. So he found a chance to ask Ichuanxiu. Ichuanxiu thought about it, or secretly said, your grandparents said they want your father to give grain money. This is customary in the countryside. When the old man gets old, the son naturally shares the grain money. This is to give the old man old age, but Su Zhenqing and Geng Meixiang are in good health, both can go down to the ground to pick water and manure, at this time start to ask for grain money, a little too much. Yichuanxiu's face was a bit sad. Your grandfather and grandmother want $20. After a pause, he added, every month. Sui sucked in a breath of cool air, although he had sold some things and had several $1,000s in his hand. But at this time, $20 a month, you can buy 30 pounds of meat. You can share a pound a day. They think they're made of gold, don't they? This lion's share, mom and dad's salary combined, are only $21. Su Zhaohua $9, Yichuanxiu $12. This was the intention to leave only $1 a month for the Su family and take the rest. Sui hurriedly asked, Dad didn't agree, right? If this kind of condition can be agreed, then divorce before it's too late and live separately. Yichuanxiu shook his head. Your dad is a little hesitant, he hasn't agreed yet. Sui whispered to Yichuanxiu, this thing, absolutely cannot be agreed. Your father that way, I'm afraid that your grandparents also said something, may want to give a few months first. Then drop it down later. If you give it at first, you won't be able to bring it down later. This thing, once it's a done deal, there's no way to do anything about it afterward. But that side is urging urgently, and said that they're going to call the clan elders to go and meet together this evening to finalize this matter. Chapter 116 Roller Cereal Beater comes out. Sui came to Yichuanxiu's ear and spoke for a while. Yichuanxiu said, will this work? Sui said, if you do what I say, it will work. Besides, I'll follow along at night to finalize this matter. At that time, whatever I say, you just agree. I will definitely do a good job on this matter. On the old Su family's side, there had to be a conclusion. Even though Sui also knew that a complete break was impossible, the old Su family side would definitely not be willing. With good flesh and blood to suck, how could those people give up? Even if they found someone to beat them up a few times, this matter could not be broken. If Sui thought that this matter could be solved by getting someone to beat him up, then he was really simple-minded and stupid. In front of money, how could the old Su family give up so much? When I came out to eat, I saw Su Zhaohua's face was not good, Sui was also lazy. This father also do not know if it is good to change or not to reform. He inherited the feelings of his predecessor, and there is no way to abandon this family. Even if he was favored, the predecessor still couldn't let go of this family. Sui inherited his predecessor's feelings and naturally inherited these. After eating, Su Rong was forced to wash the dishes, and it was impossible not to do so. Yichuanxiu said, if you don't do anything, don't work, turn around and don't go to school, just work at home. Otherwise, just like Su-hee, earn your own money to go to school. Su Zhaohua would like to help talk, this is his little cotton coat. Unfortunately, Su Zhaohua has no money in hand. Su Zhaohua spoke. Yichuanxiu said, you find your father to get money and living expenses, reading I do not care. This work is not done, you let your father to do it for you. Su Zhaohua is also a 10 fingers do not touch the spring water, he only cared to do outside work, homework, that is, sweeping the floor, the oil bottle fell, that is not with a hand. Su Xiaohua is a good hand at farming, and Su Xiaohua is the one who does all the work outside the house. After that, Su Rong had no choice but to find a way to finish these things. She starved a few times, and Yi Chuanqiu held back and let her starve. Su Rong then couldn't go on starving, her heart was full of complaints, but things still had to be done. Su Mei sometimes advised her, in our village, Lala village, which village girl is not more bitter than us? You've had it too good for the last 10 years or so, but you have to think about it, Siko he is the eldest son in the family. Su Rong wanted to say, what's wrong with being the eldest? She was going to be a city dweller. But when she thought of Jiang Xingzhou who had left, Su Rong felt that her dream was a bit dim. After that, Su Rong still made up her mind that she must go into the city. In this life, she should not be a country bumpkin anymore. After that, she still has to work, but she can't do it without work, she can't get any money without work points. Su family because Su Xiaohua and Yi Chuanqiu have to go to work, originally work points are a little less. If they don't work, they won't even get the full amount of food. Sui came to Grandpa 8's house again, and together with Grandpa 8, they made all the wire circles. His strength had increased a little, and he was taught how to make iron. Sui laughed while beating iron. Grandpa 8, this craft, don't you want to pass it on to my Uncle Chen? Grandpa 8 waved his hand. I've already told you, this kid refuses to learn ironworking. Besides, at this point in time, there is no future in learning ironworking. There's nothing for you to beat. Sui said, isn't this roller thresher? Grandpa 8 added, even if you know how to do it, you'll just beat a few for the village, so there's no future. Sui added, didn't I say last time that the country will definitely follow an economy-oriented path in the future? And building this stuff for people, in the name of the village, can still make some money. These days it only says that private business is not allowed, it can be a village as a unit, it is still possible. For example, in Old River Village, there was a well drilling team that sometimes made some money by drilling wells for people. Grandpa 8 didn't say anything, but it looked like he was listening. In time for lunch, because Ninth Uncle came to help later, a roller thresher was assembled. Before such a big right and wrong, Ninth Uncle didn't continue to be lazy, but came over to help. It seemed that Uncle 9 was lazy, but he really had something to hide. It was just that Sui didn't know exactly what it was because of, and it was not good to say more. Grandpa 8 laughed, let's go, let's hurry up and push over and try. Although Sui wanted to say, I'll go back and cook first. But at this time, he didn't bring it up. People were all quite excited, so he couldn't pour cold water on them. From here, he passed by the 5 remaining youths in the village, who had no way to leave. Some of them have no money to buy tickets, some of them have no way to go back home, but also can only starve, so they have to stay first. One of the sword eyebrow starry eyes, although not as good as that Jiang Xingzhou, is a little white boy. But looking, also quite handsome. National character face, body is also clean, mainly good temperament. This person was called Wang Hang, so he remembered his name. Wang Hang nodded at him, and He returned a nod. A female youth, Xin Lan, asked, you saw that, what was that? Wang Hang shook his head, not too sure, but I think, it should be a threshing machine. Xin Lan said strangely, a threshing machine? How come it has a cover? And it looks quite a bit bigger too. Wang Hang didn't know either, whatever, let's just hurry up and work. This piece of land is for us, if we don't do a good job, we'll lose points. You don't want to not have enough to eat, do you? Xin Lan deflated. In the past, when they worked together, the youths could still be lazy. The village wouldn't be too concerned, but this year, I don't know who suggested it, but it was actually divided into sections. Those who can't do it well and have to ask others for help will have to deduct work points. Wang Hang didn't say anything, he thought it was fair. We all share about the same, the youth share a little less, and closer to the village, such a convenience. If you still want to say something, then they really have no face. But everyone is used to being lazy, and it's not good to say. Wang Hang couldn't say much and could only mind his own business. Over there, when the 8th grandpa brought people to bring the threshing machine over, the eldest grandpa came over, looked at the threshing machine, and said with some doubt, this is it? It can easily thresh? Sui laughed, if it works or not, we'll know if it's a mule or a horse when we take it out for a spin. Ninth Uncle laughed, so are you a mule or a horse? Sui said, go, 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 go. Hurry up and put on some motor oil, we'll know if we try it. Ninth Uncle smiled and went to put on the oil, and Big Grandpa had someone bring straw over, so he was ready to try it. Sui quickly urged, be careful, just reach down the straw, but don't reach down with your hands. The wire loops on that high-speed roller can easily beat the skin off your bones. The man was a bit worried and Uncle 9 scolded, what's there to be afraid of? Siko, he just wants you to be careful, I'll do it, really, gutless goon. Chapter 117 Good for Use, Impression of Wang Hang. Ninth Uncle took the straw and went up to demonstrate it himself, stepping on the pedal underneath, the roller began to roll at a rapid pace. Then, he lowered the straw downwards, and a rustling sound was heard, and then the grains started to come off continuously. Big Grandpa looked at the bucket behind the threshing machine, and it was obvious to these old crofters how much straw there probably was in a handful. Looks like that's about right. It basically didn't take much time, just 10 seconds or so, as ninth uncle repeatedly flipped the straw over. When ninth uncle took the straw out after 10 seconds or so, everyone realized that the grains on that straw were almost all gone. There were definitely still a little bit of leakage, but these leakage were much less than the previous kind of threshing machine. Big Grandpa let out a sigh of relief. It's still this thing that's good. But how much can you guys get out in a day? There were several thousand acres of land in this village. If the threshing machine was built slowly, it would really be a bit too late. Grandpa 8 said, I can get one out in half a day. But this roller, someone needs to specialize in it. Great Grandpa looked at the roller and said, this thing is simple, there are many people in the village who can make it. These wood materials, I remember that there are also quite a few in the village warehouse, take them out and make them all, it's fine. Grandpa 8 continued, there's another problem. There isn't much iron left. These are all the iron pots and stuff that my family used to break before. This was a bit difficult to do. Without iron, this thing really couldn't be built. Big Grandpa thought for a moment and said, turn around, I'll have each family bring you all the broken iron. It's useless to pile it up at home anyway, making this will save us a lot of work. When it was time to eat, Big Grandpa told everyone to go home for dinner. Sui hurried home, only to find that Yi Chuanqiu had brought Su Rong to stir-fry the vegetables. Put in the oil first. When it gets hot, you don't put in so much. There is only so much oil in the house. After eating one meal, there is no next meal. This is teaching cooking, but the flavor, so he can think of it. When it was time to eat, the flavor, it really snoozed people to death. Either too much salt was put in, or it was fried. How can people eat this? Yi Chuanqiu is also a little embarrassed, thinking about whether to wait a while, wait for the farm busy, and then come back to teach the children? I took a break at noon, but I have to continue in the afternoon. Sui searched in the house, except for a rotten iron bucket with a big hole, there is nothing else. You can't take the good iron over there. If you want to buy it at home, you need a ticket. These days, money can be borrowed, but tickets are really hard to come by. Other families don't have any extra. Sui carried the iron bucket over, and there were already quite a few people who had sent things over. At this point, Wang Hang had instead brought the Jiqing over and sent more. The other Jiqing have all gone back. These broken things, they can't be used anyway, so I sent them over. When the Jiqing came, more or less, they brought some things with them. Over the years, many of their things had rotted. There were basins, iron buckets, and of course, knives. Sui had a good impression of Wang Hang. At least the Jiqing were not all bad people. As a matter of fact, many of these youths came here with the desire to build a better country. Only some of them had to be decentralized. Most of them were forced by circumstances. Jiang Xingzhou was not one of them. Although Sui didn't know Jiang Xingzhou very well, he could see that, at heart, this person should be the kind of person who cheated women's feelings. This person can survive in Nanju village. The probability is that he cheated the feelings of his second sister Su Rong, in order to live well. Wang Hang seemed to want to say something, but in the end, he said nothing and left directly. While ninth uncle specialized in starting to make rollers, so he and eighth grandpa started to build the wire circle. To be honest, this thing wasn't hard to make, it was much easier than those knives and stuff. Moreover, with this thing, there was no need to necessarily require it to be well proportioned. Slightly disproportionate, it's fine. So one afternoon, actually let them rush out 2 sets over. The big box under the roller, this thing is also simple. Actually remodeled the old one slightly, it can also be used. Big Grandpa deployed 2 more people over to help, and the speed picked up. By evening, 2 more threshing machines were put into use. This greatly saved labor. Many people came to ask about using this new type of threshing machine. Because it saves labor. Big Grandpa was absolutely fair, and anyway, he divided the money according to the crowd. Because Sui invented this, the Su family got one in advance. Those who originally had some opinions about the Su family's laziness, now all put away their opinions. No way, a threshing machine really saves a lot of strength. However, Yi Chuanqiu still kept calling Su Rong and Su Yuqing down. I told you to cut the rice straw, but you guys always said that it's easy to hurt your hands and feet. Now, you guys go and carry the straw over to your father and Uncle Chen, this won't hurt you, right? Su Rong pouted, but Yi Chuanqiu didn't care, just let her go. At this moment, Yi Chuanqiu's attitude was correct, and the corner of Sui's mouth curled up. There was always a need for a good makeover, these two, before they would change. No, there was still a third sister. This person actually made people subconsciously forget again. But when it was done, Yi Chuanqiu remembered Su Rui. What are you frozen there for? Just now was not talking about you? Su Rui had no choice but to follow along and do it. She had originally followed her second sister to be lazy, and now that her second sister was doing something, how could she hide? Uncle Chen laughed, Miss Chuanqiu, there's no need. A girl. Su Rong looked over with anticipation, but Yi Chuanqiu waved her hand repeatedly, no way. This child was spoiled by me in the past. If he can't do anything in the future, how can he live? Moreover, if I can't balance the water, how can I teach my children in the future? The girls in other families also have to work. Our family doesn't treat girls harshly, but we can't treat them better than other siblings. This is not a family. Su Rong had no choice but to pout her lips, thinking in her heart, when she took the college entrance exam and went to college, she would be a city dweller in the future and never come back. There is still 1 year left, not long. Su Rong had to comfort herself this way. Su Yucheng's heart is also extremely reluctant, but there is no way. It's useless to starve, what else can you do? He is no longer mom and dad's precious son, it's all because of Siko He. The recent changes in the family were all brought about by Siko He. Sui didn't know a thing about what these two were thinking, and wouldn't care if he did. If college was that easy, there wouldn't be so many people failing the exams. As for the baby son, after seeing a lot of people suffering, he should know better. Sui didn't use it to collect rice anyway, but it wasn't much easier at all to make iron by the fire than it was to collect grain. The fire was burning brightly, and the sweat was pouring down. Chapter 118, My Mother's Dowry, You've all used it up, right? In the evening, just after dinner, the third uncle came to shout. Su Zhaohua and Yi Chuanqiu came out, and Sui also followed. Su Zhaohua said, Siko He, what are you going for? You're a kid, stay home. Previously, mom and second brother came back to talk about how much more powerful this child was now, and although Su Jiahua didn't believe it, he couldn't let Siko He get involved in this matter. $20 a month, he can also share a lot. Su He rolled his eyes, if you guys want money, you have to have me over. I'm in charge of the family's money, and my mom has talked to the forest farm about my dad's salary, so I'll send it directly to my mom. Anyone else who goes to ask for it won't give it. Su Zhaohua looked at Yi Chuanqiu with wide eyes, but Yi Chuanqiu nodded. The family's money, it was originally under my control. It's also unnecessary for you to go and claim it, I'll go and claim it directly. Other people have claimed it, I am going to make a scene. Anyway, I won't admit it, and if the accountant of the forest farm gives the money to someone else, he'll still have to send me a copy of it then. Well, the accountant of the forest farm was from Nanju village, so naturally he wouldn't give it to someone else. Su Zhaohua had nothing more to say, and Su Jiahua didn't know what to say either. Anyway, Su Jiahua knew that if he went, he would definitely not be able to ask for money. Su Zhaohua invited the clan elders today, so he sees he wouldn't dare to do anything. In this day and age, there aren't really any clans anymore. But in a village, there is always a group. In some tricky matters, they will also invite some senior people to do justice. This is the so-called clan elders. Sui also followed on the boat. It was Su Lin of Nanju village who ferried him. This person would ferry on the river all the time when he was salty. He also wanted to fish and catch some fish to go back for meat. After crossing the river, Su Jiahua didn't give money at all, so he gave 10 cents, counting his boat money. A dime is not a small amount. Sui said, I will give my family, the third uncle's boat money, you ask him for it. Su Jiahua turned around and scolded, we are all family, why don't you give if you have money? Sui asked back, when you have money to eat meat, how come you don't give me as a nephew some? Su Jiahua was about to curse, but when he thought that he would have to pay for it later, he shut his mouth again. Waiting for these people to leave, Su Lin scolded, in the future, Zhen Shang's family, don't want to sit in my boat. All the way to the old Su family, several clan elders had already arrived. Sui sneered, these few people, sitting there eating snacks and drinking tea, didn't want to do something good. When Gung Meixiang saw Su He, she was furious. However, today's business is important, so she couldn't say anything more. That clan elder came out and said, today this matter, we should not have come. Sui coldly laughed, shouldn't come, not also come? Sui did not give face, this clan old face is not good, Su Zhenxing scolded, where is your little place to talk? Sui asked back, I am the little one, then you and my milk who gave birth to my father, are you the old one? This word, self-damage 800, but also kill the enemy 1000. Whether or not the damage is done, naturally, it depends on the enemy's loss. Sui does not care about this at all, but Su Zhaohua cares about it, thinking that he is going to slap Sui. But Sui dodged the slap and coldly looked at Su Zhaohua. Just now when Su Zhenxing spoke, why didn't you stop it? Yi Chuanqiu pulled Su Zhaohua to prevent him from hitting people. When Gung Meixiang saw this, she knew that this he sees he could not be beaten today. Besides, it's still business that matters. Sui said, if you have anything, just hurry up and say it. There aren't many reasonable people in Old River Village anyway. That clan elder's face was ugly, we are not reasonable, what did you invite us here for? Sui said, it's not me who invited you guys, back then, when my parents were divided up, they didn't even take their dowry with them, they just brought a few broken bulls, all of which were half broken. I guess, it was you guys who were the witnesses? The moment these words came out, the faces of several clan elders were all bad. If this were to spread, who would dare to marry in Old River Village in the future? The clan elder glared at Su Zhenxing, that was how it was back then, they didn't know beforehand. At that time, Su Zhaohua himself was willing, so they didn't say much. But today, when Sui mentioned it, they couldn't pretend it didn't happen. If this matter was spread out, the few of them who were clan elders would be poked in the backbone. Those who knew, naturally knew that it was the problem of the two Gushang families. But they were also guilty of sitting on their hands. Gung Meixiang drank too, what's the point of talking about so many stale things? What we are talking about today is the money for retirement. Don't gabble, you're a hairy kid, don't talk. Sui spread out both hands. Does milk mean that none of us should contribute money and it's fine if my dad takes care of you guys? Mom and I, and my sister and brother and sister, all have nothing to do with you guys, right? Gung Meixiang was naturally unwilling to do so. These could be her own money-making machines, how could they be less? Sui said, in that case, I'm going to contribute money. Naturally, I have to express my opinion. I haven't even eaten a single grain of rice from the old Su family. Why should I give money for my old age? Gung Meixiang said, we worked hard to bring your father up and gave him education, a daughter-in-law, and Sui asked, didn't my dad earn his own money to study and marry his own daughter-in-law? My grandpa's family didn't even ask for a bride price and brought a dowry. Now it's all been used up by Milkyu, right? Why don't you leave some for my sister-in-law? Did you give it all to my second and third uncles? Little Aunt Suchin was sitting next to her. Originally it was not a matter of concern. Anyway, after this matter was accomplished today, she could definitely get a share. As a result, when it came to her sister-in-law's dowry, Suchin asked, Mom, did you really give it all to my second and third brothers? You said before that the gold ring was left for me. Sui curled his mouth, knowing that this little ant was a breakthrough. Simple-minded, and exclusive, and refusing to take a loss. As long as this comment was drawn to her, it would definitely have to be exposed. Sui glanced at the several clan elders. This is it? Several clan elders were holding their hands to cover their faces. There was no place to put this face. Swallowing their daughter-in-law's dowry, it was impossible to say where they had gone. If they didn't admit it before, there was still something to say. This self-family members to recognize. How can this be said? Yi Chuanxiu on the contrary is a little happy, thinks Sui gave her a trick, certainly work. I said to get the dowry back, we'll definitely get it back. Su Xiaohua wanted to speak. Yi Chuanxiu whispered, if you do not care about our family today, we will divorce, you alone back to the old Su family to serve them. I'll bring a few children to live by myself. Su Xiaohua stumbled and could not believe that this was what his wife had said. But he looked at Yi Chuanxiu and realized that Yi Chuanxiu was very serious, not at all like she was lying to hoodwink him. He was terrified. He had been able to be so filial before, all because his wife had been very supportive. To ask him to divorce, he is definitely not willing. Yi Chuanxiu said, don't forget that your job is what my father helped you find. It wasn't you yourself or the old Su family that found it for you. Chapter 119, it's good to break it off earlier. Su Xiaohua opened his mouth, but thinking of the consequences if he divorced, he was unwilling. But looking at his old mother talking over there, Su Xiaohua also felt that even if this matter is not possible, he can't completely reject it. Gung Meixiang is not afraid of any bad reputation in the village. Anyway, she feels that the two sons are already married. As for the youngest daughter, she is famously beautiful, and is still afraid that no one will marry her. This point of fame and so on, also all to other families. But several clan elders, especially the village chief, that can't be disregarded. Gung Meixiang spilled the beans and had to ask Sui's family to give money for old age, and locked up for $20. This is a dream. The wages of city workers are not even this much. Although Sui is thinking of using money to end this side, but also not let Gung Meixiang ask for a lot of money. This amount of money, Sui is not in the eyes, but also did not give the old Su family for nothing. Finally, the village chief asked, Mr. Chuanxiu, what do you say? This matter, speaking out, it's still you guys who are not in charge. You don't need to say anything else, the old man you always have to support, your family is a son. These days, the old man is the son's support. Sui asked rhetorically, then the son can still inherit property. What will my family inherit? What will my family inherit? Anyway, grandma and grandpa live with second uncle, otherwise, let's move to second uncle's house. Bull. Gung Meixiang ran up from the ground, her mouth, cursing. The village chief glared, if you keep this up, we'll go back. Your family's matter, you solve it yourself. He also saw that Sui did not refuse to give the money, because he felt that he had given too much. This matter, there was still a way to solve it. If it was not resolved well, the reputation of Old River Village would really be lost. The village chief drank Gung Meixiang, and turned back to Yi Chuanxiu. Teacher Chuanxiu, you are also a teacher, how can this old man not be unsupported, right? He bit the bullet on this point. Yi Chuanxiu really can't do anything. If you don't support the elderly, you will be poked and prodded. At that time, even if Gung Meixiang's reputation is poor, but the people who favor them, there must be many. Yi Chuanxiu was a bit embarrassed and glanced at Su He, who nodded. Yi Chuanxiu then said, it's not that things can't be done, but $20 is too much. Our two families' monthly salary is only $21. If we give 20 yuan, will we still eat? We ourselves have fewer work credits, and when we distribute food, we get less. If this side of Old River Village must insist on starving my entire family to death, I'll have to fight my way out without a reputation. The village chief nodded, this is a reasonable thing to say. Even if you want to retire the old people, there's no such thing as driving the children to extinction. Then you say, how much can your family give? Yi Chuanxiu glanced at Sui again, seeing Sui nodding. Yi Chuanxiu then said, we'll give up to $10. $10 is not a bad deal, but Gung Meixiang did not agree at all and made a big fuss. Sui spoke out and said, $12 then. It can't be more. My mom's 1 month's salary is all here. The village chief asked a few more questions, and it was settled. Sui added, since my family has offered $12, then no matter what happens to grandma and grandpa's health in the future, my family will not care. I will only wait for 100 years, my family together to pay for the burial. Other times, my family will not care a penny more. No matter if you are sick or injured. This, too, is to be written into the contract. Gung Meixian was going to make a fuss again, and the village chief was also a bit embarrassed. Sui only said, go to Bisui City and ask whose family can pay $12 a month for old age. The city doesn't even have one, let alone Lala village. You pull out all the people in your old river village and ask them, but where there is one, my family doesn't talk. The village chief glanced at Sui, you're also a person from old river village, and you'll be going back to your ancestral graves in the future. Want to use this to take the pinch? Sui glanced at the village chief, since I was born, I was in my grandmother's bed, I haven't eaten a single grain of rice from old river village. My household registration is also in Nanju village. Besides, that's all feudal superstition. In the future, if I die, I'll just be cremated. There's no need to talk about ancestral graves, I don't care. You don't care, but Su Zhaohua cares. Only after persuasion did Sui say, then add $3 more and consider it a buyout. $15 a month, even in Yanjing City, I'm afraid it's not that high, right? If you don't know, you'd think old Su's family is a landlord, $15 a month, enough to enjoy. When these words came out, the village chief changed color a bit. Those years had just passed, and the words landlord and old man made people change color. Gung Meixiang still didn't agree, so the village chief said, if you don't agree, we'll leave immediately. This little thing in your family, the whole village followed the disgrace. And your family, every time you take someone else's Su Lin's boat, you never pay. How can your family be ashamed of that? Gung Meixiang had nothing to be embarrassed about, but if the village chief really didn't care, this was a really bad thing. The village chief asked a few more questions before Gung Meixiang reluctantly agreed. Sui also demanded, this matter, the deed, master and grandmother should be signed and sealed. And the second and third uncles, as well as the second and third aunts and sisters, all have to sign. In the future, they must not come back to Nanju village to find my family. My family will bring the money over at regular intervals. Su Zhencheng almost didn't hold back, the idea he had was to get Gung Meixiang to sign. If something really happened, he'd just go out on a limb and say he didn't sign, he didn't promise. But now, this kid, actually so old-fashioned, directly blocked this excuse. The village chief said with difficulty, this wouldn't be necessary, right? Sui sneered, I don't believe a single person from Old River Village. I won't give money without it being written in black and white. Also, the several clan elders, they all signed the words as well. If the old Su family doesn't keep their word in the future, I will come to the several clan elders. The several clan elders were also in a big headspace, but with this matter, all of them were already here, so they couldn't just leave. The deed was written and signed by both parties. Sui asked Su Zhaohua to sign, you are the head of the family, you sign. Su Zhaohua does not sign, in the future, so he is not good at talking. Su Zhaohua glared at Sui, at this point, I am the head of the family? But the second and third aunts were not at home, so he took the indenture and looked at it, saying, when, sign the second and third aunts and bring it over. I will pay again. Missing a signature, I am not even recognizing it. When the three of them left, Su Haiwa poo-pooted in the back. Su Zhaohua walked back in a muffled voice, feeling humiliated and not ashamed to see his parents again. Yi Chuanqiu asked, why did you just agree? I thought you wouldn't give a penny. Sui sighed, in the end, it's Dad's parents, although I don't have any feelings for them, there are always feelings on Dad's side. Even with this amount of money, it's good to buy off this relationship. I think that the old Su family will definitely still be very lively in the future, so it's better for us to break it off earlier. Chapter 120 Catastrophe on the Contract, Weakness of the Technological Geeks. Su Zhaohua said that after hearing the first half of the sentence, his heart was still ironed out. But after hearing the second half of the sentence, Su Zhaohua wanted to ask, my old Su family, can it be good? But thinking about what Sui said, the second and third brothers indeed seem to have never grown up. Several sisters, too. He was in a somewhat depressed mood, and his footsteps accelerated by a few points. Sui looked at his back, although he wanted to say it was painful, but his mood really wasn't very painful either. Sui sneered twice and said to Yi Chuanqiu, moreover, I concluded that those few clan elders won't say anything about the contract. The old Su family, I guess they won't look at it carefully either. Yi Chuanqiu asked somewhat strangely, what's wrong with the contract? Aren't they all those clauses? If any of them were wrong, the old Su family would definitely not recognize it. Sui hemmed and hawed and smiled, all the other clauses are fine, in fact, I wrote it according to the ones I said before. But Mom, your dowry, you definitely won't get it back. Gung Meixiang definitely won't be willing to take it out, and I estimate that most of it has been sold off cheaply by Su Haiwa and Su Jiahua. So, I'll give you a discount of $150, tops 10 months worth of money. Yi Chuanqiu froze, she also said that Sui had said that she would get her dowry back today. As a result, in the end, this dowry seems to have no shadow of. Who knows, but it is waiting here. Before Ichiwancho reacted, Sui said in a low voice, moreover, I added that $400 of IOUs as well. That means. That is to say, we don't have to pay for 30 months? Ichiwancho picked up, her tone changing a bit. When dealing with her in-laws, when had she ever gotten the upper hand? It was true that it was still necessary to have a son to back her up, otherwise, they couldn't even stand on their feet. Sui hemmed and hawed and laughed. When more than 3 years have passed, by then, $15, it's nothing. Ichiwancho said doubtfully, after so many years have passed, $15 is still very expensive. After 3 years, $15 is nothing? Sui glanced at Ichiwancho and said, that old man is presiding over national affairs, and in the future, our country is definitely going to follow the path of economic leadership. In the future, there will definitely be more self-employed people. The wages of those in public office will definitely go up as well. Not counting for nothing certainly wouldn't, but $15 for the Su family 3 years later really shouldn't count for anything. Even if they didn't count Sui's money here, the Su family wouldn't be unable to get $15 after 3 years. Ichiwancho pondered for a while before saying quietly, that's why you bit the bullet. No matter how much it changes and how much the economy improves in the future, the monthly pension money is fixed at $15? Sui sneered, the old Su family thinks that $15 can buy dozens of pounds of meat nowadays. At what point will these $15 be so valuable? I just want them to be smart but not smart. A little smart is not considered smart. Saying this, Sui closed his mouth. Because already to the river, Su Zhaohua over there waiting impatient, quickly get on the boat, inking what? We still have to go down to the ground tomorrow. He deflated and didn't say anything. Su Zhaohua's heart is definitely unhappy, but he also does not think, if you give $20 a month, how will the Su family survive? When they reached the shore, Sui still gave a dime to Su Lin. Su Lin then hemmed and hawed and laughed, the old Su family has a grandson like you, it's simply smoke from the ancestral tomb. That old Su family, a nest of black-hearted people. Speaking at the back, Sui coughed a few times, and only then did Su Lin remember that this old Su family still had a Su Zhaohua here. Alright, I'm going back. Next time you want to use a boat, talk to me again. Old Su family, I'll just hold the boat for you. In the future, if the rest of the old Su family wants to ride in my boat, that's just a dream. Saying that, Su Lin propped up the boat and left. Su Zhaohua's face was ugly, but he didn't say anything false. The old Su family first did something to apologize to others before Su Lin could say that, no? Su Zhaohua also reflected, old Su family do people really so fail? Actually even a village people, all say that the old Su family are black-hearted. There is also the village chief they, in fact, do not want to care about the old Su family. Back home, Ichiwancho lit an oil lamp and shined it on everyone to watch their feet, then each went back to rest. Su Yucheng had long since slept like a pig these 2 days, although he did not have a lot of activity, it was obvious that he had also suffered. It was still that the previous life was too favorable, and now Ichiwancho woke up with a start and wanted to reform them. This is not, it shows? He closed his eyes, also thinking about his recent gains and losses. As a reborn person, he had done poorly. This had to do with the fact that he wasn't too mature himself. Sui had always been an academician, and wasn't very good at favors and whatnot. Even when he graduated in the workplace, because he was a skilled laborer and didn't have any ambitions, so he didn't engage in that workplace stuff either. Anyway, Sui has always been quite simple. Although he also liked to read novels and watch TV dramas, he was still not very good at those conspiracy theories and whatnot. This might be one of the weaknesses of technical geeks. Vaguely, Sui heard a little conversation between Su Zhaohua and Ichiwancho. Vaguely, it was not too clear to hear. Su Zhaohua, what you said before, is it true? If I don't follow what you guys said, do you really plan to divorce me? Ichiwancho froze for a moment before saying, actually, it was just that. Su Zhaohua was relieved, but Ichiwancho added, but when I think about it, if you don't care about our family, you don't care about several children. You only know the old Su family and only know foolish filial piety. I think that divorce is not a long time away. Su Zhaohua was silent. Ichiwancho added, we have 6 children, we have to pay for their education, if possible, I hope they can all go to university. If you focus on the old Su family, how will they go to college? Also, my parents have already taken care of our family, if they have to solve problems for us in the future. My siblings will complain. In the future, my brothers will also complain. You can't let me and my brothers fall out, can you? My parents, they are also old, in the future, they still need me and my brothers to retire. If we fall out, what will my parents do? Su Zhaohua thought for the first time that the original in-laws also needed to retire. He had always forgotten that his parents-in-law would also grow old. The old Su family, what a heavy burden. But if you want to unload it, it's not that easy. The next morning, Sui got up early in the morning and just came out. He heard a shocking news. A dozen cows over in Rulin village were poisoned to death. Because it was only separated by a river, not far away, the 2 villages also intermarried. Such a big thing could not be hidden at all, and quickly spread over. Sui didn't know why, but the first thing that came to mind was those few Baywatchers. He had forgotten to look at which surveillance videos, the Ram Chief's side. In the end, did he catch the heads of those people? This thing, it's really one thing rushing one thing. Send a single chapter, you can look at it first. According to my own salty character, I probably don't like posting a single chapter too much. However, the Loach greatly cared about me, has always given me advice. Or first of all, I want to thank the Loach greatly. In addition, about the book, I originally wanted to write to be integrated into the family, write a sense of hierarchy, but it seems to be an overestimation of their own level of strength. Well, did not expect. In fact, we read the basic psychology of the novel. After the plot, although the second sister this persona certainly still want to stick to the end, but for the protagonist will not have any impact. After that, try to go all easy and pleasant style, just write about the daily life, write about the development of the big time. Chapter 121 Familiar Candy Paper. Sui made an excuse and came out of the house. First went to get some food for Black Star, and Blackie ran over. Sui got him 2 pieces of meat to eat. Anyway, no one saw it, there was no need to eat so poorly when you can make Black Star and Blackie eat well. After that, Sui found a remote place and dashed into the carry-on warehouse. I remember, it was put here. Finding the memory card from the bed, Sui went to the study to find a computer to play the video of this time. The long, meaningless images were all directly skipped by Sui. Then, a voice came. Big brother, what else do we have to wait here for? A bearded man walked in, and Sui remembered him, having seen it before. But that bearded man, I'm afraid it was a prop to hide his real appearance. There's still a bit more to wait. Our weapons haven't arrived yet. Damn, this mainland is too tightly regulated, it's so hard to get some explosives. Sui was startled. Explosives? What are they going to do? Then, Sui heard the bearded man say, but before that, we have to do something, lest the inland soldiers chase us too closely. After thinking for a while, he said, there's a village nearby, go get some medicine and go down to the water. A meaningless discussion followed. Sui was startled, he forgot to read this yesterday, otherwise he could have prevented it. But there were many villages in this neighborhood, so who knew which village these Bayou people were talking about? Nanju village was also on this side, and it was back by the back of the mountain, so it was good for hiding people. In case it was hidden in this neighborhood, it wasn't impossible. The more he thought about it, the more Sui felt that this back mountain was good for hiding people. Not to mention the mountain pass, but even in this forest, it's good to hide someone. The light at night is not too bright, and this person doesn't know what he is doing in the reeds. Why does he come here every night? What does he want to do? To say, burn this reed field, burn? Sui knew that once that reed swamp was set on fire, it would indeed cause a great commotion. At that time, putting out the fire was not an easy task. In case it spread to the village, it would be even more troublesome. Nanju village would be fine, but what about Rulin village? He thought that this Rulin village was the village that the gang of Baywatchers had said they were messing with yesterday. Coming out of the carry-on warehouse, he had only turned the corner when he collided with a person. Ouch! The visitor raised his head and saw Sui, and said in surprise, Sikohi, what are you doing here? It was Gudong, and by the sound of his voice, Sui knew it. Sui said, nothing, just walking blindly. By the way, I'm going to 8th Grandpa's place, what about you? Gudong said, I'm bored, I'm going to my grandmother's house to look around. Right. Gudong dug in his pocket and handed Sui 2 milk candies. I've been eating your stuff all the time, today you'll eat some of my milk candies too. Sui cried and laughed and took it, and wanted to say, actually, I don't love candy. But after receiving the candy, Sui just froze. Where did you get this candy? Gudong said strangely, my uncle brought it, what's wrong? Sui shook his head, nothing, you go. I'm going to 8th Grandpa's house. These days, it's all about pumping iron and grabbing time. When Gudong left, Sui spread out his palm and saw the 2 candies. A familiar feeling, wasn't this the bags of candy he took to Lu Jianrun? This kind of packaging, so clearly printed, other than the ones he took out from his carry-on warehouse, all the others were much worse. This was high-class candy, in this day and age. For some reason, Sui was reminded of that bald guy who looked scary, but actually loved candy. Gudong's uncle, it can't be LV Jianrun, right? That's right, both surnamed LV, the same surname as Gudong's mom, it's still too likely to be an uncle. Sui said, but after thinking about it, he felt that it wasn't right, Gudong wouldn't be looking for his help, right? Then this world, it's really small. Gudong's father was a member of the family, but Gudong's grandmother's family were all very good to Gudong's father. Gudong's mom gave birth to Gudong, and Gudong's grandmother's family didn't ask for Gudong to have a surname with her grandparents' family, but rather with Gudong's dad. Well, Gudong's mom, then, had the surname Lu. It's a bit strange. Sui didn't think much about it. Anyway, things have already happened. If you really want to ask, just ask when you see Gudong later. When he arrived at Grandpa 8's house, Grandpa 8 had already started. The people from Nanju village all brought over the scrap iron. It looks like enough for 7 or 8 grain beaters. After a busy day, Sui and the others finished building 3 threshing machines. This was already a very fast speed. Big Grandpa told them to let someone go over to say a word for each one they built, and then immediately transported it over and put it into use immediately. Soo-hee crossed the river again in the evening. In broad daylight, those Bay people really didn't dare to come over. Soo-hee replaced the memory card again, hid, watched yesterday's video. Actually couldn't see it too clearly because the light was too dim. The dialogue, however, could still be heard some. What happened in Rulin Village was really their doing. The reason for doing this is to make both the military and the police throw in the towel. Because they didn't catch them, they have to worry about them using poison to harm people. On the Rulin Village side, it was also a coincidence. If that water hadn't been taken to the cowshed and mixed with rice bran for the cows to eat, then it was definitely the people of Rulin Village who were killed. Soo-hee was furious, and he felt that it was necessary for him to help Chief Rams and the others to catch these people out. However, since they had all tracked here, how come Head Ram and the others didn't come here at night to squat the people? Soo-hee was a bit strange. After all, he only knew this little thing. What happened in other places, Soo-hee was not clear about. He didn't know that there were more than one batch of people coming to the bay, and before that, the Ram Chief and the others were lured by those people. From the conversation, Soo-hee knew the target of these people, which seemed to be a power plant on the outskirts of Bisui City, as well as a military factory. To these people, Soo-hee really disliked them. He quietly came out and used his night vision to observe. Surprisingly, he didn't find anyone, so he raised his head and looked at the sky, which was still bright and not completely dark. These people probably didn't dare to come at this time, or they wouldn't come in the future? Soo-hee knew from their conversation that they were waiting for a batch of explosives. When the explosives arrived, they would start moving. Soo-hee didn't know when this batch of explosives would come, but Soo-hee knew that the time was definitely urgent. Fortunately, the country had strict control over these things, otherwise, these people could easily get these things and would have come out to make things happen. Soo-hee went back home and told Ji Chuanxio that he was going to Ninth Uncle's place and might not even come back at night. He decided, tonight, to squat, to see those people in the end to come or not. He did not dare to get too close. Blackie followed by Black Star. One ox, one dog and one person, hiding in a forest a few hundred meters away, waiting for the time to pass. Chapter 122, Telling the News. The reason why he brought Black Star and Blackie with him was because their combat strength was not bad. Although Soo-hee had a carry-on warehouse, he didn't dare to guarantee that he was a match for that many people. In case he encountered them and had to fight hard, so he didn't dare to guarantee that he would be able to retreat in one piece. Blackie's sense of smell was great, so he could be on guard at all times. And Black Star's power was great, and the bull's horn could stab someone to death. Well, it was better not to kill anyone, after all, it was a harmonious society. Blackie, don't make a sound. If someone is there, you scratch and tell me. Blackie whimpered a few times in a very humane manner and fell silent. But from time to time, it opened its mouth and spat out its tongue, which was cooling off. This weather, it was too hot. Black Star, you pay attention too. It's best to knock people out and not stab them through. Not knowing if he could hear or not, Soo-hee also had to say a few words like this. But Soo-hee kept watch for half the night, no one came over. Soo-hee had no choice but to go back at this late hour. Soo-hee then had no choice but to put both Black Star and Black Z into the carry-on storage, and rested in the bedroom for the night. The next morning, Soo-hee went to Rulin Village, and the people in the village were obviously quite annoyed. But the work that needed to be done still needed to be done. Soo-hee found the old village chief and raised the matter of borrowing a telephone. I'll call Bureau he in the city, and I'll pay for it. Only after a good deal of persuasion did the old village chief agree to call Soo-hee, but he also asked for $1. Calling at this time would not have been cheap. After making the call, he smoothly contacted Bureau he. Soo-hee just said a few words, the old village chief is here, he did not dare to say a lot of things. Hang up the phone, gave the old village chief $1. Soo-hee hurried back to the village, and went to find the 8 Grandpa Iron to go. But half a morning, he Bureau drove a car and brought the ram head over. Soo-hee is a little strange, why still find over? He Bureau spread his hands, your words are not clear, I must not come over to find you? Soo-hee was helpless, I can't help it. The old village chief of Rulin Village has been staring at me, so how dare I say more about this kind of thing? Since the people were here, Soo-hee said it all. The night before last, I waited by that river for half the night before I overheard them talking. They seem to be waiting for a batch of explosives. They also have a group of people who specialize in getting explosives. It will meet at Autumn Water Lane in Bisui City. I didn't hear the exact location clearly, but they seem to be saying that they're going to blow up the power station as well as the military factory. Chief Gong Yang looked at Soo-hee with serious eyes, you didn't lie? Soo-hee spread his hands, what would I lie about? I stayed by the river for half the night, not daring to move a muscle in order to help you spy on the news. On my body, I was bitten by mosquitoes all over. Bureau he hastily snorted, anyway, the news provided by Soo-hee was already very clear. It was all confirmed that they had arrived at Autumn Water Lane, if they still couldn't lock down the target, it would be a dereliction of duty on their part. Before Chief Gong Yang left, he asked Suhi, "What do you think if the country wants to develop its economy? What is it going to do?" "Of course it's to open up the self-employed," Suhi said without hesitation. Then he felt as if he had lost his words. This kind of words could not be said casually. "Individual households?" Chief Gong Yang repeated, looked deeply at Suhi, then turned to leave. "Bureau," he pointed at Suhi, who spat out his tongue and didn't care. When Bureau he also left, Suhi regained his composure. He just purposely said it, to be able to say it in front of one of the leaders of Province J. It might be able to promote the development of Province J as well. As for a conviction, this was not so much. Chief Gong Yang was not that kind of person, although Suhi didn't know much about human feelings, but looking at Chief Gong Yang, he knew that this person was the kind that was bent on serving the country. After waiting for the people to leave, Suhi returned to Grandpa 8's house and continued to make iron. Grandpa 8 even asked, "What's the origin?" Suhi shrugged his shoulders, "I don't know, but it must be a chief." Suhi really didn't know the specific identity of this Ram chief, but this person's identity was definitely not low. As for why he would personally come down, it was estimated that this group of Baywatchers were not coming from a good place, and they were not small. This time, it should have a great impact, so Chief Rams had personally come to sit in on it. Let's hope the information I gave is useful. This was the intelligence that Suhi himself had summarized from those blurry videos. It was probably because those people didn't expect that there would be people spying on them, so they spoke a bit casually. But Suhi definitely couldn't hand over those videos, not to mention that there was no machine in the country that could play them right now, I'm afraid. He also had no way to explain it could only be excused as something he overheard. As for whether Chief Rams and the others could catch someone afterward, Suhi had no way. This kind of thing, he had already done his best. As for the result, he had no way to influence it. After that, Suhi was at ease in his home, making iron. In the evening, Suhi went to change the memory card again. Before that group of people were caught, Suhi decided that it was better to go and change it every day. In case there was still any news, it would also be good to remind Bureau he and the others in time. In the next few days, one after another, there were threshing machines built. Big Grandpa and they didn't know where they got some iron blocks, so he and the others built a total of 15 threshing machines, which was basically enough. On the contrary, cutting rice was more tiring, but threshing was a lot easier. For this, Great Grandpa gave Suhi a credit. "When we send the grain back, I'll give you an extra 20 pounds. Although Suhi did not lack this amount of grain, he still happily agreed. Plus, he could get full credits for his work, so he could also get a little more grain when the time came. After harvesting the grain, it was time to start planting the late rice again. Although it was destined to be a drought, and the yield would be reduced. But not planting anything at all will definitely not work either. More or less can be harvested, it is all grain. Suhi didn't go to plant rice, but followed the youths and planted potatoes over here. Lan was still complaining a bit. "Is it too late to plant potatoes at this time?" Wang Hang glanced at Lan without any good humor. "Just be content. Isn't planting potatoes better than planting rice in the field? And there are no leeches, no need to go down to the paddy fields." Lan smiled sardonically. "That's also true." Wang Hang asked Suhi again, "This day looks like it is indeed going to be a drought. What else can the village do besides replanting potatoes?" Suhi didn't say much, he only said, "Go up to the mountains and hunt some wildlife, get some wild fruits and vegetables or something to store. There are still fish and snails in the river, so it's always good to save a little more." Wang Hang was non-committal and came to Sui's side before saying in a very small voice, "Have you ever thought of taking the wildlife and wild fruits and vegetables from the mountains to the city to exchange for some food?" Suhi didn't know what Wang Hang was thinking and didn't respond. Wang Hang added, "I can go with you. You don't have to worry about me suing for blackmail." Chapter 123 Grain. Suhi glanced at Wang Hang and didn't answer immediately. How could this kind of thing be said in front of them? Not being a relative, Suhi did not have a good impression of the Jiqing yet. Even though this Wang Hang seemed to have a good character, before Su Rong and Jiang Xingzhou almost cooked rice, it was also Wang Hang who intervened to stop it. However, he did not dare to say anything about this kind of speculation when he knew the face of a person. Wang Hang saw that Suhi didn't immediately refuse, and in his heart, he also had an idea. How could people agree in the first place? That, all 5 of us can go with you. And, we also have to live here, there's no reason to betray you, isn't it? Even if they went to report it, it would be useless. At most they would just verbally praise them. Would they even give them money? After that, they still had to live in Nanju village. This was not a good thing to do. Suhi nodded non-committally and said, then looked back. Didn't agree, didn't refuse, in fact, this was already a promise. When he returned home, Yi Chuanqiu just happened to send someone out. Great uncle, you're here? That's right, this person was none other than Great Uncle. Great Uncle Yi Jiwen was Grandpa's second child. Well, it was said that the oldest, that is, before Yi Chuanqiu, also had a child, but it fell into the thatched pit and died prematurely. The hut in the countryside is like this, a few boards on the ground and the pit separated. If you want to go to the toilet, you have to open the boards. It is said that that is the real Great Uncle, fell into the pit and died. Yi Jiwen nodded his head, patted Sui's shoulder and said, "Grow up." With a headless sentence, Yi Jiwen didn't continue and turned back to Yi Chuanxiu. "Big sister, don't worry. In this matter, all of us brothers are definitely helping you. If the old Su family comes, you called Yuching Siko to come and shout at me, and the second brother will return in a few days, so we siblings, in our own village, can we still be bullied by the old Su family?" As he was talking, Su Zhaohua came back with the flat stretcher, just in time to hear this sentence, is also embarrassed. Big uncle went back, Yi Chuanxiu went back to cook. This topic did not continue, but in the afternoon, Su Zhaohua couldn't wait to bring a deed over. Sui took it and looked at it. It really had the signatures of the second and third aunts and the youngest aunts, but how to look at it, it looked as if it was traced. Sui said, "Third uncle, this can't be you tracing it, right?" Su Jiao's face turned red, so he drank. "Bull, this is what your second and third aunts wrote." Sui didn't care and said, "Good, then I'll take it. Anyway, when the time comes, even if the second and third aunts and youngest aunts don't recognize it, anyway, this one, it's the one you guys recognize. Big deal, I'll look for the village chief." Su Jiahua pressed to ignore Suhi. That debtor wanted it urgently, and if he didn't give it, he was going to hit people. Stretching out his hand, Su Jiahua said, "Then give the money." Suhi asked strangely, "Give what money?" Su Jiahua was immediately anxious. "Didn't you say, if we sign, we'll give money?" He was still expecting to take the money and be able to deduct some to go out and buy some good food for himself. Sui opened the deed and pointed to the treaty at the bottom and said, "See for yourselves, my mom's dowry, deduct $150, plus the $400 my milk took from my house to sell the cows. That's $550 for 30 months. You want money, wait until after 30 months. That's not counting the money you've been coming in to borrow before you'll have to go backward to count those." Su Jiahua's eyes widened. How did he not see this clause? Well, he hadn't even looked closely, took the deed and left. Who knew there was this in the middle? He had the intention to refuse, but looking at Sui, who wasn't scared at all, and next to him was an arrogant earth dog Blackie, he didn't dare to blow up his prick. "In case this is bitten by the dog, it is not worth it. You wait, I'll let your milk come and ask you." Looking at Su Jiahua's back as he left, Sui laughed out loud and said, "Remember to call the old village chief to come along." When Su Jiahua returned home and told this matter, Su Zhenqing took the deed out and took a look at it. He just cursed, "Dare to engage in this small action with me. Just he cannot help this thing. The village several clan elders have already come." Su Zhenqing went to ask the old village head. The old village head also asked, "That Chuanqiu teacher's dowry, did you take it?" Su Zhenqing snapped. The old village chief asked again, "That $400, you also take it, right?" Su Zhenqing had nothing to say. The old village chief spread his hands and said, "That's not it? This matter, it was all agreed upon that day. The contract was also signed. I won't step in again. This matter, it's settled." Su Zhenqing still wanted to say more. The old village chief had already left without stopping his feet. Back at home, discussing it together, there was no good solution. Gu drank, "Go directly to the boss's house and ask for it. How dare he not give it?" Su Haiwa thought of the hellish Su He and didn't dare to go. After being beaten that day, Su Haiwa was a bit scared. Plus, he had signed that pledge that he wouldn't go to Nanju village again. It would be bad if he was caught again and sent to the police station. Su Haiwa didn't move, and Gu wouldn't charge. She cursed a few times and walked back. On this side, Su Haiwa saw that in the past few days, the Bay people didn't come to this side, and those soldiers didn't come either. Just in the evening, crossing the river to drop off the stuff. So he also didn't take those good rice in his own portable warehouse. Those rice are high-quality varieties, each grain is elongated and crystal clear, good-looking. The most important thing is, cook out, the strong fragrance, not these local brown rice can be compared. In total, they took out 100 pounds, and another 150 pounds of cornmeal, both coarse and fine grains took some, and set them in place. "Hey Z, you guard it, don't let anyone take it." Suhi went back to the village and looked for Big Grandpa. "What? You say that grain? That grain is on the other side of the river? You have too much guts." Big Grandpa hurriedly looked for his own son and together they propped up the boat and came over. From afar, he saw Blackie here, Suhi heatedly laughed. "I let Blackie guard, idle a big man cannot take away." Big Grandpa slapped in the back of Sui's head. "Long wanted to hit, has been this kid to hide away. Today finally hit, the mood is much more comfortable." Sui looked at Big Grandpa with an aggrieved face. "I help the village to work, but still want to be beaten?" Big Grandpa drank. "If you're not good at your job, how dare I let you do it? Don't you know to have someone guard the grain here before you come back to talk to me?" Suhi muttered, "People don't want to come out, otherwise, you'd be satisfied if it was shipped directly to our village, right?" Seeing that Big Grandpa was about to hit again, Sui quickly dodged a bit. Yi Jibwa smiled out. In the past, he was always beaten up by his old man, but today, it's quite interesting to see Isai's son being beaten up. Chapter 124, bringing Wang Heng to the city to sell things. "You see, Great-Grandpa, I'm still very organized. I had them put the grain in the reeds, it's very remote, and had Hazy guard it, so no one can take it," Sui said as he led the way. Great-Grandpa asked, "How much is there in total?" Sui said, because the fruits are not worth much, there are only 100 pounds of rice, and 150 pounds of cornmeal. In addition, I also wanted a few more pounds of millet, not much, not counted. Although the quantity was not much, but in the end, they still saw the grain. More than 200 pounds, although it didn't sound like much, but if you really wanted to eat it, a family would have to eat it for a few months. If one saved some to eat. Finally seeing the grain, Big Grandpa's heart was relieved. Letting Yi Jibwa carry the grain onto the boat, several people with a dog got on the boat. Big Grandpa was silent for a while and said, this thing still needs to be done. In this way, Hiseko, let's go back and see what we have in the village, and you go into the city to take a look. These things, we have to exchange them for grain. As long as there was a shortage of food elsewhere as well, then there was only a temporary death of a friend of the road. People are all selfish, before anyone else realizes it, it's better to save more grain and manage our own family first. Suhi nodded his head, and told the matter of those few intellectuals again. Big Grandpa considered for a moment and nodded, you can take them with you, these few knowledgeable youths are in the village, sooner or later they will know about this. Instead of ostracizing them from the outside, and then running to sue them, it's better to pull them along. At least they've been in the village for so many years. Sui then nodded, then turn around, I'll take them up to the mountains to get some wild strawberries or something, although it's not too valuable, but it's better than no money, isn't it? There are plenty of wild strawberries in the back of the mountain, red and pretty, more importantly, the taste is also sweet and sour, the flavor is very good. As long as they are not greedy, they can more or less be exchanged for some grain. No, Sui collected it and put it in the preservation warehouse, it's also something to sweeten the mouth. At least it can still give the little pumpkin a sweet mouth. When he arrived at the village, Big Grandpa took Uncle Jibwa and left. Sui took Blackie, thought about it, and still went to the Jibo side. Calling Wang Hang out, he said, let's replant the potatoes during the day, and then go to the mountains in the evening to get some wild fruits. There isn't much in the village that can be exchanged for food. Let's get some wild fruits, and see if we can hunt, get some rabbits, catch some loaches or something, and then go back to the city to see what's going on. Wang Hang knew that this was Sui's promise. In fact, he knew that the village also wanted to get some food things. But it was not a good thing to do. After saying this, Sui walked back, without evidence, even if Wang Hang went to sue, it was useless. Besides, he still has to live in the village in the future. Even so, Sui chose to avoid the other youths when he said this. As for what Wang Hang said to the other youths afterward, it wasn't Sui's concern. When he came back, everyone was outside to cool off. It wasn't completely dark yet, so everyone started to wash up, and it was almost time to go back to the house. This outside, there were quite a lot of mosquitoes. These days, Su Rong and Su Yuqing were driven to the fields by Yi Chuanxiu, and were considered to have suffered a great deal. Well, compared to other people naturally cannot be compared, but compared to their previous, that has been considered a transformation. Su Rong is so tired that her hands have red blisters, and sometimes, she can't help but shed tears. Su Zhaohua was very intolerant and wanted Su Rong to go back. Yi Chuanxiu would say, we don't have a few pounds of food at home, so if we go back, we won't go to school in the second half of the year, right? At this point, Su Zhaohua didn't know how to reply, but Su Rong refused. She vowed to go to the city and become a city dweller. How could this not be accomplished without studying? She couldn't help herself. She only thought, wait another month, then she can go back to the city to study. Starting the next day, Sui worked with the youths, replanting potatoes, and then going up the mountain to cut strawberries. In one day, they got several baskets of wild strawberries. They put them in a shady place and waited for the third day to go into the city to have a look. On the third day, all the other youths were at home replanting potatoes and waiting to pick wild strawberries in the afternoon. Since they had already started, there was no turning back. Big Grandpa had some more wild rabbits and the like prepared, so he took a basket and put it in, and covered it with clothes. He rode the Black Star and took Wang Hang and Xin Lan with him to the city. Xin Lan was a girl and always thought that she could also ride an ox. But Black Star did not cooperate, in fact, it was Suhi who was unwilling, Black Star naturally did not cooperate. Xin Lan looked at the bull's horns and was still quite scared, and did not dare to say much. It took more than 2 hours of walking, or because of the boat ride across the Yuan River in the beginning and took a shortcut. Going forward, Sui also thought that if he could catch a boat across and also get to the outskirts of the city, it would be much closer. But it wasn't that easy to row a boat against the current. But coming back was much easier. Wang Hang, do you know how to row a boat? Wang Hang froze and shook his head, I really don't know how. What? Sui said, if you know how to row a boat, let's forget about it and walk directly over. Otherwise, if you row a boat, you have to leave someone to watch the boat. This boat is also worth some money, if it is taken away, it is also troublesome. Wang Hang didn't say anything, but Xin Lan's eyes rolled. Although she was not the one who came out every time the youths came out, Wang Hang also had to bring people out differently. You have to let everyone in, so that you can drag everyone down and not go to sue. In fact, everyone dares not go to sue, this is to give themselves, but also to Nanju village an explanation, a guarantee just. Into the city, Sui took them to the residential buildings, but also to see those who want to buy things of the old lady, either with children's parents. Sui said, you see, the better dressed ones, the better the family situation, such a family, have the spare money to buy some snacks for their children. This stuff can't be sold at a price, but it can't be sold at a cabbage price either. That being said, cabbage was a bit more expensive than even this stuff. In these people's thoughts, this stuff was all from the mountains, for nothing, no capital. The three people separated and Sui quickly found someone. Sui had a good eye and was resourceful, and in no time, he sold the stuff. When she came back, Lan was still carrying a basket, not sold at all. This woman cannot open the mouth not to say, but also very afraid. Sui couldn't do anything about it. He couldn't take Lan to sell her things, could he? It is also dangerous to sell things. It is better to be separate, do not involve each other. Somewhat surprisingly, Wang Hang was a good hand at selling things, actually sold all the wild strawberries and brought back more than $1. A rabbit was sold, plus the money from the wild strawberries, it's all here. Sui took the money over. Wang Hang saw that Lan didn't sell it, so he took Lan out. Sui didn't care too much, most of the wild rabbits and such, he saved them, he didn't plan to sell them, it's good to keep them for himself. Chapter 125, meeting Lu Linlin again, gunshots at Xiaoshui Lane. Sui just wanted to go out for a spin again, no matter if he sells something or not, he always has to show a look. A small hand reached over from behind to tap his shoulder. Sui sensed someone sneak attack, immediately as a backhand grab, to use from the modern learning tackle. In fact, it was a kind of modern fighting maneuver, but an ouch, as well as a glimpse of the beautiful scenery in front of him, made Sui froze. This was actually a girl. He quickly released his hand, and the girl got up, staring at Sui with wide eyes, a good picture of a ghostly look. Really sorry. That, Lu Linlin? Sui snorted. The girl rolled her eyes and said, you just wanted to hit me? Sui was so embarrassed that he could only smile too, it really wasn't intentional. I just felt that someone was going to sneak attack me. Who is going to sneak attack you? Lu Linlin snapped, and Sui apologized, it's just that I felt that someone was going to come closer, and I wasn't afraid of being sneak attacked. So it's just a bit of a handful. Sui apologized again and again. Lu Linlin was still a little irritated. Sui hurriedly took a melon out from the basket on Black Star's back, actually from the carry-on storage, hurriedly. Then, how about this as my reparation? You see, I didn't do it on purpose either. Only then did Lu Linlin collect her annoyance, took the melon, saw that it had been washed, wiped it, and took a bite. This thing, there are really not many on the market, although it can't be sold at a high price, but if you want to find it, it's really hard to find. Lu Linlin added, this melon is okay, but you said last time to get me grain, you can't even find people. In fact, Lu Linlin knows where Sui people are. Last time Sui grandmother and little aunt found the hospital, Lu Linlin saw Sui in a big way. Sui touched his nose. This matter was not really easy to say. He had said this thing before, but he left in a hurry and forgot about it. He apologized repeatedly. After all, he was the one who didn't keep his words and gave the pigeon. After apologizing, Sui added, I brought some rice and cornmeal today. I'll get you 10 pounds. 10 pounds, already quite a lot. Lu Linlin, this strength, want to take it back, afraid that cannot take too much. Lu Linlin looked at the Black Star side, just a basket, there is this thing, she is very skeptical. Sui rushed over to the basket as a cover, got a small bag out, there are 5 pounds of rice, 5 pounds of cornmeal, all packed in a small bag. After thinking about it, Sui took another hair out and gave it to Lu Linlin together. So, I didn't lie to you, right? Sui handed over the things and added, here's another rabbit, I hunted it up the mountain, I'll give it to you too. Lu Linlin hesitated, but I didn't bring enough money today. Sui smiled, it's fine, next time when you think of it, you can give it again. Lu Linlin took it, not to mention, this thing is a bit heavy, although she can hold it, but it also looks a bit strenuous. Lu Linlin thought that later she should have no strength, but also to go to join her cousin, immediately said, then I will find you next time, and then give you the money. Don't worry, I will give money, and it's a little higher than the market price, you didn't even ask for food stamps here. Sui didn't care, the things were not much, and Lu Linlin didn't look like the kind of person who would renege on the bill. When Lu Linlin left, Sui just planned to go to the staff building to take a look, when he heard a burst of gunfire. Not long after, Wang Hang and Lan also came back, their faces were both in shock. Wang Hang asked, that was gunfire just now, wasn't it? There were militias in the village, but they basically didn't shoot guns or anything. None of them had ever shot a gun either, but the sound of gunfire was still something they had heard. There were also some clay guns and stuff in the village, and some villages even had clay cannons. Sui nodded, and then heard Lan say, I just heard someone say that it seems to be the direction of the Autumn Water Lane side. Autumn Water Lane? Sui froze, then immediately thought of the information he had gotten from the pinhole camera, that those Baywatchers had met at Autumn Water Lane. So, this is Chief Rams and the others fighting with these Baymen? I don't know if they caught anyone. When Wang Hang saw Sui's expression, he just looked puzzled and asked in a low voice, you know the situation? Sui slightly shook his head, not too clear, some guesses. But this kind of thing, let's not meddle in it. We've pretty much sold everything, let's go back first. Wang Hang said strangely, there was quite a lot of stuff just now, why is it gone? Saying this, he was about to open the clothes covered on the basket. Sui stopped him and said, just now I met a big family, I directly sold them all to him. Let's hurry up and leave before someone finds out. Although Wang Hang felt strange, he did not ask more questions. If he really sold it to a big tenant, in case the person brought someone over to look for it later, that would also be troublesome. The three hurriedly left and ran into another person around the corner. What's wrong with you guys, can you watch the road? The person drank too. Sui then realized that this was actually another acquaintance. It's old Hia, where are you coming from? Sui said. The man looked over, is stunned, but also quickly remembered Sui, mainly remembered Sui gave the egg pancake and meat. Yo, it's Sui. What are you guys? Sui hurriedly pulled He Lang to a remote place and told him about the drought. I didn't take some souvenirs into the city to see if I can sell some money and then change some food to give the village to get through the hard times. By the way, if your family has money and tickets, hurry up and save some food, don't be in a hurry and go hungry again. He Lang looked at the sky with some skepticism, nodded, and said, if you don't say it, I really didn't realize that it seems like it hasn't rained for a long time. I'll go back and talk to my parents. He Lang wasn't very old, so naturally he couldn't be the head of the household, and had to report back to his parents before he could do so. I can't, I still have to go find my sister, I can't continue with you. He Lang suddenly remembered something and said to Sui. Sui got a watermelon out and gave it to He Lang, take it back and eat it, homegrown. He Lang didn't push back, took it and left. Sui met up with Wang Hang and Xin Lan and left in a hurry. On the way, Xin Lan even asked curiously, Sikohi, what was that just now? Xin Lan could tell that He Lang was from a good family, so he didn't know what this was playing at. Sui said, a buddy. Suddenly, Sui remembered, this He Lang said that his family is from the Public Security Bureau, so he wouldn't have any relationship with the He Bureau, right? It is not good to ask more questions, and there is no place to ask, so he also suppressed this question, and Wang Hang two people back to rush. Over there, He Lang held a watermelon and ran to the meeting place. Lu Linlin then ran over and pinched He Lang's ear. Where did you run off to? You said you would wait here, but you actually made me wait here for so long. Ouch, ouch, sis, I brought you a watermelon, hurry up and let go. Chapter 126, Woe from Heaven. After some fighting, the two of them went home. Dr. Chio happened to be staying at home today and saw the two go out and bring something back. Dr. Chio was just wondering, Linlin, where did you guys get this from? Don't tell me He Lang didn't take it from somewhere? He Lang's head shrank. He wasn't afraid of his father, but he was afraid of his mother. Other families have strict fathers and loving mothers, but the He family has a strict mother and loving father. Well, the father is not really kind, every time with the mother to engage in doubles. He Lang, this is also deep water. Lu Linlin saw Dr. Chio choosing vegetables, so she rushed over to help, while also saying that watermelon is a gift from a friend of the prodigal son. This rice of mine, didn't I say before that I met a friend who said he could help me get some rice? Dr. Chio lovingly glanced at Lu Linlin, you child, come to Great Aunt's house, don't think so much. Lu Linlin, however, said, Great Aunt, this can't be done, your food is also rationed. Besides, in a few days, I'll be able to enter the cultural workers troupe, and by then, I'll also have organizational ties, so I won't have to eat up all the food from Great Aunt's house. He Lang nodded, that's right. Dr. Chio slapped He Lang on the back of his head, sending He Lang stumbling. He Lang said bitterly, don't they all say that men are favored over women? How come I don't have any status at all in this family? Am I still alive? Dr. Chio scolded in a bad mood, you're no good, if you don't want to live, get out. He Lang hurriedly came over and pulled Dr. Chio and shouted, Mom, my good mother. Dr. Chio only felt goosebumps coming out, and Lu Linlin covered her mouth and laughed. This cousin has been teasing since he was a child, she likes this cousin very much, well, he still doesn't steal the adult's love from himself. Dr. Chio drank, why don't you go and soak the watermelon, when your dad comes back, kill it and eat it. He Lang deflated, but also got up and went to do something. On this side, Sui returned home, he saw from afar, there was someone standing in front of the house. Sui was also strange, and said to Wang Hang, you guys go back first. Tomorrow we will go to the city to take a look. I don't know what's going on my side of the house, I need to hurry back and take a look. Wang Hang didn't have an opinion and just nodded, you go. Shout if something happens. As for the money matter, naturally Suhi would talk to the village chief, this matter, the Jiqing should not get involved. When Suhi and Black Star and Blackie arrived at the door of the house, they saw an acquaintance. Or rather, not an acquaintance, but one who had met. What's going on today? This one by one. Suhi walked over and asked, Mom, what are they doing here? Suhi didn't ask those people directly, one of them was the man who was in the hospital in the same ward as Su Zhaohua. The other ones, Suhi hadn't seen before. Before Yi Chuanqiu could say anything, that man came closer and smiled, Sikohi, right, we've met before, don't you remember? Suhi took a few steps back, distanced himself from the man and asked, who are you? The man froze, his face flashed with embarrassment, and laughed again. My dad and your dad were in the same ward to see a doctor before your dad had been infected and his fever was high. Didn't I see what medicine you fed your dad, and didn't your dad's fever go down this time? I didn't, you're looking at it wrong. Sui took a step back and pressed on. At the same time, Sui looked at Yi Chuanxiu, who shook his head slightly, indicating that he did not say anything. Only then did Sui feel relieved. This kind of thing, how could he admit it? Even if Dr. Chiu came over, he would not admit it. The next 9 streams and whatnot, although it had already passed. But more is better than less. Sui is not a saintly mother, and will not take everyone's grief. The man had no choice but to look at the few strangers. These strangers were well dressed, and it looked like they knew that they were all public officials. One of the men wore glasses and looked very civilized. He said, I'm from the municipality. My son was playing at the construction site when he was scratched by a rusty nail. He also has a high fever, and there's no cure for the infection. I heard that. Before he finished his words, Sui interrupted him. My dad was cured by an 4 drip in the hospital. Where do we have any good medicine? If we did, we would have already exchanged it for something useful. If you look at my family's situation, it's no exaggeration to say that we have no one to live with. The house was still built with the help of the village. The man from before said, I clearly saw it. Sui said, I just gave my dad some honey to sweeten the bitter taste of medicine. If you don't believe me, you can ask my 11th grandfather. I took the honey from him and mixed it with a bit of red dates, purely to sweeten the mouth. If you want to be cured, you still need to see a doctor. Well said, Sui just wouldn't admit it. The man with glasses had no choice but to leave with the people. But looking at his expression, Sui knew that this matter was not over yet. After waiting for the people to leave, Yi Chuanxiu said with some worry, what did you use before? Luckily, Sui had been reading his medical scriptures for a while recently, and it did have a record of a pill on it, and looking at the efficacy, it seemed like it was an anti-inflammatory. Sui said, just the prescription written in that medical book in Grandpa's study, I just drummed it up. At that time, Dr. Chiu couldn't do anything about it, so wasn't I just beating a dead horse? A cold snort came, Sui turned around and saw Su Zhaohua standing at the back, apparently having heard this last sentence. Anyone who was treated as a dead horse would also be unhappy. Sui awkwardly touched his nose. Fortunately, Su Zhaohua didn't say anything and directly entered the door. Yi Chuanxiu said worriedly, the few people who came today seem to be big officials in the city. I don't think they'll take it kindly, in case you take this medicine wrong. Sui comforted, Mom, don't worry. I'm sure I won't just give this stuff. If this thing is given and eaten well, then there are also bad things about it. In the future, in case this person has friends and relatives who have something to do, they will still have to come to the door. If it was eaten badly, that would be big trouble. At that time, offended people, not to the death of the whole? At that time, they wouldn't feel that they came to ask for medicine, but would blame Sui for giving something useless. Either Sui gave a fake, or Sui didn't try his best. Anyway, it was just a thankless endeavor. Sui let Black Star go back to the cowshed by himself, and he got some food for the 2 animal companions. Sui then went out to come, the money earned from selling things today, but also to give the big grandpa report. In his heart, Sui was still worried. If this medicine is not given, it is also easy to go wrong. If something happens to the person shall not be blamed on my head? He had a bit of a headache, really a person sitting at home, the trouble comes from the sky. For a moment, there was nothing he could do, so he had to put things down first. It's nothing more than soldiers coming to block water to cover the earth. Fortunately, some days ago, I met the head of the ram, more or less can be involved, otherwise it's even more troublesome. Chapter 127, Woe is me, he Bureau's embarrassment. When I arrived at Great-Grandpa's house, Great-Grandma was sitting in the yard, napping her shoe soles. The women were mostly at home tanning grains and things like that, so they could do something of their own in their spare time. Because all the women in the village wore cloth shoes, if they didn't have soles underneath, they would be a bit uncomfortable. The soles were made of newspaper and other paper, then wrapped in cloth and sewn up with thread. In the countryside, it is a matter of honor for the girl whose family has good soles and fine stitches. Of course, these cloths, most of them were the family's worn-out clothes, dismantled and made. Great-Grandma, I'm here to find Great-Grandpa. Sui entered and said to Great-Grandma. Great-Grandma nodded, your Great-Grandpa is in the team, you wait, he should also be back for dinner. He went out early in the morning, worked for a while, and rushed back for lunch. Fortunately, there was a boat by the river, otherwise, there was no way for them to come back so quickly. Sui was all thinking that if he had the time, he really should suggest that Great-Grandpa and the others build a bridge. But building a bridge wasn't that easy, especially in the river. Tai's heart moved. It's just right to take advantage of the drought. When the river water dries up a bit, it's the right time to organize to build a bridge. Just build it on this side of the Yuan River, and forget about the old side of the river. The old riverside is not a problem, lest it be convenient for the old Su family to come over. Now the old Su family want to cross the river, there is a river block. If there is a bridge, I am afraid that the old Su family 3 days to come. A paper contract cannot stop the old Su family, that is, Sui in order to reduce some gossip to have this. Not long after, the big grandfather back, so he will be their experience to the city, roughly said once. Of course, he definitely didn't say anything about the things he put into the carry-on storage. This is $19.87, it's all here. Sui took the money out and handed it to great-grandpa. Great-grandpa only took $15, the rest is for the wild strawberries that you guys went and got yourselves, so I won't take it. I'll just take the money from the village for those wild rabbits. By the way, over in the city, can you still sell these for some food? Sui nodded, it's possible. The city has at least 50 to 60,000 people, this stuff of ours can't even make a wave in the past. After speaking for a while, Sui added, by the way, before, Bureau he and a head of the province led people to arrest people in the neighborhood. Today, Wang Hang and I were in the city and they even heard gunshots. Big Grandpa, you give the big guys a word, if you go out, you must be careful. Great Grandpa froze for a moment, then nodded, I know. When Sui returned, everyone was ready to eat. The family's rice was still pumpkin rice or winter melon rice, there wasn't enough food, so they could only make do with this. Su Rong deflated her mouth, disliking it and stuck her chopsticks into the bowl. Although Su Yuqing also disliked it, but this kid has recently started to grow, this meal is not too much. Sui's premonition came quickly, he felt bad when he saw those people at noon. This afternoon, someone came to his door to arrest him. What did I do that you want to arrest me? He asked. Su Rong actually had a little smile at the corner of his mouth, so he simply felt that he had blurred his eyes. The man was wearing a police uniform and said impatiently to Su-hee, what's with this cow? How can a private person own a cow? Su-hee said, this cow is a previous cow that was dying, I bought it and later gave birth to a calf. What? The state still says that I can't buy a dying calf? Cows were a very important means of production, and at this time, they were the property of the production team. Su-hee knew in his heart that this must be the person sent by the middle-aged man who came to the house in the morning to ask for medicine. It was the one wearing glasses, looking very dignified. This person, but will use the power in his hands. Yi Chuanqiu also came out to help speak. Su Xiaohua is not very good at speaking, but also stood over there, blocking that person, not allowing him to take Sui. Pushing and pulling, a voice came from outside, what are you doing? The man heard the voice, turned around and saw Bureau He, and immediately said, Bureau He? I'm listening to the municipal chief Jiang report that there are people here who are privately. He Bureau is sniffing a frown, but also did not have a good mood to the man said, this cow I heard, is when about to die of disease. The village wants to dispose of it, Hiseko himself paid to buy it, and painstakingly took care of the cow for a few months. But the man had more to say. He Bureau just said impatiently, besides, even if this is a privately owned cow, what does it have to do with our police department? What are you doing here? What right do you have to arrest someone? This is the way things are, do not say it, the general public simply do not know where this matter belongs to the management. Police officers, the hand is still a little power. But in the face of He Bureau, this person would not dare to say anything more. Afterwards, also slipped away. In the distance, the person wearing glasses, still with people standing outside, not much hidden. It looked like he wanted to wait for the side to become deadlocked, then he would come out and say something nice, or maybe he wanted Sui to bow his head as soon as his kingly spirit came out? For this person, Sui more and more not to see, heart is also determined, how can not give him medicine? If you don't give it to him, you will bring trouble to yourself. Moreover, this person most likely won't remember favors. In such a situation, why would Sui bother to do such a thing? That police officer slipped away, so he didn't care, this kind of small person, there was no need for him to pull. It's not like he had the right to punish people. However, if he encountered a time that was in season, a small revenge would be fine. Right, Bureau He, what are you? Sui asked in a hurry, not even realizing that Su Rong actually took advantage of this moment and went out the door. Bureau He said, it's like this, didn't you tell me in Chief Ramson Intelligence earlier? We verified it and found the traces of that group of people, and this morning, we discovered their actions and also decisively moved out. Sui nodded, I heard the gunshots, what, your operation didn't go well? If it went well, Bureau He probably wouldn't have come over, right? He Bureau was a little embarrassed and rubbed his nose, most of it still went well, just a little mistake. In Sui's derisive look, He Bureau said, it's just that one person got away, I came over to remind you to be careful. Unsure, Sui asked, what does this have to do with me? Don't tell me that your people, again, told people that this information was from me. He Bureau waved his hands repeatedly, no. This kind of thing, it's just a handful of people like me and Chief Rams who know about it, no one has leaked it. Sui asked, then what do you want me to be careful about? It's not like they know that I'm the one who said it, besides, if they want to retaliate, they won't come to me, right? Only then did Bureau He say awkwardly, that, the one who ran away happened to meet the car escorting Brother Biao to the execution ground on the way. Chapter 128, Discovering the End. Grass, a plant. Sui droned in a low voice, don't tell me that Brother Biao was saved by that person, and now the two are on the run. Bureau He touched his nose in embarrassment, looking at that look, so he knew that this is really a big deal. Just now there was a municipal Jiang section chief who had people come to his door to bully him. This is he Bureau said again, that Biao has escaped. The Bayou people also have an unshakable reason with themselves, this rebirth sense, the luck is also too bad. If it is not a carry-on warehouse on the body, Sui is going to think that he is the non-combatant. This luck is also too bad, right? He Bureau looked at Sui awkwardly, this matter is really his pot. At that time, when Sui analyzed it for him, he didn't keep it a secret and went back to talk to all the police officers in the bureau. Afterwards, these police officers were also big mouths, and were again heard by that Yi Sanhuan. This is the reason why Biao knew that Sui had the idea, the reason for everything, is on He Bureau. Now letting an ordinary person who had done him a favor and suffered these dangers, it was really hard to say. That, didn't I say before, to get you a reward? I fought for a $5 reward for you, and a small award certificate for bravery. Sui accepted the award, this thing to say how important it was, it really wasn't. But there were times when it was useful. Bureau, he added, you don't need to worry about the bureau side, and I'll help you with this cow thing. It will be fine back there. He Bureau said a few words, then turned around and left. There was no face to stay it had already inconvenienced others. This also saw the police officer using his power for personal gain here, where else would he have the face to stay? When I go back, I'm sure I'll have to treat these people, there is no law. Over there, Sui came back and felt that it was not a solution. If Biao is going to come back to take revenge on him, I am in the open and the enemy is in the dark, this is not a good situation. How does he know when Biao will come and from which direction? This is really, no defense off. Sui came out and said to Hey Z, these days, be more alert. If any strange outsiders come, be sure to inform me. Hey Z Hachi spat out his tongue and woofed twice at Sui, indicating that he knew. Only then did Sui feel slightly relieved. After thinking about it, he found something else and made a few traps around the courtyard. In this orientation, the family would definitely not go over, the defense was the beamer. If Brother Biao really comes over, there might even be a surprise. Su Rong came back from outside with a happy face. Sui does not know what the situation, this Su Rong, and what to make a mess of. Su Rong did not pay attention to Sui also lazy to take care of her. He also figured out that the eldest sister in the family is just a little boring, people are good. Although the third sister likes to take advantage of small advantages, but the person is not bad. Only the second sister is a love brain, he did not give her convenience, and arrested that Jiang Xingzhou, made Jiang Xingzhou had to run early. This makes Su Rong's heart hold a grudge. For Su Rong, Sui no longer treats her as a sister, anyway, he himself is not a pure Sui, he is crossing over. The emotions of his predecessor, Sui, are also slowly fading. A few others, the ones who are good to themselves, then naturally they are relatives. The ones who were not good to themselves, such as Su Rong, were just as good as a stranger. These days, Sui didn't even talk to Su Rong. No matter how Su Rong was doing, he was too lazy to care. But this afternoon, Su Rong was always sneaky. It didn't end until she was dragged out by Yi Chuanqiu to plant rice. Sui still went to the field to help replant potatoes in somewhat large quantities, also to prevent the consequences of a real reduction in grain production. Halfway through the afternoon, when Sui went back, he found Su Rong coming out of his and Su Yuqing's room with a bit of confusion and anger on her face. What are you doing in my room? He questioned. He always felt that things were not simple, but Su Rong snorted coldly, I went to look for Su Yuqing's things, what's it to you? Sui entered the door, there were not many of his things inside anyway. Sui's things, all received in the carry-on warehouse, Su Rong wanna find, also cannot find. Su Rong was a little anxious, she promised people, but she couldn't find the things, what can be done? Sui did not bother Su Rong, this person how to make trouble just let her go well, when something happened, is not their own suffering. Early the next morning, Su He and Wang Hang, as well as another youth, took a boat across the river to the city. After crossing the river and passing by the reeds, Blackie barked. Sui did not know what happened to the black sun, but called a few sentences, the black sun just refused to go, but also to the reeds constantly roar, Sui carefully looking, just as a gust of wind blew, lifted the reeds, Sui found a little trace. In the reeds, Sui seemed to see something strange. You guys go first, I'll take a leak. He made an excuse to stay behind and entered the reeds. Turning over the reeds, something he had vaguely seen before was revealed. This? It was actually gasoline as well as some other flammable materials, who got this? Sui almost immediately thought of the bayman who had run away, as well as Brother Biao. There are not many things here, and hidden, just now, if not for the wind blowing through, vaguely revealing a little something, and Sui happened to see it and became suspicious, and came over to check, it is really not certain that he could find it. The other party wants to burn the fire, cause panic, or want to really burn down the village? The stuff wasn't too much, if they wanted to burn the village, they were afraid that it wouldn't be enough. I'm afraid that this is also the reason why the other party didn't do it directly, but if they waited any longer, I'm afraid that the other party collected more things, and the other party would definitely act. What Sui didn't expect was that the other party dared to come back here. The more dangerous the place, the safer it is? It can't be that thought, right? In front, the youth said, "That's Siko. He wouldn't have hidden anything in the reeds, right? I think he's a bit abnormal." Wang Hang also found it a bit strange, but he didn't say anything more and shook his head. "Don't mind your own business, Siko. He has his own rules. It's not good for us to meddle in anything else here." That youth nodded and didn't say much. Sui soon caught up with him, and he put everything away. "Can't be afraid of spooking the snakes. This stuff is placed here, in case that person starts to go crazy and burns the reeds. Together with this gasoline and flammables, it will easily spread, if it burns to the hills again. This neighborhood is all hilly, and the grass and trees on the hills are all dry from the heat and become easily ignited. Once it burned, this was no small matter." Catching up with Wang Hang, Sui said, "Today, you two go to the city. Wang Hang, you have experience, take him along. If it's not good, come back directly. I have something to do, I can't go today." Wang Hang thought about it, but still picked up a backpack and took the man to the city. Sui thought about it and hurried to Rulin village, looking for the old village chief to borrow a phone to use. Chapter 129, You come to be the first self-employed person. After making the call, Sui hurried back to the reeds. Putting things back again, these things are the evidence, he can't take it away. Otherwise, there was no way to show that person and Biao had come here. This thing is not easy to get, and there is no private car at this time. Even if there is, it is a public car for private use. Not long after, he bureau drove a car over. "I can see, is driving fast, I do not know speeding. Well, this place, there is no speed test." He bureau came down from the car, the other side, there is also a person got off, and then gave open the back seat again. The Ram chief also came, followed by some more people. He bureau and Chief Rams looked at Suhi and came over. He bureau asked, "How did you find this?" He looked at these East XZs still hidden. "It's fine, who would see it?" Suhi said, "Isn't this going to be a drought soon? We got some stuff from the mountains and wanted to go to the city to exchange some food for food. When the wind blew, Blackie kept screaming here. I just came over to check it out and saw it." With Suhi's words, Blackie started woofing. Chief Ram sighed, "This is really a humane dog, no worse than those military dogs." Suhi said, "Blackie is even better than those military dogs." Blackie had recently become more and more humane, and he didn't know if it was because of the good food. Head Ram nodded and had people go around to scout around. Suhi was glad that before, because he thought that this group of people had been caught. When Suhi came here to put away the food, he collected the pinhole cameras by the way. Otherwise, if he was found by this group of plainclothes, it would be another insoluble problem. After saying a few more words, Chief Gong Yang said to Suhi, "My brother and I discussed this matter, it can't be made bigger at first. It's the same as the advice you gave before, let's start with a pilot program." Suhi secretly said, "Isn't this the same thing as what that old man is going to do?" What was different was that what that old man was doing was a national pilot finding a city. What Chief Gong Yang is going to do is, I'm afraid, find a small city in J province. However, this Ram family is also really powerful, both brothers are in high positions. Although it's not Yanjing, but this is also considered a feudal official, right? Sui also did not think too much. Who knows, the Ram head said, "My brother will discuss with the other heads of the province, this first individual, how about you to be?" Sui was a little surprised, looking at the Ram chief, all a little disbelieving. "What? Not willing?" The Ram chief laughed, "I heard you talk eloquently, and thought you were willing. Isn't this what you thought?" Sui suppressed the shock in his heart and said to Chief Gong Yang, "Willing is willing, it's just that I'm not old enough for this. Still underage." Chief Gong Yang laughed, "This is not a matter, anyway, you should be 16 years old. We are also considered adults." At this time, people were all considered adults at 16. Even though the law stipulates 18 years old. In the countryside it was even more common to be a child's father at the age of 18. Sui said frankly, "Anyway, you dare to give, I dare to take. That is, if the policy is a little repeated, or someone wants to take this to say things. You and that big head Ram can give me the decision." What big head Ram? Is the older brother who was a bit older, so he added a big word? The Ram chief was a bit amused and pointed at Sui, saying, "Alright, my brother and I will back you up." As a matter of fact, Head Ram was also a soldier under that one back then, and had always been in contact with that head. He still remembered that when he called that old head and told what he saw and heard here, that old man was very shocked. Afterwards, that old head had said that it would be over here first, so that they could experiment with it first. If it is feasible, then it can be taken out and discussed in the state fifth house, not a typo, to prevent political involvement, to prevent harmony. What policy is going to come out from above, also need data to speak. If it performed well, the pressure on the old head could also be reduced quite a bit. This was the reason why the Ram chief was willing to give Sui backing. Sui laughed with a big grin and said, "That's good. In fact, I've long wanted to move, I'm just a little afraid of this policy. I look at that newspaper, it's almost like I'm looking forward to it. That old head of this, and next year, there will definitely be action. I am thinking." Said here, he closed his mouth. Because of the receipt of good news, actually gave the leakage of the trap. The Ram chief froze, but pointed to Sui, and didn't say anything more. Inwardly though, the Ram chief was also a little shaken. The matter that old head would make a move, he had only vaguely guessed it the other day, when he spoke with the old head. This kid was actually able to guess it as well, and really deserved to be the smart person that the old chief had praised. How did he know that Suhi was the most ordinary person? Although mechanically, some talent. But this person, in fact, are from the latter part of the world to see things. To himself, there was no way to guess this yet. Suhi, who had always been in a technical position, actually didn't have much experience in hooking up, nor did he have those kingly auras. At this moment, there happened to be a plainclothes man who came over and reported, "These things, they are not ordinary things. That gasoline, it's not something that anyone can buy. Let's start investigating from this aspect, we should be able to find out more. Those other flammable things are not easy to get. Perhaps in later times, it was harder to trace this stuff. But in the present of a planned economy, the origins of these things were much better to find out." Head Ram left, and he Bureau still left a few people in the neighborhood. If you see the person who escaped, or if you see Biao, you can also deal with it in time. This place, the sky is dry, cannot catch fire. Even if there is a fire, it must be discovered and extinguished at the first time. Otherwise, with the current level of firefighting, it's really hard to say ah. Suhi was also a little worried. But to be honest, leaving a few people behind wasn't really of much use. When Suhi returned to the village, he went to find great-grandpa and told him what happened here. In short, it's only right for everyone to remain vigilant. In case those people come to the village, in case they burn a fire, then it will be really difficult. Great-grandpa also nodded his head gruffly, but this matter, it's fine for us to know about it in a small area. I'll have your ninth uncle bring a few people to keep a lookout during this period of time, but whenever you see any strangers coming to the village, pay attention. But don't spread it either, lest it cause panic. Suhi nodded, he also had to stay vigilant. This brother Biao is really lucky, he's about to be executed by firing squad, and this can still find a chance to be rescued? Don't be, this brother Biao is the protagonist, right? This protagonist's law of immortality, it's really troublesome. Chapter 130 I became self-employed, admission notice. Just so bold for 2 days, Suhi also went to the city with Wang Hang the next day, and did not see anything unusual on the road. He himself cannot dare to blatantly go to brother Biao, it is too scary. People like brother Biao really dare to kill people. When he came back this afternoon, Suhi wondered if he would go to Wanchi City to take a look when brother Biao was arrested. In the evening, Bureau he sent over a message plus a certificate. The message was, "Brother Biao and the one who escaped were caught, thanks to the information you provided." Suhi nodded and didn't ask anything more. The soldiers were still very reliable, with the information, it was naturally not difficult to find the place. Even Suhi guessed that it must have also pulled out the carrot and brought out the mud, arresting quite a few people. He Bureau also brought a gossip too, don't say, the Jiang section chief who made things difficult for you before, was also implicated in some way. That gasoline was provided by his family's driver. Suhi immediately just laughed, there was nothing that would make him happier than his own enemy being defeated. But Bureau he turned his words around and added, but don't be too happy, that section chief Jiang also has a backstage. Section chief Jiang's father-in-law is also powerful in the province. Probably ranked in the top 10. Section chief Jiang is definitely fine this time. He himself wasn't involved in this anyway. Suhi was shocked this person himself was already dangerous, and actually had connections in the province? Then that means that the child who got sick is the grandson of that high-ranking provincial official? He also said tentatively, if you have the means, you should still step in and help. It's good for you. Suhi rolled his eyes, is this medicine something that can be taken indiscriminately? My dad was out of options before, the doctors were at their wits' end, so I had to take the risk and treat the dead horse as a living horse. This, my father later in the heart are buried a thorn, do not know when it will explode. Not to mention others? If this person was an ordinary person, I wouldn't be so worried. Unfortunately, this person's connections were so hard, I dared even less. If I were to eat someone badly and cause that child to go, wouldn't this family hate me to death at that time? You dare to do that? He Bureau was said not to dare to speak, how would he dare to make this kind of decision? It's just an earth recipe, how could he dare to do it? In fact, Suhi felt that this good anti-inflammatory medicine, the probability is that it will be effective. But fear not 10,000, fear the unexpected ah. How many days have passed, how serious is the child's illness, he is not a professional doctor, how dare he do it? This if in case the child saved, by then also be burned confused, do a retarded. Would the family think it was because of this medicine? Or if they didn't save him, would they be angry with Suhi? These are all problems ah. Bureau he didn't dare to say anything. He dared to pack his bags? He just believed that Suhi would dare to let him make a guarantee in front of that chief. Suhi suspiciously glanced at He Bureau, it can't be that this chief is useful to you, right? Suhi didn't know much about officialdom, but it didn't cost anything to guess. He Bureau's face changed slightly, although it quickly recovered and waved his hand, I'm just an ordinary deputy Bureau, what can affect me? But Sui doesn't believe he bureau at all. Can't influence you, can it influence higher up? For example, the Ram Chief? Can help, Sui is also willing to help, but to take responsibility, Sui dare not. Or as he said before, ordinary people, he helped. On the contrary, this kind of powerful people, he dare not. To help or not to help is a risk, how dare he move? In the end, in his previous life, he was just a small leader, or at the company level, without power and influence. In this regard, there was still some fear. Tell me, what else? He bureau is also helpless, the test has no result. He took out a self-employed license and handed it to Sui. Then this is a self-employed license for you. From today onwards, you can do business on the streets with honor. Sui nodded, getting this thing, a lot of things, can be set in motion. However, before he bureau left, he still urged, this thing, is for you personally. You can't hire anyone else, at least, you have to control the number of people, not more than 8. You'd better keep it below 5. 8 societies in 9 capitals, Sui had vaguely heard of this stunt. Sui sent bureau he away and went to Grandpa's house with the individual license. Yi Jinhan looked at this certificate and hesitated a bit. Do you think that there will be danger? In case this policy changes? Sui smiled and said, not afraid. That Chief Ram said, this is what that old man wants me to experiment on. In the end, even if the policy changes, at most this certificate of mine will be withdrawn, nothing else will happen. Grandpa was very convinced about that old man. Grandpa got up and said to Sui, alright then, since we have this, we can do it freely. You take this with you and let's go to your great-grandpa's house to talk about it. Big Grandpa's eyes lit up when he saw this. At first, he was a bit scared, but Sui used the same old reason, and Big Grandpa believed it. That old man's reputation in J Province was very high. Big Grandpa went to collect some things that could be sold, but because he didn't have much experience, he didn't know what could be sold. In the end it was a collection of pheasants and rabbits, plus some wild fruits, and Great-Grandma should have given a dozen pairs of shoe soles. All these things can be sold, but none of them are worth much. Finally, Big Grandpa let someone get some earth eggs, so he thought, these earth eggs can be collected and eaten by themselves. The flavor of the earth eggs, it was really fragrant. I'm afraid that not many children born in the 21st century have ever eaten authentic earth eggs. Those who raise chickens are also fed feed, and I'm afraid I can't eat the eggs of the walk-in chickens. The next day, Wang Heng followed Sui over. Wang Heng asked, are we going to pass Shanlan village today? We're not going to the city? Sui shook his head, let's divert and go to Wanchi city to have a look. Not long after they left, a postman delivered a letter. The letter was picked up by Yi Chuanxiu at home. Looking at the fact that it was from the Education Bureau, she tore open the envelope with some apprehension. Looking at the admission notice, the city's 4th high school, Yi Chuanxiu, despite previous speculation, at this moment also still cried out. Su Rong walked out, saw the admission notice, deflated, did not say anything. Su Rue was a little envious, but she didn't think much about it in her heart. Su Mei also cried with Yi Chuanxiu for a while. She actually didn't know what was going on here yet. But it was good, wasn't it? Yi Chuanxiu took a few eggs and forgot about Gudong's house for another walk, thanking Gudong's mom properly. Gudong's mom opened her mouth, looked at Yi Chuanxiu's back, and finally did not say anything. Gudong asked, Mom, what did Isiko's mom come to see you for? Chapter 131, Anchi Rice and Noodles, News of Cloths. With everything done, Gudong's mom didn't have anything to hide and proudly said, wasn't it some time ago that Isiko said that he had failed the exams? Mr. Chuanxiu felt that this was not right and thought that there might be something going on. He asked me to ask about it. Well, something did go wrong, and Isaija's grades were replaced by someone else's. He just got his notice and came over. To thank me. Gudong's eyes rolled back in his head, and he said, Uncle is quick. Who knows, his mom turned the tables and said, thanks to your aunt's husband's help, or it wouldn't have been so easy. Gudong gritted his teeth. What? Auntie? Not uncle? But then, Gudong remembered, who can talk in the supply house, if not the aunt's husband? The uncle was actually following the aunt's husband, otherwise, the sister-in-law would not have been able to marry the aunt's husband. He is not unaware of the fact that his uncle is more powerful, but he is a little afraid of the aura of his uncle, so he is still asking for his uncle. On this side, Su-hee and the others had already crossed the river and made a little detour, going around the side. The other youth asked suspiciously, by the way, why don't we go over from the river, the old river past, directly from the old river village through, isn't it very much closer? Su-hee said, old Su's family is not there? Seeing us selling this in the city, can they be honest? After saying this, Su-hee looked at the two knowledgeable youths, that is not at all surprised. I think, good things do not go out, bad things travel thousands of miles. The old Su family thing, in this neighborhood village, are not a secret. Really, I don't know how this family can live down. Anchi City, to put it mildly, is a bit closer to Nanju village, and although they took a detour, the time it took them to reach Anchi City wasn't much more. Anchi City, or Anchi region was the right place. Anchi City was much bigger than Bishui City, and the area under its jurisdiction was more than 10 times bigger. There are even several county-level cities under the jurisdiction of Anchi City, and those several county-level cities are almost as big as Bishui City. This side of the factory is also a lot more, but the economy is more or less the same. This is also understandable, our planned economy size actually does not have much impact. However, Anchi City has more specialty products than Bishui City. For example, the rice noodles here, people are using flour to make noodles, here is made of rice. It just so happens that some days ago, and round-faced nurses in their exchange of food stamps, there are still some left. Sui also bought some in Pigeon City, so he proposed to, otherwise, let's try Anchi's rice noodles? It's said to have a good flavor. Although Wang Hang and the other youth, Ning Jianxiu, had been sent down to Nanju village, they had gone to Bishui City and didn't really know much about Anchi City. But this rice noodle, still heard of it. Ning Jianxiu would like to try it, the flavor comes out, it smells good. But Wang Hang hesitated, we don't have food stamps, we need food stamps to eat. They had gotten themselves some dry food in the morning and ate it in the morning, so they were going to eat dry food at noon. Sui waved his hand and said, I asked great-grandpa for a bit of food stamps before. Besides, you guys have been helping out for a few days, I'll treat you to a meal. Don't excuse yourselves, let's go, we're all here, have some delicious food. Saying that, Sui let Black Star stay outside by himself, and said to Hazy, I'll give you some delicious food later, keep watch for me, don't let anyone take Black Star away. Sui didn't tie the cow rope, with Black Star's human nature, it won't go with others. But it couldn't resist others moving, at this time, the dog was a bit more threatening and could deter others. The cow is relatively speaking, it is much more docile, even if there is no cow rope, it is inevitable that someone will have a bad idea. Fortunately, this place, sitting inside, can also see. The waiter of the state-run hotel, the level of service and attitude is just like that, don't hold too much hope. Sui ordered 3 bowls of rice noodles, the man collected the money and food stamps, and turned around directly. After waiting for a while, the steaming rice noodles came up. Sui looked at the red chili peppers floating inside, and just started eating. In this place, they all eat spicy food, they don't even ask you if you eat spicy food, and there is no one who doesn't eat it. There is no one who doesn't eat it. Even if you don't eat chili for breakfast, Sui remembers that in his previous life, a friend traveled here and went back to spit this out. Said to eat spicy, this place did not rank on the name, but this place to eat spicy is indeed more than a few other places are ruthless. Speaking of which, Sichuan in Sichuan is to eat hemp, spicy is actually not very spicy. Xiangnan people do not eat much spicy, seems to be not very resistant to spicy. Anyway, Sui knows Xiangnan people, the 21st century are not very spicy. Not to mention, the flavor of this rice noodle is quite good, so he likes it very much. After eating a bowl, he was still a little bit tired and wanted to have another bowl. At this time, Sui then heard an interesting conversation. A man wearing Indeed clothes whispered to another man, we can't sell this cloth, turn around and it's all backlogged here. Sui just brightened up, he just happened to have a business license for an individual, this news is not bad. The backlog of cloth, I think the price will not be too expensive. He can use this to earn the first bucket of gold. Before it was too late to go up and strike up a conversation, there was someone outside who wanted to hit Black Star's idea. Wang Hang hurriedly went out and said a few words to that person. Sui came out, that person is still hard, you have the ability, you command this cow off. I have said that this is my home. Black Star, come here. Sui shouted, and said to that Black Sun, give him a shout. Woof woof. Blackie shouted a few times in response, Black Star came over again, and the man snapped and hurried away. This dog was humane and could even make the ox move, what else could he say? No wonder this man didn't need to lasso the oxen and dared to bring them over. There was also that thing on the back of the ox, which he was really too greedy for. Pity. The man left in ashes, Wang Hang opened his mouth, not knowing what to say. Sui said, don't think much. You're just lassoing the bull rope, he'll say the same thing. Can you still manage people's greed? As he was talking, the man in the Indeed clothes walked out. Sui said, you guys take a look around here, sell if you can, forget it if you can't. I'm going over to do something. Ning Jianxiu reached out to say something, but was pulled back by Wang Hang. Forget it, he's smarter and more capable than us, so let's listen to him. He should really have something to do. Sui went forward and stopped the man. The man frowned, what are you stopping me for? Robbery or something, it didn't look like it. Just a brat, it shouldn't be that, looking at the appearance, it should still be a student. Well, looking at the appearance also doesn't look like someone who can do this. Sui smiled and said, I just heard Uncle say that the cloth in the factory is lagging behind. It's all planned, more produced, no one buys it, but it's not stagnant sales? The man's face wrinkled, how do you know? Besides, what does this have to do with you? Sui said, Uncle don't be anxious listen to me slowly, I'm not a bad person, I'm an individual, want to talk to Uncle about a business. Chapter 132, meeting Li Jianran on the way home, buying some water tanks. Individual household? What is it? The middle-aged man said doubtfully, he really hadn't heard of this thing. Sui froze, and then remembered that individual households didn't exist these days. This license of his own, he still got it by accident because he met the head ram. Speaking of which, he is considered the first self-employed business license in the country, right? Soo-hee put the important things, are carrying with him. There is a warehouse loaded, what things are not good to put? He took out the business license, the opposite man also strange, this thing, just put where? This big summer, where also not much, you this stuffed where? Soo-hee did not look at the man's strange eyes, holding the individual business license to the man said, you should not know. This is the province's head of the ram to my special approval, because last year the old man made a report, the country to pay attention to the economy, but this thing, is not there is no precedent? So it gave me an individual license, let me do some business, it is also considered a pilot. You see, this has the seal of the Provincial Industry and Commerce Bureau, I didn't lie to you. The man half-heartedly took it over, flipped it over and looked at it carefully several times, and didn't find anything broken. Of course, he couldn't believe it either. Soo-hee smiled, in this way, you write down my name is Soo-hee. You go back, ask the Provincial Industrial and Commercial Bureau, don't you know? I'll come back to you about this next time. The backlog of cloth in your warehouse, you always have to find a way to get it out, right? That's fine, I'll confirm it later. So much stuff, even if it's backlog, you can't be sick and desperate, can you? Besides, this stuff belonged to the country and had nothing to do with him personally. If it wasn't for the fact that he was more responsible, these things wouldn't have any effect on him even if they were backlogged into dust. After the man left, Soo-hee went back to the hotel side. Because of the individual business license, Wang Hang's several people did not have too much to worry about. In the past, they had to find that kind of remote place to be hidden transactions. Now there is no need, directly put things out, began to sell. Many people are pointing, someone also kindly said, you do not hear wait for someone to come. While this was being said, before Wang Hang had time to explain, someone came over, wanting to arrest people and collect the things as well. Soo-hee happened to come back, rushed over to stop those people. I have a self-employed business license, the Provincial Industrial and Commercial Bureau for me. You see, my business license is here. Although there is no address, the license is no problem. Those state-run stores also had this stuff. It's just that with this stuff, the others are all units, and he's a self-employed person. A few people looked at each other in disbelief, but in this kind of broad daylight, it was thought that Soo-hee wouldn't dare to deceive them. These few people looked at each other and closed the team back. This time, the people watching around knew that these people were self-employed and could do business. Isn't this speculation? They have a license. I see, it's some kind of second generation again. Well, the term second generation, by this point, was invented. However, that didn't stop those people from coming over to buy things. Soo-hee had quite a few things here, but it couldn't be helped that there were more people buying things. The population of Anchi City was many times more than that of Bisui City. Adding to the fact that there were no tickets here, things were slightly more expensive, but it was worth it. In less than an hour, everything here was sold out. Even those wild fruits that were brought in, they were all the same. You know, because they had a business license, in addition to the 2 quarts of stuff that were carried by Black Star, they each picked a quart over. So many things are not through selling. Truly, in this year, the things that don't need a ticket are really too few. Here they were, still quite a bit cheaper than those pigeon market things. Let's go, things are sold out, we should also go back. The 3 of them smiled and hurried back, and when they passed through Shanlan village, Soo-hee unexpectedly encountered another acquaintance. Big brother Lu? Soo-hee shouted. Li Jianrun then smiled, it's better to call me Uncle Li, my surname is actually Li, LV is my lover's surname. Well, my nephew is Gudong, and you are a classmate. Soo-hee froze, Li Jianrun continued, before, Gudong entrusted his uncle to help ask about your midterm results, and finally asked me here. Well, his uncle is bald, you should remember, right? Remember. Soo-hee nodded, the one who looked vicious but was actually very gentle? With a fierce tiger in his heart, but a gentle heart? Your notice was delivered this morning, you should be able to see it when you go home. Li Jianran dramatized. Soo-hee was stunned, then joy. To be able to go to school and get a diploma, wasn't it worth being joyful? Then I should thank Uncle Li more. This matter, actually doesn't have much to do with me. I did entrust some relations to ask about it, but the one that had the actual effect was still a ram head of the province who had asked about this matter. It is said to have taken several people down. The Education Bureau side shook a lot. Said Li Jianrun looked at Soo-hee, looked up and down a bit, do not know what this kid comes from, is not just an ordinary country boy? Their nephew can testify. How to get on the line with the provincial head? The head of the ram? Soo-hee froze, but did not show it. I thought it was either that ram chief or that big ram chief. He also didn't know that because of this matter, that Su Jing grandmother also made amends with an old friend. Of course that old friend didn't say anything, and said that this matter was originally their mistake. The old generation of leaders in this era, all have faith, have very high integrity. Li Jianrun sidetracked the topic and didn't continue to ask matters concerning the head, he still shouldn't ask too much. Well, you are? Soo-hee said, it's not, got a license for an individual household. The mountain cut some wild strawberries and other wild fruits, went to the city to sell some money, ready to exchange for some grain. Grain? Li Jianran was strange. You sold me a lot of grain before, you still want to go buy grain? Sui took the first step and said, yes, this weather is dry, I want to exchange some coarse grains or something, the people in the village are waiting for it. In case the late rice yield is reduced, this is life-saving. Right, Uncle Li, do you have a water tank or something over there? Get me some, I have a use for it. Li Jianran looked at the two people next to him and understood in his heart that Sui should not want others to know about the deal. He himself didn't want too many people to know about it, so he obediently nodded, yes. It just so happens that you have an individual license. When the time comes, come directly to the supply and marketing office in Jiangsu Town, report my name, and approve it directly to you. Then thank you, Uncle Li. Chapter 133, A Slight Change in Favor. Separating from Uncle Li, Suhi and the others walked towards this side of the house. Fortunately, this side of the bridge is a little bit closer, saying that it is near Shanlan village, but in fact, it is a distance away. Shanlan village also relies on these two bridges, one leads to Anqi city and the other to Jiangsu town. Relying on these two bridges, Shanlan village is considered to be a little richer than other villages. There is no way, geographical reasons. Ning Jianxiu came close to Wang Hang and quietly asked, what does he need so many water tanks for? Naturally, Wang Hang didn't know about Sui's carry-on warehouse, nor did he know that he wanted a lot of water tanks and wanted to raise fish in his carry-on warehouse. However, Wang Hang thought about it and said quietly, isn't this going to be a drought? I guess he wants to get more water tanks in the house and store some water. Sui also had this idea, just not limited to this idea. All the way back to the village, Ning Jianxiu and Wang Hang left as usual and went straight back to the youth point. Sui rode the Black Star and didn't go home first. Instead, he wanted to go to great-grandpa's house first and talk to him about the water tank, in addition to the fact that he encountered today. Wait, what was that person's name again? Sui suddenly realized that he was too excited to finally find a business opportunity for the village. This wasn't finding a business opportunity for one or two people, but a business opportunity for the whole village. When the time comes, I'm afraid that all the women in the village will be able to earn extra money. As a result, under this excitement, I actually forgot to ask people their names. This can be trouble. Next time to go to people that factory, in the end how to find people? That person's factory Sui did hear when they were talking, it was Anqi Cloth Factory. I seem to have heard that person call him Shin Factory, that is to say, that person should be surnamed Shin, and his position is the factory director, or deputy factory director or something like that. The position was low, and it wasn't his turn to worry about that. Suhi wanted to go over, but before he could take 2 steps, he was seen by Yi Chuanxiu who was sitting under the roof. She was choosing vegetables. When she saw Suhi, she immediately just got up. He's Siko. Yi Chuanxiu's tone carried happiness and also some choking. Without thinking, Suhi also knew that it should be the notification letter that arrived. On the way here just now, he already knew about this. To his family, Sui now slightly changed his opinion towards Yi Chuanxiu, and he also had that much affection for his big sister. The others, except for the little pumpkin, he was really not in much of a mood. Sui nodded and said, I know, the notice has arrived, right? I'll go to great-grandpa's house first and come back to read it. Yi Chuanxiu froze, this was already known? However, the matter of her seeking help from Gudong's mom was hidden from everyone. Why would Sui know? But this time, Sui had already left. Walking out of the courtyard, looking at Sui's back, Yi Chuanxiu suddenly felt that this teenager was so strange. Sumei also walked out and pulled Yi Chuanxiu, Mom. This is a good thing. Yi Chuanxiu's face changed strangely for a moment, just whispered moving, you don't understand. But is not just do not understand? This thing, Yi Chuanxiu was doing it by herself without everyone knowing, how would other people know? Patting Sumei's hand, Yi Chuanxiu turned back to see the deflated Su Rong, she was also stunned. The double robbery in Nanju village could not be over yet, she and Sumei came back to cook. Su Rong coming back was purely coming back to be lazy. Rong girl, come with me to cook. Suhi and the others left early, and it didn't take them much time to get to Anqi city to sell everything. Coming back at this time, they just happened to meet the point of cooking. When they came to the door of great-grandpa's house, they saw great-grandma's girls who were turning the grains in the square in the center of the village. When the grains were retrieved, they needed to be exposed to the sun to dry up all the moisture inside. Even if they went to hand in their grain, they would be randomly inspected by people from the grain bureau, and if they found out that the grain had a lot of moisture, it would be downgraded. Once the grade is lowered, the price of the grain will come down, though not by much. Just be afraid of having to recover more grain, and it was one of the few ways to make money in the countryside. Most of the people at this time of year were also highly aware and would not have such things happen. Besides, your own village is going to eat it. How can they hull it if they don't dry it in the sun? Yeah, Siko, you're back? I said I just seem to have seen those 2 intellectuals come back as well. Did you sell everything? Because of the self-employed license, some things were put out in the open. At least great-grandma and the others still knew about it. I don't know how they commented privately, but on the surface everyone was supportive. The things that were sold were all from the village as well. Who could still oppose it? Sui didn't care about them, just nodded his head and asked, "Where is great-grandpa?" "Still busy outside." Great-grandma casually returned, and had no complaints. They were all from the same village, and besides, with Big Grandpa busy outside, he had also secured a slightly easier job for the women in the family. Big Grandpa himself is very busy for the village, but is not a person who does not know how to adapt. He wouldn't refuse a little planning for the family. Who doesn't have some selfishness? Those who are selfless are naturally worthy of our admiration. But in reality, such people are still relatively few. Most of them are still public-spirited, but it doesn't stop them from having a little bit of their own selfishness. It doesn't stop him from being a good person, someone who deserves everyone's respect. Siko he. While he was talking, Big Grandpa came back with his hands behind his back. Seeing Suhi, he was also stunned. "Have you sold everything?" Suhi didn't answer before, that was to a group of women. Now to Big Grandpa, Suhi just nodded. The group of women could be heard exclaiming, then discussing about how much money they had earned again. Big Grandpa took a look, then turned back to Suhi and said, "You come in with me." Suhi nodded. There were some things that were not really good to say out in this public. At the very least, it was still necessary to keep some secrets. After entering the house, Great-Grandpa went to pour a cup of water and drank it. "Do you want some water?" Suhi himself had taken advantage of the gap to drink water, so he shook his head, signaling that he didn't need to. Big Grandpa didn't be polite either, he also knew that Suhi wouldn't be too polite. After drinking the water, Great-Grandpa let Suhi sit down before asking carefully. Suhi said, "Because I have a self-employed license, today in Anchi City, I was even surrounded by a group of people. But those people saw that I have a self-employed license and couldn't do anything about it. But the people who bought things were very enthusiastic." Great-Grandpa frowned. "Wait, you went to Anchi City?" Suhi nodded, "Yes. Anchi City isn't far away, just a little detour over here. It's actually about the same time as going to the city. If you take a boat there, you can also save a good portion of the road." Big Grandpa nodded. "It's still a bit of a detour if we can't go from Old River Village. But going there by boat and going around a bit, it doesn't matter. You go on." Chapter 134 Collective Business? Even though he had long known that this era, the first self-employed person to do business was hot. But Suhi was still a bit excited and said to Great-Grandpa, "Great-Grandpa, you don't know. You don't know that fire. Just a little bit of anything is a big seller." Great-Grandpa mused for a moment and said, "That's also true. Everyone is short of things, just too short, and there aren't many tickets on hand. Planned economy, the starting point was good, no need to waste, produce as much as you need. But when it was implemented, it wasn't so good." Suhi then regained his composure and also blushed. People who have all experienced this once, well, he didn't experience this in his previous life. When Suhi was born in his previous life, the market economy had already started for many years. Although it had also developed from backwardness, it was at least much better than this era. Suhi looked at Great-Grandpa, not realizing that Great-Grandpa also had quite a big picture view. Big Grandpa looked at Suhi's dumbfounded expression and just scolded for a while. "Brat, still making up your Big Grandpa?" Suhi said smilingly, "No. I am praising Great-Grandpa's big picture view. I think you can go out and preside over the development of a party and be a parent official." Great-Grandpa laughed and scolded, "Come on, don't I know myself? I'm just a village chief. Any higher, and I can't handle it. Right, besides these, is there anything else?" Suhi said, "Why don't I say you're great, Great-Grandpa? I was in Anchi City and found out something. The Anchi cloth factory's cloth is backlogged and can't be sold." Great-Grandpa sighed. "It's strange that the cloth factories have a backlog of cloth, but we can't buy the cloth we can't afford." Suhi whispered to Great-Grandpa, "I made an appointment with that factory. Next time I go to Anchi City, I will go to him to buy cloth." Big Grandpa said in surprise, "You have a cloth ticket?" Suhi said, "Then when people buy cloth from the supply and marketing center, they also use cloth tickets?" Big Grandpa laughed. "Who are you? How can you compare yourself to a supply house? The supply and marketing center is naturally privileged." He pondered for a moment and then asked, "What do you buy cloth for?" "It's just the 30 or 50 pairs, it's useless to buy it." Suhi waved his hand and laughed. "How could I possibly buy 30 to 50 pieces? If I'm going to buy, I'm sure it'll be at least 500 to start with." Big Grandpa exclaimed, "What do you need so much cloth for? Speculation?" Speaking of these 4 words, Grandpa remembered that Suhi had a business license, so buying and selling was not considered speculation, right? But who can say for sure about this kind of thing? Big Grandpa reminded, "Be careful. Even if you have an individual business license, don't buy and sell too much, it's easy to be caught." Suhi smiled and said, "It's fine. The 2 Ram chiefs are watching, and that one old man also knows about this. If I don't do a good job, it's only if I fail to live up to that one's regard. If I want to do it, I have to do it well. Otherwise, how can it be considered a successful pilot?" "What pilot?" Great-Grandma walked in and should have heard the second half of the sentence. Great-Grandpa said, "What do you care about so much? Why don't you go cook?" Great-grandma rolled her eyes. I'm too lazy to care about you guys. You don't eat my cooking later. Sui smiled and looked at great-grandpa with a teasing face. Seeing this scene, great-grandpa backhandedly slapped Sui on the back of his head. Looking at the old man's hilarity, isn't it looking for a fight? Sui hurriedly changed the topic and said, Big Grandpa, this is what I think. After we buy the cloths, if there are suitable cloths, we can organize everyone to make shoes together, and then arrange people to go out and sell them. They will definitely sell well. If there isn't, let's make some clothes, or handkerchiefs, or something else. As long as we don't need tickets, they'll sell well too. We definitely won't lose money. Big Grandpa hesitantly said, Can you really sell them? Sui patted his chest and said, Naturally. Don't you see, today we spent only a little time in Anchi City and sold everything. These days, if you don't need a ticket and it's only that much more expensive than a supply house, everyone will buy it. What's more, the price could be lowered slightly if necessary. That price at the supply house was definitely a lot more profitable. Big Grandpa got up and paced around the house for a few goods before he turned back to Sui and said, This is not a good thing to do. Sui said in disbelief, the state just hasn't completely liberalized individual business. Collective enterprises, however, are not in this category. Great-grandpa said, Where will the village get the money? Besides, the village can't organize people to go out and sell things, right? He walked back and forth a few times before saying, Or, you buy the cloth and sell it to the village. After that, you make shoes, and the village sells them back to you, after which you go out and sell them? Being so troublesome was entirely because of the general environment at this time now. If the village dared to organize it, not many people would dare to go out and do it. There was especially one more place to consider, and that was the Supply and Marketing Center. Don't doubt that the supply and marketing societies at this time have really big rights. And because they were in charge of supplies, the supply and marketing societies were also very hard in all aspects. Sui felt that there were two ram chiefs who took care of it, and that the old man at the top was also aware of it. He shouldn't be in much danger. Anyway, that old man had said that he had to feel his way across the river. It seems like that sentence hasn't been said yet? But that old man definitely thought so. When Sui agreed, Great-grandpa laughed and scolded, Go back and eat. Still want to stay and dine? Sui knew that Big Grandpa was definitely going to fight with Big Grandma. Just now, Big Grandpa used Big Grandma as a raft and performed a man's dignity drama. At this moment, he may have to suffer from Great Grandma's rice battle. Squeezing his eyebrows, Sui hurriedly left before Big Grandpa changed his face. Halfway there, he met Grandpa who was returning home, and talked to Grandpa again in general. Grandpa nodded, yes. After saying this, Grandpa asked, Your notification letter came in the mail, do you know about it? Sui hesitated for a moment, so Grandpa asked, What's wrong? He saw what was going on, so Sui didn't hide it. I entrusted Bureau he to ask, and then Chief Gong Yang also had people go and ask, so the Education Bureau side checked, opened a few people, and then sent the notification back. He didn't lie and say that he didn't know what kind of people in his family were like, and he had pretty much figured it out. Grandpa was definitely a more majestic and fair person. Yi Chuanxiu's change was probably from listening to Grandpa's advice, or scolding. Yi Jinhan was silent for a while and looked at Sui before saying, You have grown up and know the measure of things. This is good, just in the end is a family, some things. I know. I didn't say anything elsewhere. Sui interrupted Grandpa, it's just that I didn't think to hide it from Grandpa. Chapter 135, Wang Heng is a talent. Sui's words made Grandpa nod in relief. He didn't know that Sui was a soul from the afterlife. The soul of this body, at this time, was afraid that he had already reincarnated. Rebirth is all there, carry-on warehouse is all there, reincarnation and whatnot, it is not worth being surprised. However, Sui does not need to mention these, the future days, and walk and see. Back home, Yi Chuanxiu has been much better, but still silently took out the notice to Sui. Sui took it and saw that the envelope had been opened. Yi Chuanxiu explained to, I saw that it was sent by the Education Bureau. I previously asked Gudong's mom to find Gudong's aunt to help ask. I thought if there was a result. Sui nodded and opened the envelope in silence, taking out the acceptance letter inside. It's from the city's 4th middle school. It's really an acceptance letter. These days, without a diploma to say things can be done. But there is a diploma, better to do not? Secondary school students in these days are very powerful people. After high school, and then go to college, that is the honor of a village. Previously, the big sister Sume is also given high expectations, only Sume play failure, slightly worse, did not get in. This should not have any inside information in, is the big sister that day came to the great aunt, so the examination did not play well. The eldest sister also did not intend to continue to test, just planned to marry, or to give the family to reduce some of the pressure. The second sister deflated her mouth, but when she turned back, the corner of her mouth also curled up. Sui was a little strange, not knowing what this second sister was up to. However, he took the notice into the room and hid it in the bedroom of the portable storage. This place, no one could find it, and no one could get it. Here, it was the safest place. He didn't know that at this time, in the Bisui City Military Hospital, in that ward, a majestic old man looked at the feverish child on the bed and fumed too. How could this happen? The man on the side, with his thieving eyebrows, was the one who had seen Sui feeding medicine to Su Xiaohua earlier. At this moment, facing this fuming old man, he did not dare to say a word. Shrinking in the corner, he tried his best to reduce his presence. Going to Su he was the idea he gave. The idea was nothing more than to offer his courtesy and lean on that previous section chief Jiang. In addition, perhaps he can also rely on getting good medicine. His father is also a bit infected, did not get well. But at this moment, seeing this old man, he had some regrets. Bitter too. If I knew I would mess with such a big shot, I shouldn't have gotten that little mind. He was also a filial son who didn't want to see his father suffering in bed. But that brat really was oil and salt, and there was nothing he could do about it. Although he had already tried his best to minimize his presence, the woman pointed over. Dad, he's the one who brought us there. The old man looked over majestically, and this middle-aged man then hurriedly said, I also said what I saw as soon as I saw it, and after that, it was you guys yourselves who were the main ones to go to that kid. By the way, the doctor also knows what I said. The old man let people go to invite the doctor over. Dr. Chiu had no choice but to come over. Seeing the old man, she also nodded helplessly. Sui ate his meal, rested a little, and went to find 9th uncle and 8th grandfather. When he left Grandpa's house earlier, Grandpa also gave him a piece of news. Old River Village's side saw Nanju Village's threshing machine and wanted to buy this side's threshing machine. In fact, it was someone from Old River Village in the forest that saw it when they went back from this side. This thing is placed in the field, it is impossible to hide it. There is also no need to hide, the other side should also have tried to build their own. But it should be that the technology is not passable, and there is no way to build it out of thin air. So he sent someone over to buy a few of them. Big Grandpa thought about it and didn't refuse, letting the other party send a well-digging team over to dig a few wells for Nanju Village as payment. This is looking at the drought, digging a few wells, more water, always good. This is not, in the morning came back, in the afternoon was pulled to do strong. Wang Hang also came over to help, so he saw that he actually wanted to integrate into the village. In the past, when there were a lot of young people in the youth center, it was not easy for him to do this. The young people, the low-eyed, many people are looking down on Nanju village people. They always think that because they live in the city and are city people, they are a bit dog-eyed. It's just that they don't have enough to eat, so this kind of thing can't be declared on the table. But this Wang Hang seems to be very good, at least never show any city people superiority. So he and his contact for a period of time, I feel that this Wang Hang future is certainly a person. This person is not arrogant, not impatient, but also able to calm down to do things. Most importantly, this person's ability to read people's eyes is not bad. When the youths left, Wang Hang quickly found a way to fit in. It is natural to want to integrate, so that this year's drought does not affect them. At least make sure to survive, right? In addition, Wang Hang is a person who is not lazy, driving a few other youths, leadership ability is also good. Sui even had an idea, if Wang Hang never leaves, it is possible to consider, will Wang Hang absorbed in, the future is also a management talent. At this time to do things, the most lacking is still talent. There was a saying in the previous life, what is the most lacking in the 21st century? It was talent. This sentence, in fact, was right at any time. If Sui wanted to do something, there was no shortage of such people. Sui has self-awareness, in addition to a little technology, a little forward-looking, in fact, management, is not very powerful. In his previous life, he was a technical post, but the management position is rarely involved. Sui himself is not this piece of material, can only time to identify some more suitable people. The two of them were in front of the fire, chatting one by one. Wang Hang senses of Sui, that is also a rapid transformation. Besides being slightly smarter, to very smart, to extremely smart. Then, there were very unique views on a lot of things. Wang Hang simply admired Sui to the extreme. Wang Hang used to be a particularly smart person when he was in the city. But facing Sui, Wang Hang always felt that he was more than a little bit inferior. Sui is also a bit surprised. Wang Hang, this person is smart, but also very good at adaptability. In terms of management, he is also relatively proficient. The main thing is that he is very good at communicating with people. This is a proper management talent, so he felt that he must seize this person. In the future, if there is this person to help, the cause can be much easier. It's just that, this Wang Hang is not a person who is willing to live under others for a long time. This point is a bit troublesome. Sui did not know that Wang Hang was also surprised. This kid in front of him was a few years younger than himself, and as a result, his insights and whatnot were much greater than his. However, Wang Hang vaguely sensed a bit of Sui's thoughts. He is trying to take me in? Chapter 136, Trouble Seeker comes to the door. But Sui didn't say anything, so Wang Hang didn't point it out. In case people were not thinking this way, wouldn't it be self-serving? The two of them were just like this, in the sound of clanking iron, they were still able to chat leisurely. Of course, a lot of the time, the volume had to be increased to make it work. Just at this time, one or two small cars drove into Nanju village from outside. As soon as that man came out, he pointed at Sui's house. This is the one. The old man nodded and looked at his daughter, and the woman nodded as well. The car then stopped, and then a group of people walked into Sue's house. Yi Chuanqiu hadn't gone out yet. She was planning to ask Su Rong to go out to work with her. This second girl, no matter what, there is no heavenly reason. But when Su Rong was called out, she happened to see a group of people come in. When she saw the thieving man and the better-dressed woman, she froze for a moment and didn't care. But next, it wasn't so good. Hiasei-chan, go back and take a look. Quite a few people have come to your house and it's all getting rowdy. A neighbor ran over and said. Sui vaguely heard the voice calling for him and came out to ask, what's wrong? That neighbor shook his head. I don't know, it seems to say something about medicine. Sui froze, not knowing what was going on. He had already said that he wouldn't give medicine, and actually came back? Ninth uncle came over and asked, what's wrong? Sui then told the matter, and ninth uncle nodded, I'll go with you to take a look. Sui originally wanted to say that things in the village are more urgent, no need. But ninth uncle had already taken a step, so Sui had no choice but to follow. When Suhi and ninth uncle entered the door, they always felt that the atmosphere was a bit weird. That thieving man stood next to him, so he looked a little displeased. And that woman, the same, condescending, who does she think she is? Mom, what's wrong? Suhi asked. Yi Chuanqiu glanced at Su Rong, shook her head, and didn't say anything. Suhi was strange. This matter was related to Su Rong? She didn't have any medicine, how could it be? With a thump in his heart, Sui glanced at Su Rong with some worry. This little cutie. It wouldn't be possible that she took some random medicine to cheat money, right? Su Rong definitely wanted money and wanted to go to the city. Without money, it was difficult to move around. But Su Rong wasn't a little cutie either. Daring to do this kind of thing? Sui shook his head, turned around, looked at the old man and said, what is the old man doing here? Ninth uncle had been staring at that old man from the moment he entered the door, and his eyes didn't know what was wrong with them. Although Sui noticed it, he didn't know what the situation was, and it was not good to ask. But the other party was definitely dominated by this old man, that much could be seen. The aura emanating from this old man knew that this was a person in a high position. Moreover, Sui recalled that bureau he had come over earlier and warned him that section chief Zhang's father-in-law, that is, this woman's father, was also in a not-so-low rank in the province. So it was this old man? Faced with Sui's lack of humility, the old man was also a bit surprised. The people he had met before, when they saw him, were all cowering. For example, the thieving man he saw in the hospital before. Well, now he was also cowering and standing next to him. The old man was about to speak. Su Zhaohua also rushed back, with mud on his body. Just now also in the double robbery planting rice seedlings it heard someone report, this is not rushed back it. Su Zhaohua came back, and no one said anything to him. Su Zhaohua can only stand aside and watch. To nine uncle made a wink, but unfortunately nine uncle's eyes have been staring at the old man, did not pay attention to Su Zhaohua. The old man slowly said, I heard that your family has a good medicine that can reduce inflammation and remove infections? Although this was a question, the tone in which it was said was affirmative. When Su Zhaohua froze, he glared at Sui, look, it's all because you brought it back. Sui didn't take care of Su Zhaohua, this mallet, and didn't remember who saved him. Sui shook his head, there is no such thing. I never said that, nor do I remember telling anyone. The old man was a bit surprised, this was a denial? Then before? He looked at Su Rong next to him again, a little strange. Before the old man could say anything, the thieving man jumped to his feet first and said, impossible. When I asked you before in the hospital, you admitted it. Sui raised an eyebrow, what did I say? The thieving man said, you said it was just a partial prescription. Sui spread his hands, right, I said it was a recipe, I didn't say it could reduce inflammation and remove the infection. These are all your own thoughts. The old man became a little interested and glared at the thieving man, who then hid to the side, pretending he didn't exist. The old man said to Sui, how about this, I'll pay a high price and ask you for a copy of the medicine. No way. Sui directly refused, not even asking what the high price was. The old man asked, you don't ask how much it is either? Sui said, I won't sell it for any amount of money. Moreover, where did your family get so much money? As far as I know, even if you are a high-ranking provincial official, your monthly salary can't be said to be a high price, right? What? Do you want to embezzle public funds, or do you have your own small treasury? The old man's eyebrows twitched, not expecting Sui to know his identity. A single sentence of a high provincial official had made everything clear. The words afterward were also a bit of a dirty water splash. But it wasn't wrong, the provincial senior official's salary was just that much, he himself had to say that he would give a high price, it wasn't wrong for him to say that. He smiled and said, can I know why you refuse to give medicine? I remember when I was young, I was also saved by a couple in this neighborhood, and they didn't ask for a price and saved their lives for free. Don't you have any medical ethics? Sui sneered, I'm not a doctor, how can I save people? After a pause, Sui added, and, especially for a provincial high official like you, if you give the medicine and cure it, then naturally everyone will be happy. But the trouble is left to me. After that, you don't know how many people you have to introduce to come over to ask for medicine, and they are all people with very troublesome identities. If you can't save it, then naturally you will suspect that I am not hiding it, and there will be endless trouble afterwards. With a status like yours, wanting to find trouble with me would be a breeze. The old man asked rhetorically, yes. If that's the case, you're not afraid if I find you in trouble? Sui sat down, not afraid at all, and said, anyway, if I give it or not, I will suffer. Then why should I give? The old man was silent for a moment. The woman was very anxious, but the old man pressed his hand, letting her be at ease, and said to Sui, if I say, I promise that if I ask for the medicine, no matter whether it's good or bad, I won't look for trouble from you, will you be willing to give the medicine? No way. Sui directly refused, still refusing to agree. The old man got a little angry. Why is that? My words, a mouthful of spit and a nail, never go back on my word. What else do you have to be afraid of? Chapter 137, Past Events. The old man was furious. Yi Chuanqiu and the others all stood up in fear and were still shaking a little. This was the superior. Once he launched his anger, it was absolutely terrifying. When a man is angry, blood is spilled 5 steps. A king's anger, a million corpses. However, Sui was not afraid and said to the old man, I still have faith in your old man's words. The old man then eased a little and asked, then why? Sui said, you can control yourself, but can you control others? Let's not talk about anything else. I gave the medicine and you saved your own grandson. Afterwards, some of your colleagues asked about it, and after your introduction, they came to me for the medicine. Afterward, if you don't take it well and take it out on me, how are you going to guarantee my safety? The old man opened his mouth and had no words to say. Sui added, also, this is the first time I've seen you. But your daughter and son-in-law, before, they came here to my house to boss me around on the basis of their official position. Now, this daughter of yours is a little more restrained, but this attitude, I thought it was a capitalist who came here. Those who don't know, would think we're capitalist here. The old man glared back at his own daughter, their usual behavior. The old man also occasionally heard about it, but just thought it was no big deal and did not mention it. Now that Sui mentioned it, he was a little embarrassed. The leaders of the older generation still demanded a lot from themselves. The old man turned back and solemnly assured again, I will restrain them. And now that there is no way out, no matter what, we have to give it a try. We won't blame you for how it turns out. Sui said, the words sound good, this is my father, you know, right? The old man nodded, and Sui said, as a father, or I saved him with that medicine, there was no other way at that time. But look, what is my father's attitude? This is still a real father and son. To this day, he still has a thorn in his heart, thinking that I casually give him medicine. What if it goes bad? Not to mention you outsiders. Just now when I came in, I heard that you guys came because of this medicine. He has a deep grudge against me. When these words came out, many people in the room were embarrassed. Su Xiaohua felt that Sui didn't give any face at all. It was really humiliating. Yi Chuanqiu also felt that there was something wrong with her husband's attitude. Wasn't there no way out at that time? If you don't try, can you still be alive today? Even if it is alive, it is probably burnt out. But the parties will not think so. The old man is also no way. The woman urged a few words. The old man turned back to Sui said, I will write you a letter of guarantee, in the name of my Wanshan, you should always believe it, right? Seeing Sui still refused, the old man drank. If I didn't know where those 2 benefactors are, why would I ask you? Right at this moment, ninth uncle gave a loud shout, shut up. Don't open and close your mouth about benefactors. If you really regard them as benefactors, where have you been dying for so many years? Everyone was startled, so he looked back at ninth uncle and asked softly, ninth uncle, what's wrong with you? Nine uncle, but simply as if it did not hear the same, rushed that old man drank to, it is you, and your wife and children, when they were not to save you. Originally, the old man brought people, but also to rush over to seize the nine uncle. But being stopped by the old man, and hearing this, the old man's body stumbled. Ninth uncle's words were like a knock on the old man's heart. Stumbling, the old man could not stand steadily. The woman hurriedly held the old man up and looked at ninth uncle with an angry face. What are you babbling about? The old man pulled her and said, it's us who caused them all. Back then, your mom and I brought you down to Bisui City. Once both you and your mom had a high fever, I went out to look for medicine and was bitten by a snake on the way. I was saved by a couple who then boiled medicine for you and your mom to save you. You and your mother had a high fever and didn't recognize anyone, but you should still remember this incident. Saying this, the old man said to ninth uncle with old tears, I'm sorry, at that time, we couldn't help ourselves and couldn't stay away from that place. Afterwards, I also searched for many places, but I couldn't find any. Ninth uncle sneered, that place is not far outside of Jiangshu town. If you really have the heart, over the years, have you come to Nanju village to look for it? In the end, there is still no heart. The old man opened his mouth, but could not say anything in defense. The woman defended, my parents both work for the people, and they've been busy all these years. Besides, it's only been how many years? But these explanations were pale. Sui roughly rationalized this matter and also sighed inwardly. Although neither of them said what it was about, but great-grandpa mentioned it at the time, if he had been stronger back then. None of them had personally experienced it before, so they didn't have any empathy. Now there is a little bit, but there is no way to say anything. The woman defended several sentences, but it was also pale. The guard beside the old man said, "The chief can't help it, the chief is also running around for everyone." Ninth uncle glared at him angrily, his eyes red. Sui said to the man, "Don't advise people to be kind without being hurt. If this happened to you, would you still be able to say these words of persuasion so easily?" The guard froze for a moment, then silently put away his words. He put himself in his place, maybe he couldn't say it himself, right? The woman pouted, "So what? If you're dead, you can still come back to life?" Ninth uncle had red eyes and was about to go over and hit someone. The woman was startled and hid behind her father, adding, "That's how it is. Dead people cannot be resurrected? We came today." Then he was slapped by the old man, and Sui sneered, "All right, you don't have to put on a bitter show. Just look at your daughter's attitude. I know that if things were to go wrong, this woman would definitely retaliate. I didn't want to give the medicine in the first place, and after seeing your daughter and knowing about you guys, I'm even less likely to give it. Don't tell me that you're too busy to teach your daughter well. You couldn't control her in the past, and you certainly won't be able to in the future. It's just suffering us old people are." The woman still wanted to say something, but was pulled away by the old man. Sui was in the house and could still hear the quarrel outside the house. Sui did not even look at the embarrassed Su Xiaohua. He sometimes wondered if it was really a separation of the family. But splitting the family is not that easy. "Ninth uncle, are you alright?" Chapter 138 The Bold Su Rong. Ninth uncle shook his head, indicating that he was fine. But he didn't want to talk to anyone and left directly. Sui glanced at Su Xiaohua, who was a little embarrassed. Just now, when Sui spoke, that really didn't give him face. When he thought about it, there was nothing he could do at that time. Wasn't the result that he was saved? Just think about it inwardly, how to feel not a taste. Unexpectedly, the old man left, but that woman came back with someone. "What else do you have going on?" Sui asked. Su Rong's eyes drifted a bit. Sui saw it, made some guesses, and didn't think much about it. The woman said, "That girl, her name is Su Rong, right? She said she took the medicine from you and sold it to me. The medicine turned out to be useless, so you have to show something, right? Otherwise, I'll have to call the police." Sui froze, not expecting Su Rong to be so bold. She took the medicine from herself? He didn't have much in total at home. Where did Su Rong take it from? Sui glanced at Su Rong and realized that she was indeed a bit flustered and didn't dare to deny it. So it was the truth? "Be my guest." After Sui finished speaking, he walked out of the house. Su Rong hurled out curses behind her, but Sui didn't bother. This second sister, I'm afraid that all her intelligence is in reading. Other than that, there is no brain at all. Now it is even more of a love brain. That man left and hated Sui. This person's brain is faulty, Sui is too lazy to take care of her. No matter what price she pays, Sui is not going to care. He went to great-grandpa's house and talked to great-grandpa about ninth uncle's matter, and great-grandpa sighed, "Back then, it was also my fault. If I had been tougher and stopped those red armbands, there wouldn't have been the matter of your ninth uncle becoming lazy later. Ninth uncle is really like this." Sui's impression also vaguely had the impression of Grandpa Nine and Grandma Nine. They were a pair of very kind old men, with very skillful one-handed medical skills, and all of them seldom charged money for treating the people in the village. Big Grandpa sighed and said, "In fact, those books in the study at your grandpa's house are all your ninth grandpa's. Back then, they were almost searched by the red armband, and then your grandpa took them back and hid them. It's only after it got better in the past few years that he took the things back." Sui realized, so that's how it was. Great-grandfather added, "Let your ninth uncle stay by himself for a few days. The resentment of many years needs time to be vented. I only hope that he will be better in the future." Sui opened his mouth, and great-grandpa said, "I know. It's not that family's fault, it's your ninth grandpa's own soft heart that wants to cure people. It was only in those years, when times were like this, that your ninth grandfather was captured." Sui also sighed, "This matter is farcical. The policy above may have a good starting point, but when it comes to the implementation below, it is easy to make mistakes. Wan Nungshi's change of law is not the original intention is not good? But how about the implementation? The new party ended up with a disastrous outcome." Walking along the river, Sui looked at the river. At this time do not want to go back. To Su Rong End? That is impossible. Actually dare to sell fake medicines under false pretenses, how does this person's brain think? It can't be that she's thinking of taking the money and going to the city, right? Without a letter of introduction or anything, she won't have a place to stay in the city. This little cutie. Forget it, I don't intend to care anyway, so do what you like. Siko he. Gudong and Yichengbo found their way over, so he looked at them and just laughed and punched the two on their shoulders twice. "What have you been doing these days?" Gudong said, "Went to ask my uncle for food." "This foodie." Yichengbo said, "What else? Isn't it just working in the village?" We're almost done with the double robbery, but it's thanks to the threshing machine you came up with. Otherwise, I don't know how many days it would take. The sun is too hot. By the way, I heard that you received your acceptance letter? Suhi nodded, and Yi Chungbwa punched Sui's shoulder. I knew you would definitely get in. There are still 20 days left, and school is about to start? How is the tuition fee? Sui laughed. Don't you know, I'm self-employed now? What's that tuition? I can earn it in minutes. Speaking of this, Sui asked Yi Chungbwa, by the way, what are your plans? If you want to study, I can lend you money, then if the 4th middle school doesn't work, we can still go to the 1st middle school, and I can help you with the school selection fee and so on. Yi Chungbwa was silent for a while, shook his head and said, forget it. My grades, even if I go to school, I won't be able to get into college. At that time, wouldn't I still have to come back to farming all the same? Gu Dong teased, you can also go to the city and find a job as a laborer. High school students are still very popular. Sui's sister, if it wasn't for her father's heartache and not wanting her sister to go to work, she would have gone to work in the city's teacup factory. At that time, I did ask someone to find a relationship and found a job in the teacup factory. But not the office, to go up to the workshop to do labor. Su Xiaohua can't let go, saying that he has loved his daughter for many years, can still go to do that rough work? Or more dowry, get a 3-turner ring, marry a good family, do not go to work. This is the reason why Suhi has been thinking that the family should prepare 3 rounds of 1 ring. Otherwise, this is something that the man prepares. Well, the female-sided most prepared a sewing machine. Yi Zhenhanhan to Yi Chuanxiu's sister's dowry, have a sewing machine. In this day and age, a sewing machine is a very good dowry. Not to mention expensive, it is also difficult to get a ticket. Yi Chungbwa shook his head, how much does this school choice fee cost? When the time comes, it's hard to pay it back. I'd better think about where to come back to learn a trade. Sui froze, then thought for a moment and said, for you, I have thought of some ways before. If you insist on refusing to study, are you afraid of losing face? If you are not afraid, I will think of a way for you. Yi Chungbwa froze, then laughed, what am I afraid of losing face? I don't even have a face, I'm a country bumpkin, what's there to be ashamed of? Suhi said, that's good. Then turn around, you go to the entrance of the 4th middle school and set up a stall to sell breakfast or something. I think it's good. Gudong said, Siko-he, what's your idea? How can Siko Chengbua cook? Besides, if he goes to set up a stall, he'll be caught asking for it. Yi Chengbua also expressed his concern, so Sui said, am I not just a self-employed person? This is something that will become more and more open in the future. I'll get you a relationship and get you a license. But this cooking is always a problem, right? Gudong said with his hands spread out. Sui pushed him, I say you don't always pour cold water on him. Then you tell me, how can he set up a stall for someone who can't cook? By then, even if he has a self-employed license, the food won't taste good, and the money will all go down the drain. I don't think I'm that material either. I'd better learn some kind of scorn work or shoe repair or something. Sui laughed and scolded, there's me, how could I not know this? Since I said it, I definitely have a way to teach it well. This stuff doesn't need much good cooking skills, as long as you are willing to learn, it's absolutely delicious. Back to me to find you, just these few days off. Chapter 139 Water tank arrives, setting up the ecological chain. Selling breakfast, it's just those kinds. Donuts and soy milk, either rice porridge and steamed buns, and egg cakes and soy milk or something. These combinations are all very best-selling varieties. What Sui intends to do is also these types. Well, there is also an intestinal noodle to be added. This special breakfast of Guangdong East, the flavor is also very good. Some of the props needed are actually not difficult, as long as you give Grandpa 8 a little time, they can all be built. As for what to make, it was better to wait for a couple days. Sui separated from the two and returned home, the woman had already left. The house was quiet, Su Rong was sitting on a chair, exasperated. Looking at that look, there must have been a fight. After a long time, Yi Chuanxiu came over and asked, Siko-he, this thing has happened. The money is also returned to people, but this medicine is not given, when people sue up, your second sister? Sui sneered, it's just 2 years in jail, what are you afraid of? Anyway, Sui has always been very afraid of being involved in this matter. As a result, this Su Rong's brain was broken and actually wanted to cheat money. What does she think? Does she think that the hospital will be cured? She cheated the money of this thing in the past? Perhaps people will also think that she gave the medicine to cure? Su Xiaohua said, isn't she your second sister? Can't you help? Sui asked rhetorically, when she did this, she definitely didn't think that I was her fourth brother. Well, perhaps she felt that all of our family members have to serve her. Su Rong said, isn't it? Sui sneered, look, this is the little cutie you spoiled. Whoever is willing to serve, hurry up and send it to whoever's home. For a moment, the scene was a bit cold. The next morning when he got up, Su Mei shouted loudly, Mom, Su Rong is missing. Sui had just gotten up and didn't know what this missing meant. What was gone? The family panicked. Yi Chuanxiu went in to take a look and found that a few of Su Rong's clothes were gone. Where could she have gone? Su Xiaohua looked at Sui angrily. It's all because you refused to help that your sister escaped. Sui sneered. She can flee if she likes, with her little IQ, at most she can sit at the city station. She doesn't have any money, where else can she go? After saying this, Sui asked Yi Chuanqiu, Mom, I asked you to hide the money, but you have hidden it? Yi Chuanqiu went back to take a look and realized that her money was gone. Although all the big money in the family was with Su He. However, Yi Chuanqiu should always carry a few dollars for emergencies. As a result, the money is not really well hidden. Sui didn't know what to say. At this time, Grandma also came over and said, the few dollars I hid in the rice bowl are also gone. Come on, no need to think, it must be Su Rong who stole it. This guy, it shouldn't be a day or two. Su Xiaohua was a little anxious, but Su He didn't want to look for it. Without a letter of introduction, she can't run away. Su Xiaohua angrily glared at him, but Su He was not afraid at all. This Su Xiao was bearing, Su He is not looking at him as a father at all. Soft egg only know to sons and daughters fierce, external people cannot have this ability. Yi Chuanqiu pulled Sui's hand, Sui said, she that strength, certainly not far. She didn't dare to go at night, she must have just left at dawn. Without a boat, she will have to take a detour, and it will definitely take more time. You guys get Uncle Jibua to row a boat over there and take a shortcut to the coach station and train station to see if you can definitely intercept it. He just came up with the idea, but the person was not going to go. This Su Rong's previous behavior, so he didn't want to put a hot face on a cold ass. Even to Su Rong, he was on the defensive. Su Xiaohua immediately went, this is his precious daughter. Yi Chuanqiu and Su Mei followed. Su Yuqing stood aside and watched, obviously not wanting to go and look for it. Su He called the little pumpkin, you eat by yourself, these two candies you take and eat. After you eat in a while, you'll go find Lon Lon to play. Family matters, you stay out of it, okay? Turning back to see Su Yuqing, Su He said, if you dare to grab it, I'll beat you up when I turn around. You know if I dare or not. Su Yuqing deflated, although he was greedy for food, he was also afraid of being beaten. Afterward, Sui ate a bowl of porridge and went out. He went to Jiangshu town to get the water tank back today. As a result, when he walked to Shanlan village, he saw Su Rong with a parcel. This is not able to walk? Surely a pampered one, this is still a rural one? Passing by Su Rong, Sui didn't even greet him. Su Xiaohua several people must have made a trip for nothing, and looking at Su Rong's appearance, it doesn't look like someone who can walk far. Su Rong thought that Sui was coming after her, and originally thought that if Sui begged her, what would she say? As a result, after half a day of building up in her heart, Sui directly walked away from the front. Su Rong's words were on the edge of her mouth, her arrogant look was put out, and no one was watching. Sui came all the way to Jiangshu Town Supply and Marketing Center and reportedly Jianrun's name. The man then laughed and said, I know. The stuff is in the back, you come with me. Sui went over to take a look, large water tanks, the kind of pottery, there were big and small. There were quite a few people in Nanju village who used this kind for water tanks. Sui said, not bad, these are the ones. I don't know if I can ask someone to deliver it outside the town for me? I'll have someone pick me up outside the town. These water tanks weren't cheap, several dollars a piece. Although you don't want a ticket, the price is really not cheap. The man didn't know what was coming when Su-hee, but Director Lee had explained, so he naturally agreed with a smile. Let the people carry the things outside the town and put them in the lawn. Waiting for these people to leave, Su-hee waited for a time when no one could see, and filled up the water tanks. Fortunately, this time of the year was a busy farming season, and not many people came to town. Otherwise, one really wouldn't dare to do this. On the way back, I saw Su Rong sitting on the bridge, knocking her legs there. This is a journey of a few hours, not short. Sui did not take care of her. Look at this appearance, a little bit of suffering cannot eat, still dare to leave home? Directly walk over, Sui, that is not even a look to her. To the home, Sui found a leaning place in the carry-on warehouse, and first set up the water tanks. Then Sui came out and went to the river to fill some water. Did not dare to make too much noise, looked at the water level, and lowered some. Sui knew that this year this drought is certain. Fortunately he let the village replant some potatoes and so on. How much, or can more food? When taking water, inadvertently got some small fish into it, so he also got some water plants. These water plants can be the bottom of the food chain. Well, some river snails or something, get some too. After that, Sui caught a few crabs. As for the loaches, he would have to wait for the night to get some. Tomorrow, he planned to go to Wanchi City again to take a look. That factory manager should have almost confirmed his identity. At that time, he would see if there was anything he could buy, bring back some business opportunities, and make some money for the village people as well. Well, by the way, he could also make a profit himself. Chapter 140, Visiting Anchi City again. Sui went to get some more wild lotus roots in. This thing could also provide himself with some fresh dishes. After that, Sui went home to cook. The water plants could provide oxygen, supplying fish and river snails to breathe. The river snails were also food for the fish, and so were the water plants. This was a basic food chain. As for the top, that was Su-hee. Usually, Sui also had to feed some grain or something, and he wasn't short of that anyway. The whole family went out. Su Rui was at home. Sui looked at her. You do know that Su Rong left, right? Su Rong got up. It was impossible to make no noise at all. Big sister didn't hear it, but looking at Su Rui's behavior, she seemed to have heard it. She just didn't care. When Su Rui opened her mouth, Sui said, forget it, I don't want to care about her either. I just met her when I went to town. Sitting on the bridge waiting for us to welcome her back. This sentence was unspeakably ironic. Su Rong probably had such a mindset. Wanting to run away from home, but while walking, she might get hungry or tired. So stay where you are and wait for the family to go and welcome back? It was really funny. Suhi didn't bother. Suhi made a move and cooked a meal, not good, but not bad either. After all, he himself has to eat, but looking at the rice there is not much left. If the food is not issued, this family is not enough to eat. But Suhi does not intend to care. Even if he earns money, there is no reason to give such a family to use. Little Pumpkin sneaked back. Suhi beckoned before she dared to come out. There was this thing in the family, lest she be affected by it. However, is the little pumpkin given a name? Suhi thought, can't keep shouting little pumpkin, right? Suhi loaded the little pumpkin with rice, and during the meal, Suhi said to the little pumpkin, how about brother giving you a name? Little Pumpkin blinked his eyes and nodded, okay. But what name will Duo give the nest? How about Haruka? Suhi said, clear lawn is low and Shudian, warming the wings of the geese, and the formation rises from the flat sand. The spring is in my eyes, so I'm going to ask what I'm going to do to get to the mountain home. Coated with fragrance and halo color, full of powder and decoration, compete for Yanhua. How about calling you Su Qinglan? Little Pumpkin's eyes lit up, although the nest doesn't understand much, but I think it's very nice, let's call it that. Su Rui glanced at Little Pumpkin and then looked at Suhi. In her heart, she was also surprised. Suhi's studies were good, but it wasn't to the point where she could memorize this kind of poetry with her mouth open, right? It wasn't like it was from a book. She could be sure that she hadn't learned this poetry. But to say that it was written by Suhi himself, that would be even more exaggerated. Su Rong and Su Yuqing didn't need to greet themselves and would both add their own food. The good thing was that the two didn't dare to go straight to the table. They were waiting for Suhi to finish the meal and eat it together. Waiting for the afternoon, Suhi then went to the river to get something. To half-afternoon, Yi Chuanxiu and Sumei waved at the river. Well, it was on the opposite bank. Suhi went to find Uncle Jibo, borrowed the boat over, and propped himself across the river. Yi Chuanxiu asked with a disheveled face, is your second sister back? Obviously, they were not chaste. Suhi said, perhaps, you should go to Jiangsu town to take a look. I reckon she's over there buying something. The corners of his mouth showed a touch of ridicule as he carried the two across the river. Yi Chuanxiu ate something and drank some water, then went out to look for someone. Suhi stood at the door. Sumei walked over and asked, she's in Jiangsu town? She was a bit in disbelief. Suhi shrugged, I went to Jiangsu town in the morning to buy some things, and I met her. This kind of person, pampered and spoiled, can't take a bit of suffering. Do you guys really think she can run out far? Probably this will be waiting for us to pick her up and bring her back. The mockery in these words was easy for Sumei to hear. She wanted to say a few words, but when the words reached her mouth, she didn't know how to say it. Suhi asked, big sister, you're not going to school here? I think you can continue to go back to school for another year, and it's only good if you take a university exam the following year. Su Rong was right about at least one thing, if you want to get ahead, you definitely need to study. Sumei froze, but still shook her head, I'll forget about it, where does the family have that much money? If I study, I can't work, and my family still has to provide me with food and drink. Suhi said, what if you can make money yourself? What do you mean? Sumei froze. Suhi knew that Sumei actually still wanted to study. Suhi then said, in a few days, you will know. But this making money, definitely have to do something. Sumei smiled coyly, doing things and whatnot, I'm naturally not afraid. Suhi nodded. Over there Su Rui also opened her mouth. Suhi said, besides being able to cook something that doesn't taste good, what else do you know? This is a soul torture question. Su Rui doesn't know anything, how can she still make money? By evening, Su Zhaohua and Yi Chuanxiu returned with them. Su Rong even cried, but there was no mark on her face. Suhi said to Yi Chuanxiu, Mom, remember to recover the money from Grandma's house, I know we can't recover our families. At such a young age, actually stealing money so skillfully, Mom, aren't you afraid that she will become a thief in the future? Su Rong angrily said, I didn't steal the money, I just borrowed it. When I go to the city. Suhi directly went out. Su Rong couldn't say this anymore. People simply didn't believe her, and it was useless for her to shed more tears. It's not like Su Rong is a little cutie, she was just overwhelmed by love. Love brain, so scary. Early the next morning, Suhi also does not know whether Grandma that money take back, but Suhi is not going to return. When the time comes, let Yi Chuanxiu return it, just let Su Rong stay at home, don't go to study. This troublemaker, simply. After waiting for a while, Wang Hang and Yi Chengbua came over. Last night, Suhi went out, is to let Yi Chengbua go out with him, first sell goods, face skin exercise a little. Do not exercise out, after how good is also to go to the door of the 4th middle school to sell breakfast? They detoured a bit, first took a boat over, then packed things on the back of the Black Star, all the way to Anchi City over. Speaking of which, Anchi City was indeed a bit closer and more populated. Doing business, naturally, it was better to choose this kind of place. When he arrived in Anchi City, Sui said to Wang Hang, "You take Qingbo to sell some things. This is a copy of the individual license that I asked someone to get. If someone asks, you can show it to him. I have something to do, I'm going out for a while." Yi Chengbo wanted to ask what it was about, but Sui didn't say. Wang Hang didn't ask either. He knew that Sui was not a simple person and didn't intend to ask more. For Wang Hang, Sui was more at ease. This person has a smart head and knows how to adapt. It would not be a problem to bring Yi Chengbo. Sui asked several people along the way before asking for the address, and passed several factories on the way. There is a winery, there is also a teacup factory, and so on. This factory, the Sui city, also has a, when the big sister Sume almost passed. When he arrived at the entrance of Anchi cloth factory, Sui was stopped. "Half a big boy, it is impossible to be an employee of the factory, right?" Sui smiled and said to the security guard, "Master, I'm here to see your Shin factory. I've made a deal with him. My name is Siko He, so ask for me." "Thank you." Saying this, Sui took out a pack of cigarettes and skillfully pulled one out for the grandpa and lit it up. Chapter 141, Anchi Cloth Factory's Warehouse. "Yo, still Lushan cigarettes, with filters." The gatekeeper Moncler Outlet Online said, taking a strong drag, "Good is good, but I'm still used to smoking dry cigarettes. There are many kinds of cigarettes in this year. Many of them are without filters, but in reality, with or without, the harm is just as great. Sui does technology, often have to draw drawings, afraid of burning the drawings, forced to quit smoking. Smell the smell of smoke, some want to, but finally endured. Smoking, Sui and flattered to say a few words. Moncler Outlet Online said, "Then I go in to ask you." "Okay, I'll wait for you." "Back to give you a cigarette." Sui said, put the packet of Lushan brand cigarettes to the Moncler Outlet Online pocket. This is yesterday when he went to buy a water tank, incidentally bought over there. Because, at Li Jianrun's command, didn't even ask for a ticket. But the money is not less, this pack, want more than 20 cents. This is not cheap. Other cigarettes, without filter, can be sold to 8 cents a pack, are very expensive. This pack, more than 20 cents, see how expensive. Of course it's the case of not asking for a ticket, the supply house must have raised the price. As a matter of fact, the tickets and stuff are mostly issued by the supply and marketing center. Tickets and whatnot, in fact, are issued by such units. Oil refineries, for example, issue tickets for oil and things like that. When you buy this kind of thing, you have to use the ticket, and in the end this ticket will go back to the unit that issued it. So you see some of the tickets will be a little bit old, that's why. It can be reused. That Moncler outlet store went in for a while, and when he came out, he didn't see that Shin factory come out. Is not willing to see me? Still with doubt? On the face but did not show it, Sui went forward and asked, "Moncler, can find the Shin factory?" The man said, "Shin factory has not yet come." Sui is a little strange, this grandpa guarding the door, if the factory came, he will not know? But there is no way, the grandpa guarded the door, he is not good to break in. Sui then smiled and said, "Then I'll chat with grandpa, I'll wait for Shin factory for a while." Seeing that Sui did not leave, the grandpa did not drive people away, but chatted with Sui. "You are not from Anchi, right? I don't sound like the accent." Sui said, "I'm not from Anchi, am I? I'm from Jiangsu town, and I was from Anchi before, but Bisui city was founded a few years ago, so I was transferred there." The two of them were talking one by one, and Sui didn't mind being bored. Over there, with Black Star and Blackie protecting them, there wasn't much going on. Because there is an individual license, they are more open, so they found a place with a lot of people to sell things. Yi Chenghua said that he is not afraid of losing face, but really still cannot let go. After half a day, not much to shout. On the contrary, Wang Hang, as a youth, also went to school. At this moment, but is open, and a few Amazons chatting, in a short time to sell a whole lot of things. Yi Chenghua thought in his heart, why Sui is not back? He is really embarrassed, originally thought of learning a craft, at this time also think, he is afraid that is not that piece of material. But to go back to school, he really can't read in. Even if he goes to school, it's a waste of money. On this side, Sui waited for a while. The grandfather suddenly said, "Shin factory, there is a Siki here waiting for you," said you, and contacted. Shinguishing is still a little strange, how can there be SAE waiting for him? Sui turned back and Shinguishing remembered. Sui said, "How is it? Shin factory, but checked my identity?" Moncler outlet store still a little strange, this easy talk, how is it different from what he said before? This look, does not seem to know Shin factory But Shin factory just froze for a moment and led the people inside. The Moncler outlet store didn't think much about it, so he shook his head, no matter. The factory director has brought people in, what else can he do? Sui followed Shinguishing to the factory director's office. The people who passed by on the way were curious, who did this factory director bring? But looking at Sui's age, they all guessed if it was some relative of the factory director. Or, is it want to come to work in the factory? Although there is no direct recruitment of such a young one, but the factory has children who come on top of the shift, 15 or 16 years old, can also come. These days, the country is all about inheritance. When parents retire, they let their children take over. Or parents died due to an accident, children can also come to the top shift. No way, always have to raise the children of these workers, right? Xinguoxing put a briefcase down and drank a cup of water. Nanju village, or rather, Anchi city side also has a dialect, said cup is cup. Xinguoxing drank the water and also made up his mind, you come with me. I'll take you to the warehouse to see what kind of cloth there is. Sui just saw the nameplate of the office and knew that this person was called Xinguoxing. He also saw Xinguoxing's determination and admired the man. At this time, daring to do business with a private individual, even with an individual license, was impressive. Moreover, there was no sense of superiority like the big state-run factories. Sui knew that this was a factory director who was genuinely for the factory. Such state-run factories were run okay in the past. But after some years, they were all poorly run and either closed down or changed their business model. Of course, in this process, people like Xinguoxing have the most access to the shares of the factory. How many people just like this will be the country's things, into their own things? But looking at Xinguoxing, this person, it is not like this kind of person. When he arrived at the warehouse, Xinguoxing had someone open it up and was greeted by a smell of cloth. Some people loved to smell it, and there were quite a few people who hated it. So he didn't feel too special, he was just a little surprised to see so many cloths. I'm afraid there's no less than 200,000 ponies here? This is really quite a lot. A horse has 10 zhang, a zhang is 10 feet, and a meter is equal to 3 feet. That is to say, a cloth, equal to more than 10 meters long. Xinguoxing shook his head and said, there are more than 500,000 horses here. We, Anchi, are the origin of cloth production, and among them, there are 100,000 pieces of raimi cloth. This stuff, though, is not very useful. Nowadays, there was no rise of summer cloth, or raimi cloth. On this side of Anchi city, they all used raimi fabric as the thing to wear on top of the head during white wedding ceremonies. This is what is commonly known as the mourning cloth, and this is what is used. There was also the piece of cloth that was used in the steamer, used as a cushion. While turning around, Xinguoxing introduced Sui. Although he didn't know how much cloth Sui could eat, but since this person knew the headram, it shouldn't be simple. While he was introducing, Xinguoxing was also observing Sui. For this teenager, who dared to come up and talk business with himself, he also went to check on this person's situation. Knowing that Sui's license was arranged by the head of the ram, Xinguoxing knew that this person at least had some relationship with the head of the ram. Sui didn't care about Xinguoxing's observation, he was also looking at what some of the cloth here. Inwardly, he was also trying to figure out whether those cloths were useful or not. As for those raimi cloths, for the time being, he didn't need them.